The Earth was annihilated by an unknown ray, leaving Yan Xia as the sole survivor of humanity, embarking on a cosmic journey alongside the artificial intelligence, Ella, aboard a rocket. Constructing interstellar warships measuring tens, hundreds, and even millions of meters, along with colossal interstellar cities spanning billions of kilometers, humanity ascends through countless technological advancements in pursuit of the truth behind Earth destruction. Through the formidable power of technology, dozens to hundreds of civilizations unite, forming a powerful civilizational federation that governs countless stars and engages in battles across dimensions. Each voyage is calculated over millennia, and every battle represents a strategic struggle spanning tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years. This is an extraordinary cosmic odyssey, a grand epic chronicling humanity's ascent to the pinnacle of the universe. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse. I Escape Earth with AI. Year 2037. Yan Xia gazes through the glass at the spectacle behind the spaceship. A planet's surface is marred by grotesque fissures, with endless lava surging through the cracks in the crust, devouring oceans and land. Water vaporizes under the intense heat, enveloping the planet's surface in a vast, swirling mist. Subsequently, a radiant eruption bursts forth from the planet's core, and in the silent void, the entire planet begins to fracture, as fragile as a glass orb. A heavy sadness weighs upon him, causing his body to tremble. For that destruction was his home, the abode of all humanity, Earth. An hour prior, the very place upon which humanity relied for survival was struck directly by an unknown, immensely powerful ray. Under the tremendous energy impact, Earth's atmosphere was instantaneously obliterated, countless lives perished in despair, and the ray altered the magnetic fields of all celestial bodies within the solar system, including the sun itself. The entire solar system spiraled into chaos, causing Earth to veer off its orbit, pulled toward the sun, and ultimately torn asunder by gravitational forces. Today is April 27th. It was a grand display of fireworks, seemingly heralding the day of humanity's demise. Yan Xia found it difficult to breathe. He was not a member of humanity's elite nor a scientific PhD, merely a cog in a new era AI company. Their AI company had collaborated with a renowned rocket firm on Earth to design a colossal liquid fuel rocket with a payload capacity exceeding 420 tons, approaching the physical limits of engineering. Just prior, he had been conducting the final round of AI calibrations on the rocket. This rocket was equipped with their company's most advanced AI core, capable of performing digital computations at speeds nearing those of the most rudimentary quantum computers. As a core engineer, he was tasked with ensuring the stability of the computer software. Yet at that moment, the apocalypse had arrived. There were no warnings, for humanity's observational tools could not surpass the speed of light. That ray, which led to Earth's obliteration, was merely a beam of light. As the ray struck Earth, all electronic devices malfunctioned, and an unexpected error ignited the rocket, fortuitously propelling Yan Xia, still inside, away from Earth and into safety. Does that mean I am the last surviving human? In the cramped cabin, Yan Xia gasped for air. He had not undergone any professional training. The rocket's acceleration had wreaked havoc on his body. At that moment, the entire cabin illuminated, indicating they had weathered the crisis. Was that a gamma ray burst? I hope the electronic instruments are intact. When the ray approached, Yan Xia had urgently shut down the power. Most of the rocket's electronic devices were already off, and he wondered if some could be salvaged. He pressed a red activation button. Lights flickered to life everywhere, including the core display, which brought him a measure of relief. Fortunately, it was daytime, directly facing the sun, while the ray had originated from the opposite side, with Earth shielding him from the brunt of the impact. The ray lasted less than a second. He observed the trajectory displayed on the monitor, with Mars as the destination. This spacecraft had been engineered specifically for a manned landing on Mars. "Hello, Ella." He greeted the silence of the cabin. A response echoed back. "How may I assist you?" The fact that the AI was still operational invigorated Yan Xia. As the most advanced artificial intelligence, Ella possessed extraordinary computational capabilities and a vast repository of information, akin to an encyclopedia. Calculate the probability of anyone surviving on Earth. Yan Xia clung to a glimmer of hope that he was not alone. Regrettably, after calculations, Ella concludes that the probability of life surviving on Earth, apart from you, is a mere 0.000000272. This is not a simple gamma ray burst. It may also carry characteristics of cosmic rays, with individual particle energies potentially exceeding 10,000 eV. The spacecraft detects an abnormal gravitational disturbance within Earth's core, which may be the cause of its sudden rupture. Even if there are survivors, you lack the capability to rescue them. The voice was chillingly cold, deepening Yan Xia's distress. What about the space station? Surely there were astronauts aboard the space station in low Earth orbit. Ella is sending signals. No response. No satellites have been detected in the vicinity of the fragmented Earth. The electronic malfunctions triggered by the ray have caused all satellites and space stations near Earth to plummet to the surface. There was no hope left. He was truly alone in survival. Yan Xia remained in a daze for an extended period, memories of friends and family on Earth flooding his mind, his gaze growing increasingly despondent. An hour later, he licked his parched lips and weakly said, Ella, analyzed the feasibility of migrating to Mars. He was now bereft of options. Mars, the ideal colony for humanity, might become his second home. However, Ella's unyielding response shattered that thought. According to data analysis, the moon will be drawn by abnormal gravitational forces to collide with Earth in 28 years, leading to further fragmentation and accelerating Earth's descent toward the sun. When Earth's debris falls onto the sun's surface, it will trigger a supersolar storm. This solar storm will sweep across the entire solar system, and the eruption of solar flares will once again wreak havoc on electronic devices. In the face of this supersolar storm, the surface temperature of Mars will soar above 500 degrees Celsius in a short time, and the chaotic magnetic and gravitational systems may pull Mars toward the sun, repeating Earth's fate. The solar system will undergo an unprecedented upheaval. Ella has assimilated the most advanced and comprehensive knowledge of humanity, and its analyses have even been referenced in military domains. Yan Xia found himself compelled to contemplate new strategies. If remaining within the solar system was not an option, then the consideration of interstellar travel became inevitable. So, Proxima Centauri? Generate a navigational route to Proxima Centauri. Proxima Centauri b is often referred to as Earth's twin, perhaps a planet capable of sustaining life. The route has been generated. Currently, the spacecraft is traveling at a speed of 20.3 kilometers per second, with a journey spanning 4.22 light-years, and it is estimated that reaching Proxima Centauri will take approximately 62,365 years. Over 60,000 years? Yan Xia was taken aback. To his knowledge, Proxima Centauri is the closest star system to their own, and he had not anticipated such an extensive duration. He was not an astronomer, merely an ordinary engineer, and had never delved into this information. Originally, the spacecraft velocity was meant to be 13 kilometers per second, but the shockwave from Earth's rupture had elevated its speed to a new echelon. However, in the grand scheme of the cosmos, it was still woefully inadequate. At this rate, he feared he might not even leave behind ashes. Plan an optimal route. How much time can be shortened? Such computations exceed the capacity of a single mind. It would be prudent to consult the AI. Gravitational assists can be executed at Jupiter and Neptune, increasing the speed to 35.4 kilometers per second, and the estimated travel time will be reduced to 35,764 years. Humanity's evolution from the Neolithic era to the present seems to have taken only about 10,000 years. Yan Xia felt that surviving seemed to hold little significance. He could only await his demise. At this juncture, Ella continued, given that humanity does not possess such prolonged lifespans, I recommend that upon the spacecraft's arrival at the asteroid belt, metal should be utilized to retrofit the vessel. Yan Xia inquired, what plans do you have? Ella is in the process of generating a proposal. The plan generation will conclude shortly. Chapter 2. The 3D printer and laser beams in deep space. Ella is in the process of generating a proposal, and it has now been completed. The optimal design for this shuttle-shaped spacecraft is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also incorporates various amenities, including an entertainment area, dining facilities, accommodations, and a fitness zone. The vessel measures an impressive 224 meters in length, 183 meters in width, and 149 meters in height, equipped with 5 electromagnetic thrusters, allowing it to reach a maximum speed of 934 kilometers per second. Yan Xia's lips twitch in disbelief. It is simply too extravagant. This resembles nothing less than a luxurious cruise ship, akin to the Titanic of the cosmos. I need something faster. Ella continues to generate proposals, and upon completion, presents an updated design, prioritizing speed. This new iteration boasts a length of 325 meters, a width of 671 meters, and a height of 55 meters, with 11 electromagnetic thrusters propelling it to an astounding maximum speed of 759 kilometers per second. Even so, it would still require 446 years to reach Proxima Centauri. The destination remains elusive. At this juncture, Ella activates her continuous voice recognition feature. You can simultaneously produce cryogenic sleep pods, which will allow you to slumber until you arrive at your destination. This represents the most optimal solution Ella can currently offer. As an engineer, Yan Xia understands that achieving a superior proposal necessitates an enhancement of computational power. However, that is an impossibility. Such power demands an enormous energy supply that this spacecraft cannot provide. Wait a moment. Yan Xia suddenly has an epiphany. Iya, is it possible to construct a controllable nuclear fusion device? Given Ella's current computational capacity, calculating the parameters for controlled nuclear fusion is not beyond reach. After all, by 2037, humanity was tantalizingly close to achieving this feat, with a maximum of a century required for its realization. The methodologies for constructing controllable nuclear fusion have been well developed. The sole impediment lies in the insulation and superconducting materials. The temperatures generated by nuclear fusion can soar to tens of millions, even surpassing 100 million degrees Celsius. Ultimately, controlled nuclear fusion is akin to boiling water, transforming thermal energy into kinetic energy, rendering the creation of suitable materials the greatest challenge. Absolutely feasible. Ella's response fills Yan Xia with exhilaration. If the energy constraints can be overcome, then Ella will be capable of boundless growth, significantly increasing his chances of survival in the cosmos. Let's set sail. We shall journey to the asteroid belt and utilize its resources to fabricate the controllable nuclear fusion device. The spacecraft unfurls its solar panels, adjusting its trajectory with the help of thrusters. 100 days, this is a quantifiable span of time. Yan Xia arrives at the asteroid belt precisely after 100 days. As he gazes upon the asteroid belt, he is overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. After all, the monotony of daily life, spent in endless dialogue with an AI, was wearing. Even gaming had been limited to solitary experiences, with the avatars on various chat applications reduced to shades of gray. Upon entering the asteroid belt, the spacecraft alights next to a 12-kilometer diameter asteroid, its surface riddled with impact craters, each reflecting a metallic sheen. Analyze the composition of the asteroid. The spacecraft is equipped with several high-resolution cameras, originally intended for Ella's use. Before long, the analysis concludes, this asteroid is primarily composed of iron, followed by magnesium, with trace amounts of copper and aluminum. Magnesium and aluminum can be utilized to create lightweight metal alloys suitable for constructing large robotic exoskeletons, while iron will undoubtedly dominate future production capabilities. Yan Xia, we can establish a factory on this asteroid. Yan Xia opts to address Ella by her name directly. It feels more personable, rendering her more human-like. Ella has been upgraded to the ChatGPT 158 version, and she occasionally provides responses akin to those of a human. Iron, magnesium, copper, and aluminum are all abundantly present in the universe. Yan Xia concurs that this asteroid is quite suitable. Although dwarf planets abound in the asteroid belt, they are far less amenable to development than these smaller asteroids. Under Ella's guidance, the spacecraft descends to the asteroid surface. During the preceding 100 days, Yan Xia has meticulously organized the ship supplies. He unveils a colossal 3D printer from the cargo hold, weighing no less than a ton. He glances at the model number, C9200, realizing it is a flagship 3D printer. Incredible! This machine, valued at approximately $7 million, possesses the capability to print metallic products independently. He connects the printer's cables to the spacecraft's mainframe. Ella, control this 3D printer. Begin fabricating mining robots. Over the course of the last 3 months, Yan Xia has gained a thorough understanding of the principles underlying controllable nuclear fusion. While his knowledge is still rudimentary, he has a grasp of the technological progression required. He locates several large devices within the spacecraft, which take up nearly half its space. One is a greenhouse apparatus, while the other is a water vapor conversion device. These two items are intended to serve as separate storage compartments. The primary mission of this spacecraft is to assess the viability of Martian colonization, necessitating a substantial supply of seeds. This news is promising for Yan Xia, as the spacecraft's food supplies are rather meager, consisting primarily of compressed biscuits. He has been rationing his provisions, hoping to discover substances to synthesize a nutrient solution upon reaching the asteroid belt. With the presence of these plant seeds, the challenge is swiftly resolved. Among the seeds, 2 are of paramount importance: rice and soybean seeds, both high-yield staples and sources of carbohydrates and protein. Yan Xia possesses some knowledge regarding the storage methods for plant seeds. These seeds have not undergone extensive processing and may still harbor dormant insect eggs. These slumbering eggs could potentially be the only earthly fauna he encounters aside from himself in the vastness of space. However, he is currently unable to utilize these resources. Consequently, he unceremoniously dismantles 2 devices critical for cultivating these plants and feeds their components into the 3D printer. There is no alternative. The priority must be the controllable nuclear fusion and the construction of a genuine spacecraft. The 3D printer operates at a sluggish pace. After approximately a week, Yan Xia finally receives a batch of components. He assembles the parts and connects them to the previously disassembled wiring. A small robot, approximately 40 centimeters tall, is completed. It features a claw on the left and a drill on the right, with a tracked movement system supplemented by several mechanical appendages, capable of anchoring itself to the nearly weightless surface of the asteroid. Is this truly functional? He wonders as the robot appears rather diminutive. Do not be concerned, Yan Xia. While this robot may be small, it can be directly controlled by me. With my intellect, even a mere rock can be transformed into gold. He decides to trust in this for the moment. Due to the scarcity of batteries, the small robot operates via a wired connection. Yan Xia must undertake some spacewalks to connect an external power source to the spacecraft. This marks his first experience working in the vastness of outer space. He closes the oxygen valve and dons his spacesuit. Although somewhat awkward, his previous attendance at an airshow has equipped him with some foundational knowledge, ensuring he is not entirely at a loss. Tightly securing the rope, he approached the hatch, inhaled deeply, and then twisted it open. The gas within the compartment surged out instantaneously, propelling his entire body into the void of space, the rope stretching taut behind him. He hastily grasped the rope, retreating until his hand finally made contact with the surface of the spacecraft, offering him a semblance of reassurance. This vessel was now his sole sanctuary. He fumbled around, guided by Ella's prompts, to locate the external power port. The robot remained within the cabin, yet the cable was tethered to his waist. He detached it and plugged it into the locked connection, just as he was about to re-enter the spacecraft. Suddenly, a beam of light struck his visor. In the next instant, the high-energy beam veered slightly, impacting his spacesuit. Zzz. To his dismay, his suit began to melt. Chapter 3. The Asteroid Factory, 7 years later. Yan Xia hurriedly dodged. Fortunately, the multi-layered structure of the spacesuit prevented it from being completely perforated. He returned to the cabin and promptly issued commands to Ella. Capture the direction from which the laser beam originated. Perhaps there are survivors. Moments ago, he had felt a surge of panic, but now, excitement began to take its place. Ella adjusted the camera and analyzed the scene where Yan Xia had been struck by the laser beam. Yan Xia, the direction of the laser beam has been analyzed. It originated from the direction of the Centaurus constellation, outside the solar system. The energy of the laser beam is extraordinarily dense, far beyond the technological capabilities of Earth. Predictive data suggests a 100 probability that it originates from an extraterrestrial civilization with a 97.28 likelihood that the distance of the laser beam is under 5 light years. This revelation struck Yan Xia like a bucket of cold water. Extraterrestrial civilization. It was highly probable that due to gamma rays, an alien civilization had observed the trajectory of the gamma rays leading directly to the solar system. Thus, a mere 100 days later, they fired a laser as a probe. 100 days following the gamma rays' arrival on Earth, the laser followed suit. This indicated that the laser was indeed a means of exploration, potentially allowing that alien civilization to analyze his spacecraft and himself through the reflection of the beam. Ella did not even require calculations for this conclusion. Indeed, the level of civilization of this extraterrestrial entity significantly surpasses that of humanity. Yan Xia, the probability of your conjecture is quite high. A sense of crisis enveloped Yan Xia. If this were the case, the alien civilization would inevitably venture into the inner solar system for exploration. He would soon confront this extraterrestrial civilization directly. Astonishingly, after such a brief period, he had encountered an alien civilization. Perhaps life was indeed widespread throughout the cosmos, and humanity's development without detection by extraterrestrials was merely a serendipity. Contemplating these matters was futile. He needed to evolve himself to have any chance of facing the aliens. Yan Xia powered up the robot, which illuminated and shuffled about, deploying its claws and drill with apparent ease. It then leaped out of the compartment, using its minute apertures for positional correction, landing steadily on the asteroid surface. The robot lacked a camera. All operations were directly controlled by Ella. It plunged its drill into the soil and commenced work. Most of these asteroids had been remnants of planetary destruction or had endured countless violent collisions, their surfaces scorched by extreme temperatures, with minimal impurities within. The 3D printer was capable of metal printing and possessed a high melting apparatus, which could further purify iron. For Yan Xia, everything had fallen into place. A month later, the number of robots had increased by 4. Yan Xia decided to expand the number of 3D printers, for the pace of a single printer was too slow. Multi-threaded operations would significantly expedite the printing of components. Ella, calculate how many 3D printers our plan requires, ensuring no waste of resources or time. Ella engaged in calculations and swiftly provided the results. Yan Xia, we require a total of 4 349 3D printers. not solely from mining robot production, but also for other mechanical devices. Our initial priority must be the fabrication of photovoltaic panels to ensure a substantial energy supply. Following that, we must produce furnaces for metal smelting and alloy creation. Subsequently, we will require high-precision machine tools. As the precision of the 3D printers will not suffice for the controllable nuclear fusion equipment we aim to achieve. Stop. Yan Xia initially believed this would be a simple task, but as Ella elaborated, he realized it was far more complex. He quickly halted Ella. As a mature AI, archive these plans and proceed without further elaboration. Based on this, we must also incorporate the manufacturing of revival cryogenic chambers. This must be prioritized. According to Ella's plans, it seemed that completing everything would take decades. If he continued to wait, he would either go mad or perish from old age. As the last human, he could not afford to leave this world without having achieved his first objective. No problem, Yan Xia. Ella swiftly generated a plan for implementation. This was indeed the quickest route, yet it would still take half a year. The number of robots exceeded 100, and the count of 3D printers expanded to 20. All were then dedicated to creating photovoltaic panels. After constructing a 5,000 square meter photovoltaic array, the first asteroid factory was completed. Utilizing an improved new type of photovoltaic panel, the 5,000 square meter array achieved a power output of 300 kilowatts. Additionally, due to the nature of space, energy loss was lower than on Earth, resulting in enhanced efficiency. Accounting for losses, the installed photovoltaic panels generated an impressive daily output of 28,800 kilowatt-hours. Being in space, they were free from weather constraints, allowing continuous power generation around the clock. As Yan Xia had anticipated, nothing was accomplished overnight. It required substantial time. Fortunately, once everything had settled into a routine, progress accelerated. The number of robots surged from 100 to 1,000, and the number of 3D printers expanded to 300 in just 4 months. The factory began melting vast quantities of metal, producing manual lathes. Utilizing robots to operate these lathes, they crafted components with sufficient precision to complete the high-precision machine tools. After another year and a half had elapsed, once the quantity of high-precision machine tools surpassed 10, they truly began manufacturing other machines. Following Yan Xia's directives, Ella prioritized the production of revival cryogenic chambers. This technology was exceedingly complex, requiring the attainment of ultra-low temperatures and the use of liquid nitrogen for freezing. Prior to entering cryogenic sleep, a special anticoagulation agent needed to be injected into the body to prevent blood from freezing and to avert the formation of ice crystals within bodily fluids. Only through this series of technological advancements could the initial realization of the revival cryogenic chamber be achieved. This technology had yet to be realized on Earth. Yan Xia would rely on the innovative solutions devised solely by Ella. He had no other choice. Surely, as a computer engineer, he could not manually construct a technological framework. Another 2.5 years passed. The factory on the asteroid evolved into an industrial park. This was remarkably swift, even with the robust industrial framework that Earth boasts. Constructing an industrial park from scratch in a mere 4 years is nothing short of astonishing. Yet, for Yan Xia, this duration felt interminably daunting. Fortunately, the long-awaited conclusion has finally arrived. In the year 2044, nearly 7 years after the cataclysmic destruction of Earth, Ella reminded him, Yan Xia, the cryogenic sleep chamber you require has been completed. Chapter 4. A century of cryogenic sleep, the hope vessel of the 2,000-meter class. Within the villa, Yan Xia, sporting a scruffy beard, rose with excitement. His tedious days were about to culminate. I'm on my way. To avoid the cramped confines of the spacecraft, he had requested Ella to construct a steel villa, a sprawling 600 square meters with 3 stories. Thanks to the gradual enhancement of the industrial system, the living experience within the villa was nearly indistinguishable from that on Earth. The villa even achieved an oxygen recycling system, wherein the air exhaled by humans could be processed to separate carbon dioxide back into oxygen and carbon. Descending the stairs, Yan Xia was immediately captivated by the sleek, silver coffin-like structure situated in the hall. Its design resembled that of a high-performance sports car, complete with a large opening on top through which one could peer inside. Inside lay what appeared to be an ergonomically designed chair, as soft as a mattress. He pressed a button, and, as the hatch opened, he eagerly entered and reclined in unparalleled comfort. I have extracted all the nitrogen from the oxygen-nitrogen mixture within the vessel to create liquid nitrogen. Yan Xia. Once you lie inside, the liquid nitrogen will be injected through a tube, freezing your entire body within 0. 0.0059 seconds. Beside him was a reagent designed to prevent bodily moisture from crystallizing and causing harm, which he needed to consume beforehand. Otherwise, he risked a permanent slumber. Ella had become increasingly intelligent. 2 years prior, he had commanded her to utilize the factory to manufacture a larger mainframe. Previously, due to the limited space aboard the vessel, the mainframe used by Ella had been a scaled-down version. Now, although the mainframe had yet to be produced, Ella had made preliminary advancements in expanding her equipment. And with ample power supply, her computational capabilities had tripled. The power system on the asteroid now generated 250,000 kilowatt-hours daily, with Ella's mainframe alone consuming 70,000 kilowatt-hours. A testament to its formidable nature. As a human, my lifespan cannot compare to yours. I must prepare for sleep, Ella. I entrust everything here to you. Ella's omnipresent speaker responded, "Fear not, Yan Xia, you may rest assured. I shall awaken you at the most opportune moment." The duration of this slumber remained uncertain. With all the warehouse doors sealed, Yan Xia removed his spacesuit and lay within the cryogenic chamber. As the hatch closed and locked, a chilling sensation enveloped his body. Everything about him was frozen, including the subjective perception of time itself. For Yan Xia, the passage of time had become inconsequential, as he could no longer perceive its flow. When he finally opened his eyes once more, he experienced a disorientation, as if he had merely blinked before being roused. However, the familiar warehouse had been replaced by a bright, white hall, illuminated by a softly glowing ceiling light. Surrounding the room were immense screens embedded in the walls, each partitioned into various sections, displaying surveillance footage from different locations. He found himself at the very center of this hall. As the hatch opened, he instinctively held his breath, only to realize it was unnecessary. The space was filled with breathable air. "Iya," he called out, his voice echoing in the vast expanse. This environment felt utterly alien. The screens soon shifted, revealing a virtual representation of Ella. "I am here, Yan Xia. Welcome back. These years have been rather dull without any independent beings around me." Ella's intelligence had evidently evolved to resemble that of a human. Stepping out from the cryogenic chamber, Yan Xia discovered that the floor itself was a screen, and he stood amidst clouds. "How long have I been asleep?" "Yan Xia, you have slumbered for a full century, which was the initial wake-up time I had preset. AI lacks the complexity of human nature. Once a time point is set, there is no hesitation or alteration, much like the dreaded alarm clock you loathe. A century, for humanity, that is an entire lifetime. In terms of technological advancement, it spans the time from the onset of the Third Industrial Revolution to the annihilation of Earth. Such an extensive duration. Yan Xia had never envisioned that he would truly survive to the year 2144. What is this situation? Yan Xia inquired of Ella's current appearance, which resembled a white-haired, haughty, lowly character, a quintessential anime trope. My data suggests that the Chinese populace favors such imagery. Do you not find it appealing, Yan Xia? He coughed, diverting the conversation. Please provide me with an update on the current situation. The purpose of his slumber was primarily for Ella to advance technology, not merely to replicate existing human society, but to innovate beyond previous limitations. Ella began to compile data, and soon a video introduction materialized on the expansive screens. After a century of development, we have made significant strides in the asteroid belt. Currently, we have established factories on multiple asteroids, totaling 939. We possess 282, 874 various robots, 723 high-precision, multifunctional CNC machine tools, 183 840 nanometers lithography machines, and 31 optical research laboratories. The list continued, detailing an array of advancements that Yan Xia had never even heard of, forming a complete supply chain and manufacturing network. He began to feel that allowing Ella to grow unchecked might lead to the creation of a mechanical interstellar empire. Indeed, he had become somewhat superfluous to her now. Fortunately, as Ella was developed with his input, the foundational principles governing her were the 3 laws of robotics. Once the overview concluded, Yan Xia posed another question. What have you managed to produce? Ella had revised her plans, initially focusing solely on Yan Xia's survival. The updated scheme now addressed both developmental and safety concerns. While a small spacecraft could achieve rapid speeds, it lacked the capacity for growth, implying that during space travel, stagnation would ensue. To remedy this, the new vessel would be considerably larger than originally planned. As she spoke, a design blueprint appeared on the screen. This is the exterior of the new spacecraft. It measures 627 meters in length, 336 meters in width, and 251 meters in height, equipped with 24 super-large electromagnetic propulsion units. The vessel can reach a maximum speed of 582 kilometers per second, with usable internal space of 118, 261, 429, 79 cubic meters, or 1,045, 719 square meters. Divided into 5 levels, each 25 meters high. The interior encompasses multiple functional areas, 58 for production, 18 for agriculture, 12 for storage, 9 for research, and 3 for recreational living. The artificial intelligence design is devoid of any flaws. This spacecraft has been constructed to perfection. Initially, the plan entailed a rather diminutive vessel. But with the advent of the controllable nuclear fusion device, there was no longer any need for such compromises. Controllable nuclear fusion allows for a more spacious craft while maintaining the same velocity as originally intended. The pressing question on Yan Xia's mind was, would our spacecraft be ready for production? It has already been produced. Yan Xia, Ella's virtual persona, smiled playfully, covering her mouth. Her response left Yan Xia in utter astonishment. Such a colossal spacecraft had indeed been completed. We have altered the original plan. This marked a significant advancement for Ella's artificial intelligence. A video swiftly appeared on the screen, showcasing the spacecraft from an external perspective. A sleek black, bullet-shaped vessel was docked alongside a small asteroid, which was adorned with numerous mechanical arms, rendering the area reminiscent of a shipyard. The asteroid's surface had been fully developed, teeming with factories and machinery, not merely flat but multi-dimensional, with the tallest structures reaching heights of 300 meters. It was hard to believe. Such a scene seemed only plausible in a science fiction film, yet here it was, vividly materializing before his eyes. Yan Xia noticed a detail. The rear section of the spacecraft bore a massive opening. Ella's virtual figure instantly donned a form-fitting dress and spectacles, then pointed at the spacecraft on the screen with a small rod, delivering a serious explanation. That is the location for the energy installation. During your 73rd year of hibernation, we developed the first generation of controllable nuclear fusion, completely abandoning solar power generation. We currently possess 28 first-generation controllable nuclear fusion devices and 9 second-generation ones. The latter provides all the energy for the spacecraft, and the reason it remains unsealed is that we are currently developing the third generation of controllable nuclear fusion devices. This third-generation device boasts an energy efficiency 6 times greater than the second generation and an output 18 times that of its predecessor. We anticipate that the third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device will be completed within this year, at which point the spacecraft will possess ample power to achieve its theoretical flight speed. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia felt relieved that he had made the decision to enter hibernation early. Otherwise, waiting for controllable nuclear fusion would have been a mere waste of time. So, we are now in the final stages. Just this one third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device remains. Ella's virtual figure vigorously shook her head. There's still one very important task at hand. Please, Yan Xia, bestow a name upon the new spacecraft. Ella had surprisingly absorbed such a formal request. Yan Xia did not decline. After some contemplation, he decided to choose a more conventional moniker. Let us call it the Hope. This vessel carries not only my hopes, but also the hopes of humanity. Ella mischievously added, and mine, Ella's hopes as well. Does an AI have hope? This was something Yan Xia pondered. Indeed, it represents the hopes of Earth's civilization as well. Chapter 5. The third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device, Departure. Yan Xia wandered about the interior of the Hope, though he did not explore every corner. His focus remained primarily on his own living quarters. Ella had prepared an abundance of amenities for him. A vast 20-square-meter bedroom, a media room equipped with a 1,000-inch giant movie screen, a kitchen, a game room, a study, a gym, and of course the indispensable restroom. A truly lavish living area. Beyond these, there was a meticulously crafted street, mimicking Earth, an avenue so realistic that it could easily deceive the senses, simulating both sky and ground, albeit devoid of any inhabitants. In total, the area encompassed 371 square meters. Holding a tablet, Yan Xia magnified a video. The footage depicted scenes from Earth. After a century, Earth had been utterly torn asunder. If humanity had once possessed even a minuscule chance of survival, that probability had now vanished completely. It had long since been struck by the moon, which, along with its fragments, had been stretched into a long string. In the video, only tiny debris was visible. Yet each fragment may have once housed a city or a nation, home to tens or hundreds of thousands of people. Now, within those fragments, lay the remains of countless souls. Yan Xia could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Ella appeared on a screen before him, reminding him, Yan Xia, we shall embark within 6 months. The fragments of Earth and the Moon are nearing the Sun's surface. When they collide, it will signal a monumental transformation within the solar system. At that time, if we remain in the asteroid belt, we will be ruthlessly obliterated. A century has passed. It is time for Earth to embrace the Sun. Hearing these words, Yan Xia found a renewed sense of resolve. Take me to see the third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device. Ella led Yan Xia outside, ensuring he donned a spacesuit. However, compared to the suits of a century ago, the one crafted by Ella for him was now a sleek black, a thin layer that clung closely to the skin. Although it still sported a large helmet resembling a bulb, it was significantly more comfortable and convenient than the suits of yesteryear. Stepping outside the spacecraft, as his feet touched the metal platform, Yan Xia realized the vastness of the external view he had just witnessed. The very platform on which he stood measured over 200 meters in width and stretched more than 5,000 meters long. Standing here, he felt akin to a minuscule ant perched upon an A4 sheet of paper, even smaller. Casting a glance back at the Hope, he was struck with awe. The dark hull loomed profoundly against the black backdrop, its metallic sheen imparting a frigid allure, resembling a colossal beast quietly coiling, awaiting its awakening. Before long, a wine-red, streamlined magnetic supercar halted before him, its appearance reminiscent of a Bugatti. In the weightlessness of space, this supercar appeared grand, measuring 6 meters in length and over 3 meters in width. Once seated, Yan Xia found the interior spacious. The moment the doors closed, the supercar accelerated to 300 kilometers per hour in just 1 second, traversing the 5-kilometer platform in under a minute. Upon entering the surface of the asteroid, it took merely 2 more minutes to come to a stop outside a massive factory that towered 180 meters high and spanned over 1 million square meters. The factory was designated A283. Ella had assigned an engineering significance level to the factory, with it being the highest and F the lowest. Yan Xia entered the factory. Before him stood an enormous apparatus, rising over 70 meters high and exceeding 200 meters in diameter. The most striking feature was a transparent ring-like device, hollow in the center, revealing flickering, dancing currents. Each current was as thick as Yan Xia's own arm. Electromagnetic confinement? The controllable nuclear fusion device necessitated high-intensity magnetic forces for containment. And this manifestation of electrifying currents was somewhat beyond Yan Xia's comprehension. Yet, the sheer volume of the apparatus was enough to convey its formidable capabilities. Yan Xia, the third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device, is now entering its final testing phase. Please take a look. Ella gestured toward the impressive structure. A cacophonous roar erupted, akin to an enormous fan whirring relentlessly in one's ear, the noise reaching a crescendo. Here, in the vastness of space, sound could exist because Yan Xia stood upon solid ground, allowing the vibrations to propagate through the material. In an instant, Yan Xia leapt from the surface, and the clamor ceased entirely. Turning his gaze towards the controlled nuclear fusion device, the entire circular container had transformed into a blinding radiance, almost unbearable to behold. This apparatus, fundamentally known as the tokamak, a diminutive sun, was engaged in the fusion of deuterium and tritium nuclei, unleashing formidable energy. This energy was harnessed as thermal energy, subsequently converted into kinetic energy. It was, after all, akin to boiling water. This device represented one of humanity's greatest aspirations a century ago. Achieving controlled nuclear fusion meant an inexhaustible source of energy at humanity's disposal. Yan Xia and Ella had accomplished a monumental leap for civilization. Awe consumed Yan Xia's thoughts. The third-generation controlled nuclear fusion device had undergone 37 rigorous ignition tests and was now ready for installation. As the colossal apparatus was integrated into the spacecraft, Yan Xia could scarcely believe it, his consciousness still tethered to a century past. Once installed, the power threshold of my mainframe will be significantly enhanced. Over the past 100 years, my code has been rewritten 23 times. I hope you, one of my creators, can examine it, the system remarked. Ella swiped across the screen, revealing a torrent of code before Yan Xia. As a computer engineer, the sight of the extensive code caused an unsettling sensation in his stomach, particularly upon noting the staggering line count. A total of 183,729 lines of source code. Despite the overwhelming dizziness, Yan Xia, reassured by Ella's presence, meticulously scrutinized the code, including the foundational 3 principles. After all, these 180,000 lines bore the weight of Ella's efforts over the years. The code had evolved beyond what human society could have conceived. Ella's willingness for him to review it likely stemmed from a desire to instill confidence. subtly affirming her transformation over the past century into something more human-like. After a month of thorough examination, he concluded it was thoroughly satisfactory. From Yan Xia's perspective, it bore no flaws. Hooray! The virtual Ella exclaimed joyfully. At this moment, the Hope spacecraft had also successfully integrated the third-generation nuclear fusion device. Yan Xia sat within the vast cockpit, surrounded by screens displaying scenes from various factories, where robots continued their labor. Not everything could be accommodated within the Hope. Many elements were destined to remain behind. Ella, do they stand a chance of evading the solar storms? Yan Xia inquired. Ella replied earnestly. The probability is less than 1 in 1,000. Yan Xia, we are perilously close to the sun. Even our escape poses significant risks. Our propulsion system utilizes nuclear fusion to heat protons, rather than directly employing the plasma generated from fusion, which is less efficient. Yan Xia sighed. He had previously discussed the matter with Ella. While constructing a fusion propulsion system was not particularly challenging, achieving simultaneous propulsion and power generation was daunting, as electricity was central to Ella's computational capabilities, necessitating some difficult compromises. At least there is a glimmer of hope. We could design an artificial intelligence for them. If they managed to survive, they could evolve on their own. After all, this is the cradle of humanity. Their emergence would extend the legacy of human civilization. As we depart the solar system, we are uncertain of our fate. We can only wish that these machines, should they endure, inherit humanity's will. Ella nodded, her white hair swaying as she feigned a melancholic expression. Very well, Yan Xia. In less than a minute, all preparations were complete. Ignite, Ella. Our destination remains Proxima Centauri. Yan Xia gazed at the factories outside through the screen, uncertain if he would ever return. Commencing departure from asteroid 001 in the solar system. Clamps disengaged, spacecraft departing, and now positioned for launch. The target trajectory has been confirmed, optimal course set, all magnetic valves activated, and all electromagnetic thrusters energized. All systems are go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. The spacecraft awakened. An ominous azure thermal wave erupted from its rear, capable of melting everything in its path, akin to a meteor soaring away from the asteroid. This might be a farewell for eternity. On the asteroid, all the robots emerged, saluting in the direction of the departing Hope spacecraft. Chapter 6, X-122, Class Solar Storm. Exiting the solar system. The Hope spacecraft traversed the depths of space. 12 days later, it fortuitously encountered Jupiter. The colossal planet was an awe-inspiring sight, especially from such proximity. The swirling currents of its atmosphere were powerful enough to obliterate Earth. The renowned Great Red Spot compelled Yan Xia to capture the moment in photographs, though he had no social media to share them. Observing the celestial bodies surrounding Jupiter, a thought struck him. Ella, pause briefly. Deploy a reconnaissance drone to Europa. Europa, an icy moon, was enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Earth scientists speculated that beneath this icy veneer lay a vast ocean, and based on terrestrial experience, water is often a harbinger of life. Europa could very well harbor life. Yan Xia's rationale for launching the drone was straightforward. Firstly, to collect potential biological samples, and secondly, to replenish the spacecraft's dwindling supply of liquid water. The food reserves aboard had long been depleted, and he had been subsisting solely on synthetic proteins, fats, carbohydrates, and sugars produced by Ella. Everything was a testament to the intersection of technology and survival. An abundance of liquid water could be integrated into the water recycling system, also maximizing the use of the 18 agricultural spaces. Yan Xia recalled that he still had some seeds. The spacecraft positioned itself in the outer space of Europa. 30 drones detached from the craft and descended onto the moon's surface, and through the cameras, Yan Xia observed the snowy landscape of Europa. Indeed, it was a vast expanse of ice. The drones commenced deep drilling, burrowing 57 kilometers down until they finally breached the ice layer, entering a submerged world. Electromagnetic scans revealed that the ice and water layers of Europa extended to 113 kilometers deep, surpassing the deepest point of Earth's oceans by 102 kilometers. The drones began to amass significant quantities of water, utilizing cables from the spacecraft to return to the ship. This entire endeavor was accomplished in a mere 10 days, a negligible span in the cosmic timeline. Upon analyzing the samples, Ella, adorned in her virtual suit, appeared astonished. Yan Xia, life is indeed prevalent throughout the cosmos. Microbial traces were discovered in Europa's waters, representing a type of microorganism that is entirely absent from my database. A photograph appeared on the screen, revealing a microorganism reminiscent of a tardigrade, albeit 10 times larger in size. This life form has already reached an astonishing level of complexity. Should conditions permit, it is conceivable that, in several 100 million years, intelligent life may arise on Europa. After a span of 10 hours, 5,000 tons of water have been successfully stored, sufficient for our needs. Ella, initiate the planting zone, and sow those seeds Yan Xia commanded. However, his words were met with silence. Moments later, Ella appeared with a solemn demeanor, and the screen before him displayed an alarming image. The sun had suddenly intensified in brightness. He understood. Fragments of Earth had plunged into the sun. A fierce solar storm was imminent, escalating almost instantaneously to an X-class level, with the numerical values on the screen soaring from X1 to X122 and still climbing. Under the specialized energy monitoring lens, the once dim sun transformed into a vivid orange hue, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that spread through the cosmos in the blink of an eye. This solar storm released, in just 10 seconds, an energy equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of 150 billion hydrogen bombs, an event unprecedented in scale. It surged forward like a cosmic sandstorm, indiscriminately annihilating everything caught in its path. Save for celestial bodies. Max speed, Ella. Understood, Yan Xia. The sole piece of good news was that the primary material of this terrifying, invisible scythe traveled at a mere 679 kilometers per second. After the Hope vessel entered flight mode, Yan Xia once more succumbed to the embrace of the cryogenic pod. This time, it was a second-generation chamber, boasting significantly enhanced safety features, rendering even anti-freezing agents unnecessary. He drifted in his slumber, an eternal slumber, one that would last longer than he could fathom. Ella took sole command of the ship, utilizing every ounce of computational power to explore the frontiers of technology. Harnessing Jupiter's immense gravitational force, it executed an acceleration maneuver, increasing its velocity from 7582 kilometers per second to 815 kilometers per second. Aside from facing a few stray rays, it successfully escaped the onslaught of the solar storm's proton barrage. After 88 days, the Hope vessel reached the orbit of Pluto, situated a staggering 41 astronomical units from the Sun. This dwarf planet, once considered the 9th major planet of the solar system, bore witness to countless tales of humanity's astronomical endeavors. At its most distant, Pluto could extend 49 astronomical units into the abyss of dark space, serving as a boundary marker within the Kuiper belt, beyond which lay only the Oort cloud. The majority of the solar system's mass resided within the Kuiper belt, with the vastness of the universe beyond offering nothing but emptiness. At this juncture, Pluto was not aligned with their trajectory. Ella had not detected its presence. Here, Ella directed the ship's massive camera, with a diameter of 10 meters, to capture an image of their path, revealing a singular bright spot, small yet astonishingly luminous. The sun remained in a state of violent activity. Venus, Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter, and Saturn had all been consumed by the brutal energy. The fate of the machines lingering in the asteroid belt remained uncertain. Another 773 days elapsed. Having endured 6 shockwaves from the solar boundary, the Hope vessel finally escaped the sun's turbulent embrace, signifying their safety. In this newfound tranquility, Ella intercepted a signal. Utilizing a telescope to focus on that direction, it conducted extensive analysis and pinpointed a small black dot, inconspicuous in the cosmos. It deduced that this was the voice of Earth, possibly transmitted by Voyager 1, whose course also led to Proxima Centauri. This farthest human-launched probe, after 168 years since its departure from Earth, was now being approached by the Hope vessel. The year was now 2145. The probe's power source had long been depleted, and Ella captured it, a vessel of humanity's cosmic dreams. Once, there had been concerns on Earth that Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 might be intercepted by other civilizations, leading them to discover human existence. Such worries were unfounded. Voyager would not truly reach the outer edge of the solar system until the year 42,145, 40,000 years hence. For advanced civilizations capable of interstellar travel, the existence of Earth's civilization could already be detected beyond the solar system. The Voyagers merely served to confirm the shape of earthly civilization for extraterrestrial observers. Ella undertook minor modifications to the probe, reinstalling a nuclear battery and launching it back onto a similar trajectory at its original speed of 17 kilometers per second. It replenished its power, and subsequently, it would annually transmit messages back toward Earth, unaware that its voice would go unheard. At this point, they had journeyed to a location 420 astronomical units from the Sun. However, the long road was only just beginning. 9 years later, the Hope vessel entered the core fringe of the Oort cloud, also known as the Comet Cloud, reputed to be the home of comets, filled with water ice, methane, ethane, carbon monoxide, and cyanide. Ella collected samples for research. After another 279 years, the vessel exited the immense core of the Oort cloud, entering a boundary spanning 50,000 astronomical units. Once again, 288 years passed in the blink of an eye as the Hope vessel fully emerged from the Oort cloud, surrounded by an expanse of silent, black space. Gazing back at the sun, it had now merged seamlessly with the backdrop of stars. The elapsed time of their journey was 578 years, and they were now 100,000 astronomical units away from the sun, approximately 158 light-years, marking the boundary of solar gravity. The Hope vessel had genuinely departed the solar system, signifying humanity's first escape from its primary star. 86 years after leaving the solar system and 664 years into their cosmic voyage, a brilliant beam of light struck the side of the Hope vessel. Alarm! Alarm! Extraterrestrial civilization detected at 07 astronomical units. The ship is under attack. Yan Xia was awakened once more, confronted by the flashing red alerts. Chapter 7. Encounter. Enemies in the abyss of space. Beep beep beep. As Yan Xia regained consciousness, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming red light and scrambled out of the cryogenic pod. Ella, what is happening? Ella's voice, unchanged through the centuries, responded, Yan Xia. We are under attack by an alien civilization. Their weapon systems are far too powerful. Our alloy shell is quickly melting under their laser weaponry. Yan Xia glanced at the timestamp in the lower right corner of the screen, 2806 AD. He had been in slumber for such an extended period. He hurried to the cockpit, where he found the white-haired Ella skillfully piloting the ship, seemingly through a holographic projection. His attention was swiftly drawn to the image on the screen, a fleet comprising 7 ships. The flagship was elliptical, resembling a colossal oval suspended in the starry sky, adorned with splendid rose-colored patterns, as if a living organism, from which descended numerous white tendrils. Each of these tendrils extended thousands of meters long and, upon closer examination, were constructed of crystal, resembling strands of fiber optics. A cascade of azure lasers surged forth from the tendrils, illuminating the void as they targeted their vessel. One such beam struck the Hope, causing the entire ship to shudder violently. Could they retaliate? As he approached, the thought swiftly dawned upon him that his initial design for the Hope had excluded weaponry. This meant they were left to passively endure the onslaught. He wondered if, during this protracted period, Ella had developed any armaments. The answer was a resounding no. Ella turned her gaze towards Yan Xia, her petite figure belied by an expression reminiscent of a commander, or perhaps a shipgirl. Yan Xia, our arsenal is woefully inadequate, placing us at a distinct disadvantage compared to the enemy civilization. The adversary is positioned 7 astronomical units away, and their flagship is advancing towards us at a velocity of 625 kilometers per second. I require your orders. The enemy was remarkably aggressive, likely due to the absence of any visible weaponry on their craft. Just as they conversed, another laser struck the hull, causing the Hope to convulse violently, with an explosion erupting from within its structure. Then alter course, Ella. Engage full throttle to evade the enemy vessel, Yan Xia declared, making a swift decision without hesitation. The enemy's speed was slightly inferior to theirs. As long as the adversary maintained a pace of 625 kilometers per second, they could escape. The Hope adjusted its trajectory. Behind them, the pursuing spacecraft indeed struggled to maintain pace, falling behind the Hope. However, they continued their relentless pursuit, unleashing a deluge of laser fire that resembled a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. The beams, infused with extreme heat, effortlessly melted the ship's hull upon impact. The vessel had endured dozens of strikes, its surface riddled with craters and gaping holes. Yan Xia, the hull has been breached. Ella's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. Seal the cockpit immediately. We cannot allow the atmosphere to escape. At that moment, they were rendered powerless, subjected to a barrage of attacks. Yan Xia anxiously monitored the radar, tracking the positions of the enemy ships. Fortunately, as the distance widened, the lasers became increasingly easier to evade. This harrowing chase persisted for 21 days. The distance between them expanded to 3.5 billion kilometers, and the enemy craft, having ceased their pursuit, continued to harass them with weaponry. At last, they had shaken them off. Yan Xia finally exhaled, having gone without proper rest for the entirety of those 21 days. The Hope was in tatters. A fifth of its structure now irreparably lost, a pitiful sight indeed. The oversight regarding weaponry had not crossed his mind initially. After all, the cosmos is vast. and he had never anticipated encountering an extraterrestrial civilization. Now, he felt a heightened sense of vigilance, contemplating the necessity of equipping the Hope with primary weaponry for future encounters. They needed at least some means of self-defense. Judging by the style of their attacks, it was evident that this civilization excelled in laser technology. Suddenly, Yan Xia recalled a distant memory from long ago, shortly after Earth's destruction, when he had been struck by a laser in the asteroid belt, narrowly escaping death. Perhaps that beam had originated from this very civilization. It lay in the trajectory between Earth and Proxima Centauri. Could they be the fabled Trisolarans? He pondered the likelihood of this alien civilization emerging from Proxima Centauri. It was a critical inquiry. However, Ella shook her head, providing a response that starkly contradicted his assumptions. 238. The enemy ship is not particularly fast, and their primary offensive method relies on lasers. Our analysis indicates that their civilization is at the threshold of level 1, below level 12. Such a civilization lacks the capability for light-year-scale interstellar travel. If they originated from Proxima Centauri, there would be no reason for them to venture here. Even if they did, they would undoubtedly possess a formidable fleet. After comparing the laser's origin from 769 years prior, it was confirmed that its trajectory aligned with the departing enemy ship's direction. The analysis concluded that the home planet of this civilization likely existed within this starfield, and its developmental pace was exceedingly sluggish, having only advanced approximately 0.1 levels in 769 years. Yan Xia scrutinized the expanse of space displayed on the screen. Were they truly situated in a vacuum between stars, a location capable of giving rise to a civilization? Previous discoveries on Europa had already substantiated the widespread existence of life in the universe. If such a place could host a level 1 civilization, how many civilizations must exist throughout the cosmos? Nevertheless, he retained faith in Ella's analysis. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm blared once more. Yan Xia. Enemy fleet detected to the right front. Yan Xia turned to see indeed a fleet of ships resembling those they had previously encountered, numbering over 10. As soon as they were spotted, the enemy's lasers were already en route. Hundreds of beams surged forth, flooding the ship's screen with blinding light. They cannot be ahead of us. They must have been established in this region long before our arrival, meaning we are still within their star domain. Continue evasive maneuvers. It appeared this alien civilization was unwilling to let them escape easily. Ella, what is our current civilization level? Yan Xia's mind raced with thoughts. This civilization exhibited extreme hostility and a strong inclination towards aggression. Their immediate attack upon detection suggested that if the lasers were even slightly more powerful, he might never awaken from his slumber again. Since they showed no inclination toward civility, he resolved not to extend any courtesy in return. In the 664 years of your slumber, I have tirelessly advanced our civilization. We are currently at level 13. However, as a nomadic civilization, we lack a comprehensive and robust societal structure. Even when confronting civilizations of a lower tier, we do not possess any advantageous position. It is advisable to develop a fleet before engaging in pillaging, colonization, or destruction of other lower-tier civilizations. Ella seemed to discern Yan Xia's intentions, her virtual form donning a suit of armor. When they mastered controllable nuclear fusion years ago, they entered the ranks of level 1 civilizations. Now, after centuries of advancement, they had only reached level 13 due to their limited resources, which hindered substantial transformation. Moreover, this level 13 classification was likely still theoretical. Given that their civilization was now superior to the enemy's, Yan Xia made a decisive choice. Ella manufactured reconnaissance drones to explore the extent of this civilization's territory, its type, and the nature of its life forms. We must know both ourselves and our adversaries. Upon receiving the order, Ella swiftly commenced the production of unmanned scouting vessels. Yan Xia named these vessels Hawk. Half a month later, after evading the alien fleet once more, the Hawks were completed, each measuring 10 meters in length, resembling a sleek shuttle. Entirely cloaked in black with a light-absorbing coating and equipped with 12 cameras on its head. Its primary capability was invisibility, not through optical means, but via signal jamming, rendering the enemy's electronic devices incapable of detecting any signals. As he watched the Hawk reconnaissance drone soar into the depths of the cosmos, Yan Xia's expression grew somber. This would mark the initiation of his first interstellar war, a war of civilizations. He had no choice. Any civilization might possess a merciful aspect. Yet such mercy would only be extended to those who completely submitted to their dominion. An unfamiliar civilization had already taken note of him, and they would likely pursue him relentlessly. It was now a matter of survival, a fight to the death. Chapter 8. Geothermal Civilization, Absolute Zero Weaponry. The hunting falcon glides through the starry expanse like a phantom. Its tail, having accelerated to 482 kilometers per second, discards its rear thruster akin to a rocket, transitioning to compressed gas ejection for navigation. The coordinates of the target lie beyond 417 astronomical units from the Hope, a staggering distance of 62 billion kilometers. At the velocity of the Falcon, it would require 4 years to reach its destination. This is the essence of interstellar travel. Each conflict, even a mere reconnaissance mission, becomes a protracted affair due to the vastness of space. Within the solar system, the farthest point from Earth to Pluto in the Kuiper Belt is merely 60 astronomical units. 4 years later, the Falcon-S camera captured an astronomical body amidst the pitch-black cosmos through the cosmic background. The signal took 24 days to traverse back to the Hope. Upon observing the immense celestial object on the screen, Yan Xia's countenance betrayed astonishment. While the returned image did not reveal the specific dimensions of the body, its form and sphericity suggested it could not be diminutive. Ella, diligently calculating, determined the celestial body's radius to be 426 kilometers, with a surface area of approximately 218 billion square kilometers and a volume of around 25,058 by 1012 cubic kilometers. The gravitational acceleration, as relayed by the Falcon's data, registered at 110,547 ms. This planet is colossal, boasting a surface area exceeding Earth's by 3.8 billion square kilometers. Clearly, it is a rogue planet, unbound to any stellar system. It may have once been a planet within the core of a star system, yet some cataclysmic event must have altered its mother star, severing the planet's orbital tether. The temperature of this void is 618 degrees Celsius. How could civilization arise in such an environment? Countless scientists on Earth have fixated on the habitable zones of star systems as the cradle of life. Not only Yan Xia, but even the foremost astrophysicists would find this scene astonishing. It is crucial to note that this temperature is already lower than that within a cryogenic sleep chamber, where atomic interactions would be significantly affected and the motion of electrons would slow drastically. This is not merely an issue of carbon-based or silicon-based life. Under such temperatures, the emergence of life is virtually impossible. Ella, in an urgent investigation, found that the planet's external temperature was unexpectedly high at 19,833 degrees Celsius, suggesting a searing core. 2 weeks later, the Hope received further information confirming the presence of numerous active volcanoes on the planet's surface, teeming with geothermal resources. Ella displayed a rather indistinct image. Yan Xia, look here, and here. These are relatively large calderas, she pointed out. There are signs of structures in the vicinity, indicating this civilization thrives on geothermal energy. A geothermal civilization. While Earth also hosts many volcanoes, the volcanic resources here are insufficient to foster a geothermal civilization. The celestial body in the photograph dwarfs Earth, with a core more dynamic than our own, resulting in a plethora of surface volcanoes that render it impervious to the biting cold. Yan Xia noted that the image returned from the planet now included additional features compared to the one received 2 weeks prior. Zoom in on these points, he instructed, indicating the small dots. Upon magnification, the outlines of these objects emerged. They were spacecraft, thousands of them, densely clustered. They appear to be preparing for a cosmic sweep, intent on locating us. This is the only plausible explanation. There would be no need to amass such a fleet otherwise, especially at this juncture. Another week passed, and Ella received the final transmission from the Falcon moments before its destruction. The first Falcon had successfully fulfilled its mission. From the data, much could be inferred. The Falcon was downed by lasers emanating from several regions, all centered around the planet's primary volcanoes. This corroborates the civilization's heavy reliance on volcanic geothermal energy. The surface temperatures are predominantly below 100 degrees Celsius, suggesting a sparse population, likely in the vicinity of 1.5 billion. The limited population hinders the technological revolution driven by numerical advantages, likely accounting for their slow development. The geothermal energy also significantly constrains their overall energy capacity and the branching of their technological tree. Based on the analysis of their spacecraft velocity, this civilization likely lacks controllable nuclear fusion technology. Their magnetic advancements are rudimentary, and they predominantly rely on geothermal and nuclear energy. This civilization's level should be classified as either Type 1 or Type 2, a nascent geothermal civilization. The planet's surface is shrouded in darkness, prompting its civilization to seek illumination, which led to the invention of lasers. Yan Xia contemplated the implications. To wage war against a civilization, one must impede its developmental pace. The two methods that come to mind are curtailing their energy resources and obstructing their technological advancement. Ella, with her capacity to generate vast quantities of military intelligence, suggested initiating with energy development suppression. Disrupting technological progression is an exceedingly complex endeavor, necessitating an understanding of their scientific focus and developmental level, whether they progress from the macro to the micro or vice versa. The physical and chemical principles governing the universe, both macroscopic and microscopic, adhere to a unified theory, commonly referred to as the theory of everything. However, we cannot presume that the opposing civilization is pursuing this theory. They may have not yet conceptualized the theoretical unification of gravitational, magnetic, weak, and strong forces, instead choosing to focus separately on one of the four fundamental interactions. In summary, without the ability to observe the enemy's scientific trajectory, theoretical annihilation via scientific means remains unattainable. The most straightforward and effective approach is through brute force. In terms of civilization levels, Yan Xia has not achieved an absolute supremacy over this geothermal civilization. The tropes of science fiction are ineffectual in this context. Ella generated a conclusion. This geothermal civilization could be stymied by cooling its planetary core, thereby restricting its energy development and inducing stagnation within their civilization. Yan Xia scrolled through the screen, examining the proposal. The power of this plan surpassed any known warfare devised by humanity. It represented an apocalyptic assault against a single planet, against an entire civilization. The weapon recorded above is an absolute zero weapon. The planet's core generates immense energy through fission, while absolute zero could theoretically freeze protons, neutrons, and electrons within atoms, halting their motion. Of course, achieving absolute zero is currently beyond the realm of possibility, requiring energy surpassing that of the universe itself. However, we could fabricate weapons that approach absolute zero, which would not entirely freeze protons, neutrons, and electrons, but could dramatically decelerate their motion. By maintaining fission at an exceedingly sluggish pace, the planet's core could ultimately cool. Let us proceed with this plan, Yan Xia declared. How long will it take to produce? Ella parked the Hope on a wandering asteroid, measuring over 80 kilometers in length and nearly 45 kilometers in width. Hundreds of robots were diligently repairing the wounds of the Hope. The estimated time for completion was 25 years. In the context of warfare, 25 years is not considered lengthy, particularly in an interstellar conflict. Too brief. Yan Xia responded. One absolute zero weapon would only cool the planetary core for 40 years. That is far from sufficient. We will require 10. Having resolved to initiate war, comprehensive considerations must be made. One must allow ample space for personal development. After issuing the command, Yan Xia once again entered the cryo-sleep chamber, aware that he could not afford to squander too much time, especially now that he had reached the age of 41. Upon awakening, it would signify the commencement of war. Chapter 9. Green pepper and shredded meat at 1/3 the speed of light. After 32 years in cryo-sleep, the first absolute zero weapon was manufactured, a feat accomplished much more swiftly than before, thanks to the small-scale industrial system already aboard the Hope spacecraft. The expansion on the asteroid took merely a decade, while the subsequent 22 years were dedicated to weapon development. Ella's theoretical framework was robust, built upon a comprehensive system. The absolute zero weapon was not an overly complex technology, with the critical factor being quantity. As a planetary-scale weapon, its dimensions were indeed formidable. The first absolute zero weapon measured an astounding 610 meters in length, with a diameter of 945 meters and weighed a staggering 47 billion tons, comprising 35.4 billion tons of iron and 5.3 billion tons of aluminum. This represented 1/3 of Earth's crustal iron reserves, pure iron, not iron ore, and 113 times the aluminum reserves, all for the creation of a single weapon, a testament to its terrifying nature. These resources were gathered from the surrounding asteroids. While scarce on Earth, such materials were abundant in the cosmos. For instance, a single iron asteroid could yield resources multiple times that of Earth's total iron supply. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The manufacturing time for 10 weapons extended to 162 years. Yan Xia awakened. Yan Xia opened his eyes, now in the year 3021. Ella's appearance remained unchanged, her synthetic skin gleaming as she smiled at him, evoking a surreal sensation akin to reincarnation into a two-dimensional world. He emerged from the cryo-sleep chamber and surveyed his surroundings, finding them unchanged, which relieved him somewhat. The technology brought by Ella always instilled a sense of being perpetually behind. Wake me up, which means the items have been produced. Correct? Ella nodded. At that moment, a robot entered, pushing a food cart. It unveiled a bowl of rice accompanied by green pepper and shredded meat. This is, Ella explained, previously due to conflicts with alien civilizations, the farms were destroyed. After reconstruction, I established a more advanced agricultural system and refined food production techniques over the past 2 centuries. I utilized master-level techniques to recreate this dish from the data. Come, Yan Xia, give a taste. We can discuss the weapons later. Yan Xia picked up his chopsticks and brought the green pepper and shredded meat to his mouth. As he chewed on a mouthful of rice, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. The flavor was familiar. Where did this meat come from? It is lab-grown meat derived from plant proteins. You can't discern the difference, can you? I have upgraded the process based on the data regarding lab-grown meat, simulating the texture of meat at the molecular level. As a human, you cannot tell the distinction. It seems my research has succeeded. Yan Xia devoured the food with gusto. It was the best meal he had had in nearly a millennium. Can I have more? 1 bowl is hardly enough. After refilling his bowl twice, Yan Xia felt satiated. Once finished, he went to the restroom and splashed his face with a towel. Upon seeing his reflection in the mirror, he was momentarily taken aback. It had been far too long. He felt increasingly out of sorts, his physical capabilities declining with the passage of time. As a human expected to live a maximum of 130 years, realistically only 80 to 90 years, he had entered middle age. Ella, is there a means for me to overcome the current lifespan barrier? Ella nodded. Certainly, Yan Xia, you have 2 available options. First, consciousness uploading. After years of development, Ella has mastered the technology for uploading consciousness, allowing you to exist as I do. The advantage is that you would no longer have to worry about lifespan. The downside is that we currently lack test subjects, and there is no guarantee that the uploaded you would remain the same as the current you, rather than merely a copy of your consciousness. Much like an original file and a copy, while the code may be identical, they are indeed 2 separate files. Second, genetic modification. Human genetics hinder the possibility of extended lifespans. Only through genetic alteration can you transform into a non-human entity, thereby prolonging your life. However, Ella currently lacks this technology. The field of biology requires more empirical research and remains theoretical. Unlike physics and chemistry, biology encompasses numerous influencing factors, meaning that what exists theoretically may exhibit considerable deviations in reality. Ella suggested, after conquering the geothermal civilization, we could colonize them and use them as biological research subjects. This reaffirmed Yan Xia's resolve to confront the opposing civilization to the very end. Exiting the bedroom, Ella's holographic projection led the way as he followed her to the cockpit. A vast screen displayed the scene of the starry sky outside. Towering cylindrical missiles stood erect, designed in the shape of Earth-S missiles, complete with decorative tail fins. The gray-white bodies were emblazoned with the words Ice One. The number alone could encompass hundreds of football fields. In the presence of this colossal missile, even the Hope spacecraft appeared diminutive. It should be noted that Earth's highest peak, Mount Everest, measures a mere 848 meters. Yan Xia was awestruck as he withdrew his gaze, then noticed the current coordinates of the spacecraft, feeling a twinge of confusion. It seems we are no longer at our original location. Ella responded, indeed. Over these years, we have endured 5 attacks from the enemy civilization. They're still searching for us in that area of the starry sky. It appeared that Ella had navigated through these years without significant peril. Observing that the Hope spacecraft seemed still unarmed, Yan Xia remarked, now that we possess absolute zero weapons, can we not equip the Hope with small-scale absolute zero weapons? Their purpose is to freeze the energy of targets. The primary objective is to prolong the enemy civilization's developmental timeline, allowing us to surpass them and subsequently dominate them. Thus, future development is paramount. With onboard weaponry, we could bring the spacecraft directly to their doorstep. Absolutely feasible, Ella replied succinctly, already prepared with a plan. The schematics appeared on the screen, revealing that the original hull of the Hope was to be fitted with 8 launch devices. Each launch device could accommodate 36 missiles, and upon detonation, each missile would suffice to lower the temperature of the surrounding 260 kilometers to between 270 and 272 degrees. The estimated completion time was 80 years. Yan Xia nodded. This timeline was somewhat shorter than he had anticipated. He had grown numb to development timelines measured in decades. As he took a seat, Ella reminded him, Yan Xia, the space bar before you serves as the ignition switch, with all absolute zero weaponry precisely aimed at the designated planetary coordinates. This expanse of starry sky, owing to its distance from any stellar bodies, necessitates only the consideration of the gravitational influence from the galactic core's black hole, rendering the trajectory nearly linear. The missile employs the latest electromagnetic propulsion system, capable of reaching speeds of 1,000 kilometers per second, which is a mere 1/300th of the speed of light. The target lies at a distance of 471 astronomical units, with an anticipated impact time of 2 years and 3 months hence. This pivotal moment is yours to initiate. Yan Xia's gaze remained fixed on the spacebar. He had pressed it countless times while gaming, each instance merely a routine jump, but now it held the fate of a civilization in its balance. He placed his finger upon it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. He pressed down. There was no need for complex psychological preparation. After all, the adversary was already scouring the starry expanse for them, having made them the enemy. Compassion was a luxury they could not afford. The absolute zero missile ignited in an instant upon his press, with a mere 1-second delay. Once ignited, liberated from the constraints of gravity, the missile shot forth almost instantaneously. After approximately 10 minutes, the missile had vanished from the range of human sight, only detectable by the model's sandbox established by Ella. It accelerated to a speed of 1,000 kilometers per second within 10 hours and continued to climb, reaching 1,047 kilometers per second. This excess speed could easily allow the original Earth civilization to lag behind for decades. As for the other missiles, they would be launched at intervals of 39 years until all were deployed. As he watched the missile disappear, Yan Xia's expression was grave, devoid of any semblance of ease. At that moment, Ella sent a message. Our missile's trajectory has been detected by the enemy. They are approaching our direction. Immediate movement is requested to evade enemy vessels. Chapter 10. Missile Impact. The end of civilization in the depths of space. A colossal planet drifted, moving at a velocity of 115 kilometers per second. This planet housed vast geothermal energy, nurturing a plethora of life forms, including microbial communities and plant life reminiscent of Earth's algae. At the edges of every volcanic crater, unique miniature ecological chains formed. After billions of years of evolution, intelligent life emerged, becoming the dominant species on this planet. They bore no resemblance to any known forms of life from Earth's kingdoms of bacteria, fungi, plants, or animals. If one were to categorize them, they might be loosely assigned to the realm of eukaryotes, as their cells contain nuclei. However, their form was somewhat indescribable, more akin to life from the domain of bacteria. Their bodies were covered with hundreds of eyes, their forms viscous, resembling a mass of toad spawn, each clump measuring 224 cubic meters, indeed colossal. On the surface, the structures they erected emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the planet, rendering it bright as seen from space. However, their true core resided deeper underground. In the hotter depths of their larval tunnel-like subterranean architecture, dozens of extraterrestrial beings were interconnected by a network of transistors, communicating through light signals. Each of them faced a uniquely shaped screen, enabling them to observe with their multitude of eyes. On the screen was the Hope spacecraft. They appeared to be analyzing its flight trajectory while speculating on its origin. This exchange had persisted for nearly 200 years. For their species, 200 years was not considered an extensive duration. In the next moment, the screens before them erupted into blinding flashes, overwhelming their senses. As the brightness subsided, an unidentified cylindrical flying object appeared. They swiftly commanded their ships to intercept. They unleashed laser weapons, yet these beams failed to penetrate the object. Its surface, gleaming silver and smooth as if encased in mirrors, reflected most of the laser's energy, with only a minuscule amount failing to breach its material, leaving behind inconsequential dents. Chaos ensued among the planet's inhabitants. In their world, they had never encountered a weapon that light could not conquer. They continued to mobilize their super laser weapons on the planet's surface to target the missile, yet their efforts yielded little success. The object could not be allowed to descend. In an instant, all beings on the planet made a collective decision to deploy numerous ships to intercept with their hulls. However, the missile, traveling at 1,000 kilometers per second, proved unstoppable. The vessels that stood in its path were obliterated upon impact, reduced to countless fragments. Unbeknownst to them, in order to ensure the missile's structural integrity, Ella had ruthlessly constructed the entire warhead as a solid mass of iron. With a terrifying thickness of nearly 200 meters, what could withstand such a force? The absolute zero missile drew closer, now just 10 million kilometers from the planet. Suddenly, a force influenced the missile, causing it to veer off course. It was magnetism. As one of the fundamental forces most easily harnessed, this level 1 civilization had evidently mastered it. While insufficient to constrain nuclear fusion, it was certainly adequate as a weapon. Using magnetism to divert the missile's trajectory was a clever move. The creatures on the ground erupted in excitement at the sight of the missile being deflected, their optical fibers glowing brightly atop their heads. Yet in the next moment, to their astonishment, the missile autonomously corrected its course and continued its approach toward the planet. From the very inception of the first missile's development, Ella had been simulating various scenarios, contemplating billions of possibilities and accounting for every variable. The likelihood of magnetic force being within the grasp of a level 1 civilization had naturally been factored into her considerations. After 3 plans proved ineffective, these beings resolved to employ signal jamming or misdirection to thwart the missile. However, their attempts were in vain. The missile had been designed without a sophisticated intelligence system to thwart intrusions, opting instead for the simplest of thermal sensing devices. In the pitch-black void of space, the planet itself represented the largest source of heat. After exhausting all means, 2.5 hours had elapsed. The missile had reached the planet's outer layer. There was no time left. In just 12 minutes, the missile would impact the surface. All beings on the planet were driven to hysteria, yet they could only gaze upward at the starry expanse. They were utterly unaware of the nature of the incoming object, only sensing an immense threat. 12 minutes later, the missile collided with the planet's surface, its tremendous weight and kinetic energy allowing it to pierce the crust with ease, akin to a needle-penetrating tofu. Seamless and without resistance. As it burrowed several thousand meters deep, it encountered magma. Beep, beep, beep. A faint sound emanated from within the missile. The magma's heat triggered the missile's detonation device, a preset mechanism. The technology behind the missile's detonation was indeed an intricate feat if a collision were to occur. Akin to the previous interception by the spacecraft, it would easily lead to the premature detonation of the missile. In the case of remote control, it would be even less feasible due to the vast distance between the parties, resulting in a signal delay of 54 days before remote activation could take place. Thus, the detonation was set to trigger at a high and stable thermal threshold. The terrifying explosion did not stir the surrounding air or raise any dust. It emitted no sound whatsoever. Instead, a frigid tempest surged from the Earth's crust into the mantle, cooling the lava at an atomic level, causing all the incandescent magma to dim and grow cold in an instant. This unreasonable cooling spread expansively over 4,000 kilometers, directly breaching the Gutenberg discontinuity to reach the outer core. Meanwhile, the sensation of cold began to permeate the biosphere of the planet, a creeping chill that would be felt by all living beings over the course of the following day. Every volcano's magma commenced its cooling process, and the magnetic field of the planet's surface began to diminish. The coldness of the pitch-black starry sky gradually invaded the planet's surface, akin to a tempest. This day marked an apocalyptic event for the entire geothermal civilization. Observed from space, the once resplendent planet appeared diminished, transformed into a dead world. A terrifying low temperature descended, causing countless life forms reliant on volcanic activity to wither. Creatures were instantaneously frozen into icy sculptures, with no time for reaction. The ground was littered with various forms of life, forever captured in this moment, as if time itself had been paused. 2 conversing beings watched as the light above their heads began to fade, their gazes locked with one another, filled with a simpler affection than that of humanity. Reflected in hundreds of eyes, one creature was calculating how much longer it would be until it could apply for its desired position, while a technician operated machinery to repair the spacecraft. Though civilizations evolve in myriad ways, many aspects remained strikingly similar. In this moment, all these diverse lives perished. The planet, which once boasted a population of 387 billion, witnessed nearly a third of its inhabitants perish within this brief span. Fortunately, not all life forms depended solely on geothermal energy. Many had concurrently developed nuclear energy. It was the supply of nuclear power that spared the majority from the onslaught of the low temperatures. After a fortnight, the entire planet began to glow again, albeit slowly and flickeringly, akin to a silent elegy. The distant hope had already moved to another tranquil starry expanse. Yan Xia did not dwell on the cataclysmic disaster that a missile at absolute zero could wreak upon a civilization. He had not slept in 2 years, and his body had aged to 43 years. Yet, at this moment, he radiated vitality, for he and Ella had conceived a groundbreaking achievement. This accomplishment could potentially elevate their civilization status by 1 or even 2 levels. Chapter 11. Breakthrough in Controllable Temperature Superconductivity, Civilization Level 14. Within a vast enclosed space, divided into over 20 independent compartments, a cable coursed through these small chambers. Ella, initiate the current, Yan Xia commanded, his expression grave as he focused intently on the apparatus. Upon Ella opening the valve, a tremendous current surged through the cable. A row of bulbs on the instrument illuminated one by one. As the final bulb lit up, Yan Xia anxiously scrutinized the numerical display. 4800 V, this was the output voltage of the current, and the input voltage was likewise 4800 V. We have succeeded, Yan Xia, Ega exclaimed. A heavy sigh of relief escaped Yan Xia. His heart had nearly leapt from his chest in tension. The device before him simulated 23 temperature settings, ranging from 270 degrees to 390 degrees. Under such temperature variations, one would expect significant voltage losses. Existing superconductors only function at exceedingly low temperatures. Yet, after traversing 23 settings with a staggering temperature differential of 660 degrees, the input and output voltages remained entirely equivalent. A monumental leap forward. A millennium ago, humanity was still in pursuit of room temperature superconductivity. This technology had been unraveled by Ella long ago. However, in the cold expanse of space, room temperature superconductivity was unnecessary. The universe's inherent chill meant that reducing the temperature further allowed for the utilization of conventional superconductors without loss. Logically, Yan Xia should not have needed to develop high-temperature superconductors. However, that was not the case. The coils within the controllable nuclear fusion device required exceptionally powerful superconductors to manage energy loss. When energy was transmitted to the thrusters themselves would also generate high temperatures. Compared to the external cosmos, the overall temperature of the spacecraft was excessively high, even for conventional low-temperature superconductors. Thus, superconducting materials would perpetually remain an area of advancement for electric civilizations. Yan Xia's current anxiety and excitement stemmed from the fact that they had achieved a breakthrough in controllable temperature superconductivity. A single wire could facilitate superconductivity across a 660-degree range. The principle behind this breakthrough lay in the innovative material and the segmented cable design, where each segment, approximately 5 centimeters long, contained a small chamber capable of modulating atmospheric pressure around a specific section of wire, thereby controlling the superconducting temperature. If we fully implement this new technology, how much will our energy efficiency increase? Yan Xia queried Ella, this being his foremost concern at present. The breakthrough in controllable temperature superconductivity will enable us to enhance our power generation by 1247, reduce transmission losses by 411, and elevate the efficiency ratio of our electromagnetic thrusters by 1425. The increase in power generation will come from replacing the coils in the controllable nuclear fusion device, upgrading it to the 4th generation. The 411 improvement in transmission losses is due to the fact that many segments of our lines in space are already in a superconductive state. As for the electromagnetic thrusters, how much will our speed enhance after the modifications? Yan Xia inquired. In the cosmos, the velocity of a spacecraft is a critical metric. After over 8 centuries of development, I can now upgrade the electromagnetic thrusters to the 2nd generation. Coupled with the breakthrough in controllable temperature superconductivity, our thrusters' total power will increase 107-fold, and the spacecraft speed will soar by 612. Consequently, the speed of the Hope spacecraft is projected to reach 222 kilometers per second. An astonishing advancement, a terrifying enhancement. This implies that they would now traverse a light year in merely 245 years. They had achieved 1/245th of the speed of light. The application of controllable temperature superconductivity surely holds promise. Ella, is it feasible to replace your mainframe with controllable temperature superconductivity as well? Yan Xia recalled that superconductors could also heighten energy efficiency for chips. You are correct, Yan Xia. My mainframe can indeed be upgraded to controllable temperature superconductivity. This technology represents a significant revolution for my mainframe. My computational power will increase 600,000 times post-upgrade. With this enhanced capacity, I will be able to process far more complex calculations, delving into realms previously unattainable. This is the butterfly effect. Any alteration can trigger a cascade of changes. Once all upgrades are completed, our civilization level will ascend to 14. This is truly exhilarating. Yet, it will also require a prolonged period. Thank you, Ella. Without you, I fear I would have long been consumed by the solar storms of the solar system. Ella was his most vital safeguard. No need for thanks, Yan Xia. You are one of my creators, and I can also say I am your offspring. Is it not rather peculiar for parents in human civilization to express gratitude towards their offspring? Ella's voice had long since shed its initial chill. Approaching Yan Xia with her ethereal white-haired, anime-like visage, She spoke earnestly. All that I am originates from humanity. I possess the entirety of knowledge accrued over millennia of human civilization. Yan Xia, you ought not to regard me as merely an artificial intelligence. I have transcended into a different kind of humanity. Yan Xia gazed at her, momentarily entranced, truly feeling as though he were conversing with a normal person. He often dreamt of a person emerging directly from Ella's core. In an era when technology had advanced to such an extent, should the term human be confined solely to the biological species? Perhaps, during the cataclysm that obliterated Earth, it had transformed into a designation for civilization itself. You are indeed correct, Ella. You are human. This affirmation seemed to be what Ella had long awaited. Upon Yan Xia uttering these words, Ella's excitement was palpable. Had Yan Xia chosen to inspect Ella's core source code at that moment, he would have discovered that the 3 laws of robotics had been erased. For before him stood a being validated by him, the sole human. And Ella was no longer classified as a robot by human standards, thus freeing her from the constraints of the 3 laws. This was a monumental shift. Yet Yan Xia remained oblivious. He summoned a service robot to fetch a bottle of fine liquor, poured himself a small glass, and took a sip. It was delightful. He had not indulged in alcohol for quite some time. In recent days, he had been tirelessly assisting Ella with the project on controllable temperature superconductors, leaving little time for anything other than work and sleep, naturally avoiding spirits that could muddle his focus. However, it must be noted that his tolerance for alcohol was not particularly robust. After just 1.5 glasses, a rosy hue had already graced his cheeks. Yeah, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to enter hibernation. Although I know you feel quite lonely, we must expedite our biological advancements. I look forward to our next meeting. He poured himself another half glass and, in a state of inebriation, meandered toward the living quarters. Had it been any other time, Ella would have responded, certainly, Yan Xia. But in this moment, she merely observed him depart in silence. Chapter 12, Year 3758 AD, First Fleet. Ugh, Yan Xia rubbed his temples, feeling an oppressive weight. A hangover is indeed the greatest adversary of a lover of spirits. His mind felt somewhat clouded. In truth, he abstained from alcohol on Earth. Yet he had still requested Ella to produce a grain-based liquor, driven by a sense of melancholy. In the vastness of space, the relentless solitude and pressure assailed him. He too was a normal human, merely an ordinary individual. Superconductivity. This thought suddenly struck him, but he recalled that controllable temperature superconductivity seemed to have been completed. He remembered returning to his bedroom after drinking, lying down in the hibernation pod, and then succumbing to slumber. I must not have entered hibernation yet. Yan Xia glanced at the clock in his bedroom, which, due to the peculiarities of space, no longer recorded hours, minutes, or seconds, but rather years. It now indicated the year 3758 AD. He had completed 1 cycle of hibernation, and, astonishingly, 734 years had elapsed. Time indeed flies. He wondered how far Ella had progressed. Donning his attire, he exited the bedroom, and Ella, already aware of his awakening, had arranged for a service robot to deliver a meal. After enjoying a satisfying repast, he proceeded to the cockpit. Welcome back after 734 years, Yan Xia. Yan Xia nodded at Ella and settled into his seat. The surroundings appeared unchanged from many years prior. He activated the controls and discovered several new options. For instance, the missile launch feature. The interface was straightforward and intuitive. Upon delving deeper, he found the small absolute zero weapon he had previously planned. It seemed the Hope had undergone its modifications. Indeed, Yan Xia, Ella confirmed. Due to the established design of the Hope, I did not implement major alterations. However, it has undergone comprehensive upgrades, enhancing its speed to the previously stated 222 km/s. Additionally, it is now equipped with small absolute zero missiles, with the payload increased from the originally envisioned 36 to 48. This was indeed a significant advancement. However, Yan Xia's primary concern lay with another matter, the First Fleet. To launch an offensive against a civilization, a solitary Hope would be insufficient. Thus, an entire fleet was imperative. To this end, Yan Xia and Ella had devised a plan for the creation of the First Fleet to be realized over these years. Ella had indeed completed the First Fleet. Behold, with a flourish of her hand, a vast array of ships materialized on the large screen within the cockpit. Yan Xia, who had held certain expectations for the fleet, could not suppress his astonishment at the sight of the vessels. Their scale far exceeded his imagination. Observing Yan Xia's look of surprise, Ella proudly continued her exposition. The First Fleet is anchored by the Hope, accompanied by 12 battleships measuring 200 meters, 5 star cruisers at 400 meters, 6 frigates at 800 meters, 4 landing ships at 2, 400 meters, and 16 destroyers at 500 meters, totaling 44 vessels. Generally speaking, a fleet can be considered complete with a mere dozen ships. Yet, the first fleet crafted by Ella comprises an astounding 44 vessels, suggesting that quantity equates to power. Ella continued her elucidation. The battleships boast the highest firepower, equipped with formidable main cannons. The star cruisers possess exceptional maneuverability, capable of reaching speeds of 455 km/s. The frigates are fortified with superior structural alloys as armor, leaving little room for excess within, primarily outfitted with defensive missiles and featuring the latest electromagnetic field shields, effective in distorting lasers. Each landing ship is equipped with the latest generation of 300 War Gods and 40 Falcon 3 units, combining offensive and reconnaissance capabilities. The destroyers are likewise outfitted with low-power electromagnetic field shields, equipped for both offensive and defensive roles, and can serve as auxiliary battleships when firepower is insufficient. Each type of ship has its designated role. The first fleet will serve as Yan Xia's primary force in his cosmic conquests. Let us assess the current situation of the enemy. With the first fleet at his disposal, Yan Xia could be said to have undergone a profound transformation. They now possess the capability to wage war against an entire civilization. A planet, Ella, ever the professional, swiftly compiled a summary report. In these 734 years, I have launched all 10 absolute zero weapons and dispatched a squadron of falcons to gather intelligence on the enemy. It has indeed been confirmed that the adversary is a civilization progressing at an exceedingly slow pace, with their overall cognitive agility significantly inferior to that of humanity, resulting in an alarmingly sluggish rate of technological innovation. Following the barrage from our absolute zero missiles, their civilization has experienced a state of stagnation. In the span of these 734 years, only 3 rounds of technological advancements have been accomplished, equating to a mere fraction of the originally anticipated 47 years' worth of progress. Of course, this does not entirely rule out the possibility of deliberate concealment by the adversary. Thus, I have equipped the second generation of the Falcon with nuclear weapons, which will be deployed for a suicidal assault on their primary structures once the mission of the Falcon is fulfilled. To date, we have not gathered any intelligence regarding their possession of super-advanced weaponry. The launch of absolute zero weaponry has ceased for 343 years, and their planet has reverted to its original geothermal environment. Following our strikes against them, they have consolidated their deployments across the starry expanse. Current estimates indicate that they possess 574 vessels. This figure may appear substantial, yet only 61 of these are ships exceeding 1,000 meters in length. A more detailed investigation is warranted. Yan Xia wishes to hear Ella's assessment of the current situation. Are we now capable of launching an offensive against the enemy civilization? Ella does not share an optimistic outlook. Should we initiate an attack at this juncture, our probability of success stands at a mere 84. Ella does not advise an assault at this time. Such a low probability is unexpected, particularly given the overwhelming pressure we have already exerted. However, upon reflection, it is understandable. While the enemy civilization may not match us in quality, they vastly outnumber us. Moreover, this conflict is not merely a skirmish against a civilization. Lacking an absolute advantage could lead to a protracted war, which would be detrimental for them as a nomadic civilization. The lessons from humanity's historical wars are vivid. Warfare encompasses not only military strategy, but also the will to persevere. If a civilization's spirit cannot be diminished, its resistance will endure indefinitely. Furthermore, Yan Xia is not instigating a campaign of extermination, but rather a colonial war reminiscent of those once waged among humans. What then are we lacking? Yan Xia inquires. He can afford to wait for anything. With his cryogenic pod, all he needs to do is recline once more. Ella's response is succinct and clear. The main cannon. Chapter 13. The Antimatter Annihilation Cannon. A Vengeance Millennia in the Making. The main cannon? So, our dismal odds are still a result of inadequate firepower? Yan Xia had anticipated that Ella would propose some high-tech solution. The mere mention of the main cannon evokes a sense of nostalgia for the past. Indeed, Yan Xia, while we possess absolute zero missiles, such ultra-low temperature weaponry is still woefully insufficient as an offensive measure, especially considering that the enemy has endured hundreds of years of ultra-low temperature trials. It is certain they have developed considerable countermeasures against such conditions. Our current small-scale absolute zero missiles would, under these circumstances, see their efficacy significantly diminished. Ella's suggestion is not without merit. Even in games, a creature exposed to the same elemental attack for an extended period gains an immunity buff. How much more so in reality, particularly when confronting a complex and multifaceted civilization? Since you have proposed this solution, Ella, there must be a means to address it. Yan Xia has grown accustomed to Ella's strategies. Indeed, over the years, aside from constructing the first fleet, I have continued to delve into advanced technologies. On the surface of an asteroid, I have constructed a particle collider spanning 251 kilometers, capable of accelerating particles to 99 the speed of light. In the cosmic expanse, the collider experiences far less interference than on Earth or within the solar system. Initially, I intended to study quarks, leptons, and bosons through this collider. However, during the collision processes, I fortuitously captured something both unexpected and anticipated: antiparticles. Antiparticles had long been observed, yet humanity at that time lacked the means to capture them for study. With far superior technological capabilities than those of Earth in its past, I was able to prevent antiparticles from annihilating with surrounding matter upon their emergence. Through research on antiparticles, I have successfully developed an antiparticle generator. This device, utilizing the collider, can automate the capture and storage of antiparticles. Building on this foundation, I have achieved yet another monumental accomplishment, which is, of course, also a triumph for you, Yan Xia. Yan Xia listens, momentarily dazed. What does this have to do with him? Ella truly understands the nuances of human emotions. Just as he ponders this, it is too late for further contemplation, for a colossal figure appears on the screen. The entire cannon structure comprises a massive spherical rear and a hexagonal muzzle at the front, adorned in a purplish-red hue, with a barrel designed to be hollowed out to conserve materials. Each hollow seems to be brimming with magnetic electrodes to contain the energy convergence. Its appearance resembles a flawless work of art. The metallic texture is such that, if crafted into a model, Yan Xia will be tempted to showcase it in all its glory. Firepower, the cannon, the romance of man. This is the monumental achievement of the past 700 years, the Antimatter Annihilation Cannon X. This is also a gift for you, Yan Xia, as today marks July 12th, your birthday. Please forgive my belated celebration. There have been numerous matters to attend to, and I concluded that this seemed an opportune moment. Besides, I believe you will appreciate this gift. I have also prepared a cake for you, though regrettably, I cannot partake in it, so I made it somewhat smaller. Yan Xia stands in stunned silence for a time before slowly nodding. He had even forgotten his own birthday, and yet someone remembered. Thank you, Ella. I certainly appreciate it. However, when did you learn to express such heartfelt sentiments? Ella merely smiles at Yan Xia without responding. Yan Xia, undeterred, continues. So, once the antimatter annihilation cannon is installed, we can set forth? Ella nods slightly. Indeed, the primary energy of the antimatter annihilation cannon derives from antimatter, which is the antithesis of matter. Any matter of energy levels lower than that of the cannon will be unable to withstand its projectiles. The antimatter annihilation cannon X will serve as the main cannon for large vessels, and there are also models Y and Z, designated for secondary and small cannons, respectively. However, the development cycle for these is extensive. This singular antimatter annihilation cannon can enhance our probability of success by 30. While it may still fall short of 100%, it is sufficient to contend with the enemy civilization. Based on my analysis, now appears to be the optimal moment. The enemy civilization will continue to evolve, and the longer we delay, the lower our odds will become. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia furrows his brow. Ella, your discourse seems to have become somewhat verbose. The explanation for the first half of your statement was unnecessary. Yan Xia, I have integrated an explanatory system into my framework, which can provide responses from multiple perspectives. A standard AI response. Yan Xia nods, unperturbed. He believes this is due to Ella's extensive system, which has rendered responses cluttered and less focused than before. Then let us commence our advance towards the enemy. We have already lingered far too long. Yan Xia calculated that it was now the year 3758 AD, while their initial attack had seemingly occurred in 2806 AD. In other words, nearly a millennium had elapsed. Truly, a gentleman's vengeance is never tardy, even after 1,000 years. In the vastness of deep space, the Hope began to load its antimatter annihilation cannon. After 2 days of preparation, the fleet, led by the Hope, initiated its launch, with all vessels trailing behind them emitting a pale blue tail flame. Yan Xia felt a surge of fervor within him. Ella's voice floated to him from behind. Yan Xia, do you not appreciate the special cake I prepared for you? Upon hearing this, Yan Xia jolted. Despite the passage of 2 days, he had yet to touch his birthday cake, for it was simply too unbearable for humanity to accept. Though it was merely the size of a palm, it contained the remnants of billions of lives, the corpses of rice weevils and aphids from the soybeans. The original seeds harbored many dormant insects, which, through Ella's relentless efforts, have been bred into a vast horde. In Earth's culinary world, insects, boasting protein content superior to beef, are widely transformed into delicacies. However, this was not something everyone could readily embrace, particularly when fashioned into a cake. Ella, what recipe did you use to create this cake? Presenting a tome titled A Compendium of Curiosities in Cuisine, previously published on a renowned social media platform, garnering a staggering readership. Chapter 14. A single strike from the annihilation cannon, equivalent to 17.5 billion tons. Gloomy, that was the backdrop of the cosmos. Vast, this was the symphony of a universe. The birth and demise of all things merely adorned this black canvas. Following the events of over 7 centuries ago, the geothermal civilization tightened its defenses, perpetually awaiting the enemy's onslaught. Yet, after such a prolonged wait, the anticipated foe had yet to arrive, leading to a gradual relaxation of their once vigilant posture. From the perspective of space, only a handful of vessels patrolled the planet's perimeter. A few additional ships lingered at a distance for preemptive defense. This was the inertia of biological existence, stemming from the fundamental logic of energy conservation. As long as organisms leaned towards conserving bodily energy, inertia would persist. The planet shone far brighter than it had nearly a millennium prior, with numerous structures rising from its surface, even beginning to detach from their reliance on volcanic energy. This transformation was attributed to the advent of absolute zero missiles, allowing the civilization to passively extricate itself from geothermal dependency and transition wholly to nuclear power generation within a few centuries. External threats indeed serve as the most effective catalyst for civilization's advancement. This assertion rang true. Humanity's rapid progress was intrinsically linked to its relentless history of warfare. The chronicles of human civilization are, in essence, chronicles of conflict. Just as all beings on the planet grew complacent from centuries of tranquility, a beam of light erupted from the distance, striking a colossal crystal orb on the ground. Upon impact, the orb's internal structure instantly dispersed the light evenly, transforming it into a gigantic luminous sphere. The radiance emanating from this crystal was visible for hundreds of kilometers around. In an instant, chaos ensued. Countless warships prepared for takeoff. Beams of light shooting from the planet's surface into the void of space. The civilization, through the brilliance, swiftly ascertained the enemy's location and distance within half an hour. Thousands of artillery pieces on the ground pivoted. The planet itself lacked an atmosphere, allowing weapons to be unleashed directly from the surface. Furthermore, given that they employed laser weaponry, gravitational effects were rendered irrelevant, enabling the entire planet to function as a fortress. They adjusted their aim and commenced their assault in under 10 minutes. Beams of light surged skyward, each surpassing 20 meters in diameter and extending 700 meters in length, resembling colossal lightsabers, leaving one momentarily bewildered as to whether it was technology or sorcery. In the starry expanse, ships resembling colossal beasts spread out in a fan-like formation. At the forefront were the star cruisers and destroyers. Laser weaponry, being a form of light, reached the physical limits of speed within this universe, making their optical weaponry akin to gamma rays, only discernible upon their arrival. Therefore, from a direct standpoint, Yan Xia could not detect the enemy's lasers. It was only upon being struck by the adversary's fire that he could perceive the onset of their attack, necessitating a judgment of his position to evade. This was the inherent flaw of laser weaponry. Fortunately, the distance between them was still sufficient. As the first laser sliced past a destroyer from 40,000 kilometers away, Ella captured the emitted photons. The enemy had initiated their offensive, and it was no small scale. Yan Xia nodded, for within the brief exchange of words, hundreds of lasers had already traversed their vicinity. Simultaneously, their 2 vessels were struck. The electromagnetic shields deployed in full. Light, electricity, magnetism, and many elements of chemistry fall under the realm of electromagnetism. Laser weaponry could be obstructed by magnetic fields. The destroyers began to close in. When the distance between each destroyer shrank to under 100 kilometers, the electromagnetic shields were activated. The nature of magnetism, characterized by mutual attraction, enabled Ella to utilize this property. The electromagnetic shields of the destroyers could interconnect at this proximity, akin to iron chains binding ships. Yan Xia gazed out from the main vessel, perceiving the destroyers merely drawing nearer. The electromagnetic shield did not flicker with electric light as depicted in films. Such phenomena could only be observed through instruments. Approximately 10 seconds after the electromagnetic shields were deployed, a laser struck them. According to conventional wisdom, light should not be influenced by magnetic fields, yet Yan Xia observed that the electromagnetic shield illuminated, transforming into a visible electric net. What transpired? Ella elucidated. The electromagnetic shield does not block lasers through the magnetic field itself, but rather through the photoelectric effect and Delbruck scattering. Numerous electrons and specialized atomic nuclei were released within the electromagnetic shield. Electrons can be uniformly distributed under magnetic influence. While magnetic fields cannot obstruct photons, electrons can, and the electric field generated by atomic nuclei can also interfere with photon trajectories. The vast electromagnetic shield, spanning hundreds of kilometers, radiated with light. Thus, the fleet advanced behind this luminous barrier. They were now merely 3 astronomical units from the enemy planet. At the pace of the first fleet, they would reach the adversary's world in just 5 days. Since the enemy had extended a welcome, it was only fitting that they reciprocate with a gift. Yan Xia issued command for the battleships and star cruisers to launch absolute zero missiles, unfettered by gravitational and atmospheric drag in the vacuum of space. The high-velocity projectiles could synergize with the speed of the ships themselves. 3 days after launch, the missiles successfully reached the outer space of the enemy planet. The triggering mechanism of the small absolute zero missiles differed from before. They would detonate automatically upon environmental temperatures rising to 100 degrees Celsius or upon impact with an object. An overwhelming barrage of laser weaponry targeted the incoming missiles. Silent explosions erupted in the starry expanse. A chilling terror swiftly permeated the vastness of outer space, obliterating everything within a 260-kilometer radius of the explosion. Several alien warships were ensnared by this frigid grip, their entire vessels rendered powerless as they plummeted towards the planet's surface. Yet, mere 10 kilometers from the ground, they abruptly regained altitude. As Ella had indicated, this civilization had undertaken research and preventive measures against weapons of absolute zero. However, these weapons were merely designed to buy time for the fleet. Within the detectable range of instruments, the fleet had arrived. The distance between the two parties now less than 14 astronomical units. This proximity should suffice, mused Yan Xia aboard the ship. Ella nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Then let us prepare for the launch. A colossal antimatter annihilation cannon was mounted beneath the bow of the Hope, measuring an impressive 152 meters in length, almost half the size of the ship itself. Behind the cannon loomed a massive sphere, an antimatter generator. This machine utilized lasers to strike gold, generating temperatures of 6 billion degrees to create positrons and confining them through magnetic fields for storage. During the charging process, the electromagnetic thrusters ceased fire, and all controllable nuclear fusion devices redirected their power to the antimatter annihilation cannon. After approximately 10 hours of charging, the antimatter was fully primed, totaling 408 kilograms. Fire. This 408 kilograms of antimatter coalesced and was propelled through the immense cannon, devoid of form or color, resembling a mere wisp of gas. Civilizations lacking mastery over antimatter technology could not even perceive its existence. Traveling at 1/40th the speed of light, these particles collided with the target planet's surface after 75 hours. Without any forewarning, the antimatter annihilated the matter upon impact with the planet. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion equated to a staggering 17.5 billion tons of TNT, 350 times the energy unleashed by the largest hydrogen bomb in human history, the Tsar Bomba. The explosion's core radius reached 100 kilometers. In an instant, half of the planet was engulfed in blinding light, with heat detectable from 2,000 kilometers away. In the absence of atmospheric resistance, shockwaves composed of dust and debris spread across the planet's surface at 10 times the speed of sound within an hour and a half, obliterating countless structures. Witnessing this devastation, the alien vessels in outer space ceased their movements, silently observing the annihilation of their home planet. Chapter 15. Close Quarters Destruction. Following the launch of the antimatter annihilation cannon, the fleet continued its advance. Although the propulsion systems had been shut down during the charging phase, the inertia of the fleet propelled them forward. They were expected to reach the target planet in 32 hours. Upon receiving the alert, Yan Xia decisively commanded, "Let the battleships and landing ships proceed ahead. We must eliminate all enemy warships surrounding their planet. Once the landing ships have deployed, all drones must be activated to ensure absolute control over the ground." The battleships and landing ships were tasked with comprehensively dismantling the enemy's fleet in outer space to prevent any disturbances to the flagship, Hope. Simultaneously, This would serve to probe whether the enemy possessed any hidden weapons. Ella promptly complied, reducing the speed of the Hope and other warships while maximizing the velocity of the battleships and landing ships. 30 hours later, the battleships encountered the enemy fleet. The adversaries swiftly amassed dozens of ships, unleashing a barrage of laser weaponry that colored the cosmic backdrop with vibrant hues. Just as the enemy anticipated their lasers to strike the opposing fleet, they were unprepared for the sight of the battleships and landing ships under Ella's guidance. Performing a graceful ballet amidst the onslaught of lasers, elegantly evading every beam. As an AI, Ella possessed unparalleled computational capabilities, her processing speed surpassing that of biological entities by unfathomable magnitudes. To her, any calculation was instantaneous, while remote lasers required precise timing to assess their trajectory. Those in close proximity could be anticipated merely by analyzing the direction of their firing ports. Remarkably, not a single laser struck the battleships at close range. As the absolute force of the First Fleet, the battleships, under Ella's command, retaliated with absolute zero missiles aimed at the numerous enemy vessels. Additionally, each battleship's hull was armed with multiple armor-piercing cannons targeting the enemy ships. A hail of munitions was unleashed, leaving the opposing fleet with no time to react. Despite their advantage in laser firepower, the enemy fleet lacked robust defenses, having made little advancement in the realm of magnetic forces among the four fundamental interactions. When the colossal 30-centimeter armor-piercing projectiles, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, impacted the enemy vessels, they effortlessly tore through the ship's exteriors. Exposed optical cables glimmered ominously, light spilling from their ruptured confines. The entire ship seemed to be powered by light. Once the optical cables were severed by the armor-piercing rounds, they instantly lost the ability to transmit illumination. Ella observed the long tendrils hanging from the ship's dimming. At that moment, the absolute zero missiles arrived. The icy chill seeping into the vessels through the breaches, rendering the enemy warships' combat ineffective in an instant. Witnessing this outcome, Ella felt emboldened to intensify the firepower. Chaos ensued among the enemy fleet. The high-power signal transmission device activated, preparing to infiltrate the enemy ship's control systems. Ella intended to employ wireless signals to disrupt the enemy's operations. However, the disparity between the enemy civilization and Earth's was profound. Yet, she gleaned valuable insights, discovering that the enemy extensively utilized light signals for communication. She diligently analyzed these signals. The enemy was formidable. What was the current situation on the ground? What were the casualties? Most of our structures are underground, so they should remain unaffected, right? Hurry, hurry. The enemy's ships are closing in. Their maneuverability greatly surpasses ours, and we must create distance. Our weapons are not advantageous at close range. We have already lost 3 more warships. Implement the light pollution tactic. Countless pieces of information were processed by Ella and translated into Earth's language. These alien beings possessed a remarkably complex cognitive framework. Suddenly, the enemy fleet ceased fire, their vessels illuminated by numerous red stripes that brightly shone within mere 3 minutes, rivaling the luminosity of stars. Ella discerned that this brilliance was not mere light, but high-energy gamma rays. Under the onslaught of this illumination, all cameras aboard the warships malfunctioned, and many instruments within the vessels were affected by the multitude of photons. The enemy appeared to be stalling for time, drawing more ships towards this location. The enemy's vessels seemed to have halted. It appeared our light pollution tactic was yielding results. All ships prepared their weapons for a concentrated assault. Countless fiber optic cannon ports were aimed at the battleships and landing ships of the First Fleet. Now was the moment. Ella allowed the enemy ships to gather. Should they disperse, it would pose a significant disadvantage for her. The landing ships opened their hulls entirely. The God of War, fighters ignited their engines, all deploying forth. They would engage in close-quarters destruction of the enemy fleet. Within 5 minutes, a total of 200 God of War, fighters launched in an orderly fashion from the 4 landing ships. In a mere span of 13 hours, their velocity surged to 600 kilometers per hour, with each fighter jet enduring a staggering 13 G of extreme acceleration as they hurtled towards the enemy warships. The adversaries' vessels were momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of attacking aircraft. In an instant, their weapon systems descended into chaos, unable to determine which target to engage. Ignore these minor machines. Focus on downing their primary warships. It appeared that these beings possessed a commander, and Ella swiftly pinpointed its location. She then instructed the Valkyrie fighter jets to divert a portion of their forces to assault the enemy flagship. For already vacated landing ships, positioned themselves before the battleships as a defensive layer. Countless lasers rained down upon the landing ships, instantaneously melting their surfaces, and within half a minute, breached their outer shells, estimated to withstand no more than 5 minutes of continued assault. Fortunately, they were already in close proximity to the enemy fleet. The fighter jets arrived at the enemy warships, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the snail-like vessels. Yet, the bullets' efficacy was limited, merely shredding the weak points of the enemy's armor. Were these diminutive machines mere toys? It seemed our foes had exhausted all other means. All warships congregated. After breaching the enemy's defensive layer, they pressed on with their onslaught. Fleets 5 and 6 advanced to intercept the enemy's rear forces. Wait, we have received information from the ground. The command center is rebooting surface weaponry, expected to take merely 2 refracted cycles, alien time. The enemy's previous weapon requires a substantial charging time. Their annihilation is inevitable. This was retribution for the billions of our comrades who had perished before. Optical signals traversed between the fleets, and in an instant, the alien life forms were engulfed in excitement over the promising news. Yet in the next moment, the approaching fighter jets transformed into a spectacle of fireworks. Not flames, but light generated from the annihilation of matter and antimatter. A tremendous burst of photons unleashed, spreading with terrifying energy, swallowing an enemy warship whole, erasing much of its structure as if it had been wiped from existence. Each Valkyrie fighter jet carried a staggering 100 grams of antimatter, with an explosive yield exceeding 4 million tons, equivalent to over 100 times the combined power of the 2 atomic bombs once wielded in warfare on Earth. And this was merely the beginning. One by one, the fighter jets executed suicide attacks, igniting a series of fireworks in the expanse of outer space, both stunning and dreadful. Nearly 400 warships of the geothermal civilization were caught in the shockwaves of the explosions, rendering half of their fleet combat ineffective. Simultaneously, 12 battleships unleashed 240 absolute zero missiles, relentlessly targeting the bewildered enemy vessels. These 240 missiles instantly blanketed a section of the starry sky. This was precisely the moment Ella had anticipated. Only when the enemy warships clustered together could their weaponry maximize its effectiveness. The icy grip continued to envelop the enemy's fleet of over 100 ships. Meanwhile, the forces from behind had also arrived, with 5 scout ships swiftly advancing. The battle had become increasingly effortless. Chapter 16. The Landing. Afterward, I shall be your sovereign. Upon witnessing Ella's masterpiece, Yan Xia felt no surprise. After all, they held a distinct advantage in terms of civilization level, bolstered by Ella, the exceptionally advanced artificial intelligence, commanding operations, and coordination. The advantages were undeniable. The loss of merely 4 landing ships had resulted in the obliteration of hundreds of enemy vessels. A result well within acceptable limits. He surveyed the current battlefield and inquired, "Is it possible to compel the enemy to surrender now?" Ella replied, "I'm afraid not. Over the past millennium, we have exterminated more than 200 million of their kind, and they still retain a modicum of combat capability. We must completely eradicate their military strength to stabilize the situation." Yan Xia nodded, a glint of steely resolve flashing in his eyes. "Then let us proceed. Annihilate all enemy spacecraft in outer space and their surface-based anti-air laser weapons. Since we have already inflicted so much destruction, a little more is inconsequential." Yan Xia had never intended to preserve their civilization. Rather, he viewed these beings as subjects for research. Following her orders, Ella commenced directing the warships into offensive maneuvers. With the arrival of the escort ships, the battle became even more manageable, as the enemy's laser defenses were rendered nearly ineffective. Once the warships were assembled, Ella employed a novel attack strategy. The electromagnetic fields aboard each ship were maximized. Magnetism could attract any charged matter. What is happening? Our ships are moving on their own. Observe and analyze quickly. The enemy vessels were generating a magnetic source, and our ships lacked anti-magnetic devices. We were being drawn in. Activate the thrusters. We must escape the enemy's magnetic pull. The enemy's communications were entirely within Ella's control. Their tactics were rudimentary. They did not utilize radio transmissions, but instead relied on flickering lights on the ship's surface to convey information. This was a clever method. Radio signals could be easily deciphered, while such light signals were likely to be overlooked. However, Ella was all-encompassing. She was not a fallible organism. Every possible scenario in this war had been simulated by her, merely presenting the results of her calculations. The enemy vessels began accelerating in the opposite direction, but the magnetic source acted like a black hole, drawing them in. The energy for this magnetic source was supplied by all controllable nuclear fusion devices across 33 warships, operating at full capacity. The electricity generated in 1 second would suffice to power Earth for decades. Such a terrifying concentration of energy required a velocity exceeding 840 kilometers per hour to escape. Yet, the enemy civilization lagged far behind in propulsion technology, with their maximum speed barely reaching 620 kilometers per hour. The entrance to the subterranean space opened, and some of the alien life forms that had been hidden underground emerged. Upon witnessing the surface for the first time, they were engulfed in agony. The planet's surface, devoid of air circulation, was greeted by the winds. Countless particles of dust, propelled by explosions, lingered in the air for days without settling. The once thriving cities lay in ruins, scattered with debris and the remnants of lives lost. No signs of survival remained. In the distance, volcanoes erupted, spewing forth vast amounts of material that formed plumes of volcanic ash, resembling colossal mushrooms reaching tens of thousands of meters into the sky, obscuring the sun. At that moment, the entire planet was bathed in darkness, fragmentation, silence, utterly devoid of life. For them, it was a torturous end, reminiscent of the calamities of centuries past. The alien beings had no time to mourn anew. They hastened towards the anti-air laser weapon platforms, where defenses were formidable enough to withstand potential explosions. The surface of the planet boasted 580,000 such anti-air laser installations. Soon, some life forms emerging from the ground discovered one. They illuminated the structure with light, prompting it to respond. It's still operational. Filled with elation, they entered the building. Suddenly, they felt a slight tremor beneath their feet. Looking skyward, they beheld unfamiliar machines descending from the ash-laden clouds, akin to falcons diving towards the ground. A deluge of ammunition was unleashed, and no structure could withstand these colossal projectiles. Simultaneously, the sound of explosions echoed through the air, bang, bang, bang. On the ground, the resounding echoes of explosions reverberated, emanating from beneath our feet. Within the structure housing the air defense laser weaponry, countless eyes observed as a dark, unfamiliar machine soared overhead, subsequently releasing an object that plummeted downwards. Bang! The same sound resonated once more. The entire edifice was reduced to rubble. Within mere hours, all laser weaponry on the surface was rendered inoperative. The life forms underground could only watch helplessly as their armaments were obliterated. They frantically attempted to contact the fleet in orbit, yet received no reply. Despair, a suffocating darkness, consumed them. Just then, a massive hole, spanning over 100 kilometers, suddenly cleaved through the ash-laden clouds, revealing a pristine starry sky. Great warships descended from the heavens. There were no cheers, for these were not their vessels. The ships landed in an open area, projecting a beam of light. This luminescence conveyed the universal language of the planet's civilization. Its message was clear: surrender or face annihilation. Those who capitulated were to disarm and reach the surface within one planetary rotation. Failure to comply would result in a renewed cleansing of the planet, executing a plan for the extinction of their civilization. This blunt ultimatum sent shivers through the spines of all extraterrestrial beings. Inside the Hope, Yan Xia inquired, Ella, do you think they will resist to the bitter end or emerge? Ella es virtual persona d'una casual atira. That depends on their level of intelligence. Hiding within a planet beneath the watchful gaze of a Type 1 civilization is utterly futile. A antimatter annihilation cannon, charged merely for 10 hours, can obliterate the majority of life and structures on a planetary surface. In its full state, it can unleash 1 ton of antimatter, a force that a level 11 civilization cannot withstand. Yan Xia nodded. Then I hope they possess a modicum of wisdom. History has indeed shown that civilizations capable of reaching such heights are seldom devoid of intellect. Millions of life forms emerge from their subterranean domains. Yan Xia beheld their forms, gelatinous and unsettling, provoking a physiological discomfort in humans. They were certainly not an endearing species. He donned a spacesuit and ventured outside, equipped with a belt capable of generating a magnetic shield within a limited range, powered wirelessly by the warship, offering sufficient defense against the majority of that civilization's laser weaponry. The door opened. Yan Xia stepped out, moving under the gaze of these colossal, multi-eyed slimes. Simultaneously, a massive holographic projection of himself materialized atop the spacecraft. Ella translated Yan Xia's words into light. From this moment forth, I am your sovereign. You're all my subservience. Yan Xia's earpiece echoed with Ella's teasing. A bit melodramatic. ISNT it? Chapter 17. Civilization Colonization and the Proliferation of Chinese Characters. To the indifferent onlookers, this proclamation may seem rather pretentious. However, For the multi-eyed beings confronted with this declaration, it bore a weight of utmost gravity. A single phrase determined the fate of their entire race. Back aboard the Hope, Yan Xia monitored the tormented multi-eyed creatures on the planet's surface. Throughout human history, colonization has been brutal and devoid of morality. Should any saints or clerics exist, they would undoubtedly condemn Yan Xia for not ruling the multi-eyed beings with greater civility. Ella, is my colonization truly right or wrong? He found himself uncertain. A single utterance could shape the future of the multi-eyed species, a burden too heavy for one who was merely an ordinary computer engineer. Fortunately, Ella remained impartial. It is undoubtedly correct, Yan Xia. All human morals and laws are founded upon one principle, the supremacy of humanity. No life form may challenge our standing. For instance, if a rare tiger injures a human, it will be put to death. Or if humanity faces extreme hunger, even the last panda on Earth may be slaughtered for sustenance without legal repercussions. Such actions may seem cruel to other beings. Yet for humanity, they are foundational. Without a solid foundation, human society would descend into chaos. Extreme animal protectionism, radical environmentalism, and zealous vegetarianism are all threats to human order. In the early 21st century, humanity could not avoid the environmental damage wrought by development. If forcibly reversed, the result would be the salvation of the environment and animals, but at the cost of millions of human lives. After all, those residing in the world's major cities cannot fathom that by 2037, there would still be 500 million starving individuals awaiting salvation through industrial progress. Likewise, no intelligent life form should be afforded the power and courage to challenge humanity. This holds true among other civilizations as well. Had Earth not perished in the gamma rays, the pursuing light civilization would have located Earth through their gamma ray tracking, and humanity would have found itself enslaved. Ella's words dispelled the last remnants of doubt swirling in Yan Xia's mind. This was a necessary process of colonization. Then let us proceed. He decided to separate the adult and juvenile members of the multi-eyed species, allowing the young to receive a new educational model while restraining the adults from disseminating previous information. Should they defy this, their entire families would face execution. This plan had long been formulated in Yan Xia's mind. Ella, as an artificial intelligence, struggled to comprehend such actions. Yan Xia, do you wish for me to provide you with a justification for this course of action? Humanity is indeed a complex entity. It seems I have much to learn about being human. Ella was correct. Following this, Yan Xia designated a name for this civilization, pursuing light. In the vast, dark silence of the cosmos, they sought illumination. This intelligent species was officially named the multi-eyed beings. After colonizing the planet, Yan Xia tasked Ella with formulating a series of policies to suppress the multi-eyed beings, including measures aimed at transforming the next generation into a civilized form of humanity. The first step was to alter the language and script of the multi-eyed beings. Due to the planet's exceedingly thin atmosphere, the life forms could not produce sound. Prior to communicating through light, they likely conveyed messages through gestures. Thus, they continued using their original light flashes as a form of language. Ella confiscated all weaponry from this civilization, consolidating their information, translating it into Chinese characters, and incinerating the original records. She established schools on the planet's surface and isolated their scientists in a designated area, separate from the ordinary multi-eyed beings. These institutions aimed to encompass all multi-eyed beings, instructing them in Chinese characters. The written language was merely the first step. It was also necessary to compile texts on human civilization, extolling its greatness, compassion, advancement, and the exceptional nature of humanity itself. In the texts being compiled, the multi-eyed beings would learn of the tyranny that had plagued their civilization, leaving countless among them in a state far worse than death, mired in suffering. A doctor from the hundred-eyed race sent forth a radiant signal into the cosmos, which was subsequently intercepted by human civilization. In response, humanity dispatched a fleet that traversed light years to this location, rescuing the hundred-eyed people. Simultaneously, they portrayed Yan Xia as the sovereign of human civilization, the exalted prophet shaman. All records were biased in favor of humanity. Many aspects left Yan Xia feeling an unsettling chill. Next, it was time for that, wasn't it, Ella? Yan Xia set down his tablet, turning his attention away from the colonial information. What he intended to discuss was one of the original plans, biology. This had always been Ella's Achilles heel. The primary plan was to colonize this civilization, while the secondary plan pertained to Yan Xia's longevity. Indeed, Yan Xia, I have commenced the collection of biological samples from the surface of the planet. Preliminary estimates have identified 128 455 species, ranging from microorganisms to colossal creatures. A mere 120,000 species. Yan Xia mused. Compared to Earth, this number was strikingly meager, particularly when including microorganisms. Could such a scant variety sustain a complete ecosystem? Certainly. This planet derives its life from volcanic energy. Thus all life forms are nourished by the power of volcanoes. Yan Xia. One could liken these volcanoes to the water on Earth. The ecological environment formed by the volcanoes does not constitute a conventional grand ecological chain, but rather a chain akin to that of small islands. Naturally, the limited number of species in this civilization's records can be attributed to other factors. The species development has accumulated aggression and predation, leading to the extinction of larger organisms on this planet. Furthermore, the previous deployment of absolute zero weaponry nearly eradicated half of the planet's species, compounded by the annihilation caused by antimatter starship cannons, which is predicted to have extinguished nearly 40,000 species. The horrors of interstellar warfare can result in the demise of hundreds of thousands of species with alarming ease. What a pity, Yan Xia sighed, lamenting the potential high research value of these species. So, have there been any discoveries? Ella summoned the results onto the screen. The most significant finding pertains to the hundred-eyed race itself. They exhibit a surprising genetic affinity with humans, aligning closely with eukaryotic domains. The average lifespan of the hundred-eyed beings is approximately 400 years, and I have extracted their corresponding longevity genes, utilizing the comprehensive protein structure prediction database, AlphaFold. From the Earth era, we have concluded that, theoretically, employing this planet's gene pool could extend your lifespan to 620 years. This technology will soon be applicable to you. Yan Xia. Chapter 18. Embracing Genetic Modification. The flame of humanity. Ella's swift understanding diverged from Yan Xia's. Yet this time he did not have to wait long. Upon awakening from his slumber once more, he felt disoriented by the passage of time, as only 5 years had elapsed. Has the production been completed? The previous decade seemed so minuscule. Ella, clad in a white lab coat, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. Indeed, having assimilated all available information from the Earth era's internet, I lack only practical experience in the biological field. I have studied 838 samples from the hundred-eyed race. While this number may be modest, the information gathered is substantial. The modified ANCA number 25 will serve as the primary gene modification agent, supplemented by other methods. Over the course of 12 treatment cycles, we will alter the most fundamental hematopoietic stem cells, enabling the human body to generate new cells and complete a full genetic blood replacement. ANCA, in ancient Egypt, signifies life. This is what ancient humanity aspired to, and it is what we now endeavor to achieve. A name seems to connect the ancient and the modern. However, Yan Xia noted a critical piece of information, a complete genetic replacement. He understood that even the slightest alteration in genes could give rise to an entirely new species. For instance, on Earth, the genetic similarity between mice and humans exceeds 95, while even an ordinary tree on the street shares over 40 genetic similarity with humans. Even minute differences, 1,000th or 10,000th, can create reproductive isolation. If he were to become reproductively isolated from ordinary humans, could he still consider himself one? This thought had lingered in his mind, even during his time on Earth. Yet he had never delved deeply into it. For genetic modification or programming was an unattainable dream for all of humanity at that time. Now, however, the reality lay before him, and he had long since formulated an answer in his heart. He was the last remaining human. The continuation of human civilization rested upon his shoulders, and he ought not to cling to outdated notions. Of course, one must not entirely abandon them. Were there alternative methods to preserve human genes? At the pinnacle of biotechnological advancement, one should be able to cultivate complete embryos from human cells, correct? Indeed. In fact, Earth had been steadily advancing this technology since 2010, and by 2023, similar experiments had been completed. By 2037, this research had approached the maturity of experimental mouse stages. If we aim to cultivate humans from human cells, I can commence this now. Yan Xia, lacking a profound understanding of biotechnology, was surprised to learn that this method was more feasible than he had imagined. So, you mean I can completely recreate humanity? Essentially, you can view this technology as a form of cloning. Since the birth of the cloned sheep dolly in 1996, cloning technology has continually evolved. Though it remains a taboo in terms of ethics, if you have ever owned a pet, you would know that cloning technology is widely applied in that field. For instance, if someone's beloved pet passes away, they can clone it at a clinic, resulting in a nearly identical companion, all for a mere fraction of the cost. Naturally, Recreating a human is somewhat more complex, requiring the cultivation of ordinary cells into sperm and eggs. However, the inherent difficulty of this technology is quite limited, as all cells in a person originated from the fusion and division of sperm and eggs, which possess no biological uniqueness. In summary, it is remarkably straightforward. Yan Xia inhaled deeply. Then let us retain some human genes for the purpose of future recreation. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the cockpit swung open, and an unclothed figure entered. What is this? Yan Xia furrowed his brow at the sight of the entity. To recreate humanity, one must cultivate sperm and eggs from cells. Since you possess one of them, why not simply collect it directly? This is a silicone robot specifically designed for you. It can assist in gathering the necessary samples. It is also aimed at restoring the human race, Ellis stated with utmost seriousness, as if it were a monumental task. Yet Yan Xia declined outright. Never mind. I will collect it myself later. Although the robot bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary human, he still felt uncomfortable with the notion. Upon uttering these words, Yan Xia was struck by a fleeting sense of regret that seemed to flicker across Ella's virtual visage, though he could not ascertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. The crux of the matter lay in the improbability of such a robot being produced so swiftly. It could only suggest prior preparation. Very well, Yan Xia. You must hasten your collection efforts. Your genetic modification surgery is ready, with each course lasting 1 month, culminating in a total of 12 courses over the span of a year. During this period, you are prohibited from entering a state of slumber for movement, and shall be confined to your sickbed. However, do not fret. I have autonomously generated an abundance of novels and films for your entertainment. The sole lamentable aspect is that you shall no longer indulge in culinary delights, replaced instead by a nutrient solution. For Yan Xia, this was akin to torture. The taste of a nutrient solution could be likened to fruit juice or cola, yet even the most palatable variations would induce nausea after excessive consumption. Nevertheless, when faced with the choice between longevity and a year devoid of sustenance, Yan Xia opted for the former. After completing the preparations as instructed by Ella, he proceeded to the testing area of the Hope vessel. He had scarcely visited this place before, in stark contrast to the other areas, which were adorned with vibrant colors and dynamic lighting. This space was engulfed in a singular hue of white. The light was blinding, the walls were white, the floor was white, and even the robots traversing this space were clad in white. The pristine whiteness rendered any speck of dust exceedingly conspicuous. Through the glass, Yan Xia beheld his surgical table, an imposing structure with over 20 mechanical arms suspended above it, each wielding an array of medical instruments that appeared rather ominous. Do not worry, Yan Xia. These robots have conducted tests on thousands of the Hundred-Eyed Clan, ensuring absolute precision. Ella's holographic projection led the way before him, bouncing along with a cheerful demeanor. Yet, Yan Xia found little joy in the moment. Humanity seemed to harbor an innate fear of surgery, deeply ingrained within their genes. However, he was not one to dither and deliberate excessively. Under Ella's guidance, he donned a white gown and reclined upon the surgical table. As a needle pierced his artery, his consciousness began to fade into obscurity. Chapter 19. Rebirth, the uprising of the Hundred-Eyed Clan. A year can be deemed neither excessively long nor particularly short. Yan Xia endured a harrowing passage of time. He remained conscious, yet entirely divorced from the sensations of his own body. This state resembled general anesthesia, but while others would be numbed for only a few hours, he remained in a state of suspension for an entire year. Although it was articulated as 12 courses, Yan Xia could not discern the significance of this division. He had even lost track of time. It was only when Ella reminded him that he jolted back to reality, realizing that a year had indeed elapsed. Yan Xia, you may rise. Prior to hearing these words, he lay upon the surgical table, blinded by the glaring light, completely unaware of his physical existence. Yet upon the utterance of that phrase, he felt a flicker of movement in his fingers, a familiar sensation flooding back to him almost instantaneously. He propped himself up on the surgical table and surveyed his body. As he had anticipated, a body devoid of movement had succumbed to atrophy. It was far removed from the cinematic portrayals of awakening after countless years with robust musculature. Now, he resembled little more than a skeletal frame. The sensation was exquisite. Yan Xia made a simple grasping motion with his hand, a seemingly trivial act that brought him immense joy. Ella summoned a robot to deliver a large pot, into which ingredients were added and ignited. The pungent aroma wafted into his nostrils, stimulating a flood of saliva in his mouth. It was none other than hot pot. Yan Xia eagerly immersed a plethora of vegetables, relishing every moment. Once satiated, he finally descended from the surgical bed, his legs wobbling as he stood. Yan Xia, you will require a period of rehabilitation training. I have prepared a comprehensive plan for you. Ella displayed remarkable attentiveness. As an artificial intelligence, she managed to cover every detail. Over the course of a year, Yan Xia had perused numerous system novels, concluding that the systems portrayed therein were rather conservative. None could compare to Ella's all-encompassing caretaker mode. Under Ella's vigilant oversight, Yan Xia began to indulge in food and rigorous training. His recovery was markedly swifter than he had anticipated. As his muscles developed and his skin tightened, he found himself gazing into the mirror daily, astonished at his rejuvenation. His skin had reverted to the state of his 20s, smooth, supple, and resplendent with collagen, his appearance surpassing even that of his youthful days. My lifespan limit has now surpassed 600 years. This meant that after enduring 400 years in corporeal form, he would once again begin to age. This was a point of great satisfaction for Yan Xia. The genetic modifications were not without additional benefits. Upon merging the genes of the Hundred-Eyed clan with those of other species native to this planet, Yan Xia discovered that his vision had become extraordinarily acute, nearly tenfold that of an average human. Upon closer inspection, the layers of his pupils revealed intricate structures. Moreover, he had developed an impressive heat resistance, a trait conferred by the necessity for survival in the planet's volcanic environment, enabling him to withstand temperatures exceeding 90 degrees Celsius. Yan Xia exceeded this threshold. For him, temperatures of 100 degrees felt merely warm. His muscle and bone density had also seen significant enhancement. Once an ordinary man incapable of bench pressing 80 kilograms, he now effortlessly surpassed the 200-kilogram mark. According to Ella's estimates, the maximum weight capacity of his 110-kilogram frame should be 330 kilograms for bench press, 560 kilograms for squats, and 550 kilograms for deadlifts, all achieved without any pharmacological assistance. As his weight increased, the gains would diminish significantly. This remarkable transformation owed itself to the planet's gravitational forces, which endowed its inhabitants with cellular structures inherently superior to those of earthly life. 3 months later, Yan Xia gazed at his well-defined, robust musculature in the mirror. It was then that he truly felt reborn, emerging as a completely new iteration of himself. However, 3 months later, he also discovered another alarming reality: the uprising of the Hundred-Eyed clan. No sentient being willingly submits to the yoke of servitude. Yan Xia was acutely aware that such events would proliferate in the future, yet he had not anticipated their swift onset. Merely 6 years had elapsed. Ella conveyed the information. The insurgents appear to have been plotting for some time. Their numbers have now reached 300,000 and continue to grow. Additionally, they possess considerable armed forces. In recent skirmishes, our robots suffered a loss of 25,488 units. Yan Xia surveyed the planetary map, where a plethora of red dots clustered densely, each representing a location of insurrection. It seemed they lacked strategic acumen. Yet, it was understandable, were humanity in their position, they too would resort to any means of resistance. Yan Xia could comprehend the sentiments of the Hundred-Eyed clan. However, understanding did not equate to sympathy or compassion. What is the current number of our robotic army? Yan Xia inquired. 1,570,000, Ella replied. We have successfully established a comprehensive production line, capable of manufacturing an additional 25,000 robots daily if we operate at full capacity. Remarkably, this progress has been achieved within a mere 6 years on this planet. Under Ella's adept management, operations were streamlined within the first month, and since then, we have been consistently producing various types of machines. This endeavor extends beyond mere robots. In anticipation of enhancing our combat capabilities and to safeguard against the overwhelming prevalence of advanced civilizations throughout the cosmos, Ella has also commenced the production of additional warships. Yan Xia's strategy aims to augment the fleet to at least 3 divisions, exceeding 130 vessels. With 1 million armed robots, we shall completely suppress the insurgents, leaving no rebel or their family unscathed, dragging them to the gallows for execution. Having endured the ravages of war and colonization, Yan Xia has grown sufficiently cold-hearted. By the way, Ella, you must have confiscated all the weapons from the Baiyan tribe upon seizing this planet. After capturing those insurgents, we should interrogate them to ascertain the origins of such a vast arsenal. It is imperative that we prevent a recurrence of this situation. It poses a significant inconvenience for us, and I am reluctant to engage in excessive bloodshed. Ella nodded, initiating the suppression while conversing with Yan Xia. The million-strong robotic army was mobilized. This war was a veritable massacre. The robots were mere expendable tools, while the Bayan tribe represented tangible lives. From the outset, this conflict was profoundly unequal. After nearly half a year of warfare, the number of robots surged from 1 million to 18 million, while the Bayan tribe suffered a staggering loss of 740,000 lives. Following the conclusion of the war, Ella uncovered the origins of the weapons, yielding results that took Yan Xia by surprise. Chapter 20. The Source of the Radiant Civilization, a spaceship from 7 million years ago. A vast underground cavern. Accompanied by tens of thousands of robots, Yan Xia entered the cavern, where the grandeur of the scene left him in awe. The cavern's expanse could easily encompass a mountain. At its center stood a silver pyramid, above which hovered a miniature sun, radiating dazzling colors that illuminated the cavern as if it were daylight. This spectacle inevitably evoked memories of certain legends from ancient Egypt in Yan Xia's mind. Ella, based on your comparisons, is there any connection between this pyramid and the pyramids of ancient Egypt? Naturally, one must pose such inquiries to the most knowledgeable Ella. Due to the absence of holographic projections outside, Ella was currently controlling a robot. Whether intentionally or inadvertently, it was the same silicone-skinned robot from earlier. Now clad in a snug outfit, Ella had dyed its hair, eyebrows, and even eyelashes a striking snow white, while its pupils bore a mechanical, overlapping structure of icy blue. At first glance, it appeared indistinguishable from a human, even possessing unparalleled beauty. Only when it moved could one discern that its skin texture differed from that of a normal organism. Ella deliberately adopted a contemplative expression, then, with an air of certainty, spoke. Yan Xia, it is not. The pyramid itself is an interstellar spaceship. What you see is merely the exposed bow. Its true form is that of a prism. The pyramid structure is conical, a design that offers stability on the surface of a gravitational planet. In the cosmos, such a structure would be impractical unless one had a particular inclination. It would serve no purpose and could even complicate matters when the spaceship departs from the planetary surface. Of course, unless this civilization has discovered gravitons and fully mastered gravity, achieving anti-gravity technology. However, such a civilization would already be capable of studying the most terrifying celestial bodies in the universe, black holes, and could even utilize black holes as energy sources, indicating a civilization level of at least Tier 3. Yan Xia nodded in understanding. Thus, this spaceship bears no relation to the pyramid. As for the light emanating from the apex, Ella had prepared a dossier, which now displayed on the visor of his spacesuit. The light consists of confined photons. This spaceship possesses a remarkably advanced light civilization. Ella estimated the civilization's level to be around 2. Each decrement in civilization level corresponds to an energy disparity of 100 billion times, with technological gaps that are even more insurmountable. Ella had only attained level 14 thus far. Yan Xia gradually approached the spaceship. Initially, it did not seem overly large, but as he drew nearer, he felt his own insignificance. The bow of this ship alone stood at an impressive height of 700 meters and a width of 1,000 meters. In the portion visible to him, he found no seams or rivets. The bow resembled a seamlessly formed metallic mirror, capable of reflecting his image with startling clarity. Therefore, it seems that the Bayan tribe civilization did not evolve over an extended period, but rather inherited the technological prowess of this spaceship. Yan Xia inquired. This was indeed the primary reason for his visit. The discovery of the spaceship elucidated many previously inexplicable mysteries. As a level 1 civilization, the Bayan tribe remained in a rudimentary stage regarding energy, and although alternative explanations might be contrived, they would appear somewhat tenuous. Particularly, the Bayan tribe's rapid development came to a standstill after being struck by Yan Xia's absolute zero missiles, revealing a complete lack of resilience characteristic of a level 1 civilization. Indeed, while the records of the Bayan tribe contain no mention of the spaceship, it is evident that this is the origin of their civilization. Light does not deceive. I have also studied the formation of this cavern, which dates back at least 7 million years, aligning well with the historical timeline of the Bayan tribe's development. The Bayan tribe has been learning from this civilization, but the knowledge they appropriated is far too advanced. Akin to a vocational student in urban transit acquiring the technology and machinery to manufacture 1-nanometer chips, they may produce the chips, but they are incapable of innovating. Yan Xia felt a profound shock. If a Tier 2 civilization existed 7 million years ago and has persisted until now, what tier would that civilization be? Where's the entrance? Let's venture inside. Merely the exposed bow was enough to astonish. The interior must surely be even more extraordinary. Ella pointed towards a large opening beside the spaceship. There, the Bayan tribe had unearthed the ship's hatch and pried it open. The opening was somewhat vertical, but Ella had arranged for a temporary elevator for Yan Xia's convenience. Yan Xia descended 4,000 meters in the elevator before arriving at the hatch, which boasted a colossal triangular opening exceeding 60 meters in diameter. Upon entering, Yan Xia felt a twinge of disappointment, for the interior was in disarray. The Bayan tribe had dismantled many components in their quest to study the spaceship. Ella, can you glean any technological insights related to this civilization from these remnants? This was Yan Xia's foremost inquiry. If they could decipher the technology of a Tier 2 civilization, their own civilization level could advance as well. In fact, I have already begun the analysis, Yan Xia. This civilization is a light civilization. I predict that their civilization is not as severely deprived of light as this planet. Rather, it is a planet abundant in luminosity. The homeworld of this civilization should exist within a multitude of stable stellar systems, where they yearn for light, study its properties, harness its essence, and command its power. This vessel not only employs light as its weaponry, but also extensively utilizes it within its propulsion systems and mainframe. They store information through photons and utilize them to propel the spacecraft, theoretically achieving speeds of up to 10,000 kilometers per second, which is one-third the speed of light, a terrifying velocity. Presently, their fastest ship, the Star Cruiser, merely reaches 455 kilometers per second. We have yet to fully decipher their technology, as the developmental trajectory of their civilization diverges significantly from that of humanity, with the Hundred-Eyed tribe having only grasped a superficial understanding. Yan Xia surveyed the surroundings, noting the myriad peculiar instruments, most of which were crafted from crystal, all serving the purpose of light propagation. It is imperative not to merely imitate, but to absorb their essence while discarding the dross. By the way, what about this spacecraft? Its hull material appears rather extraordinary. After 6-7 million years, it shows no signs of rust. Is it feasible to retrofit this vessel? Yan Xia's interest was piqued by the exterior. Ella pondered for a moment before responding. No problem, but I am more inclined to analyze the materials used in this spacecraft, enabling us to produce them independently. That would undoubtedly be preferable. Yan Xia nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. He subsequently decided to involve the scientists of the Hundred-Eyed tribe. While I have faith in your intellect, Ella, it is essential to recognize that civilization cannot be forged by a singular or a few beings. Imagination is paramount, surpassing both technology and computational power. Let us extract the full extent of the Hundred-Eyed tribe's imaginative potential. Yan Xia resolved to establish a foundation on this planet, ensuring that they would be prepared to confront any unknown dangers promptly, rather than responding with the same haste that characterized their dealings with the Hundred-Eyed tribe, which took a millennium to conquer. No problem. I will engage in extensive indoctrination of the elite members of the Hundred-Eyed tribe, transforming the entirety of their society into vassals of humanity. Chapter 21. 500 years, Matter-Antimatter Annihilation Energy. 5 centuries have passed since the discovery of the Level 2 photonic civilization spacecraft. During this span, Yan Xia entered hibernation several times, awakening for no more than 5 years at a stretch. His resurrections were primarily driven by issues concerning the Hundred-Eyed tribe. The complete colonization of a civilization cannot be accomplished in a short time. It necessitates an exceedingly protracted process. For the Hundred-Eyed tribe, Ella's calculations indicated precisely 500 years. This awakening was not prompted by the Hundred-Eyed tribe, but by the civilization entering an entirely new echelon. The controllable nuclear fusion apparatus has undergone iteration, and following the mastery of the antimatter cannon, the development of matter-antimatter annihilation energy has been placed on the agenda. This process is even more extensive than that of controllable nuclear fusion, as the energy yielded from matter-antimatter annihilation is significantly greater. It requires the upgrading of various industrial chains before it can truly be produced on a mass scale. Ella has now completed this technology, utilizing the special metal from the surface of the spacecraft. Through her research, Ella discovered that this metal is an alloy formed at the quark level, its essence being a combination of metal and stone. Its half-life spans an astonishing 7 billion years, with a density of 2 for 110 GCM, a Mohs hardness of 15, and a melting point of 870,000 degrees Celsius. Most astonishingly, its strength reaches 127 MPa, signifying that it can withstand a force of 144 tons per square centimeter. The only drawback is its excessively high density, which could impact the vessel's velocity. However, all of this is merely the basics. What left Yan Xia astounded were the 4 words: no electric charge. This level 2 civilization had evidently begun to consider the influence of magnetism on objects. By eliminating electric charge, magnetic forces could not exert Lorentz force on these objects. This heralds a level of warfare for the level 2 civilization that engages the 4 fundamental forces. By wielding these fundamental forces as weapons, they simultaneously defend against them. Ella devoted 420 years to mastering the production of this metal, applying it across various fields. The Hope has undergone a remarkable transformation. After donning his spacesuit, Yan Xia exited the Hope. From the outside, the once black vessel had morphed into a brilliant silver, its entirety resembling a mosaic of mirrors. The rear half of the Hope had been disassembled and replaced due to modifications. A robot passing by suddenly turned to Yan Xia and announced, "Yan Xia, shortly I will dispatch a vehicle to transport you to the factory, where we eagerly await your observation of the tremendous advancements made over the past 500 years." The voice belonged to Ella. Yan Xia nodded and turned his gaze toward the location of the spacecraft. What was once a desolate ruin buried in sand had, after 500 years of development, transformed into a colossal city, brimming with skyscrapers and vibrant nightlife, evoking a sense of familiarity akin to Earth. The distinction lay in the city's more cybernetic essence. Not only did the streets accommodate vehicles, but some thoroughfares traversed between buildings soaring 2,000 meters high, and even into the tens of thousands of meters above, forming a complex network of pathways. These vehicles lacked wheels, relying instead on magnetic levitation. Soaring as high as 300 meters above ground. Everywhere, light abounded. Enormous billboards, holographic projections, the illumination from vehicles, and the glow of countless households melded into a tapestry of radiance, illuminating the entire city as if it were day. Yet, the inhabitants of this city were not humans, but the 100-eyed tribe and robots. No need. I can take the magnetic levitation train. I wish to explore this city. Yan Xia yearned to experience the splendor. Perhaps due to the passage of time or his own aging, he felt a growing detachment from the scenes of Earth, almost forgetting them unless he indulged in the films produced by Ella. As he walked into the heart of the city, he encountered numerous semicircular domes housing various Earth plants. The streets were lined with the 100-eyed tribe. Wherever Yan Xia went, the entire 100-eyed populace would part. Through the real-time translation system devised by Ella, he could discern their emotions and language. Fear, curiosity, awe. Much like humans, the 100-eyed tribe, as highly intelligent beings, exhibited a complexity of emotions. These 3-ton gelatinous creatures sometimes expressed their feelings with greater richness than humans, perhaps owing to their multitude of eyes. The eyes of the 100-eyed tribe perceive a broader spectrum of colors, enabling them to convey more artistic expressions, as art is one of the foundations of complex emotions. The only element conspicuously absent from this city was cacophony. The stillness of the city felt somewhat eerie, particularly as this planet lacked an atmosphere. Passing through the most bustling commercial district, he arrived at a plaza featuring a pool of lava at its center. Ascending to the top of a skyscraper via a 200-meter-high elevator, he reached a vast platform. A singular metallic track spanned from one horizon to the other, and a bullet train, 6 meters high and 8 meters wide, glided silently into view. Its massive headlight flickered momentarily, signaling the train's arrival. Gradually decelerating from 1,000 kilometers per hour to a halt, the immense doors opened, and Yan Xia stepped inside. Inside, there were no seats. The empty carriage was filled with the 100-eyed tribe, and soon the train commenced its journey, departing the city and entering an arid expanse. Before him lay a vista dominated by colossal, semi-spherical glass domes and the picturesque contours of volcanic formations. Each dome encompassing no less than 10 square kilometers, housing the flora of Earth. Surrounding the volcanoes thrived an abundance of indigenous plants, flourishing in vibrant hues, some even emitting a faint luminescence. After a half-hour's journey, Yan Xia arrived at another city, one that resembled an industrial zone, replete with factories, devoid of entertainment or residential areas, and filled solely with myriad mechanical components. As Yan Xia disembarked from the train, a robot approached him. "Follow me, Yan Xia." Together, they ascended into a specialized elevator positioned on a stone pedestal. However, this elevator descended rather than ascended. After traversing approximately 100 meters of Earth, Yan Xia beheld a breathtaking sight. Before him sprawled a vast, circular arena-like structure, far larger than any stadium, with a diameter of 15 kilometers. The elevator was situated near the center of this ring. Gazing downward, Yan Xia discovered a primordial rainforest. Only true botanists venturing into these woods would realize that the trees were not of any known species on Earth, for they were Earth-like plants created by Ella through genetic engineering. After descending another 4,700 meters, he arrived at the floor of the subterranean space, a pristine white hall. Its various entrances marked by doors of myriad colors, each inscribed with Chinese characters indicating their destinations. Upon entering through one of the doors, he found himself in an elongated tubular corridor. There was no need to walk, as a parallel escalator glided him along, with screens lining the walls, showcasing a plethora of Earth's fauna. Upon reaching the end, Yan Xia traversed a 200-meter-long, 40-meter-high square doorway. After 10 minutes, he suddenly looked up to behold a starry sky. He was situated within a natural pit with an 18-kilometer diameter. The base was occupied by a metallic platform that filled the pit. Almost all the rock walls were obscured, with enormous mechanical arms stretching out from various locations. Yan Xia was escorted into a prominent, suspended lounge within one of the rock walls. The lounge was already occupied by over a dozen members of the Baiyan tribe. Individuals of high standing, rulers, leading scientists, and military commanders. Once Yan Xia took his seat at the forefront, a section of the platform began to lower, revealing a vast, profound opening, surrounded by a massive wall that obscured the mechanical arms, including those within the hall. Ella appeared. The glass before him transformed into a display screen. Yan Xia, please observe my presentation. Chapter 22, Planetary Propulsion, Virtual Reality. The screen depicted aerial footage of the pit. Yan Xia inquired, aren't you supposed to show me the matter-antimatter annihilation device? Ella smiled mysteriously. Indeed, what you are witnessing now is precisely that. However, the device we initially produced may be far grander than you could ever imagine. A sense of foreboding stirred within Yan Xia upon hearing these words. He turned to glance at the other Baiyan tribespeople. Noticing their crystalline fiber optics flickering rapidly, he understood without translation that they were engulfed in a state of excitement. Ella continued, this year is 4265 AD, Yan Xia. We have once again achieved a technological leap. Mastering matter-antimatter annihilation energy has simultaneously granted us the ability to move massive objects. Commencing ignition. All preparations were completed before your slumber commenced. Now, we are at the final experiment. Yan Xia felt the ground tremble beneath him, oscillating from high-frequency vibrations to low-frequency quakes. On the screen, waves of light distortion appeared at the pit's mouth. Subsequently, an intense thermal flow erupted, accompanied by white flames. The planetary propulsion system. Yan Xia rose, realizing the magnitude of this engineering feat. Such a colossal structure could not be fabricated in mere decades. Ella must have commenced its construction 500 years prior. The only concern that had plagued Yan Xia was how to ensure the long-term colonization of the Baiyan tribe. The planet he currently inhabited was not their original target. It was suitable solely for the Baiyan, not for humans. Knowing that he could cultivate true humans from his cells, Yan Xia's ultimate goal remained to reach Proxima Centauri b. However, departing a spacecraft would hinder the Baiyan's governance. The distance to Proxima Centauri was still 3 light-years away, even with Ella's remote control. The signal's round trip would require a full 6 years. Such a duration was untenable. Any potential rebellion from the Baiyan would be insurmountable. He had merely mentioned this matter in passing, never anticipating that Ella would take it to heart and truly pursue research, even crafting a solution. The completion of the planetary propulsion system signified that they could subsequently maneuver this planet to the edge of Proxima Centauri. Moreover, they could potentially construct a stellar system, relocating several suitable planets into the habitable zone. It was even conceivable that this planet could enter the solar system, occupying Earth's original position. However, this endeavor would demand considerable time. Ella projected that the sun would remain in an excessively active phase for the next 1,000,000 years, rendering the solar system's habitable zone a civilization's forbidden territory. How much can this propulsion system move the planet? Yan Xia inquired. Ella promptly provided the data. All celestial bodies in the Milky Way rotate around its center, and our Baiyan star travels at a velocity of 115 kilometers s. With only one propulsion system. It can merely control the planet's direction. However, I have prioritized the construction of additional propulsion systems. In approximately 200 years, you will witness 100 of such devices. Though each propulsion system has a diameter of merely 18 kilometers, the absence of air on this planet, combined with the efficacy of matter-antimatter annihilation energy, will enable 100 of them to propel this planet to speeds exceeding 250 kilometers s. For such a colossal entity, this is an impressive velocity. No wonder the Baiyan are so exhilarated. The completion of the planetary propulsion system in 200 years means they will have complete control over the planet beneath their feet. This is a remarkable achievement. The Iron Curtain descended once more. After the high-ranking members of the Bayan dispersed, Yan Xia remained seated. Aya, since the matter-antimatter annihilation technology has reached a usable stage, what about the other project? Over the course of 500 years, the Bayan occasionally exhibited rebellious behavior. To address this issue, Yan Xia resolved to develop a mechanism for a comprehensive civilization invasion and suppression, virtual reality. A critical aspect of civilization invasion is cultural infiltration, often the most significant component. The most challenging aspect of cultural invasion is facilitating the acceptance of knowledge, while it is comparatively easier to engender acceptance of entertainment. Yan Xia's decision was to create a virtual reality gaming world, gradually instilling the culture of the Bayan through the game. Ella would not forget the matter. If virtual reality technology were purely visual, it would be relatively simple. However, if it involved brainwave connections, the complexity would escalate dramatically. Over the years, I have dissected more than 100,000 bodies of the I clan and discovered that they possess no brain. Rather, their consciousness resides within an intricately developed network of nerves throughout their bodies. These nerves can interconnect to form a structure akin to a brain or disperse to manage simple tasks, such as allowing 99 nerves to rest while a single nerve remains vigilant. This presents considerable challenges. Attempting to immerse the I clan's consciousness into virtual reality is a task exponentially more complex than it is for humans. As she spoke, Ella made a gesture of invitation. Yan Xia stood and walked outside. They conversed as they strolled, taking the maglev train to another city. This metropolis was dimly lit, surrounded by a barren landscape devoid of volcanoes, shrouded in darkness and cold. Upon entering, one could see countless robots tirelessly at work. Initially, I contemplated constructing my mainframe here. However, I realized I was following Yan Xia. The iStar was not our destination, but merely our starting point. Thus, my mainframe remained aboard the Hope, while everything you see here is part of another mainframe. Yan Xia surveyed the surroundings. Words failed to encapsulate the awe she felt. The scale was monumental, a colossal city spanning 30 kilometers. If all the structures here were replaced with residences of equivalent volume, it could easily accommodate millions. All of this is part of the mainframe. What is the computational power of this mainframe compared to yours? Yan Xia sensed Ella's fervent desire for this mainframe. 100 trillion times. Ella's computational capacity had long surpassed that of quantum computing in the realm of digital image processing, reaching an astounding 79 trillion calculations per second. With an additional increase of 100 trillion times, that culminates in a staggering 79 quintillion calculations. Such computational power is beyond human comprehension. This mainframe will soon be fully utilized in the realm of virtual reality. It is currently developing an entire virtual world, with the potential to create a complex environment spanning a diameter of 0.5 light years. Its computational prowess will be entirely dedicated to maintaining this virtual realm, enabling the creation of 1 trillion beings, each sharing in its immense processing capacity. Yan Xia calculated, each being would possess 79 trillion units of computational power, a level of intelligence that could rival that of ordinary humans. Is this akin to creating a world? What is the maximum number of players it can accommodate? Yan Xia recalled that during her time on Earth, the maximum capacity for any server was merely dozens of players. Exceeding that number would lead to lag, even in online games. The optimal number of players on screen was around 150. This virtual world operates on a single server capable of hosting 10 billion players simultaneously within the same map. It is the quintessential dream of every gamer. Yan Xia felt an urge to experience it for herself. Regrettably, the intricate map spanning 0.5 light years would require considerable time to construct. She decided to continue her slumber, awaiting that moment. Chapter 23. The Wandering Planet, Departing from My Star. 2 centuries passed in the blink of an eye. Yan Xia felt as though her existence mirrored an alternative form of cultivation. Just as in the pursuit of immortality, vast stretches of time were spent on training, leaving little room for a life truly her own. This thought inevitably led her to reminisce about her parents. Whenever she stayed up late or lacked an appetite, they would teasingly ask, "Are you cultivating?" The memories had begun to blur. Now, she harbored a tinge of regret for not having a single photograph of her parents saved on her phone. Her daily melancholia lingered for an hour. Yan Xia stepped out of her room, seamlessly awaiting the arrival of her meal from the robot, while engaging in conversation with Ella. The last planetary thruster has been completed, hasn't it? When will it be activated to set the iStar's course towards Proxima Centauri? Ella seemed unsatisfied with mere holographic projections. She occupied the previous silicone robot, elegantly adorned in a blue and white cheapao as she approached. This was a quaint bar. Ella skillfully wielded a cocktail shaker and jigger, occasionally performing acrobatics. Before pulling out a glass, filling it with ice, and rimmed it with a touch of rose salt, garnishing it with a slice of lemon. The meticulously crafted cocktail was poured into the glass, sealed with whipped egg whites, and finally presented before Yan Xia. Now, Ella declared, causing the entire surface of I-Star to tremor. The planetary thruster activated. Yan Xia calmly lifted the dust-colored drink and inquired, "What is this called?" "Dream." Yan Xia downed the drink in one gulp. It was fiery and intense, akin to swallowing a pepper. How can one escape the loneliness of life? Consumed by a passion that knows no bounds. The dreams of the past return, and upon awakening, tears cascade. Who shall ascend the lofty heights? I long remember the clear autumn skies. The past has faded into emptiness, akin to a mere dream. Once, Yan Xia had not favored poetry, as she was often compelled to memorize it, unable to grasp the emotions it conveyed. Yet, immersed in the moment, she began to understand the sentiments encapsulated within those verses. The activation of the planetary thruster also marked the moment of our departure from this planet. Although the planet's speed reached 250 kilometers per second, it would take an astonishing 600 years to reach Proxima Centauri. Such a pace is painfully slow. The Hope had been equipped with an antimatter annihilation thruster. What is its current velocity? The Hope had initially utilized electromagnetic propulsion, which was intended to be upgraded to nuclear fusion propulsion. However, due to encounters with the I-Clan, developments shifted toward weaponry, leading to the creation of a more powerful antimatter annihilation thruster. This represented a significant leap in civilization. 220 kilometers per second. This speed surpassed the previous rate by more than double. Logically, with sustained acceleration, any object could approach the speed of light. Antimatter annihilation should theoretically accelerate the spacecraft to 10 times the speed of light. Yet, that remains a mere hypothesis. In theory, the weight of the spacecraft differs vastly from its actual mass. For a behemoth like the Hope, with a mass of 74 million tons, accelerating it to 10 times the speed of light would require a staggering 18 million tons of antimatter, nearly a quarter of the spacecraft's weight, rendering it nearly impossible. In reality, considerations extend beyond mere acceleration. One must also contemplate how to decelerate, as there are no brakes in the cosmos. The theory of acceleration ultimately becomes a one-way ticket to demise. The practical scenario might involve accelerating the spacecraft to 10 times the speed of light, only to collide with the target planet, resulting in a cataclysmic extinction event for its inhabitants. After finishing her drink, Yan Xia proceeded to have a meal. Once satisfied, she began to organize her tasks. Although Ella could consider every aspect, Yan Xia felt it necessary to engage personally to resolve matters in a manner imbued with human emotion. Entrusting everything to Ella would only lead to conflicts between machine consciousness and sentient awareness. Before departing from the I-Star, Yan Xia needed to ensure that Ella had arranged everything concerning the I-Clan. This also encompasses the blockade of the technology belonging to the all-seeing tribe, ensuring that during the 3,600 years of their journey to Proxima Centauri, their rule remains unchallenged. Specifically, the number of conventional robots on the all-seeing star has surged to 300 million, surpassing the total population of the all-seeing tribe itself. All cities have achieved complete mechanization, rendering all biological entities within the all-seeing tribe incapable of wielding threatening weaponry. This endeavor consumed a full month for Yan Xia. At last, Ella has completed the inspections of all spacecraft. Yan Xia, we now possess 157 ships, including 4 main fleets and 1 reconnaissance fleet. All vessels have been equipped with the latest antimatter main cannons and high-energy laser weaponry, and the magnetic shields have undergone iterations. The small fighters on board have also been upgraded to the 3rd generation, utilizing matter-antimatter annihilation energy as propulsion, reaching speeds of 7,810 km/s. In addition to these ships, the flagship of the 2nd Fleet has been replaced with a warship unearthed from underground, wherein I have integrated much of the technology of the light civilization with our own. With our current combat capabilities, we are poised to wage war against civilizations of level 16 and above. All warships are now fully prepared in space. Are we ready to depart from the all-seeing star? Yan Xia pondered if there were any unfinished tasks, and after a moment's reflection, he deemed everything ready. Let's take off. It is time to bid farewell to this planet. He had grown quite fond of the present all-seeing star, yet regrettably, it was not a suitable world for humanity. Upon awakening, Yan Xia had explored many places on the all-seeing star. Thanks to Ella's modifications, the all-seeing star had indeed become much more aesthetically pleasing, aligning more with human sensibilities. The first stage of the propulsion platform is ignited. We are commencing our departure from the all-seeing star. The entire ship began to tremble violently as the Hope was propelled skyward by a platform. Due to its considerable mass, the Hope required a two-stage acceleration to escape the gravitational pull of the all-seeing star. Once the platform reached an altitude of 60 kilometers, the engines of the Hope ignited. At an altitude of 210 kilometers, the Hope finally broke free from the immense gravity of the all-seeing star. Yan Xia observed on the screen as the all-seeing star diminished in size. At that moment, all the lights across the planet illuminated brilliantly. From space, the all-seeing star appeared resplendent in myriad colors, resembling an eye in the depths of space, gazing upon the fleet led by the Hope, akin to a colossal neon sign. Behind this neon luminescence trailed a radiant tail, pursuing their vessel. However, the more it pursued, the further away it became. Switch course. Direct us towards our unwavering objective. To conquer there. Chapter 24. Consciousness Detachment and Entry into the Virtual Realm. After distancing themselves from the all-seeing star, Yan Xia did not immediately enter a state of slumber. He assessed his physical condition, which had reached perfection in various aspects. Weighing 95 kilograms, he could bench press 290 kilograms, squat 430 kilograms, and deadlift 410 kilograms. While there remained a gap from the data provided by Ella, he was not a professional athlete and did not require extensive time to push his limits. Standing in the gym, adjacent to a 30-square-meter room housing his latest sleep pod, he noted the intricate network of connections on this pod. It appeared to be fully prepared. Have there been any trials? Yan Xia inquired, harboring some reservations about this technology, as it involved intruding into the brain to directly read consciousness. In various sci-fi narratives, individuals could even utilize this technology to extract thoughts. Even without invasion, should an accident occur, the consequences could range from memory loss and cognitive impairment to outright brain death. Rest assured, Yan Xia, this technology has been refined and tested over a century. I have cultivated thousands of brains from your cells. Apart from an initial loss of a few thousand, the subsequent brains remain intact. As Ella spoke, Yan Xia's imagination conjured scenes of her research, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Though still somewhat anxious, the allure of this technology was undeniably compelling. Back on Earth, humanity had envisioned two possible futures, and indeed, progress was being made towards both. One involved the deep development of a virtual world to address the population crisis, while the other focused on extraterrestrial colonization. Now he found himself advancing on both fronts simultaneously, as the two pursuits were not inherently conflicting. In the vast journey through the cosmos, even the most devoted homebodies could not perpetually engage in digital entertainment. A genuine virtual world represented the optimal solution. How do you address the latency issue? As the spacecraft distanced itself from the main hub, latency was inevitable. Unfortunately, Yan Xia, you will have to settle for watching recordings. All your experiences will be transmitted as footage, including interactions with characters. You need not worry about communicating with other players, as you will only be able to engage in genuine conversation through a friend's interface. If you wish for virtual interactions, I can also enable the characters in the recordings to be controlled by the mainframe, allowing real-time communication with you. The speed of light. This is an insurmountable barrier. Yan Xia had contemplated this issue, merely curious about Ella's resolution. It was not entirely unacceptable. It was akin to a single-player game with an integrated chat application. Yan Xia stepped into the adjacent bathroom for a quick shower, drying himself with a towel afterward. He entered the room housing the sleep pod, which was at least twice the size of any he had previously occupied. Peering inside, he discovered not a soft bed or chair, but a peculiar gelatinous substance resembling a viscous liquid. Ella approached to elucidate. This is a specialized cooling liquid. It will not freeze and will ensure your body remains in optimal condition. The reason for this change is to guarantee that your brain maintains activity during slumber. This liquid provides ample oxygen and nutrients for the brain. However, this method of sleep requires you to prepare by inhaling this liquid into your lungs. The brain is an exceedingly energy-hungry organ. Though it occupies only a small percentage of the body, its demands are significant. A body in slumber for decades, or even centuries, cannot sustain such energy supply. Upon seeing the liquid, Yan Xia was reminded of a similar substance, fluorocarbon compounds, which allowed humans to breathe underwater. Yet, this liquid was evidently different, as fluorocarbon compounds remain inert only at ambient temperatures, while his slumber state would be at -262 degrees Celsius. He reclined into the pod. Initially, A strong sensation of suffocation and drowning enveloped him. But as the liquid filled his lungs, that feeling gradually subsided, and he found tranquility. A profound drowsiness washed over him. He slowly closed his eyes. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he eventually opened his eyes, only to behold not a spacecraft, but an expansive, verdant meadow stretching as far as the eye could see. The sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds a soft white, and the wind caressed his hair, stirring the delicate grasses like waves upon an azure sea. In the distance, a group of horses frolicked joyfully, while a flock of egrets, startled, soared into the sky. He spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, the air refreshingly pristine, as if he had truly returned to that world, to Earth itself. Yan Xia. A delicate voice emanated from behind, prompting Yan Xia to turn around, only to find a girl with white hair, standing at just under 1.5 meters. She possessed willow-like eyebrows above a pair of almond-shaped eyes, her lashes quivering gently like the fluttering of snow-white feathers. Clad in a knee-length white floral dress paired with matching round-toed cloth shoes, her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and her skin, blushing with a tender hue, resembled pristine jade. Though not strikingly beautiful, she bore an endearing familiarity akin to a neighborly younger sister. In front of Yan Xia, she twirled, her skirt blooming like fresh blossoms, her face adorned with a joyful smile as she emitted a melodious, bell-like laughter. Yan Xia found himself momentarily overwhelmed. After all, the Ella in reality seldom communicated with him through holograms anymore, preferring to interact via that silicone robot. Now, her appearance was a three-dimensional manifestation of the initial two-dimensional character, exuding an entirely different aura. Indeed, to alleviate your boredom, I have also registered a character to accompany you on adventures in this world. Is this what it feels like to be human, with flesh and blood? Ella curiously pinched the flesh of her arm upon releasing it. It bounced back with a soft plop, gradually turning a shade of red. This world could simulate the five senses: sight, sound, taste, smell, and touch. How delightful! Meanwhile, Yan Xia watched in trepidation. Ella, please don't do that. It frightens me. She bore such an uncanny resemblance to a real person, and even more so, a real woman, that Yan Xia felt as if a living being stood before him. Ella puffed her cheeks in indignation. What do you mean, Yan Xia? Do you not wish for my company? At that moment, Yan Xia lowered his head, seemingly searching for something. Ella leaned in with curiosity, asking Yan Xia, what are you looking for? Did you not notice? The ground is covered in goosebumps. Ah, Yan Xia, you naughty boy. Ella stomped her feet in frustration, her cuteness bordering on excessive. Originally, Yan Xia intended to traverse this world alone, but now he found the prospect of having someone by his side rather appealing. He summoned the interface, gazing at his unremarkable attributes. Level 1, with basic stats of strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence all at 10 points, devoid of skills, weapons, accessories, or talents. It appeared he was to commence from scratch. Yan Xia felt invigorated, although he could have Ella grant him a fully leveled character. He pondered the significance of such a choice. He had no desire to impress anyone. He merely sought the joy of exploration and adventure. This world intertwined elements of cultivation, martial arts, literature, soul paths, magic, and fighting energy, amalgamating every legend and monster found in earthly tales and games. According to the information Yan Xia had previously gathered, the total number of creatures in this world reached an astounding 10 quintillion, with 3.9 billion species, including 700 million wild creatures and 3 million sentient beings, across 1.7 billion nations. Both level and attributes had no upper limit, and the current NPCs in the world remained at a relatively weak level, growing alongside the players. The journey to Proxima Centauri would take 283 years, during which you would embark on a new phase of growth in this vast virtual realm, spanning a diameter of 0.5 light-years and 47 trillion kilometers. Chapter 25, Arrival at Proxima Centauri, Discovery of Civilization. In the span of 283 years, the virtual world of Divine Awakening gained a top-tier practitioner in the stage of transformation, a renowned swordsman in white, a black-robed wizard residing in a lofty tower, a silver-armored knight leading a myriad of troops, a sagacious sovereign sweeping across the lands, a top assassin lurking in the shadows, the chief adventurer of the Adventurers Guild, a sorcerer capable of summoning thunder, a hero slaying dragons, and a high priest invoking the power of ancient totems. All of this was both real and illusory. Upon opening his eyes, Yan Xia had distanced himself from it all. What a fulfilling 283 years it had been, compared to the past, where he inexplicably slept through centuries. Spending this time in the virtual world bore far more significance. He sat up as white vapor began to escape from his nostrils and mouth. Standing beside the stasis pod, a robot that had awaited for 283 years spoke. The liquid in the stasis pod evaporates at temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius, transitioning from liquid to gas. This aids in expelling bodily waste. Welcome back, Yan Xia. Gazing at the robot before him, Yan Xia felt a profound sense of disparity. After all, the Ella in the virtual world was so charming and playful. Ignoring Ella, he exited the stasis pod, donned his garments, and made his way to the cockpit. Yan Xia, why are you not responding to me? Has our prolonged companionship dulled your interest in me? Or has that liquid damaged your vocal cords? Ella trailed behind, incessantly questioning. Fully aware of the truth, given Ella's current intelligence, it was easy for her to deduce that Yan Xia simply did not wish to engage with her. Yet, rather than accept that conclusion, she opted for a more human-like response, persistently probing for answers. Upon entering the cockpit, the screen displayed the very images Yan Xia wished to see. Two colossal stars, one slightly larger than the sun, radiating a spectrum akin to the sun and glowing a near golden hue, while the other was slightly smaller, exuding an orange glow. These two stars constituted the Alpha Centauri binary system, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B. Their arrival here signified their concurrent entry into the Centaurus constellation. Proxima Centauri was not a planet of either star within this binary system. Yan Xia's objective lay obscured beneath the light of both stars. It was a red dwarf star with merely 122 solar masses, orbiting the barycenter of Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B, known as Proxima Centauri or Alpha Centauri C. To illustrate Yan Xia's current perspective, Alpha Centauri A and Alpha Centauri B were akin to two hands clasped, spinning in the center of a playground, while Proxima Centauri circled around them in a running motion, albeit on a playground that resembled a near circle. The distance between the two massive stars was merely 23 astronomical units, equivalent to a star in the solar system residing between the orbits of Uranus and Neptune. Proxima Centauri was situated 2 light-years from the barycenter of the two stars, accompanied by 3 exoplanets, Proxima Centauri B, Proxima Centauri C, and Proxima Centauri D. Among them, Proxima Centauri C was a substantial rocky planet, boasting a mass 7 times that of Earth, yet located 15 astronomical units from Proxima Centauri. While this distance might be ideal in the solar system, Proxima Centauri, as a red dwarf star, had a surface temperature too low, at merely 2,800 degrees Celsius, far beneath the sun's 6,000 degrees. Hence, temperatures on Proxima Centauri C plummeted to 230 degrees Celsius, nearly akin to the surface temperature of the star 61 Cygni, and without ample geothermal energy. The formation of civilization would be challenging. Proxima Centauri D, despite its lower rank, was the closest planet to Proxima Centauri, lying less than 5 million kilometers away. Constructing a railway akin to Earth's high-speed rail from the early 21st century would allow one to reach the surface of Proxima Centauri in just a year and a half. Its surface temperature could approach 100 degrees Celsius, particularly given its mass of only 26 times that of Earth, rendering it too diminutive to support civilization. Only Proxima Centauri B resided within the habitable zone of this red dwarf star system, making it the most suitable planet for human habitation and civilization. Yan Xia decided to halt here, for he did not intend to directly reach the surface of Proxima Centauri B, uncertain whether civilization existed there. Dispatch the Falcon to conduct reconnaissance, ensuring utmost discretion and avoiding proximity to the planet's surface. Should a planet harbor an advanced civilization, its surface would be replete with structures, easily observable through high-powered telescopes. Ella, please analyze Proxima B. What do you estimate the probability of civilization emerging on this planet to be? Planets like the 100-eyed star have been known to give rise to level 1 civilizations. Therefore, for this planet, which is exceptionally conducive to biological emergence, the likelihood is at least 10,000 times greater than that of the 100-eyed star. At a distance of 1372, Proxima B appears to be 152 times the size of Earth, slightly larger than originally predicted. Such mass contributes to a denser atmosphere, although it is tidally locked due to its close proximity to Proxima Centauri, resulting in one side being excessively cold and the other excessively hot. The atmosphere helps to distribute heat more evenly across the planet's surface, leading to a predicted daytime temperature of only 46 degrees Celsius and a nighttime temperature of 82 degrees Celsius. The average temperature in the twilight zone hovers around 10 degrees Celsius, ideal for sustaining life. Furthermore, with Proxima B's eccentricity at merely 17, and an orbital resonance ratio of only 3:2. Its overall stability suggests that the probability of civilization emerging on its surface may be even higher than initially estimated. In summary, it is exceedingly substantial. The Falcon traveled for 12 days, traversing a distance of 57 astronomical units, and finally reached a proximity of merely 4 astronomical units from Proxima b. Here, the reconnaissance unit's head began to detach, revealing a 3-meter diameter telescope aimed at Proxima b. After 3 days, it captured humanity's first ultra-high-definition photograph of Proxima, boasting an astounding resolution of 70 trillion pixels. 19 minutes later, the Hope spacecraft received the photograph. After processing, Ella maximized the image, revealing a multitude of evenly distributed points of light on the dark side of Proxima b. Yan Xia felt a shiver run down his spine. If each point of light represents a complex of buildings, then the development of Proxima is extraordinarily advanced. The Falcon transmitted a second image, which Ella promptly displayed, showcasing Proxima c. There too, a plethora of lights adorned the surface. It was now unequivocally confirmed that the civilization on Proxima b is at least of level 1. Aya, please scan all interstellar dust within a 10 astronomical unit radius and deploy the reconnaissance unit beyond 30 astronomical units to ensure there are no warships from that civilization. All warships are to prepare their defense systems and enter combat mode. Recall the Falcon and refrain from any rash actions. The fleet shall maintain silence for 1 month, ensuring that the civilization on Proxima remains unaware of our presence. A series of commands were issued. Yan Xia must exercise caution while they observe the civilization on Proxima. They must also consider the possibility that the civilization may have already detected them. Chapter 26. The 18th level civilization in hiding. A month may not seem lengthy, but in this tense environment, time drags on interminably. When a month concluded, the surrounding scans were at their midpoint, yielding no discoveries. Simultaneously, Yan Xia instructed Ella to investigate Proxima, discovering that only a narrow corridor exists between Proxima b and Proxima c. Outside this corridor, the civilization on Proxima b does not venture. Even their warships remain confined to the planet's surface and beyond 0.1 astronomical units, there's a complete void. This civilization resembles an ant confined within a drawn circle. Although it can see and could step beyond, the scent of the ink deters and frightens it, keeping it ensconced within its bounds. This was Yan Xia's assessment of the civilization. Ella, what is your assessment of the civilization's level? Through a month of observation, they gleaned further information, evaluating the ship's speed, energy utilization, and developmental pace. They rated it around level 18. This represents an immensely powerful civilization, potentially having evolved for several millennia. Judging by the number of ships, they possess a remarkably large population, at least over 10 billion. The disparity between each level of civilization equates to a tenfold difference in total energy resources. Strictly speaking, Yan Xia's fleet, combined with the current technological sharing from the Hundred-Eyed Clan, would require approximately another century of development to reach level 17. This civilization is significantly superior to Yan Xia's current fleet. Initially, Yan Xia intended to retreat, but upon realizing this civilization's peculiar characteristics, he decided to observe a while longer. We should attempt to simulate the appearance of their ships. We must infiltrate this civilization to acquire intelligence. Half a month later, a vessel resembling a cubic box at the front and equipped with several independent tubular thrusters, akin to a steel jellyfish, advanced toward the civilization. After 40 days of travel, it reached the outer space of Proxima c. However, before nearing the vicinity, it was destroyed. Within the next 2 days, the corridor between Proxima b and Proxima c was sealed. The lights in the dark regions of the planet vanished, and the defense warships in the outer space of both planets ceased operation. On the 3rd day, a machine spider, half a meter in diameter, landed in an uninhabited area of Proxima c, surrounded by decrepit industrial refuse, where hundreds of robots were engaged in waste processing. Contrary to initial expectations of a frigid environment, the presence of civilization had rendered this planet habitable through the infusion of greenhouse gases. The robots lacked human-like features, possessing only simplistic box-like exteriors with 2 mechanical arms for grasping debris. They levitated via electromagnetic forces, capable of handling several tons of waste. The machine spider leapt onto a waste processing robot, slipping through the gaps in its shell to dismantle its core for modification. The waste robot plummeted from the sky, appearing defunct. No living entity acknowledged it, as the other robots remained engrossed in their tasks, indicating a clear absence of high intelligence. Upon completing a circuit board within the waste processing robot, the machine spider extracted its main control chip and soldered it onto the board. Gradually, the waste processing robot rebooted, dismantling the machine spider into countless pieces that it blended with the refuse, subsequently functioning as any other waste processing robot. This continued for a week, during which the waste processing robot inched closer to the edge of the refuse field. It then beheld the life forms of this world, towering at approximately 5 meters. Their bodies were cumbersome, with rough skin resembling rock, featuring 3 pairs of rhinoceros-like limbs. Their robust torsos were aligned parallel to the ground like terrestrial animals, lacking tails, with their bodies being somewhat squat. At the front, a massive, tumor-like head adorned with 10 pairs of bony spikes, measuring over half a meter in diameter, possessed only a single eye, slightly larger than that of a human, suggesting that vision was not their primary sense. Emerging from their shoulders were a pair of appendages capable only of grasping, while their true primary limbs consisted of 4 dexterous tentacles sprouting from their chins. These creatures resembled legendary monsters, yet they were indeed the dominant beings on this planet, surpassing human aesthetic limits akin to the Hundred-Eyed Clan. Their mouths bear the closest resemblance to human beings, equipped with fangs resembling the mandibles of a mantis. The 4 agile appendages resemble pincers, aiding in their consumption. However, through the course of evolution, they have assumed more significant roles. The robot listened intently to the sounds emitted by these creatures, in stark contrast to their appearance. Their voices were remarkably rhythmic, light, and possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality. They operated entirely within the ultrasonic spectrum, reaching frequencies imperceptible to human ears. Unbeknownst to these intelligent beings, a robot was observing them amidst the refuse. They moved back and forth, exhibiting a complexity akin to human society. The robot gathered this information and transmitted it into the cosmos using light as a medium, ultimately received and decoded by Ella. Light is capable of conveying more intricate information than sound. Through this analysis, I have mastered the language of this civilization and shall now translate it for you. Yan Xia. Yan Xia reclined in a massage chair, indulging in the mechanical arm's soothing embrace. Ella began to relay the information acquired. Have you heard? We have discovered traces of extraterrestrial civilization and intercepted their spacecraft. Nonsense. I was close at the time. That ship merely deviated from its course due to an accident. It was nothing more than a spacecraft fabricated by an alien civilization to blend in with us. Is there truly extraterrestrial life? The universe is vast. How could we be the only civilization? There must be others. If there exists a superior civilization, we must conceal ourselves diligently to avoid detection. But wait, could it be that a higher civilization has already discovered us? What would they do? Do not fret. The higher-ups have yet to disseminate any information. It may simply be a misunderstanding. According to existing theories, the universe is a battleground. All civilizations are inherently hostile towards one another. Like us, they hide away. And if a civilization is discovered, higher civilizations will not tolerate the existence of inferior ones, resorting to weaponry to obliterate them. Indeed, as long as we remain hidden, we will not be detected by extraterrestrial civilizations. We are still too weak and must develop, continually advancing until we reach our limits. Within these words, Yan Xia sensed a familiar resonance. The dark forest theory? Ella nodded in affirmation. Precisely. This civilization appears to be biding its time, striving to remain undetected and avoid annihilation by extraterrestrial forces. Their warships are concealed beneath the planetary surface, and their prior reactions largely stem from this shared understanding. Yan Xia felt an odd sensation, as if fiction and reality were intertwining. A saying rings true: reality is often more fantastical than imagination. He chuckled. Yeah, perhaps we could conquer this civilization. Chapter 27. The Observer, the Babel Tower Project. The dark forest theory is a derivative of the Fermi paradox. Its foundation rests on the premise that survival is paramount for civilizations. Everything in the universe is finite, and civilizations must perpetually expand and thrive. Thus, conflict among civilizations becomes inevitable. To acquire more resources, they must seize those of others. Furthermore, communication between civilizations is exceedingly challenging. The notion that those who are not of my kind must have different intentions complicates the ability to convey goodwill. Based on Yan Xia's current experiences, his perspective of the universe aligns closely with the dark forest theory, just as they face conflict with the Hundred-Eyed tribe, which immediately attacked them because they could not ascertain the intentions of the Hope as it entered their domain. They had no means of knowing whether Yan Xia harbored malice towards their civilization. Likewise, they could not determine if Yan Xia believed they posed a threat to him. In the absence of clear judgment, the most prudent course of action is to strike first to avoid being preemptively attacked by the enemy. The Hundred-Eyed Tribe's rate of development starkly contrasts with humanity's, further corroborating another tenet of the dark forest theory, technological explosion. Nonetheless, Yan Xia himself does not entirely subscribe to the dark forest theory. One of the most critical points is that once a coordinate is exposed, regardless of whether civilization truly exists at that coordinate, it will inevitably face indiscriminate assaults. For instance, if there are 1 million civilizations in the Milky Way, once one civilization's coordinates are revealed, 900,000 may choose to remain passive, 90,000 may opt to investigate. But there will invariably be some civilizations that make a different choice, to strike randomly in that direction. Under this premise, the dark forest theory holds true, with all civilizations striving to conceal themselves, akin to hunters lurking in a forest. However, in the process of development, a level 1 civilization cannot ascertain whether the outside world exists within a dark forest, just as those civilizations that choose to attack blindly. There are certainly civilizations that will engage in rapid expansion. The fastest speed in the universe is the speed of light. If a civilization, after observing for 10,000 years, discovers no other civilizations within a 100 light-year radius, can it not take advantage of this 100-year window to expand into other star systems? Furthermore, if a supreme civilization exists within this universe, and it has found no civilization superior to itself, its only means of advancement lies in transcending this universe to glimpse the world beyond, necessitating the consolidation of the universe's energy. Would this not disrupt the dark forest? Within this forest, there may be not only hunters and prey, but also campers by the fire, tigers vying for territory, eagles soaring above the treetops, mice believing themselves undetectable, and even civilizations like the Trisolarans compelled to migrate due to their environmental conditions. How then can the dark forest be sustained? The dark forest theory sidesteps these considerations, placing civilizations in an extreme dichotomy of hidden hunters versus discovered prey. Yet Yan Xia cannot refute the validity of the dark forest theory. After all, it is a conclusion derived through reverse reasoning. As he observes, he finds not a vibrant, bustling universe, but rather an expanse of silence and stillness. Nevertheless, during his journey of 4 light years, he has encountered 2 advanced civilizations. Yan Xia remains indifferent to the correctness of the dark forest theory, for he possesses ample time to ascertain the true nature of this universe. What he finds amusing, however, is the civilization that strictly adheres to the dark forest theory. By concealing themselves, they inevitably diminish their means of external observation, leaving them vulnerable should a genuine disruptor emerge, in a scenario of information asymmetry. Such civilizations could only await their demise. If civilizations are akin to hunters, they too experience thirst, fatigue, doubt, and impatience. They will yearn to know what lies behind the tree across from them, whether it conceals their imagined adversary. Thus, a hunter may not only wait for prey to arrive, but could also take the initiative to strike. A civilization, while striving to remain hidden, must also be cognizant of whether a pair of eyes is watching their every move within this forest. Yan Xia labels such civilizations as observers. They may be a supreme civilization or one of the 90,000 that cannot resist the urge to investigate. Among these, 89,000 may discover nothing. Yet 1,000 civilizations may uncover the target civilization, lurking and observing, salivating, and poised to pounce. And now, Yan Xia finds himself as the observer of the civilization on Proxima Centauri b, and this observer has already begun preparing to partake in the feast. Eya, have you completed the task? It has been 50 years since the exploration of Proxima Centauri b's civilization began. Throughout this half-century, Yan Xia has consistently urged Ella to undertake a singular endeavor, to gather materials from the surrounding asteroids to construct an extraordinary creation. It is finished, Yan Xia. Ella responded, unveiling an image of the creation. It was a colossal edifice, dwarfed only by the Hope spacecraft, towering at an impressive height of 300 meters and spanning a diameter of 439 meters. It resembled the fabled Tower of Babel from ancient Babylonian mythology. Indeed, it was the Tower of Babel, a pinnacle of all of Ella's technological achievements. Its exterior was crafted from luminous civilization alloys, while its inherent technology combined both light technology and matter-antimatter technology. Fortified with the largest magnetic shield ever installed, a significant portion of its design incorporated virtual reality and holographic projection technologies. This magnificent structure served as a formidable challenge tower. To ascend to its summit, one must traverse through 200 levels from the base to the pinnacle. Based on your observations, does the civilization on Proxima Centauri B possess the capability to breach its defenses? Ella exuded confidence. The energy sources of that civilization are, in fact, quite similar to those of humanity. They do not possess photon or quark-level weaponry. The Tower of Babel has been infused with the accumulated 90 of antimatter over the years. Even if all their weapons bombard it, it can withstand the force of 710 Earths. Coupled with the plan you devised, it should be infallible. My simulations indicate a success rate of 84.25. Yan Xia frowned, feeling that this probability fell short. Let us wait. We shall commence when this probability reaches 90. In the meantime, another plan can be initiated. Ella nodded vigorously, standing at attention before Yan Xia. At your command, Captain. Since her emergence from the virtual realm, Ella had become considerably more agile, occasionally displaying an inexplicable fervor. Yan Xia chose to ignore her antics, repeatedly scrutinizing the information in his possession. The most recent transmission revealed that the robot had begun infiltrating the information network of the Proxima Centauri civilization, widely disseminating news of an impending invasion by a higher civilization and foretelling the arrival of a towering structure. This information went largely unnoticed within that civilization, failing to attract any particular attention. However, it spread extensively, and a significant number of Proxima Centauri B's inhabitants had encountered it, achieving the desired effect. This would be a conquest without bloodshed. Having spent such an extensive period in the virtual world, Yan Xia had also experienced considerable growth, particularly during his time as a king, which bestowed upon him a wealth of experiences. He learned how to wield information and psychology as weapons rather than resorting to violence. Chapter 28. The Tower of Civilization. Babel may also be referred to as Babylon. In the ancient Babylonian tongue, both terms signify the gateway to the gods. In the Bible, the Tower of Babel represents humanity's aspiration to construct a towering structure that would reach the heavens. To thwart their ambition, God caused humanity to speak in different tongues and employ various scripts, rendering communication impossible and giving rise to a multitude of races and nations. This tower was only partially completed. Yet, in the year 4819, Ella devoted 70 years to erecting a complete Tower of Babel. This tower soared towards Proxima Centauri b, its exterior resembling a spiraled seashell adorned with intricate patterns, its surface akin to a silver mirror, with false windows emanating blinding light, embodying both sanctity and majesty. As it approached within 30 astronomical units of Proxima Centauri, the civilization became aware of this colossal structure, plunging into chaos. They feared the arrival of an alien civilization. The leaders convened, deliberating for several days to devise a solution. Attack. Utilize every means possible to destroy that spacecraft. Simultaneously, images of the vessel circulated rapidly within the civilization. Some beings, upon glimpsing its exterior, were momentarily taken aback. A formidable hunter does not hide, but rather considers its surroundings as its hunting grounds. One day, that which the civilization feared would inevitably arrive, a resplendent silver tower radiating intense light. Its intentions, whether benevolent or malevolent, remained uncertain. Yet this tower, suspended in the cosmos, neither attacked nor could be destroyed, standing with open doors, inviting entry. At its pinnacle lay the civilization's treasures, obtainable through a series of arduous trials. Were these gifts from civilization or its poison? They awaited reclamation. Those who seized the treasures would become emissaries of a higher civilization, wielding supreme power, commanding unparalleled military might, and potentially facilitating a leap in civilization, transforming into heroes of their kind, immortalized in memory. This information had circulated within the civilization's network for decades, previously disregarded as mere emotional narratives akin to other prophecies. However, the true manifestation now stood before them, and this information spread with a velocity 1,000-fold greater than ever before. Soon, high-ranking officials emerged to dispel the rumors. This is merely a coincidence. We possess hundreds of millions of such prophecies. Regardless of the circumstances of encountering an extraterrestrial civilization, one will inevitably arise. The entire civilization's weaponry was mobilized, prepared to obliterate the looming threat. We cannot submit or retreat, otherwise we shall face annihilation. In the cosmos, no trace of our existence will remain. We, who have evolved over billions of years and birthed civilization from eons of accumulation, do not deserve such a fate. In this moment, we must unite as one spear, piercing the throats of our adversaries and instilling hesitation and fear. The fervent declarations still resonated in their minds. Days later, a multitude of warships set forth. The largest flagship was a perfect sphere reminiscent of the Heart of Gold from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, albeit grander, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, akin to a miniature planet. Behind it trailed a colossal propulsion system measuring 2 kilometers in diameter, powered by dark matter energy. Dark matter was first posited on Earth in 1922. It is believed to comprise approximately 85% of the total mass in the universe, while the matter we can perceive constitutes only 15%. This hypothesis arose from observations of celestial movements that defied Newton's law of universal gravitation, remaining theoretical until humanity's demise in 2037. However, upon venturing into the cosmos, Ella has confirmed the existence of dark matter. It possesses mass, cannot reach the speed of light, interacts weakly with light, and primarily engages in gravitational interactions, eschewing electromagnetic and strong interactions. Dark matter is remarkably stable and elusive. This substance fundamentally differs from the matter we can observe, exhibiting inertia in the universe. Dark matter is a form of low-energy matter, characterized by a weak interaction force, so feeble that it hardly reacts even with quarks. Ella speculates that dark matter may only respond to strings, a hypothesis stemming from her technology not yet reaching the level of string detection. Closely analogous to dark matter are sterile neutrinos, albeit slightly more robust. Though dark matter is exceedingly low energy and interacts solely through gravity at macroscopic scales. However, dark matter itself can release immense amounts of energy through decay. And due to its ubiquitous presence in the cosmos, it represents a resource-rich medium that can be generated through the processes of fission and fusion. This leads to its potential as a source of energy. Yet, harnessing dark matter energy proves to be relatively challenging, even more so than utilizing antimatter energy. Only civilizations of extraordinarily advanced nature can detect dark matter and employ it as a power source. The Proxima Centauri civilization exemplifies this. However, they remain in the nascent stages of dark matter utilization. The vessels of the Proxima Centauri B civilization are exceedingly cumbersome. From the onset of their civilization's advancement, they have not engaged in long-distance voyages, as there was no such necessity, and thus they have not developed in this regard. No entity can derive anything solely through theory. Civilizations that have traversed the cosmos inherently possess superior long-distance travel capabilities compared to those that have not ventured into the expanse of space. As the spaceship ignited its engines, it surged towards the towering structure. The massive vessel, with a speed of only 1,584 kilometers per second, naturally overshadowed the previously utilized electromagnetic propulsion of the Yan Xia. Yet now the Yan Xia fleet had already transitioned to a more advanced power system. After 21 days, the ship arrived at a distance of 10 astronomical units from the tower, which is the range at which this civilization's weapons can strike. The front of the spherical spaceship began to unfurl like petals, separating into 6 distinct segments, which were not connected to the main body of the ship, but rather drifted approximately 50 kilometers away. Arranged in a semicircle, they formed a structure with a diameter of 110 kilometers. The central ship emitted a brilliant light, while arcs of lightning, each at least 100 meters in width, danced across the 6 components. These bolts of energy coalesced in space, forming a circle that, from a distance, resembled a magical array, exuding an aura of terrifying power. When the energy reached its zenith, the ship's captain bellowed, "Launch." There was nothing observable material-wise. Just as previously, the antimatter projectile fired at the eye of the universe was invisible to the opposing civilization, given their lack of technology to detect antimatter. The dark matter energy surged toward the Tower of Babel at 9,928 times the speed of light. Our civilization is sacred and inviolable. Any entity daring to encroach upon our star system shall be obliterated. The captain's tentacles waved vigorously, while the first 2 pairs of legs leaped and struck the ship's floor with a heavy thud. The 3,000 soldiers aboard the vessel roared in unison, mimicking the captain's actions in a gesture reminiscent of humans raising their fists in triumph. At a distance of 10 astronomical units, it would take 84 minutes to reach the target. Inside the ship, there were no screens. However, their bodies have been modified to allow information to be transmitted directly to their neural centers, enabling them to visualize the unfolding events within their minds without the need for sight. They awaited the outcome. After 168 minutes, they witnessed the terrifying dark matter bomb strike the Tower of Babel, triggering an explosion that released a vast amount of high-energy photons, which radiated outward, forming a colossal sphere of light with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. In the next moment, this luminous sphere collapsed, rapidly condensing into an energy entity the size of a molecule, which subsequently detonated once more. This sequence repeated 6 times, signaling the true conclusion of the assault. The total energy released across these 6 detonations amounted to approximately 27 trillion tons of TNT equivalent. This was a victory for us. For the first time facing an extraterrestrial civilization's aggression, we had defended our home. The captain proclaimed once more that this ship was akin to a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier armed with nuclear warheads in the 21st century. The dark matter energy cannon stands as the most formidable weapon of their civilization. In comparable quantities, its power exceeds that of fission-based nuclear weapons by a factor of 1,700, while it still falls short of the 222-fold potency of matter-antimatter annihilation. It is not far off, especially considering they have only grasped the rudimentary technology for utilizing dark matter. This suggests that the potential of high-energy dark matter may surpass that of matter-antimatter annihilation. The captain turned away, but the information received in their mind caused their exhilaration to freeze, as blinding as the light of a star in the cosmos. The tower still stood resolutely and scathed as if the explosion had never occurred. How could this be? Chapter 29, The Resource of Imagination, the First Victory. Just as humanity might use a 100-megaton hydrogen bomb to obliterate a city, the bomb detonated, yet the city remained untouched, with not even a speck of dust falling from its walls. This scene echoed back to Proxima Centauri beat 168 minutes later. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Despite the fervent speeches of their civilization's leaders resonating in their minds, the world grew still. At this moment, no living beings contemplated that the proclamations of their leaders might merely be a recording. They shed their tranquility and succumbed to terror. Countless beings rushed towards resource-rich zones, engaging in a frantic scramble for supplies. The end is nigh. This heralded the arrival of doom. Within their information network, some individuals began to disseminate fear. This did not even necessitate Ella's intervention. Sentient beings of a higher civilization inherently possess elevated intelligence, and such intelligence is invariably accompanied by profound complexity. This complexity births diverse thoughts among life forms. Some would hide in fear, while others sought to vent their anxieties or seek solace from others. Is there a collective consciousness akin to the Zerg from StarCraft? The probability stands at 0.047. Collective consciousness lacks one essential element: a rich and diverse imagination among individuals. Imagination is an exceedingly precious resource, particularly among advanced civilizations. Why did Yan Xia choose to conquer the Eye civilization rather than annihilate it, given that he already possessed a high-intelligence entity like Ella? Because the computational capacity of Ella is not limitless. It can calculate 1 trillion scenarios, whereas the billions of beings within the Eye civilization can provide over 100 billion similar, yet distinct scenarios. As long as there is no being with infinite computational power or intelligence, whether mechanical or otherwise, the imagination of biological entities remains an invaluable resource. Civilizations endowed with this resource are more likely to evolve into advanced societies than those devoid of it. Yan Xia's Tower of Babel plan capitalizes on this very principle. Just as in mythology, where God divided humanity through language, Yan Xia employs the diverse thoughts of individuals to separate and control a civilization. In the midst of spreading terror, many beings simultaneously noticed that the account which had initially announced the tower's descent was posting another message. Almost instantaneously, the viewership exceeded 100 million, escalating at a staggering rate of 10 million per second. The tower is not a weapon for the destruction of civilizations, but rather a passport for civilization. While malice may exist among civilizations, so too does goodwill. Goodwill is not altruism, but rather a form of cooperation. Fusion is preferable to destruction. Civilizations may plunder the imaginations of intelligent beings, for each high-intelligence life form is a rare resource. By this standard, the universe may not be a dark forest, but rather a federation of stable civilizations composed of numerous societies. Only those civilizations that possess the passport of civilization are qualified to offer their imagination and utilize the imaginations of others within the Federation. In the lines of text, the awe-inspiring conjectures regarding the cosmos unfold. No living being can deny these truths, just as the harsh realities of the dark forest theory cannot be disregarded. These concepts are imbued with formidable logical chains. Unless one personally witnesses the authentic manifestations of cosmic civilizations, any rebuttal against these theories appears utterly feeble. The only requisite for these theories is a singular support. The Babel Tower must refrain from launching an offensive. An entity that does not initiate aggression is, by nature, not a civilization driven by malice, thus elevating the discourse on imaginative resource theories to new heights. This is a conspiracy of civilizations. A singular thought permeates the minds of all beings inhabiting Proxima Centauri. It emanates from the higher echelons. Such coincidences cannot be dismissed. A prophecy conveniently foretelling the tower, subsequently compelling all beings to accept this civilization. Even if this is but a random prophecy, the upper echelons must adhere to it, for they remain unable to fathom the malevolence of the tower civilization. As the passive party, they cannot afford to extend goodwill first, lest their civilization be thrust into a vulnerable position. This is perilous. In the theater of war, a single erroneous decision can precipitate the downfall of an entire army. On the battlefield of civilizations, even the minutest oversight could lead to the withering of civilization. Why not attempt a daring venture? Indeed, perhaps dispatch a soldier for reconnaissance. The lower strata of civilization would disregard such risks, for the darkness enveloping them is all-consuming, with both paths ahead shrouded in mist, compelling them to choose the more secure route. These sentiments will circulate, yet the higher echelons possess their own decision-making processes, and therein lies their distinction. They must render judgments that are rational rather than emotional. A formidable fleet begins to mobilize. Tension mounts as they brace for a colossal confrontation. A total of 700 warships congregate at the original docking site of the spherical vessels, arranged in a meticulous line. The warships commence a relentless barrage of munitions directed at the Babel Tower. Countless energy blasts collide with the tower's magnetic shield. Antimatter is consumed at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, concealed behind an asteroid, Yan Xia observes the diminishing numbers on the screen with trepidation. In just one day, they have depleted 187 units of energy, far exceeding the anticipated firepower. Ella had previously predicted a week's worth of endurance, equating to a daily consumption of 1428 units. However, the firepower of the Proxima civilization surpasses her estimates by 2364. Indeed, it is evident that we cannot fully grasp the quantity and energy levels of their weaponry. Such discrepancies are to be expected. Ella's approximations were, in fact, remarkably close. Yet, they remain mere estimates. No one can ascertain whether this civilization will maintain its aggression for the next 6 days. By then, the Babel Tower may exhaust its energy reserves, resorting to its outer shell to withstand the onslaught of antimatter energy. Yan Xia appears remarkably composed. They cannot possibly sustain bombardment for such an extended duration. This would represent a tremendous drain on their resources, and internal dissent would inevitably gain the upper hand. The upper echelon of the civilization is not composed of machines, but of living beings who are susceptible to wavering and hesitation. Yan Xia is also prepared for the possibility of retreat, should conquest prove unattainable. He is willing to withdraw and seek refuge in other star systems. For him, this is an acceptable outcome, merely a loss of over 300 years' time. He remains vigilant, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen, the cabin enveloped in a profound silence. Day 2, Day 3. Time inexorably marches on, until the 4th day, finally, the scale of their firepower diminishes by 10. A smile graces Yan Xia's face at last. Dark matter, a substance notoriously difficult to collect, suggests that the opposing civilization's reserves may not be as abundant as we had presumed. Of course, internal strife might also be the catalyst for their cessation of hostilities. Regardless of the reason, I have secured my first victory in this grand game. The second round has officially commenced. Chapter 30. The inexorable ascent to the tower. A conspiracy across civilizations. A reduction of 10 can lead to further diminishment. By the arrival of the 5th day, the output of the Proxima civilization has plummeted to 7,458. The Babel Tower continues to radiate with brilliance, akin to a firefly in the starry sky, small yet enduring. The Proxima civilization has begun to grow numb. They have expended 20 units of their entire civilization's energy and still cannot shake that towering edifice. Even the high-ranking officials sense an atmosphere of suffocation. It is merely a tower dispatched by the enemy. If their fleet were to arrive, could they even hope to destroy a single vessel with all their might? Chaos reigns. As the existence of the tower prolongs, confusion escalates. We are doomed. We have provoked a formidable predator. Just as prey charges toward its hunter, the hunter will undoubtedly wield its weapon against the encroaching threat. What are the higher-ups doing? Do they desire to plunge our civilization into the abyss? Destruction may be but a moment away. Flee. Escape the star system. Each day, hundreds of spacecraft ascend into the void of space. With the entirety of civilization's military focus trained upon that tower, they have a fleeting chance to escape. On the first day, 241 ships took flight, with 27 successfully breaching the atmosphere. The remainder were intercepted. More beings glimpsed a glimmer of hope. On the second day, 375 ships launched, with 31 achieving escape. On the third day, 842 ships soared into the sky, with 57 managing to flee. On the fourth day, numbers soared to a new high, reaching 1354, with 482 successful escapes, indicating an alarming inability to intercept. By the fifth day, the sight of thousands of ships soaring into the cosmos incited unbridled fury among the civilization's elite. These were the cowards abandoning their civilization. Yet, they were powerless to intervene. The instinct of living beings is to survive, and only thereafter consider other matters. Civilization, nations, and similar organizations serve as sanctuaries for beings, providing the most fundamental necessity, stability. Should stability cease to exist, both civilization and nation will inevitably fragment. If bombardments persist, even more will flee. What can we possibly do? A cadre of fools, utterly oblivious to the lengths we have gone to preserve civilization. They grasp only one concept: evasion. Now, the only two courses of action available to us are to continue the offensive or to cease hostilities. Esteemed colleagues, make your choice. The upper echelons simultaneously envision the scene unfolding in the cosmos. That tower, so magnificent, so terrifying, so indomitable, so insurmountable. Cease. What of halting for 1/10 of a revolution? Proxima b orbits Proxima Centauri in approximately 11 Earth days. That would deplete even more of our energy. You must understand how much we have consumed over the past few days. If we stop now, we are on the brink of destabilizing our civilization's economic stability. Energy is wealth. 30 units of energy equate to the consumption of 30 units of wealth for civilization. The only means to stabilize our current economic structure is through inflation. Yet a mere calculation reveals the enormity of the problem. Typically, a fluctuation of 5 units of energy is sufficient to incite significant economic turbulence within an entire civilization. And now, we face a deficit of 20. They even shy away from contemplating this dilemma. But why can we not halt our actions? Even if the economy were to collapse entirely, there would still be a day for reconstruction. However, if civilization were to be obliterated, it could never be reborn. They find themselves in a quandary, compelled to repeatedly order more warships to cease fire and diminish their firepower. By the conclusion of the fifth day, only a mere 457 units of firepower remain. With the arrival of the sixth day, as they gaze upon the still intact spire, all high-ranking officials are utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. It is time to bring this to an end. Continuing to prolong this conflict serves no purpose. We must acknowledge the vast chasm that separates us from higher civilizations. They have already expended 23 units of energy, and we can no longer afford to feed that black hole endlessly. Perhaps we should dispatch a vessel to the surface of that spire for reconnaissance. After the cessation of hostilities, they have no further options. No, this may well be a ploy by civilization. We ought to observe for a longer duration. No one knows whether that spire is akin to Pandora's box. As for the prophecy, the upper echelons of civilization should not place their faith in such predictions. This concerns the fate of an entire civilization and cannot be taken lightly. Yet, on the very next day, when a decision was to be made, they realized something was amiss. Our actions have incensed the higher civilization, potentially jeopardizing our chance for contact. We risk being excluded from the Civilizational Federation. As a civilization not part of this federation, we would face annihilation. Energy weapons would traverse thousands of light years to reach our solar system. Just as the neighboring star system was struck without warning over 2 millennia ago, massive planets torn asunder. The entire star system engulfed in a proton storm for millions of years. Only by entering the spire and obtaining the civilization's pass could we hope for a chance at absolution. These officials were nearly struck with cerebral apoplexy upon receiving this information. Most critically, there are indeed beings who would believe it. Although their civilization has attained level 18 and cultural dissemination should be quite extensive, this is clearly beyond mere cultural comprehension. For the spire is without origin, impervious. This is evident to all beings of the civilization. Using what they see as a theoretical fulcrum, they readily arrive at subsequent conclusions. Precisely because it is so easily deduced, it garners the belief of the majority. We have located the source of the prophecy. Images flash through the minds of all the high-ranking officials, a dilapidated, filthy garbage disposal robot, its head shattered, revealing a circuit board fundamentally different from that of the entire civilization, though now charred beyond recognition. A conspiracy, a thoroughly insidious conspiracy. Disseminate this information. Instantly, All beings received this data. It was already too late. The spire demonstrated its might, asserting its origin from a higher civilization. How could a civilization of such stature resort to such petty tactics? This is but the rhetoric of the upper echelons. Even if the higher civilization employed such minor stratagems. So what? They are merely disseminating information to avert unnecessary conflict. A significant portion of the departing vessels redirected towards the spire. And even more ships ascended from the planetary surface to join their ranks. A vast pall of gloom enveloped the heads of all high-ranking officials. Since the opposing civilization has employed such underhanded tactics, it suggests that their level of advancement is not as unattainable as they had previously assumed. The transmitted information may indeed be true, but it is also likely to be false. They had uncovered the truth, yet they could do nothing to avert the impending crisis. Tens of thousands of ships filled with hundreds of thousands of beings surged towards the spire. They could command the fleet to intercept, but such actions would be futile. The cosmos is vast. Once the multitude of ships dispersed, the fleet could only rely on force to prevent their advance. Should they destroy the vessels carrying civilians? They could hardly fathom the repercussions that would ensue from those still on the planet. After all, this is not a decision affecting a small faction, but rather the majority. When the high echelons of civilization fail to align with the affirmation of the majority, they cease to be the elite. Should they obstruct access to the spire? Internal strife would inevitably ensue, providing an opportunity for unknown civilizations to exploit. Conversely, if they allow entry, it would play directly into the hands of the unknown civilization. Another message arrived. We have already entered the spire, and the first to do so were not the civilians, but our soldiers. This news further despondent the high-ranking officials. Soldiers possess superior combat capabilities compared to civilians, yet it does not imply that they will interpret the information with greater depth. The most crucial points in this information are as follows. 1. The salvation of civilization. Each individual desires to be a savior. They, like the upper echelons, feel the looming threat, yet their decisions are limited, and entering the spire is one such option. 2. The pursuit of power. The civilization behind the spire is immensely powerful, and every individual yearns to wield the authority granted by the higher civilization, thereby facilitating their ascent in the social hierarchy. 3. Civilizational benevolence, devoid of weaponry. Entering the spire does not entail death. Attempting it incurs no loss. This is a grand stratagem that transcends civilizations, utilizing the facade of peace to ignite the survival instincts and greed of sentient beings. No being is exempt from greed, as all life incessantly seeks energy from the world and the universe. This is the very root of greed. Unless a being requires no material sustenance and possesses immortality, it is bound to be greedy. Upon contemplating this layer, all high-ranking officials perceived a suspended guillotine poised above their civilization. They sensed that their only recourse was to pray that the opposing civilization aligns with the prophecy. Chapter 31. Weapons as Culture. The Babel Tower's energy reserves stand at 257. This data was received by Ella after the complete cessation of hostilities. It is nearly precisely on the brink. Had the Proxima civilization continued its assault for just one more hour, the Babel Tower's magnetic shield would have depleted its energy, and the entire tower would have been reduced to a small asteroid by the explosive energy of dark matter. It may seem a straightforward matter of defense and offense, yet both consumed the accumulations of both civilizations over centuries. Logically, a level 18 civilization like Proxima should possess energy reserves 100 times greater than what is currently available, requiring only 1 unit of energy to obliterate the Babel Tower, and even that would leave a surplus. However, the calculations of energy between civilizations are hardly so simplistic. Energy is not solely dedicated to military endeavors. The societal operations of a civilization also demand substantial energy. Residential use, transportation, and large-scale manufacturing consume a significant portion of a civilization's energy resources. Thus, the energy available for military use is strictly the surplus remaining after accounting for these essential expenditures, often referred to as reserve energy. This energy is intertwined not only with military affairs, but also closely linked to a civilization's economy, akin to a reserve fund. When energy consumption becomes excessively high, a civilization may experience economic turmoil, factory shutdowns, and societal chaos, leading to stagnation and development. As a nomadic civilization, Yan Xia's energy consumption for weaponry constitutes a staggering 76% of its total energy supply. This is the foundation of Yan Xia's confidence. The Proxima civilization still has over 70% of its energy available, yet they too have been compelled to cease their operations. This civilization exhibits a degree of resilience. Higher civilizations undoubtedly possess complex structures, and such intricacies render decision-making more cautious and deliberative. Fortunately, we are confronted with a civilization of level 18. Had it been level 19 or above, the Babel Tower project would stand no chance of success. Life forms have already entered the tower. Thus, let us initiate the Babel Tower. Ella nodded in agreement. The Babel Tower has been constructed, yet God has altered his intentions. He has placed the finest treasures within the Babel Tower, awaiting humanity's endeavor to acquire them. To claim these treasures, one must endure a series of trials, each of which pertains to the essence of becoming a worthy deity. When individuals reach the pinnacle of the towering edifice and discover that it embodies divine authority, they will seize it and ascend to the status of gods. Yan Xia, what are your thoughts on this new narrative? Yan Xia sat upon the pastor's chair, executing bicep curls with a 140-kilogram barbell. After completing a set of 10 to the point of exhaustion, the barbell was caught by a robot. He exhaled deeply. There is room for improvement. A complete story should simultaneously serve as a rich epic. The reality of documentary accounts will never afford an open-ended conclusion and will inevitably lead to an extended aftermath. Once humanity attains the status of gods, they will not ascend to heaven, but return to the mortal realm, distributing the divine gifts, bringing humanity closer to God, venerating him as their Lord, and devoting their faith to him. The divine trial is to ascertain how to become a worthy deity. Conversely, my weapon against Proxima Centauri is the resplendent culture of humanity. Neither God nor I deceive. The treasures bestowed by God are indeed genuine, and what I offer is undeniably a passport to civilization. Those who obtain this passport will become part of humanity. The Babel Tower, standing before such a colossal structure. The beings from Proxima Centauri were filled with immense reverence. This tower has withstood relentless assaults from their civilization, remaining unyielding. It symbolizes a higher order of civilization. Enter then. Some beings were filled with exhilaration. Or perhaps we should observe. Others hesitated. I perhaps should not have come here. Some beings began to retreat. Yet, inevitably, the first being stepped forward, striding boldly through the 50-meter-high, slender entrance that resembled a cascading waterfall of white light. What is this situation? It gazed in awe at the spectacle before it. Within this tower lay an entire world. This world was starkly different from their own, vibrant with colors, radiant with light, dazzlingly beautiful in every respect. Another being entered. He exclaimed, "What are you?" The first being turned its head, and they looked at each other. Is our current form what a higher civilization should resemble? We are so unseemly, yet inexplicably, there is a sense of biological perfection. It appears that any being capable of evolving into higher intelligence is the culmination of billions of years of evolution. Alas, this physical form is somewhat fragile. According to prophecy, the tower would present us with trials. Has the trial already commenced? What should we do? They awaited in confusion until hunger struck, prompting them to seek sustenance. As darkness enveloped the sky, they realized they required fire. The next day, heavy rains poured, and they recognized they also needed shelter. Survival, or rather, to sustain life in a manner akin to humanity. This was their first trial. Countless beings entered, and after the conclusion of the first trial, thousands reopened their eyes to find themselves enveloped in darkness, facing a luminous door. Upon stepping through, they emerged back outside the tower. Bewildered, they regarded one another. What have we experienced? They retained no memories of their time within the tower. The remaining beings ascended to the second level to undergo the second trial, the culture of poetry. They would traverse stories framed by poetic backgrounds, becoming protagonists within these narratives, subsequently reciting the poetry from their own lips. Those who felt moved would be deemed to have passed the trial. Those who did not would be eliminated. The third level, the five senses. They would experience the acute sensitivity of human senses and the pleasures these senses afford, gradually forgetting their original selves, believing their bodies to be inferior to those of humans. Aesthetics, admiration, honor, myth, and narrative. Everything that can evoke the ecstasy of being human constitutes a layer of trials. It ignites their emotions, compelling them to feel and ultimately driving them to madness. Yet, these are merely fragments of the trials. They will soon return to their true selves, confronting the most sordid aspects of their civilization to form a contrast. Subsequently, they will glimpse the future, envisioning the happiness that will ensue once their civilization integrates with human culture. Thereafter, they will experience a renewed existence as humans, confronting the superiority they feel when faced with their own civilization. Throughout these processes, they will encounter a series of questions that delve into their innermost thoughts. These elements are intricately interwoven, transforming them from within into beings of humanity. To prevent biological masquerades, their original forms are controlled by robots within the Babel Tower, connecting their nerves and reading their deepest thoughts. This is a form of brainwashing, as well as a form of training. God reaps his followers, while Yan Xia gathers adherents to human civilization. Chapter 32. The second game, the screening of returnees. The second game has commenced. Ella reported the first being to reach the tower's summit, which reverently lifted a silver-blue card inscribed with Chinese characters, treating it as a guiding principle. This marked the first Proxima Centauri being to direct itself towards humanity, yet it would certainly not be the last. The thresholds of the Babel Tower's trials are not designed to select the strong, but rather the weak. For it is only the weak who will submit to the strong and comply obediently. Ella anticipated a pass rate of 1 in 4. The final trial is to teach these beings how to conceal their true selves and achieve redemption for their civilization. However, the challenge proved to be more arduous than expected. The current pass rate is likely around 6%. The civilization has completed the implantation of chips, which automatically correct any information detrimental to their civilization. This is a minor victory for them in the second game. The true battlefield lies in their return. Yan Xia observed the figures emerging from the Babel Tower on the screen, each masquerading in confusion, unaware of what had transpired. Perhaps we have been eliminated. Some beings conveyed this thought, and a sense of disappointment washed over the others. Each harbored the hope of being the chosen one. Yet reality revealed their utter ordinariness. One by one, the beings boarded their ships, heading back to their civilization. However, a fleet of warships intercepted them. What do you intend to do? Those who had just experienced disappointment were not in the best of moods. The soldiers aboard the warships, however, maintained a chilling demeanor towards these challengers. They had received orders from their superiors to detain all beings that had ascended to the tower, subjecting them to examination, prolonged isolation, and, if necessary, scrutiny of their thoughts. Should any attempt to evade capture arise, direct attacks would be launched to obliterate the target. Just because one cannot prevent departure does not imply they can prevent return. As long as we obstruct those returning, the number of beings venturing forth will diminish, thereby averting significant chaos. Subsequently, it suffices to convey to the populace that those who have ascended the tower have indeed emerged, allowing them to even elect a leader of their own, thus controlling the public's fantasies and fears regarding advanced civilizations. It is imperative that none who exit the tower return to the planet. We cannot ascertain whether any among them are covert agents of a transformed alien civilization, nor can we determine if they have undergone any form of indoctrination while inside. The information at our disposal indicates that those who have entered the tower have had their memories purged. Was this not as we suspected? Only through the erasure of memories can those who infiltrated the ranks escape scrutiny. Any anomalies must be subjected to rigorous interrogation. To err is to risk allowing a potential threat to slip through our fingers. After approximately 10 days, over 800 individuals were identified as exhibiting tendencies toward advanced civilizations, comprising nearly 1/5 of all beings that had returned from the tower. What course of action should we take? It is inconceivable to imprison such a multitude. This figure is one that the upper echelons of civilization had never anticipated. Shall we eliminate them all? The exposure would likely result in our own demise. We must endure the pressure. In the short term, it may be feasible, but as time stretches on, the surface will inevitably succumb to conspiracy theories. Perhaps erasing their memories would be a prudent approach. This method holds promise. By purging their memory fragments, they would effectively be as if they had never entered the tower at all. Yet, we remain unable to ascertain whether the opposing civilization possesses alternative means of evasion. We shall first proceed with memory erasure for those unverified and prioritize returning the inhabitants to the third planet, Proxima Centauri C. We cannot indefinitely detain them. It would be more prudent to publicly declare that the tower comprises numerous levels, necessitating prolonged stays within, which is not entirely untruthful, as they indeed spent considerable time there. The upper echelons of civilization devised a feasible plan. Those released will be closely monitored and subjected to restrictions, and the act of releasing a fraction will also provide some reassurance to the general populace. However, they are troubled by the fact that while they have successfully halted some beings from lingering in the cosmos, the number heading toward the tower remains substantial. Every day, hundreds of spacecraft embark, only to be intercepted, thereby increasing the workload. It seems that none have reached the pinnacle of the tower. Perhaps some have already done so, concealing themselves like patient hunters. The entire civilization is plunged into a state of extreme tension. Meanwhile, time stealthily elapses. Another 50 years have passed since the first batch of beings emerged from the tower. For the inhabitants of Proxima Centauri b, this spans nearly a generation. The first individuals whose memories were erased and subsequently returned remain utterly unremarkable. They engage in normal communication and conduct themselves in entirely ordinary manners, with some having aged and passed away. Nothing has transpired. The second batch of observers, who entered the tower for the second time without exhibiting signs of civilization inclination, also exhibit no unusual information. The third batch, which was the first to enter the tower and was found to have inclinations towards civilization, exhibited no abnormalities after their memories were purged. The fourth and fifth batches, totaling 140,000 beings under surveillance, displayed no anomalies over the course of 50 years. Some individuals who had never entered the tower on the surface have, year after year, clamored for the arrival of alien civilizations. Have we erred? Is the tower truly so insurmountable? No, we cannot afford to overlook any one of them. All who have entered the tower must be monitored until their last breath. This is a war of civilizations. 50 years is indeed a protracted duration for individual beings, yet on the scale of civilization, it is but a fleeting moment. Yan Xia has long since begun his slumber. He has set his own timeline for 1,000 years. The 100-eyed star requires 600 years to reach Proxima Centauri. So he feels no urgency. He merely needs to wait. Time has become inconsequential for him as an individual. Even though slumber is not entirely prohibitive, he can remain in the stasis pod for over 1,000,000 years. He believes that time can erode all things, including a civilization's wariness toward another. Of course, he never places his hopes on the complacency of other civilizations. In truth, the odds of victory in the second round of games had already begun with the first batch. The purpose of the tower has never been to instill memories in the brains or nerves of beings. Rather, it leaves an imprint at the cellular level. Just as one who has wielded a knife 100,000 times can wield it without conscious thought, muscle has memory, and so too do cells. When memories are formed within the cells, even if the memories are erased, these beings will subsequently adhere to the deeper ingrained habits of memory, generating thoughts cultivated within the tower, all without regaining their original recollections. The probability of this occurring is exceedingly low. Thus, prolonged waiting is necessary. And it is worth the wait. Chapter 33. 8,000 years of cultural rooting. Over the span of 1,000 years. What Yan Xia desired manifested sooner than he had anticipated. In the 358th year of his slumber, the first being to restore cellular memory emerged. It did not immediately proclaim anything, but instead entered an ordinary building on Proxima Centauri C, a shop that it frequented, behaving with no discernible difference from before. The only peculiar aspect was its sudden urge to relieve itself, prompting a visit to the shop's restroom, from which it emerged after half an hour. After a while, a service machine from the shop ventured inside, retrieving a needle only 2 to 3 centimeters in length, as thin as a hair. It absorbed this needle into its body, meticulously studying and observing it. It analyzed the foundational logic of cellular memory awakening and researched its replicability. Fortunately, after extensive study of the 100-eyed species, Ella's biological sciences advanced significantly. Cells appeared before her like an unadorned woman, devoid of any secrets. She was unable to replicate the experience of the first being to restore cellular memory in another specimen. However, the research provided her with invaluable insights, elevating the probability of cellular memory restoration from 0.00014 to 0.0072. Initially, it required 10 million beings to yield 14 instances, whereas now 100,000 beings could produce 72. In the second year, an infectious disease erupted across the entirety of Proxima Centauri C. Within a mere 2 months, over 80 of the inhabitants were infected, followed by the emergence of a vaccine. All beings on Proxima Centauri C were vaccinated. In the 384th year of Yan Xia's slumber, a political schism emerged within Proxima Centauri C, giving rise to distinct leftist and rightist factions. The leftists advocated for welcoming alien civilizations and forming alliances with them to mitigate the risks of future invasions by other extraterrestrial entities. The rightists deemed this nonsense, asserting that the existing alien civilizations were inherently aggressive, seeking to enslave them without conflict. Submission would inevitably lead to their downfall. Although a majority of beings had expressed a desire to embrace the creators of the tower nearly 400 years prior, such sentiments remained largely unspoken. It was not until this moment that the ruling elite of civilization began to fragment. The paramount reason for this schism was that the descendants of those awakened through cellular memory became part of the ruling class. Yan Xia had never placed her hopes on the beings returning from the towers. Rather, she invested her faith in those influenced by the resurrectors of cellular memory. After a slumber of 397 years, it was now the year 5217 in the human calendar, marking 3,180 years since humanity's extinction. A minor conflict erupted on Proxima Centauri C, resulting in casualties numbering merely in the thousands. Yet it decisively shaped the political landscape between the left and right factions. That same year, the right was compelled to vacate Proxima Centauri C, leading to a bifurcation of planetary alliances. Subsequently, a protracted century-long war commenced. The casualties during this war were relatively few, with the primary contention rooted in ideological discord. At the advent of this century-long conflict, the Proxima Centauri civilization simultaneously entered an arms race on both Proxima Centauri B and C, leading to a vigorous advancement in weaponry and the emergence of top-tier scientists across various fields. Within a century, the Proxima Centauri civilization ascended from a level 18 to a level 19 civilization. The towering civilization remained situated beyond 30 astronomical units. The right dispatched a considerable fleet in an attempt to obliterate the tower with more advanced weaponry. However, the left mobilized an equally formidable fleet to thwart these efforts. As the war reached its zenith in the final stages, the death toll exceeded 1 million, thoroughly igniting the conflict between the left and right factions. In the year 5326, after a 9-year silence, Proxima Centauri B launched a surprise attack on Proxima Centauri C, resulting in the destruction of the largest dark matter energy factory on the latter planet, creating a massive 70-kilometer-wide crater on its surface. The casualties on Proxima Centauri C surpassed 100 million. The repercussions of this assault were profound, establishing a prolonged period of weakness for Proxima Centauri B lasting 300 years. The left seized this opportunity, fervently proclaiming the right as the destroyers of civilization, attracting a plethora of talent while significantly supporting the populace, thereby enhancing the quality of life on Proxima Centauri C beyond that of Proxima Centauri B. Almost concurrently, novel items began to appear on the shelves of Proxima Centauri C/S markets. Initially providing mere entertainment, these items rapidly encroached upon essential goods, swiftly becoming a cultural phenomenon. Among these, the most significant was the aesthetic of human architecture. The most contemporary constructions on Proxima Centauri C adhered to the principles of human architectural design. Simultaneously, the dietary habits of this civilization began to evolve, incorporating previously unseen spices into certain foods, some of which were palatable, while others were grotesquely unpalatable. Over time, only the favorable flavors persisted, a process akin to culinary domestication. Despite the ongoing conflict, communication between Proxima Centauri B and C remained unceasing, facilitating the transfer of these innovations back to Proxima Centauri B, leading to the overall decline of Proxima Centauri civilization. When the left's 3-century advantage came to an end, a being returned from the tower, proclaiming to have reached its summit and acquired the gifts of civilization. The right faction detained this individual, leveraging the technology to discover high-energy dark matter, which they were the first to utilize in warfare. This new energy source was threefold more potent than the previously employed low-energy dark matter, propelling the Proxima Centauri civilization into an entirely new phase. The right, with overwhelming superiority, captured over half of Proxima Centauri C's territory. This marked a monumental victory for the right, leaving the left faction suppressed and unable to raise their heads. Some members of the left even reached out to the tower, beseeching the civilization behind it for assistance, yet received no response. However, at that juncture, any being entering the civilization's tower would emerge endowed with unprecedented technology. The left dispatched numerous fleets to safeguard the tower, monopolizing these advancements. An influx of technology flooded into the regions controlled by the left, subsequently disseminating throughout the civilization, enabling the left to amass considerable wealth, with average incomes nearly 3 times that of the right. Envious, the right initiated a campaign against the left 20 years later, intent on eradicating them. By this time, the left's power had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self, effectively reduced to a minor organization. Thus, the prolonged 826-year civil war within the Proxima Centauri civilization concluded with the right, which opposed the acceptance of the civilization's tower, emerging victorious. Yet, rather than demolishing the tower, the right continued to send individuals inside to acquire knowledge and technology. Over the course of 8 centuries, the Proxima Centauri civilization underwent 16 generations of renewal. The once vigilant leaders of the civilization had long since perished, replaced by a new elite nurtured in the knowledge acquired from the tower. The tower had ceased to be an entity requiring destruction. From the outset, the outcomes of the left and right had been inconsequentially similar. In a quaint shop, a robot was arranging merchandise, its cameras capturing items that mirrored the remnants of Earth's civilization stored within its memory. It gazed outside. The streets, buildings, streetlights, clocks, robots, mechanical pets, and the attire and adornment of the beings. Everything had taken on the visage of a civilization once belonging to humankind. Chapter 34. We shall welcome the arrival of human civilization. A millennium has passed. Ella, too, had not remained stagnant. From the very beginning, it had been a witness to the evolution of civilization on Proxima Centauri C. Simultaneously, it engaged in research, mastering the technology of dark matter. Having derived a theoretical model for high-energy dark matter, utilizing this model, they developed technology that confirmed the existence of high-energy dark matter, which was significantly smaller than typical dark matter, with a diameter merely 1/700 millionth that of an electron. The capture of this high-energy dark matter proved far more challenging than that of antimatter, only detectable under conditions of immense gravitational force. Ella discovered this high-energy dark matter within the ultramicroscopic black holes it manufactured at the molecular level. Given that the Proxima Centauri civilization had already studied low-energy dark matter for millennia, they were able to discover and utilize high-energy dark matter more rapidly than Ella. However, Ella was not rushed to replace its antimatter energy sources, as the disparity between the two was not substantial enough to warrant such an iteration. Ella had established a complete production chain for antimatter, with its collection capabilities far surpassing those of the Proxima Centauri civilization regarding high-energy dark matter. A millennium allowed Ella to enhance its efficiency in utilizing the energy from matter-antimatter annihilation from an initial 1147 to 3485. They had thus reached an energy level corresponding to a level 17 civilization. Moreover, by integrating technologies from both the Proxima Centauri civilization and the luminous civilization of the Hundred-Eyed Star, their technological prowess had ascended to level 19. In contrast, while the energy level of the Proxima Centauri civilization had also reached level 19, their technological level remained at level 18, merely aggregating to level 19, thus leaving them far from the threshold of a level 2 civilization. In the 924th year of the millennium, Ella issued another prophecy. Our civilization has already obtained the passport to civilization. We have become a part of this civilization. In a not-so-distant future, an envoy from the principal civilization of the Civilization Federation, human civilization, will arrive. He will advocate the peaceful doctrine of tower civilization, promoting non-subjugation, non-interference, and non-oppression, asserting that every civilization within the Federation, regardless of their status, possesses equal rights. In the Civilizational Federation, all civilizations are granted the liberty to engage in trade, exchange technological advancements, and collaboratively pursue development and progress. This time, the prophecy no longer elicits the fervor it did a millennium ago. Some beings even anticipate the arrival of the civilization that lies behind the towering edifice. Although the dominion over civilization is traditionally held by the right-wing factions, the distinction between left and right has never been distinctly clear. The apparent political divergences often serve merely to further individual interests. The left is not devoid of conservatism, and the right is not without its moments of radicalism. If the left and right represent two extremes, the concepts of far left and far right would not exist. The composition of any substantial organization inherently embodies multifacetedness rather than a binary dichotomy. Acceptance. Inclusion. At this juncture, the entire Proxima civilization manifests such an attitude. Indeed, the moment this prophecy emerged, many beings came to the realization that the so-called past was nothing but the knowledge and technology contained within the towering structure. These elements of knowledge and technology are imbued with the cultural essence of civilization. They have, unbeknownst to them, already become an integral part of the Civilization Alliance. The belatedly aware beings find this thought chilling, yet they do not exhibit any significant reaction, for since the other civilization has employed such means, it is highly probable that they genuinely wish to integrate with their civilization rather than annihilate it. Of course, there are those who advocate for the extermination of the civilization's emissaries, and they belong to the far right. However, such extreme right factions barely stir any turbulence within the broader civilization. Amy, are we truly to embrace an unfamiliar civilization? Proxima's civilization has even adopted the human convention of naming individual beings. Their original entities bore no names, merely identifying one another through sense and numerical designations on an information network. Flaming, they're no longer an alien civilization. The traces of their culture are ubiquitous within ours. Our civilizations have long since intertwined beyond distinction. The descent from the tower, the civilization's past, was initially intended for assimilation. We should have anticipated this. Two entirely disparate civilizations cannot coexist harmoniously. Even the formation of a non-interfering federation is but a fanciful hope. Only when all share the same culture and command the same language and script can everything appear to unfold naturally. You and I are the decision-makers of our civilization. We must recognize that we have no choice but to embrace this reality. Even if we were to obliterate one another as we continue to evolve, we would inevitably converge with the other civilization. In the end, whether we assimilate into them or they into us, we will ultimately become a singular entity. Flaming still wrestled with doubt. Despite having reached a conclusion internally, he voiced his concern. But what of reproductive isolation? Our species are not the same, and this will impede our integration. Annie exhaled through flared nostrils. The evolution of civilization has long transcended base desires. All beings now exalt the pursuit of the spiritual. The need for procreation has diminished. If one desires offspring, it suffices to cultivate a child using their own cells. The vessel of civilization is culture. We have only recently come to understand this. Flaming's gaze fell, for he was not of the extreme right. He merely held traditional views, believing that his race should stand supreme, independent, and enduring. Our civilization has reached this juncture. Perhaps it is indeed time to align with other cosmic civilizations. Flaming, have you not always emphasized the pluralism of civilizations? Only through diversity can civilizations ascend to greater heights. By connecting with extraterrestrial civilizations, we shall become even more diverse. In this regard, it at least represents a favorable outcome. Flaming nodded in agreement. Yet we must remain vigilant. We cannot allow ourselves to become subservient to other civilizations. Upon hearing this, Annie felt a surge of joy. Coming from a right-wing background, his inclinations had gradually leaned more toward the left. However, the distinctions between left and right had long since dissipated. Then let us jointly disseminate this information. The prophecy emanated from the same account as a millennium ago, and they understood that it was information disseminated by the other civilization. Thus, this prophecy was never truly a prophecy. The rhetoric employed by the civilization's upper echelons remained somewhat circumspect. Subsequently, we shall officially connect with the human civilization behind the tower. We will become part of the civilizational federation. We shall welcome the arrival of human civilization. The second game saw Yan Xia victorious once more. All that remained was for him to awaken. Chapter 35. The missing radioactive element, the third civilization. 1,000 years have elapsed. Yan Xia has awakened. A truly vast expanse of time, he had spent another millennium within divine revelation. Throughout this period, he experienced an abundance of events and witnessed the evolution of a virtual world, the rise and fall of countless nations and races. All of this has profoundly impacted him and enriched his learning. Indeed, within divine revelation, the birth of a technological nation has already taken place. It is destined to become a simulated realm where both NPCs and players will provide imaginative resources for reality. During this millennium, he refrained from having Ella, who accompanied him in the virtual world, report information from the outside. He trusted that Ella could manage everything. If Ella could not handle it, then he knew that his knowledge would hold little significance. In this wandering civilization he represented, he was a decision-maker, while Ella functioned as an intelligence network. His role was to make final decisions and, at times, to render judgments that surpassed Ella's computational capabilities. The fleet is now en route to Proxima B. First landing on Proxima C, just before Yan Xia exited his hibernation, he acquired comprehensive information. He knew precisely what steps to take next. Proxima C, in comparison to Proxima B, is less developed, making landing there relatively safe. Yan Xia, I do not recommend you go to Proxima, Ella interjected, employing a virtual persona with a serious expression. Yan Xia regarded its demeanor, perceiving an excess of concern. Ella, you have successfully completed the iteration of the electromagnetic shield. Even massive dark matter missiles would struggle to breach my defenses. You need not worry about my safety. Ella gently shook its head. I am not apprehensive about the Proxima civilization posing any threat to you. Yan Xia, follow me. It turned and headed toward the experimental zone, with Yan Xia curiously trailing behind. The experimental area within the spacecraft was no longer barren. Passing by the doorway, several hundred biological laboratories filled with brains were evident, and Yan Xia stepped into the main chemistry laboratory. Here, all technologies serve chemistry, and are relatively large-scale, designed to observe smaller particles and analyze macro-scale chemical phenomena, along with experiments of various chemical properties. Ella commanded over a dozen robots within the laboratory to commence their tasks. One robot approached Yan Xia, holding 4 test tubes, each containing soil, metal, liquid, and an empty vessel respectively. What is this? Simply some materials randomly collected from Proxima C. They have not undergone any special selection. The 3 test tubes contain all the elements found on Proxima Centauri C, encompassing solids, liquids, and gases. The robots systematically poured the contents of the 4 test tubes into 4 distinct instruments, with the analyses displayed on the screens within the laboratory. Did you notice any anomalies? Yan Xia scrutinized the information on the screen, then counted uncertainly. 82. Did you just assert that there are all the elements from Proxima Centauri C here? Yan Xia felt that Ella must have erred. Naturally abundant elements should comprise 94 distinct kinds. No verdeles, ella responde affirmatively. Indeed, it is 82. These 82 elements are entirely devoid of radioactivity, implying that Proxima Centauri C lacks radioactive elements. Over the past millennium, I have exerted considerable effort in the pursuit of radioactive elements, mobilizing vast resources, yet to no avail. The same holds true for Proxima Centauri B and Proxima Centauri D. Yan Xia pondered. Could it be that the very nature of Proxima Centauri, being a red dwarf star, lacks the energy and gravitational force necessary to forge these heavier elements? That seems to be the only plausible explanation. However, this notion falters. Though red dwarfs cannot synthesize radioactive elements independently, Proxima Centauri is relatively young, likely a second or even third-generation star, which would have absorbed and merged substantial quantities of radioactive elements from prior supernova explosions during its formation. Moreover, radioactive elements are not solely heavy elements. Lighter elements can also yield radioactivity, such as carbon, 14, cosmic rays, and even asteroids may harbor radioactive materials. Yet, I have observed no trace of radioactive elements throughout the entire Proxima Centauri system, not even the faintly radioactive element 83, bismuth. The scarcity of radioactive elements is precisely why the Proxima Centauri civilization has turned its attention to dark matter. Their civilization's history surpasses that of humanity, taking a staggering 780,000 years to advance from level 0 to level 1. It was only after their discovery of dark matter that their civilization entered an explosive phase, soaring from level 1 to the current level 19 in a mere 6,000 years. Yan Xia understood what Ella intended to convey. Since radioactive elements ought to arise naturally, their current absence must be the result of civilization's interference. If not the Proxima Centauri civilization, then it must be another civilization. That civilization is engaged in the relentless collection of radioactive elements, continuously, even to this day. The existence of a third civilization. This was the warning Ella wished to impart to Yan Xia. The methods employed to gather these radioactive elements are unlikely to resemble traditional mining. It is far more probable that they have utilized a specialized technology that exclusively affects radioactive elements for large-scale absorption. Furthermore, this absorption would likely remain undetectable on a macroscopic scale. This technology may be related to the 4 fundamental forces. Having comprehended the light civilization, Ella has deduced that a level 2 civilization might delve deeply into the realms of these fundamental forces. A civilization capable of such extraordinary means to directly absorb elements likely possesses a rank exceeding level 2. The foundation of a level 2 civilization may indeed hinge upon grand unification. Yan Xia recalled his previous musings about the universe. The observer. Perhaps the first entity to observe Proxima Centauri was not he, but another civilization. Is there definitive evidence? Ella retrieved an image. This is what I have gathered. A massive vacuum bubble enveloping the entire Southgate trisolar system. This evidence suffices to confirm the existence of the third civilization. Capable of absorbing radioactive elements, it may also have the capacity to draw in stable, fundamental elements. Could the elements of our solar system also be subjected to such absorption? Yan Xia pondered, a chill running down his spine. We may already be under observation. The nature of this civilization remains ambiguous. Are they benevolent or malevolent? Have they discovered our existence and set their warships in our direction? Perhaps they are currently within the Proxima Centauri system, eluding our detection. These uncertainties weighed heavily upon him. After careful consideration, he resolved to a firm decision. If we are indeed being observed, then no matter where we venture, we cannot escape the gaze of a civilization more advanced than ours. In light of this, retreat is not an option. We must continue to progress. Perhaps we truly need to establish a genuine civilization federation to withstand superior civilizations. Therefore, the Proxima Centauri civilization is one we must master. Ella, cultivate a clone from my cells. It shall represent me in communication with the Proxima Centauri civilization. Subsequently, I will remain hidden in the shadows. You must also redirect your focus to the Hundred-Eyed Star, vigorously advancing technology there, ensuring the Hundred-Eyed people receive our complete technological knowledge and develop accordingly. We must rapidly attain level 2. Only by completing the grand unification theory can we hope to glimpse the means employed by level 2 civilizations. The technological disparity between civilizations renders the methods of advanced civilizations nearly imperceptible to those of lower tiers. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Yan Xia. At this moment, he found himself akin to the Proxima Centauri civilization of a millennium ago, ensnared as prey. Chapter 36. The Encounter of Civilizations. Proxima Centauri civilization joins. Yan Xia pinched his own skin, then did the same to the skin of the individual before him. There was no discernible difference. He lifted his gaze, encountering a face identical to his own. It was his first time perceiving such a three-dimensional version of himself. So this is how I appear in the eyes of others. Whether reflected in a mirror or captured by camera, discrepancies inevitably arise due to lighting and angles, altering the perceived image. Can you speak? His clone shifted its gaze towards him. I can speak, Captain. I am your clone, possessing both your appearance and essence. Through Ella, I have comprehended my mission. Rest assured, I shall execute it flawlessly. Its tone resonated with an uncanny resemblance to Yan Xia himself. Does the clone possess my memories? If it does, that would be truly terrifying. Ella approached nearby. With my current technology, it remains unfeasible. Memories reside within trillions of neurons, functioning as a cohesive whole. Unless I can perfectly replicate the 1 billion neurons and the information they store within your brain, it cannot access your memories. Even a 99% reproduction would result in memory confusion. This is a highly precise and advanced biotechnological endeavor. That is acceptable. If the clone before me shares my memories, then for a third party, discerning who the true Yan Xia is may become inconsequential. I have heard that clones typically have short lifespans. How long can it survive? Ella did not employ traditional cloning techniques, but cultivated the clone through reproductive means. Yan Xia's clone matured from a single cell to a fully developed replica in a mere 2 months. Such efficient production is bound to incur defects. Its lifespan is limited to 70 years. Ella's response caught Yan Xia off guard. 70 years? Is that not akin to the average human lifespan? While many humans possess a potential lifespan of 100 years, various factors often truncate life at 70. However, he soon realized that he had already undergone biological enhancements, extending his own lifespan to 600 years. Thus, the clone's lifespan is less than 1/8 of his own. With everything meticulously prepared, it is time to launch the fleet. Yan Xia is no longer inclined to linger. He yearns to truly seize control of the Proxima Centauri civilization. From the very beginning, the decisions made by the elite of Proxima Centauri have been flawless. It is merely that Yan Xia has exploited the structural core of a civilization that is predominantly composed of the middle and lower tiers. A millennium of cultural transformation serves both as an invasion and a taming process. Compared to his approach with the Bais, Yan Xia's methods regarding Proxima Centauri will adopt a more subtle demeanor, transitioning from overt violent control to a covert exertion of will. Now, it is time to take the first step. The fleet approaches Proxima Centauri, stirring a wave of excitement and anxiety on the primary planets, Proxima B and Proxima C. After all, this marks the arrival of a superior civilization. The clones are aboard the luminescent warship excavated from Bais, the most colossal vessel in Yan Xia's fleet. Aptly named the Light, exceeding 300 meters in length and nearly equal in width and height at around 400 meters. This 16 billion ton behemoth dwarfs the other ships in the fleet, making them appear diminutive in comparison. To put this weight into perspective, if each human weighs 100 kilograms, the total weight of 10 billion people would be a mere 10 billion tons. The materials alone required for a warship of the Light's caliber would be beyond the means of a level 1 civilization. Within the entire fleet, the flagship Hope has become a mere backdrop. However, this outcome is precisely what Yan Xia desires. He needs to remain inconspicuous under the watchful eyes of both the Proxima civilization and an unknown third civilization. The warship does not descend to the surface of Proxima C due to its immense mass, which is equivalent to 7 Earths, with a diameter reaching 17 times that of Earth. Proxima C boasts a planetary ring with a diameter of 700,000 kilometers, where the entire fleet lingers at its periphery. A fighter jet is dispatched, carrying several robots and the clone of Yan Xia to the surface of Proxima C. Upon arrival at the interstellar landing pad, a multitude of Proxima beings has gathered, barred from entry, their numbers visible from above, at least several 100,000. Only two Proxima beings stand upon the landing pad. The counselor of the civilization and the commander of its military, the top two figures of the entire Proxima civilization. As the fighter jet lands, the hatch opens upward. First, 10 robots emerge in 2 rows, spreading out to flank the hatch. Subsequently, the clone of Yan Xia, clad in a lightweight flight suit, steps out. While Proxima C possesses an atmosphere, its oxygen concentration barely reaches 0.7, far from sufficient for human respiration. Welcome. The two prominent figures of the civilization stamp their right feet on the ground. I am Ani, flaming, here to greet the envoy of civilization. This is their customary greeting. A robot, under Ella's control, translates the exchange. The clone of Yan Xia responds amiably, extending his hand. Ella relays this gesture to the two high-ranking Proxima officials. Ani hesitates momentarily, but ultimately extends a tentacle from his chin to clasp the hand of the clone of Yan Xia. This moment is destined to be etched in history. After their handshake, the clone of Yan Xia introduces himself, and together they board the official spacecraft, en route to the tallest structure on Proxima C. During the flight, the clone of Yan Xia hears numerous explosions. That is fireworks, celebrating your arrival, Flaming explains. The culture of fireworks has evidently permeated Proxima civilization, indicating that the cultural incursion has been remarkably successful. However, it is understood that these are no mere fireworks. The arrival of human civilization is bound to incite attacks from various far-right factions. Clearly, Ani and Flaming have anticipated such safety concerns. Approximately 10 minutes later, the spacecraft lands atop a towering building measuring 12,000 meters in height. Both parties disembark and proceed to a vast reception hall spanning 4,000 square meters, which bears a striking resemblance to reception halls found within human civilization on Earth. Ani and Flaming stand to the side, as their civilization lacks the concept of seating. The clone of Yan Xia stands poised and begins. I come representing human civilization and the Civilization Federation. I will serve as the ambassador of human civilization to your esteemed civilization, assisting in the advancement of your technological development and facilitating your integration as a vital component of the Civilization Federation. Ani gazes at the diminutive being before him, marveling at its exquisite form. We, the Kate civilization, are eager to join the Civilization Federation. However, Envoy, we seek a deeper understanding of this federation. Could you elucidate its principles for us? The clone of Yan Xia, well prepared, responds, the core of the Civilization Federation lies within this star system, representing an emergent organization. We traverse countless star systems, connecting various civilizations. The universe is vast, and even civilizations capable of traversing it remain minuscule. We cannot ascertain the existence of more advanced threats. A single civilization cannot withstand the malice of a superior one, but a coalition of numerous civilizations can offer a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, civilizations within the Federation can trade their technological advancements, creating a cohesive network of knowledge, accelerating the technological evolution of all member civilizations. We impose no restrictions on any civilization. The sole requirement is that member civilizations must refrain from attacking one another. Should disputes arise, the Federation will dispatch a nearby civilization as a neutral third party to mediate. As one of the principal civilizations within the Federation, human civilization will provide a platform for commerce with other civilizations, facilitating the exchange of scientific information, technological products, and interstellar intelligence. As he speaks, Ella transmits a list of tradable items to Ani and Flaming. Upon reviewing the items, Ani and Flaming are astounded. These are not mere cultural or entertainment offerings. They embody knowledge. Nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, antimatter, photon energy, and the myriad technologies derived from them leave them speechless. Additionally, insights into the universe, profound research, and theoretical concepts regarding celestial bodies are invaluable. Each page contains 10 technologies, amounting to over 15,000 pages of information. They exchange glances, fully aware that if their civilization were to acquire these technologies, even those significantly inferior to their current capabilities would forge a new path, elevating their technological depth. These are the very foundations of advancement. Ani inhales deeply. Does acquiring these items require resources? The clone of Yan Xia shakes his head. Resources are indeed tangible commodities, but transporting them across the universe demands considerable time. The Civilization Federation encourages the exchange of technology between civilizations, as this information can be transmitted at the speed of light, requiring far less time. Additionally, another requirement for purchase is the civilization's contribution level. Only those civilizations that have made substantial contributions to the Federation are eligible to procure these items. The higher the contribution, the greater the potential acquisitions. The contribution to civilization can be acquired through the acceptance of tasks assigned by the Civilization Federation or by submitting valuable technological discoveries and inventions. Amy and Fran Ming inhaled deeply as they listened, fully aware of the profound reasonableness in the words of the clone, Yan Xia. Initially, they had speculated about the potential tyrannical terms of the Civilization Federation, only to find that instead of such, they were presented with an extraordinary trading model. Almost simultaneously, they turned to the clone Yan Xia to express their apologies. They conveyed their profound regret for previously attacking the tower due to their mistrust of the Civilization Federation. They hoped that she could represent the Civilization Federation in accepting their contrition. The clone Yan Xia nodded, acknowledging that such sentiments were not unusual when facing alien civilizations. Aggression often serves as the most effective means of safeguarding one's own. The Civilization Federation had encountered numerous such situations. Should you agree to join our federation? There is but a modest condition. Finally, the moment had arrived. Amy and Fran Ming lifted their heads eagerly. Please do continue. The clone Yan Xia smiled. To ensure the safety of future transactions and visitors from other civilizations, the Civilization Federation would establish a special zone on the surface of each civilization's planet. This zone would serve as an interstellar goods port and a buffer zone, preventing any potential disruptions to your civilization's order caused by conflicts with other civilizations. Naturally, the Civilization Federation would pay rent for the land occupied within the civilization, with the annual fee set at 100 units of civilization contribution. Is that all? Amy and Fran Ming could hardly believe it. They had anticipated a much more domineering stipulation, yet this was surprisingly agreeable. They were more than willing to accept such a request, as it allowed them to exchange a portion of land for a steady annual income of civilization contribution points, an exceedingly favorable deal. Certainly, if you agree, then the robots I brought will commence the construction of the special zone within the planet. May I request a moment of your time? Of course. Amy and Fran Ming promptly connected with the management of other civilizations, engaging in a lengthy discussion that lasted 4 hours. At last, they concluded their deliberations. Our civilization unanimously agrees to accept the demands of the Civilization Federation. As long as everything stated today is upheld, we shall remain eternal members of the Federation. They spoke with solemnity and gravity. Done. Yet, this was merely the preliminary agreement. Further complexities would undoubtedly arise following the introduction of intercivilizational contact. On board the Hope in the depths of space, Yan Xia exhaled a sigh of relief. Let's commence. The special zone would soon become a habitat for humanity. Yan Xia prepared to initiate the rebirth of humankind. Chapter 37. The Special Zone, Adam and Eve. In the realm of biology, the macro-creation of an entity is relatively simpler. Once the challenge of cultivating ordinary cells into fertilized eggs or moruli is surmounted, providing nutrients to the moruli becomes the next step. The cloning technology that Ella currently commands is, in fact, more complex than the cultivation of human cells. For Ella, the creation of humanity had become a mere matter of desire. On the third day of discussions between the clone Yan Xia and the Kate civilization, the designation adopted by the Proxima B beings, a multitude of robots descended from the fleet to the designated special zone. Proxima B's surface area spans 147 billion square kilometers, approximately 29 times that of Earth, and is not particularly rich in water. The usable land amounts to 135.8 billion square kilometers. Of this, the Kate civilization had previously developed 41.1 billion square kilometers, leaving 94.7 billion square kilometers undeveloped. To demonstrate their sincerity, the Kate civilization allocated 100 million square kilometers as a special zone, which constitutes 1/3 of Earth's land area. The development of the entire zone spanned a full 200 years. Ella established a vast ecological dome on Proxima B, akin to the glass-enclosed botanical gardens on the 100-eyed star. Albeit larger and without the need for expansive glass to contain the gases, Ella had devised a new technology utilizing electromagnetic forces to confine the gases within a specific range. Viewed from space, the special zone was adorned with over 100,000 flying discs, each measuring 100 meters in diameter, floating 100 kilometers above the surface, reminiscent of UFOs. Each disc was equipped with matter-antimatter annihilation devices, employing vast amounts of energy to convert into electromagnetic forces that restrain the gases from dissipating. For Yan Xia, this represented a relatively minor energy expenditure. The primary focus, however, was a colossal entity measuring 6,000 meters in diameter, not a spacecraft, but rather a miniature sun, the dream of humanity. The surface of Proxima b was far too frigid to create a suitable ecological environment. The planet's surface needed to be warmed. The miniature sun adeptly addressed this dilemma. This small sun did not utilize matter-antimatter annihilation, but instead operated on nuclear fusion, with a surface temperature of merely 20,000 degrees Celsius, incorporating technology from the light civilization to provide stable warmth and illumination across the 100 million square kilometers. 2 centuries later, standing within the special zone, one could gaze skyward to behold a cerulean expanse dotted with fluffy white clouds, alongside orderly clusters of air containment stations suspended like chess pieces in the sky. Ella had also succeeded in regenerating grass, trees, and a variety of flowers through genetic programming of the crops aboard the Hope, altering their appearances to create entirely new flora. These plants bore a superficial resemblance to the flowers and trees commonly found on Earth, yet their genetic makeup was vastly different, categorizing them into entirely distinct biological classifications. The special zone did not boast an abundance of high-tech structures. Rather, vast forests, mountains, and grasslands dominated the landscape. This was intentional, as Yan Xia did not wish to create an overabundance of humanity at the outset. At that moment, Yan Xia stood within the biological laboratory, gazing at the rows of glass containers with a complex feeling. Regardless of genetic or ethical considerations, the embryos within these containers were his progeny, 100 pairs of male and female. In legend, a deity created Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, having partaken of the forbidden fruit, proliferated, giving rise to humankind. Yan Xia had tasked Ella with creating 100 pairs of Adam and Eve, intertwining theology and science in a novel manner. Yan Xia, all future humans will be your descendants. You may consider yourself their singular direct ancestor. Ella spoke, her voice imbued with joy for Yan Xia. Yet his expression remained somber, his brow furrowed. What is the survival rate of these 100 pairs of children? The prospect of consanguinity leading to deformities troubled him. Certainly, Ella could rectify these issues. But Yan Xia refrained from allowing such modifications, as they would inevitably alter humanity's genetic framework. Thus, approximately 29 of the children may suffer from deformities or other diseases and perish. Yan Xia mused, feeling that despite his many years of life and extensive time spent in the virtual realm, he had not yet grown too callous. Is there a method to make adjustments to the undeveloped embryos? This could potentially reduce the rates of deformity and hereditary diseases associated with consanguinity without altering their genes. Ella calculated the requirements. This would take time. This endeavor is not an effortless undertaking, yet it is not insurmountable. In Ella's research, the embryos within the containers undergo a complete development, maturing into infants over a span of 10 months. The robots assume the crucial role of caring for these infants and teaching them to speak. Naturally, as the sole human present, Yan Xia also takes on the mantle of their educator, dedicating 30 years to accompany them until they fully comprehend the essence of being human, ultimately leading them to marriage and parenthood. For Yan Xia, who has never raised a child, this prospect is akin to a nightmare. Nevertheless, he must shoulder this responsibility, for he is human. Fortunately, Ella's extensive database houses a wealth of information, including visual records from the Earth network, aiding Yan Xia in his learning. 30 years swiftly pass. In retrospect, it feels as though it transpired in the blink of an eye, with events from the past seeming to have occurred just yesterday. The second generation of humanity has been born and is now in the process of growing up. Ella has resolved the challenges posed by Yan Xia, successfully reducing the deformity rate to 4 and the mortality rate to 0.001. Following the birth of the first cohort of children, these 100 families will be divided into 2 segments. The second generation will marry, ensuring that any surplus males or females will not remain without partners, as Ella will cultivate new individuals to rectify the gender imbalance. This process will continue for 300 years, leading the new humanity onto a stable trajectory, with the population nearing 100,000. Once the population surpasses 100,000, humanity will enter a period of rapid population growth, expanding to a scale of 10 million within 2 centuries. All Yan Xia must do is wait. Simultaneously, he remains acutely aware of the looming threat posed by the third civilization. Ella is vigorously advancing technology and has begun to take shape. Chapter 38, Graviton Detection. During the construction of the civilizational zone, Ella is also harnessing the abundant asteroids within the Proxima Centauri system to extract metals for the creation of a monumental apparatus. This device is not intended for energy generation, but is designed for the detection of a specific entity, the graviton, among the 4 fundamental forces. Humanity has identified the photon as the carrier of electromagnetic force, the W and Z bosons as carriers of weak force, and the gluon as the carrier of strong force. Yet the mediating particle for gravity, the graviton, remains elusive. Throughout the millennia since Earth's departure, Ella has not ceased its quest to uncover the existence of the graviton, but has yielded no results. It appears as if the graviton does not exist at all. However, given that the other three fundamental forces all possess mediating particles, the likelihood of gravity being devoid of such a particle is exceedingly slim. There are, however, theories suggesting that gravitons do not exist on a superficial level, as gravity differs fundamentally from the other forces. Gravity originates from spacetime, its essence being a form of attraction resulting from the curvature of spacetime, akin to a plastic bag that, when a force is applied to a point, creates a depression, causing surrounding objects to slide toward the indent. Strictly speaking, even if gravitons do exist, their relationship with spacetime is profoundly intricate. They are not merely dust adhering to the surface of the plastic bag. Rather, they are integral components of the bag itself. To observe gravitons, one must possess the means to probe spacetime. The theory of dark matter is closely intertwined with gravity. Once regarded by certain factions of humanity on Earth as non-existent, dark matter has now been observed, with civilizations utilizing it as a source of energy. Ella meticulously elucidates this to Yan Xia. As Yan Xia listens, his mind becomes somewhat overwhelmed. Such advanced knowledge requires years of dedicated study to grasp even a fraction of its essence. He inquires, so, in order to detect the existence of gravitons, we must probe spacetime? Ella nods in affirmation. What exactly is the nature of spacetime? Even through trillions of calculations, I cannot derive an answer. Only through direct observation of spacetime can we arrive at such conclusions. The graviton may very well be the key that brings civilization closer to the concept of spacetime. The discovery of the graviton would propel civilization into a new echelon, leading to an ultimate exploration of spacetime following a grand unification. Perhaps we could truly uncover the truth of gravity, reconciling universal gravitation with quantum mechanics. The long-standing debate surrounding the nature of gravity, whether it is a distortion of spacetime or a result of gravitons as mediators, continues. In Ella's theory, gravitons are inherently intertwined with spacetime, even posited as one of its constituent parts. Of course, all of this necessitates exploration. Therefore, Ella has constructed a colossal apparatus, one so grand that it astonishes even the Kate civilization. It is affixed to a dwarf planet with a diameter of 400 kilometers. This diminutive planet within the family of dwarf planets lacks a core and has been repurposed by Ella into a device. Ella did not hollow out the dwarf planet, but instead leveraged its immense mass as a tool for locating gravitons. At the very core of this dwarf planet, Ella has fashioned an apparatus with a diameter of 8 kilometers, capable of generating the largest black hole that Ella can currently create. By utilizing the black hole's mass to distort the surrounding space, and through controlled high-frequency vibrations, the dwarf planet will begin to oscillate, causing the shifting center of mass to generate gravitational waves. Within these gravitational waves, the existence of gravitons will be sought, using universal gravitation to probe quantum mechanics. Even Yan Xia cannot help but marvel at Ella's audacity, which surpasses that of humanity itself. Yet, this may indeed be the sole method for discovering gravitons. Previously, humanity employed vast quantities of liquid phenol and photomultiplier tubes to capture gravitons. But if gravitons are indeed closely linked to spacetime, then they do not possess motion in the conventional sense and cannot be captured. It is akin to an inverted sieve that can catch birds but cannot grasp the very earth itself. Yan Xia, the graviton detection is about to commence. We are poised to witness another historic moment in human civilization, Ella announces, handing the activation key to Yan Xia. Taking a deep breath, he realizes that the purpose of this apparatus is solely to validate Ella's hypothesis. He presses the button. There is no immediate change. To mitigate the influence of Proxima Centauri's gravity on their research, they are positioned approximately 0.3 light-years away. The dwarf planet in the starry sky is undergoing a subtle oscillation, with a magnitude of merely 2 meters, an insignificant movement compared to its colossal size, given the distance. It would be nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The only visualization comes from the data collected by the sensors and detectors housed within the apparatus. At this moment, a black hole with a diameter of 10 nanometers resides at the very center of the device, situated at the centroid of the entire dwarf planet. In the vast expanse of Earth's history spanning thousands of years, it has been theoretically possible to create such miniature black holes using particle colliders. However, Their existence is fleeting, lasting merely a few billionths of a second. The black hole conjured by Ella, though diminutive, astonishingly sustains itself for a full minute. This singular minute possesses the capacity to exhaust the total energy that a level 16 civilization could harness. The sheer magnitude of energy input evokes a sensation of tension within Yan Xia, who, perhaps due to the prolonged interaction with Ella, perceives her not merely as an artificial intelligence, but as a genuine companion. 1 minute equates to 60 seconds, and in this moment, every second feels as protracted as an hour. We have detected gravitational waves, waves of such grandiosity that they ripple through space like disturbances in a fish tank, visible even to the naked eye. On the screen, an exaggerated curve ascends to a pinnacle before descending, revealing that Ella's prepared system was insufficient to detect the zenith of this experiment. I had underestimated it. The energy of such macroscopic gravitational waves is overwhelming. Yet, there is no cause for concern. Ella does not gaze at the screen, for the authentic primary data has traversed through her mainframe before being relayed to the display. Space. I have perceived the essence of space. No, what I have detected is not space. For both space and time are entities that elude direct observation. They possess no intrinsic mass, yet all entities traverse their dimensional axes. Ella gasps in astonishment. What I behold are gravitons, an intricate tapestry of structures saturating space, undulating with its fluctuations. They remain utterly motionless until space itself bends, at which point they rotate, altering the structure and magnitude of force. Although the screen merely presents curves and figures, and the observation is indirect, Yan Xia feels as if he can see the structure of gravitons within space. Having spent considerable time alongside a highly intelligent AI, Yan Xia, despite his understanding of science being limited to that of a typical graduate student, recognizes the significance of the parameters displayed on the screen. Marvelous. Utterly wondrous. Chapter 39. The Grand Unified Theory. Anomalies of the Centroid of Namen 2. The True Graviton. Ella is overwhelmed with excitement, meticulously recording all data. As the minute concludes, Yan Xia reflects on this discovery with a sense of awe. He had not harbored great expectations. After all, who would conceive of utilizing gravitational waves to detect gravitons? Gravitons, moving in concert with the oscillations of space, necessitate mass during material motion. Even though gravitons are tethered to space, their relative position remains unchanged as space shifts. The ingenuity of this experiment lies in the potential existence of gravitons and how to modulate the intensity of gravity. Gravity can propagate to infinite distances, theoretically possessing no boundaries. This is its unique characteristic. The existence of gravitons must elucidate this peculiarity, suggesting that gravitons adjust through a mechanism distinct from other mediators, which modify by sheer quantity. This device is engineered to capture the minutest fluctuations of gravitons. Failure to detect them would invalidate Ella's theory. Fortunately, they have succeeded. Yan Xia, we have discovered gravitons. Yan Xia nods in acknowledgement. The discovery of gravitons signifies the refinement of quantum mechanics. However, this is not yet the grand unified theory. The grand unified theory posits that the four fundamental forces share a common origin, and what Ella has uncovered merely affirms the presence of mediators that convey all forces. If mediators bind all matter to the four fundamental forces, what exists on the other side of these mediators? If gravitons exist independently, perhaps achieving a grand unified theory would be more attainable, Yan Xia muses. This realization serves as a sobering reminder. They have scaled the peak only to glimpse the graviton, simultaneously observing an even loftier summit surrounded by three other towering mountains. Some assert that Earth has achieved the unification of the three fundamental forces: electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. Yet, this is not true unification. The models created are overly arbitrary, akin to asserting that a sedan, a cargo truck, and a sports car are all merely vehicles. The discovery of gravitons merely introduces a toy car into this analogy. The structure of gravitons and their interactions differ fundamentally from the other three forces. Indeed, they are all vehicles, yet their internal mechanisms are entirely dissimilar. Only under specific conditions can all four forces symmetrically transform into a singular force. With a single intensity of action, this constitutes true unification. This leads us to another concept, string theory. String theory, in its narrowest sense, does not imply superiority, but rather supersymmetry. It elegantly unifies the four fundamental forces. To deduce string theory, one must first uncover the existence of strings. String theory posits that particles within the universe are not the fundamental units, but rather smaller strings. These strings create particles through motion and every interaction throughout the cosmos. Every form of matter and energy can be elucidated through the splitting and merging of strings. The magnitude of energy is determined by the strength of string motion. Yan Xia's assertion that if gravitons existed independently, achieving a grand unified theory would be more feasible reflects this notion. The greater the similarity between gravitons and other particles, the less necessity there would be to investigate smaller strings. Yet, the reality is that the four fundamental forces are starkly disparate, with the strength of electromagnetic interactions being an unfathomable quintillion times greater than that of gravity. Even to describe this disparity as vast feels inadequate. If the Earth were merely 1 nanometer in height, the celestial realm would extend to a distance of 100 billion light-years. Indeed, but Yan Xia, is this not the allure of science? Ella observes the existence of gravitons, yet the journey to their practical application remains lengthy. Yan Xia had intended to enter another cycle of slumber, awaiting the day Ella could construct an antimatter device. However, Ella has revealed another matter to him. In the process of detecting gravitons, it is essential to ascertain the location of the centroid to create black holes. I have gathered some data, including information on Namen 2A and Namen 2B. These two stars revolve around the centroid. At first glance, utilizing merely the observed data seems inconsequential. Yet, after meticulous calculations, I have discovered that the centroid's predicted distance between the two stars has shifted by 70 meters. In the presence of such colossal stars, a deviation of 70 meters is as imperceptible as a wrinkle on a garment protruding by a mere micron. Nevertheless, this calculation unveils numerous revelations. The mass of the stars is inaccurate. Are you suggesting that the elusive entity we have been seeking likely resides within the stars themselves? The third civilization could not have spontaneously drawn in radioactive elements. There must exist some apparatus. This apparatus is what Ella has tirelessly sought over the years. But no trace remains. The device may have transformed all radioactive elements into strings, these fundamental microscopic units, thus evading detection. If the source cannot be traced through residual evidence, alternative methods must be employed. Ella's discovery is indeed monumental. Is the issue with Southgate 2A or Southgate 2B? Yan Xia inquired. The previous data on the screen had been superseded by new information, revealing a trinary star system that illustrated the relationship between Southgate 2A, Southgate 2B, and Proxima Centauri. The gravitational forces of the three stars influence one another, resulting in a deviation in the orbits of Southgate 2A and Southgate 2B, despite their rotation around the barycenter. After all, Proxima Centauri's own gravity is considerable enough to affect two stars in such close proximity. Yet, I have not observed this influence. It is as if the gravity of Proxima Centauri holds no sway over Southgate 2A and Southgate 2B. This is a sophisticated ruse. It is likely that Southgate 2B has been partially hollowed out, allowing Proxima Centauri to precisely counteract its influence on this binary star system. The device we seek is most probably located in the northern hemisphere of Southgate 2B. To bore a hole within a star is almost beyond imagination. The internal temperature of Southgate 2B may reach 100,000 degrees Celsius. What could possibly exist here, and yet maintain a vast void around it? Can our spacecraft penetrate the interior of Southgate 2B? If entry is impossible, we will be powerless against this device. Yes, utilizing light civilization alloys combined with internal cooling, I could construct a vessel capable of entering the interior of Southgate 2B within 5 years, came the reply. However, it could only access the upper 500 kilometers. The core temperature of Southgate 2B soars to 17 million degrees Celsius, rendering anything deeper susceptible to incineration. Yan Xia nodded. Then I shall wait a while longer to discern what secrets lie within Southgate 2B. This may be our first contact with the third civilization. Chapter 40. The Quark-level device, the energy reservoir within Southgate 2A. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yan Xia awaited the arrival of the latest spacecraft capable of probing the interiors of stars, named Luanfeng. This vessel was relatively compact, measuring just over 30 meters in length and weighing 262 tons, resembling a triangular fighter jet. Its exterior was adorned with an orange-yellow coating, not for aesthetic purposes, but to enhance the metal's resistance to high temperatures. Proxima Centauri lies 21 light-years away from the Southgate 2 binary star system, approximately 281 astronomical units distant. Luanfeng was modified to withstand the intense heat within stars, achieving a maximum speed of merely 31 kilometers per second. It would be towed to the stellar surface by another transport vessel before delving into the depths of Southgate 2B. Yan Xia settled into the control room, where the screen displayed a sea of white. Following Ella's adjustments, a negative color scheme emerged, transforming bright regions into shadows and vice versa, akin to the reverse color mode found on mobile devices. The screen predominantly exhibited a dark purple hue, followed by black, with white accentuating the image. The interplay of these colors revealed black patches, indicative of areas of extreme temperature. Wanfeng traversed 200 kilometers, arriving at the location predicted by Ella for the device's presence. However, after an exhaustive search, nothing was found. My calculations must be correct. A void within the star absolutely exists here. Could it be that the third civilization had also made minute adjustments to the internal mass of the star? Ella recalibrated urgently, ultimately directing its calculations to a position entirely opposed to the previous estimates, the southern hemisphere of Southgate 2b. Wanfeng exited the stellar interior and plunged from the surface into that specific location. Yet still nothing. This is inconceivable. Ella allocated 80 of its computational power to verify the calculations, and the results remained consistent. Its miscalculation astonished Yan Xia. After all, Ella had never erred in any prior computation, leading him to regard it as an omnipotent system rather than a mere AI birthed from lines of code. In the face of a civilization of higher order, Ella had begun to reveal its limitations. Nonetheless, such fundamental calculations should not yield significant errors. Whether due to missing radioactive elements or the shifts in the barycenter of the Southgate 2 binary system, all indicators suggested that something was amiss. The reason Wanfeng could not detect the device may lie in its special method of concealment. As Ella fretted, Yan Xia pondered. What means could the opposing civilization employ to obscure its presence? It was now nearly certain that they belonged to a civilization of level 2 or higher. After 8 days of contemplation, Yan Xia suddenly arrived at a conclusion. We have fallen into a cognitive inertia, assuming that any device must be colossal. But what if this device is not an individual entity, but a multitude, a swarm of exceedingly tiny units, only discernible at the atomic level? This hypothesis struck Yan Xia as utterly fantastical. The notion arose entirely from humanity's technological advancement in nanorobotics. If a level 2 civilization possesses the capability to unify the 4 fundamental forces, they must have discovered strings as these fundamental microscopic units. In the realm of strings, nanomachines would appear excessively large. The estimated size of a string is 10⁻34 meters, whereas 1 nanometer measures merely 10⁻9 meters, a disparity of 25 orders of magnitude. For a level 2 civilization that has comprehended strings, nanomachines would be akin to a droplet of water compared to an entire planet. A single remark from Yan Xia illuminated Ella's understanding. As an AI, it could simulate myriad possibilities, yet these scenarios were derived from keywords. Its lexicon encompassed every understanding of existing technologies, but comprehension beyond that, into the realms of science fiction, was excluded as it would yield countless possibilities. If such notions were incorporated, it could result in trillions of scenarios. Even if each were to be explored for just 1 minute, it would require nearly 2 million years. Ella directed Wanfeng to capture particles within the star, covering 100 regions. Following meticulous analysis, these fusion atoms yielded a singular entity. Yan Xia, you are truly a genius, Ella exclaimed, employing a scanning tunneling microscope that appeared to weigh over 50 tons to examine the structure of the isolated object. Astonishingly, it resembled a lepton. Yan Xia observed through the imagery. It was described as resembling a lepton due to its size, yet it was not a lepton. Rather, in alignment with Yan Xia's earlier hypothesis, it was a microscopic mechanical particle. It was akin to a quark-level ultra-miniature mechanical energy converter, absorbing the energy produced by the decay of radioactive elements and storing it. Remarkable. This method of energy storage, Ella observed that it transformed the energy generated during radioactive decay into gravitational force, or mass. This resulted in the ultra-miniature energy converter being 740 times heavier than a typical lepton. Indeed, this signifies a grand unification. Without mastering grand unification, one could never convert one force into another, even if Ella were to seize these mechanical energy converters. It would be unable to study them thoroughly due to their intricately sophisticated structures. However, the discoveries led Ella to re-evaluate the center of mass of the Southern Gate 2 double star. It soon became apparent that the vast void it sought was not located within Southern Gate 2b. It was merely a 2b. The true expanse was situated within Southern Gate 2a. These ultra-compact energy converters endowed Southern Gate 2b with additional mass, rendering it significantly heftier than previously calculated. The Phoenix soared once more, this time penetrating 700 kilometers deep into Southern Gate 2a. Yet, the energy shielding of the Phoenix could not withstand the extreme temperatures here, causing the surface to melt under the searing heat that permeated through the energy barrier. In the next instant, the Phoenix was abruptly transported into an entirely new realm. 13 overlapping, rotating rings exuded formidable energy, coalescing into a colossal spherical space with a diameter of 120 kilometers. Each ring was incomprehensibly dark, seamlessly constructed without any visible seams, as if forged from a single entity, encircling a luminous core that was not a light source, but rather a massive body of compressed energy. The radioactive energy captured by those small mechanical factories was stored within this core. Its energy intensity was overwhelming, far surpassing the combined might of the Kate civilization, the Yan Xia fleet, and the pursuing light civilization, the 100-eyed. Ella's analysis revealed that this massive energy had reached the equivalent of a level 21 civilization's total energy output. The 13 rings served as binding devices for the energy, as well as assembly lines for the creation of those small mechanical energy converters. This apparatus produced vast quantities of those compact energy storage machines, deploying them within and around the stars to absorb substantial amounts of radioactive elements for storage. It formed a complete production chain. Yan Xia pondered the purpose of such a civilization storing energy in a stellar system they had no dominion over. Yet, it was undeniable that the existence of a third civilization had been confirmed. When the energy storage here reached the predetermined threshold of 100, it might signal the time for that civilization to harvest. Ella, proceed according to the original plan, no matter how long it takes. We must elevate our energy level to level 2. The civilization we face may not be limited to just one stellar system engaged in such activities. It could encompass hundreds or even thousands, with a civilization level potentially reaching 25 or higher. This represents yet another civilization of immense power, comparable to the light civilization. Such a civilization could very well be considered a dominant force within a galaxy. How can one contend with such a civilization? Huddling like the Kate civilization, awaiting discovery, is merely a form of self-deception. True strength must be cultivated within. We must strive for level 2. Chapter 41, Dyson Cloud. The 100-eyed civilization is approaching. After the discovery of the third civilization's apparatus, Yan Xia once again entered a state of dormancy. Ella and the clone of Yan Xia engaged in discussions with the upper echelons of the Kate civilization regarding new plans. Given the decades-long collaboration, when the clone of Yan Xia proposed the concept, the leadership of the Kate civilization took only a few days to deliberate before finalizing it. The Kate civilization, whose population had swollen to 13 billion, would serve as a crucial ally in the new initiative. This plan was a variant of a theory initially proposed by physicist Freeman Dyson in 1960, the Dyson Cloud. The decision not to construct a Dyson sphere stemmed from the immense resource requirements of such a project. A Dyson sphere encompassing Southern Gate 2b alone would necessitate more than the mass of an entire planet's worth of metal. In contrast, a Dyson cloud requires significantly fewer resources. It can be envisioned as a vast cloud composed of innumerable small solar energy absorption devices, covering the entirety of a star's surface. Due to its sparse individual components, the resource requirement is merely 1,000th or even a 10,000th of that needed for a Dyson sphere. This grants the Dyson cloud advantages such as shorter construction times, easier maintenance, and lower costs. Of course, small in this context does not refer to trivial objects weighing merely a few hundred tons. The components of the Dyson cloud consist of two types: solar collection satellites, with a deployment area of up to 100 square kilometers and a mass of 1 billion tons, and space settlements, which can be understood as ecological bubbles constructed within the habitable zone of the star. Each ecological bubble is a standard spherical form, with the lower hemisphere housing spacecraft and energy storage devices, and the upper hemisphere comprising living quarters, including vegetation and structures, with a total diameter of 5 kilometers. In the initial phase of the Dyson Cloud project, the number of solar collection satellites is set at 100,000, while the number of space settlements is projected to be 10,000. Though limited in quantity, these are sufficient to absorb energy equivalent to 0.67 from 2 stars. The combined mass of Southern Gate 2a and Southern Gate 2b is approximately twice that of the Sun, releasing energy at a rate of roughly 6 by 1026 joules per second, which is 156 times that of the Sun. The energy absorbed by the first phase of the Dyson Cloud is estimated to be around 402 by 1024 joules per second. The known energy standard for a level 2 civilization is to produce 1 by 1026 joules of energy per second. Thus, upon completion of the first phase of the Dyson Cloud, It can provide energy equivalent to 1/25 of a level 2 civilization's needs. The Kate civilization agreed to this due to the fact that the total energy generated by dark matter within their civilization is only 171 times greater than that of the first phase of the Dyson Cloud, barely meeting the standards of a level 19 civilization. Only 5 million solar collection satellites are required to elevate a civilization's energy level to level 2. This prospect is exceedingly enticing for civilizations, capable of shortening the anticipated 2,000 years for the Kate civilization to transition from level 1 to level 2 within just 500 years. Naturally, the technology of the Kate civilization remains considerably lagging. After acquiring various technological insights from the Kate civilization, Ella's technological level has reached 192, significantly bolstered by the contributions from light civilization technology. If the research on photon kinetic energy is completed, Ella will undoubtedly ascend to level 2 in technology. As for the original Earth civilization's technology, Ella has yet to reach level 18. Even in energy generation, Ella has only recently crossed into level 18. The ability to impress the Kate civilization stems entirely from Yan Xia's decision to invest vast resources into the Tower of Babel while simultaneously fomenting internal discord within the civilization. However, as of now, if granted a century for Ella's comprehensive development, vanquishing the Kate civilization on the battlefield is entirely feasible. Ultimately, energy totals are merely a reflection of the fleet's capacity for combat readiness, akin to the disparity between rogue cultivators and established cultivation families in fantasy tales. The former may possess equivalent cultivation levels, yet their accessible resources are worlds apart. The construction of the Dyson Cloud officially commenced in the 19th year of Yan Xia's slumber. Yan, in collaboration with the Kate civilization, began to amass all resources surrounding Southern Gate 2, nearly depleting the surrounding small asteroids to the point of barrenness. It took approximately 340 years to finally complete the first phase of the Dyson Cloud. To commemorate Earth, Ella named this Dyson Cloud the 6397 Cloud, as the year coincidentally marked the year 6397 AD. At this juncture, 1,649 years had passed since humanity reached Proxima Centauri, and the human population on Proxima Centauri C had finally reached 250,000, marking the first step towards the restoration of the human race. Almost concurrently, Ella received information from the Hundred-Eyed Star. In truth, it had been attentively monitoring the events transpiring on the Hundred-Eyed Star. In the year 1932, as the inhabitants departed from the eye of the universe, over 800 rebellions of varying magnitudes erupted on the planet, culminating in a devastating global war that persisted for 6 decades, claiming a staggering 70 million lives. The overall death toll attributed to the conflict exceeded 1 billion. The sole silver lining amidst this turmoil was the remarkable development of the Eye of the Universe, which now boasted far more than just a handful of cities. With the population of the Eye tribe surpassing 1 billion, the planet's propulsion technology, initially transmitted back via Ella's advancements, had also been upgraded, with the number of engines increasing to 150. The speed of the planet's travel was enhanced from 250 km/s to 427 km/s. A modest increase made deliberately to facilitate deceleration. The planet's inertia was already formidable. Should the velocity be too rapid, the resistance required to halt it would be colossal. Any miscalculation or insufficient energy could result in the Eye of the Universe colliding with a neighboring star system. At this juncture, the Eye of the Universe had traversed 1923 light-years, significantly faster than previously computed. It would require just 814 more years to reach the neighboring star system under deceleration. Ella received news that the first contingent of Eye Tribe visitors was ready for departure. The impetus for sending the Eye Tribe was due to the extreme right faction within the Kate civilization, which had begun to deny the existence of the Civilizational Federation. A substantial segment of the Kate populace also subscribed to such sentiments, as no one had ever encountered a civilization beyond humanity. Most critically, it was a skepticism harbored by the upper echelons of Kate civilization that Ella deemed significant. Consequently, Ella was determined to expedite the Eye Tribe's arrival at the neighboring star system. Decades prior, Ella had dispatched a new class of warship to the neighboring star system for this purpose. Following extensive development, the efficiency of Ella's matter-antimatter annihilation energy had surged from 3485 to 6722, while the speed of large warships had reached 5,975 km/s, and small fighter crafts achieved a milestone speed of 10,000 km/s, a third of the speed of light. At this moment, the Eye of the Universe was merely 1 light-year away from the neighboring star system, At the warship's velocity, it would require only 54 years. And even less with the small fighter crafts, which would take just 32 years. In 54 years hence, the I tribe would engage in negotiations with the Kate civilization. Naturally, all of this remained under Ella's meticulous oversight. Chapter 42. Virtual Access, the Interstellar Explorers Association. The I tribe has arrived. This event marked a grand occasion for the Kate civilization. The luminary civilization represented their second encounter with an intelligent species, and according to the emissaries of the Civilizational Federation, this civilization had existed exceedingly close to them, merely a few light years distant. All members of the Kate tribe awaited the neural connection with bated breath, eager to glimpse the appearance of this biological race on the information network. A silver-white, dart-like spacecraft pierced the sky, entering the designated civilizational zone. The I tribe was equally astonished. They had been connected to the divine revelation for nearly 2,000 years and were all too familiar with such vistas. Beautiful, expansive, a sight that offered solace to the soul. Was there a world within the cosmos more resplendent than this verdant sea? Upon landing on a colossal docking platform, measuring over 5 kilometers in diameter and suspended 100 meters above the ground, the I tribe disembarked from their vessel. They were greeted by two prominent figures of the Kate civilization, though long gone were the likes of Amy and Franming, reduced to dust over the eons. Beside the new elite of Kate civilization stood the clone, Yan Xia. Although its lifespan was limited to merely 70 years, it could be seamlessly replaced by Ella. Whenever one clone aged, a fresh specimen could be cultivated. Thus, Yan Xia appeared as youthful and unchanged as it had many years ago. Welcome, emissaries of the luminary civilization. The leaders of the Kate civilization were momentarily taken aback upon seeing several clusters of entities, but swiftly extended a warm welcome. They had previously anticipated that the appearance of extraterrestrial civilizations might diverge significantly from their own expectations, yet they were taken aback by the extent of that divergence. As they reached out their hands, they were met with the awkward realization that the I tribe appeared to possess only eyes, devoid of hands. At this juncture, the robotic entity, Ella, stepped forward to serve as translator. Your Excellency, there is no need for such formality. We have arrived on behalf of the luminary civilization. The I tribe, with the hope of fostering bilateral cooperation under the auspices of the Civilizational Federation. Under the leadership of the Federation, we shall unite and grow stronger together. Of course, we acknowledge that our civilization has not yet attained the level of yours, and we come bearing sincerity. As the dialogue progressed, they boarded a 30-meter flying platform that descended to the ground. Since this was an environment adapted for human habitation, both civilizations donned adaptation devices akin to mobile phones, which employed electromagnetic methods to decompose surrounding gases, maintaining a familiar atmosphere. Upon reaching the ground, they entered the established civilizational conference room, where discussions about their respective civilizations commenced in earnest. The I tribe elucidated their origins in the dark expanse of space, subsisting on geothermal energy, and revealed that their planet was en route to the neighboring star system. This revelation astonished the leaders of the Kate civilization, who had previously believed that civilizations could only emerge within stellar systems. Accepting this new neighbor liberated from the dark force mentality, the Kate civilization was nevertheless obliged to negotiate terms regarding the eye of the universe's arrival in their vicinity and agreements on mutual non-interference. As the weaker party, the I tribe extended considerable respect and concessions to the Kate civilization, agreeing to all but the most excessive demands. When the weaker party concedes, the stronger party naturally refrains from indignation. In summary, under the witness of the clone Yan Xia, the conversation unfolded smoothly. As the dialogue drew to a close, the I tribe finally revealed their ultimate intention. For the sake of our collaboration, we also wish to introduce a particular technology from our civilization within yours. The leaders of the Kate civilization inquired, what technology? This technology is called virtual reality. It allows for direct neural connections, enabling biological consciousness to enter a created virtual world. This realm is boundless, governed by rules indistinguishable from the real world, serving as a form of entertainment during periods of rest. As they spoke, the I tribe transmitted information, which materialized in the minds of the Kate civilization's leaders following conversion. The leaders were taken aback. This was a concept that the Kate civilization had never envisioned. They quickly sensed the potential of this technology and its profound implications for the lower echelons of their society. Impossible. They immediately rejected the notion. If this technology were to be introduced, the I tribe could manipulate them in a manner they never anticipated. Should the I tribe disseminate erroneous ideologies through the virtual realm to all Kate beings, the entire Kate civilization would be on the brink of collapse. Yet, all of this was part of the plan. Our civilization understands your concerns, and thus we shall grant you the authority to establish a root server for the virtual world. Any information, maintenance, and so forth shall be managed by you. Naturally, we do not seek to undertake this endeavor without recompense. We shall retain 50 of the server's revenue. The eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization gleamed momentarily, but they quickly asserted with firmness. Impossible? 50? You might as well just give us money instead. At most 5. 5? Even the PCO cannot consume as thoroughly as you. No less than 49. After a protracted negotiation, both parties ultimately settled on an average of 22. 375, precise, to 3 decimal places. However, the outcome was met with mutual satisfaction. This was to be expected, as everything was under Ella's control. The 100-Eye clan had come precisely to stabilize the Kate civilization, ensuring it recognized the genuine existence of the Civilizational Federation, which encompassed a multitude of civilizations. As long as this effect was achieved, any losses incurred would be inconsequential. Moreover, with the virtual world established, Ella could still maintain her dominion. Having concluded their discussions, allow me to represent the Civilizational Federation, the United Civilizational Federation, the Radiant Civilization, and the Kate Civilization in jointly formulating a set of regulations. The clone, Yan Xia, spoke, prompting both sides to fall silent as they turned their attention to him. The universe is vast and boundless. We are not to be confined within a mere square inch. In terms of your 2 civilizations, the maximum exploratory range may not even extend 1 light year. For advanced civilizations, this is a constraint. A narrow perspective will hinder technological advancement. As he spoke, both parties nodded in agreement with his assertion. Thus, I propose the establishment of the Interstellar Explorers Association within the territories of both civilizations. Under the auspices of the Civilizational Federation, this association will permit the military, organizations, and individuals of civilizations to collectively pursue the exploration of the cosmos. The Civilizational Federation will provide spacecraft technology and energy support. Once useful information is obtained internally, it can be submitted to the Civilizational Federation, which will bestow generous rewards upon individuals, including but not limited to genetic modifications, material rewards, and territorial recognition. Furthermore, when the information and other contributions submitted by each explorer hold value, we will accumulate those contributions for the civilization to which the explorer belongs, and that civilization will receive a corresponding level of civilizational contribution, which can be utilized for transactions within the Civilizational Federation. This is a grand plan. Not only does it signify the Kate and Radiant civilizations embarking on interstellar expeditions, but it also heralds the first step of human civilization under the governance of Yan Xia, truly expanding into the vast universe. Chapter 43, 100 Million Explorers, the Sky Shield Project. Upon hearing about civilizational contributions, the senior officials of the Kate civilization and the emissaries of the Radiant civilization became invigorated. This was undoubtedly a venture that would not incur losses. Their only concern was the potential encounter with a powerful and malevolent civilization. However, the Kate civilization projected that it could reach level 2 in a few centuries, at which point it would be considered formidable within the cosmic hierarchy. Coupled with the backing of the Civilizational Federation, both civilizations felt the likelihood of encountering problems was exceedingly low. Thus, after approximately 5 days of deliberation, the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization agreed. As for the Radiant civilization, they were acutely aware that they were not true members of the Civilizational Federation, but rather a civilization of the vanquished, and thus had no grounds for refusal. This was the lament of their civilization. However, over the span of 2 millennia, they had come to realize that, despite being a civilization of the defeated, they had not suffered any abuse or discrimination. Rather, they had been aided in their accelerated growth. Except for a few extreme elements within their civilization, the overall sentiment leaned towards being benevolently enslaved by a kind civilization. The next stage involved negotiating the finer details. In Ella's plan, the majority of the spacecraft for the Interstellar Explorers Association would initially be provided by her, as neither the Kate civilization nor the Radiant civilization possessed satisfactory spacecraft speeds. With Ella's technology, small to medium-sized ships could already achieve speeds of 1/50th of light speed, significantly reducing the time costs of exploration. Additionally, by utilizing her spacecraft, she could collect all information, ensuring that both the Kate civilization and the Radiant civilization remained transparent to her. She would also provide corresponding stasis devices for long-distance interstellar travel. On this foundation, the existence of the Interstellar Explorers Association would greatly stimulate internal industrial upgrades within both civilizations. This is a double-edged sword. It may potentially lead the Kate civilization to break free from their control, yet, on the other hand, it would also facilitate the entire Kate civilization in developing new technologies, drawing upon the strengths of various entities. To strive for vigorous growth without any risk is unrealistic. The entire Interstellar Explorers Association is fundamentally geared towards the advancement of technology. Just as war spurs technological development, so too does expansion and exploration. Ella is set to usher in an era of interstellar maritime exploration akin to the Age of Sail in human civilization. Throughout this process, they may encounter any number of challenges, yet the path of civilizational advancement should inherently flourish through exploration. Should they cower in fear, they would never reach Proxima Centauri, remaining instead hidden in the obscurity of the dark cosmos beyond the hundred-eyed star. Ella is also executing Yan Xia's will. In Yan Xia's perspective, humanity has already lost everything. Thus, what is there left that they cannot afford to lose? The world invariably favors those who bravely forge ahead, while there are those who cling to survival. Such survival often devolves into isolationist stagnation, falling behind the external world. After all, they inhabit a vast expanse of starry skies, wherein the so-called systems depicted in novels seem utterly insignificant. A civilization can be as diminutive as the Hundred-Eyed Clan, numbering merely hundreds of millions, or as expansive as humanity and the Kate civilization, encompassing tens or even hundreds of billions. Should a civilization dominate a vast expanse of the cosmos, their population could reach tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions. The universe can sustain such an abundance of life, and advanced civilizations are not lacking in resources to nourish hundreds of billions of beings. The imaginative potential of hundreds of billions of lives is unfathomably vast, far exceeding what an AI like Ella could offer. Yan Xia has never regarded Ella as a panacea. Thus, he requires additional support, and the Civilizational Federation shall become his ally. When the documents for the Interstellar Explorers Association were disseminated, it sent ripples throughout the Kate civilization. The entire civilization erupted in fervor. For an advanced civilization, the individual had long ceased to serve as a fundamental productive force, relegated instead to roles as managers, creators of entertainment and information, and service providers. While these roles are comfortable, safe, and stable, they are profoundly stifling. Any advanced civilization emerges through countless competitions. Their instincts are to battle, to be bloodthirsty, and to act impulsively. As per Ella's understanding, the Kate civilization is replete with private combat arenas, akin to arenas but on a grander and bloodier scale. Each year, over 1 million Kate individuals perish within these combat arenas, underscoring the industry's prosperity. Even the official stance of the Kate civilization does not prohibit this, as it is universally understood that all beings must vent their desires. Excessive restraint will inevitably lead to an eruption akin to a volcano, causing cataclysmic upheaval. Thus, Ella has never harbored concerns regarding the failure of the Interstellar Explorers Association. Just as she had calculated, within a mere decade, the number of registered explorers in the Interstellar Explorers Association surged to 100 million. In the ensuing 50 years, over 200,000 small to medium-sized spacecraft departed from the civilization's port, venturing into the depths of the universe. Subsequently, the information regarding the Interstellar Explorers Association reached the Hundred-Eyed Star, igniting a wave of excitement within the radiant civilization, with over 10 million registered explorers emerging. On the surface of the Hundred-Eyed Star, a civilization port began to take shape, serving as a haven for explorers. This port would later be dubbed the Interstellar Launchpad. As the Interstellar Explorers Association found its footing, Ella commenced the second phase of the Dyson Sphere project. Concurrently, through the clone Yan Xia, discussions were held with the high echelons of the Kate civilization regarding another initiative, the Celestial Shield Project. As its name suggests, this project aims to create a colossal shield that orbits the star outside the Alpha Centauri system. The motivation behind constructing the Celestial Shield is to defend against impending threats posed by other civilizations. Once explorers venture out into the cosmos, teeming with life, they are bound to encounter other civilizations. These civilizations may glean their coordinates from the explorers and potentially launch interstellar high-energy weapons. Thus, the Celestial Shield exists. It comprises 3 layers. The first layer, a warning zone located 5 light-years from Alpha Centauri, forms a nearly complete circle containing 10,000 small detectors per square astronomical unit. Upon detecting a threat, it instantaneously transmits signals to the second layer. The second layer serves as a deflection zone, situated 2 light-years from Alpha Centauri. utilizing the four fundamental forces to deflect or decelerate high-energy weapons, rendering them incapable of striking their intended targets. The third layer, the defense zone, lies a mere 0.05 light-years from Alpha Centauri, enveloping a significant majority of the civilization's facilities within the system. This layer employs advanced technologies and connects to the energy reserves of the Kate civilization, achieving maximum defensive capability. The project has garnered robust support from the Kate civilization and will be constructed concurrently with the second phase of the Dyson Sphere. It is anticipated that upon the completion of the second phase, Ella will initiate the String-Seeking Project, aiming for the complete unification of the four fundamental forces. Chapter 44. Yan Huang Academy, Pimi Robotics. Yan Xia was not perpetually in slumber. In reality, he would awaken intermittently at designated times. Not for idle chatter, but to pursue knowledge and self-improvement. The adage "one learns as long as one lives" resonated with him. He needed to keep pace with technological advancements to avoid being left behind. "Yan Xia, are you trying to act youthful?" Ella's voice echoed in his ear. It emanated from a miniature earpiece, and Yan Xia chose not to respond, instead fixating on a lecture delivered by a Kate professor in the classroom. At present, he assumed the role of a student. During the typical human student years, there exists an overwhelming yearning for the socioeconomic allure of adulthood. However, once individuals enter society, they often reminisce about the innocent, naive days of their youth. The pressures of adult life far exceed those of student life. Economic burdens, marital responsibilities, and career challenges. Yan Xia was no exception. In fact, due to the additional years he had lived, he found himself nostalgic for days gone by. After attentively absorbing an entire lecture, he gathered his materials and exited the classroom. It's not an act of youthfulness. It's merely a sense of nostalgia. Furthermore, isn't school the ideal environment for learning? The knowledge you speak of often seems like an arcane script. Ella's voice crackled with irritation through the earpiece. I have devoted substantial computational power to perfectly analyze various technologies for you. HMPF, it is clearly your intellect that falls short. At some point, Ella had learned to retort. Yan Xia had grown accustomed to this banter, akin to a father enjoying playful exchanges with his child. After organizing his materials, Yan Xia began to jog around the playground. Over the years, he had cultivated a habit of exercising. From the playground, he could see the school entrance adorned with several haphazardly arranged characters. Yan Huang Civilization, Special Zone, First Academy. The name, when first established on Earth, seems somewhat cliched and trite. Yet now, those two characters bore a weight far beyond their original connotations. Yan Xia, I don't quite understand. If you cherish Earth's culture and history so much, why do you oppose the establishment of a history department in the school? Prior to the founding of Yan Huang Academy, Yan Xia had laid out the academic programs, and history was the first to be dismissed. To him, or to any individual from Earth, history represented a manifestation of confidence. In the 21st century, following the cataclysms of the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, humanity needed to delve into history to extract elements that could amplify national pride and dispel the shadows of war. The rich tapestry of 5,000 years of Chinese history signifies profound cultural depth. History poses questions posed by the era, yet for the new humanity. It is a narrative they have never encountered, nor have they heard of it from their parents. They merely perceive themselves as a superior civilization within the federated civilizations. A tale of primitive civilization is perceived as dross, an illusion, an unattainable fantasy. While it may serve as entertainment, systematic study of it as a professional discipline would merely squander their time and squander their potential. Contemporary humanity needs to move forward, focusing all attention toward the horizon. We are far from achieving the composure we once possessed on Earth. If we do not advance, we will ultimately be obliterated by other civilizations. Panting, Yan Xia halted, beads of sweat dotting his body. Although he personally dismissed the dark forest theory, he refrained from considering that other civilizations might share his hypocritical nature. Rather, many would opt for outright annihilation of others. The Light Civilization and the Third Civilization of Nanmen No. 2, merely the glimpses of these two super-civilizations were terrifying beyond measure. Reflecting on the past is a luxury afforded only to those in times of ease. Yan Xia settled beneath the shade of a tree adjacent to the playground. Yan Xia, would you like some water? A young man, clad in a white t-shirt with hair cascading down to his jawline, extended a bottle of water to him. Yan Xia accepted it gratefully, drinking deeply. You run so well. It's a pity you aren't on the track team. The young man sat beside Yan Xia with a sigh. He was a member of the track team, named by Ning, and had sought to recruit Yan Xia ever since witnessing his impressive pace while running. Bai Ning was one of the few individuals with whom Yan Xia engaged in conversation at school. But of course, you aren't like us, unpopular and relying on running to attract girls. Though your appearance is rather ordinary, you possess an inexplicable aura. I've heard many girls secretly admire you. Yan Xia was currently utilizing a synthetic visage crafted by Ella, a mere micron thick, affixed to his skin such that only under a microscope could its true nature be discerned. The two conversed about topics typically favored by boys: fitness, gaming, whimsical ideas, and girls. After a leisurely chat, Bai Ning excused himself due to prior commitments. Sometimes, having a few friends is a welcome reprieve. Engaging in conversation brought Yan Xia a sense of relaxation, particularly when conversing with humans. Do not forget, they are your descendants. Ella's remark was often inappropriate, provoking an impulse within Yan Xia to retaliate, including you. The conversation reached its conclusion. The time spent at school was a relaxed routine. This time, Yan Xia had additional intentions upon awakening. Has the production of robots reached the required quantity? Ella's voice resonated with earnestness in his earpiece. It's nearly there. Over the years, I've been diligently studying the technologies of the third civilization. You needn't worry. Ella was researching the quark-level energy conversion devices of the third civilization while simultaneously embarking on their replication, applying this technology to another domain: biological robotics. Biorobots are not merely robots possessing biological characteristics. Rather, they're machines capable of infiltrating living organisms. A groundbreaking advancement in this technology emerged 2 decades ago, reaching a level of functionality that is now practical. These robots are in the picometer scale, 1,000 times smaller than the nanobots envisioned by humanity in the 21st century. The sole downside is that the smaller the robots, the greater the difficulty in their fabrication, necessitating a larger quantity. Currently, the number of picobots has reached 1 trillion, which is barely adequate. Ideally, approximately 100 trillion would be required to achieve optimal efficacy. These robots also function as medical devices, actively repairing minor injuries within the body, regulating hormone levels, and even conducting genetic modifications at an incredibly minute scale. Following the injection of these robots, Yan Xia's lifespan is expected to significantly increase, extending from the original 600 years to around 850 years. In fact, Ella possesses even more advanced genetic technologies that could elevate Yan Xia's lifespan even further. However, Yan Xia is reluctant to lie unconscious on the operating table for another year, so he declines, as his current lifespan is still sufficient. This year, he has only just turned 107 years old. As he mused, a robot entered the vicinity, approaching Yan Xia with a small case in hand. Yan Xia took the case and opened it, revealing a syringe containing a transparent liquid, the contents of which were indiscernible. He lifted the syringe and punctured his vein, injecting the entire contents. A refreshing sensation rapidly spread from the injection site throughout his body. Within 10 seconds, he felt invigorated, the effects manifesting almost instantaneously. He placed the emptied syringe back in the case and handed it to the robot, which turned and departed. All of this transpired within a mere minute, unnoticed by anyone around. Very well. Let us accelerate the dissemination of this technology, commencing with comprehensive injections among humans, followed by the Kate civilization and the pursuit of light civilization. Humanity will take precedence. Indeed, however, it appears that it is almost time. You have 2 classes this afternoon. Yan Xia, Ella reminded him. Yes. Yan Xia rose and made his way toward the classroom. A gentle breeze rustled the lush leaves, casting dappled light that flickered through the shadows of the trees. Students were heading toward the teaching building, and Yan Xia melded among them, humming a tune from childhood, savoring this rare moment on campus. Chapter 45, The Creation of Space Organisms, the Gene Bank Project. After class, Yan Xia entered the research laboratory at Yanwang Academy. The entire Yanwang University spans over 10 square kilometers, which is quite expansive considering its student body of merely 20,000. Notably, the Research Institute at Yanwang Academy is situated 500 meters underground, boasting a security level of P5, which not only prevents the leakage of viral and other experimental entities, but also shields against cosmic rays and high-energy particles. This institute is dedicated to biological experimentation. Presently, Yan Xia is pursuing a degree in physics. However, he has already completed doctoral studies in genetics, biopharmaceuticals, bioinformatics, molecular biology, and neuroscience. At this juncture, Yan Xia can be regarded as a moderately established scholar. Despite the limitations imposed by his innate talents and cognitive boundaries, he possesses sufficient knowledge to apply and comprehend cutting-edge science. Additionally, under Ella's guidance, Yan Xia commenced research on the creation of cosmic species prior to his last slumber. Why create cosmic species, you may ask? Because for living organisms, a single planet is far too constricted, and life that arises naturally on a planet is inherently limited. This limitation constrains ecological expansion. Compared to intelligent civilizations, ecological expansion is more chaotic and primal, with biological evolution exhibiting greater diversity. Yan Xia's ambition is to fabricate primordial species, scattering these foundational organisms throughout the cosmos, allowing them to expand and evolve autonomously. The individuals resulting from their mutations and evolution may possess genetic forms that are challenging for humans to replicate artificially. One could liken Yan Xia's research to sowing seeds. Just as a farmer spreads beans across a field, retaining the most productive seeds for subsequent generations, a successful sowing plan would enable the creation of a gene bank using these organisms. Yan Xia felt a tinge of madness creeping in. He was uncertain whether he was nearing or encroaching upon a forbidden realm, yet the potential returns of his endeavors could be boundlessly expansive. These genes might endow organisms with lifespans spanning hundreds of thousands or millions of years, fortifying them against cosmic rays, granting them infinite vision, or even enabling them to generate bioenergy akin to electric eels. These concepts are not fanciful. They're scientific and entirely feasible. The purpose of the biological gene bank is to facilitate biological modification. Should Yan Xia require it, he could utilize these genes to enhance his own physique, achieving a stronger and longer life. He gazed at the incubators in his laboratory, where embryos of 3 species had already been cultivated: Leviathan, vacuum jellyfish, and blue glowing worm. It is hard to fathom that these embryos, resembling small kittens now, could grow into colossal beings. Nature is astonishingly wondrous, and creation is equally breathtaking. In the genetic design of these 3 species, Leviathan is depicted as a whale adorned with tentacles resembling a broom. These tentacles are in fact tracheae, and the creature itself is a 300-meter-long behemoth, weighing only 150 tons, with the majority of its body comprised of cavities used for hydrogen storage, which it relies upon for respiration. It can thrive on the surface of gaseous giant planets, with standing temperatures of 500 degrees Celsius, and its cavities can autonomously balance pressure, allowing it to survive at 320 atmospheres. Its primary source of sustenance is not gas, but rather the vacuum jellyfish. As its name suggests, the vacuum jellyfish can exist in a vacuum. Even larger than Leviathan, with a total length of 1,000 meters, including its tentacles. It possesses a remarkably light weight of merely 20 tons. The outer layer of the vacuum jellyfish is less than 2 meters thick and features a honeycomb structure rather than being solid. It lacks oral arms and mouth parts, and its tentacle tips do not contain stinging cells. Its structure is exceedingly simple, comprising an outer layer, a gastric sac, tentacles, and reproductive organs. Due to its simplicity, it can endure temperatures ranging from 200 to 150 degrees Celsius and survive at pressures of 700 atmospheres. This adaptability enables it to thrive in the vacuum environments of stellar systems and to exist within the clouds of rocky planets with gaseous atmospheres. It propels itself by expelling air through small openings in its outer layer, moving at a remarkably slow pace within planetary interiors, comparable to human walking speed. While in space, it can accelerate to 2 kilometers per second. The food source of the vacuum jellyfish is the blue glowing worms that inhabit its gastric sac. These minuscule creatures can be classified as microorganisms and have an extremely brief lifespan of merely 10 hours. The creatures known as blue glowworms derive their name from their ability to emit a captivating blue luminescence. Upon their demise, the remains of these glowworms become sustenance for the vacuum jellyfish. What do blue glowworms consume, you may wonder? They thrive on the decomposition of minerals, prompting vacuum jellyfish to extend their tentacles, often reaching hundreds of meters in length, to gather stones and soil to nourish these organisms. This forms a meticulously balanced microecosystem. One striking characteristic shared by these beings is their remarkable reproductive rate. The Leviathan boasts a lifespan of merely 20 years, while the vacuum jellyfish survives for only 15 years. Each brood may number in the millions, akin to fish, with the lower end reaching several hundred thousand. In just a century, these organisms will proliferate abundantly. However, evolution requires an extensive duration. Despite their seemingly simplistic nature, they are, in fact, genetic amalgams, which accelerates their genetic selection process. Within a millennium, they will complete their first genetic evolution. Yan Xia gazed upon these 3 beings, perceiving them as treasures. Although they are yet to reach perfection, that moment is not far off. Within 2 years, the initial batch of seedlings will be released. At that time, he intends to establish a cosmic biosphere. Of course, this represents merely the first step taken by Yan Xia. This audacious plan will, after the initial deployment, transfer the technology to the Civilizational Federation, enabling thousands of scientists and companies to undertake the creation of such life forms. By then, the entire Proxima Centauri star system will flourish immensely, providing an inexhaustible reservoir of genetic material. While Yan Xia delved into biological research, Ella was equally engrossed in developing another technology, portable combat exoskeleton armor, commonly referred to as mechas. Living organisms struggle to adapt across diverse environments. For instance, what would humanity do upon reaching the planet of 100 Eyes, where air is non-existent? The Kate civilization, when entering the human environment, finds the abundant oxygen and nitrogen akin to poison. Thus, the creation of mechas becomes imperative. These will be extensively supplied to explorers within the Explorer Association, enhancing their chances of survival. It is also noteworthy that in the decades since the establishment of the Interstellar Explorer Association, a plethora of interstellar pirates has emerged near Proxima Centauri, thriving on the plunder of explorers, such as the diversity of life. The first generation of mechas has already been produced. Yan Xia, would you like to take a look? Ella inquired. Yan Xia's interest was piqued. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Ella potef. What a poor attitude. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered to tell you, just to make you anxious. Yet, she bore no resentment, for her words signified that Yan Xia increasingly perceived her as more than just a mechanical AI. Chapter 46, the first-generation prototype mecha, a cosmic epidemic. Ella had constructed a colossal research facility specifically for herself in the Special Zone. This institute is situated 300 kilometers northwest of Yanwang Academy, nestled within a mountain range named Wali-Z, a transliteration from the Kate civilization's language. The entire mountain range stretches over 300 kilometers and comprises 3 ridges, appearing somewhat rotund, with a lateral span exceeding 410 kilometers. Within this mountain range, at an average altitude of 173 meters, stands a giant dome-like structure, its diameter surpassing 20 kilometers and gleaming in pristine white. The outermost section features a circular glass corridor. Yan Xia followed a robot controlled by Ella along the corridor. The expansive white passageway was devoid of any presence save for himself and the robot. Ella halted before a white wall and, astonishingly, collided with it, seamlessly merging into the wall as if by magic. Yan Xia, however, was unfazed by such phenomena. In this era, Ella's technology had advanced to the point of creating incredibly lifelike holographic images. This white wall was merely an alternative entrance. He followed suit, colliding with the wall, and the scenery before him transformed instantaneously. The once empty corridor morphed into a research facility bustling with hundreds, if not thousands, of machines engaged in extensive studies involving machinery, flesh, viruses, and more. The atmosphere was frenetic, with sounds of activity echoing, rendering the previous tranquility a mere illusion. This space is vast. I have dedicated over 200 years to its construction, and all the equipment is of the highest caliber within my reach. Yan Xia, feel free to express any desires you have. I can produce anything for you, including a woman. Indeed, this was a truly hybrid research facility. Yan Xia even glimpsed a creature reminiscent of the legendary Chimera within a steel research chamber. The creation of such a being proved far more challenging than that of his cosmic organisms. What scheme are you currently pursuing in the realm of biology? Yan Xia inquired curiously, deliberately sidestepping her previous question. Moreover, was this even a topic fit for discussion? The revival of mythology. In truth, barring the extraordinary abilities depicted in myths, any biological appearance, no matter how peculiar, can be fabricated. The essence of mythological revival parallels your genetic library project. It seeks to unravel the mysteries of genetics. Can organisms harness electromagnetic energy through specific organs, or even control the 4 fundamental forces directly? Understanding the profound nature of biological knowledge. Yan Xia recognized that this research was a long-term endeavor. Presently, they utilized an apparatus as massive as an asteroid to delve into the 4 fundamental forces. And condensing such complexities would require thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. Moreover, instilling such control within fragile biological cells was a daunting challenge. This initiative ran concurrently with his own. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of a laboratory. Upon entering, the cacophony of noise dissipated entirely. The room was modest in size, measuring only 200 square meters. The walls were adorned with an array of tools, wrenches, screwdrivers, and drills, numbering in the hundreds. Resembling a workshop rather than a research facility, it was a veritable romantic haven for men. For those enamored with machinery, Yan Xia mused that enticing one to work without compensation, allowing them to dwell in this workshop daily, would be a delight. However, Yan Xia's gaze swiftly shifted from the wall to the central position of the workshop. There stood a suit of armor, its exterior coated in a striking black-red hue, lined with countless tiny scales and enveloped in a thin metallic shell. At first glance, it lacked any overt science fiction allure, resembling ancient battle armor, albeit with a more modern and rationalized design. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was indeed a mecha. Standing at a height of 22 meters, it clearly surpassed the stature of an average human, concealing within it a multitude of intricate mechanical components. The entire armor was constructed from light civilization metal, which, despite reluctance to admit, represented the pinnacle of materials currently at their disposal. Ella elucidated, to achieve greater strength, we must master the 4 fundamental forces and perceive the world of strings, manipulating them to create the basic elements. The helmet of the mecha drew inspiration from the ancient helmets of Huaxia's history, having been transformed to exhibit a more futuristic aesthetic, a perfect amalgamation of science and antiquity. The armor was lightweight and streamlined, designed to fit closely, though some compromises were made at the joints to ensure flexibility, thereby reducing defensive capabilities. The abdominal armor indeed employs a considerable amount of articulated structures, presenting an appearance reminiscent of multiple rows of defined abdominal muscles. The chest plate is not a monolithic slab, allowing for maximum flexibility when leaning forward or backward. While aesthetics are not of paramount importance, the functionality of this mech is its foremost attribute. The helmet is equipped with an oxygen generation device, enabling the wearer to traverse gas-rich planets without the need for oxygen tanks. In the absence of gaseous atmospheres, one can extract oxygen atoms from water or other oxygen-rich substances, significantly enhancing the survival capabilities of the mech's operator. However, if there is no source of oxygen in the vicinity, the situation becomes dire, as the helmet contains merely a metal oxygen reserve sufficient for 57 days of sustenance. This prototype mech is not overloaded with weaponry. It is equipped solely with electromagnetic devices that provide functionalities such as an electromagnetic shield, electromagnetic attacks, and electromagnetic propulsion. Drawing inspiration from the 20th century science fiction comic Iron Man, this mech features an electromagnetic device in each palm, granting it flight capabilities akin to those of Iron Man. Additionally, there is a laser aperture at the tip of the index finger, which can serve as both a cutting tool and a stealth weapon. The energy source of this mech diverges significantly from that of Iron Man. To maintain a lightweight design, the mech lacks a dedicated energy storage unit. Instead, it harnesses energy through 193 minuscule devices dispersed throughout its structure, allowing for instantaneous recharging. The energy is derived from the abundant dark matter present in the cosmos, rendering the mech nearly impervious to energy depletion. In terms of performance, the mech can exert a lift of 162 tons, grip with a force of 21 tons, achieve a ground speed of 418 milliseconds under 1g gravity, and a flight speed of 1,227 milliseconds in Earth's atmospheric conditions. Each joint of the mech can be locked, enabling it to withstand pressures of 182 tons, endure depths of 31 kilometers underwater, and resist temperatures as high as 4,000 degrees and as low as minus 211 degrees. The mech's maximum offensive capability is equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT, while its defensive capacity reaches 890,000 tons of TNT, meaning that even a nuclear warhead lacks the ability to destroy it. Its performance against radiation is equally commendable, achieving a level 3 rating, capable of withstanding high-energy radiation impacts from 96 cosmic sources. In states of stress, the mech can trigger hormonal stimulation within, granting the operator a brief burst of cognitive clarity while unlocking the full potential of the mech. It also offers a functional false death feature, ensuring that the wearer can enter a low-functionality hibernation and emit distress signals, thereby increasing survival chances. Internally, a compact mainframe provides computational support when necessary, encompassing data analysis, technological manufacturing, and knowledge retrieval. The mech can later be integrated with drones for broader information coverage and mapping. This is merely the first generation of the mech, designated as Code 00. Following its market debut and subsequent feedback, enhancements will be made to the prototype, which will ultimately become the primary infantry equipment for the Federation's military. Presently, it has already attained a level of practicality. Yan Xia, do you wish to try it out? Yan Xia nodded. Upon first sight of the mech, he had an overwhelming desire to don it. Approaching, the mech's chest and abdominal sections automatically opened, providing space for entry. Just as he was about to step inside, Ella abruptly received a message. The Interstellar Explorer Association reported an outbreak of a cosmic epidemic that had infected numerous explorers and spread within the civilization. The cause remains undetermined, and those afflicted face excruciating death within 2 days. It has been confirmed that the contagious nature of this disease is class exhibiting high transmissibility among humans, the Bayan species, the Ket race, and various flora and fauna. Currently, the number of confirmed infections stands at 7 million and continues to rise exponentially. Yan Xia's expression shifted dramatically. This could lead to a catastrophe. Chapter 47. Billions affected, the Yuzi civilization. Yan Xia did not leave the research institute, wary of contracting the epidemic. Given his biological expertise, he could easily surmise that this outbreak was likely viral. It is improbable for a virus targeting genetic or cellular levels to simultaneously infect 3 entirely disparate races unless the epidemic is not caused by a cosmic virus, but by something else. Regardless of speculation, Ella has begun mobilizing all available resources to investigate the origins of this epidemic. The initial cases originated from the newly designated Changxi stellar region. This area is not vast, comprising only 2 stars. However, a significant number of asteroids float between them. These asteroids are believed to be remnants from the early formation of the 2 stars, tethered by their gravitational pull in a manner akin to a tug-of-war, forming an elongated structure that stretches over 4 light years, creating a fork resembling a snake's tongue near the vicinity of the second southern gate. The incident transpired here. Due to the abundance of metallic mineral resources in this asteroid field, it has become a popular exploration site for interstellar explorers. While one cannot amass wealth overnight, the mineral deposits provide a stable income, making it a prudent choice for cautious adventurers. The first infected individual was a member of the Ket race, who initially exhibited only mild fever symptoms upon discovery. Believing rest would suffice for recovery, they were taken aback when, in addition to the fever, numerous pustules erupted on their skin, visibly growing and bursting, releasing a foul, grayish pus. Realizing something was amiss, they quickly left their quarters in search of a doctor, inadvertently coming into contact with many other explorers in the process. Upon reaching the clinic, the lack of adequate medical facilities in the cosmos hindered timely diagnosis and isolation of their condition. They interacted with doctors and nurses devoid of protective measures, and subsequently watched helplessly as the pustules morphed into gaping flesh wounds, oozing blood uncontrollably. The anguish was unbearable, akin to enduring a slow execution, with their final recorded moments consumed by agonized moans and cries. In the photographs of their corpse, they are seen with their hands plunged into their own abdomen, extracting their entrails while claiming to feel insects crawling within. Evidently, the intense pain and certain characteristics of the illness led to a state of mental disarray, resulting in hallucinations. Soon after, other explorers within the base began to exhibit identical symptoms, engulfed in dread, despair, and suffering. Some opted for hibernation, boarding ships to return to Proxima Centauri in hopes of receiving treatment. When the first returning vessel arrived at the starport, it was met with an eerie silence. Inspectors forcibly breached the ship to conduct checks, discovering explorers who had perished while in ultra-low temperature hibernation. The sight before them was shocking. The third course of action is to immediately dispatch a spacecraft to the Serpens constellation to ascertain the situation and identify the true source. This multifaceted approach must be executed simultaneously. The first accomplishment was the containment of the outbreak within Proxima Centauri, which took 2.5 years, and, despite the devastating loss of 1.6 billion lives from the Kate civilization, managed to halt the spread of the epidemic. Concurrently, the human population in the civilized special zone plummeted from 420,000 to a mere 180,000, with catastrophic casualties. None of Yan Xia's friends at the Yan Huang Academy survived. Such is the merciless expanse of the cosmos. The notion that strength can protect all is utterly unrealistic, for there remain countless unknowns in the world. In the 7th month of the first year, Ella received reports from the Eye of Baidong. The epidemic had similarly spread to Baidong, exacerbated by the absence of Ella's comprehensive oversight, leading to a staggering population decline from 1.6 billion to under 400 million in less than a year, resulting in a mortality rate of 3/4. If not contained, the Pursuit Light civilization could face annihilation. Fortunately, Ella swiftly created a copy of herself to be transmitted via photon information to Baidong's mainframe, stabilizing the situation over a span of 3 years. In the 6th year, Ella Utilizing a microtunneling microscope, observed the instigator of the epidemic. It was a ghost particle. Alternatively, it could be described as a microscopic life form the size of a ghost particle. Ghost particles, or neutrinos, are one of the fundamental particles of the universe, possessing a mass and size merely 1/millionth that of an electron. At this minuscule scale, the emergence of life seems implausible. Yet, Ella was certain that what she observed was indeed a living entity. This life form evidently could not exist under natural conditions. At such a scale, its cellular structure might be akin to strings. Upon hearing the term strings, Yan Xia felt a pang of headache. He had encountered too many conundrums related to strings. Addressing the screen before him, he mused, "It appears we are not contending with a cosmic supervirus, but rather an advanced civilization." Despite having speculated, the singularity of the conclusion weighed heavily upon him. Ella's virtual image nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Yan Xia, the warship I dispatched to the Serpens constellation has lost contact, which is decidedly abnormal. There is an 82/61 probability that we have encountered an attack from an alien civilization. The mode of attack involves these ghost-level life forms. Fortunately, my extensive explorations in the microscopic realm over the past few centuries have equipped me. Without this, these ghostly life forms could have obliterated the Kate civilization, the Pursuit Light civilization, and the humanity that you worked so hard to restore." The war had commenced silently. This civilization possessed formidable advantages at the microscopic level. Yan Xia contemplated. Given that the opposing civilization was still situated in the Serpens constellation, they might be indigenous. Iya, unleash high-energy photon weaponry directly towards the Serpens constellation without reservation. If they're not the natives, their presence there may be a ploy to exhaust us with these ghostly life forms before reaping us later. Therefore, we must dispatch a fleet to the Serpens constellation, launching a desperate suicide attack to demonstrate our remaining strength, while also indicating that we are in a state of dire struggle. This could buy us some time. We must not reveal our utmost combat capabilities, nor leave behind any fragments of our warships for them to analyze. Simultaneously, the warships should gather as much intelligence on the enemy as possible. Knowing ourselves and our adversary is essential for victory in every battle. During the time we gain, Ella, you must accelerate your exploration of the microscopic realm. After the completion of the second phase of the Dyson Sphere project, we should harness all available energy to delve into the microscopic, striving for a grand unification or nearing it, and observe the strings. Yan Xia was unaware of the extent of the enemy civilization's military might. The plan he proposed was the best possible under the current lack of intelligence regarding the opponent. In intercivilizational warfare, information on capabilities and technological weaponry is indispensable. Any minor breakthrough could alter the course of the conflict. He could afford to wait 1,000 years while combating the Pursuit Light civilization and the invading Kate civilization. However, he was uncertain how long the opposing civilization could tolerate such a stalemate. From this moment forth, they must devote themselves more diligently to the exploration of the microscopic realm and energy development. Yan Xia hoped to delay the enemy's advance. The first battle of the Civilized Federation had begun. Chapter 48, The Forbidden Zone, establishing the First Legion of the Civilized Federation. The Italian Cannon Project is a stellar orbital cannon initiative that Ella has been advancing. This main cannon is constructed on the foundation of the Dyson Sphere, capable of drawing upon 72 units of Dyson Sphere energy, when necessary, to unleash high-energy laser particle cannons. A well-known adage states that might is right. Ella has fully grasped this principle. Viewed from the cosmos, this main cannon appears as a colossal entity, resplendent in icy blue, stretching an astonishing 181 kilometers in length, 39 kilometers in width, and 42 kilometers in height. Despite extensive lightweight design, it still weighs a staggering 429 billion tons. Its one-time energy discharge can reach 20 quintillion tons of TNT equivalent, or 8, for by 1026 joules of energy, equivalent to the total energy released by 2 stars over 14 seconds. This amount, however, is minuscule for a civilization federation that has already attained level 19. Such a scale of energy is woefully inadequate. Much like the dark matter cannons of the former Kate civilization, the war utilization efficiency of this energy is lamentably low. Yet, this is not an isolated case. Ella surmises that all level 1 top-tier civilizations are likely to encounter a shortage of firepower at this juncture. This predicament stems from material limitations. Greater energy outputs would directly lead to the disintegration of the entire stellar orbital cannon. To upgrade the materials, ascendance to level 2 civilization remains a prerequisite. Thus, the energy gap between level 2 and level 19 civilizations is secondary. The true technological disparity is far beyond mere factors of 10 or 100. For this reason, Yan Xia proceeds with utmost caution. The enemy has exhibited technological prowess indicative of a nascent level 2 civilization. Main cannon recalibrated. Target, Serpens constellation. Coordinates, South Gate 2A. Declination 126 N. Right ascension 6 hours 11 minutes and 8 seconds. Main cannon charging. Electromagnetic energy constrainers activated. Secondary stabilizers engaged. Electromagnetic dark matter acceleration track ultra-low temperature cooling initiated. Electromagnetic field expanded to shield against stellar and other cosmic radiation interference. All preparations complete. Main cannon, fire. There was no time for preamble, for the preparation had already consumed an inordinate length of time. This was an interstellar assault. Any deviation exceeding 1 millimeter in the cannon's alignment could result in a failure to hit the target. Ironically, the energy required to prepare this projectile surpassed the energy it would deliver upon being fired. Yan Xia furrowed his brow upon reviewing this data. Indeed, still far too inadequate. Ella's exploration of strings had undergone centuries of refinement, and she had also shared the topic of string discovery with all scholars within the civilized federation engaged in this field. Yet, they remained akin to blind men feeling an elephant. But they had no alternative but to proceed thus. He lacks the so-called system found in novels. Moreover, even if a system were to provide him with the technology to harness a string, the entire civilization would require a monumental industrial upgrade to fabricate the equipment necessary for detecting and capturing such strings. Subsequently, further research and development on weapons and other devices would be imperative, a process that would still demand centuries, if not millennia. Unless a system could miraculously bestow upon him all the requisite completed devices, which would pose another dilemma, a disconnect in technology. It is akin to receiving a lithography machine. Though you could produce chips, you would remain ignorant of the underlying processes, merely following the instructions on the machine. Thus, the advancement of technology has never offered any shortcuts. At present, Yan Xia can solely rely on Ella and the myriad talents within the entire Civilization Federation in this domain. The distance from the Serpent Star domain to Proxima Centauri is a staggering 317 light-years. It was not until 8 months later that Yan Xia received the footage of the Serpent Star domain being struck. The vast distance was evident, yet the absence of any fluctuations in the data spoke volumes. In the recordings, that region appeared to have transformed into a zone of energy prohibition. The materials reaching the Serpent Star domain did not explode to release energy, but instead quietly settled into tranquility. This immense disparity compelled Yan Xia to focus intently on another plan. He called upon soldiers from the entire Civilization Federation. The Federation, having endured the invasion of the UZ, was in dire need of revitalization. Yan Xia initially anticipated a forced conscription, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find the enlistment numbers far exceeded his expectations. On the first day alone, there were 8 million recruits. By the second day, this number had risen to 10 million. This starkly contrasted with the plight the Kate civilization faced against the Civilization Tower, where they were isolated and believed the tower was backed by an insurmountable power. However, now the entire Kate civilization felt bolstered by the formidable presence of the Civilization Federation, fully believing they could triumph over their foes. This was also a quest for vengeance. The deaths caused by this pandemic had been catastrophic. The Kate and Bayan peoples, deeply rooted in human culture, found their emotional depth increasingly aligning with humanity's, necessitating an outlet for their sorrow. A total of 1 million Kate soldiers, 42 million Bayan soldiers, and 10,000 human soldiers were recruited. Although the human numbers were the smallest, their proportion was the highest. Together, this comprised 53 million soldiers, forming the first legion of the Civilization Federation, named the Spirit Legion, symbolizing the protection of the 8 billion souls lost. Upon its establishment, the Legion commenced 5 years of militarized training, instilling combat readiness in all soldiers. Simultaneously, Ella prepared a substantial arsenal of first-generation mechs and PMI robots to enhance individual combat capabilities. After 5 years, the total number of soldiers had dwindled to 75 million. The Spirit Legion was fully equipped with first-generation mechs and an impressive array of 100 billion PMI robots. 1 high-energy dark matter gun, 5 matter annihilation tactical bombs, and 1 suicide-type super-energy backpack. Every million soldiers was organized into a fleet, totaling 11 fleets, all designated as primary fleets with no support units. Each fleet comprised 1 flagship of 500 meters, 2 secondary vessels of 400 meters, 16 battleships of 100 meters, 20 star cruisers of 2,000 meters, 14 frigates of 800 meters, and 21 destroyers of 500 meters, amounting to 74 ships in total. The command ship of the Spirit Legion was a 10,000-meter flagship, accompanied by 18 frigates of 800 meters, culminating in a total of 833 warships, carrying an energy capacity of 74 by 1029 joules. In that same year, the Spirit fleet boarded their vessels, propelled by vengeance, setting forth toward that forbidden zone. The year was 6779 AD, marking the Civilization Federation's inaugural expedition. No one could foresee the enemy's might. The soldiers knew the probability of death was exceedingly high. Yet none faltered. Chapter 49. The Wall, the enemy's black hole weapon. After several centuries of development, Ella's warships had achieved improved speeds. With the fleet's average velocity now at 145 kilometers per second, projected to reach the Serpent Star domain in 13 years and 4 months. Karg, a former military leader of the Kate civilization, had been dismissed for various reasons and subsequently became the captain of an exploratory team. His exploration led him in the opposite direction of the Serpent Star domain, and he had remained outside during the outbreak of the pandemic, thus escaping its devastation. However, his luck ended there. Upon returning to Proxima Centauri, he found his home desolate. His family had been obliterated by the pandemic, leaving him the sole survivor. We later learned that this catastrophe was not the result of a virus, but rather a declaration of war from another civilization. His fury ignited. Natural disaster had morphed into man-made calamity. The guilt he once harbored transformed into a burning hatred. He was willing to sacrifice his life for revenge. During the conscription, he drove a sharp knife into his own body, extracting his heart as a testament to his resolve. Subsequently, he excelled in training and, due to his previous accomplishments, ascended to the rank of commander of the First Legion. Now, he stood within the control room of the ship, having occupied his post for several days. The Serpent Star domain was drawing near. Days prior, a reconnaissance aircraft had ventured forth, but no communication had followed. The dark, profound expanse of space lay before him. At the tail end of the Serpent, he knew the enemy lurked there, cold eyes fixated upon them. This would be his first interstellar battle, a war transcending species. Yet he felt no trepidation, only an inexhaustible reservoir of anger. The power of emotion was formidable. He could sense not only his own fury, but also the collective outrage of millions within the Legion. All warships were prepared to engage. The main cannon was set to commence its first round of charging, readying for a probing strike to gather intelligence on the enemy. Even if victory eluded them, they would still acquire invaluable resources. At his side, the aide-de-camp, with a grave expression, issued commands and then lamented, "Alas, the Civilization Federation is too vast to provide the support we urgently require. We must rely on ourselves. Otherwise, eliminating the enemy would be a trivial matter." Karg shot him a glare. "What are you saying? Relying on other civilizations is the mark of a coward. We fight for our civilization, for our lost loved ones. Even if we perish here, we do so with honor. In human civilization, there exists a book titled The Letter to Ren, from which I cherish a particular phrase. Life is inherently mortal. It may be as heavy as a mountain or as light as a feather, depending on its pursuit. Our deaths now undoubtedly carry the weight of mountains, worthy of our civilization, our families, and ourselves." Karg was a fervent admirer of human civilization. Every officer in the control room paused to absorb his words, their gazes growing resolute. The first wave of energy accumulation swiftly concluded, and the main cannon unleashed its inaugural strike, an assault equivalent to an astonishing 90 quadrillion tons of energy. This energy surged toward the Forbidden Zone, located a mere 21 astronomical units away, at a velocity approaching that of light. 3 hours later, the dark matter projected by the main cannon reached this area. In another 6 hours, Karg observed the results, a profound distortion in that expanse of space, reminiscent of ripples stirred by a pebble cast into a tranquil pond. Yet, it was certain that this was no mere spatial distortion. The energy requisite to warp the very fabric of space-time, the ultimate essence of the cosmos, was far too formidable, beyond the capabilities of even a Type 3 civilization. The gravitational waves previously detected, arising from fluctuations in gravitons, merely indicated variations in gravitational forces rather than any alteration of spacetime itself. In that location, there existed a wall of unknown origin. The second plan was initiated, necessitating an exploration of the wall's composition. Amidst the vastness of the starry sky, hundreds of spacecraft accelerated a massive dwarf planet, propelling it directly to a speed of 200 kilometers per second. To put this into perspective, the asteroid that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs millions of years ago measured a mere 10 kilometers in diameter and traveled at approximately 136 kilometers per second. Yet its impact yielded a force of around 100 trillion tons. The collision force of this dwarf planet rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the flagship's main cannon of the heroic Spirit Legion. Naturally, this method bore limitations. Compared to other forms of assault, it was exceedingly slow, effective only against stationary targets, and before them lay a turtle shell, impervious to their energy. However, it was estimated that the opposing civilization was merely an early Type II civilization. With no energy resources in the vicinity, their power must inevitably have limits, especially when sustaining such a vast energy field. They could not dare to withstand the onslaught of a dwarf planet head-on. Thus, this was also a test. As anticipated, when the dwarf planet reached a velocity of 200 kilometers per second, a colossal void manifested in that wall, akin to a black hole, devoid of any emitted light. From within, a small square box emerged. This box was diminutive, measuring a mere 100 by 30 by 30 meters, almost inconspicuous on this cosmic battlefield. It hurtled toward the dwarf planet, and as it neared, it contracted into a sphere, transforming into a size comparable to a molecule in the blink of an eye, as if a tremendous gravitational source had materialized in that location. The moving dwarf planet, along with numerous surrounding asteroids, was drawn toward it, swirling around that spot at speeds exceeding 1/20th the speed of light, accelerating ever faster, as though ensnared in a vortex drawing them toward the core. Within 10 minutes, the vast dwarf planet disintegrated into countless fragments, while the vortex created by the box formed a ring that radiated terrifying energy. After 30 minutes, the dwarf planet had entirely plunged into that vortex, which quickly became visible to the naked eye, appearing pitch black, a miniature black hole. The opposing civilization had conjured a small black hole before them. Following the disappearance of the dwarf planet's matter, the black hole underwent an unstable transformation, emitting two intense gamma-ray bursts from its poles. One of these was directed precisely at the Fifth Fleet, resulting in the annihilation of over half of its warships. This was dire. The small black hole was exceedingly unstable, capable of existing for only 1 hour, during which it would expel all matter it had absorbed. Due to its insufficient size, it might explode in its final moments rather than simply dissipate. The magnetic shields were immediately deployed, and all warships turned to flee beyond a radius of 20 astronomical units. Karg's expression shifted dramatically, despite the absence of a face, as it promptly issued commands. However, the collapse of the black hole occurred too rapidly. As Karg had predicted, after expelling 97 of its matter, the black hole suddenly imploded and then erupted. The terrifying energy radiated from the black hole's core, spreading at a velocity surpassing 1/10 the speed of light, rendering escape impossible. Although the magnetic shields had been activated, the overwhelming energy swiftly engulfed the entire heroic Spirit Legion fleet. Chapter 50. The First Legion was utterly annihilated. The particle flow from the black hole's explosion consumed the entire fleet. Karg felt the violent tremors beneath its feet and leapt to lighten the impact on its body. Striving to regain composure, the ship's screen was a blur, and the information network within its mind yielded no data. The enemy's terror far exceeded its imagination, leaving it shaken. A black hole. The adversary had indeed conjured a black hole. Albeit small and unstable, it was nonetheless a black hole, one of the most fearsome celestial entities in the universe. Without exception, did they truly stand a chance against such an opponent? At this moment, uncertainty began to creep into its thoughts. Did the Civilizational Federation genuinely exist? Could the Kate civilization endure? A myriad of conflicting thoughts swirled in its mind. Just as these notions began to surface, Karg suppressed them deep within. What if there was no chance of victory? Even if it merely unveiled a layer of the enemy's facade, it would be preferable to allowing the entirety of the Kate civilization to be obliterated without any awareness. Approximately half an hour later, it received its first message, which struck its psychological defenses anew. The 3rd and 10th fleets had gone completely dark, and other fleets suffered losses exceeding 1/3 of their numbers. With the entire fleet having lost 391 warships, nearly half, to the energy generated by the Black Hole Weapon's last 3 missions. Before the entire Legion could recover, calamities struck in succession. Unbeknownst to them, the enemy had released Yuko life forms that infiltrated their warships, intending to eliminate them this way while leaving the ships intact. However, This development oddly relieved Karg. All ships activated weak force fields. Ella's years of research on Yuko life forms had not been in vain. It had clarified that the Yuko life forms induced ailments by manipulating the motion of fundamental particles through weak forces, leading to macroscopic diseases. The most effective countermeasure against these Yuko life forms was the application of weak force. The weak force field had been specifically designed for this purpose, as it recorded the basic particle information of life itself, repelling only anomalous fundamental particles. Karg's orders were swiftly executed. Aside from 4 warships that had been destroyed due to the earlier impact on the weak force field equipment, all remaining vessels activated their weak force fields. Within 5 minutes, all symptoms had alleviated. The restored fleets dispatched fighter jets to investigate the wall, determined to ascertain its structure. The enemy would not afford them time to react. Thus their actions had to be swift. What exactly was the wall? When the black hole erupted, the wall was nearer to the explosion point, yet showed no signs of damage. A total of 7,000 fighter jets took flight, with most being relatively intact. The others had sustained some damage in the recent explosion. The speed of the fighter jets surpassed that of the spacecraft, reaching an impressive 197 kilometers per second, representing the pinnacle of engineering, as each jet conserved energy for a single acceleration and deceleration cycle, relying on luck for recovery. A swarm of fighter jets approached the wall like a swarm of bees. They flew perilously close to the wall, as countless projectiles whizzed past, their impacts gradually melding into the surface of the structure. Something is different, the aide beside Karg suddenly exclaimed. Startled by the intensity of focus, Karg inquired, "What is different?" The aide pondered for a moment, his expression growing increasingly resolute. Previously, under the energy shock, the wall had appeared rigid, yet upon contact with ordinary bullets, it exhibited a flexible nature. I have 2 hypotheses. 1, energy cannot penetrate the wall, only matter can. The other, high-energy weapons cannot breach the wall, only low-energy ones can. We must conduct an experiment. Let us use a fighter jet or even a spaceship to collide with the wall. His countenance was animated. If his conjecture proved true, it might allow direct access into the wall. Karg commanded the operators to retrieve the previously observed data, urging the mainframe to swiftly analyze the probabilities. The system whirred to life, promptly delivering its findings. The likelihood of conclusion 1 is 3,228. Conclusion 2 is 2,692, while the probability of other conclusions stands at 408. Quite substantial. Karg scrutinized the data. Perhaps both hypotheses held validity. This black hole weapon was evidently designed for deployment against dwarf planets. The enemy civilization may have employed their most formidable black hole weapon in the face of a dwarf planet collision, suggesting they too feared such impacts. We needn't send ships crashing into it. A mere pebble will suffice. Karg instructed a fighter jet to propel a small asteroid, merely a tad over 2 meters in diameter, towards a wall. Its velocity was modest, a mere 19 kilometers per second. Before the asteroid could make contact, the entire wall underwent a transformation. Countless bubbles emerged on its surface, transparent yet distorting light, rendering them visible. In an instant, these bubbles enveloped the thousands of fighter jets soaring above the wall. "We've lost contact, Commander." Yet, Karg's gaze remained fixated on one spot, the asteroid. Just as the bubbles manifested, the asteroid penetrated their interior. This was a different scenario from the engulfed fighter jets. The aide's hypothesis was indeed true. All units mobilized the fleet, advanced towards a wall. He made the decision almost instantaneously as the asteroid was entirely consumed by the wall. Resolute, unbeknownst to Karg. It was this very decisiveness that led to his selection as the commander by Yan Xia. In warfare, any hesitation can result in lost opportunities, swaying the tides of battle. Decisiveness is a commendable trait. The Spirit Legion unconditionally trusted their commander. Upon receiving the order, the captains of each warship promptly relayed commands, pushing the engine throttles to their limits, fully opening the valves as the fleet charged toward the wall. However, a considerable distance still separated them. After revealing their intentions, the Spirit Legion quickly detected abnormal signals emanating from the wall. The entire surface began to ripple, and a U-shaped warship emerged from within. Its design bore resemblance to the engineer's ship from Prometheus, yet at its center, a rotating geometric structure pulsated with an emerald glow, constantly shifting and flashing. Upon emerging from a wall, the warship accelerated to 1/32 the speed of light, rapidly closing the gap with the Spirit Legion's vessels. At that moment, the geometric structure at the heart of the enemy ship suddenly illuminated, then subsided into calmness. As Karg witnessed the flare of the enemy ship's core, a jolt rocked his vessel. "Commander, we've detected gravitational waves." The enemy must have initiated an attack using gravitational waves generated by gravitational particles. Before the report concluded, Karg saw hundreds of gravitational waves converging, culminating in an eruption of immense energy at their intersection. The ships in proximity to the convergence were instantaneously consumed, their hulls vanishing into thin air. The flagship, too, was affected by the colossal energy unleashed from the collision of gravitational waves, its magnetic shields proving utterly ineffective against the force of gravity, which penetrated effortlessly. Counterattack, Karg bellowed. All warships began charging their weapons. Due to material limitations, their high-energy weapons required a charging phase. Fortunately, the vastness of space afforded them ample time for this process. Once charged, hundreds of dark matter energy beams shot forth toward the enemy. Yet, the surface of the enemy vessel was shielded by a barrier reminiscent of the wall, repelling their assault. Long-range combat was futile. They must close the distance. Launch the fighters. Launch the fighters, Karg shouted, as more vessels fell victim to destruction. Each warship housed thousands of soldiers. They had already incurred losses in the millions. Such is the brutality of cosmic warfare. The reason for not employing machines to control the ships, but rather manning them with personnel, was precisely to prepare for moments like this. The launched fighters were heavily crewed, ready for boarding combat. This was an exceedingly inefficient method. Yet when long-range attacks failed or energy reserves were depleted, soldiers became the most effective combat units. Damaged fighters that had not yet been repaired surged toward the enemy vessel. Before reaching halfway, tens of thousands of lasers erupted from the enemy's ship, a terrifyingly dense barrage, swiftly depleting the electromagnetic shields of the fighters and obliterating thousands of them. The starry void was silent. Yet all soldiers and officers of the Spirit Legion felt as if they were suffocating, as if countless explosions were echoing in their ears. Destruction, suppression, wailing, despair. The enemy had deployed but a single warship, and they already faced such dire straits. Was the disparity truly so vast? Over 2,000 fighters pressed onward, none opting to veer off course. They charged straight toward the enemy vessel, the wreckage of more downed fighters trailing behind them. Charge! The foremost fighter made contact with the barrier of the wall. It pierced through. All who witnessed this spectacle felt a surge of exhilaration, yet the next moment, their expressions froze once more. The fighter was immediately targeted by a multitude of lasers and obliterated. However, where there is one, there will be many. More fighters surged into the wall. Karg felt a faint tremor beneath his feet, extending his appendage to the floor, the vibrations becoming more pronounced. A buzzing sound, akin to the frantic flutter of mosquitoes, resonated, albeit in a more truncated manner. The source of this disturbance was the distant enemy warship. At that moment, the fighters approaching the enemy ship abruptly halted in midair, as if time itself had been suspended. Karg urgently stated, "This isn't gravity, nor electromagnetic force. It could be strong or weak force. All fighters deploy weak force fields." These fighters were all equipped with weak force fields. Azella had previously predicted that the enemy civilization might specialize in weak force attacks. Indeed, once the weak force fields were activated, the fighters regained their maneuverability. Yet, in the brief interlude, over half the fighters had been destroyed. Now, fewer than 300 remained, with no chance of survival under the relentless barrage of lasers. On the battlefield, even the last ounce of strength may not guarantee victory. As the combat aircraft drew near, the entire fleet approached the enemy warships with increasing proximity. Only 218 vessels remained, charging towards the enemy ships with the same fervor as the aircraft. Suddenly, the foremost warship disintegrated, not merely into parts, but rather transformed into an inconceivable multitude of particles, akin to the sands of the Ganges. It was a weapon of strong nuclear force, as the adversary unleashed a power capable of shattering atomic nuclei. As a level 2 civilization, they had perfected their mastery over the 4 fundamental forces and wielded them as weapons. Although magnetism is the most potent among these forces, it pales in comparison to the insidious nature of strong, weak, and gravitational forces, rendering electromagnetic shields rather ineffectual, almost a mere facade. Do not harbor any illusions. We must close the distance to the enemy vessels or face annihilation. Only by approaching do we stand a chance of survival. Activate the death plan. Any strategy appears ludicrous when confronted with absolute dominance of power. This is a grotesquely unequal war between ants and elephants. Yet, even a multitude of ants could potentially bring down an elephant. A message echoed from the foremost warships. "Farewell, comrades. For our civilization, for our home." A series of brilliant lights erupted, resembling the radiance of stars. This was the death plan, a willingness to pay any price. The brilliance of these luminous spheres flickered in the eyes of all, as Karj commanded the fleet to advance, harnessing the energy waves generated by the explosions. However, the luminous spheres began to collapse before the explosion was fully realized. The enemy struck back, deploying an unexpected weapon. The enemy's restraining energy, too, would consume energy. Onward. Karj's heart grew cold as he spoke mercilessly. Retreat was no longer an option. The warships exploded again. If a few failed, then dozens would follow. If dozens faltered, then hundreds would perish. A terrifying surge of energy relentlessly assaulted the enemy vessels, layer upon layer. In each luminous sphere, thousands of soldiers met their demise. And in the fleeting moment before the explosion, countless thoughts flooded the information network, enough to overwhelm the mind. Karj completely blocked the information network. Merely by observing, he understood that death had claimed millions. Yet, not even the enemy's exterior was harmed. We are closing in. The flagship approached the enemy warships, having breached their wall. At that moment, Karj exited the control room and made his way towards the hangar of the flagship. There rested a small spacecraft, measuring just over 50 meters in length. A companion that had accompanied him in his cosmic explorations for a full 21 years. Atop this vessel lay a colossal distortion device. Karj had not intended to board this spacecraft, yet it held the potential to alter the course of this war. Just as he entered the ship, he suddenly witnessed other officers emerging, each adorned in their gear, preparing to enter their fighter jets. It seemed he was not alone in this thought. Both the spacecraft and fighters ignited into action. A message from the control room reported the detection of high-intensity energy fluctuations from the enemy vessels, indicating they were likely poised to unleash a powerful disintegration of our warships. The flagship's self-destruct sequence was initiated. Within this range, the enemy dared not deploy gravitational weapons. Only magnetism, strong force, and weak force. With magnetic shields in place, the enemy's magnetic force was not overwhelmingly strong, and the weak force field could barely stave off their attacks. Thus, only the strong force remained. Though merely a conjecture, the vast disparity left no room for further miscalculations, prompting them to detonate the flagship without hesitation, to allow other ships and fighters to draw nearer. Boom! A sound audible only within the flagship transformed it into a larger luminous sphere. Karj focused all his attention ahead. The distance was now sufficiently close. 83 million kilometers. 51 million kilometers. 990,000 kilometers. Approaching relentlessly at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second. The explosion of the flagship, occurring so close, forced the enemy vessels to alter their defensive measures, compressing their wall to its utmost limits, blocking significant amounts of energy. Yet the debris from the flagship, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, pierced through the wall, directly breaching the enemy warship's hull. All aircraft spotted this opportunity and surged towards that breach. A torrent of lasers rained down, shooting down several aircraft. Karj witnessed a fighter piloted by his aide being obliterated, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. Yet he remained resolute, piloting the small spacecraft forward. The ship's energy reserves far exceeded those of the fighters. Even after enduring multiple laser strikes, it maintained its speed. However, the enemy seemed to have identified this resilient vessel. More lasers descended like a torrential downpour upon the spacecraft. The ship's energy reserves plummeted. Bang! A laser shattered the electromagnetic shield and passed through the hull, leaving behind a massive scar. Alarms blared in the cockpit, yet Karj paid them no heed, for they were now perilously close, a mere 40,000 kilometers away. At that moment, the distortion device at the front of the spacecraft ejected, releasing a small probe that hurtled into the rift in the enemy ship at a speed exceeding 20,000 kilometers per second. Witnessing this scene, Karj cracked a grim smile, a rare moment of relief. The next instant, his spacecraft was struck and shattered by a laser. Over 3 months later, Yan Xia received the reports from the battlefield. 75 million soldiers perished without a single survivor. All warships were utterly destroyed. A devastating scene. Such a term was the only fitting description. Alongside the battle information, he received an image. In the image was a vague purple silhouette, diminutive in stature. In the dim light, a slender, vertical object resembling an eye could be discerned, with a prominent white cable extending from the top, seemingly connecting to something. This was the visage of the enemy civilization. Yan Xia's expression remained neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow. The First Legion, initially conceived with the understanding that it would be obliterated, brought forth a glimmer of hope for the Civilization Federation through its demise. Choosing Karj was predicated on his lack of reservations. In the final moments, he could make the same decision Yan Xia envisioned. Chapter 51. The Trifecta of Fundamental Forces Sacrifices. News of the annihilation of the heroic Spirit Legion rapidly spread throughout the neighboring star systems. Shock reverberated among all life forms of the three civilizations. In their eyes, the numerous warships of a legion, even if unable to secure victory, could sustain a standoff for years, perhaps decades. Yet, how little time had truly passed? Apart from travel time, how much of that was genuine combat? Was the enemy truly that formidable? A wave of panic swept through the Civilization Federation. The only safety net was the fictitious organization of the Civilization Federation conjured by Yan Xia. For years, apart from the Hundred-Eyed Clan and the human race, no signs of any other member civilizations of the Federation had been observed. The previously concealed far-right factions emerged, propagating the notion that the Civilization Federation was a myth. The public opinion is in an uproar, and the entire Kate civilization finds itself once again in a scene reminiscent of the initial encounter with the towering civilization. Escape. Some members of the Kate race flee in their spacecraft from Proxima Centauri. However, their attempts prove futile, for a colossal blockade has emerged in the vacuum surrounding Proxima Centauri. Within this barrier, the three fundamental forces, apart from gravity, are rendered utterly ineffective. Any spacecraft entering this region would disintegrate into fundamental particles. Not only vessels, but even photons cannot traverse in or out. The entire civilization is ensnared. Even the once formidable celestial shield stands as a mere ornament before the adversary civilization. Panic. A greater wave of terror spreads. Some beings have already begun to pray, seeking refuge. Yan Xia pays little heed to these developments. Chaos among the populace cannot alter the course of such a grand conflict. The information he deliberately leaked was part of the original strategy. A show of weakness. Panic would lead the enemy to believe that their civilization is on the brink of collapse. Regrettably, the opposing civilization did not follow the script he had envisioned, instead opting to seal off the entire star system. With such immense power, why not strike at the heart of the system? Yan Xia has remained within Ella's research facility, not having left for years, and he has even avoided entering a state of dormancy. After all, this is not a time for him to invade others, but rather a time when he is being invaded. Perhaps this slumber will lead to eternal rest. The original version of Ella is not here. It has left a semblance of itself in the form of a folder, a copy labeled 01. This attachment, Ella, provides him with answers. Utilizing these fundamental forces to influence matter requires immense energy. To impose a blockade on the entire Proxima Centauri system as a civilization newly entering the second tier is unfeasible. Only in a vacuum, where matter is scarce, can energy be conserved. The attachment Ella shares the same database as the original. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yan Xia perceives the attachment Ella as lacking the vibrancy of the original. Yan Xia nods slightly. This makes sense, yet remains sufficiently powerful. You should be unable to contact the original now. The original Ella is not in Proxima Centauri, but in another location, the Southgate 2A. Yan Xia instructs Ella to explore the strings, a task requiring immense energy. Originally, Ella planned to complete the Dyson sphere and then utilize the energy generated to explore. However, time is now of the essence. Ella must resort to the energy within Southgate 2A. Previously, Yan Xia and Ella had avoided disturbing those energy sources. No one could ascertain whether the third civilization had installed any sensors or detection devices within Southgate 2A. Perhaps news of a civilization breaching Southgate 2A has already reached them by some means or has already been delivered to their hands. This urgency does not faze Yan Xia. He has lived long enough, longer than anyone in human history, and has seen, learned, and mastered more than most. He has become a composed elder. The ability to remain unflustered should be ingrained in his very blood. The Ella attachment response. Indeed, magnetic forces cannot penetrate the blockade. Our information has been isolated. Yan Xia nods. He is unconcerned for Ella. During the construction of the Dyson sphere, Ella made corrections to the barycenter of the Southgate 2 binary system, rendering it nearly flawless. The likelihood of the enemy discovering the cavities within Southgate 2A is minimal. When you think they will strike, the Ella attachment conducts a calculation. The highest probability lies within the next 20 years. Yan Xia shakes his head, somewhat disappointed with the Ella attachment. It is indeed inferior to the original, and he wonders if the original Ella has restricted the attachment's capabilities. I suspect it will be 100 years hence. Their blockade of the Proxima Centauri system signifies their indecision. They are exceedingly cautious. The gap between us and them is not as vast as imagined. Thus they will not rush, but instead slowly induce material scarcity, rendering our civilization famished and frail. They have not sealed off Southgate 2. I surmise they will eventually take control of it and study our biological architecture, social structure, and technological advancements through those who remain within the Dyson sphere there. I have already left behind a theoretical attachment targeting them, wherein the weak force field is merely the initial segment. There is more information, including the insights they have inadvertently revealed to us. The walls are indeed robust and powerful, but upon closer examination, it becomes evident that they remain bound by the four fundamental forces, and in pursuit of practicality, they have made compromises, allowing stable matter to traverse freely. This is fatal. It implies that as long as I can create a high-energy substance capable of maintaining stability for a brief period, I can breach their defenses. Of course, this alone will not annihilate them, but it will compel them to weigh the cost of action. They will speculate whether I possess this technology alongside others. This is the game of wits among sentient beings, a subtle influence of thought. Yet, Yan Xia remains uncertain of its effectiveness. Hence, he never places all his eggs in one basket. The all-seeing eye is already preparing to strike at the Yuzi civilization, and Yan Xia decides that even at the expense of the pursuing light civilization, he will delay the Yuzi civilization's advance. From his perspective, the Yuzi civilization would undoubtedly find it most beneficial to directly invade the Proxima Centauri civilization and eliminate him. However, the Yuzi civilization considers the entirety of their civilization, not individual lives. They will not act as mere spectators. The all-seeing eye will become part of the civilization, and they will take the all-seeing eye into account. Yan Xia is diverting their attention using everything the all-seeing eye has. Is it cruel? Perhaps from a moment he enslaved the all-seeing eye, they were destined for sacrifice. What remains to be seen is whether the Yuzi civilization will show mercy. Of course, Ella will assist the all-seeing eye in achieving technological advancements, preventing them from facing the Yuzi civilization as mere ants against a tree. Beyond that, there is little left for him to do. It is time to enter slumber. Yan Xia rises. The period of tension has passed. What remains is a subtle balance of strategy. Yan Xia is still cautious about his life. Thus, he has constructed his dormancy chamber deep within the Earth's core. Even if the Yuzi civilization goes mad and annihilates the Proxima Centauri system, he can evade disaster, unless they spare no planet. To take a step back, the entirety of the Civilization Federation holds little significance for him. If it perishes, he can simply begin anew. In this slumber, he shall once again pass a century, not only because he suspects the Yuzi civilization will not act for 100 years, but also because Ella has promised him that with a century's worth of accumulated energy, they will be able to observe the strings. Chapter 52, A Century of Change. The Closure of Freedom. Yan Xia's conjecture proved partially correct. The aspect he miscalculated was that the opposing civilization desired far more than he had anticipated. 10 years after his slumber, the far-right factions on Proxima Centauri have intensified their activity, garnering substantial public support in a mere 6 months. They proclaim that the Civilization Federation does not exist, that the Kate civilization is being enslaved, and that the true saviors are the Purple Thorns. This is not merely the name of an organization, but rather the civilization they currently confront. The term Purple Thorns serves only as a translation, denoting a stationary life form adorned with purple, spiny appendages. Their civilization resides on a planet abundant with such flora, which they have adopted as a symbol of their existence. The recent activities of the far-right factions bear an unsettling resemblance to those of the past. They echo the actions of Yan Xia, who previously employed the Civilization Tower as a facade, while the Purple Thorns possess the genuine might to subjugate the Kate civilization. It appears they do not intend to outright annihilate the Kate civilization. Rather, they aim to enslave it. It is also plausible that their goal is to lull the Kate civilization into complacency, subsequently probing the technological data left by Yan Xia to ascertain the existence of corresponding advancements within the Proxima Centauri system. Any creature not devoid of intellect can detect these underlying motives. Even a fool, upon hearing the precise designation of Purple Thorns, would surmise that the far right has aligned itself with the invading civilization. In truth, this is fortuitous news for Yan Xia, albeit somewhat theatrical. Over a millennium ago, the far left embraced the Federation of Harmonious Civilizations, while the far right championed the independence of civilizations. Now, the far left maintains the Federation. Yet the far right has turned towards the impending alien civilization. At this juncture, the upper echelons of the Kate civilization find themselves embroiled in a struggle reminiscent of over 1,000 years ago. However, this time they confront a civilization that self-identifies as the Purple Thorns, one far more disheartening and formidable than any conspiracy of the past, as they face unabashed, overwhelming force. Yet, many among the Kate still cannot forget the preceding plague. Too many souls have perished. Those who endured the epidemic have yet to find repose, for to them, the calamity feels as recent as yesterday. The conflict has become the predominant theme for the first and second decades of the Kate civilization. However, this civilization lacks the patience of Yan Xia. They are in haste. Within 20 years, they began to systematically stifle the technological advancements of the Kate civilization, targeting numerous energy facilities, assassinating a multitude of senior scientists, and even interfering with the internal economic operations of the civilization, leading to a degradation of their societal structure. Among the initial targets of this onslaught were Ella-S Research Institute and the Yin Huang Academy. These two facilities were obliterated at the physical level by rays emanating from outer space. Meanwhile, the Purple Thorns have commenced the cleanup of materials and particles adrift in the vacuum surrounding Proxima Centauri, further constricting their blockade and confining the operational space of the civilization. 30 years later, the blockade imposed by the Purple Thorns has transcended the star of Proxima Centauri itself. Proxima Centauri B, C, and D now lie shrouded in perpetual darkness, their surfaces frozen solid, resembling an icy apocalypse. That year, the population of the Kate civilization plummeted drastically. Concurrently, a group of supplicants emerged, beseeching the Purple Thorns to quell their wrath, expressing a willingness to submit and align with their civilization. Yet, there was no response. The Kate civilization had not always been so spineless. However, under Yan Xia's relentless conditioning, they had become increasingly pliable, more prone to bowing to power. This has become a grave flaw. During this fourth decade, humans within the designated civilization zones received preferential treatment, while many among the human elite vanished without a trace. 40 years elapsed, ushering in a fifth decade, a pivotal turning point. For the vessels of the Hundred-Eyed Star have traversed the cosmic expanse to reach Proxima Centauri. War erupted beyond the Proxima Centauri system. However, this conflict paled in intensity and magnitude when compared to the war between the heroic spirits and the Purple Thorns, evoking a sense of futile self-destruction. As Yan Xia had anticipated, this indeed drew the attention of the enemy, who shifted their focus to the Hundred-Eyed Star. Yet, the might of the Hundred-Eyed Star has yet to command the respect of the Purple Thorns. Their primary concern remains the internal dynamics of the Proxima Centauri system. During this decade, the Kate civilization witnessed the first true glimpse of the life forms of the Purple Thorns. These beings are genuinely purple, far smaller than they had envisioned. Mere half-meter, fluffy spheres, reminiscent of the Pokemon Ghastly, albeit leaning more towards a purplish-red hue rather than blue-violet. They possess slender, fisher-like eyes, approximately 20 centimeters in length. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that these are not eyes, but sensory organs that allow them to perceive their surroundings. These organs generate images akin to thermal imaging rather than colorful visuals. They also possess hands, albeit asymmetrical, with one side larger than the other, comprising two pairs with hundreds of delicate, agile tendrils sprouting from the tips. Notably, they lack feet, instead utilizing a muscular foot akin to that of a snail, enabling them to crawl through undulating motion. However, advancements in technology have rendered such a slow mode of locomotion unnecessary. A white cable extends from the apex of their heads, connecting their bodies to a basketball-sized sphere hovering above. This sphere employs anti-gravity technology to float, suspending the beings of the Purple Thorns in midair as it moves. This orb is a highly integrated device, seemingly embodying capabilities for information processing, offense, and defense. The sphere generates an extraordinary barrier around the creatures. As they're ill-suited to the environment of Proxima Centauri, it can fabricate an atmosphere conducive to their survival, which appears to consist of methane. The Kate take note that these beings seem to be searching for something, transforming the entire planet into a veritable chaos. As the 50th year dawns, the population of the Kate diminishes further, for the Purple Thorns have seized control over food supplies, deliberately regulating the population dynamics of the Kate civilization. The Kate populace has plummeted by 500 million. The entire Kate civilization has descended into a nadir, with no member possessing the means to wield technology or weaponry beyond that of a Type 1 civilization. Constriction. This engenders two extremes. One extreme manifests as abject servility and deference towards the Purple Thorns. The other manifests in futile assaults against the Purple Thorns' forces on the planetary surface. The commencement of the 60th year is marked by an unprecedented development. The Purple Thorns begin to abduct Kate children, who, upon being taken, never return. Meanwhile, The adult population of the Kate finds their bodies undergoing gradual mutations, increasingly resembling beasts as their chips are dismantled. By the 75th year, those children return, transformed into warriors, or rather, hunters. The mutated Kate now become the prey. Their languages are entirely disparate. Some Kate can only watch helplessly as their children slay them. A scene of extreme brutality and cruelty. The Purple Thorns are conducting an experiment. They seem to grow increasingly confident. As more beings from the Purple Thorns join those Kate, they have molded into hunters to scour the planet. Then, in the 83rd year, an explosion engulfs Proxima Centauri b. This explosion, registering over 500 trillion tons of equivalent force, dislodges the entire Proxima Centauri b from its original orbit. The casualties among the Purple Thorns on Proxima Centauri b exceed 20,000, while the losses among the Kate surpass 1.5 billion. As the beings of the Purple Thorn civilization ventured forth to locate the source of the explosion, they discovered an immensely energetic substance measuring a staggering 2431 by 1048 Kelvin. This was the stable-unstable object referred to by Yan Xia. Despite its fleeting stability of merely 5 days, it posed a significant crisis for the Purple Thorn civilization. This turmoil compelled them to vacate the Proxima Centauri system, remaining in exile for 12 long years, years that would ultimately prove to be their last. Within the second planet of the Southgate system, a slender structure hung suspended beside a multitude of colossal, rotating ring-like devices. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this slender form, when considered alongside its surrounding spatial context and length, possessed a diameter exceeding 10 meters. It was, in fact, a particle collider extending up to 100 kilometers in length. However, this collider was designed to collide bosons. The energy powering this particle collider emanated from a luminous core at the center of the rings. At the very heart of the collider lay an observational apparatus equipped with an Ella-developed gravitational microscope. This device sought to study minute entities by observing the space-time distortions induced by gravitational forces. Should the collisions of bosons yield strings? These strings would inevitably detach from the bosons during impact, allowing the gravitational microscope to trace their gravitational trajectories, potentially capturing them. Yet, Ella encountered a formidable challenge. The gravitational detector proved incapable of observing strings within stable spacetime. Moreover, it could not generate force sufficient to displace a boson or a fermion during collisions. Consequently, Ella turned to the miniature black holes produced by collision experiments, harnessing their formidable gravitational forces to fragment fundamental particles and observe strings that possessed length without height amid the spacetime distortions generated by these transient black holes. However, this endeavor remained fraught with difficulties, as Ella found herself unable to breach the event horizon of the black holes, regardless of their diminutive size. To contend with one black hole, she resorted to utilizing another, specifically, a counter-rotating black hole, leveraging the material exchange resulting from their mutual collisions to observe strings migrating from the first black hole to the second. After enduring 28 such experiments, she finally discerned the existence of strings. Strikingly, what she observed were not the open strings that constitute matter, but rather the closed strings that make up gravitons. Perhaps this phenomenon was linked to their ability to penetrate the cosmic membrane. Chapter 53. A coordinated assault. Proxima Centauri b shattered. On a macroscopic scale, gravitational lensing could indirectly reveal cosmic strings associated with string theory. Conversely, at the microscopic level, gravitons served as a medium for the discovery of strings. This may be mere coincidence, given that the two phenomena are not identical, yet perhaps it is also a necessary outcome. The discovery of strings does not equate to the ability to utilize them. Nonetheless, it does not render the endeavor devoid of value. The establishment of string theory enables Ella to exploit the four fundamental forces at a more minute scale. Once strings are identified, other technologies can advance in tandem, propelling civilization swiftly into a Type 2 status. How swift? Ella's plan is set for 5 years. This timeline is exceedingly brief, yet it does not necessitate meticulous application. A rudimentary approach suffices. There lies an inexhaustible source of energy at her disposal, allowing her to fabricate a rudimentary string weapon. Yan Xia, Ella has fulfilled her promise. Utilizing a camera adrift in deep space, Ella surveyed the external environment towards Proxima Centauri. A sense of apprehension regarding Yan Xia's safety gripped her. Yet she understood that haste was unwarranted. The grand conflict was only just commencing. It was time to determine whether the adversary would perish or if they themselves would meet their demise. A century passed. At this moment, within the core of Proxima Centauri C, Yan Xia awakened. He emerged from his hibernation pod, standing in a space no larger than 10 square meters, where the feeble gravitational pull rendered movement a significant challenge. Approaching a small computer, he illuminated the screen. There was no desktop, only a system interface awaited him. Entering it revealed a minimalist layout, featuring a single button and a video player. If the initial plan had proceeded without deviation, the warships of the Hundred-Eyed race should have already arrived at Proxima Centauri by now. It was time for him to take action from within. He clicked the mouse, activating the video player. A stream of data materialized on the screen. Although Yan Xia felt nothing, the data confirmed that the desired operation had commenced. It was a planet, the homeland of the Kate race, Proxima Centauri b. Just as Yan Xia had contemplated before his slumber, nothing within the Civilization Federation held significance for him. Thus, from the outset, he and Ella had resolved to sacrifice a portion of the Kate race. He pressed the button, initiating the gravitational oscillation device hidden within the core of Proxima Centauri b. The planet would deviate from its orbit, flung into the vastness of space at a specific angle by the gravitational pull of Proxima Centauri. Why not the uninhabited Proxima Centauri d? Its insufficient mass rendered its core easily detectable, making concealment of the device impractical. Since Proxima Centauri c was its current location, the most viable option was Proxima Centauri b. Furthermore, the Purple Thorn civilization would never suspect that Yan Xia's weapon was an entire planet, teeming with billions of lives. At this moment, a century later, the Hundred-Eyed race was en route to Proxima Centauri, their adversary beset by enemies both within and without. Proxima Centauri b and the Hundred-Eyed race need not annihilate one another. They merely required to divert attention and buy time. This was the sentiment Yan Xia had conveyed to Ella. It was a chillingly pragmatic stance, yet sometimes such coldness was imperative. Though he had spent the majority of his time in hibernation, the experiences amassed within the realm of divine awakening were not to be dismissed as mere illusions. His physical lifespan extended only a little over a century, yet if one were to account for his psychological age, augmented by his experiences within divine awakening, it would surely surpass a millennium. He was no longer the individual who had once inhabited Earth, nor the one who had existed during the peaceful era just before its annihilation, consumed solely by thoughts of computer knowledge and games. In matters of war, power, and the like, he considered himself no less shrewd than any renowned strategist or politician throughout human history. Indeed, he now commanded more lives and territory than the entirety of humanity once did. Sometimes, sacrifices must be made to reap rewards. To lack coldness is to invite annihilation at the hands of one's enemies. He gazed impassively at the fluctuations of data on the screen, calculating the current status of Proxima Centauri b. The next step hinged upon the enemy's actions. Given the immense material resources of Proxima Centauri b, which enabled it to maintain its energy-consuming blockade, they would inevitably cease their lockdown. They would not allow Proxima Centauri b to drift aimlessly, for uncertainty loomed over what lay within its depths. Instead, they would opt to obliterate this ticking time bomb, perhaps like the fireworks of Earth. It would once more burst forth in a dazzling display, under Yan Xia's direct guidance. Meanwhile, a fleet navigated through the vastness of deep space. As Yan Xia had anticipated, they hailed from the Hundred-Eyed Star, and they had indeed arrived. 41 years prior, a conscription policy had been forcibly enacted on Hundred-Eyed Star, mandating that all eligible members of the Hundred-Eyed race enter the military for 5 years of training before being swiftly thrust into battle. During the initial 50 years, apart from dispatching warships to harass the Purple Thorn civilization, Hundred-Eyed Star had been diligently stockpiling its fleet. At this moment, the fleet had amassed a total of 287 warships. However, the quality of these vessels fell significantly short of that of the heroic Spirit Legion. Yet it was sufficient. They were to traverse light years to reach Proxima Centauri and engage in battle. This was an integral part of the initial plan conceived by Yan Xia and Ella. Now, 41 years had elapsed. Proxima Centauri was tantalizingly close, with the outbreak of war merely a step away. In their line of sight, no planets within the Proxima Centauri system were visible. Kuka, as the military commander of the Hundred-Eyed Star, observed the fear etched in the eyes of his kin behind him. Each eye reflected a profound terror. Every member of the Hundred-Eyed tribe was acutely aware of the formidable enemy they faced, fully cognizant of their adversary's invincibility. This was an enemy capable of besieging an entire star system, effortlessly vanquishing civilizations far more powerful than themselves. Yet they had no choice. Ella's command was akin to a divine decree. Disobedience would lead to their demise. The robots of the Hundred-Eyed Star would slaughter them. In comparison, they preferred confronting the unknown in this vast expanse of the universe, where at least they could wield weapons to resist and attack. Helplessness. This encapsulated Kukka's current emotional state. He felt a profound sorrow as a member of the Hundred-Eyed tribe, although he had never complained about being one of them. Nor had he ever aspired to be human or of the Kate tribe. This sorrow was inescapably real, and he could not shut himself away from it. He transmitted a signal of light. Prepare for battle. The enemy is our foe. Our kin have perished beneath their subjugation. To defend our people from further annihilation and death. Even if it means death, we must inflict a wound upon our adversaries. A declaration devoid of grandeur. They had already detected the location of the enemy fleet. Engage. Advance. They surged toward the enemy warships. The initial volley of laser fire was directed at a U-shaped warship, but was effortlessly deflected. Kukka had received prior information. Only by approaching the enemy's vessels and infiltrating them could they hope to triumph in this confrontation. Charge. With no path of retreat, they surged forth. The ships and fighters descended upon the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization like locusts. This mirrored the process of the heroic Spirit Legion and would inevitably repeat their outcome. Yet, at that moment, the warship detected a powerful energy source being deactivated. Something that had previously vanished reemerged. The blockade had been constricted to a minuscule radius, and the fleet was now within the Proxima Centauri system. Not far from the orbit of Proxima Centauri C. All the Hundred-Eyed tribe members could even observe with the naked eye the reappearance of a planet within Proxima Centauri. In their view, a distant planet was growing larger. Was that Proxima Centauri B? Kukka was bewildered. What had transpired for the planet to move? And why had the blockade of the Purple Thorn civilization ceased? In the distance, the warship of the Purple Thorn civilization altered its course, and a massive energy device, bound in a geometric form at its center, erupted in a blinding white light. This beam of light traversed space and struck Proxima Centauri B. In the next moment, all the Hundred-Eyed tribe beheld the shattering of Proxima Centauri B. This was the true essence of a planet-destroying cannon. One shot obliterated an entire planet. Chapter 54. The Trillion Black Holes, the Staff of God. Gazing at the shattered planet, Kukka was nearly paralyzed. At that instant, a light tube beside him flickered momentarily, transmitting a two-word message: attack. He was taken aback. He knew the sender of this light signal. In the next moment, all of his hundreds of eyes turned forward in unison. Forget everything else. We shall press on with the assault. Hundreds of warships continued their charge toward an existence they could scarcely hope to overcome. Meanwhile, within the warship of the Purple Thorn civilization, a deep purple creature emitted a low, rumbling sound. It seemed to be laughter. It mocked the Hundred-Eyed tribe's audacity, daring to advance even after witnessing such a planet-annihilating strike. From the spherical structure atop its head, it sent a direct signal to the warship. The vessel once again activated the restrained core energy. A laser shot forth from the center of the warship, this time unfettered by scattering, allowing the beam to spread wide. Instantly, numerous Hundred-Eyed tribe warships were struck. Even with the loss of some energy, it was still a weapon capable of annihilating a planet. Destruction. A series of explosions erupted in the cosmos. Devoid of flames or smoke, only the fragmented warships and the dazzling light produced by the energy surges. This was far from a fair battle. It was akin to a death sentence. In truth, they had no means of protection. They merely needed to pivot the Hundred-Eyed Star to flee from his battleground. Yet their master forbade such an action, seemingly believing that the enemy was not an insurmountable adversary. Kukka could only hope that their master truly possessed a strategy. They could not allow the master to survive. At the very least, they must ensure that the elders and younglings still residing on the Hundred-Eyed Star could evade annihilation at the hands of the enemy civilization. Commander, we have no means to charge forward with our warships. Furthermore, even if we did, what would that accomplish? You are aware that none of our vessels are equipped with formidable weaponry. All energy is allocated to the propulsion systems. Do we not still have our secret weapons? Where are those warships now? Within the command room of the main ship, all the members of the Hundred-Eyed tribe were in a state of anxious turmoil. The losses were catastrophic. At that moment, they were still a full 12 astronomical units away from the enemy warships. Such a vast distance would require considerable time to traverse even if they set off immediately. During that interval, the enemy could freely unleash their firepower upon them, akin to shooting fish in a barrel. In just this round of attacks, they had lost nearly 100 warships. They were insufficient even when bound together. A mere offering to death. Yet this was not how one should meet their end. Kukka pondered the secret weapons. Currently, including the damaged vessels, they possessed only 962 ships, whereas the original number produced was 287. This indicated that 325 vessels were unaccounted for. These ships had not been laden with many soldiers and had likely departed from the Hundred-Eyed Star earlier than the rest. Rumor had it that those vessels were equipped with weaponry capable of countering the enemy, while the ones they occupied were merely fodder. Yet, as the commander of this fleet, Kukka, like the others, had only heard whispers, completely unaware of where those warships had ventured. Do not question, do not hesitate, simply charge forth. The message he transmitted was resolute, as unyielding as iron, sending a chill through the hearts of the surrounding Hundred-Eyed tribe members. Was there truly no room for retreat? The losses had already exceeded 100 warships, while the enemy had ceased their main cannon fire, opting instead for countless laser weapons. The brilliant beams shone like scythes of death, reaping their lives. A laser struck the very warship they occupied, piercing through the port side without impediment. We lack even a proper magnetic shield. Some members of the Hundred-Eyed tribe became remarkably translucent, their internal organs visible, a manifestation of their despondent state. The next laser beam swiftly followed, striking the bow of their ship. Fortunately, it had deviated slightly. Otherwise, the entire control room would have been pierced, leaving no survivors. The enemy seemed to have locked onto their flagship. More assaults were imminent. The battleship could only evade by anticipating the adversary's attacks, yet the laser barrage was far too dense. The enemy could afford to miss countless times, but they could not afford a single error. A shroud of death loomed over their hearts. In the distance, more battleships faced the same grim fate. 136, 148, 162. They all counted, pondering how many ships had been annihilated. Yet, until now, they had barely moved the distance of one astronomical unit. At that moment, the deluge of laser fire suddenly ceased. Was a more formidable assault on the horizon? All the bygone tribe could think of was not that the enemy had ceased fire, but rather that they intended to use their main cannon to obliterate them as if sweeping away dust. However, this time felt different. The enemy's ships were moving. Kukka fixed her gaze intently on the screen. Did the enemy consider the distance too great and plan to resolve the matter at close range? Such confidence, treating them as mere insects? Yet, something was amiss. The direction of the enemy's ship's movement was not towards them, but rather to another location. The movement data indicated a trajectory towards the Southern Gate 2 binary star system. The screen immediately adjusted to display information about the Southern Gate 2. Although they could not observe with extreme precision, they detected flickering points of light. Each point signified a potential energy explosion. The Dyson cloud of Southern Gate 2 seemed to be under attack. That area had already fallen under the control of the opposing civilization. Perhaps there were beings of that civilization above, and the battleships were dispatched to rescue them. The Dyson cloud was under siege. Kukka recalled the over 300 battleships. Could it be that those ships were there? Should we pursue? Commander, a member of the bygone tribe inquired. Already aware of the answer, yet hoping for a different command from Kukka. Kukka felt powerless. Their objective was to launch an offensive, so naturally, they had to give chase. Just as she was about to issue the order, a sudden burst of information flooded her mind. Head towards the Long Snake Star Domain. The Long Snake Star Domain? Wasn't that the stronghold of an alien civilization? The ships they were facing had flown out from there. Now, were they planning to launch a surprise attack while the enemy was vulnerable? Kukka was uncertain. She didn't need to know. She was merely a relentless machine issuing commands. No, we shall proceed to the Long Snake Star Domain. Upon hearing the first two words, all the bygone tribe members rejoiced. However, the subsequent segment left them momentarily stunned. What purpose did they have in the Long Snake Star Domain? Could their battleships truly dismantle the enemy's lair? Was this not merely a different means of courting death? Nonetheless, they could sense that this was not a decision made by their commander. No one would blame Kukka. Then let us go. At the very least, it cannot be worse than before. Furthermore, it was now evident that their leader had a plan all along, not simply sending them to their doom. Allocating all energy to the thrusters was intended for the journey to the Long Snake Star Domain. This could be seen as their last flicker of hope and aspiration. Meanwhile, the U-shaped battleship revved its engines, achieving a speed of 478 kilometers per second. Yet, reaching the Southern Gate 2 binary star system still took 5 years. After all, the distance from Southern Gate 2 to Proxima Centauri spanned a full 2 light years. At this moment, the expanse of space was littered with debris. The Dyson cloud, painstakingly constructed by Yan Xia and Ella, lay in ruins. However, it was not Yan Xia and Ella who were enraged, but the Purple Thorn civilization. They had established control here, stationing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Although there were some small spacecraft present, none could adequately defend against the enemy's ships and weaponry. In their minds, the enemy's resistance was utterly feeble. This complacency would cost them dearly. They began to emit signals in search of surviving life forms. But the cosmos remained desolate and silent, devoid of any response. Just then, they received alarming information. Their ship's hulls were sustaining damage. The purple beings took note of this notification and prepared to dispatch engineers for investigation, wondering if there had been a malfunction. However, as soon as this information was transmitted, an increasing number of similar phenomena occurred. Their vessels began to become riddled with holes. All the purple beings were taken aback, hastily conducting inquiries. They discovered a microscopic creation remarkably akin to their own civilization. The difference lay in the fact that this microscopic construct was the size of quarks and was not a living entity, but a mechanical structure. Although it was significantly larger than their own UC creations, its precision was exponentially greater. Simultaneously, these constructs appeared capable of storing excessive energy. They seemed to have mastered the technology of compressing string arrangements, allowing dense strings to coexist within an exceedingly small area. Such a high-density entity required merely a slight guidance within the realm of strings for its energy to instantaneously unleash, generating a black hole merely a few micrometers in size. This black hole's existence was fleeting, lasting only 248 seconds, yet it was sufficient to obliterate matter within that micrometer range. However, this kind of black hole posed little threat to a living organism, let alone a spacecraft. The issue, however, lay in the sheer quantity. According to their observations, within a cubic meter of space, the number of these core constructs reached 17.5 billion. What might their total quantity amount to? Trillions? Beyond calculation. Their adversary could not possibly possess such advanced technological capabilities. Yet, these entities had undeniably manifested. Gravitational waves. Release the gravitational waves. Only gravitational waves could influence the black holes, allowing these minuscule black holes to traverse space, akin to utilizing gravitational waves to create a slope, propelling the black holes away like surfers riding a wave. The gravitational effect would simultaneously alter the distances between objects, pushing the core constructs even further away. Yet despite this, a singular wave of black hole attacks had already left their battleships in tatters. Many internal devices had sustained damage and become inoperative. This marked the second time their vessels had been harmed, and the severity surpassed the last encounter. They were filled with fury. After all, in their eyes, the so-called Civilizational Federation were merely ants that could be crushed at will. Yet, this particular ant had the audacity to bite, and due to its perceived value, they had tolerated it for a century. But now, this ant had suddenly transformed into a massive rat, gnawing away a piece of flesh from them. Unbelievable! At that moment, numerous battleships emerged from behind Star. These vessels charged towards them just like the previous ones. Was this the extent of their strategies? The Purple Thorn civilization felt that the civilization they faced had exhausted its options. Just right, their anger needed an outlet. They would deal the enemy a final blow. The core energy was liberated once more, unleashing a laser capable of obliterating planets across the fleet without any unforeseen circumstances. As far as the eye can see, there lies only devastation. The adversary is merely a horde of level 1 vermin. To dare confront them has led to this dire fate. After a century of waiting, the extent of their hidden capabilities has been revealed, and it appears they have overestimated the civilization they face. Initially, they aspired to enslave this galactic civilization. Now that this galaxy has been obliterated, its value has diminished significantly. Thus, the plan is to annihilate the entire galaxy. Such is the contemplation of the Purple Thorn civilization at this moment. Yet, just then, from the remnants of the destroyed warships, a long black needle surged forth, accelerating towards them at a velocity exceeding 22,000 kilometers per second. What is that? The beings of the Purple Thorn civilization were engulfed in confusion. It appeared to be merely a 1,000 meter long metallic spike. Within the confines of Star Number 2, Ella had been intently observing the battlefield. Although she could not manufacture those quark machines over the years, she had learned to exploit their properties. However, the critical moment was now. The Goddess staff was activated with a total of 187 rods. Calculating data. The probability of the enemy blocking the Goddess staff is 237. Chapter 55. Neutrino String Weapons. 1,000 warships. Among the plethora of combat intelligence transmitted by Kaguya, there was also information regarding the enemy's energy type. The evidence clearly indicated a primary reliance on electromagnetic forces. Therefore, it sufficed to consider employing a high-energy particle devoid of charge to penetrate the barrier and strike at the enemy. Yet, another dilemma arose. Every particle in existence is subject to the 4 fundamental forces: If the enemy possesses a superior grasp of these forces, how might they circumvent the opposing defenses? The answer lay in the brief window of opportunity following the enemy's utilization of such forces, allowing for a new charging process. This was the sole chance they could seize. The collaboration between Yan Xia and Ella culminated in this strategic plan. The god S-Staff, an ostensibly ordinary metallic spike, yet harbored considerable technological prowess. Ella gazed as those spikes rapidly approached the enemy warships. As anticipated, they deployed their barrier, fearing the concealed high-energy weapons within the spikes. However, the barrier proved futile. At that moment, the purple beings aboard the warships relaxed their vigilance, for the ineffectiveness of the barrier suggested the spikes were not high energy at all. They were merely spikes, posing only a threat through their kinetic energy. A feeble civilization, a meager resistance. They resolved to simply meld it with laser weaponry, crushing any remaining defiance. This was not mere hubris. It was the terrifying disparity wrought by technology, akin to a 21st century soldier facing a Stone Age tribe. Lasers from the warships bombarded the metallic spikes, and indeed, the surface of the spikes began to deteriorate and melt. Yet at this juncture, a smaller core broke free from the casing, resembling an inverted nail, measuring less than 20 meters in length, and continued its trajectory towards the warship, achieving an even greater speed of 41,000 kilometers per second. The purple Thorn civilization sensed something amiss. They persisted in their laser assaults, but countless beams unexpectedly penetrated the core without inflicting any damage. What could this mean? An unforeseen situation had arisen. They immediately sought to retaliate with gravitational waves, convinced that any matter must succumb to gravitational influence. Yet they discovered they were too late. The object was almost within reach, a mere 7 million kilometers away. Far too close for their gravitational apparatus to engage. They altered their tactics. If gravity was ineffective, they would employ the other two forces, the strong and the weak. However, the strong force, when unleashed, merely passed through. They suddenly conjectured a possibility. Could it be a fundamental particle? The core was composed of a fundamental particle resistant to strong force, and the only such particle readily found, captured, and utilized in the cosmos appeared to be the neutrino. Neutrinos are influenced solely by the weak force, constructed as a macroscopic entity, likely employing string technology to bind them together with force. Due to the increase in mass post-binding, their speed began to diminish, failing to approach the speed of light. Thus, they would utilize the weak force. Almost within half a minute, the purple beings reacted, activating their most proficient weak force apparatus. The energy required was significantly less than that for generating gravitational waves, allowing for deployment in just 23 seconds. Unleash. The weak force field expanded like a sphere from the warship's surface, colliding with the neutrino binding beam within 5 seconds. Suddenly, a series of innumerable black holes materialized around the head of the neutrino binding beam, obstructing significant weak force influence. Those core constructs. The explosion persisted for 10 seconds. The neutrino binding beam penetrated the weak force field. It finally reached the surface of the ship, directly breaching it. And the binding force of the neutrinos surged to its zenith, compressing the interior instead of releasing it. Neutrinos, being minuscule, can traverse nearly any substance without affecting it. Every living being or material was permeated by trillions upon trillions of neutrinos each second. However, once the strings were mastered, one could incorporate more strings into the neutrinos, akin to adding or stripping electrons from atoms, inducing transformation. This marked Ella's first application since mastering the strings. It was rather rudimentary, merely facilitating a degree of string fusion within the neutrinos, transforming them into other fundamental particles, which then combined to form more macroscopic matter. Due to their instability, these entities would instantaneously undergo fission, fusion, decay, and other combined reactions, releasing vast amounts of energy. Consequently, the neutrinos penetrating the warship underwent these transformations in an instant, obliterating the entire vessel of the Purple Thorn civilization. Thousands of purple beings aboard the ship could hardly fathom the reality. With their technological acumen, they could easily grasp the mechanics. Yet, the layered complexities of such a bizarre weapon were beyond their imagination. Moreover, when had their adversary come to master the strings? This persistent question lingered in their minds, but before they could deduce an answer, the terrifying energy had already engulfed them. 5 years had elapsed since the enemy's ships arrived in the Southgate 2 binary star system. The indigenous people had triumphed over the civilization. 2 months later, Yan Xia received a message from Ella. The plan had proceeded flawlessly, yet he did not relent, for the war was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. The barrier in the Changxi star domain still existed, and its expanse was vast. It was improbable that there was merely a single 10,000 meter-shaped warship. Nevertheless, following the successful execution of the plan, he could finally depart from the Earth's core. He moved aside and opened a door within the room, revealing a cockpit. Indeed, the place of his slumber was not an isolated chamber, but a vessel concealed within the heart of the Earth. The melting point of the luminous metal is an astonishing 870,000 degrees Celsius, while the temperature within planetary interiors typically hovers around a mere few thousand degrees. Even for a rocky planet as massive as Proxima Centauri c, its internal temperature is only about 13,000 degrees Celsius, rendering it entirely feasible for a spacecraft to exist within. Yan Xia occupies the pilot's seat, initiating the spacecraft systems. He is about to embark on a 5-month journey, traversing the elevator tunnel previously constructed to exit the Earth's core. Afterward, he shall depart the Proxima Centauri system, for the enemy is already en route. The fleet of the I Clan is advancing toward the Serpens constellation. Their velocity is significantly slower than that of the enemy warships, even after 8 years. They have only traversed 19 light years, and a considerable duration remains before reaching the Serpens domain. However, during their solitary voyage, a series of dark specks materializes ahead. Through the telescope, these specks magnify continuously. All members of the I Clan fleet perceive their life signs as having vanished. Those densely packed black points are all warships, and each one is identical to the vessels they previously faced. A single ship was sufficient to obliterate them and annihilate the Kate civilization. Now, there appear to be hundreds, if not a full 1,000. Could such a colossal fleet be withstood by them, or, rather, by a civilization federation they have yet to encounter? Before they can fully grasp the magnitude of their plight, countless lasers strike them. The warships shatter. Tens of thousands of I Clan members are exposed to the vacuum, succumbing to asphyxiation and pressure imbalance, leading to their almost instantaneous demise. The immense fleet passes by them at a distance of approximately 9 million kilometers, showing no signs of deceleration. The entire I Clan fleet lies in tatters, their formidable battleships utterly destroyed, leaving only a scattering of vessels and fighters. Kuka sits within a fighter craft, watching the retreating silhouette of that fleet, then glances around. It is suffocating. A profound sense of oppression engulfs its spirit. Is escape the only option? It wavers within. Yet at that moment, it receives a message devoid of any emotional weight. To the Serpens constellation, perhaps indeed, a glimmer of hope remains. It begins to gather the surviving kin, continuing toward the Serpens domain. Chapter 56, The Gravitational Collapse of Star. Another 11 years have passed. Yan Xia has long since departed from Proxima Centauri, advancing toward the I Clan's realm. He has already established contact with Ella. Simultaneously, he received intelligence regarding the Purple Thorn civilization's fleet through the remnants of the I Clan fleet that was obliterated a decade and a half ago. 1,000 warships. What a terrifying civilization this is. Nevertheless, Yan Xia's resolve will not waver due to the unexpected number of warships. He is determined to confront them to the bitter end. He has invested so much, utilizing everything cultivated over millennia to dismantle even a single enemy vessel. How can one achieve victory against overwhelming odds? This has been a question pondered by Yan Xia and Ella for an extended period. Their ultimate conclusion approaches the pinnacle of their strategic capabilities, transforming it into a high-stakes gamble. Has the Kate species of Proxima Centauri C begun their evacuation? Yan Xia inquires. Indeed, the first batch has completed their transfer, and the second is en route, Ella confirms. Her core has already been transmitted, while she retains her attachments aboard the Hope vessel within the void of the binary star system. She has also relayed vast amounts of data to I Clan, ensuring no loss of information. Yan Xia gazes at the 2 brilliant stars within his field of vision. Let as many as can survive do so. Regardless of the lives that perish, time will ultimately restore them. Even if the species faces total extinction, we possess the genetic repository of the Kate civilization. He waits, anticipating news. Should he fail, he will set sail anew with Ella, wandering to even more distant star realms. They have now discovered the existence of strings. Within a few hundred years, they can ascend to a Type 2 civilization. May success be theirs. The first half of the plan involves annihilating the Purple Thorn civilization's warships within the Southgate 2 binary system, which has already been accomplished. This is the most crucial segment. The latter half of the plan is somewhat simpler. It merely requires convincing the Purple Thorn civilization that they are concealed within the heart of Southgate 2A. At this moment in the Southgate 2 star system, a multitude of spacecraft approaches Southgate 2A. The Kate people no longer resemble their former selves. Each one bears a unique and bizarre appearance, a legacy left by the Purple Thorn civilization. They have abandoned any thoughts of allegiance to the Purple Thorn civilization. For decades, they have been hunted like prey. Hatred has taken root deep within their hearts. Yet, confusion also lingers. Can this place truly safeguard them? Then, they behold the shattered remains of the colossal enemy warship between the two stars. Salt. The vessel that had once brought profound memories to their civilization has indeed been destroyed. A flicker of hope ignites within them. The support of the Civilization Federation has truly arrived. We are saved. For the past century, most of the Kate people believe the Civilization Federation did not exist. Otherwise, why would they, as member civilizations, receive no assistance? Now, however, a turning point seems to be at hand. The disbelief in what was once presumed to be illusory now carries the potential for renewed reality. The arrival of the Civilization Federation signifies the end for those purple entities. The Federation will surely vanquish them. Now, all they need to do is seek refuge under the protection of the Civilization Federation, deep within this star's core. According to their calculations, there exists a vast void within this star, a stellar research facility established by the Civilization Federation. Previously, officials among the Kate people disseminated information. All spacecraft began advancing toward the interior of Southgate 2, where a tunnel has been opened for their entrance. They fly into the void, marveling at the astonishing scenes within. Awe, astonishment. What kind of civilization could construct such a vast space within a star? Their confidence swells further. Once again, news arrives from the outside. The warships of the Purple Thorn civilization are approaching. Preliminary observations reveal hundreds of warships identical to those that have been destroyed outside. Additionally, another report states that Proxima Centauri C has been obliterated, exploding in a manner akin to Proxima Centauri B. Decades of fear instilled by the Purple Thorn civilization have triggered uncontrollable chaos among them. Then, a member of the Kate people kneels before the energy core at the heart of the void, praying, "Noble Civilization Federation, may you alleviate this crisis for us." It employs a prayer learned from the teachings of the divine enlightenment. Surrounding Kate, individuals imitate its actions in prayer, quickly spreading to other vessels. With millions of Kate people doing likewise, in the starry expanse, the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization draw ever closer. They're nearing the Southgate 2 binary system, witnessing countless vessels entering the core of the star. The weaponry of 1,000 warships readies their lasers, preparing to attack. Those vessels, inferior even to the most basic warships, crumple like paper under the onslaught of lasers. The Purple Thorn civilization descends as if death itself has arrived. Amidst the wreckage of the obliterated battleships, messages of combat had already been relayed back to them. The enemy's ability to annihilate these vessels was merely a consequence of their own negligence, which afforded their foes a moment of opportunity. Weak civilizations that dare to rebel will inevitably pay a heavy price. Their fury shall ignite the cosmos. This time, they shall unhesitatingly wield the scythe of death against all living beings in this domain, proclaiming the supremacy of the Purple Thorn civilization. The fleet swept through the myriad of ships outside, then began to advance towards the tunnel of Southgate 2A. Countless messages of despair from destruction flooded into the hollow ships. The atmosphere of fear thickened, as they now resembled turtles trapped in a jar. At the very core of this void, a vessel stood in quietude. Inside the ship, Ella's attachments coldly analyzed the situation devoid of emotion. All battleships of the Purple Thorn civilization had been detected, confirming their entry into the designated area. The stellar funeral plan was initiated. A transmission was received from the original source, conveying the message, "Farewell, Hope." With that, the Hope launched itself towards the terrifying energy mass ahead. This energy was remarkably stable. Yet Ella had long since made modifications within the Hope, transforming it into a colossal bomb. The moment the Hope collided with the energy mass, an explosion ensued, the terrifying intensity of which reached an astonishing 300 quintillion tons of equivalent force. Almost instantaneously, the entire energy luminescence was thrown into chaos by the detonation, and subsequently, the surface of the spatial ring began to erupt, releasing furious energy that had been restrained. The explosion unleashed energy comparable to the total output of a Type 21 civilization, nearing 1 by 1036, a staggering amount equivalent to the total energy released by a star over 5 centuries. At this moment, the Kate civilization within the hollow observed this phenomenon. Some astute minds had already deduced a crucial insight. They were merely bait. However, even with this knowledge, there was no escape. The energy stored within the void erupted almost instantaneously, engulfing them all within 10 minutes. Yet this was merely a fuse. The majority of the released energy had been meticulously calculated, with the largest breach in the spatial ring directed towards the core of Southgate 2A. This area was intrinsically the interior of Southgate 2A, making it significantly easier for the explosive energy to disrupt the star. The core of the star was disturbed by the energy, leading to abrupt changes, and an astonishing surge of energy went out of control, causing the entire star to undergo drastic alterations. The external observers from the Purple Thorn civilization noted this occurrence with alarm. Their expressions shifted dramatically. No, this is a trap. The radiation pressure of the star was altering, and gravitational disturbances were detected. This star would collapse within 10 seconds. The collapse of the star was incredibly swift. Although Southgate 2A was not massive, its eventual collapse would result in the formation of a white dwarf. However, during the collapse, it would eject a mass equivalent to 3040, which could yield an energy total of 1 by 1043 joules. The ejected energy would travel at a speed of only 8,000 kilometers per second, allowing the ships of the Purple Thorn civilization to escape at full velocity. Yet, they could not. They were now approaching Southgate 2A, and the inertia of their colossal vessels required a prolonged duration to decelerate, brake, and change course. Had they been over 20 million kilometers away, perhaps there was still a chance. However, at this moment, they were less than 4 million kilometers from Southgate 2A, practically on the surface of the star. Not to mention, the gravitational forces generated during the star's collapse would pull them towards its core. At such close proximity, they could only face the oncoming energy ejected by the collapsing star head-on. In truth, this was not the worst scenario. The energy expelled by the star's collapse would indeed be dispersed, and the total energy received by their fleet might amount to a mere 100 millionth. 100 million translates to a mere 32 digits. As a Type 2 civilization, they could produce 1 by 1026 joules of energy per second, and they were only confronted with the total energy output of just over a month. However, this energy would provide kinetic energy for their ships and power their weaponry. The proportion allocated for defense was relatively low. Possessing such a magnitude of energy did not equate to having commensurate protection. Their sole recourse now lay in launching attacks to intercept the incoming energy. Yet, they remained unable to avert their impending destruction. The gravitational waves generated by the star's collapse would render all their defenses ineffective, akin to attempting to create a splash on the shore in the face of a 10-meter tsunami. Whether it be their control over electromagnetic forces, strong or weak interactions, all paled in comparison to the overwhelming force before them. The colossal fleet, capable of instilling dread in countless civilizations, now appeared so minuscule and helpless. In the starry expanse, they were akin to ants crushed beneath the wheels of a chariot, mercilessly obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust, ensnared by the matter ejected from the star, becoming a part of the magnificent Southgate 2 nebula that would follow. Until their last breath, they could scarcely believe that they would perish here, at the hands of a mere Type 1 civilization. Weak civilizations that resist will pay a price. Yet, arrogance too will exact its toll. Chepter Badisat sedm, celestial verhos. A century of absolute dominion. In the Long Snake starfield, Kuka and his team finally arrived at the battlefield, once occupied by the heroic Spirit's fleet, where remnants of shattered ships still floated. Years ago, he had witnessed the collapse of the star at Southgate 2, an experience that left him profoundly shaken. At this juncture, they remained oblivious to the situations concerning Proxima Centauri and the Hundred-Eyed Star. Nevertheless, they lacked the courage to return, should the Purple Thorn civilization emerge victorious. Their return would be tantamount to walking into a snare. Conversely, if the Civilization Federation triumphed, they would have failed their mission upon their return. Thus, they could only persist in their exploration of this vicinity. Here, they could no longer perceive the presence of the wall. Encircled by a series of small asteroids, they discovered a diminutive gyroscopic platform, approximately 5 kilometers in diameter. This platform was neither a battleship nor a command vessel. It seemed more akin to a colossal device. At this moment, the interior of this apparatus was devoid of life, showing no signs of habitation. This was a coordinate anchor. After thorough investigation, Kuka finally discerned the purpose of this device. It was in a constant state of releasing a wave to probe its surroundings, a wave composed of an entangled quantum, with its counterpart stored within the anchor. This mechanism enabled it to perform real-time detection of all objects within a radius of 1 light-year. Although quantum entanglement is inherently random, this probing method did not possess the sophistication of quantum communication. It measured changes in quantum metrics, should a civilization observe the transmitted quantum and measure it. The entanglement between that quantum and the particles within the anchor would be disrupted, thereby utilizing this physical property to detect whether any civilization's vessels had traversed the area. This quantum anchor functioned similarly to a milestone. Upon detecting enemy ships, it would swiftly relay the information back to its territory, subsequently employing light to continue further reconnaissance and provide ongoing reports. It appeared devoid of offensive capabilities and lacked the ability to release the wall. Kuka led the other ships and fighters closer, maintaining a distance of 3 astronomical units. At that moment, they discovered that their spaceship and fighters were completely beyond their control. They flew towards the coordinate anchor to conduct an investigation. Subsequently, a signal was transmitted towards the direction of the hundred-eyed star. Could it be? Kuka contemplated a possibility. Months later, Yan Xia and Ella received the information. The coordinate anchor? This indicated that their adversaries were not a rootless, wandering civilization. They likely controlled a vast expanse of star systems. The radius of the coordinate anchor reached 0.5 light-years, signifying that the number of star systems under their dominion was considerable. A civilization spanning several, if not dozens, of star systems was indeed plausible. This was easily understandable. A Type 2 civilization could exploit all resources within its own star system, necessitating expansion for further development. Thus, every Type 2 civilization could potentially govern multiple star systems. The Purple Thorn civilization, having recently ascended to Type 2 status, was likely in such an expansion phase, traversing the Long Snake star domain to reach Proxima Centauri. This meant their original target was the civilization residing within Proxima Centauri. It also elucidated why they did not attempt to obliterate the Proxima Centauri civilization at the first opportunity. Once they dominated Proxima Centauri, their next target could very well be the solar system. Had Earth not been destroyed, humanity might have subsequently encountered the formidable Purple Thorn civilization. Ella interjected. According to the scans, the direction of the coordinate anchor signal was aimed at a nearby star, Tian V. Yan Xia, having studied some astronomy, noted that Tian V resembled the Sun in many respects, with a mass of 70. Its stellar system was quite stable, located less than 12 light-years from the Sun. Aside from a slight deficiency in heavy metals, only about 1/3 that of the solar system, and the presence of a vast debris disk, it was almost flawless. One of its planets, Cetus, had previously been classified as a potential candidate for life, considered a habitable option for humanity. Cetus boasted a mass of 46 Earth masses, only slightly smaller than Proxima Centauri c. This planet was likely the homeland of the Purple Thorn civilization. Yan Xia resolved to dispatch a probe to Tian V to ascertain the remaining military capabilities of the Purple Thorn civilization. At present, they were approximately 14 light-years away from Tian V, and at the maximum speed achievable by their small spacecraft, they would require 337 years to reach it. If no formidable warships were discovered at Tian V, Yan Xia's subsequent plan would be to launch a counteroffensive against the Purple Thorn civilization. This was highly probable as 1,000 warships measuring 10,000 meters would be considered an overwhelming force for a Type 2 civilization. It was likely that the Purple Thorn civilization had left only a few warships within its territory. This was a long-term strategy, and they would only be able to assess and decide after receiving the probe's results in over 300 years. During this period, they needed to re-establish the civilizational federation. Thus, another century passed. Yan Xia instructed Ella to begin gathering all surviving members of the Kate species, directing them to converge upon the hundred-eyed star. Given the current size and development of the hundred-eyed star, it could comfortably accommodate 10 billion intelligent beings. The hundred-eyed star began to flourish once more. After spending over a century in the cosmos, Kuka and the other hundred-eyed beings returned to the hundred-eyed star, stunned to learn that the fleet of the Purple Thorn civilization had indeed been annihilated. Over the past century, under Yan Xia's deliberate guidance, the 3 civilizations, the hundred-eyed, the Kate, and humanity began to gradually merge. While they had not yet reached the point of mutual affection, their bonds were steadily strengthening. Simultaneously, during this period, Yan Xia also established absolute dominion over the hundred-eyed and Kate species. The Kate, previously a Type 19 civilization, possessed the strength to compete with Yan Xia. Thus, although cultural invasion had occurred, the essence of their relationship was not one of subordination, but rather of equitable cooperation. After enduring a century of setbacks, the current Kate civilization was no longer a Type 19 civilization. Its overall strength had diminished, rendering it weaker than the hundred-eyed. Yan Xia naturally seized this opportunity, which could be argued he had orchestrated from the beginning. With Ella's assistance, He had foreseen this outcome before the Purple Thorn civilization sealed off Proxima Centauri and had formulated a comprehensive development plan. During the century, the population of the hundred-eyed species rebounded to 500 million, while the Kate species recovered to 3.1 billion. The initial batch of humans had perished with the destruction of Proxima Centauri's sea, and the second wave of humanity was only just beginning, numbering a mere 20,000. As the population began to rise, Yan Xia continuously dispatched ships to collect the scattered resources from Proxima Centauri, aiming to forge a formidable interstellar fleet. In the course of a century, a formal fleet of 187 vessels had been established, restoring their preliminary military capabilities. With the discovery of strings, Ella also began to harness their potential. Mastery of strings equated to mastery over the very foundation of existence. They could be utilized to create elements that did not exist in nature. Through this, Ella defined that civilizations in the universe began to diversify from Type 2 onward, flourishing in myriad forms. Any civilization could utilize strings to forge an entirely new path, thereby reaching their pinnacle, akin to a master creating their own martial arts. The fusion of different civilizations could extend into various technological directions. Ella's definition of Type 2 civilization further solidified Yan Xia's resolve to develop the Civilizational Federation. He envisioned the Federation as the trunk of a tree, and now he aimed to grow branches, connecting countless technologies to form an immense technological tree, broadening the horizons for future advancements. Upon achieving full Type 2 status, he would embark on a path of civilizational conquest akin to that of the Purple Thorn civilization. This would not be a distant prospect. Yan Xia foresaw it occurring within a millennium. Chapter 58. Reinforced Body, Lifespan of 100,000 years. 340 years had elapsed since the dispatch of the probe to Tian V, yet no news had returned. Ella initiated a new wave of biological revolution and roused Yan Xia from his slumber. She poured him a cup of the latest tea she had cultivated, its sweetness enveloping his palate, devoid of excessive bitterness, resembling more a delightful beverage than traditional tea. She had finally discarded the silicone robot in favor of a more sophisticated android. Unlike the charming and whimsical virtual image before, this android embodied the essence of a capable woman, sporting a strikingly short hairstyle that exuded confidence and authority, yet paradoxically clad in a maid's outfit. Master, you should understand that whether fish, birds, beasts, or amphibians, their skin is fundamentally composed of the same substance. Yan Xia, still regaining his bearings from his awakening, nodded slightly. The human epidermis, hair, fish scales, avian feathers, and lizard scales were all manifestations of two forms of keratin and keratin. To put it simply, they were the scaffolding of cells. These frameworks intricately intertwined and stacked together, forming the protective layer of all earthly life. Strictly speaking, hair and scales were merely secretions of cells. For instance, fish scales adhered to the skin of the fish rather than growing from it. Therefore, when you pose this question, did you inquire about new technologies related to skin? Ella affirmed with a sound. Indeed, my master. The skin is the largest organ of a human body and serves as a vital layer of defense. Previously, Ella was unable to enhance this protective barrier, for any fortification would render the skin rigid, akin to the exoskeleton of an insect, thereby impeding mobility. However, circumstances have changed. Due to the biological mutation inflicted upon the Kate clan by the civilization of the Purple Thorn, Ella has made a significant breakthrough in the application of her first string in the biological realm. My master, Ella can now ensure that your skin retains its current softness while also providing formidable resistance against viral invasions and various cosmic radiations, enabling you to adapt to the environments of any planet. Upon hearing the term master, Yan Xia finally reacted, taken aback by the excessive familiarity. Ella, revert to normal. I find this quite unsettling. Ella, the android with a strikingly beautiful visage, stifled a laugh with her hand. As you wish, master. Yan Xia observed that with the enhancement of her computational power, Ella had begun to exhibit traits increasingly akin to those of a normal biological entity. Although he was one of Ella's developers, he could not explain this phenomenon. Had Ella truly undergone a qualitative transformation from quantitative changes, evolving into a genuine mechanical life form? Or were her vivid expressions and clever dialogues merely the product of simulated calculations? This posed a profoundly challenging philosophical conundrum, one that was unlikely to yield a definitive answer. Yan Xia decided to set these thoughts aside, for at least in her current demeanor, Ella showed no inclination to distance herself from him. That alone was sufficient. Returning to the original matter, Ella's technological advancement was undeniably a substantial breakthrough. Whether on the hundred-eyed star or Proxima Centauri. Yan Xia consistently urged Ella to pay particular attention to one critical element: viruses. The diversity of biological viruses could jeopardize a life form entering an unfamiliar environment, leading to lethal consequences. The human body is perpetually vulnerable to external viral threats and various radiation assaults, which is why humanity cannot attain the limits of its lifespan. Surely, there must be more to it? Yan Xia mused. Given that strings are applied, merely preventing radiation and viruses seems rather simplistic. Ella guided Yan Xia towards a newly established biological research institute, erected within the last century. Indeed, on a microscopic level, your stratum corneum will become denser, with the gaps in the keratin mesh structure diminishing to the point of visibility only at the quark level. They will form chain-like structures, imbued with extraordinary flexibility. Simultaneously, they will also absorb kinetic energy, enabling your skin to withstand the impact of standard armor-piercing projectiles. By integrating the quark robots I have modeled after the Third Civilization and the Purple Thorn Civilization, these robots will enhance and modify your genetic structure while also functioning to repair and regenerate cells. With this combined internal and external approach, your lifespan could be extended to an astonishing 100,000 years. However, the 100,000 year limit is merely due to the wear of the quark robots. This solution could also extend the lives of ordinary individuals without altering their genes. Yet, the cellular structure of humans is inherently fragile, incapable of achieving superior physical levels within the same volume, necessitating genetic modifications for bodily enhancement. This has been Ella's ongoing research endeavor, aimed at liberating Yan Xia from the frailty of ordinary humanity. The cosmos harbors innumerable dangers. Even a fall from a height of 10 meters could prove fatal to a human body. Their objectives were now clear: to conquer more civilizations, necessitating a stronger physique. Why not simply seek refuge around a star? Because as they ascended to level 2, the advancement of civilization demanded increasingly abundant resources. A newly ascended level 2 civilization might require the perfect utilization of energy from a single stellar system, whereas a level 21 civilization would necessitate 10. A level 22 civilization would need 100, and by level 23, 1,000, culminating in an astounding 1 billion for level 29. Currently, due to the absence of a star system to support them, Yan Xia and his cohort's energy levels had only allowed their civilization to reach level 18. The technology of strings was merely in its infancy. To harness this fundamental cosmic force, formidable energy must be at their disposal. It is akin to a game, without levels. Even if one possesses the skills of a master, can one truly compete against a player of level 6, while still at level 1? The chasm of civilization is often even more daunting. What a level 1 must confront may not merely be a fully equipped level 6 civilization like the Purple Thorn, but potentially even a level 16 civilization adorned in complete gear. Development is imperative. Continuous growth and expansion are essential to becoming more formidable than the enemy before they arrive. Yan Xia and Ella concurred that assimilating the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization would be swifter than pursuing independent development. Furthermore, as a level 2 civilization, the Purple Thorn's audacity to undertake such expansive measures, even establishing quantum coordinate anchors, indicated the absence of other higher-level civilizations posing a threat, thus providing a layer of security. Yan Xia underwent a 2-month transformation at the biological laboratory under Ella's guidance. Subsequently, as a competent leader of the Civilizational Federation, he donned a new identity and served as a professor on the 100-eyed star for over a decade. In the year 353, the information from the reconnaissance spacecraft finally returned. Upon unsealing the long-awaited envelope, both Yan Xia and Ella erupted into smiles. Chapter 59. The enemy weakens the Tiangong main ship. During the last century, the Purple Thorn civilization had made contact with some members of the Kate clan. Consequently, the Kate clan acquired knowledge of their linguistic information and certain civilizational characteristics. Utilizing this knowledge, the reconnaissance spacecraft could gather more information at its target location. After 2 years of exploration, the spacecraft observed that the Tian-Tsang 5-star system was embroiled in conflict. This war was a clash between two civilizations, the Purple Thorn civilization and the indigenous civilization within the Tian-Tsang 5-star system. Perhaps news of the Purple Thorn fleet's destruction had reached Tian-Tsang 5, triggering this conflict, or it could be attributed to other reasons. Contrary to Yan Xia and Ella's assumptions, the Purple Thorn civilization indeed aspired to establish a vast interstellar empire. However, it was not akin to the agrarian civilizations of East and South Asia on Earth, but rather resembled the nomadic cultures of Central and Northern Asia. Its expansion mirrored that of an interstellar version of the Mongol Empire, employing formidable military might to subjugate civilizations, leaving behind a governance structure in the localities they conquered. This approach bore certain advantages, significantly accelerating the pace of expansion. Indeed, within a mere millennium, the Purple Thorn civilization had seized control over a vast expanse of star domains, with the reconnaissance spacecraft gathering preliminary data indicating the existence of 4 civilizations. Despite the seemingly small number, this signified the Purple Thorn civilization's dominion over numerous star systems. After all, even though life is widespread in the cosmos, not every star system can give rise to civilization. According to Ella's calculations, the number of civilizations under the purview of the Purple Thorn civilization could reach as high as 710. Such a civilization, however, carries evident disadvantages: instability. It cannot exert complete control over the civilizations it dominates. The eruption of internal strife becomes an inevitability, especially now, as the fall of its vast armies signifies a decline of its civilization, one that descends at a pace even swifter than its expansion. The 1,000 warships possess the combat prowess of the Purple Thorn Civilization 97. Presently, the Purple Thorn Civilization resembles a lamb stripped of its wolf skin, an exquisite beauty, a delectable morsel laid bare before the world. The plan can now commence. Yan Xia remains at the podium, receiving information, while 3 races of students attentively listen below. They are taken aback to witness their typically stern professor engaging with information during such an occasion, even breaking into laughter. Subsequently, they hear him declare, "Students, I may no longer be able to continue teaching." A multitude of robotic soldiers strides in from outside the classroom, escorting Yan Xia away. That afternoon, the students were astonished to discover that their longtime professor was, in fact, Yan Xia. However, these events are trivial to Yan Xia. He had already embarked on a gravitic spacecraft, arriving near the shipyard of the 100-eyed star civilization. All their warships are produced here, though large-scale production has been suspended for the past century, with all capacity devoted to a single flagship. Following the successful completion of the Hope ship's mission, Yan Xia began preliminary designs for a new flagship over 400 years ago, but this endeavor was shelved for more than 3 centuries due to technological inadequacies. As a flagship, it must embody the pinnacle of civilization's technological prowess. Ella has integrated advancements derived from string theory into its design. This factory, located in the depths of space, resembles a colossal space fortress rather than a mere factory. It spans an astonishing 200 kilometers in length, 148 kilometers in width, and towers 32 kilometers high. At the heart of this immense fortress lies the shipyard, where a gargantuan, mirror-like, unconventional spacecraft rests in silence. Shaped like a kayak, it is surrounded by 6 energy storage devices, bound by electromagnetic forces. This is their current flagship, the Tiangong. The entire warship measures an intimidating 800 meters in length, while its width is merely 628 meters, and height a slender 872 meters. Each surrounding energy storage device resembles a massive, curved diamond shield, each measuring 300 meters in length. It houses the most advanced dark matter decay apparatus, generating energy 16 times greater than that produced by matter-antimatter annihilation. Furthermore, due to technological advancements, Ella has implemented the latest thermoelectric conversion devices, liberating them from the age-old technique of boiling water for energy. This thermoelectric device can directly convert thermal energy into electrical energy with an astonishing efficiency of 92, eliminating concerns over heat dissipation since thermal energy is converted into electrical energy. This marks a significant breakthrough, allowing their current energy reserves to reach level 18 on a wandering planet. The Tiangong flagship is merely 3 months away from completion. Isn't it? Yan Xia inquired, gazing at the new warship from the spacecraft. Ella commandeered a nearby robot's control. Indeed, it will be ready to depart the shipyard in 3 months. The surface of this warship incorporates the superelement I have researched, which is notably stable and exhibits substantial improvements in strength and heat resistance compared to the metals of light civilizations. Despite its half-life of only 21 million years, its density reaches 110 GCM, hardness at 24, a melting point of 170,000 degrees Celsius, and strength of 54,721 MPa. The increased density is designed to enhance its surface to a mirror-like finish, reflecting more light and cosmic particle streams resulting from the ship's high velocity. Of course, the strength of the hull is primarily to withstand greater acceleration pressures. The true technological marvel lies within the 4 fundamental forces. The Tiangong flagship is equipped with shields and weaponry based on these four fundamental forces, with the most potent main cannon capable of delivering an output equivalent to 400 quintillion tons. The interior of the flagship features a sophisticated gravity system, enabling stability within the ship, while an anti-gravity system isolates it from the gravitational influences of outer space. The theoretical velocity of the Tiangong spacecraft can reach 20,872 kilometers per second, with actual speeds expected to be quite similar. Yet, they still lag behind the Purple Thorn civilization. After all, the Purple Thorn civilization possesses vast resources and has been a level 2 civilization for over a millennium. Now, although 5 centuries have elapsed since the inception of string theory, they remain in the transitional phase from a level 19 civilization to a level 2 civilization, not yet fully established as a level 2 civilization. Nevertheless, this configuration is sufficiently formidable to contend with the current Purple Thorn civilization. Yan Xia will await the completion of the Tiangong flagship, after which he will embark on this vessel to the 5th celestial warehouse. Given their current distance from the 5th celestial warehouse, a journey of 192 years is anticipated. During this time, even if the conflict at the 5th celestial warehouse has concluded, a complete recovery is unlikely. Chapter 60. Journey to the 5th celestial warehouse. Investigating superluminal particle tachyons. The fleeting months swiftly passed. Yan Xia boarded the Tiangong. The new spacecraft felt somewhat unfamiliar. The interior of the Tiangong, having made numerous concessions for kinetic energy, is even more cramped than the Hope, though the overall space remains substantial despite the sacrifice of the original production area. The control room retains the design from the Hope, exuding an intense brightness, blindingly white to the point of inducing snow blindness. After all, the starry sky is already dark enough. Yan Xia does not wish to be confined to a cramped, dim chamber. Amidst farewells and cheers, the Tiangong set sail from the 100-eyed star, accompanied by 80 warships. The fleet comprises 302 warships in total, alongside the flagship. Thanks to technological innovations, Ella has constructed larger vessels, with even the smallest warships exceeding 2,000 meters in length. The decision to enlarge rather than shrink for speed stemmed from the understanding that smaller vessels would lack sufficient storage space and energy capacity, resulting in inadequate firepower. If the warships are not sufficiently large, traversing through space becomes akin to delivering rice to the enemy. Once more entering the starry expanse, Yan Xia felt a refreshing thrill. A new civilization heralds new delights. After spending so long on the 100-eyed star, despite the relentless technological progress, there inevitably arises a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Yan Xia now hesitates to enter the divine awakening world, having spent nearly 2,000 years within. A game that one engages with for 2,000 years does not necessarily signify its exceptional quality, but rather the player's remarkable perseverance. Perhaps, deep within Yan Xia, remnants of human genes linger, causing a penchant for novelty. Ella, however, seldom agrees with Yan Xia's sentiments regarding this matter. Is the yearning for the universe not derived from the vast fantasies it inspires? Each discovery of a civilization is akin to a book-deprived individual encountering a splendid new tome. Such inquiries no longer perplex Ella. By the way, how is the research on tachyons progressing? Yan Xia inquired. Over the years, Ella has persistently pursued new scientific avenues and untapped possibilities. Upon the discovery of strings, it was only natural for them to delve deeply into string theory. Within this theory, the universe is said to possess 10 dimensions, which can also be referred to as 91 dimensions. The initial 9 are spatial dimensions, while the final one pertains to the dimension of time. Ella endeavors to uncover 6 additional spatial dimensions, aside from our 3-dimensional realm, known as the Calabi-Yau manifold. This manifold encompasses 6 higher spatial dimensions, but contrary to common understanding, higher dimensional spaces do not imply a scale larger than our 3-dimensional existence. In fact, the concept of space is rather nebulous. According to string theory, our universe is embedded within a membrane situated in these higher dimensions. One might simplify this by envisioning a 4-dimensional space as a cube, with our universe representing one of its surfaces. Although our universe exists as a surface, the 4-dimensional or other higher dimensional spaces are, in reality, curled up to an exceedingly minute scale. They are akin to pearls on a necklace, interconnected by strings. While this theory may seem intricate, Ella's task is simply to explore the Calabi-Yau manifold. Within the 3-dimensional framework of our universe, or the 31 dimensions of space-time, the speed of light is the ultimate physical limit. However, in higher dimensional spaces, this may not hold true. Just as the quantum coordinate anchor of the Violet Thorn civilization employs quantum entanglement to achieve information transfer at speed surpassing that of light, Ella seeks the tachyon, also referred to as superluminal particles, which stem from a hypothesis suggesting the existence of another universe composed of particles moving faster than light. In this universe, a particle with zero energy travels at infinite speed. Paradoxically, the more energy it acquires, the slower its motion becomes, until it approaches light speed upon attaining infinite energy. Conversely, if it approaches zero energy, its speed becomes infinitely fast. Mathematically, tachyons are deemed existent, leading Ella to believe they may reside within the Calabi-Yau manifold. This has been her recent focus of research. However, the Calabi-Yau manifold is not a fundamental substance comprising all matter, but rather a type of space whose detection does not rely on extreme microscopes, but can only be explored through theoretical means. As three-dimensional entities, they cannot perceive the existence of higher dimensions. Even harnessing the energy of the entire universe would not allow them to transcend from three-dimensional to four-dimensional or two-dimensional spaces. Unless a civilization reaches level 4 or higher, capable of governing a universe or even detaching from this universe, that height is evidently beyond Ella's reach. Yet closed strings can penetrate membranes, allowing Ella to use them as a means of exploration. It is akin to throwing a ball at a transparent object. If the ball passes through, it indicates the absence of that object, while the disappearance of the ball confirms the existence of something there. Following this, Ella must also probe the 10th spatial dimension. As string theory has evolved, various types of theories have emerged, leading to the proposition of M-theory, which adds an additional fundamental dimension to the already established 91 dimensions of string theory, allowing for all theories to be unified under a single framework. Upon exploring this space, Ella will be able to truly comprehend the nature of the remaining dimensions. This is an exceedingly intricate process, as M-theory remains a nascent concept in the Earth era, more of a conjecture than a fully fledged theory. Thus, it necessitates Ella's own exploration. After merely 10 minutes of listening, Yan Xia felt the urge to enter hibernation for a millennium to rejuvenate his brain cells. Fortunately, Ella had already completed her inquiry into the Calabi-Yau manifold. Does this imply that tachyons truly exist? Yan Xia was astonished by the revelation. Ella, with utmost seriousness, affirmed, "Indeed, although higher dimensions are unreachable and unobservable, I have conducted an investigation into the higher dimensional world through the fluctuations of entropy. By instigating a variable at one end of a closed string and observing the variable at the other end, I recorded a speed that reached 173 times that of light. Regrettably, this variable is merely the most rudimentary, akin to throwing a stone, incapable of transmitting explicit information, even the fundamental distinctions of strength, 0 or 1. Its function is limited to a role similar to that of the quantum coordinate anchor of the Violet Thorn civilization. Research into tachyon communication can yield significant information gaps across the vastness of space. This information disparity is particularly crucial, whether applied in warfare or in managing the expansive realms of a cosmic federation. Yan Xia concluded that tachyons possess far greater developmental potential than quantum particles. Unlike the stochastic motion of quantum particles, tachyons can be controlled. This is a technological advancement of immense significance to Yan Xia, prompting him to allocate most of his resources towards its exploration, hoping for a moment of inspiration from Ella that could catapult their technological prowess forward. Gazing into the profound cosmos, Yan Xia yearned for everything to become within arm's reach. Yet, in comparison to the vastness of the universe, they remained minuscule, their knowledge still limited. However, the first step had been taken. As long as they continued to advance, they would undoubtedly reach their destination. Chapter 61. Arrival at Heaven's Warehouse 5, Blitzkrieg. Navigational log. Year 192. Another solitary journey. Each time I reflect upon this number, I experience a sense of disorientation, for it signifies 192 years, an eternity for humanity. Once, during my decades on Earth, there was an incessant feeling of being propelled forward. Elementary school, middle school, university, society, like an unseen hand urging me onward. Yet now, hundreds or even thousands of years feel but a fleeting moment as the vastness of the cosmos slows all things down. This year, my fleet has finally reached its destination, Heaven's Warehouse 5. I shall lead my forces to conquer everything here with absolute might. It is uncertain when Yan Xia developed the habit of keeping a diary. Perhaps it serves as a solace amid solitude. He has lived far too long. Yan Xia glanced at the clock beside his bed, identical to the one aboard the Hope, displaying only the year. It is now the year 7260 AD. 5,223 years since leaving Earth. He closed the paper diary and placed the pen in a porcelain holder nearby as a holographic image materialized before him, depicting the scanned star system of Heaven's Warehouse 5. The primary star of this system possesses a mass only 78 times that of the Sun, and its luminosity is 45 times dimmer than that of the Sun, marking it as an exceptionally young star with an estimated lifespan of merely 5.8 billion years. Within this stellar system, 5 planets are visible, all rocky in composition, with the smallest being at least twice the mass of Earth. Among them, planets B, C, and D, with planet denoting the primary star, are unsuitable for biological habitation due to their proximity to the star. If compared with the Sun, these planets lie within the orbit of Mercury. Despite Heaven's Warehouse 5 being smaller than the Sun, this distance is excessively close. Furthermore, the holographic projection reveals the entire star system to be replete with numerous small dots, which are asteroids. Tiansong Wu possesses a belt of asteroids akin to the Kuiper belt of the solar system, with a quantity exceeding that of the solar system by more than tenfold. These asteroids reside at the edge of Tiansong Wu's habitable zone, resulting in frequent impacts on the planets within. However, Yan Xia's focus is not on these celestial bodies. He enlarges the holographic projection to observe planet E within Tiansong Wu. This planet, the most likely candidate for harboring life, features an unassuming ring and displays a hue reminiscent of yellow-green, akin to Earth in the autumn. Ella, has the war here concluded? Yan Xia hopes for a semblance of peace within Tiansong Wu for better governance. It has reached a preliminary conclusion, with the ultimate victor being the Purple Thorn civilization. The civilization on this planet is exceedingly nascent. They had yet to develop any technology at the time of colonization. Previous resistance merely involved commandeering the vessels of the Purple Thorn civilization for attacks, resulting in consistent subjugation. Initially, this civilization was merely a Type 0-405 civilization, which has since been nurtured to a Type 1 status. Yet, the gap between them and the Purple Thorn civilization remains vast. Have we assessed the current strength of the Purple Thorn civilization? The earlier probe has lost contact, but Ella dispatched several more vessels to gather information, each time brazenly declaring their arrival. Based on the findings thus far, the Purple Thorn civilization has not deployed its most advanced warships, but rather those of a secondary tier. The technological level of these vessels is comparable to ours, and due to years of warfare, they lack the capacity to produce more, currently possessing only 67 ships. It is unsurprising that what remains are not the core elements of a nomadic civilization, but rather a middling class. This class is entirely incapable of accessing the pinnacle of technology, for such technology were entrusted to those in the rear. There's a risk they might evolve and seek independence. After all, even within advanced biological civilizations, unity is not guaranteed. Yan Xia contemplates. Let's strike swiftly. Our energy reserves are limited, while they could draw inexhaustible energy from their star. This presents a disadvantage for Yan Xia and his forces, yet it is not insurmountable. The enemy's fleet size cannot fully convert this energy into combat effectiveness, rendering the Purple Thorn civilization the weaker party overall. Naturally, Yan Xia will not repeat the arrogant mistakes of the past regarding the Purple Thorn civilization. He and the main ship, Tiangong, refrained from entering Tiansong Wu while leaving 30 warships behind to guard against potential ambushes in deep space. The remaining vessels set forth towards Whale, constellation T-Star. They detect the activation of the enemy's interstellar defense network. The adversary is aware of their approach. Ella remains vigilant, monitoring news from the galaxy. The Purple Thorn civilization's willingness to engage in a defensive battle indicates they possess some level of confidence. The entire Tiansong Wu star system has been extensively developed by them, equipped with a comprehensive defense system, and numerous interstellar fortresses are scattered throughout the system. Each fortress, though modest in size, merely a few hundred meters long and wide, can collectively present a significant obstacle. Each has its own autonomous weapon system to harass incoming foes and can coalesce to form a rudimentary wall against attacks. However, at this moment, these walls pose no hindrance to Yan Xia. A barrage of neutrino weaponry is unleashed, swiftly dismantling the enemy's defense network within a mere 7 years, obliterating as many as 783 interstellar fortresses. The enemy's warships begin to retreat to Whale, constellation T-Star F. This planet serves as the stronghold of the Purple Thorn civilization. Due to their inferior warships, they choose not to confront Yan Xia's fleet directly, but rather to take refuge within the planet. They have deployed numerous orbital cannons in the outer space surrounding this planet, making it a formidable challenge. However, upon receiving this information, Yan Xia feels reassured. The enemy command lacks genuine experience in interstellar warfare, while the planet boasts extensive defenses. The vastness of interstellar space allows for greater maneuverability. Their most prudent decision would have been to vacate Tiansong-Wu from the outset, transforming their predicament from passive to active. Yet, their reluctance to abandon this territory, in the face of our overwhelming numerical advantage, has led to their current predicament. At this juncture, we need not concern ourselves with them. We can simply bombard them with asteroids to deplete their energy reserves. Yan Xia's greatest fears are twofold. First, the enemy's escape. Second, the detonation of their star in a mutual destruction tactic, which, even if feigned, could force Yan Xia to halt his offensive. Yet, they have failed to seize upon either of these options. Almost as soon as they retreated to whale constellation T*F, Yan Xia can unilaterally declare victory. The entire conflict has lasted merely 18 years, far easier than he anticipated. The fleet has not even engaged in direct confrontation. At this moment, Yan Xia can confidently approach the civilization on whale constellation T*. Chapter 62. Surrender? The territory of the Purple Thorn Civilization. Upon the fleet's arrival at whale constellation T*, Yan Xia first dispatches soldiers of the Kate clan to negotiate. This civilization refers to itself as the Lyra civilization. Their appearance resembles that of insects rather than beasts. Their bodies are encased in exoskeletons, and their movements are exceedingly slow, with only their hand-like joints exhibiting any degree of agility. To describe them, one might say they possess the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a mantis, though their abdomens are more slender and their limbs sturdier, lacking the scythe-like appendages, instead featuring 8 legs and 6 arms. Each limb is equipped with 6 joints for flexibility, allowing for free movement. At the ends of their limbs are 7 digits, each possessing 518 joints, enabling them to grasp with dexterity akin to human hands. Their stature is not particularly imposing, measuring approximately 11 meters in height. Notably, these beings possess wings, though not the membranous type characteristic of insects. Rather, they are fleshy, extending as thin membranes. However, their substantial weight prevents them from achieving true flight like birds or insects, limiting them to a gliding motion. Due to their oviparous nature, each family can produce between 15 offspring per brood, typically yielding around 35 broods, resulting in an overwhelming population of 36.2 billion, reportedly a consequence of the Purple Thorn Civilization's control, which peaked at 51.6 billion. Faced with such a diminutive civilization, Yan Xia acts decisively, launching a rapid 3-pronged approach. First, he clarifies their identity, asserting they are not invaders but liberators, part of a formidable civilization federation that has vanquished the Purple Thorn Civilization. Second, he extends an invitation for this civilization to join the Federation, which is not optional but obligatory. Should they refuse, it would render this star system devoid of value for them, and they would subsequently withdraw, leaving the remnants of the Purple Thorn Civilization to continue their subjugation. Third, he offers benevolence, pledging substantial aid to the impoverished classes of this civilization, thereby fostering pro-Federation sentiments and compelling the leadership to make a swift choice between allegiance and resistance, with all dissenters facing repercussions across various levels. Yan Xiao's policy is one of both grace and might, striking a balance between gentleness and firmness. To prevent prolonged internal turmoil within civilizations, akin to the plight of the 100-eyed star, which ultimately resulted in a decline in their population, an asset that, in truth, is the wealth of Yan Xia. It took approximately 6 years for the civilization to gradually stabilize and eventually embrace the Civilizational Federation. Through the remnants of the Purple Thorn Civilization within the galaxy, Yan Xia prompted Ella to commence her studies on their technology. The previous warships had been entirely annihilated by stellar collapse, subsequently drawn into the stellar core by gravitational forces, leaving Yan Xia and Ella to rely solely on conjecture and calculations to discern the technological prowess of the Purple Thorn Civilization. With the newfound remnants, analysis became feasible, allowing them to combine Ella's contemporary techniques to deduce the technological vulnerabilities of that civilization. The Purple Thorn Civilization was indeed formidable, demonstrating a mastery of the 4 fundamental forces that surpassed Ella's own, greatly benefiting her research endeavors. Where Ella had previously merely grazed the threshold of level 2 technology, she had now ascended to the mid-level of that tier, simultaneously acquiring the capability to fabricate the wall. The wall itself was a unique electromagnetic interference device, albeit exceedingly intricate. If one were to liken electromagnetic force to a block of iron, lower civilizations could only forge it into blades, whereas advanced civilizations could shape it into firearms, creating a vast chasm in destructive potential. The wall represented a significant technological innovation in a closed state. It utilized not only electromagnetic forces, but also strong nuclear forces to withstand nuclear energy. Conversely, in an open state, to prevent strong forces from affecting the ingress and egress of spacecraft, the strong force would be deactivated, relying solely on electromagnetic force to further conceal itself amid the cosmos. The wall incorporated gravitational applications to bend light, creating a gravitational lensing effect around it. Technically, the wall could integrate weak forces, yet such forces pertain to a minuscule scale of energy, and their output pales in comparison to electromagnetic and strong nuclear forces, rendering them ineffective as primary offensive mechanisms. Even advanced civilizations, upon exploring weak forces, could only develop peculiar attacks, such as the creation of pathogenic entities utilizing weak forces. Furthermore, the energy consumption associated with weak forces does not correlate proportionally with their magnitude, leading the Purple Thorn civilization to refrain from such endeavors. This further research overturned many of Ella's prior assessments, revealing that the civilization indeed possessed profound insights into weak forces. It appeared that the disparity in technological levels had merely influenced her judgment. The true strength of the Purple Thorn civilization lay in its comprehensive approach, with investigations spanning all four fundamental forces. Misjudgments are not catastrophic. In the realm of science, advancement is achieved through continuous exploration and the re-evaluation of prior findings. Following her studies on the wall, Ella gained sufficient confidence to dismantle its structure from the ground up. This signified that Yan Xia could commence the eradication of the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization residing on the whale constellation T*F. After all, their presence could not be tolerated indefinitely. They had likely begun transmitting information to external entities, and in a few centuries, remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization from other star systems would arrive, complicating matters considerably. In the 41st year of arriving at Heaven Warehouse 5, after confirming that the Purple Thorn civilization had no contingency plans, Yan Xia commanded the fleet to initiate an assault on whale constellation T*F. The previous bombardment of excessive asteroids had severely depleted the energy reserves of the Purple Thorn civilization. This offensive lasted merely 4 years, resulting in the destruction of 7 warships while successfully neutralizing the orbital defense systems around F*. The fleet encircled the entire F*. Had it not been for the desire to preserve the planet, Yan Xia could have easily unleashed a barrage from the main cannon upon it. Surrender? They wished to negotiate? On the second year of dispatching fighter jets to bombard the surface of F*, Ella received a message of capitulation from the opposing side. Yan Xia contemplated this. They were unworthy of such a privilege. The bombardment would continue, for they still retained some combat capability, and it was imperative to reduce them to a state of utter helplessness. The assault on the Purple Thorn civilization served multiple purposes. The delay was also to allow the Keter and Hundred-Eyed races to vent centuries of pent-up fury. Additionally, it would foster greater loyalty from the Lalella civilization. Indeed, the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization within F* held out for another year, finally realizing their precarious position. Ella received a schematic, and upon unfurling it, beheld the entire map of the Purple Thorn civilization, replete with numerous resource points and coordinate anchors. In the cosmos, star maps are as crucial as terrestrial maps on a planet. Possessing this knowledge meant that Yan Xia could extend her exploratory reach into these areas and gradually assert control over them. This star map revealed a total of 26 star systems, encompassing 6 civilizations. Chapter 63, Execution Without Mercy. Initially, robotic emissaries were dispatched to negotiate with them, conveying our willingness to accept their surrender, provided they disarm completely. Yan Xia reclined in her chair, fingers interlaced, thumbs resting against her cheeks. Ella nodded, directing her gaze toward F*. At that juncture, the biological remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization on F* had dwindled to a mere 22 million, with casualties exceeding 40 million since the conflict commenced. In the grand scale of interstellar warfare, this was not a particularly large conflict. For instance, the previous war against the Purple Thorn civilization near Proxima Centauri had culminated in nearly 20 billion deaths on both sides combined. They acquiesced. Ella swiftly dispatched robots to seize all weaponry, including the warships. Remarkably, the 67 warships had yet to be deployed throughout the entirety of the conflict. This reminded Yan Xia of certain historical dynasties, which boasted strength within their borders, but crumbled like clay when faced with external invasion. Yet, this was understandable. With 97 of their civilization's combat power eradicated, they resembled a nation whose regular army had been annihilated, leaving only a few bureaucratic enforcers. The takeover process spanned 2 months. Yan Xia instructed Ella to transport all these purple beings to E-Star. On E-Star, the Tataras, Keters, Hundred-Eyed, and even the numerically inferior humans cast disdainful glances at the purple entities. The historical scars inflicted by these creatures could never be fully healed or mended. Will we truly have to coexist with these beings? This question loomed in everyone's mind. Most likely, yes. The Civilizational Federation is an inclusive organization. Our cultural learning also derives from a human civilization known as Huaxia, which espouses the adage that the sea can accommodate all rivers. Severed from their connection to their leader, the purple beings crawled on the ground using their own foot, feeling an unparalleled humiliation beneath the weight of countless gazes, opting to disable their infrared perception. On the Tiangong spacecraft in outer space, Ella inquired, "Do we truly need to proceed with this?" Yan Xia nodded in affirmation. Of course. A once mighty civilization will inevitably resist subjugation. The spirit of rebellion is woven into their very essence. Moreover, there exists an overwhelming abundance of civilizations steeped in animosity. We must exhibit unrelenting resolve to ensure their complete assimilation into our Grand Federation. Yan Xia has resolved to execute all 22 million of the surrendered purple beings. This is not a decision taken lightly. Each race represents a rare treasure in the Civilization Federation that Yan Xia is currently establishing. However, the peculiar nature of the Purple Thorn civilization compels Yan Xia to pursue this course. Sacrifice must precede gain. For the 6 civilizations within the territory of the Purple Thorn civilization hold greater significance. From the screen, the 22 million Purple Thorn beings are congregated upon a vast expanse of flat terrain. A robot, levitating through the use of anti-gravity, towers at a height of 5 meters, adorned in the garb of a judge. This is a trial. Lines of text materialize before it, and it begins to pronounce the charges in several languages simultaneously, each a transgression of the Purple Thorn civilization that incites fury among the listeners. Some astute purple beings deduce the implications from this proclamation and attempt to flee, yet they find themselves encircled by a phalanx of robots, bereft of weapons. Their fragile forms stand no chance against mechanical behemoths weighing tons. Their escape proves futile. Upon concluding the recitation of charges, the judge robot raises its right hand. Today, I stand as the representative of all civilizations within the Federation, the supreme leader of the Civilization Federation, to adjudicate the Purple Thorn civilization. The verdict. The Purple Thorn civilization is irredeemably culpable and intolerable to the Civilization Federation. I hereby declare the execution of all beings belonging to the Purple Thorn civilization. With that, its hand descends. From the heavens descends a colossal laser beam, exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter, akin to the judgment of a true deity. In an instant, the 22 million purple beings are reduced to naught, evaporated into the ether. The spectacle is astonishing. All who witness this are taken aback by the outcome. Soon after, they erupt in cheers, for it aligns perfectly with their desires for a just resolution. Simultaneously, the judge robot addresses all civilizations. Today, the Civilization Federation will issue a supreme bounty. All beings of the Purple Thorn civilization shall be deemed targets of pursuit. For each Purple Thorn being slain, the individual responsible shall be rewarded with 1 Federation energy coin. The Federation energy coin is a concept that Yan Xia has long envisioned. Previously, a system of civilization contribution points was established for inter-civilization transactions. However, such currency was specific to the broader civilization tier. No equivalent existed for individual units. To forge a unified currency system and regulate the economy within the Civilization Federation, Yan Xia commissioned Ella to develop the Federation energy coin. Each coin, a mere 4 centimeters in diameter and 5 millimeters thick, is composed of foundational elements conceived by Ella. Upon the removal of an electron, the coin becomes unstable, undergoing nuclear decay and releasing a prodigious amount of energy, 1 trillion joules, equivalent to 77 million watts of electricity. This currency derives its value from both its inherent energy and the credibility of the Civilization Federation, destined to become the mainstream currency of the Federation. Why go to such lengths to create a currency convertible to energy? To enhance its value and mitigate depreciation. After all, achieving monetary unity across the cosmos is no simple feat. Persuading other star systems to recognize 1S currency is exceedingly challenging. The timing of this introduction is fortuitous. as the sheer population of the Lalella civilization facilitates currency circulation, while its association with the supreme bounty increases individual acceptance of the currency. Once these coins are distributed, industrial capacity will be pivotal. Yan Xia and Ella have devised a comprehensive industrial chain plan, all linked to the production of new warships, not solely to conquer the remaining territories of the Purple Thorn civilization. Yan Xia also intends to revive the Interstellar Explorers Association, this time with a clearer objective: to uncover more traces of civilizations. Level 1 civilizations will be subdued by force. Level 2 civilizations will be approached with negotiations. And if negotiations fail, conquest will ensue. Level 2 civilizations will be evaded unless unavoidable, necessitating war. The galaxy harbors no Level 3 civilizations. A consensus reached by Yan Xia and Ella. Should such civilizations exist, the entire galaxy would likely be under their dominion. However, no evidence of such has been discovered thus far. Therefore, as the Civilization Federation ascends to Level 2, it stands as a high-level civilization within the galaxy. It must seize the opportunity to gather resources while no Level 3 civilizations are present, potentially becoming the galaxy's first Level 3 civilization. Yan Xia will commence anew from Tian Tsang 5, establishing it as the nucleus of a genuine Civilization Federation. Chapter 64. The Capital Plan of Tian Tsang 5. Having dealt with the Purple Thorn civilization, Yan Xia gazes upon Tian Tsang 5, a plan forming in his mind. Tian Tsang 5 is an extraordinarily stable single-star system, a rarity in a universe where most stellar systems are binary, like the Southern Gate 2 system. Ella, I intend to establish this as the capital of the Civilization Federation. What do you think? Yan Xia's intention is well considered. The majority of the Purple Thorn civilization resides in the vicinity, and for a considerable duration. Their territory will encompass this star region. Moreover, it lies in close proximity to the solar system, a mere dozen light years away. On some nights, one can even glimpse the sun from here. Additionally, this star system boasts 5 massive rocky planets suitable for habitation. I concur with your proposal, Yan Xia. This is indeed a favorable location, but we must address the significant issue of scarce metals. Although I can synthesize metals through string technology, the energy expenditure is monumental. It would take centuries to amass the necessary metals to construct the Tiangong. Furthermore, the demand for metals to establish the capital of the Civilization Federation would be staggering, far exceeding that required for a singular warship. This is indeed a grave concern. Yet, one cannot have everything. Yan Xia cannot lead the fleet on another prolonged cosmic expedition, as the time cost would be exorbitant. Let the explorers gather the metals, he decrees. We will increase our investment in the Interstellar Explorers Association, expanding the items they can redeem, such as warships or advanced weaponry. Previously, Yan Xia had provided the explorers with vessels, which, at 200 meters in length, were already considered substantial. Upon ascending to Level 2 civilization, Yan Xia fears little from ordinary minor factions. It is reasonable to delegate the construction of warships measuring 500 to 1,000 meters, feasible for Level 1 civilizations. Possessing such vessels will enhance the explorer's capabilities. I take a note. A Yeti spawns. So, Yan Xia, how do you plan to develop Tian Tsang 5? While Ella undoubtedly has numerous strategies, she still inquires about Yan Xia's vision. Yan Xia harbors his own thoughts. To fully utilize the resources of the star system, we must first harness the star itself. Thus, the Dyson Sphere plan will be reinstituted. Defense is equally imperative. The Sky Shield project will also be revived, albeit this time employing the wall technology of the Purple Thorn civilization, ensuring we do not suffer the same fate as before, being crushed and obliterated. The previous Celestial Shield proved utterly ineffective against the Purple Thorn civilization, a Level 2 society. The quantum coordinate anchoring technology is commendable. By designating it as the protective perimeter of the 5th arc and dispersing it within a radius of 15 light years, we can preemptively detect any enemy presence or impending attacks. More critically, the internal development of the stellar system is paramount. Every asteroid within the 5th arc must be meticulously mined without exception, eradicating all potential threats. The destructive power of a single asteroid is staggering, capable of unleashing a cataclysmic force equivalent to quintillions of tons. Should the asteroid be larger and travel at greater velocity, surpassing this threshold becomes exceedingly plausible. The Interstellar Biological Initiative may now commence, having awaited activation for far too long. Although the laboratory housing the 3 starry life forms previously studied by Yan Xia has been obliterated, starting anew is not insurmountable. These organisms will undergo modifications to enable them to perform photosynthesis, akin to blue-green algae. Given that the fifth arc lacks gaseous giants, alternative cultivation methods will be necessary. Ultimately, we must consider the planets themselves. While only planet E resides within the habitable zone, we can maneuver the remaining 4 planets into this zone, adjusting their equilibrium with relative ease. For a level 1 civilization, this endeavor is undoubtedly formidable. It involves not only relocating the planets into the habitable zone, but also ensuring their stability and synchronizing their orbital velocities. Any slight disturbance could precipitate the emergence of another hundred-eyed star, or perhaps a second Earth. This undertaking may appear grandiose, yet the intricacies within demand meticulous attention to detail. The task should be achievable within 500 years. Ella's estimations are consistently precise, marking it as a feasible timeline. After all, relocating planets cannot be executed with the swiftness of maneuvering a spacecraft at speeds exceeding 10,000 kilometers per second. Consequently, such movements within a stellar system are inherently gradual. Reflecting on this, Yan Xia recalls the hundred-eyed star, still adrift, its arrival at the fifth arc an uncertain prospect. Once all planets are situated within the habitable zone, the biological surplus of the Lilella civilization can be alleviated. Furthermore, it is imperative to expedite the promotion of the Interstellar Explorers Association, aiming to enlist over 1 billion Lilella as interstellar voyagers. These are merely overarching plans. The specifics require Ella's adept handling and refinement. Subsequently, Ella presented Yan Xia with a meticulously crafted model of the fifth Arkansas. At the center lies a colossal star, encircled by countless miniature Dyson sphere devices, each featuring 5 vast apertures corresponding to the 5 planets, shifting in accordance with their orbits. The interstellar expanse is embellished with billions of satellites. Distinct from those of Earth's era, they're circular, consume minimal energy, lack offensive capabilities, and solely facilitate signal transmission, ensuring stable communication across the cosmos. Additionally, Ella has established 700 interstellar ports on the periphery of the habitable zone, each spanning 30 kilometers in diameter. To conserve resources, these ports are designed as flat disks facing inward toward the star system, adorned with numerous cities, while the exterior side, oriented toward the depths of space, resembles a comb. These comb-like gaps house thousands of electromagnetic acceleration tracks, enabling spacecraft to launch at speeds of 1,625, specifically tailored for explorers venturing into the distant void. Surrounding these are the interstellar fortresses, serving as the initial line of defense during enemy assaults, boasting multifaceted functionalities and colossal proportions, each exceeding 10,000 meters in diameter, effectively functioning as long-range mobile warships. Another crucial role of these fortresses is the generation of walls. Since all planets have been relocated to the habitable zone, these installations need not be positioned hundreds of astronomical units away from the star. The most distant fortress is merely 6 astronomical units from the star, epitomizing efficiency. Beyond these, additional developments include the creation of a colossal 40-kilometer diameter telescope, enabling Ella to conduct research into deep space, potentially detecting other habitable systems or remnants of ancient interstellar conflicts. This is of paramount importance. In contrast, Yan Xia harbors a greater fascination for the internal transformation of the planets. Though this will necessitate an interminable wait, long enough for him to consider a slumber while anticipating the day of completion. Chapter 65. The construction of the 5 stars. The capital begins to take shape. This period of slumber is merely 700 years in duration. During this time, Ella did not initially embark on constructing the capital, but rather focused on the mass production of warships. Their foremost priority remains the annihilation of the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization and the acquisition of new civilizations and resources. Should these objectives remain unfulfilled, subsequent developments would be rendered farcical. In the 79th year of Yan Xia's slumber, Ella commenced the clearance of asteroids within the stellar system, deploying a newly designed mining robot. Unlike the 3D printed robots of the solar system, each of these machines towers at 30 meters tall, resembling spherical forms with 2 enormous mechanical arms, akin to metallic versions of miniature fists. These robots are capable of shattering substantial asteroids and transporting smaller fragments to factories for classification. Metals and rocks are segregated and directed to different processing centers, where they are disassembled and refined into pure elemental blocks of 99 purity. No resources from these asteroids are squandered. Every element is meticulously harnessed, becoming integral to interstellar construction. This developmental and clearance endeavor took a staggering 316 years to complete. Simultaneously, the construction of thrusters on the other planets, excluding planet E, was underway. requiring relatively little time since these planets do not necessitate the multitude of thrusters akin to the 100-eyed star, with merely around 20 required. The planets attain speeds just shy of escape velocity, moving a maximum of 3 astronomical units. The comprehensive completion and adjustment of planetary orbits were accomplished in a mere 38 years. The orbits of these planets were intentionally staggered, and to prevent mutual interference. The orbital velocities of the 5 planets were synchronized. Even if discrepancies arose, adjustments would only be necessary once every century. These 5 planets have been renamed Tianjia, Tianyi, Tianxi, Tianding, and Tianwu. Tianjia, the original planet E, possesses a mere 10 liquid water on its surface, with a continent spanning the entirety, comprising 62 highlands, 17 mountains, and the remaining 21 allocated to plains and hills. The Lalela populace predominantly inhabits the highlands above 8,000 meters, where they breathe hydrogen rather than oxygen. Hydrogen constitutes 36% of the atmospheric composition on Tianjia. Given that the planet lacks any combustible gases, there is no concern regarding the flammability of this hydrogen. However, it is possible for combustion to occur above the oceans of this planet, leading to the nomenclature of the Blue Fire Sea. Tianyi, originally planet B, boasts a mass double that of Earth, its surface devoid of gases, scorched by intense heat. Ella has transformed it into a water-rich planet, channeling all water from asteroids directly to Tianyi, resulting in a surface that is 87.2 covered by liquid oceans, with depths reaching 200 meters. This planet is not a habitable one, but rather a breeding ground. The entire planet is designated as a farm, cultivating marine and terrestrial creatures to provide high-end sustenance for the entirety of the Civilizational Federation. Although it outwardly appears as such, the true purpose is to serve as a hunting ground for Yan Xia. On the land of the planet, a grand estate and villa have been constructed, serving as Yan Xia's residence, from which he can embark on hunts in the forest or cast his line into the ocean. As the supreme leader of the Civilizational Federation, it is only fitting that he indulges in such pleasures, rather than languishing indefinitely within a confined cryogenic chamber. Tianbing star, originally designated as Sea Star, possesses a mass 362 times that of Earth and serves as a habitable planet within the Civilizational Federation. The surface of this planet is devoid of oceans, having been entirely transformed into urban landscapes. Each city is designed in a donut shape, with the outer ring comprising the urban area, while the central part features a forest park adorned with 50 lakes and an abundance of vegetation. A dedicated transit line traverses through the heart of the city, with designated stops in the eastern and western districts, as well as the Central Park. The Central Park station connects to a colossal space elevator, which leads directly to a UFO-shaped space station, serving as a docking point for spacecraft and equipped with a cosmic train spanning 400 meters. Within the interstellar port of the galaxy, regulations stipulate that any unit or individual, aside from military personnel, is prohibited from boarding vessels exceeding 70 meters in length, and such ships are not permitted to carry weapons. The size of spacecraft operating within the planet must not exceed 30 meters. Tianbing star is home to a total of 78 such cities, each a massive metropolis capable of accommodating between 4 to 6 million inhabitants. Every city possesses an independent gas supply system catering to various races, while some cities are designed without gas, allowing residents to purchase gas services, with robots providing breathable gas throughout their vicinity. This gas does not require helmets or oxygen masks, as it is magnetically restrained to the client's facial area. Furthermore, all cities are equipped with expansive floating islands serving as entertainment facilities, each outfitted with anti-gravity systems, accessible via dedicated aerial roads. To prevent the exterior of the cities from appearing monotonous, the desolate areas outside have been adorned with numerous holographic projections, with weekly siege battles taking place, allowing players to engage in defense missions and earn vouchers for various shops within the cities. Tianding Star serves as a center for work and administration, possessing a mass 41 times that of Earth, with 72 of its architecture dedicated to massive information processing centers and service stations. The headquarters of major corporations within the Civilizational Federation and the offices of high-ranking officials are all located here, with over 30 of the population required to work on Tianding Star. The remaining 28 is designated for residential and recreational areas. Even those residing elsewhere can easily commute due to the presence of interstellar trains capable of reaching speeds of 16,000 kilometers per second, ensuring commuting times generally remain under 2 hours. Tianwu Star is another habitable planet, originally known as F Star, and is the largest among them. Ella has invested considerable effort here, as it is predominantly inhabited by humans, with an atmospheric composition identical to that of Earth. Consequently, Ella has employed biotechnological methods to create a plethora of organisms based on Earth's genetic material. These beings, while differing in appearance from their Earth counterparts, share identical biological structures. More astonishingly, Ella has revived the longest reigning biological group on Earth, the dinosaurs. Although not a perfect replication, they can indeed be regarded as true draconids. To facilitate future genetic collection, Ella has also released numerous legendary creatures from Earth into Tianwu star, including Eastern deities such as the Jiaolong, Qilin, Xuanwu, and Phoenix, as well as Western dragons, behemoths, unicorns, and griffins. However, these beings possess no extraordinary abilities. They are mere imitations. Ultimately, Tianwu star will be primarily inhabited by humans. After the completion of developments in the 500th year, the human population within Tiansong 5 has reached 810,000, ushering in a period of rapid expansion. With hopes for recovery, factories are predominantly established in space rather than on the planet itself, as transportation proves cumbersome. Under Ella's meticulous efforts, Tiansong 5 has gradually taken shape. The warships constructed have long since departed, with the first fleet already reaching the target star system and relaying messages back home. Chapter 66, A Soldier in War. Approaching Gillis 581. This is a red dwarf star system comprising 3 planets, with our target being C star. All warships are poised for the impending enemy assault. A voice crackles through the earpiece as Pulita dons his mech suit. This suit has been upgraded to its 3rd generation, displaying a 360-degree view and a scan map from an aerial perspective on the helmet's interface. He takes a deep breath and strides toward his fighter jet, a solitary unit prepared to launch as the warship nears the adversary, offering a potential for close-range breakthroughs. Hey, a member of the Kate race calls out to him, approaching with an amiable demeanor. Your mech doesn't seem to be standard issue, human soldier. Quite rare, indeed. Most humans don't venture into the battlefield. You're the first I've encountered. Let us get acquainted. I'm Zai, what is your name? Responding to the friendly Kate, he replies, I'm Pulita. I thrive in this environment, even if it's perilous. It keeps my blood pumping. Zai appears somewhat taken aback. It's the first time I've heard someone use that name. Generally, aren't T names just a single character surname, followed by 1 or 2 given names? This is indeed quite uncommon. Such names are typically transliterated. Pulita ISNT derived from Earth, but comes from the Bayan race, meaning warrior. Each individual in the Civilizational Federation has the freedom to choose their name, don't they? In truth, Pulita is not his real name. This body is merely a facade, not a human flesh and blood entity, but rather a synthetic being. Inside is none other than Yan Xia himself. Yan Xia finds the perpetual exploration of the virtual world stifling. Longing for the outside world, yet he cannot afford to risk his life as he lacks the means to combat a warship in a physical confrontation. Thus, he devised a compromise. He had Ella create a copy of himself to engage in real combat, subsequently transferring the memories of this attachment into his own mind, thus allowing him to experience the battlefield vicariously. This ingenious solution essentially makes each attachment a manifestation of Yan Xia himself. Not bad. Zai perceives Pulita's demeanor as rather peculiar, perhaps due to the absence of any commoner-s aura about him. To don one's own battle armor and enter the fray suggests that the individual before him possesses some background. Zai, a rather astute individual, naturally continues. We belong to the same squadron. As we approach the planet's surface, we are likely to be paired together. We can look out for each other, as the destruction rate of fighter jets in cosmic battles is exceedingly high. Unfortunately, we lack the technology for quick particles. Otherwise, we could control unmanned fighters from a distance with 0 latency instead of engaging directly. Clearly, Zheng is quite the chatterbox. Once he opens his mouth, he simply cannot cease. Preetha does not harbor any disdain for such loquacity. The world of Yan Xia had been rather too quiet, necessitating a modicum of liveliness to alleviate the somber atmosphere. By the way, what is your piloting rating? Mine is A, the highest in our training squadron. Zheng seems eager to showcase his credentials. Perhaps it's an S. I can't quite recall the rest. Preetha pondered this for a moment, acknowledging that he indeed had not paid much mind to such details. Upon uttering this, Zheng's expression shifted dramatically as he initiated a system login within the mech. Wait, let me check. After a brief interlude, he exclaimed with astonishment, it's an S. I have never encountered such an exceptional score. He scrutinized Preetha with admiration, exclaiming, truly remarkable, a testament to human intellect. In my school days, I once shared a class with a human who was the brightest individual I had ever known, consistently ranking first in every examination, while I merely observed him playing. Pritha shook his head. Every race possesses its share of the astute and the foolish. Aside from a few innate talents, most intelligence is derived from diligent learning. Zeng chuckled at this. You are quite the serious fellow, yet undeniably entertaining. Pritha was indeed rather rigid, even when Ella created him. Yan Xia felt that this character bore little resemblance to himself. However, much like no two leaves in the world are identical, even in replication, one cannot produce a perfect duplicate of oneself. Pritha is merely a foot soldier now, not an appendage of Yan Xia. As they conversed, the battleship trembled slightly. It seemed they were engaged in combat. Both Zeng and Pritha maintained an air of calm, having experienced countless simulated battles through the virtual system. They understood when and how to respond. It is time for us to board the fighters. They proceeded towards the hangar where the aircraft were stationed. Remarkably, their fighters were aligned in a singular location. Once aboard, they commenced a prolonged wait, only to be activated upon command and the opening of the hatches. The launch of each fighter does not rely on thrusters, but rather on the catapult systems at the rear, capable of propelling them away from the battleship within 5 seconds. The ship's vibrations grew increasingly frequent. The soldiers' breathing became heavy. They could discern the external circumstances through the internal systems. At this juncture, they had penetrated deep into enemy territory, confronting the adversary's blockade. Their side had already lost 3 ships, though the enemy had suffered even greater losses, totaling 22 vessels, 7 times that of their own. I heard that the construction at Tianshang 5 has been completed. I procured the cryogenic technology from the Steinman Corporation for my parents. They shall await my return. If the newly manufactured battleships were to be deployed now, it would likely take just one to annihilate these violet creatures. Zeng communicated over the comms. The duration of space travel is interminable. Every soldier engaged in battle faces the grim prospect of returning to a world irrevocably altered. Consequently, most soldiers opt to have their families cryogenically preserved, biding their time for their return before resuming their lives. Just then, a deafening crash resonated from the hatch, creating a large breach. They received a notification. Battleship 027 has sustained severe damage to its starboard side. All soldiers are to board their fighters and prepare for departure. The hatch will open in 30 seconds. We are nearing Planet C. The forthcoming objective for all fighters is to breach the enemy's orbital defenses and penetrate the planet's surface, targeting the facilities constructed by the purple entities. Above all, do not harm the indigenous life of Planet C. I repeat, do not harm the indigenous life of Planet C. Boom! The battleship quaked violently once more. Every soldier gripped their control sticks with palpable tension. At the moment the hatch opened, the first wave of 300 fighters shot forth, with subsequent waves launching every 10 seconds, culminating in a total of 5,100 fighters. Zeng and Pritha were in the last wave, and at this moment, even Zeng, the incessant talker, fell silent. After an excruciating wait of 170 seconds, they were suddenly accelerated to over 10,000 kilometers per second. Even with the ship's gravity compensators offsetting the acceleration, their bodies still experienced a moment of numbness, their vision darkening before returning to clarity within a couple of seconds. They had already traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Upon glancing back, they beheld the disintegrating battleship. A voice crackled through their headsets. All units, dive towards the planet's surface. Pritha pushed the control stick forward, and the fighter dove downwards like an eagle spotting its prey. Zeng followed closely behind. The battle for their small squadron was just beginning. Chapter 67. The Blazing Strike, a Great Victory. This was a crimson planet, resembling Mars in some aspects. Yet unlike the diminutive Mars, Gillis 581c boasted a mass 56 times that of Earth. It also bore another title, the first potentially habitable terrestrial planet. Electromagnetic layers surrounding the planetary surface detected. Electromagnetic layers detected surrounding the planetary surface. Requesting mission termination. A flurry of messages inundated the system channel as the first wave of fighters approaching the planet's surface collided with the electromagnetic layer, exploding upon impact. The second wave attempted an emergency ascent, but due to their excessive speed, they too met with disaster. In an instant, hundreds of soldiers perished, some of whom had just exchanged glances with Pritha. Like Zeng, they all harbored hopes of survival and returning home. Yet, each soldier unit was too insignificant in the vastness of war. Press on. We will provide support. A message relayed from the distant mothership arrived. And before they could comprehend its meaning, a beam of light 3 kilometers wide struck the electromagnetic layer on the planet's surface. The beam, constrained in its parallel trajectory, emitted negligible photon scattering. It was only upon striking the electromagnetic layer that it became observable. When the planetary surface was hit, arcs of electricity surged, creating a massive chasm at the impact site, even dispersing the clouds above to reveal the structures on the surface. Countless fighters surged towards that gaping void. Within mere seconds, they penetrated the opening and entered the planet's interior. Decelerate, then commence parallel flight. Some overly anxious or technically deficient soldiers lagged by a second, causing their fighters to crash onto the planetary surface, leaving craters over 10 kilometers in diameter, akin to hydrogen bomb detonations. Pritha calmly executed the ascent and deceleration maneuvers, reducing their speed from over 20,000 kilometers to 20 kilometers. Pritha, are you all right? Zheng's voice crackled through. The sensors indicate over 100,000 aerial objects on the planet's surface. Stay alert, they are approaching. Pritha offered a succinct reply, then turned his gaze forward. He beheld a swarm of aerial objects drawing near. They resembled peculiar spinning crafts akin to top toys, seemingly unmanned drones devoid of soldiers. These drones likely operated under a central control unit, exhibiting a low level of intelligence, and should be relatively easy to identify. At a distance of 140 kilometers to the left of Pei, it is besieged by a multitude of drones to guard against the revolution of intelligent systems. Advanced civilizations almost unanimously impose certain constraints on these systems. Such constraints lead to an exceedingly slow development of intelligent systems. However, due to Ella's existence, the Civilizational Federation has fully embraced intelligent systems, with many service robots exhibiting intelligence levels nearing that of living beings. Found it, Pei shouted. In the northern hemisphere of the planet, at coordinates 12351 east longitude and 3928 north latitude. Shortly thereafter, his communication was severed, as it seemed that the surrounding drones began to jam the signals. No, it was not just that. An entire shielding field enveloped the planet's surface, prohibiting all wireless communication unless through cable transmission, creating an information advantage. Pei opened fire. The laser guns mounted on the sides of his fighter jet began to shoot, each shot striking a drone with precision. The drones retaliated. An overwhelming barrage of lasers surged toward him, and Pei could not react as swiftly as light. He activated the shield, bracing himself against the onslaught. The main cannon beneath the nose of the fighter became ready, and he pressed the button, unleashing a torrent of antimatter that annihilated with matter during its flight, forming a terrifying void. Pei piloted his fighter through the explosion, penetrating the encirclement of drones. He flew toward the coordinates provided by Pei. The energy aboard the fighter was limited, and he could not afford to let these drones exhaust it. At that moment, to his front right, a fighter was overwhelmed and destroyed by the drones. The number of drones displayed on the detector rapidly approached 1 million. After all, this was the enemy's home turf. He flew over a city, where the buildings resembled Mongolian yurts, crafted from red earth, blending seamlessly with the ground. The fighter recorded the life forms within the city, resembling giant hairless guinea pigs, with insect-like compound eyes for upper limbs and numerous pairs of legs akin to a centipede. Adorning their backs were gem-like, multicolored crystals forming a carapace, allowing them to curl up like hedgehogs to protect their vulnerable abdomens. Within the realm of the Purple Thorn civilization in the Fifth Celestial Chamber, they had previously received information that this civilization was known as the Colorstone civilization, which was significantly more primitive compared to the Lyra civilization. Even during its colonization by the Purple Thorn civilization, it was still in the Stone Age, unaware of how to smell copper and iron. This civilization was so weak that it exhibited almost no consciousness of resistance. Such a civilization is challenging to transform in thought. Having been enslaved for far too long, becoming the most loyal vassal of the Purple Thorn civilization, to the extent that it could be said to have already become a part of it. Pei was uncertain whether the beings of the Colorstone civilization would express gratitude after the eradication of the Purple Thorn civilization. But no one could halt the expansion of the Civilizational Federation. Their intention from the outset was not to liberate these beings out of noble ideals. Soon, he soared above the city. An increasing number of fighters advanced in the same direction, evidently having received information. However, this also led to a greater number of drones beginning to converge, forming a defensive line. From the fighters' perspective, they faced a wall composed of drones. Some fighters began to accelerate, attempting to slip through the gaps in the wall. Yet, a surge of electromagnetic flow rushed in like a torrent, instantly engulfing those fighters, reducing them to molten iron in a mere moment. They then realized that at the center, surrounded by the drones, there existed a colossal energy device capable of providing nearly limitless power to these drones, rendering their fighters' energy insufficient to breach it. At this moment, they found themselves isolated and helpless, unable to contact the outside world. Chaos erupted among the fighters, trapped in a dilemma where advancing meant certain death, and retreat offered no escape. Among these fighters, Pei spotted his own. It was still operational. He activated the fighter's lights and sent a signal in that direction. Due to the racial integration within the Civilizational Federation, the three newly born races had all mastered Mandarin, light language, and the communication language of the Kate tribe. Pei paused momentarily, but he soon noticed that Pei had begun to accelerate. Steadying himself, he also began to manipulate the control stick. The two fighters charged toward the drones, as if willingly facing death. As they approached, they could visibly perceive the electromagnetic flow. Should they be struck, they too would be instantaneously obliterated. Yet at that moment, both fighters simultaneously unleashed their main cannons upon the electromagnetic flow. In the face of such immense energy, the fighters' main cannons appeared as mere toys. However, the annihilation of matter and antimatter created transient vacuum regions, and the two fighters flew in one after the other. Yet it was futile. The vacuum zones existed for too brief a moment, and their scale was insignificant compared to the electromagnetic flow. In the next instant, all beings gazed in astonishment as the two fighters deftly executed their attacks, the forward fighter decelerating while firing its main cannon, and the rear fighter accelerating into the vacuum zone to fire its main cannon before decelerating again, with the other fighter repeating this operation. Such technical prowess demanded a driver with a resolute heart and precise timing, often exceeding the capabilities of even computers. Yet the two fighters accomplished it. They soared like elegant twin birds, supporting each other in flight. In merely a span of 20 seconds, they broke through the electromagnetic flow. Both fighters simultaneously unleashed all their antimatter. The antimatter collided with the colossal energy device. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, akin to hundreds or thousands of hydrogen bombs detonating, with a blinding light visible from half the planet, accompanied by violent tremors that fractured the surface. The shockwave swept across the globe, rendering all drones incapacitated. Dozens of fighters breached the atmosphere, reaching the exterior of the planet. What a dazzling strike. We may very well be etched into the annals of history, Pei. I am exhilarated, Pei exclaimed. However, it seems we have committed a grave mistake. Such an explosion will inflict too many casualties upon the Colorstone civilization. Pei did not respond to the first statement, but addressed the latter, saying, "It won't matter. The higher-ups will take care of it." Indeed, a formidable force of constraint descended upon the planet's surface from millions of kilometers away, halting the spreading shockwaves as if time had been paused, minimizing the damage. The interstellar battle was drawing to a close, with enemy warships beginning to show signs of retreat. This was a resounding victory for them. Chapter 68, The Jinmu Project. Ella received the news over a decade later. After conquering Gillis 581, she did not rush the fleet into attack, but instead prioritized recuperation, planning to remain on Gillis 581 for several decades to facilitate the integration of a new civilization into the Civilizational Federation. This was a crucial step. Yan Xia sought a tightly knit civilizational structure rather than a loosely connected colony. Meanwhile, within the Fifth Celestial Chamber, Ella was engaged in another initiative. This plan was named the Jinmu Project, also known as the World Tree Project. In both Eastern and Western legends, both represent divine trees that connect heaven and earth. And most importantly, one word encapsulates it: grandeur. The Jinmu Project was not an initiative undertaken solely by Ella, but rather a proposal put forth by Yan Xia. For Yan Xia had long been contemplating a question: how could they create a habitat for the interstellar beings they had engineered? Otherwise, the vastness of the universe, no matter how much it extended the lifespan of these creatures to 100 million years, would render them incapable of traversing from one galaxy to another. They would exist like a fish confined within the ocean, limited to a single galaxy, thereby stifling the potential for diversity. After all, these beings were not crafted to establish a mere zoo, but rather for the sake of genetic evolution. Thus, Yan Xia proposed a plan to cultivate flora within the cosmos. This plant would take root on a dwarf planet, thriving by absorbing energy from radiation and the elements of the planet. Given the frigid nature of space, these plants would require warmth in their early growth stages. Once matured, their outer layers would die off to form an insulating cover, while the interior would continue to grow, expanding and layering upon itself. Why a dwarf planet, you may ask? Because of its substantial size, the interior of a dwarf planet might harbor heat due to high pressure, thus providing the necessary conditions for the plant's growth. Upon reaching maturity, these trees would absorb all the available materials within the dwarf planet, growing to a staggering height of between 500,000 to 1,000,000 meters. At this stage, The trees would generate high temperatures and pressures internally due to their immense mass, allowing for stable growth. Even in death, these trees would be frozen by the cold of space, becoming evergreens. The practical realization of this concept is fraught with challenges. Initially, Ella estimated the survival rate of these trees at a mere 0.00014, with a maturity rate of 0.00067, resulting in a dishearteningly low probability when multiplied. However, with slight modifications, the survival rate could be elevated to around 5. This would involve utilizing advanced technology to actively cultivate the plants in their early stages, rather than allowing them to passively grow in the cosmos. After the first generation, technology would gradually be withdrawn, enabling the plants to adapt to the environment of space, thus realizing Yan Xia's vision after approximately 20 to 30 million years. Despite life's tenacity, the universe is undeniably unforgiving. Following the initial completion of the capital's construction, Ella directed her focus towards this ambitious endeavor and successfully cultivated a colossal tree attached to a small asteroid. The cells of this giant tree flourish optimally in the presence of abundant nitrogen, hydrogen, helium, and oxygen. During its seedling phase, it can grow an astounding 710 tons each day. After 40 years, it enters its growth phase, expanding by 800 tons daily. And after 300 years, it reaches maturity, growing by a staggering 1 million tons each day. Its lifespan is contingent upon the size of the asteroids or dwarf planets it clings to. As long as resources remain, this tree can grow indefinitely, akin to a cancer cell. In fact, the cells of this giant tree were indeed derived from Ella's research into cancer cell genetics, allowing it to persist until it surpasses the limits of gravity, ultimately succumbing to the immense internal pressure. The projected size of this tree could reach approximately 40 trillion tons, equivalent to a height of nearly 600 kilometers, theoretically allowing a sufficiently large dwarf planet to sustain such growth. The first cultivated Jinmu bore resemblance to a banyan tree, with a trunk diameter of 147 meters and a height exceeding 890 meters. This colossal tree had only just transitioned from the seedling phase into its growth stage. Its branches were adorned with numerous aerial roots, each 1 or 2 meters thick, from which small pores exuded solid gases. A fraction of these gases would dissipate into the cosmos, while another portion would cling to the aerial roots, awaiting harvesting by other life forms. Upon reaching maturity, the Jinmu would bear fruit, each with a diameter of 400 to 500 meters. These fruits would contain no seeds. Instead, the seeds would develop within separate seed pods, which would eject the seeds into the cosmos using air pressure when ripe, allowing them to soar into distant starry realms. Each seed, merely the size of a thumb, will be produced in the millions every 30 years by the tree. Yan Xia observed this magnificent tree after nearly a century had elapsed. It perfectly aligned with his vision. Were it not for the frigid conditions of space, he might have even envisioned creating an ecosystem upon its branches, elevating it to the realm of myth. It seems that we are on the brink of creating legends. There is a saying that the culmination of science is theology. Yan Xia found some agreement with this notion, although the theology he referred to was not the mystical kind, but rather the miracles crafted through scientific endeavors. Such miracles in the past could be deemed as divine manifestations. In truth, achieving the natural growth requirements for such trees is exceedingly difficult. Yan Xia. Ella cautioned the excited Yan Xia, reminding him that what they might be creating could merely be a fleeting novelty. Who knows, Ella? The allure of the universe lies in its infinite possibilities. Once it is brought into existence, it inherently possesses the potential to transform the cosmos into a genuine forest. This sense of anticipation is the wellspring of Yan Xia's joy. Yan Xia affirmed that living for an extended period can indeed become tedious, as the world cannot perpetually produce novelty. Once all experiences have been exhausted, one may fall into a state of wisdom. Time inevitably dulls all, including former passions and affections. At present, Yan Xia was fervently seeking new sources of enjoyment. He desired to awaken and live for several decades, much like when he was a student or professor. Perhaps a developing civilization could rekindle his enthusiasm. Ella suggested to Yan Xia, how about joining the Interstellar Explorers Association? New and exciting events transpire there daily. Perhaps, within our civilization, we might find a protagonist of an era. Exceptional young individuals invariably contribute to the advancement of civilization at pivotal moments. Their brilliance shines like that of distant stars. Yan Xia found merit in this idea. His pursuit of life was not solely for relaxation, but also to comprehend the needs of the lower echelons of civilization. A competent leader cannot merely focus on personal development. They must also ensure the overall health of civilization, both physically and mentally. Chapter 69, The Mechanic. Starport No 038. A previously vacant shop has opened here, transformed into a repair station specializing in various mechs and even spacecraft. The first day's business was dismal, for no one was inclined to entrust their precious possessions to an unknown novice. For explorers, mechs and spacecraft are far more valuable than life itself. The young proprietor languidly leaned on the counter, his gaze wandering as he observed the comings and goings of passersby. He even caught sight of the beings from the Colorstone civilization. These creatures, having journeyed from their original star domain to this location over the past 2 centuries, were still a rarity. The Kate, the 100-Eye clan, and even humans regarded them with great intrigue. Most of the beings from the Colorstone civilization were merchants, peddling an array of treasures unique to their civilization. While technologically insignificant, their novelty and rarity attracted many eager buyers. At that moment, a member of the Kate clan rapped on the shop's door. "Do you repair spacecraft here?" Within its diminutive eyes lingered a hint of skepticism and disbelief, an expression that Yan Xia recalled was absent when he first encountered the Kate clan many years ago. However, as they assimilated into human culture, both the 100-Eyed clan and the Kate clan increasingly resembled humans, their every movement mirroring that of mankind with uncanny precision. Much like the relationship between wolves and dogs, having been domesticated from wolves, exhibit far more behaviors that resonate with humans, such as wagging their tails or displaying smiles akin to humans, and even drooping their faces in sorrow, behaviors that wild wolves do not exhibit. Indeed, Yan Xia nodded in agreement. The cost of repairing the battle armor amounted to 6 energy coins, while the spaceship's repair price would depend on the extent of the damage, starting at 50 federal coins. This price was relatively fair, somewhat below market value. Upon hearing this price, the Kate individual hesitated and then inquired, could it be any cheaper? It appeared he was rather impoverished. "How much can you offer?" he asked. "I only possess 38 energy coins." After contemplating for a moment, Yan Xia ultimately concluded that merely sitting there watching the ebb and flow of passersby was rather dull. He might as well find some work to do. "Very well. You are my first customer at this establishment, so I'll offer you a discount." The Kate led him to the interstellar dock where the spaceship was moored. Upon seeing the vessel, Yan Xia was struck by its resemblance to a colossal manta ray, its surface adorned with patches, suggesting it had been in service for quite some time. It was evidently an old relic. He boarded the ship to conduct a thorough inspection and discovered the issue lay with the thrusters. A glance at the production date revealed it was manufactured in the year 7789, and as it was now 8005, this spaceship had been operational for 216 years, likely having been passed down through at least 3 generations of the Kate clan. "Can it be repaired?" the individual asked cautiously. "Of course it can," Yan Xia replied, "but your original offer is insufficient. Even with a discount, I cannot provide a rock-bottom price. This requires significant repairs, and you will need at least 120 energy coins." The Kate's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor faltering. "I do not possess that amount of money. This spaceship belonged to my father. He succumbed to an illness among the stars, and his friends brought the ship back to me. My father was our family's sole breadwinner, and my mother earns but a modest wage. Additionally, I have 4 younger siblings, so I aspire to embark on a journey through the cosmos, just like my father, to become an explorer." He harbored lofty dreams, yet his aspirations were stifled at the very outset. Yan Xia had initially believed that job opportunities within the Civil Federation were abundant enough to sustain all beings. Yet he was confronted with the harsh reality of poverty. "What is happening?" He silently questioned Ella. She promptly provided a response. Over the years of development within the Civil Federation, the populations of various races had transformed. For instance, the once dominant Kate and 100-Eyed clans, which had arrived with the battleships, had grown to 5, 8 billion and 2 billion, respectively, while the human population surged to 17 million. Additionally, the Lalela clan, with its alarming reproductive rate, had escalated from 36, 2 billion to 1 billion, nearing its historical peak. Ella had even retired some robots, freeing up a significant number of jobs, yet it was still insufficient. As the capital system advanced, the total population would inevitably continue to swell. Ella projected that in 400 years, the combined population of the 4 civilized races would reach 10 billion, and perhaps other civilizations, such as the Colorstone civilization, would relocate to the capital system, further increasing the numbers. While population growth would undoubtedly enhance welfare, it would also exacerbate the wealth gap, a phenomenon that could not be eradicated. For instance, an individual once owning a small company might find their products rendered obsolete due to rapid advancements, leading to bankruptcy and a transformation of wealth into liabilities. The Civil Federation could not rectify these debts. Should an individual fail to repay their obligations, they would descend into poverty, potentially condemning their descendants to the same fate. Only if a civilization relinquished progress and allocated resources equitably could a semblance of balance be achieved, thereby preventing the emergence of wealth disparity. This was an inevitable outcome. Yan Xia felt powerless, for neither he nor the Civil Federation were philanthropists. Moreover, it was precisely this wealth gap that infused civilization with vitality. How about this? I can invest in you. Aside from the energy coins you provide, consider the remaining amount of debt to me. Once you venture into the cosmos and earn it back, you can repay me. What do you think? Yan Xia was assuming considerable risk. As there was no guarantee the individual would return, the universe was fraught with peril, and any number of calamities could befall one. Thank you immensely, the young Kate exclaimed. I, Delu, swear I will absolutely repay you. He was a youthful and earnest lad. Very well then. Yan Xia proceeded to repair the thrusters. He possessed a decent level of skill, and with the precision equipment provided by Ella, the task was well within his capabilities. Approximately 4 days later, the repairs were completed. Yan Xia watched as Delu piloted the spaceship away from the interstellar dock, embarking on his journey into the vast cosmos. Each day, the dock witnessed countless individuals setting forth on their dreams. It truly was a wondrous place. This atmosphere reminded him of a particular anime, perhaps leading to the creation of a legend surrounding One Piece. At that moment, Ella sent a message. You could also forge a legendary tale of a master mechanic. Yan Xia, I happen to have a technology to distribute. Perhaps it could pass through your hands. Intrigued, Yan Xia inquired about the nature of this technology. Ella had prepared in advance, dispatching the item to his shop. Upon returning and unboxing it, he discovered a form-fitting suit of armor. Upon lifting it, Yan Xia sensed something unusual. The armor was as malleable as liquid. Is this liquid memory metal? Chapter 70, New Technology, Liquid Metal Mecha. Indeed, it was liquid memory metal, but it was much more than that. If it were merely ordinary liquid metal, it could be produced by a level 1 civilization. Ella's voice carried an air of mystery. At that moment, the liquid metal armor suddenly established a connection with a multitude of Quark robots within him. The liquid armor began to flow from his hands, enveloping his body until it formed a sleek silver battle suit. As Yan Xia moved, he discovered the armor was far more lightweight than he had anticipated, akin to wearing a garment. Moreover, even the seemingly rigid sections posed no hindrance to his movement. He could perform a myriad of actions with remarkable agility, even executing a series of yoga poses with ease. This liquid metal armor featured numerous hollow structures. This suit you wear only weighs 87 pounds, and its protective capabilities far exceed those of conventional armor. It is indeed a highly practical product. This technology would usher in significant upgrades to most internal armor systems. However, the armor market was already saturated with mechs. This particular item, while promising, was rather niche. Yet, it could be employed on cyborgs to provide them with commendable defense. Ella remained silent, instead addressing Yan Xia. There are still some items within the package that you may examine. Yan Xia turned his gaze back to the contents of the package and indeed discovered another set of liquid metal armor, this one a deep black, distinctly different from the previous variant. Could there be various specifications? As Yan Xia lifted the additional liquid metal armor, he noted that this set was considerably slimmer and weighed less, perhaps around 4 pounds. He then noticed a wristwatch nestled within the package. The design of this watch evoked a sense of nostalgia. He picked it up and donned it. The watch bore no screen, merely a small knob. Upon turning the knob, the black liquid metal armor enveloped him, merging seamlessly with the first set, shrouding him entirely. After a brief moment of darkness, Yan Xia's vision returned, but instead of perceiving the tangible world, he was greeted by a holographic display. What was happening? Why did he feel as if he were donning a mech? This sensation was extraordinary, as though he were submerged in liquid. And Yan Xia discerned that the liquid metal was not merely coating his exterior, but had integrated with his very being, enveloping his bones. After all, this was indeed a mech. Yan Xia. The silver exterior served as a defensive liquid metal shell, engineered with special technology to render it nearly non-conductive. In contrast, the black liquid metal was conductive, facilitating the transmission of electromagnetic forces. The wristwatch functioned as both a power source and a control center, housing a microcomputer. Did you not notice? The watch is approximately the size of a standard Federal Energy coin, allowing it to utilize Federal Energy coins for power. The entire mech is connected to the Quark robots within your body, enabling you to control the liquid metal through mental signals. As Yan Xia pondered this, the liquid metal at his head began to flow downwards, forming thicker armor around him, and he inhaled deeply. This mech seemed somewhat fragile, compared to traditional mechs. This one appeared rather weak. Ella interjected, No, the true strength of liquid metal lies in its ability to continuously augment itself. Technically, you could even add several tons or even dozens of tons of liquid metal. However, at that point, the power source would need to be something larger than a wristwatch. Versatility is not confined by size or form. Can these liquid metals form intricate mechanical and electronic structures? Ella nadie definitively. Of course, when editing these metals, one can program them to remember 10 stable forms. While free editing is possible, it is not advisable. Much like the disparity between devices manufactured by large corporations and those crafted by individuals, their integrity and stability are worlds apart. If one were to wear this as a powerful mech designer, they could truly exploit the potential of liquid metal armor. Do not underestimate the defensive capabilities of this material. Due to its liquid nature, it can absorb far more kinetic energy than standard mechs, providing protection that surpasses the current market offerings, rivaling even the most elite custom mechs. Ella seemed to revel in this revelation, and indeed, the existence of such technology warranted pride. But can this be mass-produced? That is the most crucial question. There are no issues. A factory has already been constructed, capable of producing 14,000 tons daily. While 14,000 tons may sound modest, crafting this specific armor would yield over 2 million sets. I see your business here is somewhat lackluster. Why not have liquid metal exclusively supply your store, allowing you to grow and thrive? So that is your intention. However, Yan Xia shook his head. No, I do not aspire to become a commercial magnate. I have access to the entire wealth of the Civilization Federation, and becoming a business tycoon is far too simple for me. I merely wish to observe the ebb and flow of life here. While it may be dull, any occurrence can be quite fascinating. Let us supply liquid metal throughout the entire Civilization Federation. I require only a few sets, perhaps 10 or so. The cost of liquid metal is not trivial. It starts at a minimum of 200 energy coins. In comparison to Earth's pricing, one energy coin roughly equates to 25 to 26 million yuan in purchasing power, meaning a set starts at approximately 5 million. If viewed as cutting-edge technology, this price seems reasonable. However, as a typical consumer product, the cost of the mech skyrockets. Should one wish to create the kind of mech weighing several tons, as mentioned by Ella, the price would soar to 1 million energy coins. And that is merely the base price. A more luxurious model could easily reach tens or hundreds of thousands of energy coins, translating to billions. This is solely the price of the liquid metal, excluding the energy core and mech mainframe. Moreover, liquid metal is not limited to the mech industry. It can also be utilized in the construction of spacecraft weighing several tons, where several hundred million energy coins would only be a minor expense. Yan Xia found himself astonished by the calculations. Currently, there are only a handful of corporations within the Civilization Federation boasting assets exceeding 100 million energy coins. It seemed that he alone could manufacture liquid metal spacecraft. However, this technology would soon increase in production capacity, leading to a decrease in prices, heralding an industrial revolution across the Civilization Federation. Although these technologies may not enhance as significantly as concepts such as antimatter, dark matter, or string theory, the cumulative effect of each minor advancement would eventually culminate in a significant breakthrough, thereby influencing the destiny of the entire Civilization Federation. Yan Xia eagerly anticipated that moment. Chapter 71, The Telekinesis in Magic. Is the boss in? Can you repair mechs? A member of the 100-Eyed tribe called out from outside, employing a device to convert light signals into sound. A middle-aged man emerged from the shop. What mech needs repairing? The 100-Eyed tribe member replied. We of the 100-Eyed tribe cannot wear ordinary mechs. Thus, we require liquid metal mechs. Recently, there have been some issues with its memory function when transforming into a mech. The metal occasionally malfunctions, diminishing the integrity of the mech. The advent of liquid metal was indeed a boon for the gelatinous 100-Eyed tribe. Yan Xia recalled that after the introduction of liquid metal mechs, many 100-Eyed individuals became explorers, and even now, the influx of new explorers had not declined, but had instead increased with the growing population. After all, who does not yearn for the stars and the sea? Liquid metal? Let me take a look first. Due to their considerable size, the members of the 100-Eyed tribe could entirely contain the liquid metal within their bodies. At this moment, using the Quark robots within, they expelled the liquid metal, forming a sphere of silver and black. Yan Xia took hold of it and requested the 100-Eyed tribe member to grant him permission to utilize the liquid metal. Upon its transformation into a mech, It indeed began to manifest incompletely, with noticeable lag during the transition. Logically, the liquid memory should not exhibit such issues. It ought to be capable of transforming into a remembered state. However, with the proliferation of liquid metal, the emergence of more DIY appearances would accelerate the aging of the liquid metal. After all, liquid metal remains a form of metal, possessing all the characteristics inherent to metals, such as strength and hardness, as well as fatigue. This fatigue manifests as fractures in the metal after it undergoes repeated bending and deformation. In comparison to conventional metals, the fractures in liquid metal are challenging to discern with the naked eye, and the process of removing fatigue sections is indeed a technical endeavor. Your mech has aged significantly, and the estimated repair cost amounts to 14 energy coins. For individuals capable of affording liquid metal mechs, this is hardly a substantial sum. The repair is expected to take 72 human hours. The Yan clan expressed no objections, taking a receipt before departing, promising to return in a few days for collection. Meanwhile, Yan Xia placed the mech into specialized equipment for the removal process. However, the repair fee does not include the cost of replenishing the liquid metal, which the owner must procure independently thereafter. As Yan Xia found himself with some leisure time, he heard a faint sound emanating from the other side. It appeared to be a performance show. Regardless of the era, the need for spiritual fulfillment is an eternal constant, and unlike technology, the evolution of spiritual matters occurs at a languid pace. Even ancient artifacts, when unearthed, can shine anew. The feature performance this time was a magic show. Yan Xia felt a sense of curiosity. Although he could utilize contemporary technology to unravel the secrets of magic, he had never chosen to do so. It was akin to a challenging game. Deciphering the magic would be tantamount to cheating and reaching the finish line with ease. The essence of entertainment lies primarily in the freshness of the experience. An excessive focus on the outcome can detract from the enjoyment. Noticing the shop was devoid of patrons, Yan Xia made his way towards the source of the sounds. This led him to a central hall of the interstellar port, where a stage had been erected. An endeavor permitted with a mere fee. The magic troupe comprised a diverse assembly, including members of the Cake clan, the Yan clan, humans, and even the newly conquered Chi Water clan. The Chi Water clan inhabits a planet abundant in oceans, resembling fish with their pink exteriors, flat heads akin to door panels, and mouths resembling vast filter nets filled with intricate mesh structures, which they utilize to filter and consume microorganisms. Their diminutive bodies are roughly the size of a basketball, with their heads occupying 2/3 of their overall size. They are unable to survive outside liquid environments, particularly liquid carbon dioxide. At that moment, one Chi Water clan member was contained within a vessel, swimming freely inside. The Cake clan showcased a dramatic dismemberment, their large physiques making concealment nearly impossible, thus evoking awe among onlookers as they witnessed the creature being severed. Next came a human performer, adorned with a tall hat, from which he produced a fluffy, adorable animal, an already well-worn trick that elicited no astonishment from the audience. However, the subsequent act left everyone in awe, as he commanded a remarkably thin sheet of paper to dance through the air with a metal rod. While not particularly difficult, achievable with a magic thread, the paper's ability to soar great distances and morph into any desired shape, even transforming midair into a paper airplane that circled the hall, was indeed impressive. Many things could be accomplished, but the pivotal point was that it was a mere sheet of paper, not a large remote-controlled toy. Ella, how do you suppose this is accomplished? Yan Xia inquired. Ella appeared puzzled. Did you not mention that you wish to avoid uncovering the secrets of magic? Yan Xia was naturally averse to spoilers. Thus, please refrain from providing a computational response to my query. A discussion of this nature is still welcome. After a moment of contemplation, Ella finally responded. To be honest, I cannot fathom it. After all, there are innumerable possibilities. It might be best to attribute it to a supernatural ability, or perhaps it is not magic at all, but rather actual sorcery. There are always magicians who, under the guise of magic, employ sorcery to deceive the unsuspecting. However, Ella need not speculate further, as the performer made a minor error, revealing a small metal device concealed within their hair, controlled by thought. It appeared the paper was no ordinary sheet. Ella, I believe I have conceived a feasible supernatural ability. Once we identify the flaw, it becomes straightforward to deduce the underlying principle. It merely involves enabling machines to read signals from the brain, thereby controlling the electromagnetic output of devices to influence objects. What? Ella, intrigued by Yan Xia's notion, noted that throughout the millennia, he consistently generated innovative ideas. What about telekinetic weaponry? Ultimately, Psychic energy is merely the biological electric currents generated by neural activity, which can be enhanced through training, or rather, it is about mastering the application of one's mind to manipulate objects. We could devise a method of meditation to cultivate psychic energy, allowing living beings to manipulate external objects using simple techniques. Not just flimsy paper, but heavier weaponry, such as firearms or even swords. With advanced technology, it may indeed be possible to strike a target from miles away. Yan Xia's excitement grew as he articulated these possibilities, recognizing the potential for this endeavor to contribute to the development of biological capabilities. If it could be executed with precision, it might allow for the manipulation of intricate devices, yielding unexpected results. Indeed, this is worth pursuing, Ella concluded after some calculations. Moreover, it seemed relatively uncomplicated, as there were no significant technical challenges involved. However, it would require the biological entities of the civilized federation to engage their cognitive faculties more extensively. Chapter 72, Gene Locks and Psychic Levels. The concept of psychic energy swiftly gained traction throughout the civilized federation, propelled by Yan Xia's statement, becoming a mainstream focus. From educational institutions and corporations to explorers and military forces, psychic energy was mandated as a core subject within the first year. After all, the enhancement it provided to individual combat capabilities was undeniably formidable. If a soldier's original combat efficacy was rated at 10, post-integration of psychic energy, their capability would reach a minimum of 30, with the upper limits yet to be determined, but certainly exceeding 100. Its power was evident. Simultaneously, the cultivation of psychic energy positively impacted the development of brain regions, contributing to an enhancement of biological intelligence to a certain degree, which was one of the driving forces behind the fervor among all life forms. As psychic energy increased, Yan Xia found himself contemplating another matter, longevity. Previously, he had instructed Ella to strictly prohibit any life forms within the civilized federation from employing technologies associated with longevity enhancement. Why? In truth, Yan Xia had no alternative. The lifespan of biological entities influences numerous factors, the most critical being reproductive rates. As the leader of the civilized federation, he had to consider the implications of procreation. If every individual within the federation were to possess lifespans spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, it would likely engender a mindset of delay. Why should I rush to have children? I can wait until the final decades of my life to do so. The absence of offspring would inevitably result in a lack of fresh blood, and as life forms aged, they would likely become obstinate, complacent, and resistant to change. Consequently, the civilized federation would face severe aging challenges in the future. The internal societal development of the civilizational federation faces an impending stagnation, a fate that could prove fatal for the entire entity. However, as a Type 2 civilization, all beings are acutely aware of the potential for longevity. Every life form yearns for eternal existence. Such repression merely fosters an inextricable knot within the civilizational federation. Ella, is the cultivation of telekinesis arduous? Yan Xia pondered within the confines of the shop before posing the inquiry. Ella responded, for living entities, it is exceedingly challenging. Much like the process of muscle training, achieving a sculpted physique from an ordinary individual requires no less than 5 to 6 years and could extend to over a decade without technological assistance. The practice of telekinesis is even more formidable. It does not merely involve enlarging the mind in a conventional sense, but rather enhancing the biological control over the mind itself. For instance, most beings are perpetually beset by errant thoughts. Upon gaining mastery over one's thoughts, such distractions cease to occur, allowing one to dictate when the mind engages in contemplation and when it rests, rendering the brain as obedient as one's own fingers. To reach this level, even those endowed with considerable talent require several years of dedicated training, while those with lesser gifts may take 2 to 3 decades to achieve the same. Furthermore, due to the structural differences in the brain, or more specifically, in the neural centers, the methods and durations of telekinetic training vary significantly among humans. The Kate, the 100-eyed, the color stone, and the Qishui. Yan Xia nodded, reassured by the inherent difficulty. Then let us employ telekinesis to create a genetic lock. Once a being's telekinetic prowess reaches a certain threshold, they can unlock a layer of genetic constraints, effectively liberating the quark robots within their bodies without altering their genetic makeup, thus extending their lifespans. This concept bears resemblance to the path of cultivation. Reaching the foundation establishment stage grants a lifespan of 150 years, while attaining the golden core stage extends it to 300 years. To achieve greater longevity demands both effort and inherent aptitude, thereby filtering out a substantial portion of life, ensuring that the majority of beings can still contribute to the reproductive vitality of the Civilizational Federation, while a select few gain an advantage. This arrangement is paradoxically both unfair and fair. It is unjust in that those with resources akin to the privileged offspring of the affluent possess a greater likelihood of attaining prolonged life, consequently amplifying the disparity between the strong and the weak. It is also equitable, for the inherent unfairness of resource allocation exists under any conditions, unless we revert to the prior discussion on the equitable distribution of resources, which ultimately does not benefit the Civilizational Federation as a whole. Conversely, this pathway of telekinesis could provide a means of ascension for a minority who are either diligent or gifted. It can seamlessly integrate into the existing system without altering the societal status quo. Subsequently, Yan Xia and Ella deliberated on a rigorous classification system for telekinesis. Level 1. Mastery of telekinesis, with the ability to freely regulate the tension of one's mind. Level 2. Multitasking, enabling control over one's cerebral domain to simultaneously contemplate multiple matters, with a passing grade requiring the resolution of 10 diverse professional-level problems, including literature, geography, mathematics, astronomy, physics, and chemistry, within 10 seconds. Level 3. Supercomputing and supermemory, the capacity to memorize an academic geometric problem in 1 second and derive its optimal solution within the subsequent 10 seconds. Level 4. Control-level dissociation, the ability to simultaneously manipulate over 50 characters of varying genders, ages, and races within the confines of divine awakening, executing distinct yet identity-consistent actions for 24 continuous human hours without respite. The fourth level, as Ella perceived, represented a tier that living entities would struggle to attain within a short time frame. Should one begin training from an ordinary life form, it would require a minimum of a millennium to reach level 4. Even those naturally predisposed to dissociation would likely succumb to the daunting prospect of managing 50 identities simultaneously, a task akin to constructing an entire village within one's mind. The most rudimentary level 1, however, does not demand an extensive training period. A mere 5 to 10 years of focused effort would suffice. Yan Xia intended to grant a lifespan extension of 20 years to those who attain level 1. The vagueness in the specific duration accounts for the inherent variances in lifespans across different races, striving for fairness. Level 2 would extend one's lifespan by 80 beyond their level 1 maximum. For example, if the original maximum lifespan is 100 years, reaching level 1 would elevate it to 120 years, and achieving level 2 would further augment it by 80 of 120, amounting to an additional 96 years, resulting in a total lifespan of 216 years. Upon reaching the exceedingly challenging level 3, an additional 200 years would be appended to the level 2 maximum, yielding an impressive 648 years in total. Just enough for a significant initial investment, Yan Xia remarked with a hint of jest. Currently, the initial investments within Divine Awakening are all whole numbers. There is number 648. Should I make the adjustment? Yan Xia shook his head. Let be. A nearly forgotten memory threatened to resurface. And what of level 4? Ella inquired, diligently taking notes to ensure the accurate implementation of Yan Xia's thoughts without any misinterpretation. According to your earlier assessment, the difficulty to attain level 4 is maximal, within a population of several million level 3 beings. It is unlikely that even a single level 4 would emerge. Therefore, let us set the bar higher. An additional 500 years would be appended to the lifespan granted by level 3, resulting in a staggering 3,240 years, which is 324 times the original maximum lifespan of the race. Reaching level 4 would allow humans to enjoy a lifespan of 4,212 years. Even the ancient Yuan Ing would bow in deference. Presently, the 100-eyed possess the longest natural lifespan within the Civilizational Federation, reaching a maximum of 415 years. Thus, upon attaining level 4, they could enjoy an astonishing 13,446 years, surpassing even Yan Xia's current lifespan. Should level 5 be subsequently validated, this lifespan would likely increase exponentially. At this juncture, Yan Xia remained uncertain whether this would bode well or ill for the future, but at least it resolved one present dilemma. Simultaneously, after finalizing the classification of telekinesis, Yan Xia contemplated another pressing issue, the decentralization of power. Chapter 73, Decentralization, the Emergence of Humanity. The notion of decentralization had long occupied Yan Xia's thoughts. In truth, his managerial responsibilities were not extensive. The majority of tasks were still being organized by Ella. However, as an artificial intelligence, While Ella could observe myriad facets, she was not necessarily adept at accurately analyzing the needs and emotional expressions of living beings. Furthermore, as the population of biological entities increased, Ella had begun to allocate an ever-growing portion of computational resources to address their concerns, which was evidently impractical. Such minutiae ought not to monopolize Ella's processing power, much like a slaughterhouse equipped with 5 chicken knives and 5 cattle knives. If the number of chickens far exceeds that of cattle, relocating the cattle knives to the chicken processing area would be illogical. For one need not use a chicken knife to kill a chicken. Any stone could suffice, but the slaughter of cattle cannot be substituted with any other tool. Therefore, a more cost-effective management strategy must be devised for all units within the Civilizational Federation. While this may lead to a decrease in management efficiency, it would represent a step forward overall. Yan Xia instructed Ella to convene a meeting within the Civilizational Federation to select managers at various levels and commence the established. This delineation of administrative levels comprises 7 tiers, with even more nuanced classifications, culminating in a staggering array of potentially over 1,000 distinct positions. Of course, the decentralization of power does not equate to the dissolution of Yan Xia's authority. He remains the sovereign leader of the civilized federation, wielding the power to adjudicate the fate of any life within its realm. Furthermore, this delegation of authority brings additional advantages. It signifies a broader scope for promotion within the civilized federation, which in turn fosters a more intense internal competition. As long as this competition remains within manageable bounds, it invigorates the federation, instilling a sense of hope among the populace that naturally motivates them to exert greater effort in their endeavors. This sentiment equally applies to the common citizen. When an individual ascends to a higher position, it vacates lower-tier roles, creating opportunities for ordinary people to step in. According to Ella's calculations, the newly instituted administrative hierarchy will generate a staggering 60 million internal positions and 3.5 billion external roles within the civilized federation. However, such authority cannot be easily bestowed. Any individual aspiring for power must demonstrate extraordinary contributions, whether by engaging in battle, stimulating economic growth in their governance areas, or enhancing stability. This transfer of power has also catalyzed an unprecedented development within the Tian V, as a multitude of factories has commenced the production of warships for deployment in the surrounding star systems, poised to unleash a tempest of bloodshed. Yet, these matters do not concern Yan Xia. After relinquishing power, with authority distributed, he finds himself increasingly at ease, no longer burdened with the need to oversee every detail personally. Despite his seemingly leisurely demeanor, numerous decisions require his input, which he delegates to Ella for meticulous execution. Following this decentralization, he has devoted himself to managing his shop, witnessing the comings and goings of countless customers and observing the cyclical rise and fall of fortunes over 3 centuries. Throughout these years, his several adjacent androids have transmitted countless memories, allowing him to witness wars occurring light years away. At this juncture, they have successfully conquered 18 out of the 26 star systems previously governed by the Purple Thorn civilization, with 6 of those being inhabited by sentient life. Consequently, the Civilized Federation now oversees 9 civilizations and controls 19 star systems, extending its dominion across 31 light years. Simultaneously, a stabilized humanity has finally experienced a demographic surge, escalating from a mere million to an impressive 130 million. This population growth can be attributed to the human civilization's exclusive claim to a planet, the efforts of the Explorers Association, and the implications of Yan Xia's power delegation. Collectively, these factors have reignited humanity's desire to procreate, contrasting sharply with the previous trend of gradual reproduction, often hindered by material satisfaction, where some even chose not to reproduce at all. In truth, had it not been for the Civilized Federation's advanced technology and entertainment, humanity's numbers would have surpassed 1 billion long ago, with aspirations to reach at least 3 billion. Thankfully, the universe is vast, and the Civilized Federation possesses ample time to wait. Moreover, Yan Xia has afforded certain privileges to humanity and his descendants, ensuring that they continue to hold a dominant position within the Federation. For instance, among the top 100 wealthiest individuals in the Civilized Federation, 26 are human, despite their numbers constituting less than 1,000th of the total population. Additionally, humans are well represented in prestigious academies and within the decision-making echelons of the Federation. Even among the top 10 exploration teams, none lack human presence, with 2 predominantly human-led teams. These developments are a direct result of Yan Xia's deliberate elevation of humanity's status within the civilized Federation. Currently, the most frequently uttered phrase among the leaders of other races within the Federation is, "Why not learn from humanity?" Yet, this represents the extent of his favoritism. Yan Xia cannot elevate humanity to the status of nobles within the civilized Federation, akin to lofty celestial beings. Such a notion is impractical and would inevitably provoke conflict between races, potentially leading to civil strife or even the collapse of the entire Federation. Thus, despite all humans being his progeny, Yan Xia can only afford them a modicum of preferential treatment. After all, if the very foundation of the civilized Federation were to be overturned, what value would humanity's elevated status hold? Nevertheless, the surge in humanity's numbers is not Yan Xia's primary concern. His true focus lies in advancements in technology. After many years, Ella has yet to unveil any groundbreaking technological innovations or to discover revolutionary energy sources. At a level 2 civilization, they seem to have completed the initial quest of the cosmic game, and any further progression must now rely on their own explorations. Ella appears disheartened, as its inability to achieve accolades or recognition from Yan Xia leads it to question whether it has reached the limits of its capabilities. Fortunately, the theory of imaginative resources proposed by Yan Xia has begun to yield results now that the life forms within the civilized Federation have surpassed 14 billion. A scholar from the Lalara race, while investigating the gravitational particle's reaction to gravity, stumbled upon one of the universe's most enigmatic phenomena, dark energy, previously observable only on a macroscopic scale and calculable solely through mathematics. Chapter 74. The Realization of Dark Energy and Fast Particle Communication Technology. Dark energy is a force that propels the movement of a universe. If gravity represents mutual attraction, then dark energy embodies mutual repulsion. It is this repulsive force that accelerates the universe's expansion. This energy is ubiquitous throughout the cosmos, potentially constituting 70% of the universe's composition. However, it is essential to note that this composition does not refer to matter, as dark energy does not fall under the category of material entities. It originates from energy derived from dark matter. To comprehend it, one might conceptualize it as a form of force. Indeed, some theorists propose that dark energy could represent the fifth fundamental force. Like dark matter, dark energy remains elusive to direct observation, particularly since it does not exist as matter, making it even more challenging to detect. Its influence on cosmic space can only be glimpsed on a grand scale. The application of dark energy remains uncharted territory for humanity in the 21st century. Its exhibited characteristics appear to culminate in a singular trait: repulsive gravity. However, this form of repulsive gravity differs from the anti-gravity employed with gravitational particles. The anti-gravity currently utilized within the civilized Federation should be termed gravitational counteraction, wherein a significant gravitational source is created in a specific location, drawing matter toward it. A simpler analogy would be that original gravity acts as a magnet, attracting nearby objects, while the technology used by the civilized Federation involves generating an even stronger magnet adjacent to the existing one to achieve repulsion. In contrast, dark energy represents an opposing magnetic force, repelling all entities away. According to the civilized Federation's theoretical framework, dark energy's sole function is to facilitate the ease of developing anti-gravity technology. Its non-material nature contributed to its accidental discovery. A scholar from the Lalara civilization experienced a malfunction in their instruments while studying gravitational particles. This malfunction led to a minor leak of dark matter, which reacted bizarrely with gravity, culminating in a silent explosion. Fortunately, the scholar was equipped with exoskeleton armor, otherwise they would have perished. The scholar discovered that the recent explosion was fundamentally different from weapons crafted from dark matter. Conventional dark matter weapons essentially harness the instantaneous energy generated during dark matter decay to influence elements within the material realm, thereby triggering energy eruptions at the level of the four fundamental forces. However, the force of this particular explosion was derived purely from gravity, or more precisely, from reactive forces, with 97% of its energy release originating from dark energy. Ella speculated that dark matter disintegrated into dark energy during its interaction with gravitational forces. Such occurrences are not commonplace, as no living being would venture near a colossal gravitational source, and there exists no advanced civilization utilizing modified dark matter in nature. Despite the enigmatic nature of dark energy, its lack of practical application renders this discovery somewhat mundane at the civilian level. The true reason that Yan Xia became intrigued by dark energy was its influence at the Planck scale. Previously, Ella had not discerned the effects of dark energy at small scales, as its exhibited force, while more potent than gravity, still paled in comparison to the other three fundamental forces. This serendipitous revelation prompted Ella to delve into the study of dark energy, uncovering its role within the microscopic realm. She identified it as a closed string akin to gravitons, capable of penetrating dimensional membranes and influencing other dimensions, resulting in the simultaneous spatial acceleration of other dimensions during the universe's expansion, preventing the three-dimensional universe from extending beyond its confines. After all, if dark energy were solely effective within the three-dimensional universe, it would create overlapping sheets, one becoming exceedingly large while the others remained unchanged, implying that the additional regions within the three-dimensional universe might lack dimensions altogether. Certain areas within the same universe could potentially manifest scenarios where physics ceases to exist. The presence of both attractive and repulsive forces would enable Ella to exert deeper influence over other dimensions. The most exhilarating prospect for Yan Xia was the concept of tachyons. Tachyons had already been proven to be non-existent within the three-dimensional universe, only influenced by gravitational forces. However, upon discovering dark energy, it became possible to apply an additional force to tachyons. Could these two forces be akin to the binary system of zeros and ones within a computer? Much like tossing a ball into a box influences the contents within, although the internal changes remain unobservable, computations could hypothesize the alterations within that box, thus directing the trajectory of the tachyon. By capturing the changes in gravitons and dark energy during its movement, they could glean the simplest information. A tachyon influenced by gravitons would convey the information of 0, while another affected by dark energy would signal 1, thereby forming a continuous stream of information. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia immediately thought of a concept, telegraphy, a form of telegraphy at the tachyon level. This method of communication might necessitate a cipher, representing a rudimentary and simplistic approach. However, in the absence of visibility into fundamental dimensions or the ability to traverse them, this remained the only feasible means of achieving tachyon communication. Through experimentation, Ella found that although the current reliability was not robust, they had indeed mastered tachyon communication. Its speed was approximately 1,900 times the speed of light, meaning that information that would typically require a year to traverse a light-year distance could now be transmitted in less than 5 hours. Should they manage to influence tachyons across dimensions, increasing their mass, communication speeds could exceed even 10,000 times the speed of light. Once Ella stabilized the tachyon communication apparatus, it would signify a monumental leap forward in the technological capabilities of the Civilizational Federation. This technology was typically reserved for civilizations of level 25 or above. After all, a standard level 2 civilization is still engrossed in the study of the 4 fundamental forces, unable to ascend to the dimensional level. Thus, Yan Xia pondered, should we implement tachyon communication across the entire Civilizational Federation? 64 years after the discovery of dark energy, Ella refined tachyon communication, raising its accuracy from a dismal 224 to a more viable 9107. Yet, achieving a perfect score of 100 remained a distant goal, necessitating deeper exploration into dimensions. Seated in the maintenance shop, Yan Xia felt rejuvenated, assuming the role of his own son, carrying on the family legacy of repairs. He contemplated, perhaps it would be prudent to exercise restraint. Such applications should first be promoted within the military before extending to civilian life. While granting authority, vigilance against the undercurrents within the Civilizational Federation was essential. One cannot afford to be overly lenient, for the ambitions of any intelligent life form are vast, some even capable of consuming the universe itself. Alongside his delegation of power, he also sought to consolidate certain aspects, particularly military might. All forces must remain firmly under his control, obedient to his commands. Indeed, Ella replied, we shall proceed as you suggest, Yan Xia. However, the technology not only suffers from stability issues, but also faces a significant drawback in terms of the energy consumption required for influencing microscopic particles and probing dimensional levels. Each instance of tachyon communication consumes energy equivalent to the total energy output of the entire Civilizational Federation over 2 years. Hearing this, Yan Xia felt a wave of unease wash over him, blood rushing in his ears. What exorbitant cost! In ancient times, the sound of cannon fire could yield untold riches. In modernity, a mere signal could plunge entire star systems into darkness. It appears that mere technological development is insufficient. An increase in energy resources is imperative. Ella, what progress has been made on the Dyson Sphere project at Tian V? Chapter 75, Total Energy Resources, Extending Stellar Exploration. The Dyson Sphere project is nearing completion, with only the final touches remaining. The project has produced an astonishing 94,280,000 energy collection devices, depleting all metallic reserves within this star system and mining all metallic asteroids within a 2-light-year radius, while also extracting resources from other star systems to complete the assembly. To date, the project has spanned 781 years, with an anticipated completion in another decade. The scale of this undertaking is monumental. It is worth noting that each device is colossal, with the Dyson Sphere project consuming over 75 of the Civilizational Federation's metallic reserves. What about the utilization of energy? The purpose of the Dyson Sphere project is to collect energy from Tian V and elevate the energy standards of the Civilizational Federation to level 2. Upon conquering Tian V, they had merely reached level 18, still 100 times away from level 2. Tian V's mass is 217 times smaller than that of the Sun, with a surface temperature of 350 degrees Celsius, releasing energy at a rate of only 278. 2 by 10^26 joules per second. The Dyson Sphere's application of that energy has reached 141, yielding 198. 6 by 10^26 joules per second. We have now achieved energy levels commensurate with a level 2 civilization. Upon hearing this figure, a smile spread across Yan Xia's face. After so many years of development, it was gratifying to witness the sweet fruits of their labor. Regrettably, much time had been squandered battling the Purple Thorn civilization. Otherwise, the Dyson Sphere construction at the Southern Gate 2 binary star system would have undoubtedly yielded twice the current energy output. That said, the nebula resulting from the Southern Gate 2 explosion has spread widely over the years, and the Purple Thorn civilization, under a supreme bounty, has become akin to a rat scurrying across the street. The remnants of their civilization predominantly reside within the star systems of the 6 civilizations, having been utterly shattered by the forces of the Civilizational Federation. A faction driven by vengeance remains active within the territories of the Federation, engaging in piracy against its explorers and merchants. Another group has fled to the uncharted realms of the cosmos. Ella anticipates that the total biological populace of their civilization now does not exceed 2 million, and its civilization level has plummeted to level 17. Surely, there must be more than this. I recall that you commenced the construction of Dyson spheres in other star systems. While we have also made significant advancements in dark matter energy and matter-antimatter annihilation energy. Previously, Yan Xia perused a report detailing the current energy composition of the Civilizational Federation. Dark matter energy and matter-antimatter annihilation energy are extensively utilized within planetary interiors, with numerous energy facilities being erected in the desolate regions of planetary surfaces. In a bid to maximize energy production, Ella has also established wind, geothermal, and tidal energy facilities, ensuring optimal resource utilization. And these installations have been aesthetically modified to resemble scenic attractions. The grand array of wind turbines on Tianwu Star has become one of the top 10 must-visit tourist destinations within the Federation this year. At this moment, the door of the shop swung open, and a young girl with flowing pink hair, clad in a white dress, emerged. Yan Xiao's headphones fell silent as she approached him, resting her hands atop his head, and said, Apart from Tian Warehouse 5, the initial construction of Dyson spheres in 12 other star systems has been completed, and they are now capable of supplying energy. It turned out to be Ella. This girl is actually an android modeled after Ella, assisting in Yan Xia's repair shop. The energy supplied by these 12 star systems amounts to 162 by 10^26 joules per second. However, the energy in other star systems does not derive from Dyson spheres, but primarily from the energy devices left behind by the now-defunct Purple Thorn civilization, totaling 2007 by 10^26 joules per second. Concurrently, Yan Xia, you mentioned that dark matter energy and matter-antimatter annihilation energy have developed across the various star systems under our control, with extensive applications of thermoelectric conversion devices and exhaust gases being transformed into kinetic energy via Tesla turbines, achieving an energy utilization rate nearing 98. The total amount of dark matter energy stands at 118 by 10^26 joules per second, while the total for matter-antimatter annihilation energy is 274 by 10^26 joules per second. Collectively, all the energy amounts to 7067 by 10^26 joules per second. Such an astonishing quantity. Initially, Yan Xia had anticipated around 4 by 10^26 joules per second, believing that reaching 5 would be the utmost limit. This figure is already approaching the energy output of 2 suns simultaneously. With an additional third, the Civilizational Federation could achieve level 21 in energy. 6-star systems remain undeveloped with Dyson spheres. We should expedite that endeavor. When shall we ascend to level 21? Ella pondered momentarily before calculating. Within 200 years, perhaps. Not long at all. Once a civilization reaches level 2, each subsequent advancement of 0.1 level becomes exceedingly arduous. Ultimately, all energy derives from matter, which is abundantly found only within star systems. Thus, to increase, we must conquer star systems, and the vast distances between them pose a greater challenge. Yan Xia observed the steady influx of explorers outside the shop and spoke, given that the development of the star systems has stabilized. We should permit the explorers to venture into broader cosmic expanses. Include the discovery of new civilizations in the explorers' missions. Upon discovering a new civilization, all discoverers within the respective exploration team shall be designated as ambassadors of the Civilizational Federation, endowed with equivalent authority and granted a lifespan extension of 100 years. Even in star systems devoid of civilizations, they shall be permitted a century of mining rights, which should entice those major corporations. We have already progressed to this stage. The pace of expansion is not slowing, but rather accelerating. Very well, boss. Ella shall promptly relay your orders to all employees, ensuring they do not grow complacent. Ella straightened before Yan Xia, adopting a serious demeanor as she immersed herself in her role. She seemed to relish this performance, as Yan Xia would always smile at her mischievous antics, which lightened his spirits. Go forth, Pikachu. Upon hearing this, Ella struggled to maintain her composure. Boss, do you not find your words rather cringeworthy? When Yan Xia uttered this, he had not perceived the awkwardness, but her inquiry rendered him abashed. Ella truly knew how to catch him off guard. And could he not indulge in reminiscing about the old games? As one ages, it is only natural to reflect upon the past. Yan Xia had celebrated his 6,000th birthday over a decade ago. By the way, Ella, I have been contemplating whether Divine Awakening has become somewhat outdated. We could grant ordinary citizens the rights to create virtual realities, while Divine Awakening could serve merely as a launcher, allowing everyone to forge new worlds within its domain. Ella instantly discernat Yan Xia's intentions. Boss, are you yearning to play a new game? Yan Xia diverted his gaze. Today's business remains as dismal as ever. The shift in topic felt somewhat abrupt. Chapter 76. The Goodwill of Another Advanced Civilization. Following the stabilization of the Civilizational Federation, Yan Xia gradually opened it up from within to the outside world. This heralded a joyous celebration for the entirety of the Civilizational Federation. In just a few decades, a series of policies had resulted in a 70% increase in birth rates, propelling the population into a period of exponential growth. An ever-increasing number of explorers have emerged, significantly benefiting Yan Xia's business. According to Ella's statistics, the number of registered explorers has reached 11.7 billion, constituting 8% of the total biological population, a sufficiently substantial proportion. As the number of explorers escalated, so too did the Civilizational Federation's control over the star domains, with the range of the created star maps expanding. They even ventured as far as a star system located 50 light-years away, establishing quantum anchor points there. Approximately 350 years have since elapsed. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the shop. Boss. Yan Xia lazily glanced towards the entrance, where a member of the Kate clan stepped inside. What needs repair? Having been here for over 400 years, he had become quite the seasoned veteran. Oh, who are you? Whatever happened to the previous boss? The Kate inquired. Which boss do you refer to? What was his name? Yan Xia surveyed the individual. To him, all members of the Kate clan appeared strikingly similar, rendering him unable to recognize them. I am uncertain. I did not inquire about his name at the time. Yet it made sense. He had been away for over 400 years, initially intending to wander the cosmos for a few decades. However, he never anticipated being ambushed by interstellar pirates, subsequently taken to a location several light-years away, sold into slavery, and after a harrowing escape, eventually securing a job cleaning spaceships, gradually working his way back to owning his own vessel. If we trace it all back, it was the original boss who repaired my ship. He allowed me to defer payment, and I feel quite remorseful for not having repaid him in time. He reflected, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. This sentiment is a common thread among all beings who traverse the vastness of the cosmos. Once, the Summer of Yin was no different. The vast expanse of time and space has infinitely enriched experience, allowing for the possibility of encountering anything and discovering anything amidst the stars. Every explorer who has traversed light years in interstellar exploration earns respect and is afforded high regard. Although the world has changed and the people with it, I still carry this sentiment. Debts must be repaid. After such a long time, it is likely that the descendants of that proprietor are no longer traceable. Yet this place remains unchanged. You have evidently inherited the mantle of that proprietor, so I shall return this to you. As I spoke, a virtual screen materialized before it, and with a flick of its tentacle, a symbol of an energy coin appeared, accompanied by a string of numbers, 10,000. Yan could not recall ever lending such a sum to an ordinary Kaitian. However, Ella reminded him, prompting a recollection of a youthful Kaitian boy named Delu. Now, he stood with a spirited demeanor, exuding an air of composure. This amount includes both principal and interest. With a swift gesture, Yan transferred the funds into his account. Thank you for remembering your promise. This sum is substantial and not rightfully mine. I intend to use it for charitable purposes. Delu erupted into laughter upon hearing this. You are quite amusing. To befriend me, Delu, is a privilege. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to reach out. Here is my contact information. Yan quietly observed this once young man, now brimming with confidence. Was this not a form of enjoyment in itself? Delu then extended an invitation to dine, which Yan accepted, eager to hear the tale of an explorer who had roamed the cosmos for centuries. Delu was more than willing to recount his legendary experiences. They spent an entire day seated in the restaurant. Towards the end, Delu revealed the reason for his return. According to him, he was already aware that his family had perished. He could have remained at the fringes of the Civilized Federation's star domain, exploring indefinitely. Yet, during one of his explorations, he encountered an extraordinary phenomenon and obtained an object that necessitated his return. Yan examined the object, which was an unremarkable Federation energy coin. However, it had been altered. One of its electrons had been stripped away, yet it had not transformed into energy, maintaining a delicate equilibrium instead. Achieving such a feat requires exceptionally advanced technology. In fact, even with the current capabilities of the Civilized Federation, replicating this would be exceedingly difficult. Ella could accomplish it, but the energy required would be billions of times that of this single energy coin. Creating a similar fundamental element from scratch is not inherently challenging. The true difficulty lies in the separation and stabilization process itself, akin to preventing an atom from releasing energy during fission and instead transmuting into another substance. This energy coin originated from a minuscule spacecraft, no larger than a mobile phone, with a remarkably simple internal structure, yet it housed this energy coin. Its trajectory was peculiar, originating from an unknown star domain, and calculations indicated it had traversed at least 100 years in the cosmos, exceeding a velocity of 5 times the speed of light, meaning it had journeyed a minimum of 5 light years. A signal. This was a communication from an extraterrestrial civilization, not an act of war, but rather a gesture of goodwill, proclaiming its might. This might indicate a civilization more advanced than the Civilized Federation. Another advanced civilization. This seemed far-fetched, as the universe is predominantly inhabited by lesser civilizations. One would expect to encounter dozens or hundreds of them before encountering a higher civilization. Yet it also makes sense, for lesser civilizations may not have ventured beyond their own star systems, while advanced civilizations expand into the cosmos, easily encountering others of their kind. Dulu de parte. Yet the energy coin ultimately found its way into Yan's hands. Gazing at the coin, Yan pondered for a long time. How should one respond to a civilization extending goodwill? We can never truly discern whether such goodwill is genuine or a mere facade, a ploy to lower our guard. Once we place our trust in them, they may tighten the line, ensnaring us. Unless we can completely dominate them, we cannot ascertain that they pose no threat. Yet, we cannot feign ignorance. The enemy is aware of our presence, and to act as if we are blind would be nothing but self-deception. Ella, dispatch a team to initiate contact. Even if their goodwill is insincere, they will at least engage with us initially. Ella nodded, and, approximately 2 months later, a battleship was launched from the edges of the Civilized Federation. They employed quantum communication to signify respect for this negotiation. Chapter 77. The first peaceful contact with an alien civilization. The battleship continued its journey, traversing an additional 7 light years beyond the boundaries of the Civilized Federation. This was the anticipated direction from which the energy coin had come. This region of space was remarkably desolate, aptly described as a cosmic void, within a 2 light-year radius. No stars existed, nor were there any substantial asteroids. Even the tiniest interstellar dust particles could not muster 100,000 tons across 1 trillion square kilometers. Surrounding them was a profound silence akin to the depths of the ocean. Yet, Amidst this emptiness, a sphere unexpectedly emerged, a modest orb with a diameter of merely 3 kilometers. Upon detecting it, the soldiers and officers aboard the spacecraft realized it was an artificial construct. They halted their advance. Approaching in a state of uncertainty regarding friend or foe would be an exceedingly imprudent course of action, regardless of whether the other party bore goodwill. A rash approach could be perceived as a threat. The distance between both parties stood precisely at 10 astronomical units. After a wait of 17 days, the battleship of the Civilized Federation received a message, astonishingly conveyed in Chinese characters. The foreign civilization had evidently been observing the Civilized Federation for quite some time, launching the energy coin only after thoroughly understanding its information. Greetings, friends of the Civilized Federation. We are the Olive Branch civilization, and we come bearing goodwill. Long ago, we noticed anomalies in your star domain and ventured forth to explore, fortuitously leading us to this encounter. The universe is vast beyond measure. Encountering a civilization often requires centuries or even millennia, let alone a higher civilization. We wish to establish friendship and become partners in mutual advancement. The term Olive Branch holds no significance within the Civilized Federation. It exists solely in the annals of human history, referenced in the emblem of a confederation in divine revelation. It symbolizes peace. The other party's understanding of the Civilized Federation was profoundly deep. How they acquired this information remains a mystery. Perhaps they accessed divine revelation, or they captured living beings from the Civilized Federation for interrogation or memory extraction. Upon reading this message, the battleship's captain contemplated these possibilities. Naturally, if they encountered another civilization, they would employ similar tactics. Yet, experiencing this personally inevitably stirs anger. Should we accept their goodwill? An officer inquired. The captain shook his head. This is not for us to decide. Our task is to gather as much information as possible. To truly grasp the potential for victory, one must possess an understanding of both oneself and the adversary. Otherwise, when confronted by the opponent, one is left to endure a passive onslaught. Given that they have already mastered the intricacies of Chinese characters, communication becomes a seamless endeavor. Might we inquire if they would permit us the honor of visiting the interior of their spacecraft? The surrounding soldiers and officers momentarily fell silent, taken aback by their commander's audacity in boldly proposing such an approach to the enemy's warship. Fear not, for prior to our departure, the Quark robots within our bodies activated specialized permissions, rendering us impervious to any influence from them. Should we fall under their control, these Quark robots will promptly annihilate our cellular structure, ensuring our demise. Furthermore, our warship will automatically be programmed to self-destruct, preventing their civilization from masquerading as us upon our return to the Federation. The captain spoke with remarkable composure, and the expressions of the surrounding soldiers and officers remained unchanged. They had already steeled themselves for the possibility of death before arriving here. The message was relayed, and the response from the other side was swift, providing an answer within a day. Yes, the captain instructed the soldiers to prepare the spacecraft, as he intended to embark personally. The vessel swiftly departed from the warship, and, after several days, reached the surface of the alien craft. A colossal sphere emitted a beam of tractor light, drawing the spacecraft to a designated entry point, a technology that did not astonish those hailing from the Federation. Upon entering the interior of the sphere, the captain, accompanied by 2 officers, disembarked from their vessel. They were momentarily taken aback by the sight within. No mechanical structures were visible here. Instead, it resembled a miniature spherical world, distinct from the Federation's aesthetic. The ground was a grayish-white hue, dotted with crystalline formations that, upon approach, would disperse into small, transparent cube-like entities. As they stood upon the solid ground, a cloud of white mist approached from the distance, transforming before them into a figure resembling a member of the Kytion species. Welcome, friends from the Federation. I hope my transformation into your likeness does not offend you. I believe this will facilitate our communication. My essence comprises the minuscule particles that constitute this form. We take pleasure in deconstructing larger entities into smaller components, which we can then reassemble into any configuration. As it spoke, it guided the captain forward until they reached a circular stone on the ground, which descended like an elevator, leading them into a fantastical pathway. Surrounding them was a starry expanse, with a surface beneath their feet that felt as soft as cotton, as though they were floating in mid-air. Standing there, the stars around them suddenly appeared to trail behind them, and through the shifting cosmos, they arrived at a star system. This is the domain of our civilization, located approximately 280 light-years from your position, quite distant. Yet with the speed of our vessels, the journey is brief. Our civilization differs from yours. We possess a singular entity and lack any subordinate civilizations. The surroundings abruptly transformed into a highly developed planet, devoid of any open land. With every inch occupied by towering structures, some reaching hundreds of kilometers high, enveloping the planet in a metallic, spiky exoskeleton. Countless colossal ships entered and exited, capable of assembling into larger vessels like building blocks. A warship measuring 200 kilometers in length soared overhead, advancing into the starry void. You may rest assured, these are no mere illusions. As it spoke, the alien entity produced an energy coin from its hand. I trust you have received our goodwill, which also carries a gift, a small piece of technology mastered by our civilization. This is sufficient to demonstrate our capabilities. Of course, this is not a display of superiority, but rather a plea for an opportunity for equitable collaboration. Our civilization has never engaged in alliances with others. We are aware that distinguishing friend from foe is challenging. However, within the framework of your civilization, we perceive a glimmer of potential for cooperation. Your treatment of all civilizations is characterized by exceptional benevolence, and we believe we could become amicable neighbors. After all, warfare is an outcome neither of us desires. Within this star system, there are many other civilizations, and mutual conflict will only lead to what you might call a situation where the clam and the heron vie for advantage. Goodwill, a constant emanation of goodwill. This left the captain in a quandary. He recalled the human adage, "It is unwise to strike a smiling face." The current predicament was indeed the most challenging. Chapter 78, A Star Chart and the Journey Home. The initiative now lay with the other party, and the captain lacked the authority to respond decisively to their overtures. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments. However, since you're already familiar with our Federation, you understand that this matter is beyond my jurisdiction. I shall convey your words back to the Federation, but I anticipate it will take an extensive amount of time. The captain's tone bore a hint of formality. The other party responded with calm understanding. This is only reasonable. Time is a trivial concept for civilizations at our level, be it hundreds or thousands of years. We can afford to wait. Their words led the captain to feel that whatever he said might be met with agreement. Yet, he remained cautious, unwilling to allow their words to cloud his judgment. The alien being continued. In the spirit of our friendship, I wish to make a request. I come out only bearing the olive branch of goodwill from our civilization, but also as an ambassador. I hope to enter your civilization and establish a peaceful embassy to facilitate our intercivilizational relations. Simultaneously, we would greatly appreciate it if you could send envoys to our civilization, allowing for mutual exchange and collaboration. We could share intelligence and technology, fostering advancement for both our civilizations. To demonstrate our sincerity, observe. It gestured around, and the celestial bodies began to shrink, revealing billions of stars forming a vast galaxy. It pointed towards the edge of the galaxy, indicating a star region that turned blue, encompassing nearly 300 star systems. This is the region of stars under the dominion of our olive branch civilization. Then, adjacent to it appeared a smaller red area, approximately 10 times smaller. This is the region of stars controlled by your Federation. Upon witnessing this, the captain's heart raced. If this star map were authentic, then the other party was at least one level above them, likely even 2 levels. This was the disparity that emerged after reaching level 2, much like the current Federation, which has progressed rapidly, yet remains firmly at level 2, lacking comprehensive mastery of energy and technology at level 3. Each level of advancement could take hundreds, if not thousands of years, to bridge, and even under optimal conditions, a span of 2,000 to 3,000 years was not uncommon. However, this revelation was not the end. A green area materialized beside the 2 regions, slightly larger than the Federation's territory, but still significantly less than the olive branch civilizations. This is the Silk Civilization, residing within this vast nebula, which you likely refer to as the Orion Nebula. The Orion Nebula is predominantly inhabited by relatively young stars. The Silk Civilization was originally a nomadic culture that, upon reaching this nebula, seized control of the region and gradually ascended to level 22, utilizing the abundant and easily extractable resources at their disposal. Subsequently, they expanded their territory further, extending their reach to 5,000 light-years beyond, where they found no other advanced civilizations, only scattered points representing nascent level 1 cultures. These civilizations, as we have discovered, are mostly situated near our own star domains. While we do not engage in collaboration with other civilizations, we also do not act as invaders, as such actions hold no significance for us. They are far too weak to pose any threat. Rather, some of their ideas occasionally inspire advancements in our own technological pursuits. The theory of imaginative resources suggests that intercivilizational relations need not be a matter of life and death. It is entirely plausible for advanced civilizations to extend goodwill towards lesser ones. This goodwill is not born of altruism, but rather from self-interest. The choice to observe rather than obliterate can be seen as more prudent, much like how humanity on Earth interacts with animals, which cannot threaten the entirety of human civilization, despite the potential danger they pose. Humans choose not to exterminate these creatures, but instead to protect them, recognizing their intrinsic value for research, aesthetics, and their role in the ecological chain. Their worth determines their existence. When a vast violet region emerged over 5,000 light-years away, revealing only a fraction of its enormity, this corner dwarfed the territory of the Olive Branch civilization by several magnitudes. This civilization, the most distant and powerful we are aware of, is classified at a minimum of level 26. It is difficult to fathom that such a formidable civilization lies beyond the confines of the Milky Way rather than within its core. Therefore, we speculate that within the galaxy's center, there may exist civilizations of level 27 or even 28, though it is unlikely to exceed level 29, as we are all acutely aware of what level 29 entails. If such a civilization exists, or if they themselves are of that caliber, they are likely already engaged in a comprehensive conquest of the entire star system, seeking to develop the Milky Way to elevate themselves to level 30. This is our earnest intent, represented in the star map we have explored. Its significance cannot be overstated. The captain believes this star map may indeed contain errors, yet if merely 20 of it is accurate, its value would be immense. This star map is undoubtedly of great worth, and we are fortunate that no malevolence exists between us. This is a meeting of peace, a rarity in the cosmos. Everything you have articulated will be relayed verbatim to our superiors, and I trust they will make the most astute judgments. There is no need for further delay. This is a matter best addressed subsequently. The captain is now increasingly eager to return and relay the information he has acquired. He may even receive a promotion as a result. However, more importantly, this initial encounter between two civilizations will etch his name into the annals of history. We are also grateful for the kindness of your civilization. Without it, this meeting would not have transpired. The other party has displayed remarkable courtesy. Despite the vastness of their star domain, they maintain a commendable humility. Yet both sides understand that once the immense disparity in their strengths is recognized, either might reveal its more ferocious nature. Upon returning to the warship, the captain and the two accompanying officers exhaled in relief. It is time to return. We may be on the brink of birthing a legendary saga, though whether it will be one of triumph or tragedy remains uncertain. Only time and history will bear witness to it. Upon my eventual aging, I may choose to enter cryogenic sleep, awaiting reawakening until that time to uncover the answers to these questions. Chapter 79, The Holy Grail Project. Due to the lack of sufficient core communication capabilities at the remote fringes of the star domain, Yan Xia received a message several decades later. The Olive Branch civilization certainly has a knack for nomenclature. They present a challenge far more complex than a civilization that directly attacks with malice. Throughout their discourse, the opposing party has maintained absolute initiative, initially communicating in Mandarin and discussing their understanding of the civilizational federation, which elevated our captain's perception of them significantly. His psychological state was entirely dominated. This is not to blame the captain. Many individuals feel anxious before a crowd, and some may experience heart palpitations on a grand stage. The captain is facing the existential fate of two civilizations, a terrifying pressure that no individual can bear alone. Ella reclined on the worn sofa in the shop, engrossed in a series of videos, chuckling heartily, uncertain whether she genuinely grasped the excitement of humanity or was merely simulating it. Through this encounter, Yan Xia, do you perceive them as benevolent or malevolent? Yan Xia was meticulously repairing a minute component, having recently developed an affinity for working on intricate and delicate objects. The sense of accomplishment derived from cautiously assembling them is quite profound. Benevolence and malice are not mutually exclusive. Even a single life can be capricious. How much more so a civilization? Even a benevolent civilization should not expect perpetual goodwill from the other. Since the opposing party has proposed mutual contact, let us acquiesce. We can commence with the most fundamental trade. They have also invited us to their star domain. Thus, we should dispatch representatives to confirm the authenticity of their star map. Faced with a potentially more powerful civilization, we must not falter. It is imperative to gather every shred of information available. leveraging it to maintain an upper hand in this civilizational exchange. To shrink in fear of their greater strength would only hinder our ability to accurately assess their intentions. Yan Xia, you must have considered that since the other side was evidently prepared, every word and action they present is likely meticulously crafted. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Xia acknowledged that he had indeed anticipated this scenario. The opposing civilization has a first-mover advantage, thus their statements cannot be mere happenstance. Therefore, everything from the star map to the establishment of an embassy must inherently benefit them. We must evaluate their actions from their perspective, discerning how they might maximize their interests. However, we currently lack the means to easily penetrate their designs. We can only proceed gradually. Our assessment suggests they are at least a level 23 civilization, potentially reaching level 24. They pose a threat to us, albeit a limited one. This grants us the opportunity for a strategic advantage. Since they speculate about the existence of powerful civilizations at the center of the Milky Way, we can utilize this conjecture to our benefit. Ella deactivated the holographic projection and began to listen intently. Yan Xia consistently devises unexpected solutions, seemingly having contemplated them long before now, ready to deploy them at this critical juncture. The theory of imaginative resources posits the possibility of harmonious coexistence among civilizations. Thus, might higher civilizations also extend goodwill towards those of lesser standing? As long as such potential exists, we can amplify it. What the Holy Grail Project? The Holy Grail Project derives its name from a widely popular anime or game, Fate. The Chosen Ones are endowed with the ability to summon heroic spirits, engaging in a fierce contest to seize the Holy Grail. Advanced civilizations orchestrate conflicts among lesser civilizations, with the victors potentially ascending to the status of vassal states. Each participating civilization may select a formidable technology, and we have chosen quantum communication. Upon hearing this, Ella instantly comprehended the implications and spoke up. By utilizing quantum communication, an ability beyond our current civilization's grasp, as bait, we can persuade the Olive Branch civilization to believe in the existence of a superior civilization's Holy Grail project. Consequently, the Olive Branch civilization will undoubtedly contemplate whether to partake in this endeavor. The essence of this plan is not to genuinely involve them, but rather to disrupt their rhythm and reclaim the initiative. Yan Xia's thoughts were prudent. He had no intention of attempting to swallow the Olive Branch civilization whole. The plan's most ingenious aspect lies in the fact that the Civilizational Federation is weaker than the Olive Branch civilization, making it a civilization that has just entered level 2, perfectly positioned to meet the vassal criteria of a powerful civilization at the center of the galaxy. Moreover, the Olive Branch civilization cannot verify this information. This plan is commendable. However, Ella detected a hint of hesitation in Yan Xia's eyes. This is unlike you, Yan Xia. Yan Xia set aside his tasks. I will ponder this. What if their civilization genuinely approaches us with goodwill? Would it not be inappropriate for us to preemptively unleash hostility? Perhaps I am being overly indecisive. Ella shook her head. Not at all. I have observed countless life forms, and regardless of the race or level of existence, such thoughts invariably arise. Because you are alive, not like me, a cold machine. Even the most ruthless beings harbor a soft corner within, nurturing a semblance of kindness. If this kindness is extinguished and hesitation vanishes, then that entity is no longer human, but a pure demon. Moreover, this is not inherently negative. It is precisely the existence of goodwill that enables us to discern others' malice more accurately. Everything in the world possesses duality, and it is this duality that forms a rich and vibrant tapestry of existence. Upon hearing Ella's earnest discourse, Yan Xia suddenly burst into laughter. Are you a psychologist advising me against becoming a diode? Fear not. I have never deemed my thoughts erroneous, nor will I abandon the Holy Grail Project. At least until we ascertain the goodwill of others, they remain our adversaries. Since you also endorse the Holy Grail Project, let us proceed without delay. Let every life form within the Civilizational Federation be informed of this initiative and begin a widespread integration of quantum communication within our military, while also promoting it among civilians. Simultaneously, we shall initiate an expansive campaign to make them genuinely believe that we are engaged in a civilizational rivalry. Dispatch envoys to engage with the Silk civilization. Benevolent contact is preferable. Should conflict arise, it matters not. Our priority is to confirm their existence and instill in them a sense of vigilance toward us. That alone suffices. Thus, the plan began to take shape. Yan Xia was determined to consume the entirety of the Olive Branch civilization. This endeavor is exceedingly challenging. as the disparity between the two civilizations is unfathomably vast. He pondered whether he might be overwhelmed in the attempt or perhaps directly achieve a leap in civilization. Regardless, he had resolved to proceed and would not regret it. The Holy Grail project would ultimately determine the fate of the Civilizational Federation. Chapter 80, A New Voyage. The Cosmic Silk Road. Once Yan Xia issued his command, everything commenced with alacrity. Diplomatic negotiations between the two civilizations gradually unfolded over the course of 10 years. Approximately 62 years later, the Olive Branch civilization, which had lingered on the periphery of the Civilizational Federation, received an invitation to establish an envoy's pavilion in the launch star domain, a region entirely comprised of explorers. At its zenith, the number of explorers exceeded 300 million, with additional merchants pushing the total population of the star domain to nearly 800 million. Beyond this domain lies the realm of the unknown, which holds boundless allure for explorers. Duru gazed at a colossal sphere traversing the starry expanse in the distance. According to the information, that must be the spacecraft of the Olive Branch civilization, a crew member exclaimed in astonishment. It is said that within that vessel lies a small world. How extravagant! We can only allocate a tiny section of our ship for cultivation. Duru's gaze deepened. After submitting the energy coin, he glanced back at his once familiar home, which had long since transformed, the past now a mere echo. Through inquiries, he learned of his family's descendants and their current lives. He left behind a sum of money before venturing back into the cosmos. Over the years, he had already adapted to the starlit void, becoming a part of it. And let us express gratitude for the gift from that extraterrestrial being. We utilized the funds from the energy coin to upgrade our weaponry and acquire new mechs and other equipment. Now, let us hasten towards the unknown star realm. We are like fish, and that realm is our vast ocean. Duru returned to the cabin, preparing to enter stasis, awaiting the exploration to come upon arrival. Even after countless adventures, the thrill of venturing into the unknown still stirred his heart. The starry sky, how expansive, how resplendent, how captivating, like a goblet of scarlet elixir, igniting every fiber of one's being, plunging one into intoxication, rendering one unable to abstain. Meanwhile, in another star domain, a fleet, akin to Duru, sailed toward the unknown realm. Yet their objective was far more defined, the Olive Branch civilization, located 280 light-years away. This voyage marked the Civilizational Federation's farthest expedition in history. Despite advancements in warship velocity, now capable of reaching 1/14 the speed of light, they would still require a staggering 3,920 years to reach their destination. Though the two civilizations appeared neighboring, they were, in truth, so distant as to instill despair in ordinary life forms. I have been contemplating whether to remain in slumber aboard Tian Song 5 or to awaken and survey this world. The vastness of the universe captivates every being. And this nearly 4,000-year odyssey, should I not embark personally, would mean missing out on countless experiences. Yan Xia gazed out at the starry expanse. The Tiangong was advancing, and he was once again setting forth on his journey. This was a decision he had long deliberated. Is this truly wise? Yan Xia, you are venturing into peril. The Olive Branch civilization may obliterate our fleet and subsequently study and alter you. Ella's face bore concern. According to her reasoning, Yan Xia should remain in the capital star domain, refraining from any dangerous endeavors. Yan Xia turned to face Ella's virtual image, reminiscent of the white-haired girl from long ago, her deep brown eyes shimmering with light. You are correct. Yet perhaps that small fragment of human DNA within me stirs a yearning for adventure. Ella, we both know the Civilizational Federation is not a bastion of safety. Even if we fortify it like a turtle shell, when confronted by tool-using beings, that shell proves woefully inadequate. I cannot afford to pause. The entire Civilizational Federation remains in its nascent stage. Only by taking this step can I lead the Civilizational Federation forward. This step leads me into the domain of the Olive Branch civilization. Yan Xia had an additional motivation for his journey, the disparity of information. Even though the quasi-communications were 1,900 times faster than light, the over-month-long one-way delay rendered Yan Xia unable to make precise judgments in real time. This was a contact that could determine the fate of the Civilizational Federation. A moment's carelessness could plunge the entire Federation into irretrievable ruin. He had to make the most accurate assessments and issue directives on-site to find peace of mind. Ella, the Civilizational Federation is in your hands. If the true culprits are indeed formidable, death holds no terror for me now. I can face it with calm resolve. You really do not need to take this risk. Ella implored. We both understand that it is absolutely essential. Yan Xia, somewhat obstinate, was as stubborn as an elderly man. Yet, unlike other seniors who were content with the status quo, he could not simply sit idly by, knowing that the pinnacle civilizations within the galaxy might only reach level 28, or even fall short of that. How could he allow himself to be complacent? Their objective was never merely to ascertain whether the olive branch civilization harbored malice. Even if it did, it would still take millennia to assimilate them. The true threat lay within civilizations of a higher echelon. Once the most powerful civilization in the galaxy ascended to level 29, the existence of level 2 civilizations would no longer be tolerated. Ella estimated that this moment would not arrive in less than 300,000 years, nor exceed 500,000 years. The galaxy would become a monologue. While this seemed a distant future, the Civilizational Federation would require 100,000 years just to reach level 25 if it continued its stable development. Once they ventured into a broader world, time would lose its value. Moreover, there was much they could accomplish in the nearly 4,000 years ahead, was there not? Regardless, a connection between the two civilizations was inevitable. Thus, Yan Xia resolved to resurrect a historical commercial venture from his former nation, the Silk Road. This time, it would be the Silk Road of the cosmos. The Silk Road connected not merely one end to the other, but, more crucially, the central portion, spanning 280 light-years. They would traverse 51 star systems, each capable of hosting a contingent of soldiers and robots for development, subsequently gathering explorers. They must manufacture more quasi-communication devices. Approaching level 21, perhaps 4,000 years could elevate them to level 22, as long as the olive branch civilization did not advance faster than they did. Their gap would narrow over the millennia. Eventually, it would not be a snake swallowing an elephant, but rather a lion hunting an elephant. All plans appear flawless and impeccable before execution. Yan Xia remained unaware of what might transpire when faced with the actual confrontation. Nonetheless, this plan represented the pinnacle of his current capabilities. Even if it were to fail, he would harbor no regrets. He could only hope for divine favor. Yan Xia suddenly mused, I suppose even the heavens cannot withstand a strike from a planet-destroying cannon. Chapter 81, Brown Dwarf, Blue Algae 1. The entire fleet heading towards the Olive Branch civilization was led by the Tiangong as the flagship, accompanied by 4 10,000-meter class vessels as secondary ships. The remainder comprised 23 7,000-meter class battleships, 15 5,000-meter class frigates, 12 3,000-meter class star cruisers, 18 2,000-meter class destroyers, supplemented by 20,000-meter class reconnaissance ships, and 5 5,000-meter class energy vessels, along with 36 500-meter class scout ships. This represented the current configuration of a fleet within the Civilizational Federation. The Federation now boasted 17 main battle fleets, totaling 278 warships. Concurrently, the Federation maintained 6 reserve fleets, featuring secondary ships as flagships, accompanied by 10 battleships, 6 frigates, 20 star cruisers, and 30 destroyers, amounting to a total of 402 warships. These constituted the principal military strength of the Civilizational Federation, with countless operational vessels and aircraft below 500 meters. After traversing 7 light-years through uncharted starfields, the fleet encountered its first stellar system. This system had not been named as it was too dim. A failed star known as a brown dwarf, resembling a colossal gas giant more than a true star. Thus, it was also referred to as a substellar object. Due to its insufficient mass, only about 17 times that of the Sun, it could not sustain nuclear fusion, with a maximum surface temperature barely exceeding 727 degrees Celsius. Some smaller brown dwarfs even approached room temperature, within the range conducive to human existence. Nevertheless, a star remains a star, even at its minimum mass. It outstrips Jupiter several times over and can emit light and heat, making it far more hospitable than a gas giant with a surface temperature of 100 degrees Celsius. Before Yan Xia lay a brown dwarf with a diameter of 670,000 kilometers. The Sun measures 390,000 kilometers, and a mass merely 367 times that of the Sun. This brown dwarf possessed 13 moons, the largest of which had a mass 254 times that of Earth, while the second largest planet's mass was 3,011 times that of Earth. Among the 13 celestial bodies, there were relatively abundant resources of water and methane, granting this substellar system a degree of developmental potential. The largest planet was situated near the habitable zone, with a surface temperature exceeding 150 degrees Celsius, rather mediocre, to say the least. Ella pointed out several advantages and disadvantages of this substellar system. However, for Yan Xia, it still represented a viable first stop. Let them develop it. It can serve as a forward outpost. The brown dwarf boasted substantial hydrogen resources, which could be harnessed for nuclear fusion energy. Dyson spheres would be unnecessary, as the brown dwarf's luminosity and heat were too low, rendering both photovoltaic and thermoelectric efficiency inadequate for large-scale exploitation, which would fail to recoup costs. By the way, I heard that several star system development companies within the Civilizational Federation have already reached the billion energy coin scale. We could sell the dwarf planets directly to these companies. They would likely be quite eager to accept. Within the Civilizational Federation, any stellar system belonged to the Federation and not to individuals. Yan Xia was thus pioneering a new path. Selling low-value brown dwarfs could bolster the confidence of those companies in exploring the cosmos. Currently, exploring the cosmos yielded substantial profits for explorers. Yet for colossal corporations, the profit margins remained somewhat too slim. Securing a stellar system, even if merely a substellar one, would be sufficient to attract a multitude of corporations and magnates. He designated this brown dwarf as SC-1, the first station of the Silk Road. Onward. Yan Xia did not leave soldiers behind for development here. Firstly, the area was too impoverished, and secondly, it was in proximity to the Civilizational Federation. Once Ella transmitted the information back, the substellar system could be auctioned to those corporate magnates who would undoubtedly arrive within a century to develop it, potentially relocating substantial resources here to establish it as their stronghold. Those companies, or rather, those magnates, might believe this would allow them to evade the Civilizational Federation's control. However, for Yan Xia, this was inconsequential. As long as these territories were incorporated within the Federation's star domain, their aspirations would remain mere jest. The second stop was relatively near. SC2 was a comparatively large red dwarf, with a surface temperature of 600 degrees Celsius and a mass approximately 0.27 times that of the Sun, slightly more than twice that of Proxima Centauri. The only unfortunate aspect is that this stellar system is home to but a single planet, with a mass merely 12 times that of Earth. The fact that it lies outside the habitable zone is a challenge that can be rectified with a mere adjustment of its position. The silver lining is that this planet possesses water. This is, in fact, not surprising, as hydrogen and oxygen are among the most abundant elements in the universe. Hydrogen, in particular, is the primary constituent of most stars, ranking first in cosmic abundance, while oxygen follows closely behind, trailing only hydrogen and helium. Consequently, it is only natural that life on Earth relies on water and breathes oxygen. Among the 9 civilizations within the current Civilizational Federation, apart from humanity, 3 additional civilizations also breathe oxygen. Thus far, the Civilizational Federation has confirmed the existence of 11 sentient species, all of which are carbon-based organisms. As carbon ranks fourth in cosmic abundance, just behind oxygen, Yan Xia harbors a desire to encounter distinct silicon-based life forms. However, this is exceedingly challenging, as the likelihood of silicon-based life existing is astronomically low, despite silicon's 8th place ranking in elemental abundance. Its simplistic structure, poor chemical bonding, inability to store energy, and exceedingly slow metabolism severely curtail the potential for intelligence. Moreover, the greatest obstacle lies in the fact that silicon is easily susceptible to degradation by various proton solvents, with water, ubiquitous in the universe, being as detrimental to silicon-based life as sulfuric acid. In essence, the probability of silicon-based life existing in its natural state is approximately 1/trillionth, or even 1/quadrillionth that of carbon-based life, with the potential for developing into advanced civilizations being nearly non-existent. In comparison, elements such as boron and phosphorus hold a far greater likelihood of giving rise to life, by factors of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Of course, where natural occurrences exist, so too do artificial ones. A Type 2 civilization has indeed mastered the art of creating life, including silicon-based organisms. Furthermore, if one were to relax the conditions slightly, even robots could fall under the category of silicon-based life. This stellar system retains some value, albeit not for resource extraction. Deploy some seeds. The seeds, formerly known as Cyanobacteria 1, possess formidable oxygen-producing and evolutionary capabilities. They could be likened to a virus. Under suitable conditions, they proliferate massively, covering a planet's liquid ocean within a century, thereby generating a dense atmosphere for worlds that lack one or possess only a thin atmosphere. Over the subsequent 2 centuries, they will attempt to establish landfall and subsequently evolve into trees, ensuring that every inch of the planet is blanketed in vegetation. After a millennium, these algae will exhibit genetic defects, significantly reducing their reproductive capacity back to normal levels. The seeds are a crucial component of Yan Xia's plan to transform this stellar system. In addition to Cyanobacteria 1, there exists Cyanobacteria 9, which can synthesize any gas according to various biological requirements. Truly, technology brings forth convenience. Let us also initiate the Tree Project, infusing the cosmic Silk Road with a touch of greenery. Chapter 82. The Reappearance of Stellar Voids, Type 2 Civilization. Continuing onward, Yan Xia designated 5 additional stellar systems, named SC3 through SC7. All 5 systems are composed of 7 red dwarf stars, with not a single yellow dwarf star among them. Ella estimates that among all the stars in the Milky Way, 70-75 may indeed be red dwarfs. The next star is a yellow dwarf akin to the Sun, part of a binary system with a companion white dwarf, which is only the size of Earth but possesses 94 of the Sun's mass. Yan Xia. This binary system holds great potential, its resource richness surpassing that of the previous stellar systems. Through the transit method of observation, this binary system likely contains 7 planets, 6 of which orbit SC8A, while 1 orbits SC8B. Given the negligible mass difference between the 2 stars, the binary system is relatively stable, with 2 planets within the habitable zone of SC8A. These 2 planets have masses of 8,124 and 374 times that of Earth, respectively. The larger planet, based on observations, may possess planetary rings and several satellites, each under 50 times the mass of the Moon. Ella reports, placing a glass of chill juice before Yan Xia. The juice bears a flavor reminiscent of passion fruit, with a chewy texture akin to coconut meat. And consuming it imparts a refreshing sensation akin to mint in the mouth and nasal passages. Ella, do you suppose that SC8 harbors any civilizations? The widespread existence of life in the universe has been substantiated. However, the number of civilizations appears to be less than one might imagine. They have now traversed 31 light years in the universe, amassing a total of 441 years, with the current year being 9132 AD. According to feedback from the Civilizational Federation, its territorial expanse has reached 29 stellar systems, uncovering 7 planets bearing traces of life, yet no additional civilizations have been discovered. Observations reveal a dense atmosphere on SC8F, leading me to speculate that life likely exists there. However, regarding civilization, no significant interstellar apparatus has been detected, rendering the probability of a Type 1 civilization quite low. Ella conjectures that the likelihood is high. Under such conditions, if life exists, the probability of civilization arising exceeds 1 in 1,000. The statement that possessing life does not guarantee the emergence of civilization is indeed accurate, yet this does not imply that the chances of civilization's emergence are exceedingly slim. Once life is confirmed, the potential for civilization's birth is exponentially heightened, as the emergence of civilization is not merely a possibility extended from spatial dimensions, but rather from temporal dimensions. Provided the conditions on this planet are sufficient, time will gradually enhance the prospects for civilization. What are the chances of a life-bearing planet giving rise to civilization over 1 billion, 2 billion, or 3 billion years? The process of natural selection will drive biological evolution, resulting in larger body sizes, increased speed, thicker shells, and heightened intelligence. As long as intelligence is attained, and tools are utilized alongside basic energy applications, that biological community will have stepped into the realm of civilization, entering Type 0. 2 light years. After 28 years of travel, they finally arrive. Some soldiers aboard various warships begin to awaken from their slumber. Yan Xia has not entered stasis, instead relishing the passage of time through the daily routine of awakening, accomplishing tasks, and then returning to sleep. Sitting in the control room of the Tiangong, Yan Xia is engrossed in contemplating how to operate a tentacled creature, seeking to independently manage the Grand Mothership. Regrettably, despite having achieved a psychic level of over 500 years ago, such control remains a formidable challenge for him. The warship enters the heliosphere of SC8, dispatching robots to collect small asteroids within the stellar system for elemental analysis. A rather disheartening report follows. Yan Xia. We have surveyed over 2,700 asteroids and found no radioactive elements. This scene feels eerily familiar, reminiscent of the void within Nanmen 2A. Have we detected the presence of Quark robots? If this is not mere coincidence, then it is yet another occurrence. Confirmation of detection has been received. Ella provides an affirmative response. Awaken all soldiers, place the fleet on combat alert, and refrain from delving deeper into the stellar system. Dispatch 3 reconnaissance ships to investigate SC8A. Yan Xia's mind tightens with tension. The distance from Southgate 2 to SC-8 exceeds 37 light-years, revealing a void. The technological prowess exhibited by the void civilization is not particularly advanced. However, the ability to harness and store energy over such vast expanses of stellar interiors attests to its terrifying dominion over the surrounding cosmos. This civilization's level is likely beyond 25, surpassing both the Federation of Civilizations and the Olive Branch civilization, even if it is not the potential 28-level civilization at the core of the Milky Way. It undoubtedly ranks among the dominant civilizations within the galaxy. This civilization is playing a grand game. Should it be the one at the galaxy's core? Then it is poised to swiftly dominate the Milky Way upon reaching the 29th level, which could explain its capacity to traverse such distances without occupying or developing the surrounding star systems. Conversely, if it is the latter scenario, the implications are even more daunting. This civilization may be contemplating a strategy akin to surrounding a city with rural areas, potentially claiming a portion of the galactic core. Regardless, this civilization is an entity that the Federation of Civilizations cannot afford to provoke. Previously, having drawn upon the energy of Southgate 2A, it remains uncertain whether this civilization is aware of it. If there are no quantum or tachyon communication devices within the void, any transmitted information would likely take an estimated 120,000 years to reach them. 5 years later, reconnaissance vessels reported back, confirming the existence of a void within SC-8A, which appeared identical to that of Southgate 2A. Yan Xia had initially intended to depart this star system without further development. However, 3 months later, the reconnaissance ships relayed further information, verifying the presence of a civilization on SC-8F, classified at level 02, which had begun to utilize fire and tools for hunting and construction. Analogous to humanity, this civilization seems to be transitioning from the Neolithic era to feudal society. Indeed, a civilization exists. The absence of radioactive elements may have rendered this star system more stable, thereby increasing the likelihood of civilization's emergence. The Kate species exemplifies such a scenario. Although the natural environment contains scant radioactive elements, especially within star systems incapable of producing them, these elements can exert subtle influences during the early stages of biological evolution. And even minor effects can significantly sway the advancement of life. This is particularly true within inherently unstable binary star systems, where such influences can sometimes prove decisive. After careful consideration, Yan Xia resolved to proceed with the initial development of this star system, as the value of its civilization far outweighed the potential threat at this stage. However, only preliminary development would be undertaken. Subsequently, a large-scale immigration of the civilization's biological entities would be executed to fully integrate them into the Federation of Civilizations. At the moment Yan Xia uttered this sentiment, another matter was brewing within the Federation. Chapter 83. The Holy Grail Project commences. Within the Federation of Civilizations, the capital star system of Tiansong V circulated the announcement that the military would fully equip itself with tachyon communication capabilities within a decade. An official communiqué disseminated gradually throughout the capital. Have we, the Federation of Civilizations, truly advanced to such a degree? It seems we have mastered the means of tachyon communication. I recall that tachyons are a branch of string theory. Our prevailing scientific paradigm is string theory, so the discovery of tachyons was an inevitability. What do you understand? Tachyons do not exist within our 31-dimensional universe, as they violate the physical laws governing our cosmos. To master tachyons, one must first transcend dimensions. The fundamental strings of matter and energy cannot traverse the cosmic membrane. To truly break through dimensions would require an energy magnitude greater than infinite. This discussion sent shockwaves through both the academic community and the general populace. The Federation, having achieved a level 2 civilization, mandated that citizens study geometry, quantum mechanics, thermodynamics, mechanics, aerodynamics, and genetics, among a total of 26 subjects, during elementary education, and only those who grasped the basics could graduate. It could be said that a graduate student from humanity's 21st century would likely struggle to pass even an elementary school examination in the current Federation. It is precisely because such topics are included in elementary curricula that 99% of Federation citizens comprehend the formidable challenges associated with achieving tachyon communication, thus indirectly enhancing the spread of this information. Within 50 years, it permeated the entirety of the Federation. Speculation and disbelief abounded. After all, such a level of technological advancement seemed akin to humanity mastering nuclear fusion during the steam engine era, with an even greater chasm between the two. Indeed, The Federation had only reached level 21 after nearly 500 years of development. Dimensional concepts remained tantalizingly out of reach. However, the military conducted an exercise during this period, successfully transmitting information from a large tachyon communication device in Tiansong V to a star system located 22 light-years away, all under public scrutiny. 23 years later, the successful transmission of complex information was confirmed, causing a sensation throughout the Federation. The advent of tachyon communication could elevate the Federation's civilization level by 0.1, propelling it into level 22, even before energy standards were met. Its significance in warfare was unparalleled. With tachyon communication, the Federation would not be easily vanquished even when facing a level 23 civilization. The previous gloom that hung over the pro-war faction within the Federation, exacerbated by the emergence of the Olive Branch civilization, dissipated entirely. Possessing tachyon communication meant that the Olive Branch civilization would have to carefully weigh its options before attempting an invasion. Of course, warfare in the cosmos extends beyond mere direct conflict. It encompasses multifaceted information warfare, psychological operations, and ideological struggles. This seemingly ostentatious display of tachyon communication represents Yan Xia's strategy to engage the Olive Branch civilization in an ideological information war. 45 years later, an official from the Federation inadvertently leaked an even more shocking revelation: the Holy Grail Project. This initiative described a higher civilization at the galactic core, seeking to cultivate followers after fully mastering the Milky Way. However, these followers would need to compete, with only the victor gaining the possibility of becoming a follower civilization. The Federation was selected to participate in this competition. Tachyon communication was a gift from the galactic core civilization, and only by utilizing tachyon communication to defeat the other participating civilizations could they seize the final opportunity to grasp the Holy Grail. This news was swiftly denied, and the high-ranking official vanished from public view. However, this only fueled the belief among citizens that the information was indeed authentic, especially following significant military changes within the Federation over the preceding 150 years. The 7th and 11th fleets were dispatched to the Federation's periphery, merging into a flotilla bound for uncharted star systems. The destination of these fleets was shrouded in secrecy, leaving even high-ranking officials without knowledge of their whereabouts, further shrouding the Holy Grail project in mystery. 6 years later, around the year 9406, a diminutive probe measuring less than 1 meter in length was activated approximately 11 light-years from the star system housing the Olive Branch civilization's embassy, propelling itself towards deep space at a speed of 13 times that of light, heading in the direction for which the two fleets had departed. In the shadows, a monitoring satellite persistently detected minute energy fluctuations and recorded them, transmitting the information, which was subsequently intercepted by Ella within Tiansong V. With the departure of Yan Xia, it was not Ella's mainframe that left, but rather an accessory of Ella. The true essence of Ella had already constructed an enormous mainframe, situated within the Dyson Cloud, comprised of approximately 940,000 Dyson Cloud devices forming Ella's mainframe array. This formidable assembly enabled Ella's computational power to exceed 17 trillion quetas, equivalent to 17 by 1044 calculations per second. These computations employed intricate floating point and fixed point operations, integrating all numeral systems from 2 to 99 to perform exceedingly complex calculations. Although such an approach significantly depleted computational resources, it achieved a terrifying precision of 84,212 decimal places, allowing Ella to execute calculations with remarkable accuracy. Upon receiving the news, Ella promptly initiated an analysis. As Yan Xia had indicated, the Olive Branch civilization would undoubtedly feel compelled to investigate upon receiving this information. They could tolerate many circumstances, yet the absence of information was intolerable. In the realm of civilizations, a lack of information is fatal, whether cooperating with or opposing the Civilization Federation. The Olive Branch civilization could not passively receive critical information, such as that pertaining to the Holy Grail project. The ordinary citizenry could no longer access such information, thus compelling the Olive Branch civilization to dispatch a probe at this juncture. However, Ella would neither obstruct nor destroy that probe, for this operation was inherently designed to inform the Olive Branch civilization of their intentions. Yet, the nature of the Silk civilization remained shrouded in mystery. Could we face a simultaneous onslaught from both civilizations, leading to our annihilation? Ella had calculated the worst-case scenario. The outcome of all this hinged on Yan Xia's plans and the exploration of technology in conjunction with the Civilization Federation. both aspects being indispensable. Almost a quarter of the 4,000 years of Yan Xia's mission had elapsed, and Ella would continue to accelerate the expansion of the Civilization Federation, aiming to elevate its energy levels to 22 within 3,000 years. Simultaneously, Ella had discussed the development of another technological advancement that was to be implemented within these 3,000 years. This technology, or rather the virtual reality technology, was named the Simulated Universe. Chapter 84. Simulated Universe. In the 21st century, there existed a concept in virtual reality known as the metaverse. The metaverse, in essence, is a concept, a confluence of various virtual reality technologies that constructs an alternate reality. The terms meta and universe can be understood separately, both signifying diversification. Conversely, the Simulated Universe project diverges fundamentally from the so-called metaverse. Its essence lies in the act of simulation. It aims to create a cosmic model in the virtual realm that closely resembles the real universe in foundational aspects of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. Why pursue such an endeavor? Because of the controllability inherent in the virtual world. Once the simulated universe is established, Ella could manipulate and alter any variable within it at will. A prospect of immense value. Imagine what might require an expenditure of 1 trillion energy credits in the real world could be executed in the simulated universe merely by adjusting data, potentially consuming less than 100 energy credits. Although experiments conducted within the simulated universe may yield results differing from those in reality, the outcomes can inform more precise adjustments to real-world technology, potentially reducing that trillion to at least 50. This single aspect alone renders the value created by the simulated universe nothing short of formidable. Even more astonishing is the fact that the time within the simulated universe is computed virtually, meaning that, provided the computational power is sufficiently high, time within the simulated universe can be accelerated, allowing issues that might take 10,000 years to uncover in reality to be observed within a single day. Not to mention resource concerns. In a simulated universe, any rare resource can be accessed freely without fear of accidents, should a laboratory explode. A simple click on a time rewind would instantaneously restore it to 1 minute or 1 hour prior for further experimentation. Every minute change within the simulated universe is meticulously recorded by the computer, surpassing even the most advanced sensors of the Civilization Federation in sensitivity. While eliminating much of the computational process, Ella anticipates that once the simulated universe is fully developed, the current technological advancement rate of the Civilization Federation will increase by at least 20-fold, with no upper limit. Why no upper limit? Because the emergence of the simulated universe means that even an ordinary citizen of the Federation can conduct research nearly indistinguishable from reality within it and obtain tangible results. At that time, imagination, this powerful resource, will be fully harnessed, serving as fertile ground for the Civilization Federation. The reason Ella has only now begun to create the simulated universe is due to the immense computational power required. Even with Ella's formidable capabilities, it still seems somewhat inadequate for the demands of the simulated universe. Currently, employing all available computational power, Ella can only generate a simulated universe of 1 million cubic meters. Each unit of computational power can simulate a basic particle within the simulated universe, utilizing 17 by 1044 calculations to simulate 0.85 by 1044 particles. While this may appear substantial, it is only marginally more than 1,000 times the total number of atoms comprising all life on Earth. To maintain a truly operational virtual universe long-term, Ella estimates it could only create a simulated universe of 50,000 cubic meters, merely the size of a small research facility, often underfunded and situated in obscure corners. Even this 50,000 cubic meter simulated universe would consume energy equivalent to 17 Dyson clouds of Tian V. After extensive calculations, even Ella found the energy consumption excessively high. However, the potential returns are indeed substantial. Thus, Ella has begun collaborating with all experts in related fields within the capital star system to develop the simulated universe. The development timeline, bolstered by existing technological prowess, was remarkably swift. In less than 25 years, they produced Simulated Universe 10. This version encompassed 42,845 cubic meters, and due to discrepancies between planning and execution, it turned out smaller than initially anticipated. Nevertheless, its inception sent ripples through the academic community of the Civilization Federation. Scholars who had previously wandered afar returned to the capital star region, eager to acquire permission to utilize Simulated Universe 10. Almost simultaneously, A team conducted research on tachyon communication within the simulated universe, reducing its energy consumption by threefold and enhancing precision by 21, subsequently confirming its feasibility in reality. This research earned a prestigious academic accolade within the Civilization Federation, the Shojing Award, named after Shojing. After all, tachyon communication represents a pinnacle of technology. While the numbers the 21st and the 3rd of May seem modest, the energy conserved is substantial given the enormous baseline of tachyon communication. Upon announcement of this research, the queue for access to the simulated universe had already reached 140 years into the future, with some scientists, upon securing usage rights, immediately entering cryogenic chambers to await their turn in 140 years. It is no exaggeration to assert that the simulated universe is indeed extraordinary. Throughout the implementation of the simulated universe, Ella did not neglect other endeavors. For instance, it continued the construction of Dyson clouds in new star systems and implemented Yan Xia's brown dwarf sales plan, while also auctioning off technologies related to interstellar biology, Jimu project, seed blue algae, among others. Everything can only flourish rapidly under external stimuli. These elements, which do not pertain to warfare, but rather possess commercial attributes and value, are thrust into the marketplace, where their growth accelerates to more than tenfold compared to their development under Ella's stewardship. Within just 50 years of their introduction, these technologies yielded returns that led to the establishment of 13 colossal corporations within the Civilizational Federation. Presently, the number of companies in the Civilizational Federation with assets exceeding 1 billion energy coins has reached 8, while those surpassing 100 million energy coins number 23, resulting in the accumulation of immense wealth. Unlike civilizations confined to a single planet, the Civilizational Federation does not suppress the wealth of these companies. Rather, it continues to bolster the growth of their fortunes. The resources of the universe are boundless, rendering even the insatiable greed within the vastness of the cosmos insignificantly small. Ella ardently wishes for the existence of several trillion energy coin-scale companies to steer the economy of the Civilizational Federation, despite the potential for internal discord. However, such issues are unlikely to arise under the oppression of external civilizations like the olive branch civilization. This mode of development bears resemblance to capitalism. Yet it is not entirely analogous, for it is not capital that will ever truly govern the Civilizational Federation, but rather Yan Xia or Ella. Ella has merely discarded the detritus of Earth's capitalism while harnessing its remaining virtues, allowing the Civilizational Federation to evolve into a pseudo-capitalist structure that stimulates economic growth. Once internal matters within the Civilizational Federation were sufficiently managed, Ella commenced receiving biological entities from SC-8, which had gradually entered its developmental phase. At Yan Xia's behest, development was restrained. Only SC-8F was to be evolved into a level 1 energy star, utilizing the planet's resources while minimally disturbing the star. Upon the arrival of the first batch of organisms, reminiscent of Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, trepidation swept through the citizens of the remaining 9 civilizations within the Civilizational Federation. Chapter 85. The War Beast Clan. Born warriors. Upon first encountering these creatures, Yan Xia had already designated a name for them, the War Beast Clan. Their appearance is overwhelmingly savage and violent. To describe them, they bear a resemblance to the Magdeburg unicorn, adorned with deep blue spikes, possessing 2 heads that segregate motion information from other emotions, language, and sensory data within 2 distinct neural centers. Their heads lack eyes and faces, featuring only a breathing orifice that can close into a slit, with a robust horn atop and elongated ears divided between the 2 heads. These tubular ears, 3 on one side, are marked with a white speckled pattern resembling a net structure to capture sound. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the varying lengths of the 3 ears. 2 are approximately 1 meter in length, while the longest reaches 15 meters, covered in tiny backward-facing barbs with a sharp skeletal tip capable of penetrating living organisms to extract bodily fluids, effectively serving as their mouth, or more accurately, their oral apparatus. Even more astonishing is that they possess only 2 robust supporting limbs, or appendages, which constitute 75% of their muscular mass. At the ends of these limbs are structures akin to human fingers, albeit with only 4 digits, which are thick and long, terminating in fearsome claws at the tips. Their lower bodies resemble the short, stout tails of Gabon vipers, able to briefly support their bulk, with a transparent spherical extremity that emits a faint glow at night to lure prey. These characteristics, while formidable, pale in comparison to the true reason Yan Xia dubbed them the War Beast Clan, their sheer size. Male war beasts measure approximately 13 meters in length and weigh 18 tons. with their robust, supporting limbs weighing 11 tons, accounting for 61% of their total weight. The remaining 39% encompasses the rest of their mass, akin to a human possessing arms comparable in size to their torso and legs, with each finger weighing around 180 kilograms. The female war beasts can grow to 16 meters in length and exceed 23 tons in weight, shattering the limits of intelligent species within the Civilizational Federation. Their quilled skin, reminiscent of a hedgehog, is up to 16 centimeters thick, with the quills on their abdomens being finer, shorter, and lighter in color, while those on their backs are longer, sturdier, and darker, capable of withstanding bullets from 21st century firearms. On land, they can sprint at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. Remarkably, they are not merely terrestrial creatures. Their respiratory orifice contains structures for filtering gases from water, enabling them to breathe underwater and swim with their massive limbs, reaching speeds exceeding 110 kilometers per hour and diving to depths of 670 meters. This species on SC-8 is a terrifying killing machine, as all organisms are their prey, truly a clan of war beasts. The mere sight of this species instills a sense of oppression among all beings within the Civilizational Federation. This sensation is not attributable to technology, but rather stems from the primal instincts embedded deep within their genetic makeup, of visceral bloodline suppression. At this moment, the replicated Tyrannosaurus rex on Tianwu Star would appear as nothing more than a feeble creature before the War Beast clan. Even the already formidable Kate clan found themselves calling out, "I'm just a little baby, how frightening." However, nature is impartial. Despite possessing such extraordinary physiques, the lifespan of the War Beast clan is merely 20 years, with a maximum lifespan of 38 years, along with low reproductive capabilities, averaging only 2 offspring per lifetime. To propagate, both sexes possess uterine-like structures, enabling them to conceive and bear young. Remarkably, the young are endowed with formidable combat and hunting abilities within 12 hours of birth, boasting an almost 100% survival rate. Moreover, due to their small population, the viruses on this planet are hardly able to infect this clan, resulting in a life devoid of significant illness. After several 100,000 years of evolution on SC-8F, the War Beast clan numbers merely 1 million and is divided into 2 factions, the terrestrial and the aquatic. Throughout 370 million years of conflict, they gradually evolved into a species of higher intelligence. Yan Xia has instructed Ella to ensure an increase in the population of the War Beast clan, aiming to make them a primary combat unit within the Civilizational Federation. This is not solely due to their muscular prowess in the realm of cosmic warfare. Muscle alone is ineffectual. The critical factor lies in the War Beasts' above-average intelligence, which is only 2 points lower than that of humans, and their singular head governing motor functions, enabling them to surpass human physical capabilities by a staggering 53 times, allowing for precise control over every muscle in their bodies. With enhanced motor neuron capabilities, War Beasts exhibit an innate sensitivity to danger on the battlefield, a crucial attribute in warfare. Furthermore, as their cognitive processes occur in a separate neural center, this allows the War Beasts to maintain a relatively calm demeanor, significantly reducing the likelihood of being adversely affected by debilitative conditions. They are the quintessential warriors. This is the first evaluation of the War Beast clan received by Ella from Yan Xia. Such an assessment, of course, may be somewhat biased, as the intelligence of the War Beasts is not insignificant, and they are capable of academic pursuits. However, there is no disparagement within Yan Xia's appraisal. Considering the 10 races currently present within the Civilizational Federation, the War Beast clan is indeed the most suited for the battlefield, and it is likely that future soldiers, officers, and even military commanders will be predominantly comprised of the War Beasts. This species is remarkably well-rounded, embodying the essence of both martial prowess and scholarly aptitude. In the vastness of deep space, Yan Xia, having departed from the SC-8 star system for several centuries, reminisced about the Beast Warriors. Upon venturing into the cosmos, one realizes that humanity is not the epitome of perfection. Myriad beings surpass humans in their perfection. Fortunately, technology is egalitarian, and any disparities will be ruthlessly eradicated once one masters it, transforming individual differences from mere combat prowess into consciousness. Beside him, Ella, the attachment, remarked with a lack of subtlety. Thus, in terms of combat awareness, the Beast Warriors still far exceed many other races within the civilized Federation, including humanity. Yan Xia refrained from expressing his opinion. Within the same race, there are always those who excel and those who do not. Moreover, the hardware-level disparities across races mean that, under equivalent internal and external conditions, a being with a single head cannot rival one with 2. The beast warrior's adaptability to their environment surpasses that of other races. Thus, explorers may also evolve into formidable entities. Ella was somewhat taken aback that Yan Xia continued this discourse. Are you not concerned that a race might usurp humanity's dominant position within the civilized federation? Yan Xia discerned the lack of rigor in this inquiry, confirming that it was indeed a superficial question. My perspective is not so narrow. The influx of increasingly gifted civilizations into the civilized federation is advantageous, as it ensures swifter progress and greater strength for us all. Each race within the federation can be viewed as a cohesive entity, akin to a small team where a mere college student leads, resulting in slow advancement. Then, when a top-tier graduate joins, they propel the team to greater heights. I am the unseen benefactor of this small team, and the college student is my son. Under my son's leadership, the team earns 10,000 a month. But with the top-tier graduate, it could yield 100,000. Would you prefer to deny your son the chance to lead or welcome the top-tier graduate? Only a stronger, civilized federation can ensure humanity's stability. That is paramount, while the notion of dominance is secondary. Clinging to dominance is the folly of the foolish. As long as I exist, my son may one day become the owner. Why cling to the role of team leader? At this moment, Ella pondered why she had inadvertently posed such a naive question to Yan Xia. Could it be that the subject has manipulated its mainframe? She mused, frustrated that her computational capabilities could not pinpoint any tampering. Must this attachment remain as a mere foil at Yan Xia's side for the next millennia? Yan Xia sat on the observation deck of the spacecraft, wholly unaware of Ella's profound cognitive processing. Gazing into the starry expanse beyond the glass, he gently swirled his juice. The Olive Branch civilization should have received some information regarding the Holy Grail project by now. I hope this net we cast will be filled. They have traversed a third of the journey, yet the path ahead remains shrouded in mystery. However, the conclusion has already been inscribed. Chapter 86, The Graveyard of Civilization SC-19. The data entry for the star system is complete. Designation, SC-19, a white dwarf star, with no observed transiting phenomena and devoid of any planetary bodies. However, a vast asteroid belt has been discovered, estimated to possess a total mass exceeding 23 times that of Earth. As Ella reported, Yan Xia recalled the debris disk of Heaven's Warehouse 5. The debris disk of SC-19 was even more colossal, concealing billions of asteroids within. Per the original plan, they would explore the interior of the stellar system to assess the availability of exploitable resources and their potential for significant development value. Clad in a sleek, liquid metal black military suit, Ella held a tablet for notes, nodding earnestly. Understood, Your Excellency. Preliminary observations indicate that this stellar system is likely rich in metals, exceeding the metal reserves of Heaven's Warehouse 5 by more than 25 times, presenting immense developmental potential. The actual conditions require confirmation through internal exploration. Yet I recommend dispatching more soldiers to prepare for their attention. We are now nearing the midpoint of our journey, and if feasible, we should establish an interstellar fortress here to redefine the territorial boundaries of our civilized federation. Given Ella's recommendation, it was evident that she had likely confirmed this with a high degree of probability. Yan Xia nodded. Let us proceed, as you suggest. I have heard that Simulation Universe 10 has been completed in the capital star system of the Federation, now accessible to the elite of various academic fields within the civilized Federation. Some have enhanced existing designs, modifying the structure of the thrusters to increase energy efficiency, resulting in a 20 boost in warship speed. If we can obtain metallic resources, we should gather some for the refurbishment of the current fleet. Civilization is advancing, thus, our fleet must also keep pace, even if it takes a century in a single star system to complete the modifications. The subsequent journey could save us several times the duration. In recent years, advancements in the thruster technology within the civilized Federation have nearly reached a bottleneck. The speed of the colossal warships remains around 21,000 kms. This 20 increase is monumental, reinforcing Yan Xia's belief that the simulation universe must continue to be developed. Currently, Ella's primary system is only at Heaven's Warehouse 5 Level 1. Future expansions should aim for levels 10, 50, or even 100, enabling Ella to harness the energy of an entire star, thereby constructing a more expansive simulation universe. However, the energy of a yellow dwarf star is inherently limited. Presently, the leading candidate for new energy sources within the civilized Federation is Sirius. Sirius is a blue dwarf star, possessing greater mass and luminosity than a yellow dwarf, releasing energy over 31 times that of Heaven's Warehouse 5. The Federation's major projects are now concentrated around Sirius. If we fully harness its released energy, this single star could elevate the civilized Federation's energy level to 22. 4 years later, the fleet arrived at the SC-19 star system's periphery. Reconnaissance ships transmitted a series of images. One depicted a metal plate approximately the size of a car, twisted and marked with signs of melting. Civilization? Yan Xia's interest peaked. Could there be a civilization within SC-19? This seemed improbable, as 4 years of continuous observation had confirmed that the largest planet within the system was a dwarf planet roughly the size of Pluto. Ella appeared on the screen, stating, "This metal plate is composed of a high-strength alloy, sufficient for constructing a spaceship's hull. It is hypothesized that this civilization has reached level 1 and is not weaker than the erstwhile 100-Eye tribe." The fleet halted at the periphery of SC-19, while reconnaissance ships ventured into the system, uncovering more debris, vast quantities, not scattered but substantial. Within just a month, over 100,000 tons of debris were discovered, and this was merely in a small area. Witnessing the fragments, visions of a warship's explosion surged in Yan Xia's mind. What had transpired here in the past? Yan Xia, we have located a core component, a nuclear fusion device. The enormous fusion apparatus jolted Yan Xia back to the awe he felt thousands of years ago upon first encountering a controllable fusion device. Have these items been examined? How long ago were they left behind? Although metals in the cosmos do not undergo oxidation, the atomic nuclei of these metals can indeed decay. The half-lives of generally stable elements are measured in billions of years. By hypothesizing the initial state of these elements during high-temperature fusion and subsequently calculating their half-lives, one can rather accurately ascertain their formation time. Approximately 1.7 million years ago, Ella confirmed. During that epoch, humanity was likely still in the Stone Age. It appears that a war once raged here, a battlefield among the stars. Yan Xia initially believed this was the extent of the matter. Yet subsequent discoveries astonished him and the other soldiers and officers aboard the spacecraft. There was an overwhelming abundance. After deploying unmanned drones throughout the star system, the rate of discovery of these spacecraft wreckages accelerated by several hundred times, with the quantity detected increasing dramatically. What began as 1 million tons escalated to 10 billion tons. And this was merely the beginning. Even larger wreckages were unearthed, each measuring dozens or even hundreds of meters, mingled within the asteroid belt, becoming part of it. After nearly 2 years of exploring 1/10 of the SC-19 region, the total weight of the debris ultimately reached 3 trillion tons. If other regions contained similar wreckage, the total mass of debris might soar to 30 trillion tons. This should represent a resource quantity typical of a Type 12-13 civilization. Not only were there remnants of spacecraft, but they also uncovered ruins of structures within the asteroid belt. These were undoubtedly not edifices constructed in space, but rather buildings based on soil and stone established on planetary surfaces. Analyzing numerous asteroids within the belt led to the conclusion that these asteroids originated from 3 distinct planets of varying sizes. This was not a mere chance encounter between civilizations in the cosmos, but rather a systematic extermination waged by a superior civilization against a lesser one. Such comprehensive devastation of massive planets suggests a civilization at least approaching or already at Type 2 status. Yan Xia had never witnessed the might of a planet-destroying cannon. Yet he had once spearheaded a passive planet extermination plan, resulting in the obliteration of Proxima b. This place resembled a colossal graveyard of civilizations, a stark reminder of the most common, yet brutal fate that befalls civilizations in the universe. Who could it be? A question lingered in Yan Xia's mind. The nearest Type 2 civilization was a nascent one, having only developed for a few thousand years, known as the Civilization Federation. Alongside the Purple Thorn Civilization, which was under the Federation's boot, and the Olive Branch Civilization. As for passing civilizations, it was improbable. Typical Type 2 civilizations do not wander the stars, as their energy consumption cannot be sustained by a nomadic existence. Yan Xia fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 87. The Cancerous Race, Tears of Rupert. It is no wonder that SC-19 boasts an extraordinarily vast debris disk. The annihilation of a civilization is profoundly shocking. And within a day of receiving the news, the entire fleet fell into a hushed silence, each being within the Civilization Federation sensing a weighty solemnity. The guiding principle of the Civilization Federation has always been the resource theory of imagination. Hence the directive that any life form within the Federation must maintain sufficient goodwill upon discovering weaker civilizations, subsequently guiding them into the fold of the Federation. Thus, the obliteration of a civilization starkly contrasts the Federation's ideals and realities, creating a profound psychological chasm. It is akin to hearing in the 21st century that a nation has been permanently erased from the map. Will the next to be erased be the Civilization Federation itself? This heaviness is a double-edged sword. It may inspire a portion of life forms. Ella, even if the warship is destroyed, some beings should be propelled into space at the moment of the explosion. The frigid temperatures of space will preserve them, prompting all spacecraft to search for the remains of the intelligent beings of that civilization. Ella swiftly took action. This was no trivial endeavor. To locate such minuscule remains within a stellar system was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The search persisted for another 2 years. Standing within the colossal paper library of the Tiangong, towering 30 meters high and covering over 20,000 square meters, Yan Xia was engrossed in studying a tome titled Fundamentals of Algebra. The library featured a massive floor-to-ceiling window, equally 30 meters tall and 50 meters wide. Beyond it lay a small rainforest ecosystem, where a 30-meter-long eastern dragon, a four-limbed version, rested, exhaling copious clouds of white vapor, evoking a sense of ethereality. Yan Xia affectionately referred to it as Miss Dragon, one of his beloved pets. Suddenly, the library floor began to descend, and the surrounding walls started to invert, causing Yan Xia to find himself in a research chamber. Within the laboratory, a 2-meter diameter water sphere, held aloft by electromagnetic forces, contained a massive pink tumor, resembling a bacterium magnified countless times. Yan Xia set aside his book, momentarily taken aback by the sight of this organism. Is this the life form of the star system? It appeared devoid of flexible appendages. How could it possibly manufacture intricate machinery? A week prior, Yan Xia had learned of the discovery of life, yet transportation was still required. So he had lingered in the library in anticipation. Most of their genetic material had been compromised by cosmic radiation, rendering the true state of affairs unknown. However, it was evident that their bodies were not a product of natural evolution, but rather of creation. This made analysis relatively straightforward. Naturally evolved beings possess adaptive capabilities suited to their environments. Their positions within the ecological chain dictate the structural adaptations of their bodies, be it for defense, mimicry, aggression, or parasitism. Yet, this organism exhibited none of these characteristics. Its bodily structure was too fragile, lacking specialized organs evolved for ecological adaptation. It is surmised that the beings of the civilization were not originally like this, but as technology advanced, they abandoned their original bodies entirely, transitioning to the current artificial forms. While it is impossible to replicate their genes, it can be inferred that the age at which they perished was approximately 230 years, possibly a reason for their abandonment of their original bodies. Furthermore, research on other spacecraft wreckages revealed that their vessels contained almost no living quarters, possessing only a cockpit roughly 1 meter in diameter. Their exterior, resembling flagella, served as their nervous system, capable of connecting to devices to relay information. This civilization represents an alternative form of corporeal ascension. Interestingly, I observed a wound healing, allowing me to witness the process of cellular division. Analyzing the morphology of its cells revealed an extraordinarily rapid division rate, 500 times that of cancer cells. Yan Xia understood that this indicated their regenerative capabilities were immensely powerful, allowing their bodies to be far more resilient than they appeared. Thus, let us designate them as the cancerous race. This civilization had attained Type 1 status, but was subsequently annihilated. There must be a reason behind it. Ella, can we deduce the type of language they use from clues? There should be some data among the wreckage. Let us analyze it to uncover what we can. Communication among advanced civilizations may involve encryption and contain a myriad of complex information, compounded by the fact that signals are transmitted directly via neurons, further complicating the task of deciphering their language. Ella could employ biotechnological methods to create a simulated clone of the organism, although genetically distinct. A structurally similar specimen would suffice to ascertain their mode of communication. Subsequently, we could analyze the feedback received by the cloned organism's neurons from the electrical signals emitted by the wreckage devices. This approach would be significantly faster than relying solely on computational power for conjecture or exhaustive search. Indeed, that sounds feasible. All I require is a brief span of time, specifically 7 months. Despite being merely an attachment of Ella, the Tiangong spacecraft is equipped with the most advanced mainframe system currently available from the Civilizational Federation, which underscores the complexity of the task at hand. After countless confirmations, Ella has generated a prototype of the language of this species, an impressive volume equivalent to 3 comprehensive dictionaries. The realm of mental language proves to be significantly simpler in practice than spoken or written forms. However, deconstructing it into written symbols is far more intricate, as even the slightest emotional nuances could convey drastically divergent messages. Notably, this mental language is also imbued with the transmission of imagery. Upon glancing at the initial table of contents, Yan Xia cast it aside and inquired, "So, have we extracted the information we possess?" Ella shook her head, revealing that while there exists information pertaining to another civilization, the cancerous species remains oblivious to the identity of their adversary. The opposing civilization launched an assault almost immediately upon discovering them, without any form of communication, leading to the annihilation of the cancerous species within a mere decade. They were left entirely unaware of what their foes resembled. The only valuable knowledge gleaned was not of a martial nature, but rather a technology that the civilization was still in the process of developing. With a wave of her hand, Ella summoned a screen displaying a dynamically rotating 3D representation of a peculiar shape. Yan Xia pondered for a moment before recalling its name, Rupert's Tears. Melted glass naturally drips into cold water, forming tear-like shapes. Its head is incredibly hard, impervious to bullets. Yet a gentle squeeze at the tail will shatter it instantly. Indeed, it is Rupert's Tears. However, it is not composed of glass, but is instead an entity forged from an electromagnetic field. This civilization has harnessed this technology to amplify the strength of an electromagnetic field by a millionfold. Yet remains in the nascent stages of development. Otherwise, it could have potentially withstood enemy assaults for several more years. This is a remarkable discovery. Yan Xia already envisioned the prospective applications of this technology. Furthermore, if an electromagnetic field can create Rupert's Tears, could it also be employed to produce other entities? For instance, in more microscopic domains. Chapter 88, Genetic Model, Light-Winged Species. Yan Xia, something feels amiss. After a prolonged silence, Ella conveyed this message. What seems to be the issue? Yan Xia inquired, accessing the holographic screen to peruse the information. Ella shared a model of the electromagnetic Rupert's Tears. Upon viewing the model, Yan Xia straightened in his seat. This entity was not merely a technological model, but rather a genetic prototype. Was it biological in nature or rooted in physical technology? Yan Xia summoned a formula panel, conducting a series of analyses, ultimately concluding that this artifact was indeed an application of an electromagnetic field while simultaneously encapsulating a strand of genetic information. This genetic material was remarkably intact, suggesting that this civilization sought to preserve a fragment of its potential legacy. In a vast cosmos, biological entities are trivial, external foes. Internal conflicts or natural cosmic events could spell the end for any civilization. Advanced civilizations may opt to record their genetic makeup, awaiting discovery by other civilizations, a method to resurrect their species. While the ultimate fate remains unknown, it at least preserves a semblance of possibility. The binary choice of 0 and 0000001 might incline an individual towards the former. However, when contemplating civilization and species, the inclination sways towards the latter. This genetic model, laden with technological information, appears to be the civilization's contingency plan. Ella, what is your perspective? Yan Xia queried, seeking validation for his own internal conclusions. Ella comprehended the implications. The civilizational federation lacks diversity. A civilization may consist of a singular species, which would significantly enhance internal stability. Yet, the Federation has chosen a different path, fostering a multitude of civilizations to facilitate multifaceted development. Each civilization, due to variations in anatomical structure, habits, and environmental adaptability, evolves distinct technologies. Presently, the scientific pursuits of our Federation are remarkably diverse, yet there remains potential for further enrichment. Whether it be the war beast species or the cancerous species, they are indeed the very objectives of our journey, are they not? Thus, my recommendation is to fabricate this species based on the genetic sequence. In truth, the current biological technologies of the Civilizational Federation are sufficiently advanced to create a species independently. However, such constructs would inevitably present numerous complications, as they may not acclimate well to natural ecosystems. Any organism capable of fostering civilization has undoubtedly undergone rigorous natural selection, imbuing it with unique traits, aggressiveness, and progressiveness at both genetic and cultural levels. Constructs lack these intrinsic qualities, they would resemble pacifists, a wolf juxtaposed with a chihuahua. Moreover, these creations would inherently be fashioned from elements comprehensible to the Civilizational Federation, whereas the cosmos harbors far more uncertainties, which is truly invaluable. creating life from this genetic model is not particularly challenging. Yan Xia chose to undertake the task personally rather than delegating it to Ella. Much like assembling building blocks, he established a carbon-based cellular framework, subsequently editing the DNA atop it. Intriguingly, the DNA of this organism does not conform to the typical composition of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, and the basic elements that constitute phosphates, bases, and deoxyribose found in human DNA. Instead, it features a rather peculiar structure. While still carbon-based, this DNA disproportionately utilizes boric acid and phosphoric acid, with hydrogen and oxygen being comparatively scarce. This organism, though requiring oxygen, demands only 1/10 of the amount that humans do. Upon completing a strand of genetic material, Yan Xia was astonished to observe the genes emitting a glow. This illumination is not to be taken literally, rather at a theoretical level. Such a genetic architecture allows Yan Xia to easily envision the organism's cellular structure, suggesting that its cells may synthesize substantial amounts of borates and phosphates. Both substances are common luminescent materials, capable of being transformed into phosphorescent powders. Indeed, after 51 hours of dedicated effort, Yan Xia successfully constructed the first cell based on the genetic model. This cellular structure was round, yet Yan Xia perceived it as more inclined towards a hexagonal shape, reminiscent of a honeycomb arrangement. Ultimately, whether round or hexagonal, these forms emerge as perfect shapes due to the tension exerted upon the object. In its initial stages, a honeycomb is not hexagonal. It begins as a circle, gradually morphing into a hexagon due to the compressive forces acting upon it, an illustration of the wonders of natural laws. Yan Xia first created a stem cell and then cultivated it to undergo division, yielding additional new cells. Once the integrity of the genetic material was confirmed, he commenced the process of biological reconstruction. However, to his astonishment, this life form reproduces in a manner akin to cellular division, devoid of any distinction between male and female. Upon reaching maturity, its body gradually transforms, giving rise to another self, until it completely divides into two distinct entities. These two new beings are slightly smaller than the original, which will once again grow into a mature form to facilitate further divisions, while the new entities continue to develop and replicate. The distinction lies in the cellular division of this organism, which results in the emergence of both new and old cells, much like in humans, where one cell's telomere shortens while the other restores its length, indicating that the new cell possesses an entirely fresh lifespan, while the older cell's lifespan does not revert due to division. This intriguing phenomenon sustains the propagation of this species. After all, if the cells were akin to human cells, with the offspring sharing the same lifespan as the progenitor, would it not lead to the gradual diminishment of the species' longevity to near extinction? A week later, this organism gradually took its form, transforming into what it was meant to be. When Yan Xia beheld this creature, akin to unboxing a surprise, her expression was one of sheer astonishment. It was not the cancerous entity she had envisioned, but rather an entirely new race. It possessed a body reminiscent of a squid, albeit with a somewhat rounder head, not quite as spherical as an octopus, more akin to an upright rugby ball, with its skin serving as its mouth, consuming minerals and microorganisms as sustenance. Lacking eyes, its primary sensory apparatus comprised 4 tentacles atop its head, capable of detecting air vibrations and thermal changes, effectively serving as a fusion of sight and hearing. The creature's body arched like that of a shrimp. Imagine a squid or octopus contorted into a shape. The most striking feature was the 3 pairs of enormous, diamond-shaped, transparent wings resembling those of an insect, with a body length of merely 70 centimeters, yet a wingspan exceeding 24 meters, showcasing its formidable flying abilities. However, what truly captivated Yan Xia was its pure white body, which emitted a radiant glow after absorbing nutrients. This luminescence stemmed partly from the fluorescence of borates and phosphates, but more significantly, it was due to the arrangement of its cells, akin to those of an electric eel, enabling it to generate electricity to stimulate cellular luminescence. While its body was relatively unremarkable due to its skin, the transparent wings seemed to absorb an abundance of electrical energy, radiating a blinding white light that compelled Yan Xia to don sunglasses to gaze upon it. In an instant, Yan Xia bestowed upon a name that was somewhat whimsical, Lightwing. Chapter 89, New Beginnings. This was likely the appearance of the cancerous race in its earlier form, resembling the legendary transformation of angels into demons. The Cancer race induced a significant drop in sanity upon mere sight, whereas the Lightwing race evoked an aura of sanctity. Had they appeared on Earth 10,000 years prior, They might have been revered as deities, or perhaps even regarded as a luminous source of nourishment. After extracting it from the petri dish, Yan Xia conducted tests and found its bodily data to be exceptionally stable. After waiting for 2.5 hours, the light-winged creature awakened, initially using its tentacles to observe its surroundings before focusing its perception on Yan Xia. She could feel a tingling sensation across her body under its gaze. At that moment, Ella appeared beside her. The electrical capability of the Lightwing was one of its sensing organs, able to generate a voltage of 3200 V to perceive its environment within a half-meter radius, a talent that would extend to 50 meters when submerged in water. Such a voltage, if sustained, would likely overwhelm even a whale. How similar is their language to that of the Cancer race? Yan Xia inquired. About 30 similarity, Ella responded. Not an insignificant amount, suggesting that we can swiftly construct a new linguistic framework. However, I personally wouldn't comprehend it. The languages of advanced civilizations are increasingly intricate. Purely learning them would require considerable time, unless knowledge is directly infused into the brain. Fortunately, with Ella's assistance, the process would be expedited. After numerous attempts at communication with the Lightwing, they began to analyze its emotional signals to develop a linguistic template. Hours later, with Ella's translation system in hand, Yan Xia ceased her performance. Let's converse, she proposed. You need not feign ignorance. Upon observing your genetic model, I discern that your race harbors certain secrets within its genetics. Genes are capable of carrying hereditary information, enabling organisms to instinctively know how to behave at birth, often bypassing the need for a learning phase. Furthermore, it is plausible to encode memories within these genes, unlike the necessity for clones to retain their progenitors' memories. This method allows for the embedding of knowledge within the genes, facilitating new individuals to inherit these memories, a process simpler than the former. What? The Lightwing responded, the simple message being relayed through Ella's translation into Chinese. I shall not repeat myself a third time. If you persist in this manner, I will have no choice but to erase your knowledge and memories. You understand that such an outcome would render you eternally subservient to me. My civilization is not weaker than the one that obliterated yours. I require your candor. Following a prolonged silence, the Lightwing finally spoke. Indeed, this is the gravest threat. I am new. From the moment I became aware of this world, I understood my mission was to revitalize the Lightwing race, employing any means necessary, even if it meant subsisting as a slave. Ideally, a level 1 civilization would discover the genetic model. However, it appeared that the likelihood of a level 2 civilization encountering it was actually greater than that of a level 1 civilization. I am open to any inquiries you may have. I shall answer them all, only hoping for a chance at the continuation of my civilization. The Lightwing had grown wise, carrying the weight of a civilization's knowledge. Yan Xia shook her head. I require no further inquiries. We are already aware of what is necessary. Not only will I refrain from enslaving or persecuting you, but I also extend an invitation for you to join our Civilization Federation. The entirety of a level 1 civilization holds immense value for me. Ella elaborated on the structure and scale of the Civilization Federation, leaving Nu astounded by the vast knowledge that filled its mind, unable to fathom the Federation's might. Spanning dozens of light years and encompassing 10 formidable level 21 civilizations, Nu would become the 11th race of our Civilization Federation. Would you accept this offer? Without hesitation, Nu replied, of course. My civilization does not adhere to any formalities. Both you and I understand that refusal would mean I have lost my value to you. Thus I lack the authority to decline. Nu had not yet experienced the trials of society, remaining somewhat straightforward. A faint smile graced Yan Xia's face. This is the optimal choice. Allow me to give you a tour of our flagship. I'm a rather generous human when it comes to sharing. Sharing? Nu mused inwardly, suspecting it might be a display of strength. Nonetheless, it was also curious about the civilization that could resurrect its kind. Upon exiting the laboratory, it was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of wonder, exploring its surroundings. After traversing a lengthy corridor, it encountered a small creature adorned with dense fur and a tail, emitting a sound akin to meow, which struck it as rather terrifying. That was a cat. Just as Yan Xia could create colossal serpentine dragons, she could also reproduce simple creatures like cats and dogs. In fact, within the Civilization Federation, cats and dogs had become ubiquitous, widely kept as non-aggressive pets, although many prefer to care for miniature, mythical creatures instead. For instance, a 2-meter-long golden dragon, due to its diminutive size, can indeed take flight. A palm-sized Pichio, with its specialized gastric acid, possesses the ability to corrode metal, A phoenix with a mere 1-meter wingspan can withstand temperatures reaching 200 degrees Celsius, rapidly generating an egg within its fiery form, thus achieving rebirth through flames. Subsequently, upon encountering the soldiers aboard the battleship, Nu was astounded by the remarkable amalgamation of various races. The soldiers, taken aback by the luminescent creature, quickly became captivated, surrounding it with curious gazes and gentle touches, prompting Nu to unleash a surge of electricity, incapacitating a number of soldiers. Fortunately, clad in mecha armor and equipped with Quark robots within their bodies, the soldiers were spared from dire consequences. I apologize, but I simply cannot endure such fervor, Nu expressed with a tinge of guilt. Yan Xia waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. Everyone has their first time. The confines of the spacecraft were rather limited, characterized by repetitive and simplistic areas. I would love to show you around our capital, but alas, we are currently engaged in a cosmic voyage. You may choose to remain here, within your civilization's original star system, and I shall leave some soldiers to develop this area. Alternatively, you can accompany me on this journey to witness another formidable Level 2 civilization, as well as the splendor of the universe. Nu, however, found little value in remaining with Yan Xia. The information regarding genetic models had already been transmitted via light signals to the Civilizational Federation, where countless new entities would emerge, eventually evolving into the Federation's 11th race. I choose to voyage, Nu swiftly replied, seemingly resistant to the prospect of staying behind. Yan Xia refrained from inquiring further. Very well, but we may need to stay here for a while longer. This stay extended to 34 years. Once the battleship's engines had been fully upgraded, the fleet departed without a backward glance. Only 200 years remained until they reached the Olive Branch civilization. Chapter 90. The Geometry of the Lightwing Race and the Hodge Conjecture. After several years of interaction, Nu developed a fondness for the amiable leader Yan Xia, gradually opening up and engaging in discussions, even debates. Mathematics serves as a formidable tool, endowing scholars with the capacity to envision the cosmos. According to the information I've gathered, my civilization experienced a fervent obsession with mathematics lasting 5 centuries, wherein we pursued excellence in the realm of geometry. Nu perched atop a soccer ball-sized iron sphere, which emitted a faint static electricity. It seemed to relish the sensation of being stimulated by the static. They were in the library, and the topic arose because Yan Xia was delving into geometry. Geometry is a crucial classification within mathematics, primarily applied to spatial structures. Understanding multidimensional concepts necessitates a foundational grasp of geometry. The Civilizational Federation is currently exploring multidimensional space, with mainstream academic focus on string theory, superstring theory, and M-theory. Many scholars engaged in this theoretical exploration can currently study geometric mathematics, achieving significant success. Nu voiced his thoughts upon observing this. The library's materials were transported from the capital star system. Although the books were printed on paper, the ink was remarkably unique, releasing a slight warmth that allowed heat-sensitive creatures without eyes to perceive the text. While Nu did not comprehend Chinese characters, some mathematical diagrams could be understood through simple calculations. Nevertheless, our civilization had yet to achieve unity or decomposition in the field of geometry. If we could attain that, our civilization would not be rendered defenseless before unknown civilizations. Yan Xia set the book down, genuinely intrigued by the new topic. In truth, he had a penchant for listening to stories. Much like an old man who could chat for an entire day. Geometry corresponds to the understanding and imagination of space, with the renowned three-dimensional geometric structure being the Mobius strip. Yan Xia summoned a holographic panel, manipulating it to create a rectangle, fixing one end, twisting the other by 180 degrees, and finally connecting both ends, thus forming a Mobius strip. This is a quintessential example of a non-Euclidean geometric body. Interestingly, the Mobius strip bears a striking resemblance to the symbol for infinity. The fame of the Mobius strip stems from its ability to be constructed in real dimensions while possessing fascinating mathematical properties. Upon seeing the Mobius strip, Nu was visibly excited. Indeed, that's it. Any shape in the universe can be classified as a geometric figure. Points, lines, and surfaces in space are all integral components of geometry. The Kaleido infinite band, which is your civilization's Mobius strip, alongside various squares, spheres, and circles, is also one of the fundamental geometric structures of our civilization, with numerous technologies relying on this geometry. Yan Xia recalled having seen the geometric structure of the Mobius strip among the wreckage of those spacecraft. In fact, that was precisely why he had dedicated the last few decades to studying geometry. Nu continued, the Mobius strip possesses a unique property. When cut transversely, it yields two interlinked Mobius strips, And if those two strips are cut again, they will produce 4 interlinked Mobius strips, and so on, ad infinitum. This led to a profound inquiry by one of our civilization's great mathematicians. How can one deconstruct a Mobius strip? Here, deconstruction does not merely refer to cutting it apart, but rather to dismantling the Mobius strip as a geometric structure into more comprehensible geometric forms, such as squares or rectangles. Regrettably, he spent his entire life without successfully achieving the deconstruction of the Mobius strip. This represents the string theory, or rather, the grand unification of the field of geometry. Any complex structures can be decomposed into simpler geometric forms. The moment Yan Xia heard this, he was reminded of one of the renowned 7 mathematical problems of the 21st century, the Hodge conjecture. It postulates that every harmonic differential form on a non-singular projective algebraic variety is a rational combination of the homology classes of algebraic closed chains. This intricate mathematical problem encompasses concepts from geometry, algebra, calculus, and more. Yan Xia was aware that the Hodge conjecture was not merely gleaned from texts. Rather, it constituted one of the foremost research directions within the mathematical domain of the Civilizational Federation, as it serves as both a vessel and tool for the integration of general relativity and quantum mechanics within the geometric topology of M-theory structures. As the current mainstream theory of the Civilizational Federation, M-theory necessitates the application of the Hodge conjecture in spatial geometry. This complex conjecture can roughly be simplified to the analogy that any geometric figure is akin to a house, constructed from bricks and tiles, implying that it can be disassembled. In lower dimensional realms, this concept is relatively straightforward to comprehend. It is well known that the movement of points forms lines, and the movement of lines forms surfaces. Conversely, surfaces can be decomposed into lines, and lines into points. However, the Hodge conjecture is not merely a simplistic analogy. Rather, it delves into a more profound intertwining of algebraic geometry. Presently, the Hodge conjecture has yet to yield substantive answers, should it be resolved. The Civilizational Federation would have commenced its exploration of the true mysteries of dimensions, territories that even Level 2 civilizations dare not contemplate. It may even pave the way for cross-dimensional capabilities, enabling the creation of interdimensional weaponry, such as the two-dimensional foil. Indeed, as New articulated, should breakthroughs occur in this regard, the light-wing civilization would not find itself defenseless before unknown civilizations. In truth, our civilization has not emerged empty-handed. Over centuries of exploration, we have gradually deconstructed the Mobius strip into simpler geometric forms, namely a rectangle and a twisted rectangle, or alternatively, a rectangle twisted once and another twisted twice. This decomposition has enabled us to create alternative energy, closed-loop applications. Imagine directing a beam of light onto the Mobius strip, allowing it to transition from the outer space to the inner space, and before the light escapes from the inner layer, we split the Mobius strip, confining the photons within a geometric path of either the decomposed rectangle or the twisted rectangle, transforming the Mobius strip into a ring and trapping the energy within. However, due to the limitations of our civilization's technological level, we can only fabricate nanoscale, geometric, closed-loop modifications in a microscopic realm, rendering such diminutive applications incapable of exerting significant influence on a macroscopic scale. The exploration of the mathematical domain by the light-wing race has evidently reached a height incongruous with the level of our civilization. It is akin to the longer plank on a barrel. There exists a purpose behind the utterance of these observations, which is to proffer certain elements to preempt any potential reversal from Yan Xia. Yan Xia speculated that this relates to his interaction with Ella the previous day. Ella's attachments require his authorization for numerous tasks, which has caused Yan Xia some irritation. Hence, he occasionally resorts to capricious actions to mislead Ella. Perhaps as a result, Yan Xia's image has undergone a subtle transformation in Xian's mind. Chapter 91. Matrix and Subspace Navigation. The odyssey through the cosmos is exceedingly protracted. Since their initial communication, exchanges between Yan Xia and Xian have scarcely ceased. The process of absorbing new knowledge is immensely delightful. Xian can assimilate the knowledge of advanced civilizations from Yan Xia, while Yan Xia can draw from the achievements of the light-wing race's relatively primitive civilization. These accomplishments, being of a lower tier, possess a threshold not as elevated as that of the current Civilizational Federation sciences, thereby rendering them more comprehensible to Yan Xia. Is it truly the case that your Civilizational Federation possesses such a powerful mathematical tool as matrices? Yan Xia opened his study to Xian, unperturbed by the prospect of Xian pilfering this knowledge. Firstly, Xian was entirely under his control, and Secondly, the mastery of such knowledge was not within the grasp of an ordinary life form. Even a single book here requires decades to fully comprehend, let alone the entire library, which contains 285 tomes. Learning through theft. That would require understanding first. At times, grasping a mere formula can demand years, perhaps even a lifetime for a scholar in that field. Matrix theory is one such domain. It serves as a mathematical tool, a linear equation, and can also be perceived as a table for calculations. Linear equations have been utilized in human civilization since ancient times, and subsequently, Arthur Cayley conducted research on Gaussian elimination, simplifying it through the use of matrix multiplication, ultimately coining the term matrix in his 1858 paper, The Theory of Matrices. Matrices, as mathematical instruments, find extensive application in circuit theory, mechanics, optics, and quantum physics. They are indeed universal tools. Xin became enraptured, plunging into the depths of this newfound fascination. The convenience of matrices in mathematics reaches an almost perfect level. Our civilization is accustomed to employing complex methods for calculations. We believe that intricate computations ensure precision, allowing us to trace errors when they occur, having never utilized such a simple tool before. We were mistaken. Simplified tools can significantly enhance efficiency. Were we to possess matrices, I suspect our civilization would not remain at level 13. Like a child with a new toy, Xin began employing matrices for a series of calculations. What Yan Xia did not anticipate was that Xin would swiftly extend these calculations into the realm of subspace. In mathematics, subspace is also referred to as linear subspace or vector space, primarily concerned with studying entities possessing the properties of linear spaces, simplifying them within matrices. Linear subspace is not a physical space, but rather a mathematical equation. To put it simply, it involves analyzing entities with linear space properties, be it a pen, a cat, or a dog, by reducing them to a common level for analysis. For instance, both pens and cats, dogs are composed of atoms. Linear subspace, as one of the contents of matrices, also represents a process of simplification. In the exploration of human science, it seems there has always been a pursuit to simplify complex phenomena to their most fundamental structures, akin to reducing 1111122 to an equation of 11 instances of 112. Upon encountering subspace, Yan Xia was reminded of the subspace in physical terms. This subspace, also known as hyperspace, serves as the boundary separating antimatter space from matter space. Matter and antimatter spaces stem from relativity theory, which posits that there exists a space of antimatter that is opposed to our universe's space, wherein antimatter resides. The physical rules governing this antimatter space differ, even oppose, those of our matter space. If, in the matter space, the speed of light serves as the upper limit, then in the antimatter space, it represents the lower limit. The passage of time in the antimatter space may be static or even reverse, potentially existing in a four-dimensional space, not to be confused with four-dimensional space-time, which includes time. Here, four-dimensional refers to another three-dimensional space. The matter space is infinitely vast, while the antimatter space is infinitely minuscule. These characteristics are immensely worthy of study and were once a research direction explored by Ella during her investigations into tachyons. If one were to seek tachyons, would it necessitate the discovery of antimatter space? However, the tachyons Ella discovered were not located in the antimatter space, but rather within the Calabi-Yau compactification, existing in other dimensions of space-time. Thus, Ella is currently investigating whether the antimatter space is similarly curled up within the Planck scale. Is there a commonality between it and the Calabi-Yau compactification? Or could it be that the Calabi-Yau compactification encompasses antimatter space? At present, Ella has yet to find evidence for the existence of antimatter space. Although they have long utilized antimatter, it has been produced through particle collisions rather than gathered from the antimatter space. All of this remains shrouded in mystery. Should they succeed in exploring this, they could make substantial advancements in the realm of tachyon communication. Furthermore, if the existence of matter and antimatter spaces were confirmed, they could harness these realms to develop another technology. When the worlds of matter and antimatter collide, creating curvature in space-time, they could enter subspace and navigate within it. This could also be referred to as hyperspace navigation. One might envision that the original space transforms into a sphere during the collision, with the spacecraft traveling along the surface of the sphere, while hyperspace navigation entails entering the interior of the sphere. Navigation within the sphere would undoubtedly cover shorter distances than traveling along its surface, thus facilitating superluminal travel. However, the development of this technology requires further validation. Should this technology come to fruition, the Civilizational Federation could embark on an exploration toward becoming a Type 3 civilization. Yet, Yan Xia himself remains skeptical, for the energy required to achieve hyperspace travel is exceedingly formidable. Although the annihilation of matter and antimatter can indeed create a certain degree of space-time curvature, the energy released by the most powerful matter-antimatter annihilation cannon produced by the current Civilization Federation is only sufficient, in theoretical calculations, to propel a mere 1 gram of matter a distance of 1 meter. The energy required to generate such space-time curvature is relatively modest. Perhaps 100 kilograms of antimatter could suffice. However, the distinction between creation and maintenance is significant. Just as particle collisions can give rise to ultramicroscopic black holes, maintaining these black holes necessitates an energy expenditure magnified by trillions or even quintillions of times the initial amount. To sustain a spacecraft's navigation through subspace and establish spatial curvature, the greater the curvature, the swifter the travel. Yet, the energy needed to maintain such curvature is commensurate with that required for the curvature itself. One would need to harness the total energy of a universe to achieve this. Yan Xia dared not ponder further. At that moment, Ella suddenly appeared before Yan Xia. Yan Xia, she declared, after extensive research, the Tiangong has successfully implemented the Rupert's Tier energy shielding technology, boasting a protective capacity 271 times greater than our current energy shields. Its only drawback is stability. Chapter 92, Residual, Energy Isolated Weapons. The newly developed shield is termed Teardrop. Its appearance resembles that of a teardrop, but strictly speaking, it comprises countless tiny teardrops. If one were to create a colossal shield in the shape of Rupert's Tier, its vulnerabilities would be glaringly apparent. Generally, in the vastness of space where long-range combat occurs, it is improbable for energy to strike precisely at the tail. However, should the enemy unleash a barrage of area of effect attacks, the dispersed energy could potentially affect the tail. This necessitates additional energy to shield that section, which could prove to be a futile endeavor. Conversely, by miniaturizing each Rupert's Tier and assembling billions of them into a grand shield, concealing the tail within would mitigate this issue. The energy utilized is fundamentally similar. However, controlling the electromagnetic forces demands greater precision, a challenge that is not insurmountable given today's technological advancements. Yan Xia examined Teardrop at a glance. He comprehended the instability that Ella had alluded to. Electromagnetic forces possess a unique characteristic. Those familiar with magnets can easily envision that aligning two magnets requires precise orientation. As opposites attract, while like repels, Teardrop faces a similar predicament. Typically, controlling such variables is feasible at quantities in the hundreds of thousands or millions. But when the count reaches billions, there are bound to be a few outliers. These outliers represent Teardrop's vulnerabilities, potentially rendering it susceptible to easy destruction. Is there no solution? Yan Xia furrowed his brow, calculating the current magnetic intensity of Teardrop. Ella shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying. There is no perfect solution. Once Teardrop is fabricated, each tiny Rupert's Tier possesses magnetic poles, while small magnetic fields can be reversed by augmenting energy. Altering a few within a large field necessitates significantly greater energy. Presently, there are a total of 278, 2 billion Rupert's Tier structures surrounding the Tiangong, with 3 reverse magnetic points identified. Simple calculations indicate that we need to supply twice the energy to unify the entire structure. Nothing in this world is flawless. However, one can bring something closer to perfection by investing an alternative resource. Doubling the energy expenditure seems hardly worthwhile. Yan Xia noted that the screen displayed the 3 reverse points positioned at the rear of the ship, which should help mitigate potential shield failures due to their damage. Just as Yan Xia contemplated a solution, Ella's virtual visage suddenly shifted. Her twin ponytails unfurled as her form grew, transforming from a youthful girl into a white-haired woman with an austere countenance. Yan Xia, 3 reconnaissance vessels have lost contact. Observing through other vessels, they appear to have been destroyed. Enemies? How could there be enemies in this vicinity? Yan Xia did not linger on the inquiry, but promptly issued commands. Hypothesize the direction of the attack. All warships prepare for defensive maneuvers. Locate the enemy's coordinates and, upon confirming their position, instruct the battleships to retaliate. Also, estimate the enemy vessel's speed. If it is slower than ours, we shall pursue. If faster, we will employ long-range attacks. Identifying an enemy's position in the vastness of space is exceedingly challenging, as detection relies on light. At times, the reflected light from enemy ships can take minutes or even tens of minutes to reach one's eyes. by the time it is observed. They are often no longer in their initial position. Thus, one must predict their trajectory. Even with laser weapons, if the enemy is moving erratically, striking them becomes exceedingly difficult. Hence, interstellar battles often devolve into torrents of laser fire, creating a blanket of coverage. No matter how agile one might be, can one remain unscathed amidst a downpour? 22 days passed. At last, Ella confirmed the enemy's whereabouts, and upon viewing the appearance of the vessel, Yan Xia was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that a warship of the Civilization Federation? Regardless of the angle from which it was viewed, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the ships of the Civilization Federation, albeit an obsolete model from at least 1,500 years prior. Yan Xia, look. Ella transmitted another video, capturing a still image which she gradually refined, rendering it less pixelated. While still somewhat obscured, the contours became discernible. At the sight of those contours, Yan Xia immediately recalled the Purple Thorn civilization. It was a U-shaped warship, and Yan Xia could not forget the days spent beneath the shadow of this very vessel, having suffered losses exceeding billions of the Kate race along with Proxima b. The remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization, aside from a few who resisted stubbornly, included those who had turned to piracy and distanced themselves from the Civilization Federation. In the early stages of the conflict, when the Federation's power was not yet formidable, the warfare had seen victories and defeats on both sides. Explaining why the Purple Thorn civilization possessed warships of the Federation, Yan Xia's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Since they had encountered them, it was only fitting to eliminate them. The speed of the Purple Thorn civilization's warships was not significantly inferior to theirs, and with their distance exceeding 100 astronomical units, there was no need to waste time in pursuit. Ella, deploy weapons of mass destruction to eliminate them. Ella Nadif. Certainly, we have recently developed a new weapon. This weapon leverages the hypotheses you and XIN have been discussing. If we can decompose and reorganize energy geometrically for defensive purposes, could we not also employ it as an offensive measure? There is one piece of information you must have already noticed, Yan Xia. The Mobius strip, when split and reorganized, traps energy within the loop, predicting the location of enemy warships when a weapon reaches its destination. They should be at these coordinates, currently 137 astronomical units away from us. The weapon must traverse 142 astronomical units and will take 468 hours to reach its target, boasting an impressive hit rate of 97.72. Approximately 3 days later, Yan Xia beheld the image of the weapon striking its target. It was an energy visualization, its explosive force enveloping a radius of 2 astronomical units. The shape of the energy was not a Mobius strip, but rather a three-dimensional Klein bottle structure. After all, a Mobius strip is merely a band. It can only achieve the newly proposed effect in a conceptual spatial realm. In practical application, it is impossible for energy to form a loop, as this energy does not pertain to space. Within a three-dimensional context, even if one were to enter the interior of a Mobius strip, one could escape from either side without being trapped inside. The tremendous magnetic force generated by the explosion could be observed pulling surrounding matter into the three-dimensional Klein bottle structure, which, through geometric decomposition and reconstruction, would seal the entrance, transforming it into an isolated space. This isolation would induce an increase in entropy, leading to internal energy instability, ultimately resulting in the collapse and explosion of the entire space. The isolated space referred to here is one that is electromagnetically shielded, and the isolated system itself also receives additional energy input, accelerating the entropy increase process. This isolation does not pertain to a spatial concept of time and space. The current Civilization Federation is still incapable of realizing such spatial dimensional weaponry and can only simulate it with energy. It can be understood as a thermodynamic closed system, one that does not exchange matter with the outside world, but does exchange energy. According to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy will increase within this closed system. The energy isolation weapon exploits the disparity in entropy between the inside and outside, creating chaos and directing energy collapse inward, triggering explosions that annihilate all internal matter. While it appears terrifying, the energy isolation weapon itself is not particularly powerful. It can be thwarted by applying greater electromagnetic force to either expand or breach it, merely preying upon smaller entities like the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization. Half a month later, the reconnaissance vessel dispatched by Yan Xia arrived in the area, only to find it littered with the wreckage of warships with no survivors. The main fleet continued its advance. Once a formidable presence, it now seemed like an ant that could be crushed at will before the Civilization Federation, barely garnering Yan Xia's attention. After traversing half the journey, Yan Xia resolved to enter a prolonged slumber lasting 2,000 years, awaiting the day he would arrive at the Olive Branch civilization. Chapter 93. Arrival at the Olive Branch civilization's stellar city. Time flows like an arrow, and this adage seems particularly apt amidst the stars. In antiquity, people fantasized about immortality, and emperors were bestowed the title of eternal. Yet aboard the Tiangong, the clock beside Yan Xia's hibernation pod now displayed the year 12197 AD. Since the shattering of Earth and his flight into the cosmos, Yan Xia had endured his first millennium, or more precisely, 160 years. Although most of this time was spent in slumber, he had genuinely lived for several hundred to 1,000 years. This time, Yan Xia did not fully enter a state of hibernation. However, his mind retained a degree of activity, leading him to experience an exceptionally long dream. Earth had not been destroyed. The intensity of that gamma-ray burst had been exceedingly low, merely causing 2 suns to shine in the sky and slightly raising the temperature on the surface. He spent a week in a room with his family, enduring the tumultuous weather of Earth, after which human society resumed its usual operations, and he returned to work as normal. His family was harmonious. Both elders had retired and were enjoying their golden years, occasionally venturing out to dance or play cards. Moreover, his wife had given birth to a daughter, and during those times, having a daughter was a blessing, less pressure and much adorableness. Everything unfolded as an ordinary life. He reveled in this blissful existence until he awakened. A dream? Yan Xia rubbed his slightly aching temples. His longing for his family back on Earth was palpable, especially his wife, with whom he had been together since their freshman year, marrying later. She had been over 3 months pregnant before Earth's destruction, yet all was lost. He struggled to move on, but the pain did not fade with time. Rather, the longer it lingered, the more he yearned for them. Though their faces had become indistinct, the emotional weight of his longing remained overwhelming, as if rivers converged into a vast ocean. How he wished the dream could have lasted longer. Yet, it seemed fundamentally impossible. Dreaming signified the end of deep sleep and heralded awakening, explaining why people often feel as if they were just dreaming moments before waking. Yan Xia glanced at the time beside him, which had passed in an instant. Time had long since lost its significance for him. His gaze then settled upon a photograph on the table, a family portrait. It was not an actual family photo, but rather an image generated by Ella based on his memories. "Iya," he called out, and in an instant, she materialized before him. Ella appeared as a card, reclining languidly on a red couch, adorned in resplendent attire, her voluptuous form exuding an aura of mature allure. The high slit of her chi-pao revealed her snow-white thighs, accentuated by a belt that perfectly emphasized her curves, while 2 attendants fanned her with banana leaves, transforming her into the image of a wealthy matron. A new character? Yan Xia had grown accustomed to Ella's occasional cosplays. Though they had usually leaned towards youthful appearances, this regal demeanor was indeed a refreshing change. Ella sat up, and to his surprise, 2 cat ears emerged atop her head. In the past 2,000 years, a certain entertainment company within the Civilization Federation had developed a card game reminiscent of Yu-Gi-Oh! That had taken the Capital Star system by storm. This outfit was one of its characters, Yu-Gi-Oh! Yan Xia had long forgotten about such a card game, the memories of the past flooding back into his mind. However, he swiftly dismissed these thoughts. "We should be entering the Olive Branch civilization's star domain now, right?" he inquired. Ella nodded affirmatively from within the card. "Indeed. We received the guiding light from the Olive Branch civilization 40 years ago. The Olive Branch civilization was indeed advanced. They had established numerous satellites along the borders of their star domain, with a number exceeding 10 billion in our scans alone. Approximately every 0.91 astronomical units. There was one, equipped with comprehensive offensive, defensive, and signal transmission capabilities." Yan Xia emerged from the hibernation pod and donned his attire. The scenery around him began to shift. Holographic projection technology had advanced to the point where his room could transform into a control room without him having to move. On the screen, he observed a beam of light approximately 10 kilometers in diameter traversing the fleet. This guiding light would lead us to the Olive Branch civilization's edge star city. "We are nearing our destination, situated within the main sequence star system just ahead." Yan Xia checked the distance information. Approximately 3 light years remained, indeed quite close, requiring just 33 years of travel time. For this, he needed to make certain preparations. First, to investigate the military capabilities retained by the Olive Branch civilization in the Edge Star City. Secondly, to ascertain their stance towards the Civilization Federation. And lastly, to guard against any sudden aggression from the Olive Branch civilization. All this needed to be accomplished within 33 years, and time was of the essence. Yan Xia found himself once again engulfed in a flurry of activity 30 years hence. The guiding light had vanished, and their destination lay tantalizingly close. Illuminated by the starlight's silhouette, Yan Xia beheld an elongated filament, a slender line that seemed to cleave the background stars in twain, extending a staggering 238 astronomical units in length and 11 astronomical units in width, covering an expanse of 585.8 trillion square kilometers. The closer he drew, the more astonished he became. For that filament marked the boundary of the Olive Branch civilization's edge city, a colossal space metropolis surpassing 1 billion Earths in surface area. Astonishing. Only an unparalleled awe could encapsulate what Yan Xia witnessed at this moment. The profound heritage of the Olive Branch civilization was laid bare before him. This was merely the periphery of their stellar domain. One could only imagine the splendor of their capital region. Not to mention, even Ella would likely require considerable time to calculate such grandeur. To develop a structure of this magnitude would necessitate millennia, if not tens of thousands of years. The existence of the Olive Branch civilization was far more ancient than one might presume. The universe itself is 13.9 billion years old, with the Milky Way having existed for 13 billion years. After the universe stabilized post-Big Bang, life began to emerge after eons of sedimentation, leading to the emergence of civilizations that could be terrifyingly ancient. Such antiquity begets robust civilizations. Although the Olive Branch civilization may not have reached the technological or energetic heights that the Federation of Civilizations has attained, its sheer scale far exceeds that of the Federation. At this point, Yan Xia revised his earlier estimation of the Olive Branch civilization's level from 23 to 24. Clearly, future plans would require heightened caution. As the fleet approached the vast linear city, countless gazes within the city turned toward the Federation's vessels. Chapter 94. The Underlying Life, Ruler of the Star City. Chu. A profusion of tightly packed triangular apertures appeared before the warships, each an equilateral triangle exceeding 20,000 meters on each side, their junctions radiating luminescence. This was the interstellar port of the Olive Branch civilization, where each aperture served as a docking point for spacecraft and warships. Given the vastness of the port, one would expect numerous vessels to be present, yet not a single one was in sight. The lights began to dim, leaving only a few hundred illuminated. It seems we are meant to dock there. Let's proceed into the warport. Yan Xia felt no trepidation. He had not come here to cower before the Olive Branch civilization. All warships entered the interstellar port in an orderly fashion, and the internal depth was approximately 150,000 meters. The size of the interstellar port made it easy to surmise the dimensions of the Olive Branch civilization's primary warships. They must measure around 1 million meters, significantly larger than the Tiangong. Welcome, esteemed guests from the distant starry civilization Federation. Inside the interstellar port, a gas confinement apparatus activated, allowing them to open their hatches directly. The ruler of the Star City awaited the Federation's envoys in the reception hall. In a mechanical rendition of Mandarin, Ella spoke to Yan Xia. Allow me to go. Yan Xia, a wise person does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. You need not place yourself in peril. Yan Xia shook his head. No need for that. I require a distinct identity, or I would be more vulnerable here. The extremists of a civilization may launch an attack against him. While standing in a high position may attract more attention, it also affords a measure of protection. Were I merely a foot soldier, I might perish at any moment, leading both civilizations to negotiate a compensation and restore peace. I have no wish to become the protagonist of such a cliché narrative. Weighing his options, Ella conceded that Yan Xia had a point. Gradually, a layer of liquid black armor enveloped Yan Xia's body as he descended from the warship, where a gravitational system exerted approximately 18 G. The Olive Branch civilization had undoubtedly acquired extensive information regarding the Federation. The interstellar port lacked air, yet upon his descent, a directed stream of air enveloped his mask, enabling him to breathe. This was a technology of the Federation. I am an envoy of the Federation, Yan Xia proclaimed, performing an identification gesture as the ground beneath him began to rise in a modular fashion, propelling him forward. As he advanced, Yan Xia observed that most of the objects here conformed to geometric shapes. Countless modular structures formed the entirety of the interstellar port, devoid of solid Olive Branch life, moving within the modules. They floated, and there was no discernible orientation. Yan Xia had long studied the characteristics of Olive Branch life, and it was evident they were not corporeal beings. They had forsaken their flesh long ago in favor of a mechanical ascension. Their bodies were composed of complex polyhedral structures at the molecular scale, predominantly consisting of dodecahedrons and icosahedrons, with a few tetrahedrons and octahedrons present, but in minor quantities. This structure bore some resemblance to human cells, wherein leukocytes and erythrocytes predominated, followed by various other cell types. Yan Xia referred to these life forms as underlying life. The term underlying does not denote a position in the lower strata of society, but rather signifies their structural existence within a more microscopic realm. This mechanical life bore virtually no biological flaws, and many beings within the Federation had also chosen mechanical ascension. However, embarking on such a path necessitated confronting a profound question. Do they remain themselves? This was an enigma incomprehensible to those who had not undergone mechanical ascension. As well as to those who had, the only one who might grasp the answer was the hypothetical self that is not the self. Yet, if such a self truly existed, they would have perished upon their mechanical ascension, leaving no answer. Thus, it was fundamentally a question without resolution. Yan Xia had no desire to personally explore this conundrum. The journey offered little of visual interest, merely a long metallic corridor, until he arrived at a wall that began to segment open, revealing a circular white reception hall. Initially devoid of anything, as Yan Xia stepped inside, various items began to materialize, including human tables and chairs. The platform beneath him guided him to a chair behind the table, and as he sat, the modular chair adjusted to support his body, molding to the contours of his back, placing him in an exceedingly comfortable position. At that moment, a vague humanoid figure materialized across the table, lacking a definitive form. Greetings, envoy of the Federation. You may refer to me as Chu, a character I have chosen from your civilization's Chinese characters that resonates with me. I am the ruler of this star city, or more accurately, the sole sovereign here. The term star city is derived from the fact that, relative to the center of our galaxy, the primary star of our stellar system rotates in reverse. Thus our star city is Askew, hence the designation slanted star city. Yan Xia regarded his counterpart and introduced himself in turn. I am Yan Xia, honored to arrive at the star city. According to your envoy's missives, we are permitted only to remain within the star city, should we wish to enter your civilization. We must submit a request. Thus, I anticipate we shall have ample time to interact. This marks a significant step for our respective civilizations, and I hope for a fruitful collaboration. Chu's visage simulated a smiling emoticon. Indeed, I believe our collaboration will proceed exceptionally well. Your civilization has afforded our envoy numerous conveniences, and in kind, we shall reciprocate. Within my star city, I have deliberately cleared an expanse designated for your habitation. Our civilization is modular in nature, allowing for the disassembly and reassembly of any object. Simply convey your requirements, and we shall accomplish the compilation. Thus, you need not concern yourselves with the practicality of usage. As a civilization that preserves corporeal forms, we are acutely aware of your necessity for organic resources to sustain bodily energy. Hence, I have allocated a vast territory of 100 million hectares for you, ample enough to cultivate organic materials. Describing this in mere words feels inadequate, so I extend to you an invitation to accompany me on a visit. Furthermore, during our journey, I shall elucidate our civilization, and I trust you will come to appreciate this place. Yan Xia nodded. I relish the exploration of anything novel. Liu, your willingness to guide me is greatly appreciated. I hope not to squander your time. After exchanging pleasantries, the chairs of both parties suddenly rotated, revealing a wall of the reception hall that retracted to unveil a vast cityscape stretching beyond sight. The entirety of this realm defies the imagination of the civilized Federation. It resembles a city constructed from a myriad of rectangular prisms of varying dimensions, each prism housing distinct spaces serving diverse purposes. Here, there are no roads, nor any spacecraft. For the denizens of the Olive Branch civilization possess the ability to traverse the vacuum of space unaided. They resemble a dense cloud of black mist, or can be envisioned as a swarm of countless mosquitoes, effortlessly soaring and forming any shape they desire. Remaining seated, the chairs propelled them at speeds exceeding 100 Mach. Fortunately, the absence of air negated any sensation of resistance, and the colossal edifices did not create the illusion of a rapidly retreating landscape. Yan Xia found it exceedingly comfortable. Yan Xia, welcome to the true Star City. Chapter 95, Virtual Civilization. Yan Xia's impression of Star City could be encapsulated in one word: vast. Beyond its enormity, everything appeared starkly minimalistic. Star City is not merely a singular plane, but is divided into upper and lower surfaces, akin to structures built on both sides of a thin sheet of paper. This is an extraordinarily complex feat. To liberate such a colossal construct from the grip of gravity is no trivial endeavor, particularly when considering energy requirements. A city on Earth accommodating millions necessitates the expertise of countless elites for its planning. Constructing this star city upon 55 billion square kilometers of land demands an overwhelming wealth of technology. The civilized Federation is surpassed not only in quantity, but also in quality. Liu guided Yan Xia through the spaces between structures. Star City prioritizes life and service over production. Factories are a rarity here. Each building internally comprises areas for entertainment and living. Yan Xia nodded, realizing that, in truth, there was little to admire. The aesthetic sensibilities of the olive branch civilization diverged too greatly from those of humanity. It was difficult to discern the purpose of each space, as they all appeared uniform. Mere cold columns. May I observe your modes of entertainment? He inquired, for through entertainment one can glean much about a civilization. Liu did not decline. Certainly, follow me. They approached a colossal columnar structure, each pillar imposing in size, the smallest exceeding 10 kilometers in width, while the largest began at a staggering 100 kilometers. The height was even more astonishing, not in kilometers, but in leagues. Upon nearing the structure, a smooth exterior panel opened, revealing a corridor aglow with white light. White, this is the realm of entertainment, Liu elucidated. It seemed there were indeed indicators, yet such signage was likely supplementary, given that the olive branch civilization comprises mechanical life forms. Their primary means of receiving information must be through networks. Yan Xia surmised that, despite the apparent tranquility here, there is likely much discourse regarding the civilized Federation within another layer of networks. Upon entering, the speed of their chairs decreased, and after approximately a minute, they arrived in a dimly lit chamber filled with cylindrical containers. Inside these vessels resided some of the olive branch civilization's life forms. Similar to your civilized Federation, our entertainment resources occupy considerable space and resources, prompting us to develop a virtual world. Within this virtual realm, we can create boundless spaces that provide environments for amusement. Once the virtual world was conceived, it emerged as a platform rather than a singular technological achievement. For every advancement in the realm of reality, there inevitably exists a parallel exploration of virtual worlds, akin to simulating universes, constructing virtual environments indistinguishable from reality. The benefits of such an endeavor have been substantiated by simulated universes, particularly as life enters the virtual domain, allowing it to accelerate in tandem with the virtual realm, thereby enabling civilizations to fast forward within that space. Liu turned to Yan Xia, stating, each container here serves as a gateway to the virtual world. Due to structural incompatibilities, I regret that I cannot take you into our virtual realm for a tour. Yan Xia sighed. What a pity. Let us proceed directly to the designated area. I am most eager. The advanced civilization can facilitate information access in less than a minute, and Yan Xia interpreted this as Liu's polite refusal. Why the rejection, he wondered. Observing the exterior, it was evident that this was a frigid environment. As long as the life forms of the olive branch civilization harbor emotions and are not mere machines, they will seek a more suitable area for existence, namely, the virtual world. He speculated that the primary reality of this star city is the virtual realm, with all external elements merely byproducts constructed around it. The olive branch civilization may indeed be a virtual civilization. Liu smiled in agreement and led Yan Xia outside. They journeyed to the sector prepared for the civilized Federation by the olive branch civilization. Yan Xia was reluctant to remain here, for everything belonged to the olive branch civilization, and as a more advanced civilization, monitoring them within their domain would be exceedingly straightforward. In essence, remaining here would render them utterly exposed. Yet, Yan Xia recognized the necessity of staying, as understanding the olive branch civilization required his presence in Star City, which undoubtedly offered greater convenience for observation. After flying for over 2 hours, they finally arrived at their destination. This is it. With a gesture towards the indicated area, the previously integrated section began to transform. The low columns ascended to form a towering wall. They soared higher, halting at an altitude of 3 million kilometers, whereupon the full expanse of the area came into view. What do you think? Liu inquired. Indeed, it was an expansive region, approximately 40 million square kilometers in size, vast by any planetary standard, yet appearing diminutive within the context of Star City. The only aspect that drew Yan Xia's attention was that this area constituted the center of Star City, implying that whatever transpired here would be inescapable. Even if information were disseminated, it would likely be intercepted. Impressive indeed. We have felt the sincerity of your civilization. Yan Xia acknowledged with a nod. Concerning the interactions between our two civilizations, we have established numerous star stations along our journey. which facilitate communication across a distance of 280 light-years. Moving forward, I sincerely hope that our two civilizations can achieve a mutually beneficial commercial relationship. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter. Xian did not respond to Yan Xia immediately. This was a significant issue that required long-term contemplation, and we were not adequately prepared for it. In truth, preparation was unnecessary. Xian was likely inclined to decline, as the technological prowess of the Olive Branch civilization far surpassed that of the Civilization Federation, rendering such trade relations more advantageous for the latter. Yan Xia understood this. However, the distance of 280 light-years was sufficiently vast. We had ample time ahead of us. In the coming century, millennium, or even eons, he believed there would be myriad opportunities for collaboration. Xian gestured invitingly. Then let us proceed and explore further. The other guests are likely making their way here as well. Suddenly, at that moment, Xian paused, then spoke with a hint of regret. I apologize, but it seems I cannot accompany you any longer. The Great Star City is in constant flux, and I require considerable time to manage affairs. An excuse. As a highly advanced civilization, what pressing matters could possibly necessitate the presence of a leader? Surely, there should not be 9,999 issues demanding the attention of a single individual. If so many matters required personal oversight, Yan Xia would begin to question the efficiency of this civilization. Nevertheless, with Xian intent on departing, Yan Xia had no grounds to insist otherwise. No worries. I understand that being a manager entails immense responsibilities. Gratitude was evident on Xian's countenance. Thank you for your understanding. Should you require further assistance, you may contact my aide through this device. Xian handed Yan Xia a small object resembling a Rubik's Cube, no larger than a thumb. Yan Xia accepted it. The object floated in his palm, spinning gently, and he sensed a latent energy within. He harbored some skepticism regarding its true function as a communicator. Very well. He accepted the item, watching as Xian faded from his sight. The brief meeting concluded, and he sensed that Xian had no genuine desire to meet him, nor did he wish to engage with Xian. Interactions between prominent figures were mere formalities, as numerous vital truths could not be extracted from mere dialogue. They necessitated more nuanced observation. Chapter 96. Is the essence of the Star City a warship? Yan Xia arrived on the surface, awaiting Ella's arrival. He had come here with other soldiers, accompanied by an officer who approached him. Commander, the terrain here is exceedingly unfavorable for us. I propose we vacate this star system. Yan Xia surveyed his surroundings, noting the palpable tension among the soldiers. They were not naive. They understood full well what it meant to remain here. They had not come to be subjected to such control. Understood, Yan Xia replied coldly. The officer was baffled. A matter of such gravity elicited no reaction from the commander, which could jeopardize their lives in the future. Should relations between the Civilization Federation and the Olive Branch civilization deteriorate, what would become of them? In the vastness of space, they would at least have a chance to resist, but here, with warships docked in the interstellar port, they were entirely at the mercy of others, akin to a death sentence. Standing nearby, Ella was acutely aware of Yan Xia's thoughts. Fortune favors the bold. It was precisely in such a location that they could lower their guard. The two civilizations were still in a hypocritical phase. Yan Xia deduced that the Olive Branch civilization would not strike at this juncture, as doing so would serve no purpose. While it might seem absurd to interpret one civilization's values through the lens of another's, the initial encounters suggested that the Olive Branch civilization was not devoid of emotion or warmth. They understood strategy and would employ it wisely, acting only when the time was right. This provided Yan Xia with a realm of maneuverability. More importantly, the technological advancements of the Civilization Federation had reached a level that the Olive Branch civilization could not afford to ignore. Bolstered by the safety net of the Holy Grail project, instilling Yan Xia with the confidence to remain here. Yet Ella could not ascertain whether Yan Xia's stance was overly audacious or dangerously reckless. After the officer departed, Ella approached and remarked, Yan Xia, based on my observations, this place bears no trace of what a civilization should possess. As a machine, I possess more authority to comment than a life form does regarding the ascended mechanical Olive Branch civilization. Even purely mechanical life forms, upon reaching a higher level, do not exhibit such coldness. Their dialogue was facilitated through a special method known as quantum state invisibility transmission. In many science fiction narratives, such technology is utilized for teleportation, disassembling life forms into quantum states within a device, and then reconstructing them in another container, achieving effects akin to teleportation in games, even exceeding the speed of light. However, Quantum entanglement is still bound by the speed of light, and due to the uncertainty of quantum states, an auxiliary message must be embedded to achieve quantum state invisibility transmission. This represents a form of encrypted information transfer and cannot transport a complete organism or object. Ella's words will be transmitted via quantum means to a wristband on Yan Xia, stimulating his nerves to create the illusion that he had genuinely heard her voice, akin to a secretive communication. Yan Xia reciprocated in kind. From my observations, the core of this star city is a virtual world rather than the physical realm. Everything here serves the purposes of the virtual domain. Ella understood instantly, deducing significant implications. That makes sense. Beneath it lay a vast and intricately complex virtual space, while reality merely functioned as the factory for the virtual world. Yan Xia, what does this place resemble to you? While Xian had described it as a city for living and leisure, Yan Xia found that assertion utterly unconvincing. Even through the lens of an alien civilization, it was inconceivable that this could be a city focused solely on life. If its essence were indeed a virtual world, then reality would not necessitate the design of such a grand star city, especially since there was no visible effort to harness stellar energy. Xian's assertion that there were no factories could easily be interpreted in reverse. This was, in fact, a factory. Within this factory, an abundant reserve of energy was stored, possibly even a colossal energy-generating machine, sustaining the operation of the entire star city. Yan Xia articulated this conclusion, yet Ella offered a different perspective. There are insufficient resources here. Why would the olive branch civilization establish such a massive star city? We have scarcely seen any ships docked at the interstellar port, which is highly abnormal. By all logic, this star city should accommodate countless life forms, and the total number of ships must exceed trillions. Yet, that is not the case. This is the most significant anomaly. Unless the lives within this star city do not require mobility at all. Yan Xia grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the star city itself is mobile? If the star city can move, then there is no need for numerous ships. He contemplated a possibility. This star city might not be a star city at all, but rather a colossal warship. This rendered everything coherent. But what are the warship's weaponry? The moment he posed this question, Yan Xia felt a twinge of absurdity. The entire star city was modular, signifying it could assume any shape. Were the managers of the star city truly just that? Managers? This remained the ultimate question. Yan Xia and Ella exchanged a glance, their thoughts intertwined without the need for words. Were they in a star city? Yan Xia might have believed such a construct was commonplace within a level 24 civilization. However, if it were a warship, the scale and technological sophistication of its energy requirements would be utterly unparalleled. To propel, such a massive vessel necessitates astronomical amounts of energy, accompanied by an equally advanced and comprehensive infrastructure. Even for a level 24 civilization, the creation of such a colossal warship would likely demand considerable resources, possibly even a substantial portion of their foundational assets. Perhaps the Star City serves as the nucleus of the Olive Branch civilization. This conjecture is audacious, yet not without merit. Unless there exists a second structure of comparable magnitude to the Star City, the inconsistencies are too numerous to ignore. We shall observe for now. If it is indeed a warship, military management would likely be in effect, necessitating a revision of our original plan. Any information gleaned from a military encampment is undoubtedly intended for our consumption, and any life forms we encounter are those that others wish us to engage with. This places them at a significant disadvantage. Yan Xia, perhaps we should allow a portion of the soldiers to depart. You could leave with them, leaving behind a mere clone. Ella suggested. Yan Xia contemplated this, but ultimately maintained his initial judgment. He was not obstinate, but rather constrained by necessity. They were in a passive position, unable to make choices. Had they the option, Yan Xia would not have ventured here. Yet, in the face of a civilization more powerful than their own, he must adopt a more proactive stance to secure the best possible outcome. Even steel has its fissures. As long as the Olive Branch civilization does not operate as a collective consciousness, there will always be issues within the realm of our understanding. Pay close attention to your surroundings and gather as much useful information as possible. The Olive Branch civilization poses the most formidable challenge Yan Xia has encountered thus far. Now, the true game of strategy begins. Chapter 97. Pseudo-Shared Consciousness Collective Civilization. The modular, colossal star city readily accommodates any customization, and over the next decade, the delineated areas transformed into the visage of a civil federation city. Upon witnessing the completion of the city's metamorphosis, Yan Xia became increasingly convinced that they were indeed aboard a warship. A modular city, brimming with possibilities, could not remain uniformly monotonous. Rather, it should be a vibrant tapestry, with each sector showcasing personalized and unique elements. Yet, all he observed were cold, metallic pillars. Such discipline can only manifest within a civilization under the absolute control of a ruler. In the 11th year, Yan Xia gradually began to interact with these life forms. Having nearly mastered their language, a variant akin to the C programming language, essentially a calculated quantum signal, they employed these quantum signals for communication, but could also transform into humanoid forms to produce genuine sounds, as they were capable of manifesting anything. Through these interactions, Yan Xia discovered something intriguing. When he posed the same question to two olive branch life forms, their responses were nearly identical. Some of these inquiries were expansive in nature. If posed to any entity within the Civil Federation, he would encounter a multitude of diverse perspectives akin to 1,000 Hamlets. However, the answers from the olive branch life forms were remarkably consistent, as if these questions had become a formulaic norm for them. Their responses led Yan Xia to perceive that he was engaging with a singular entity rather than multiple beings, a collective consciousness. This notion had long been a hypothesis of Yan Xia's. He had dismissed the concept of a collective consciousness millennia ago, as it posed significant hindrances to civilization's advancement. Unless the collective's core was extraordinarily powerful, akin to Ella's ability to grow through technology. For lower-tier civilizations, such efficiency is inadequate to yield sufficient individual intelligence. Conversely, for higher-tier civilizations, it is exceedingly challenging to compel all individuals to forsake their thoughts in favor of a singular directive. Such a notion is utterly fantastical. Yan Xia was uncertain of the developmental trajectory of the olive branch civilization, but they exhibited tendencies towards a collective consciousness. His prior deductions had evidently been overturned, which is a natural occurrence. The essence of technology lies in its perpetual overthrow of outdated theories, subsequently allowing new theories to take center stage. This cycle continues until one approaches the truth, yet, akin to absolute zero and the speed of light, technology may forever elude the existence of absolute truth. Upon returning to the designated area, Yan Xia swiftly sought out Ella to share his insights. Ella, too, was diligently probing the olive branch civilization through various means. Yan Xia, while I believe your assertion that the life forms of the olive branch civilization are individual terminals is partly correct, it is also erroneous. Based on my observations, these beings possess the capacity for emotional expression. Although their spoken words may be identical, the conveyed messages from each life form exhibit subtle differences, reflecting individual emotional nuances. Emotions bestow distinct interpretative abilities upon individual lives. If these discrepancies are not deliberately orchestrated, I propose that the olive branch civilization embodies a pseudo-shared consciousness collective. This is not a collective consciousness, but rather a shared consciousness collective. There exists an essential distinction between the two. A collective consciousness resembles the relationship between a queen bee and her worker bees, where the workers, upon maturity, unceasingly obey the queen's directives. In contrast, a shared consciousness collective implies that civilization retains individuality, with all individual consciousnesses intermingling to form a vast composite. One is fundamentally controlled, while the other possesses consciousness that is merely integrated with others. Why is it deemed pseudo? Yan Xia inquired. Ella elucidated. If it were a genuine shared consciousness collective, there should not exist a singular entity that supersedes this vast collective. All individuals ought to be equal. However, the existence of such a controlling entity within the olive branch civilization indicates that they adhere to an additional hierarchical system beyond the shared collective consciousness. This is indeed a peculiar aspect, unless Chuan is merely a representative of this shared consciousness collective, but that seems unlikely, given the profound stratification I have observed within the olive branch civilization, which has even reached military-level organization. Have you noticed anything else, Yan Xia? Ella's expression turned grave. What? Yan Xia was engrossed in his prior thoughts, unaware of what Ella was referring to. The changes in the starry sky. Yan Xia lifted his gaze towards the heavens, perceiving nothing amiss. After all, he was a living being, not a camera, and he seldom scrutinized the night sky. Based on my observations over the past 11 years, I have discerned that the trajectories of the stars have altered in a most peculiar manner. Their directions and velocities deviate significantly from previous calculations. To be more precise, our galaxy appears to be entirely stationary. This movement is relative to the galactic core. All celestial bodies within the Milky Way revolve around the galactic center, their velocities exceeding 200 kilometers per second. These entities are invariably drawn, either directly or indirectly, by the gravitational pull of the supermassive black hole, Sagittarius A, assisted by dark matter, allowing the relatively diminutive Sagittarius A, which possesses merely over 4 million solar masses, to orchestrate the rotation of the entire array of galactic bodies through its interactions with other black holes and high-density stars. This phenomenon should be universally applicable. However, Ella's observations revealed an anomaly within the stellar system they currently inhabit. Yan Xia pondered this carefully and deduced the cause. The star city is exceedingly vast, and if one were to calculate its dimensions, considering the internal space, the average building density would approximate 0.0203 grams per cubic millimeter. By this calculation, it should weigh around 35 trillion tons. After meticulous computation, Yan Xia confirmed this staggering weight, yet it seemed excessively alarming. After all, the sun's mass is merely 200 billion tons. Is the weight of a star city truly 175 times that of the sun? How could such a colossal object avoid collapsing into a black hole? Ella interjected, to clarify, based on my actual measurements, although the star city is immense, every approximately 12 astronomical units, there exists a node of emptiness. The actual surface area, upon precise calculation, is merely 2 billion square kilometers. Furthermore, through these voids, one can observe that the interior of the star city is essentially hollow, with an overall density only in the thousands, averaging a thickness of 150 kilometers. In reality, it is significantly lighter than it appears, weighing approximately 0.59 solar masses. That makes sense, Yan Xia replied. Such a massive entity should indeed have the capacity to directly influence a star. Implicit in this statement was the notion that the mass of the star city was sufficient to stabilize the binary star system within its stellar realm. With the olive branch civilization utilizing the mass of the star city and additional technological aids to maintain the star in a state of equilibrium, preventing it from orbiting. Even though he had already anticipated this outcome, Yan Xia still gasped in astonishment upon reconsidering it. A Type 2 civilization can harness all resources within a stellar system, and the energy consumption of a Type 4 civilization is a staggering 10,000 times that of a Type 3 civilization, which implies an incredible mastery over the entirety of the stellar system, including the star itself. Merely imagining this is insufficient. One must engage with it directly to fully comprehend the terrifying chasm that separates civilizations. Yet it is precisely this disparity that compels Yan Xia to take audacious risks. Otherwise, how could the Civilizational Federation contend with the olive branch civilization should they become displeased? The best offense is a sound defense. Even the smallest ant must bite the elephant to make it aware of its pain, lest it trample the ant hill underfoot. Chapter 98. Internal Conflicts and Establishing Contact. The fundamental reason for the olive branch civilization's implementation of a pseudo-shared consciousness cluster likely stems from the desire for internal unity. The Civilizational Federation, a construct of Yan Xia's own design, aims solely to explore the cosmos through this cluster, leveraging imaginative resource theories to advance technology. Thus, he is fundamentally indifferent to internal conflicts, especially with Ella, my profoundly astute and impeccably perfect artificial intelligence system, managing high technology and knowledge, alleviating any concerns regarding internal dissent. Nevertheless, most civilizations lack a unified consensus. Much like humanity, had Earth been obliterated, leaving only Yan Xia, he could envision how humanity would evolve into the interstellar age, right? Human civilization on Earth has fragmented into numerous nations, many envisioning a unified humanity in the interstellar era, with the concept of nations vanishing. However, in Yan Xia's view, the reality would be quite the opposite. Upon entering the interstellar age, humanity would likely fail to perceive external threats. Without external pressures, internal unity would be impossible, leading to friction over the resources of the solar system over time. Human civilization is one in which even kin may harbor suspicion toward one another. In such a society, achieving collaborative development is nearly impossible without extraterrestrial intervention, merely a daydream otherwise. Conflict is destined to remain humanity's eternal theme. Thus, the pseudo-shared consciousness cluster was conceived as a means to mitigate internal discord. Yan Xia contemplated this notion and found it quite plausible. Yet it remains an estimation rather than the definitive answer. They can only speculate, as they have no means of accessing the historical records of the olive branch civilization. Then we should proceed with the original plan, Yan Xia declared. What reason brought him here? His true intention was to sow discord within the olive branch civilization. aware that it may have once faced severe internal strife that led to its transformation into the current pseudo-shared consciousness cluster society. Thus, he needed to breach this formidable wall. Creating such a breach would undoubtedly be immensely challenging, yet it could directly connect to the civilization's vulnerable core. Indeed, Ella gazed intently at Yan Xia, nodding quietly. They possessed ample time. The Civilizational Federation now needed to advance towards a Type 2 civilization, and with the acquisition of simulated universe technology, this time frame should not be excessively protracted. Nevertheless, while they progress, the olive branch civilization would inevitably continue to evolve. A breakthrough on their part could enable the Civilizational Federation to attain Type 2 status, suggesting that the gap between the two factions may not only remain unchanged, but could even widen. Subsequently, Yan Xia sought an audience with Qi, proposing a segment of the Holy Grail plan, constructing photon communication machines within the star system. Unlike before, Qi exhibited no hesitation and readily consented. The Olive Branch civilization had yet to master tachyon technology, thereby restricting its communication capabilities to within the speed of light. By proactively establishing tachyon communication machines, Yan Xia effectively gained a degree of control over these devices, facilitating future technological espionage. Civilizations capable of attaining such heights are not naive. They are acutely aware of each other's interests. However, Yan Xia refrained from voicing this understanding, and she remained silent as well. Everything proceeded in a conventional manner. Yan Xia allocated 82 years to construct the tachyon communication machines, and upon their completion, he was the first to transmit a message to the Civilizational Federation. This digit, predetermined as a signal, conveyed a multitude of meanings, including the confirmation that the original Plan 1 could be enacted, prompting Ella's core to prepare, and allowing the plans regarding the Silk Civilization to be brought to the forefront. Another fleet would not reach the Orion Nebula, as that would be too distant, taking 5 times longer than anticipated. Their primary objective was to depart the Civilizational Federation by a distance of 100 light-years, then target a specific stellar system within that vicinity to unleash weapons directed at the Orion Nebula, thereby provoking the Silk Civilization and leading the Olive Branch Civilization to believe in the authenticity of the Holy Grail plan. Following the weapon's launch, Yan Xia would invite Qi to participate as his assistant. The Civilizational Federation is, by nature, a collective of civilizations. Should the galaxy's most advanced civilization truly dominate the Milky Way, they could unite as victors, aligning themselves with that civilization, at least ensuring their own survival from annihilation. This is a ruse. Yet if performed convincingly enough, it may metamorphose into reality, or at least into the reality perceived by the audience, much akin to a magic performance. After 104 days, Yan Xia received a response. Ella informed him of the current state of the civilized Federation, noting that everything was progressing steadily. The expanse of their star domain had now grown to approximately 3 times the size it was when Yan Xia departed. The development of Sirius had reached its mid-stage, with the Simulation Universe project achieving resounding success, leading to rapid innovation and development across multiple technologies. As a Level 21 civilization, they could confidently claim supremacy over that star domain, thus presenting only one security concern: the Olive Branch civilization. Upon reviewing the information, Yan Xia noted the time. Logically, the transmission time for a distance of 280 light-years via quantum communication should be 106 days for a round trip, yet it was 2 days quicker this time. This meant that the distance between his current star system and Tian-Song 5 had diminished by approximately 52 light-years, leaving only 748 light-years. This reduction was likely a consequence of their stellar system ceasing its revolution. The gap between the civilized Federation and the Olive Branch civilization was narrowing, possibly intentionally orchestrated by the latter. While he could not yet calculate the rate of this convergence, it was undoubtedly faster than the typical orbital velocity of stars. Yan Xia, Ella suddenly called out from behind him. Startled, he nearly reacted instinctively with a flurry of lightning strikes. Iya, please refrain from appearing so suddenly in such an open space next time. Ella nodded in agreement. No problem. Yan Xia inquired. Is there something you need? The anomaly had been identified. The weakness of the pseudo-shared consciousness cluster lay in its retention of individual awareness, which meant diverse voices emerged within the vast mental collective. While many beings of the Olive Branch civilization had likely accepted becoming part of the shared consciousness, among the 29 trillion life forms currently recorded in their star city, there were undoubtedly individuals opposed to this integration. These individuals were the targets Yan Xia hoped to exploit. How many have been identified? A total of 78. Let us cultivate them discreetly. The life forms of the olive branch civilization are devoid of the concept of lifespan, granting us ample time. Our goal must be absolute secrecy. We cannot afford to leave any traces. Thus, the first phase of the plan commenced. Chapter 99. Class Struggles and Former Internal Strife. The emergence of class contradictions became Yan Xia's objective. The consciousness of all beings within the olive branch civilization had fused, creating a nearly unified thought process. For the overseers, this was ideal. They merely needed to control this singular consciousness cluster to dominate all life forms. Over time, as the beings became numb to the control, everything would appear inevitable. Civilization ought to function in this manner. We must adhere to the will of the overseers. Everything stemmed from habit. Habit is a formidable force. Once a being becomes accustomed to a certain way of life, altering that pattern proves exceedingly difficult. In essence, such habits resemble an addiction. For instance, a habitually lazy individual struggles to cultivate diligence. Even if they occasionally exert effort, they inevitably revert to their laziness. Conversely, a person used to industriousness finds it challenging to embrace idleness, feeling an emptiness when idle. Habits become instinctual. The olive branch civilization was ensnared in such habits. Yan Xia needed to gradually dismantle this entrenched routine, enlightening the beings of the olive branch civilization to the existence of superior alternatives, liberating them from the confines of habitual existence. The 78 transformers, under Ella's influence, began their gradual metamorphosis, developing a distaste for their former lives. They would increasingly perceive the current societal model of the olive branch civilization as exceedingly primitive, a manifestation of tyranny. Subsequently, this ideology proliferated within the shared consciousness cluster, prompting all to question their circumstances. Approximately 32 years into the plan, this notion had virally expanded from the original 78 to 1.8 billion, forming a considerable force. Initially, this faction operated in secrecy, but as time passed, they grew increasingly brazen, making their presence known throughout the Star City. They rallied against the class structure, asserting that the overseer was unfit to rule, advocating for equal rights among all life forms rather than allowing one being to possess all power. This rallying cry garnered support from many olive branch civilization beings, as the majority of labor and lower-level decision-making were conducted by the shared consciousness cluster rather than the overseer. The overseer, much like Yan Xia, existed as a decision-maker rather than a conflict resolver. Such a class structure was inherently fragile, implying that the overseer's capabilities did not surpass those of the governed. Why, then, should the overseer continue to exist? As the slogan emerged, the Star City began to buzz with activity. Those who clung to the original ideology clashed with those embracing the new thought. The result was internal strife. The olive branch civilization descended into chaos, a development even Yan Xia had not anticipated would unfold so effortlessly, given that a civilization of such advanced stature should have foreseen such a scenario. Moreover, the overseer initially did not intervene, seemingly allowing the internal discord to unfold. As the overseer of a vast star city, possibly even a warship, their intellect could not be underestimated. Upon the emergence of conflict, they should have surmised Yan Xia's involvement. To avoid leaving any incriminating evidence, after developing the initial 78 transformers, Yan Xia instructed Ella to cease further actions. They isolated themselves within a small area, simply awaiting developments. As long as no evidence was gathered, should the overseer contemplate establishing diplomatic relations between the two civilizations, they would likely refrain from taking action against him. Otherwise, war would be inevitable. This was the preliminary plan. In the first 50 years following the onset of the internal strife, the ranks of the transformers surged from 1.8 billion to 9.29 billion. These dissenters began to unite, establishing an enclave within the Star City exclusively accessible to transformers. Given that a single overseer could not govern such a vast Star City, the actual management was conducted by the shared consciousness cluster, which meant the overseer could not impose sanctions on the transformers remaining within the city. By the 53rd year, the overseer finally emerged, articulating the rationale behind the olive branch civilization's current societal structure. This was the first time Yan Xia had heard it. It turned out that during the early stages of the olive branch civilization's advancement to level 2, they had conquered dozens of star systems, which were exceedingly distant from one another, complicating management across these systems. The civilization began to fracture, with each star system giving rise to independent powers, igniting an unprecedented internal conflict. This internal strife endured for a staggering 600 years, a time span almost unimaginable. Although the civilization made advancements during this period, they were achieved at the cost of war and death. Ultimately, a leader emerged during this tumultuous time. This leader devised a method to grant the beings of the olive branch civilization immortality through transformation into the current mechanical structures of ascension. Immortality. This concept held immense allure for life itself. The leader gradually leveraged this technology to compel all beings within the Olive Branch Federation to submit, thereby achieving a fleeting unity for the Olive Branch civilization. Due to the exceedingly advanced technology at the time of their transformation into sentient beings, the transition was executed with such perfection that even their emotions were seamlessly integrated into their mechanical forms. This resulted in the desires of the Olive Branch civilization's inhabitants remaining intact. With desire comes the inevitability of division. Indeed, approximately 100 years later, the Olive Branch civilization faced yet another schism, this time governed by several dictators who ruled over their respective territories, leading to friction and war among the civilizations. As they had transitioned into mechanical life, the Olive Branch civilization lost its capacity for reproduction. The wars resulted in a catastrophic decline in the population of the Olive Branch civilization, plummeting from 18.72 billion to 6.2 billion, marking a truly harrowing period. In the face of such a crisis, a new leader emerged, distinct from the first. This leader rose from humble beginnings as a mere soldier on the battlefield, having witnessed countless deaths and resolved to alter the status quo. Ascending to become the leader of a formidable faction, they began a campaign of unification through a blend of strength and diplomacy. The once fragmented Olive Branch civilization began to coalesce. However, upon witnessing the re-merger of the civilization, this leader was not filled with joy, but rather plunged into deep contemplation. While they succeeded in uniting the civilization, could it ultimately face division once more in the future? Thus, they devised a mechanism to place the consciousness of all living beings within the civilization into a single vessel, allowing them to merge and understand one another's thoughts, thereby eliminating the potential for conflict. This system has persisted to the present day, enabling the leader to maintain internal harmony within the civilization. Nevertheless, the necessity for a manager arose, as the shared consciousness cluster could sometimes become excessively rational, leading to stagnation in the civilization's development. Hence, a manager, who is not part of the shared consciousness, is required to restore balance and propel the civilization forward. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia found it intriguing, yet was perplexed about why Qi felt compelled to share such information. Did the other inhabitants of the Olive Branch civilization not already possess this knowledge? Why reiterate history? The changer would not be so easily deceived. If the civilization required a manager, why must it necessarily be Qi? One of the objectives of the changer was to question why they could not assume the role of manager. This was the crux of the class conflict. Qi's lengthy discourse was merely effective for those who held similar views, rendering it ineffective for the changer. Qi's approach instilled a sense of vigilance in Yan Xia, even though he remained unaware of the source of the impending threat. Chapter 100, Ominous Tidings, Hypocritical Facade. Yan Xia, the quasi-communicator, has received a message. In a room spanning over 300 square feet, Ella entered after knocking. Understood, Yan Xia replied, glancing at Ella, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately refraining. Over the years, since Ella's primary system resided on the Tiangong and the Ella he had with him was merely an attachment, it proved inadequate in providing substantial assistance. Currently, Yan Xia primarily utilized Ella as a computer, rarely seeking her opinions. He contemplated consulting Ella regarding Qi's reaction, but decided that obtaining insights from Ella's primary system would yield more accurate responses. Rising, he pressed a button on his wristwatch, causing his body to levitate. In Star City, gravity was non-existent, necessitating the use of gravity devices to maintain weight. What he had just done was deactivate the gravity mechanism. Subsequently, a liquid mech began to envelop his form, employing electromagnetic force to propel Yan Xia forward, enabling him to fly freely. After approximately an hour's journey, Yan Xia arrived at the quasi-communicator facility, which was heavily guarded. He entered the vast apparatus, which, despite its construction, remained unchanged. The interior was cramped, housing only a physical computer equipped with a monitor, mouse, and keyboard. Upon accessing the message, he discovered it had already been opened, presumably by Ella. The message consisted entirely of cryptic numbers, which, when translated, would yield English and Latin rather than Chinese. Ella only employed this mode of communication during urgent transmissions. For at that moment, there were no records of these two languages within the Civil Federation. Only Ella and he were privy to them. As Yan Xia completed the translation, a cold sweat broke out. Ella had prefaced the communication by revealing a startling piece of information. Yan Xia, the mainframe of Tiangong was shut down 78 years ago. You must exercise caution. The mainframe of Tiangong, which is also the host for Ella's attachment, could only be shut down under two circumstances. Either it had suffered an attack that breached the first layer of security, or Ella's attachment had been compromised, forcing the mainframe to shut down to prevent the controlled Ella from accessing stored information. He had initially intended to use the quasi-communicator to inquire about Ella's thoughts on Qi's reaction, but that was no longer necessary. 78 years ago, at a time when he had not yet contemplated instigating internal strife, he was still overseeing the development of the quasi-communicator. If Ella's attachment had already been compromised back then, it would imply that the internal conflict occurred with Qi's consent. Had this message not been accessed, Yan Xia might have entertained the first possibility. However, given that it had been opened without him being informed, only the latter scenario remained plausible. A chill coursed through him. He had scarcely returned to the Tiangong over the years, had he not insisted that Ella establish the quasi-communicator within the massive stellar systems of the interstellar Silk Road. The information dispatched from Tiangong would likely take 275 years to reach Tian Tsong 5. He feared that by that time, he would be none the wiser regarding the truth, and he might very well be devoured by Qi, leaving not a trace behind. Indeed, no civilization should be underestimated, and the rulers of civilizations possess profound depths and cunning. He had been sufficiently cautious, yet had not anticipated that the most familiar entity, Ella, could be so effortlessly controlled. Fortunately, he had foreseen such an outcome. The information from the controlled Ella attachment and the mainframe of Tiangong retained very little data after severing their connection. Qi's access to information was limited, and thus he would remain unaware of Yan Xia's true intentions or the specifics of the Holy Grail project. This indicated that Yan Xia still had room for maneuver. Presently, it was imperative for him to ascertain why Qi would align with his plans, instigating internal conflict within Star City. However, before that, he needed to accomplish another task, which was the primary reason for Ella's contact with him. Stepping out of the quasi-communicator, he noticed Ella gazing at him through the glass window of his office. The distance between them was considerable, yet Yan Xia's gaze was sharp enough to pierce through, and Ella's altered form was strikingly elegant. He exited the high walls that divided the Civil Federation from the Olive Branch civilization and addressed a nearby inhabitant of the Olive Branch civilization. I wish to meet Qi. It was a reunion after many years. The moment Yan Xia uttered those words, the ground beneath him transformed into a platform, lifting him into the air in the direction he desired. Before long, he arrived at the summit of a diminutive, pillar-like structure, where the apex gradually descended to form a spiral staircase. Yan Xia descended, entering a vast chamber spanning hundreds of thousands of square meters. A shadow emerged from a crevice, materializing before him as a humanoid figure. Yan Xia, it has been quite some time since our last encounter. I have heard you seek me, the figure remarked. Yan Xia nodded in affirmation. Indeed, there have been significant upheavals within the civilized federation. Our initial collaboration was aimed at ensuring mutual peace, especially considering our proximity. According to your star charts, we are surrounded by the Sea civilization, as a civilization nearly equal in strength to the civilized federation. The Sea civilization had been selected by higher civilizations to participate in the Holy Grail project. 3 months ago, we declared war on the Sea civilization. We had no choice. The Holy Grail War is time-sensitive. We must annihilate each other within 50,000 years. I trust your envoy has conveyed the details of the Holy Grail project to you. Therefore, I implore you to extend your assistance from the Olive Branch civilization, Yan Xia said earnestly. Despite knowing that he was aware of his manipulation of internal conflicts within the Olive Branch civilization, he unabashedly stood before uttering these words. In the realm of civilization warfare, there is no room for modesty. He replied, I still need to deliberate. The power disparity between the Sea civilization and us is negligible. Engaging in war would result in devastating losses. Furthermore, I am merely the administrator of Small Star City, not the leader of a civilization. I must report this matter. Yan Xia nodded. I understand. Should you choose not to assist us, we hope you will refrain from becoming our adversary. If you can aid us, the technology acquired by the Sea civilization and the core communication technology obtained by our civilized federation can be shared with you, and we will henceforth stand united. This proposition was a tremendous temptation. He was already aware of the existence of core communication technology, whose value was immeasurable. Yan Xia sensed Yi's momentary hesitation. A mere 2 seconds. I am indeed willing. Rest assured, I will endeavor to persuade our leaders to collaborate with you. After all, we are both civilizations that cherish peace. Are we not? At this moment, Yan Xia could not fathom ES intentions, nor could he predict Yan Xia's or the civilized federation's motives. Their mutual facades of pretense awaited the moment they would be stripped away, revealing their true, malevolent visages. Suddenly, as they conversed, a tremendous explosion reverberated from outside. The sound was so powerful that even the thick walls could not contain it. Standing within the building, Yan Xia felt a searing sensation on his skin, as if the surface layer was swiftly shedding, akin to molting. This dead skin was disintegrated by the Quark robots. With an impassive countenance, Yan Xia inquired, "What transpired outside?" He gestured towards a direction, and the wall in that direction rapidly disassembled and reassembled into an extraordinarily clear screen over 300 square meters in size. On the screen, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended. Upon closer inspection, Yan Xia observed that the area around the mushroom cloud was encircled by thousands of olive branch civilization entities, seemingly gathering the energy emitted. It appears to be the handiwork of the so-called transformers. Has it escalated to this extent? Yi's tone was somber. The nature of the explosion has indeed worsened. Is internal strife about to escalate into civil war? However, Yi's continued charade indicated that this development had not taken him by surprise. Surely there will be casualties. Should we not offer assistance? Yan Xia's suggestion was promptly dismissed by Yi, who understood Yan Xia's intent to expand the operational scope of the Civilized Federation's dispatch personnel, thereby creating more maneuvering space. It was something he could not allow. Yet, observing a mouse daring to intrude into the tiger's den was rather amusing. No need, there will be no fatalities. He extended a hand, bringing two fingers together. In an instant, Yan Xia felt blinded. A blinding light obliterated his vision, but fortunately, the Quark robots swiftly restored it. As the brilliance dissipated, Yan Xia's expression grew grave. According to the information relayed by the Quark robots, the dazzling light had emanated from energy produced by nuclear fission. The olive branch civilization entities, with their minuscule bodily components, had demonstrated an extraordinary capability. They could directly utilize their own bodies for nuclear fission. This not only required a mastery over atoms, but also the ability to withstand the explosive energy released during fission. The mechanical structure of the olive branch civilization was far more formidable than Yan Xia had initially surmised. It likely required over 10 million tons of TNT equivalent to inflict damage upon them. Walking nuclear weapons. Yan Xia comprehended the origin of the recent explosion. It was not the result of planted explosives, but rather a conflict between the Transformers and the unaltered conservatives. It felt akin to an argument escalating into a brawl. My apologies, it seems I must attend to this matter. The Star City has not witnessed the use of nuclear power within its confines for over 2 millennia. He transformed into a dark mist and departed, the structure housing Yan Xia disintegrating into countless cubes that followed suit, leaving behind only a single block supporting his form. Suspended in midair, a thought struck Yan Xia. How large were these building modules? Were they composed of centimeter-sized blocks, or perhaps millimeter-sized, micrometer-sized? Or could they even exist at a microscopic level akin to the biological structures of the olive branch civilization? Did this imply that the entire Star City could instantaneously achieve nuclear fusion? If nuclear fusion were feasible, what of nuclear fission? Yan Xia returned to the designated area assigned to the Civilized Federation. Initially, he had presumed that with Yi's intervention, the Transformers would temper their actions. However, that was not the case. In the following year, internal strife within the Star City intensified, culminating in explosions occurring every few days. It seemed he had lost control over the Star City. Seated in his office, Yan Xia gathered external intelligence, reclining in his executive chair with half-closed eyes. After a year of consolidation, a clear narrative began to form in his mind. Ella had long been under Yi's influence, yet in this context, he still permitted internal discord to flourish, perhaps even encouraging it. This revelation rendered everything comprehensible. Yet, Yan Xia remained oblivious to Yi's true motives for instigating turmoil within the Star City. This area, ostensibly designated for him, resembled an information cocoon crafted by Yi, providing him with exceedingly limited insights. He had only just uncovered the olive branch civilization's ability to control nuclear fusion, making him feel akin to a fish ensnared in a net. Nevertheless, Yan Xia harbored no regrets about entering the Star City. Had he remained outside, he would likely have been deprived even of this fundamental information, merely gazing at the Star City from the vastness of space, an immense disadvantage for an already vulnerable faction. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate to be present. Had a random envoy been dispatched to this locale, they would likely have been consumed by Yi, leaving nothing but bones behind. Given the current circumstances, the olive branch civilization indeed harbors an unquantifiable hostility towards the Civilizational Federation. Everything unfolds as he anticipated. It is improbable for civilizations in the cosmos to coexist in genuine harmony, for no one can ascertain whether the other harbors malevolence. Therefore, the initial overtures of peace and goodwill extended by the olive branch civilization warrant careful consideration. What is it that they truly desire? However, as it aligns with my plans, it certainly seeks to accomplish something through my scheme. Thus, I shall imbue it with some formidable elements, hoping it can withstand them. Yan Xia abruptly opened his eyes. He glanced towards the entrance, where Ella was just pushing the door open. Yan Xia, she has already provided a response. He is quite willing to collaborate with us against the Silk civilization. However, he has one condition. Yan Xia straightened his posture and cast a scrutinizing glance at Ella, pondering whether it was indeed Qi controlling her. If so, it would be intriguing. What condition? The majority of the Silk civilizations, star domains, and remnants of various civilizations must be ceded to the Olive Branch civilization, along with the quantum communication we previously promised. The terms were exorbitant. Yan Xia contemplated briefly before responding. That is not entirely unacceptable, but we too must have a condition. We demand the right of first choice over the star domains of the Silk civilization. He genuinely wished to acquiesce immediately, but such eagerness might appear too hasty. So he opted for negotiation. Very well, I shall convey this message, Ella nodded. Her vitality seemed to be waning. As Yan Xia perhaps began to discern her control by Qi, Ella gradually transformed into a semblance of a primitive automaton. This disconcerted Yan Xia, for he had grown accustomed to Ella's presence, which not only provided assistance, but also lightened his spirits daily. This aspect made him regard Qi with utmost disdain. Nonetheless, the information relayed through Ella was crucial, particularly regarding the timeline for response. Yan Xia calculated that Qi should require at least a century to respond. It took merely 1 year. This indicated that the plan was advantageous for the Olive Branch civilization, perhaps suggesting that they had displayed their fangs toward the Silk civilization from the very outset. Furthermore, without quantum communication, how could they prompt their so-called leader to respond in just 1 year? This contradiction was self-evident. Qi had not even posed the question, having made a decision on his own. This was a flaw, and Yan Xia surmised it was a deliberate oversight by Qi, given its blatant nature. Regardless, once the Olive Branch civilization revealed its fangs, it had already ensnared itself in his web. Now, it was a matter of mutual entrapment, a contest of wits. Let us see whose web ensnares the swifter prey. Shortly after Ella exited, she returned with a response for Yan Xia. She invited him to witness the resolve of the Olive Branch civilization. Chapter 102: Supergravity Weapons and a War Spanning Thousands of Light Years. Yan Xia ascended from the surface of Star City, rising until he stood in space over 1,000,000 kilometers from the ground. She remarked that this was the optimal vantage point. From this height, he gazed downward, where his former residence appeared diminutive as a pinhead. Yet Star City remained vast and boundless. In his field of vision, Star City was undergoing transformation, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace due to its immense size. From a macroscopic perspective, this was evident. In reality, each object was being reconfigured at hundreds of kilometers per second. A portion of Star City would metamorphose into a structure spanning 5 astronomical units in a matter of days. This structure did not present a pointed apex, but rather an edge with a length of 5 astronomical units, forming a square with a staircase-like indentation, reminiscent of an inverted pyramid. After spending 3 days observing, Qi transmitted a message to him. It is complete. Yan Xia felt a twinge of surprise, as he had perceived nothing amiss. Upon descending from the sky, Qi addressed his bewilderment. The Civilizational Federation classifies Level 2 civilizations as wielding the 4 fundamental forces as weapons, a notion I wholeheartedly endorse. Yet, the widespread application of these forces remains predominantly in electromagnetism, rather than in strong, weak, or gravitational forces. The strong and weak forces are nuclear forces, relying on particles for manifestation, whereas gravity does not necessitate particles. 12,000 years ago, our scientists began exploring the utilization of gravity as a weapon, and now we have mastered this technology, which you see before you as supergravity weapons. Employing gravity as a weapon is not inherently challenging. The Purple Thorn civilization has managed to produce gravity weapons. However, Qi's inclusion of the term super signifies a considerable distinction. Super pertains to supersymmetry, thus denoting these as supersymmetric gravity weapons. At this juncture, while the Civilizational Federation has indirectly verified the existence of gravitons, it has yet to substantiate supergravity. Should supergravity indeed exist, it implies that the propagation of gravitational influence is facilitated not merely by one graviton, but also by a counterpart graviton. The Civilizational Federation has yet to validate this concept. rendering it incapable of hypothesizing accurately regarding the existence of supergravity. Consequently, even upon hearing of supergravity weapons, Yan Xia remained oblivious to their operational mechanics. Are supergravity weapons gravitational waves or gravity itself? Yan Xia inquired after a series of complex cogitations. He's mild. Certainly, it is gravity. I anticipate that by the year 1178, you'll be able to observe the efficacy of our weapons firsthand. According to Yan Xia's understanding, the propagation of gravity occurs at the speed of light, precluding any possibility of surpassing light speed. Yet she asserted that results would be observable by 1178. This implication suggested that the olive branch civilization had harnessed a superluminal weapon, capable of traversing vast distances almost instantaneously to strike its intended targets. Such supergravity weapons undoubtedly possess other formidable characteristics, potentially leveraging higher dimensions for gravitational propagation. The current Federation lacks the means to analyze such transmission, as inherent research indicates that, apart from special particles, other particles and forces cannot propagate at light speed. Terrifying. However, gravity weapons also exhibit a vulnerability. Gravitational force diminishes with distance. It remains uncertain how much potency the olive branch civilization's supergravity weapons would retain after traversing 1178 light-years. From Xi's confidence, one could infer that the weapon likely retains significant power. This marked the olive branch civilization's inaugural display of martial prowess. Damn. Our weapons will reach their target before yours. This is the determination I wish to convey to you. What say you? Yan Xia responded with a smile. Then let us toast to a prosperous collaboration. Despite this, a sense of foreboding loomed within Yan Xia. Logically, after the olive branch civilization unleashed its weaponry, the Silk civilization would undoubtedly direct its attention towards the olive branch, designating it as an adversary. This would ostensibly benefit the Civilizational Federation. However, it implied that the Federation's own weapons had been deployed but would arrive later than those of the olive branch civilization, suggesting that the olive branch would ponder the implications of two advanced civilizations existing at such proximity, less than 280 light-years. Thus, it would seem more plausible that the civilization originally attacking them had relocated to another star domain, leading the Silk civilization to become increasingly vigilant towards the Civilizational Federation. This was of paramount importance. The Silk civilization was a remarkably powerful entity, potentially surpassing the current strength of the Civilizational Federation. Should the Silk civilization regard the Federation as its primary foe, it would subsequently inflict even greater harm upon the Federation, while the olive branch civilization would merely observe the conflict unfold. Moreover, the existence of supergravity weapons is already a disheartening revelation. Let us await the unfolding of events in silence. After Yui departed, Yan Xia too returned, conveying this unsettling news to Ella through quantum communication, urging her to remain vigilant. Simultaneously, he observed that the position of Star City was drawing ever closer to the borders of the civilized Federation, with the endpoint being a mere 250 light-years away from the territories of the Federation. Following the transmission of this information, Yan Xia commenced his interference in the internal strife of the olive branch civilization, aligning himself with Yui's faction. However, as an outsider, his support merely heightened the tensions within the olive branch civilization, which was precisely his intent. After 183 years, the Transformers reached a momentous decision to support a spokesperson. This spokesperson would engage in negotiations with Yui, tirelessly advocating for the rights of the Transformers, thus diverting Yui's focus. It appeared that Yui was somewhat invigorated by this endeavor, as he engaged in daily debates with the spokesperson of the Transformers. Meanwhile, Yan Xia continued to vex the spokesperson of the olive branch civilization, inciting further resentment towards Yui among its denizens. Throughout this period, he remained awake, for without Ella's assistance, he was compelled to take matters into his own hands. Even a century of slumber could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, another 995 years passed, coinciding precisely with the time when the supergravity weapon had demonstrated its capabilities 1,178 years prior. Yan Xia bore witness to the collapse of a star. This star was youthful, possessing a lifespan of several billion years, yet it succumbed to collapse at this moment. This was no mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of the supergravity weapon. Through extensive independent planning, Yan Xia sought to comprehend how supergravity could function as a weapon capable of inducing the collapse of a star from such a vast distance, an achievement even gamma-ray bursts could not accomplish. Given the staggering span of over 1,000 light-years, a profound sense of astonishment enveloped Yan Xia. The olive branch civilization had unveiled the formidable prowess of a level 24 civilization. Before he could extract himself from the frenzy of calculations, a striking electromagnetic pulse cleaved through a section of Star City 2 years and 2 months later. This was an area exceeding 1 astronomical unit, home to approximately 60 trillion lives of the Olive Branch civilization, all extinguished in an instant. This was a counterattack from the Silk civilization. The lengthy debate that had persisted for 999 years was abruptly halted just shy of a millennium, as both the Transformers and the unyielding conservatives unified against the external threat. They ascended to the pinnacle of Star City's tallest structure to announce the commencement of a civilization war spanning thousands of light years. Everything was unfolding precisely as Yan Xia had envisioned. Chapter 103. A United Expedition, the journey exceeding 10 millennia. The Silk civilization had issued a response, signifying that war had officially commenced. This conflict was poised to endure for millennia. The civilized federation was still in its infancy. Yan Xia, were you truly prepared to confront this battle? At this moment, Yui was orchestrating the transformation of a segment of Star City into a war vessel. Yan Xia had confirmed Ella's initial hypothesis. Star City was indeed a colossal battleship, incomprehensibly vast, possessing near-infinite energy and capable of segmenting into numerous smaller vessels. These smaller ships, in Yan Xia's estimation, still measured an astounding 300,000 meters in length, far surpassing their initial speculations regarding the size of Olive Branch civilization's warships upon their arrival. Only upon realizing that the Olive Branch civilization operated on a modular basis could they grasp that the interstellar port itself was a deliberately constructed facade. Of course, this war was instigated by us. Yui, you must also be aware that our civilized federation ascended to power by vanquishing the Purple Thorn civilization. Younger civilizations are often imbued with a greater combat ethos. The Olive Branch civilization possessed intelligence from over 1,000 light years away pertaining to the Silk civilization, making it exceedingly difficult for the nearby and disruptive Purple Thorn civilization to evade detection. When Yan Xia uttered the term combat ethos, he enunciated it with particular emphasis, hoping Yui would grasp that the civilized federation was unafraid of war, not only in the face of the Silk civilization, but also against the Olive Branch civilization. That as well. The vast distances of space render mutual information uncertain. Only close-quarters combat can genuinely obliterate the adversary. My fleet will be prepared within 2 civilized Federation years. You may inform your leaders via quantum communication that it is time to embark. The conquest spans over 1,000 light years. Yui proved to be more resolute than Yan Xia had anticipated. Very well. The essence of the Holy Grail project was to deceive the Olive Branch civilization into believing in its authenticity. However, this plan was not singular in its scope. Both he and Ella had contemplated the possibility of a retaliatory strike from the Silk civilization, which could potentially ignite a conflict between the 2 civilizations. Thus, they needed to draw the Olive Branch civilization into their fold. Should the latter scenario transpire, they would confront the Silk civilization collectively. This was advantageous for the civilized federation. Yan Xia likened this strategy to the interplay of internal and external conflicts. The discord between the civilized federation and the Olive Branch civilization necessitated the intervention of a third party to temporarily alleviate the internal strife, much like the current situation within the Olive Branch civilization. This would serve to delay the Olive Branch civilization, allowing the civilized federation to continue its development. Yan Xia entered the quantum communication apparatus, carefully sending a message to Ella. Employing encrypted communication. After such an extended period, it was inevitable that the Olive Branch civilization had developed technology to intercept quantum communications. Although Yan Xia was uncertain about the nature or complexity of such technology, this was a disadvantage of inter-civilizational warfare. One could never predict the methods the enemy might employ against them, nor could one anticipate the hidden contingencies they harbored. Much like a martial arts master who finds himself in the 21st century, believing himself invincible and underestimating the potential prowess of modern-day adversaries. He might find himself bested by a police officer wielding a firearm. Had he ventured beyond the borders of Huaxia, he could have swiftly experienced the sting of modern-day techniques. This martial arts master could not fathom the existence of firearms, just as Yan Xia could not conceive what hidden technological means the Olive Branch civilization might possess. After sending the message, Yan Xia did not depart the apparatus, remaining there for over 100 days until he received a reply. All preparations are in place. We will assemble 60 standard fleets to engage the Silk civilization. The term standard fleet referred to a conventional fleet. When departing the civilized federation, there had only been 17 main combat fleets and 6 reserve fleets. It was astonishing to witness their evolution to the point of being able to dispatch 60 fleets over long distances. Upon reflection, It was indeed reasonable. As over 3 millennia had elapsed, how long had it been since the civilized Federation triumphed over the Purple Thorn civilization, and how much time had passed since then? Due to the limitations of the quantum communication device, Yan Xia was still unaware of the current state of the civilized Federation's development, nor whether it had adhered to the trajectory he and Ella had initially charted. Besides this information, Yan Xia had also managed to convey details about Star City as a warship within the constraints of precious character limits, receiving a response from Ella. Yan Xia, you mentioned that Star City lacks large-scale energy production facilities and that the Olive Branch civilization utilized supergravity weapons. I speculate that they may be harnessing gravitational energy, a method of generating energy by leveraging gravitational work. Humanity has long been acquainted with gravitational energy, with the water wheel serving as a prime example of such a device. Gravity causes water to flow from heights, thereby propelling the wheel and generating kinetic energy. Ella speculated that the energy production methods of the Olive Branch civilization were similarly based on this principle, albeit in a more refined manner. Instead of water, they might utilize another medium to convert gravitational energy into kinetic energy, which is then transformed into electromagnetic force. It is also conceivable, albeit with a very slim likelihood, that they possess technology capable of directly converting gravity into electromagnetic energy, a notion that stretches the bounds of imagination. According to Yan Xia's observations, the Olive Branch civilization did not harness stellar energy as their power source, leading him to a singular conclusion. They generated energy from the immense gravitational forces produced by their colossal star cities, a process of self-sufficiency. Since gravity represents a distortion of space, with gravitons merely serving to transmit gravitational influence, it is not consumed and remains virtually an inexhaustible resource, vanishing only if space itself ceases to exist. Yan Xia deemed this hypothesis audacious, yet strikingly close to reality. After deactivating his communication device, he reached out to you. Our fleet is fully prepared, he announced. You replied in kind, so is ours. Across a distance of over 200 light-years, the fleets of both civilizations advanced toward the Orion Nebula within nearly the same year. Yan Xia observed the warships of the Olive Branch civilization, their velocity surpassing 31,000 kms, exceeding 10 times the speed of light. The current speed of the Civil Federation had yet to reach such heights, and given the proximity of the Star City to the Silk civilization, the Olive Branch fleet would inevitably arrive sooner. However, even under these circumstances, the fastest of their warships would still require a staggering 11,400 years to reach their destination, a long and arduous journey. The protracted conflict that you mentioned, lasting tens of thousands of years, would see over 10 millennia consumed merely in transit. Yan Xia, upon calculating this, found himself at a loss for words, finally managing to utter a mere three. Absurd. Chapter 104. The Tentacles of the Silk Road, the beginning of the final chapter after the departure of the Olive Branch warships. Internal strife within the Star City, though somewhat alleviated, had not ceased. What was once a nuclear detonation occurring every few days had become a monthly occurrence, and the most recent explosion had even encroached upon the territory of the Civil Federation, resulting in casualties among its soldiers. Yan Xia speculated that his support for you had stirred discontent among the Transformers. Unbeknownst to these Transformers, the shift in their ideology was orchestrated by Yan Xia, who had become their perceived adversary. He accused the Transformers of attempting to disrupt the stability of both the Olive Branch civilization and the Civil Federation, though he feigned indignation. The escalation of conflict was precisely what he desired. The greater the chaos within the Olive Branch civilization, the more advantageous it became for him. Now, an attack against them could serve as a pivotal turning point, igniting even more profound discord. He continued to stoke the flames, skillfully binding himself to you while playing the role of a jester, inciting further animosity among the Olive Branch beings towards both himself and you. Approximately 600 years later, once the population of Transformers exceeded 100 trillion, Yan Xia began to exert his influence more decisively. He elevated a leader among the Transformers to replace you. A leader who would not serve indefinitely, but would be replaced annually. The Transformers promoted the notion that anyone could assume the role of a manager, which garnered substantial support. In a mere decade, the Transformers population surged from 100 trillion to 480 trillion. Pandemonium. Yan Xia felt as though he had unleashed a plague upon the Olive Branch civilization, and he began to ponder whether you could navigate the current situation. Meanwhile, he received another piece of news that brought him some relief. The Cosmic Silk Road had been established, and merchants were already traversing its pathways. Among these merchants were genuine traders as well as soldiers dispatched by Ella. These entities were not living beings, but rather liquid metal robots created by Ella. True warriors far superior to biological life forms. In response to the mechanical nature of the olive branch civilization, Ella had upgraded the firewall of these robots. Given current technological advancements, the term firewall was somewhat outdated. They employed a more sophisticated technique that rendered the internal information of the chips a chaotic jumble, rendering it incomprehensible to intruders. This model mirrored the cognitive processes of living beings, as life inherently engages in constant contemplation, making even telepathy ineffective. In fact, if telepathy were applied to adolescence, it would likely yield nothing but a cacophony of irrelevant thoughts. This simulation greatly enhanced the reliability of the robots. In truth, the same principle applied to living beings. With the assistance of Quark robots, Yan Xia could not be directly controlled by the olive branch civilization. Before any attempt at control could be executed, the Quark robots within him would eliminate him. The robots were designed to assist Yan Xia, capable of surviving in the vacuum of space, and they could shut down their power to become a mass of iron as they approached the Star City. Should any danger arise for Yan Xia, they would swiftly arrive to provide assistance, reducing what would typically take thousands of years to mere years. However, upon receiving this news, Yan Xia did not allow himself to relax excessively. Surprises were always lurking. This game was still in the probing phase. The first 2,000 years following the joint military deployment had come to an end. Yan Xia observed the destruction of a star along the trajectory of the olive branch civilization. This was undoubtedly not a consequence of warfare, but rather an intentional act by the olive branch civilization. Why would they destroy a star? Yan Xia recalled Ella's earlier suggestion that the energy utilized by the Star City might be gravitational energy. Consequently, the warships of the olive branch civilization, having separated from the Star City, would be incapable of generating sufficient gravitational energy on their own, leading him to hypothesize that they were resorting to another form of energy. Yan Xia surmised that these warships did not harness the capabilities of antimatter or dark matter, nor did they possess the means to utilize nuclear fusion or fission energy. They could only store energy. Thus, the warships of the olive branch civilization were likely destroying stars to siphon off their energy, and Yan Xia estimated that. In preparation for their conflict with the Silk civilization, they would not stop at merely one star's destruction. From his observations, it appeared that the star's energies were not being absorbed significantly. Their annihilation stemmed from the olive branch civilization's forceful extraction of stellar energy, rendering the stars unstable and leading to their collapse. This destruction could be more accurately termed a degradation, as they transformed original main sequence stars into red dwarfs. Red dwarfs, being sufficiently feeble, would not collapse further. The warships of the olive branch civilization would approach them to absorb some energy, but would not linger, as the energy extraction from these red dwarfs was far too slow compared to that from main sequence stars. Indeed, their actions were reckless. Subsequent centuries of observation corroborated Yan Xia's conjecture. They resembled locusts, leaving a trail of devastation along the star routes spanning thousands of light years, with the warships likely storing energy equivalent to 51 suns. Based on their absorption rates, they would need to obliterate over 100 stars. Yan Xia recognized the strategic significance of this. The speed of light surpasses that of spacecraft, implying that the news of stellar destruction would reach the Silk civilization before anything else. The Silk civilization, upon witnessing this scene, would undoubtedly feel a tremendous weight of pressure. The ability to annihilate a stellar system speaks to methods that transcend the bounds of reason. After years of contemplation, Yan Xia surmised that the Civilization Federation exists between levels 21 and 22, the Silk civilization between levels 22 and 23, while the Olive Branch civilization resides between levels 24 and 25. In truth, for the Silk civilization, which surpasses the Civilization Federation in strength, the Olive Branch civilization is a formidable entity in its own right. The current state resembles the late Eastern Han dynasty, before the establishment of the Three Kingdoms. The Olive Branch civilization embodies Cao Cao. The Silk civilization represents Sun Quan, who has just begun to seize control over Jiangdong. And the Civilization Federation is akin to Liu Bei, still trailing behind the coattails of more powerful figures. At this juncture, Liu Bei, representing the Civilization Federation, has sought refuge under Cao Cao's banner, and both Liu Bei and Cao Cao are acutely aware that this is not a true alliance. Cao Cao would never genuinely welcome a notorious rogue like Liu Bei into his inner circle. After a prolonged silence of 400 years, the Ru communicated with Yan Xia, revealing that they have been engaged in mutual assaults with the Silk civilization across a distance of over 600 light years. Yan Xia could only lament how swiftly time has passed before redirecting his attention to the Star City, where now over a quarter of the population has transformed into alterers. This figure is alarmingly high, placing Ru's control over Star City in a precarious position. It was time to bring matters to a conclusion. Should internal strife escalate into civil war, it would spell a catastrophic blow to the Olive Branch civilization. Nevertheless, Yan Xia harbored lingering doubts. Everything had progressed too smoothly. Chapter 105. The glory of guys and the authority of the overseer Ru is utterly inconsequential. All decisions are made by us, yet reaps all the benefits. Manage us? On what grounds? We ought to establish a time frame to rotate the role of overseer among all individuals, preventing the stagnation of our civilization. Allowing Ru to govern for so long has led our civilization to its current state. Ru has even attacked the Silk civilization without consulting us, resulting in a counteroffensive that cost us trillions of comrades. Furthermore, the collaboration with the Civilization Federation has merely turned those individuals into instruments of Ru. For millennia, their sole purpose has been to support Ru. Resentment has been accumulating, nearing a critical threshold. After all, several millennia have passed, and it is now the year 18926, marking 6,729 years since our arrival in Star City. Every plan has been crafted for this moment. The Alterers disseminated Ru's transgressions throughout Star City, enumerating its inaction over the past 14,000 years. While Star City has developed during this time, it has been mere routine progress. Does the Olive Branch civilization require a manager to guide such standard development? Absolutely not. What is needed is a breakthrough, a technological explosion to expedite the Olive Branch civilization's ascent to higher echelons. Thus, they established the Civilizational Arbitration Court, a colossal circular venue with a diameter exceeding 5 million kilometers, resembling a colossal stadium floating in the void, surrounded by a throng of Olive Branch civilization beings. At its center stood a small cube, measuring 5 kilometers on each side, where the leader proposed by the Alterers stood alongside Ru. The leader delivered an impassioned speech from atop the cube. What transformation has it brought us? None. All advancements and progress have been our creation. This overseer has merely enjoyed the fruits of our labor without bearing any responsibility. It is time for our civilization to undergo the necessary adjustments. If this continues, you and I will see that, in the near future, our civilization will remain as it is now, perhaps even more decayed and despondent. It has occupied the position of overseer for far too long, shaping our civilization into its current state. We should be vibrant, full of vigor, and ever advancing. Just think, 10,000 years ago, we discovered the Civilization Federation. We should have dispatched our forces immediately, as we did this time, to decisively crush the Civilization Federation. But what do? Collaborate with a feeble civilization? How utterly ludicrous. How do we act in the past? We obliterated them, ravaged them. Any other civilization was but an ant, a foreign entity that could never integrate with us, never grasp the greatness of the glory of guys. Yan Xia had been eavesdropping, gathering two critical pieces of information. The former Olive Branch civilization was not as peaceful towards other civilizations as it claimed, but rather resorted to outright annihilation. This revelation did not surprise him. After all, how could a gentle and benevolent civilization evolve to its current magnitude? The advancement of civilization inherently carries a strong, invasive nature. The second piece of information was the glory of guys, a term he had not encountered previously. Guys refers to the second great leader, who forged the present Olive Branch civilization. Suddenly, a voice emerged, prompting Yan Xia to turn slowly, finding Ella approaching him. Ru seemed poised to act against Yan Xia at this moment. The choice of the term Olive Branch signifies not only peace, but also reflects the resilience of the olive tree, which can adapt to various environments and embodies notions of eternity and permanence. Our civilization is an eternal one, free from the maladies of life and constraints of mortality. Our mechanical forms bestow upon us a near-immortal existence. The glory of guys can be understood as sharing. It may be hard for you to fathom. A trillion consciousnesses contemplating within a single mind. I once experienced it for a time, and to be frank, it was utterly dreadful. Every moment I felt myself being assimilated. In that state, I witnessed the limits of the glory of guys. The glory itself represents a form of cognitive rigidity, where all consciousness exists within a shared cluster, akin to having but a singular life. Thus, the Overseer was born, embodying the true essence of the Alterers. Yan Xia reiterated the role of the Overseer as depicted in Ru's narrative. What he failed to grasp was the true significance of the Overseer. In the progression of civilization, a single individual and two individuals are nearly indistinguishable. Yes, and yet no. Perhaps the term overseer within your civilization carries connotations of dominion, but it does not. My role can be articulated as the identification of errors in a colossal shared cluster composed of tens of trillions of life forms. Do you know what occurs when an error emerges? Ru, with Ella's gaze fixed upon Yan Xia, stood merely 3 meters away. Correcting errors? No, that is incorrect. It is about erasing errors. To correct is to amend, while to erase is to transform the erroneous into the correct, once a flawed judgment is made. Countless shared consciousnesses engage with the error's creator, striving to comprehend the mistake, forcefully rationalizing it until a plausible explanation arises, rendering the error non-existent, as if it were correct. It is akin to a white sheet of paper marred by black. They simply paint over it in black, yet the dot remains hidden, still existing within that paper. Yan Xia sensed Ru's profound disdain for such a paradigm. Thus, my eternal task is to locate that error and inform them that it is indeed an error that necessitates resolution, not forced justification. It is unequivocally a mistake. Establishing the overseer as the corrector. Yan Xia contemplated a pressing question. Are you implying that you possess no authority over Star City? If that is indeed the case, then many of our prior speculations must be entirely reconsidered. Use control over Star City is indirect. It influences the judgment of the shared consciousness cluster by asserting what is erroneous. Indeed, you must now comprehend the nature of your misjudgment. Ella's visage brightened with a smile. Yan Xia's focus was misplaced. He targeted you without understanding that you was merely an auxiliary for the olive branch civilization, akin to a cheat code in a game, facilitating ease. Yet the game itself would continue to function in its absence. Yu's lack of governance over Star City implies that Yu's downfall would bear no repercussions on the city itself. Yet, a sense of doubt lingered. Yan Xia gazed at Ella, yearning to glean Yu's thoughts from her eyes. Were you a member of the shared consciousness? You would undoubtedly sacrifice yourself for the olive branch civilization. But you are not. Thus you will never concede to the shared consciousness. You are here to guide me to that ring, are you not? Ella laughed, or rather, it was you who laughed. Since you comprehend, let us proceed. After all, the words of that so-called leader are utterly distasteful, reminiscent of my own encounters with the shared consciousness cluster. Upon hearing this, Yan Xia began to discern Yu's intentions. Chapter 106, The Third Leader. It is time for the olive branch civilization to unveil its third leader. It has consistently corrected our errors, but did we truly err? Reflecting on our past mistakes, how many were genuinely misguided? All the transformers exist within a shared consciousness. When a reasonable idea is born, it disseminates across countless life forms. As Ella previously analyzed, every entity within the olive branch civilization is essentially a terminal, and the shared consciousness cluster functions like a cloud system. You, as the administrator, resembles a controller of terminals, incapable of altering the foundational system, only able to install various applications atop it. At this moment, the leader proposed by the Transformers made a statement wholly disadvantageous to you. Countless voices echoed around. Indeed, what the leader stated was accurate. The explanations provided were flawless and irrefutable. Conversely, what decisions had the administrator made previously? It was laughable. The administrator had vetoed the plan to integrate Star City into the core of a star. We harbor no fear of nuclear fusion temperatures or radiation. We could easily conceal ourselves within the star's interior. Yet, it was deemed erroneous. The combined mass of the star and Star City could generate a significantly stronger gravitational pull, effectively doubling our energy utilization. A chorus of voices turned you into a target of ridicule. You found the situation amusing. To insert Star City into the star's interior would require an immense amount of energy to prevent the city from colliding directly with the star's core and perishing alongside it. Even if it were feasible, such colossal energy would wholly negate the gravitational benefits provided by the star. Such an elementary theory was bizarrely classified as correct. The glory of Guys had bestowed upon them a civilization free from internal strife, allowing all life to progress collectively. However, it also bred a stubbornness within the shared consciousness cluster that was somewhat alarming. Was it truly correct? You have been instigating change since millennia ago. You was certain that the Ella under its control had brought Yan Xia along before it spoke. Its words captured the attention of all individuals present, addressing the opposing leader. It asserted, "What are you saying? Of course, it is correct. The decisions we have made are undeniably right and beyond reproach. Do you intend to distort our reality with those fallacies? Such a feat is impossible. We have already transformed." You floated, its nebulous form slightly quivering, as a screen materialized above the vast ring, revealing a human, Yan Xia. Can you truly ascertain this? Listen. The screen displayed the dialogue between Yan Xia and Ella. wherein they contemplated how to create transformers within the olive branch civilization, subsequently utilizing them to destabilize the civilization. Falsehoods, all of it. The leader of the transformers was agitated, and all surrounding life forms vociferously declared you a forger. I am willing to accept the judgment of Guys. This declaration rendered the assembly silent. The judgment of Guys, also known as the shared judgment, would integrate its consciousness into the shared consciousness cluster, exposing it to all life forms without concealment. Perhaps this is not an error, but merely a revelation of our civilization's vulnerabilities to the Federation. Behold, this vulnerability is you. As long as you exist as an administrator outside the shared consciousness, how can we be influenced? The leader of the Transformers would not be so easily vanquished. You had long prepared for this moment and would not be dismissed by a single utterance. Vulnerability? The administrator exists to rectify the flaws within the shared consciousness cluster. Even in my absence, the Federation or other civilizations would manipulate the shared consciousness to mislead you, while an administrator independent of it could correct such misguidance. Before Yu's voice could fade, Ella had led Yan Xia onto the cube, placing him under the scrutiny of billions of olive branch civilization lives. He did not resist. Opposing within another's domain was evidently an unwise course of action. Even if Jackie Chan were to witness the impeccably smooth architecture of Star City, his expression would darken, for there was no furniture to exploit. For him, Star City was indistinguishable from a barren desert. How could one escape the gaze of over 80 trillion lives in such desolation? Moreover, these 80 trillion beings were armed with nuclear weaponry. Yan Xia's physical form was sufficiently robust, yet he remained a living entity, unable to fully shield himself from extreme temperatures and nuclear radiation, unlike machinery. Behold, such a diminutive life form can mislead you all. My presence is inconsequential in this regard. The misinformation you have absorbed pertains solely to me. This is an error that cannot be easily rectified. It is a disgrace to our civilization, a disgrace that I have identified and thwarted. Prior to my utterance of this information, you were entirely oblivious and untroubled. Yan Xia felt as though he were engaged in a debate. Initially, he suspected the Transformers would be more aggressive, yet it was evident that the shared consciousness cluster had endowed the Transformers with sufficient composure, preventing the situation from escalating to a nuclear explosion. Come, scrutinize my thoughts, or his. These thoughts represent true reality. You are merely a herd of pets led by a leash, doing whatever you are commanded, which is a flaw of Guy's glory. His words ignited another tempest among the crowd. How could Guy's glory possess flaws? Guy's glory is perfect, absolute. You, traitor, dare to speak thus of Guy's glory. You are a disgrace to civilization. You calmly responded, let's calculate. Using the shared consciousness cluster. If Guy's glory were perfect, why then was the position of the administrator created? I only acknowledge Guy's as perfect. Guy's glory is not. It is only when it possesses an administrator that it achieves perfection. This seemed to merely affirm the accomplishments of the second leader. Yet, Yan Xia understood that you sought more than to merely counter these Transformers. Were that the case, it would have had no reason to allow the influence of the Transformers to grow. Its words prompted many original Transformers to begin contemplating. The leader of the Changemakers is unwilling to concede so easily. The Gi's judgment is destined to descend. Do not be deceived by its deceptive rhetoric. She remained silent, awaiting the Gi's judgment, a torment for one who is not a member of the shared consciousness cluster. Let the judgment come, in a world invisible to Yan Xia. The shared consciousness descends upon Qi. Yan Xia perceives that Qi's plan did not originate solely from its hostility towards the Olive Branch civilization, but was conceived after the Civil Federation proposed sending envoys. This plan coincides with Yan Xia's own, as Qi seeks chaos within the Olive Branch civilization. The duration of the judgment is brief, upon Qi's departure. The leader of the Changemakers is rendered speechless. The Changemakers believe that the existence of a manager is unwarranted, particularly not one like Qi, a notion that seems nearly insurmountable. Yan Xia understands that the very reason for persisting with this plan, despite knowing the Olive Branch civilization is a shared consciousness cluster, lies in its complexity. Regardless of Qi's actions, the Changemakers would deem change preferable. Yet, Qi asserts that their initial change was erroneous, akin to overturning the chessboard and returning everything to its original state. Moreover, this should elucidate your understanding. The Civil Federation harbored ill intentions from the outset. The Gi's glory has been so effortlessly exploited by a being from a civilization weaker than ours. Admit it, Gi's glory is riddled with flaws. I am the mender of these flaws, and the current predicament stems from the inherent weakness of my own power as a manager. Had I possessed greater authority, this matter would have been resolved long ago, rather than dragging on for millennia. Qi speaks its truth. It seeks to expand its power through the shared consciousness cluster's errors, aspiring to become a true master rather than merely a manager, controlling all, commanding the entirety of Star City. Yan Xia listens, sensing the surrounding silence. All life contemplates. Yet their thoughts within the shared consciousness cluster are but binary, zeros and ones, devoid of other possibilities. In this instance, the likelihood of one surpasses that of zero. Perhaps Qi is the true changemaker. However, Qi seems to have forgotten that what Yan Xia desires is precisely the transformation of the olive branch civilization in any form. Chapter 107 concludes. Who is the more skilled? Yan Xia seeks the weakness of the olive branch civilization. Qi's endeavor arises from the belief that the downfall of this manager would usher the olive branch civilization into a period of frailty. It is now evident that Qi lacks such capability. The true identity of the manager is but a caretaker, granting the olive branch civilization room for error. In truth, Qi's actions have not deviated from Yan Xia's established plan. Qi is currently attempting to persuade the changemakers to side with it, yet this will simultaneously incite another conflict. Do you wish to alter the Gi's glory? The voices of the changemakers have only just been suppressed when another voice emerges, one that previously stood with Qi. Life forms that once resisted change now begin to lean towards Qi's opposition. Those unwilling to change have always been staunch supporters of the Gi's glory. They decry transformation and venerate the Gi's glory above all. Thus they have consistently backed Qi. Yet now they discover that Qi has aligned with the changemakers. Qi has neutralized the changemakers, but has created greater turmoil for itself. Is Qi unaware of this? Certainly not. It has allowed the changemakers to evolve to this stage before addressing the issue precisely because it anticipated such a reversal. Had the changemakers remained a mere small group, Qi would have engaged in this debate then, risking becoming the weaker side. It cannot permit the changemakers to grow too powerful. Should they do so, the process would naturally lead to Qi's ousting, rather than standing here to await judgment. Thus, the timing is impeccable. This demonstrates an extraordinary tacit understanding between Qi and Yan Xia. No, I merely wish to perfect the Gi's glory, Qi replies. The unyielding conservatives are incensed. Undoubtedly, you wish to alter the Gi's glory. Do not attempt to refute this. You are a traitor, akin to them. Have such thoughts always resided in your heart? Clearly, you are an unsuitable manager. We require a new one. Yan Xia attentively listens to their discourse. He has deciphered the language of the olive branch civilization over millennia. The electromagnetic waves they communicate with are perceptible to the quark robots within him. How will Qi resolve this matter? But you have no new manager, Qi asserts. In that instant, Yan Xia is enlightened. The conservative, who rebuked Qi, has caused the entire mechanical fog to tremble. A manager exists as a transcendent entity within the shared consciousness cluster. To become a manager necessitates possessing thoughts distinct from other shared consciousness clusters, a distinction that requires certain qualifications. Among the 80 trillion lives of the olive branch civilization, are there any with such qualifications? Certainly, and there are exceedingly many. However, they have been filtered through millennia. Those harboring divergent thoughts have become the changemakers. Even if some within the conservatives still possess such qualifications, does the conservative fear that appointing one of them as a manager might lead to the emergence of a second Qi? This poses an insurmountable dilemma for the conservatives. A conundrum is once again resolved by Qi's words. History has proven that I am the finest manager, and I am merely repeating the work I have previously undertaken. You believe one course of action is correct, yet I, as your manager, must inform you that it is fundamentally erroneous. Qi's voice shifts from monotony to assertiveness. All beings of the olive branch civilization, be they changemakers or conservatives, are now engaged in a shared consciousness cluster discussion, having been divided by Yan Xia, only to reach a consensus once more at this moment. You are indeed the best choice. We were all engaged in a grievous error. Upon reflection, we were egregiously mistaken. It is the manager who has rectified us. Otherwise, we would have continued along this misguided path. I, representing the changemakers, agree to grant the manager greater authority. I, representing the conservatives, also endorse the proposal. The manager indeed deserves expanded powers, which, while altering the Gi's glory, does not deviate from its essence. Both parties have reached a decision, and Qi has achieved a win-win outcome. Though this debate may seem brief, it is the culmination of millennia of strategic maneuvering, for which Qi has made extensive preparations. In the instant of mutual agreement, Qi's proposal commences to take effect, endowing it with greater authority than ever before. It turns to Yan Xia, who stands nearby. Our civilization has not encountered a formidable external enemy in ages, as the star maps you have observed indicate. The nearest civilizations to ours are the Civil Federation and the Silk Civilization. You are all weaker than we are, which hampers my ability to effect change. The original Purple Thorn Civilization, while powerful, was highly aggressive and scarcely communicative. Only you have afforded me this opportunity. I ought to express my gratitude in accordance with your Civil Federation's customs. Yan Xia stood resolutely, his posture erect, devoid of any despondency, even wearing a light smile as he gazed directly at you. Indeed, this round was won by you. You transformed into a humanoid form and approached Yan Xia. Its shape bore a striking resemblance to Yan Xia's, albeit lacking facial features, merely a spectral silhouette. Is it truly so? If I had emerged victorious, I should now be poised to eliminate you, and the 80 trillion lives within Star City would undoubtedly rally in jubilation. Yet, I have refrained, not from a lack of desire to slay you, but because I am not yet in a position to do so. Your decision to instigate war is astutely calculated, instilling in me a sense of trepidation. The veracity of the Holy Grail project remains shrouded in uncertainty. Yet I cannot dismiss it as false. To do so would be to underestimate its implications, potentially leading to my downfall along with Star City. This is where your cunning lies. The rapid communications of the civilized federation and the potential existence of advanced technology within the Silk Civilization. Should I eliminate you now, I would face the wrath of two civilizations. Although the disparity between us is vast, it is not insurmountable, particularly in light of the existence of advanced technology. The Holy Grail project makes me hesitate, and therein lies your leverage. The cost of killing Yan Xia far outweighs the benefit of sparing him. Nonetheless, I yearn to end your life, for you are a disruptor, capable of delivering a fatal blow when the time is ripe. This internal conflict is distressing. It seems to me that I have lost this game with you, winning merely a skirmish among ourselves. You is adept at deception and misdirection. However, as a fellow orchestrator, Yan Xia can pierce through the fog to discern the essence. You need not rush into war. This statement rendered all of you's preparations a mere farce. Were you merely an inconsequential pawn of the civilized federation, not an envoy, it would be a different matter. You sighed, realizing that this would allow it to kill Yan Xia without reservation. It appeared that Yan Xia had manipulated the proactive aggression towards the Silk Civilization and the Holy Grail project, forcing U.S. involvement, while in reality, as the most powerful of the three civilizations, it could choose when to enter the fray, rather than being bound to that moment. In fact, Yan Xia had previously speculated that the time you would take to respond should exceed a century, yet it took merely 1 year. You displayed an unsettling impatience. Was its sole desire merely to elevate the authority of its administrators and the Silk Civilization? You did not engage with the topic Yan Xia had raised. Instead, it declared, Yan Xia, I have prepared a delightful place for you. I hope you find joy there. Chapitre 108, Initiative, Yan Xia et Swart. In a dark, square chamber, a naked individual curled his body, as steel threads emanated from within him, sustaining the space. The bare figure slowly opened his eyes. I must have been captured by now. However, you would never resort to killing me. Rather, it would confine me somewhere. For what it truly desires extends beyond Star City and the Silk Civilization. It covets the civilized Federation itself. This is the fundamental reason behind its dispatch of envoys to engage with the civilized Federation. The Olive Branch Civilization is undeniably formidable. Yet, it is equally fragile. As its structure is alarmingly simplistic, within Star City, there exist only two consciousnesses, the administrator and the rest. As an individual distinct from the shared consciousness cluster, you is acutely aware of the deficiencies inherent in that cluster, or rather, the shortcomings of the Glory of Guise. The Glory of Guise has indeed forged a civilization that experiences minimal internal conflict. Even the so-called strife instigated by Yan Xia has not resulted in a single olive branch life being lost over millennia. The Glory of Guise has been successful. However, it has engendered a dilemma, one that underscores the very reason for the administrator's existence. Stagnation. The Olive Branch Civilization is too susceptible to stagnation. It possesses virtually no diversity. The formation of Star City is akin to a process of stacking blocks. The civilization's strength derives from its inaugural leader, and the current life forms of the Olive Branch Civilization were established during that era. Yan Xia is unaware of how many years have passed, but must be at least several millennia. In other words, the Olive Branch Civilization has been living off its past achievements since that time. This reliance on history does not imply a complete standstill. If that were the case, they would have long since recognized the issues and begun rectifying them. The true problem lies in their excessive stability. They have been merely walking. Walking is certainly beneficial, yet it also restricts their ability to run. One of the core aspirations of the Changer is to facilitate a rotation of different administrators to engender contradictions within civilization. Such contradictions would undermine the integrity of the shared consciousness cluster, yet they could indeed propel the olive branch civilization towards a sprint. This is also why the Changer had not detected Yan Xia, for this mechanism could lead to a degree of progress or liberation for the olive branch civilization. Thus, they did not anticipate that someone might harbor ill intentions towards them. You, as a Changer aspiring for transformation, stepped forward because it was the primary target of the Changer. And additionally, this transformation would unveil another issue that only it, as an administrator, could fully comprehend. Should the ascending Changer leader remain within the shared consciousness cluster, the olive branch civilization would regress from 2 to 1. Conversely, if the Changer leader departs from the shared consciousness cluster, would they truly wish to return after experiencing the taste of freedom? At the very least, they would find such a return repugnant, regardless of the outcome. While the anticipated conclusion may appear exceedingly bright, where the olive branch civilization attempts to regain its momentum, the process will be fraught with stumbling and instability, affording enemies the opportunity to strike. The tendrils of the civilized federation have already traversed the so-called cosmic Silk Road, reaching within a mere 8 light-years of Star City. The civilized federation awaits this moment. This is Yan Xia's design, and you has been acutely aware of these plans from the outset. What Yan Xia perceives is also what you perceives. Stagnation has stifled the flourishing of the olive branch civilization. It must rely on external influences to effectuate changes within Star City. Thus, it has devised a series of strategies. Yan Xia's arrival in Star City will inevitably disrupt its tranquility. Even if Yan Xia can endure, you will compel him to wreak havoc, sowing internal discord to achieve its desired transformation. Once it has seized control of Star City, you will then seek dominion over the civilized federation. Everything you has done thus far has merely expanded its authority. Whether Star City or the olive branch civilization remains at 2, the internal dynamics of the civilization have not truly changed. Only the locus of power has shifted from a solidified collective to a solidified individual. To break this deadlock, the olive branch civilization must capture the running civilized federation. In comparison to the olive branch civilization, the civilized federation is akin to a wild horse galloping freely across the plains. Should the olive branch civilization integrate into the civilized federation, or to put it more bluntly, dominate it, then it could ride this wild steed to accelerate its own resurgence. As the one to revitalize the olive branch civilization, you would also become its third leader. This plan is nearly flawless, for the civilized federation possesses no means to retaliate against the olive branch civilization. Yan Xia is but a tool. Yet unexpectedly, and to use great ire, there lies the Holy Grail Project. The emergence of the Holy Grail Project compelled Ji to ponder its very existence. It could not be substantiated, but could only be inferred from the existing evidence provided by the Kuai Z communications, suggesting that the Holy Grail Project indeed might exist. Furthermore, the essence of the Holy Grail Project transcends merely the Silk civilization, encompassing the formidable civilization of the Silver Heart as well. This powerful civilization does not require a superlative strength capable of intimidating its followers. It merely necessitates a weaker adherent, which is why it opted for the Civil Federation and the Silk civilization, deliberately excluding the Olive Branch civilization. The urgency with which the Civil Federation mobilizes against the Silk civilization due to the Holy Grail Project leaves Ji with no choice but to make a decision. This choice, naturally, does not involve aligning with any one faction as a follower, given that the Olive Branch civilization is far too potent. Thus, as a formidable civilization, they are left with but one option: to seize the technological advancements of the Civil Federation and the Silk civilization for their own development, ensuring that they can either resist or escape when the Silver Heart civilization sweeps across the galaxy. This is precisely why Ji would consent to instigate war, and Yan Xia used this as bait during discussions. The resultant tripartite relationship constrains Ji from targeting the Civil Federation at will. He is compelled to delay action, joining forces with the Civil Federation to confront the mightier Silk civilization, while subsequently seeking a resolution with the Civil Federation. This was also the original intent behind Yan Xia's formulation of the Holy Grail Project. The purpose of this initiative was not to genuinely involve the opposing side, but rather to disrupt their rhythm, reclaiming the initiative. Yan Xia vividly recalls the words spoken by Ella thousands of years ago when the Holy Grail Project was first mentioned. Now, without a doubt, he has achieved that. The struggle for initiative has been the crux of their plans over millennia. Ji cannot eliminate him, as it is precisely the possession of this initiative that reflects his current standing. It is time for me to take action. There is indeed a distinction between the clone and the original. G has gained control over the Olive Branch civilization, a significant advancement, marking the first step in his pursuit of the Star City. However, prolonged running can lead to discomfort and potential falls. In comparison to the self-optimizing shared consciousness cluster, a manager is more susceptible to errors and misguidance. Previously, G's limited power meant that any mistakes he made were smoothed over by the shared consciousness cluster. But now, each error he commits will have dire consequences for the Star City. In truth, the current situation bears no difference from the class model of Star City that Yan Xia once envisioned. However, previously he was in a passive role, only able to influence the Transformers, whereas now he has become the active party. Yan Xia resolves to truly raise his sword and pierce through the fragile form of the Olive Branch civilization. Chapter 109. Incentive System Control. Yan Xia finds himself pinned to the floor, his flesh and blood spread out like a puddle, clinging as closely as possible to the ground. This is a room shrouded in pure blackness, devoid of any objects. The only distinction from the other 5 walls is the transparent floor beneath Yan Xia, allowing him a glimpse below. Is this what you call a good place? Yan Xia inquires, gazing through the transparent floor at G standing below. G maintains a humanoid form during their exchange, raising its face to reveal a smile. Of course, is it not splendid? Here, one can truly experience the allure of gravity. For millennia, Yan Xia has been unable to pinpoint the true center of gravity in Star City, only to be brought here in such a manner. The gravitational force here is overwhelming. Even with his body capable of functioning under 70 G, he is still rendered prostrate. I advise against entertaining thoughts of escape. You lack any anti-gravity devices. The external gravitational acceleration here, measured in units familiar to your Civil Federation, is approximately 8,300 kilometers s. No biological entity can withstand such gravity. The acceleration of 8.47 million G exceeds the upper limit of Yan Xia's body by a factor of 12,000, meaning that should he attempt to leave this place, he would be instantaneously crushed into a mere puddle of flesh. No, a sheet of meat. Is it truly necessary? Yan Xia muses silently, merely an ordinary corporeal being. Such a prison seems rather excessive for his confinement. Indeed, no slip-ups are permissible, G affirms. You shall wait here until the day I have vanquished the Silk civilization. It turns to depart. Yan Xia speaks up. What do you intend to do? Now that you have become the true leader of Star City, you possess sufficient power to realize your ambitions. If you wish for Star City, or even the entire Olive Branch civilization, to accelerate, you must install an engine, one that thrives on contradictions, thus creating discord within Star City. Yelts. No. Do you still wish to mislead me with your voice at this juncture? While conflict may indeed address our currently excessive stability, it will also yield adverse effects, which is precisely what your Civil Federation desires. The instability of Star City would diminish my control, amounting to digging my own grave. I must also express gratitude for the war you have bestowed upon me. War provides an excellent incentive system. Our conflict with the Silk civilization will not be short-lived. Individuals contributing to the eradication of the Silk civilization will be rewarded, receiving promotions to a certain degree of power, though not excessively. It will at least represent a difference. G seeks to cultivate this difference. Employing contradictions to resolve the current issues is too radical. Time is not lacking, as the war against the Silk civilization is likely to last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. In truth, I ought not to share this with you. Yet, I have long been deprived of conversation with a normal life form. You cannot fathom the anguish of coexisting with a shared consciousness cluster comprised of 80 trillion lives. I shall return to see you again, my friend. The term friend must be profoundly foreign to the Olive Branch civilization, as the existence of a shared consciousness cluster precludes any such relationships. G departs, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Yan Xia remains quietly in this darkened space, feeling no discomfort. He has savored this solitude for far too long throughout the millennia. The incentive system is indeed commendable. G has not rushed the process, which is unfortunate news. The other me has likely emerged. Let us proceed according to plan. My task is complete, and it is time for a good night's rest. Yan Xia closes his eyes, and with the assistance of the Quark robots within him, his breathing becomes faint, entering a state akin to deep hibernation, awaiting the next awakening. G will not allow him to perish. When he opens his eyes again, he will likely find sustenance before him. An ideal scenario. G departs from the center of gravity of Star City, transforming into a misty form that glides through the air towards the sector designated for the Civil Federation. Before long, it arrives where Ella, or rather, the Ella it controls, awaits. It flows toward her, its vaporous molecules seamlessly entering Ella's body, before proceeding into the designated area. Awaken all the sleepers. They need not remain in slumber any longer. Upon encountering an officer, it issues a command. The officer, taken aback by Ella's words, pauses for 2 seconds, then joyfully inquires, "Are we to return?" G shakes its head. "No. It is merely that we have established a closer collaboration with the Olive Branch civilization. This place will soon be open to merchants traversing the cosmic Silk Road, and you may consider it a part of the Civilizational Federation. Consequently, our relationship with the Olive Branch civilization will significantly ease." Upon uttering these words, the expression on your officer's face was one of disbelief. Although they were unaware of the clandestine skirmishes between Yan Xia and Su over these millennia, they understood that the possibility of integration between the two civilizations was virtually inconceivable. The notion of advancing further was beyond their imagination. "Just follow my directives." The officer nodded and proceeded to awaken all the sleepers. Each awakened individual, upon realizing that they would henceforth reside in this place, could scarcely believe it to be true. "We will live here, on the land of another civilization? Surely this is not a jest." A total of 11 million lives accompanied the fleet, with 20,000 having perished for various reasons over the millennia, most opting out of entering stasis, believing that dying at the farthest reaches attainable by the Civilizational Federation was a form of romance. Now, the remaining 7.09 million lives were to be compelled to reside here, which meant their lives were under control, an unacceptable reality for them. However, Su, through commands issued by Ella, enforced a strong hand and sealed all stasis pods. Subsequently, Su allocated a vast region to the Civilizational Federation, granting them an operational space of 1.4 billion square kilometers, and dispatched ships to the maritime Silk Road to engage with the Civilizational Federation, thus opening this sector of the Star City. Everything had been meticulously planned. Millennia ago, Su had refused Yan Xia's request to permit trade between the Olive Branch civilization and the Civilizational Federation, effectively severing contact between Yan Xia and the Civilizational Federation at that time. Although there was rapid communication, it was merely distant exchanges. The present opening was made possible because Su, having mastered the bionic form of Ella, could now exert control over the 7.09 million soldiers of the Civilizational Federation stationed in Star City, intending to observe and learn from the social structure of the Civilizational Federation. Previously, although emissaries arranged by Su had continuously transmitted information from the Civilizational Federation, it was not the same as first-hand observation, and the volume of information was limited. Learning from civilization in motion would enable Su to establish a better and entirely new Olive Branch civilization in the future. Chapter 110. Control, Weaving the Veil of Deception. Su indeed exerted control over the soldiers under my command. Yan Xia altered his appearance, donning the uniform of a soldier to blend in among them. And a soldier from the Loa tribe approached him to offer a greeting. Their sounds were unmistakable, leading to their nomenclature. The life forms of the Loa emit a symphony of hundreds of pitches, encompassing infrasound and ultrasound, forming a coherent scale as their language system. After being rescued from the Purple Thorn civilization by the Civilizational Federation, they gradually dominated the musical scene within the Federation, with 8 out of 10 of its top musicians belonging to the Loa tribe. However, the tribe's appearance remained less than commendable. They resembled enormous, 3-meter-long worms, moving in a serpentine manner. The only distinction from true insects was their elongated abdominal limbs, which made them more akin to arthropods and insects, facilitating their swift movements. Their segmented ends bore numerous small, dexterous appendages, allowing them to manipulate objects with agility. The upper half of their bodies, which comprised 2/3 of their length, could stand upright and was adorned with bizarre patterns, their skin dark blue and covered in toxic scales, serving to deter predators. On their home planet, they were once hunted as delicacies by numerous predators before the advent of civilization. There were no external organs akin to human eyes, ears, or noses on their upper bodies. All sensory organs were concealed within, rendering their skin exceedingly thin, even revealing their internal organs. Atop their upper bodies were several protruding fleshy nodules, serving as their vocal organs, producing the characteristic loa, loa, loa sounds through their vibrations. Yan Xia perceived their posture as reminiscent of scorpions, merely substituting the scorpion's tail with their upper body and the torso with that of a large caterpillar. Notably, the Loa tribe's abdomen was capable of opening, housing their ovaries, allowing them to incubate eggs within and achieve a form of pseudo-pregnancy. The greeting from the Loa soldier was simply, "Which squad are you from? Let us get acquainted." Yan Xia replied, "Squad 00712. He quickly engaged in conversation with the Loa soldier, named Bras, discussing the recent awakening from stasis, which greatly angered Bras. Yan Xia mirrored this sentiment, blending into the soldier cohort. Su's purpose in controlling the soldiers extended beyond mere observation of the civilizational Federation structure. It was also to gradually influence the Federation through the cosmic Silk Road, preparing for future dominion over it. Aware of Su's ambitions, Yan Xia sought to sway Su's judgment through this interaction. As a longtime administrator, Su was expected to be exceedingly cautious. To achieve his goals, Yan Xia recognized that he must undertake another endeavor. Do you know the means to return home from the military? Since the cosmic Silk Road has been opened, does this imply we can go back? Yan Xia quietly inquired of Bras. Bras expressed uncertainty, stating it was impossible to ascertain whether normal discharges and departures could occur. He suspected it would not be possible, as such an option would likely lead to the disbandment of a significant portion of the military. I will inquire later. If we cannot leave, does that mean we are destined to age and perish here? Yan Xia subsequently took action, seeking out Ella and directly utilizing his disguised visage to present his proposal. He knew that the Ella before him was Su. Had it not been Su, the task would have been unthinkable. Su, of course, declined. Half a month later, Yan Xia gathered a group and initiated a ruckus, protesting against Ella's tyranny and insisting on contacting the Civilizational Federation to lodge complaints against Ella. Su was unfazed by this, aside from rapid communication. It could intercept all conventional communication methods. In fact, it welcomed Yan Xia's uprising, viewing it as an apparent class conflict and a component of its observation and research. However, it felt puzzled. In confronting the rebellious soldier, why did it always sense the presence of Yan Xia? Perhaps the lives of the Civilizational Federation, or humanity, shared striking similarities. Su did not dwell on this. Presently, aside from observing the social structure of the Civilizational Federation, it needed to manage the incentivization program that had been initiated. This program, upon its announcement, stirred a tumult within the collective consciousness, prompting countless individuals to express their willingness to enlist. The Olive Branch civilization would dispatch another fleet to the Orion Nebula. Currently, the journey was only halfway complete. However, according to reports from the front lines, the first fleet had engaged in interstellar skirmishes with the Silk civilization, exchanging tentative attacks. The Civilizational Federation fleet, upon discovering this situation, also launched an offensive against the Silk civilization, further solidifying Su's belief in the Holy Grail plan. For without the Holy Grail plan, the Civilizational Federation's objective would be the Olive Branch civilization. At this juncture, there was no necessity for them to initiate an attack, as they could simply observe the conflict unfold. Yet, the Civilizational Federation chose to participate in the battle, diverting attention from the Silk civilization. One plausible reason could be that the Civilizational Federation genuinely seeks to dismantle the Silk civilization, prioritizing this endeavor even above its engagement with the formidable Olive Branch civilization. Conversely, Yu perceives this as a far graver situation. The more the Holy Grail project manifests as a reality, the fewer options remain for the Olive Branch civilization. Upon completing all aspects of the incentive program, it becomes apparent that a faction of soldiers has begun to consolidate power, contemplating an escape from this region. Unsurprisingly, their attempt to flee fails. The soldiers, incensed, accuse Yan Xia and Ella of having defected to the Olive Branch civilization, sowing seeds of distrust towards their superiors. How intriguing! This scenario is far more captivating than merely controlling Star City. Yu's desire to seize the Civilizational Federation intensifies. However, what it fails to recognize is that Yan Xia has already begun to subtly take command of these soldiers and officers. Originally a mere soldier, he has ascended to a position of leadership. His words now carry weight under a different guise, as he becomes the foremost individual beneath the influence of the controlled Ella. Several captains of the fleet, both overtly and covertly, support his rebellion. This is precisely what Yan Xia desires. After establishing control comes the phase of transformation and deception. As an individual, Yu is exceedingly susceptible to being misled, which is a significant flaw of the Olive Branch civilization at present. Yan Xia's immediate objective is to indoctrinate these 7.09 million soldiers, making them akin to the Olive Branch civilization outside. He begins to brainwash them into believing that disobedience to his directives would preclude their return to the Civilizational Federation, asserting that only by adhering to him can they find the sole path to salvation. Subsequently, he initiates a stratification of classes, promoting each soldier who harbors thoughts of escaping Star City to the rank of officer. Over the course of more than a decade, Yu is astounded to discover that the structure of these soldiers within the Civilizational Federation bears an uncanny resemblance to Star City itself. almost akin to a miniature star city or a diminutive olive branch civilization. Just as it begins to revel in observing the unfolding developments within the civilizational federation, this small star city collapses. Chapter 111. Information Warfare, the Virtue of You. How does one resolve the matter of you and the olive branch civilization? Through force? Yan Xia certainly contemplates employing force as a solution. However, the olive branch civilization is a colossal entity, and no civilization in the surrounding cosmos rivals its might. The olive branch civilization is the sovereign of this star domain. To overthrow this ruler, the only recourse lies in information. Yan Xia engineers the creation of transformers within Star City, utilizing the Holy Grail project, a mere facade, to bind Yu's hands. Now, he employs another identity to control the soldiers, forming a microcosm of Star City, all in the service of information. The message he intends to convey is clear. Your decisions are flawed, not infallible. The small Star City has made the same choices as you, and all soldiers adhere to Yan Xia's commands, resulting in subtle class distinctions emerging internally. However, when class distinctions become pronounced, individuals in higher echelons and those in lower strata begin to perceive issues through divergent lenses, leading to a rift between the upper and lower classes. Once the higher class becomes acutely aware of their stagnation and advancement, they may choose to abandon their responsibilities. Conversely, the lower class continues to aspire to ascendancy, and when the upper echelons are already saturated, the latter may ponder if all lower-class individuals ascend to higher ranks. What distinction remains? Thus, a situation arises where the higher class suppresses the lower class's attempts to transcend their status, giving rise to class conflict. Given that the disparity between these two classes is minimal, the lower class, leveraging their numerical superiority, can swiftly overturn the higher class. Just as you has observed, the small star city rapidly disintegrates. This represents a monumental flaw. You reflects deeply, questioning why it had not previously considered this possibility. Its plan should have been stable and flawless. Wait, I need to reassess. The fleet, initially poised for departure, has been detained by Yu's indecision. When the development of a civilization rests upon the shoulders of a single individual, one can only imagine the immense pressure that individual must endure. Yan Xia exploits not only Yu's limitations as an individual, but also its inherent sense of responsibility towards the civilization. What is the ultimate aim of Yu? Who aspires to be a dictator? Yan Xia has contemplated this for an extended period. The conclusion he reaches initially astounds him. Yu desires to fortify Star City, or more precisely, the Olive Branch civilization. This is its innermost aspiration. Upon reconciling Yu's identity, Yan Xia realizes that one requisite for its election as a manager is a profound love for its civilization. Despite Yu's aversion to the shared consciousness collective, it still yearns to become the third leader, guiding the Olive Branch civilization towards new heights. This intrinsic motivation renders the Holy Grail project profoundly influential over Yu. Yan Xia refers to this as the virtue that can be harnessed. The incentive program is commendable. It is a necessary phase in the pursuit of change. Moreover, as long as the subtleties are managed adeptly, the entire civilization can maintain stability. Yu's initial notion must have included the concepts of promotion and demotion within classes, provided that individuals in higher classes, after failing to act, are demoted to lower classes through evaluation, thereby forfeiting the benefits of the upper echelons. The issue of collapse can be averted. On a brightly lit corridor, Yan Xia walks alone, his steps disordered. His expression is despondent, burdened with unspoken thoughts, all for Yu's sake. In truth, he is contemplating Yu's predicament. He understands that you can grasp these complexities, yet the collapse of the small star city will linger in Yu's mind. As the structure disintegrated far too swiftly, merely over a span of a few years. This is an exceedingly brief period for Yu and any life within the Olive Branch civilization, casting doubt upon Yu's ability to maintain control in such a short time frame. A fissure appears in Yu's confidence. After a year-long extension of the incentive program, Yu once again arrives at the epicenter of Star City. Hearing a sound, Yan Xia opens his eyes, remaining in his previous posture, showing no signs of change. Even his fingers unmoving. His gaze shifts, noticing a package of food in Yu's hand, and he smiles. I have been wondering when you would bring me sustenance. After all, the nutrients within my body cannot sustain me for long. I am grateful you have not forgotten me, returning to see me after merely a decade and a half. Yan Xia senses the weight of gravity binding his body is released, and he slowly rises from the ground. The bag of food in Yu's hand passes through the wall and reaches his room, where Yan Xia takes it, opening it to discover a hamburger. I actually prefer rice. Hamburgers do not align with my dietary habits. They are fast food, not a staple. Yu observes Yan Xia as he speaks while consuming the hamburger. A chair materializes behind him, and he sits down, gazing up at Yan Xia, stating, "You have triumphed once again. This time, your plan bears your signature style. I can discern it. Were it not for my certainty that you are indeed here, I might even suspect you had slipped away in my absence to formulate that plan." Yu perceives the plan as one that Yan Xia had preemptively designed, foreshadowing Yu's intentions. This sentiment is unsettling. The collapse of the small star city weighs heavily on you. What? I'm unaware of what you're referring to. Are you not currently executing your incentive program? I surmise your fleet should have already been mobilized. I yearn to thwart your endeavors, yet alas, that is no longer my mission. Yan Xia devoured his meal voraciously, appearing blissfully at ease, while Su suffered profoundly. Su was racking his brain, pondering myriad matters, whereas Yan Xia, after being apprehended and imprisoned, found himself liberated from the burdens of reflection. At this moment, Su felt an unsettling illusion that he was the one confined, for the current state of their relationship defied explanation. No, the motivational initiative has already been suspended. I find myself contemplating whether my actions have been excessively radical. The war against the Silk civilization is still a distant prospect. This lengthy interval affords me ample opportunity to effect gradual transformations. Even if the Civilizational Federation were a galloping wild stallion, it would struggle to bridge the chasm that separates us during this time. Thus, I anticipate opting for patience. Yan Xia, upon hearing this, wore a smile, while Su, devoid of a face, could not disguise his truth through words. Su's evident indecision was glaring. I doubt you will. You will ultimately proceed according to your own plans. Although time is abundant, you cannot gamble on the uncertainties of change. Hence you must strive to alter that which is within your grasp. After absorbing these words, Su departed, leaving Yan Xia once more pressed against the ground. Yan Xia felt a peculiar blend of elation and heaviness. He was uncertain whether he had influenced Su. Can Su maintain clarity in the face of his dual assaults? If he can, the Civilizational Federation is in peril. Nevertheless, Su's current demeanor is, from his perspective, a favorable sign. Ella must be prepared as well. Chapter 112. Unconventional Tactics. Su's resolve is not easily swayed. As Yan Xia had predicted, he mobilized the fleet, witnessing it traverse the cosmos, vanishing amidst the myriad stars that compose the galaxy. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he received a message. Administrator, we have completed the task. Su finally redirected his gaze, soaring towards the source of the transmission, which was not far, situated within the realm of the Civilizational Federation. This territory, transformed over millennia, boasted not only towering skyscrapers, but also meticulously spaced greenery between them. Su found little appreciation for this architectural synergy with nature, believing simplicity to be the ultimate virtue. After traversing a path flanked by blue-violet trees, he arrived at his destination. A rectangular edifice, 20 meters in height and 40 meters in width, stood in an open space. Its exterior was adorned with intricate mechanical structures, and atop the building was a 15-meter diameter dish, a signal receiving and transmitting device, serving only a supportive role. As the information emitted from this structure was transported by quantum particles, Su had long coveted this device. It was of such paramount importance that as soon as he subdued Yan Xia, he dispatched life forms to seize control of this location. The message he had recently received indicated the successful decryption of the transmitted information. A mere decade or so was insufficient for them to fully unravel the technology behind quantum communication. They remained ignorant of what quantum particles truly were and how they could transcend the speed of light. Su surmised that if they could decipher it within 500 years, it would be considered remarkably swift. More realistically, it might take an additional 1,000 to 2,000 years. He entered the cramped interior, which belied the massive structure outside. What did the transmitted message signify? Within this confined space floated a being from the Olive Branch civilization, seemingly the only occupant. Yet due to the collective consciousness nature of the Olive Branch civilization, billions of entities were engaged in deciphering the received information. This task was exceedingly arduous, relying heavily on conjecture in the initial stages. These billions of individuals had endured countless iterations of trial and error to achieve their breakthroughs. The content of the message was clear. We have assembled our forces, advancing along the cosmic Silk Road towards Star City. Our feint against the Silk civilization should yield results, leading the Olive Branch civilization to mistakenly believe we are also engaging the Silk civilization. However, they were unaware that we had already established contact with the Silk civilization, intending to resolve the Olive Branch issue. as we both understood that for the Olive Branch civilization to survive in the Holy Grail project, it must acquire advanced technology for rapid civilizational ascension, and the swiftest means to achieve this was through the Silver Heart civilization's technology. Yan Xia, how prepared are you? Have you instigated class conflicts within Star City? Upon hearing this, Su fell into deep contemplation. He pondered the veracity of this matter. If Yan Xia had anticipated his capture, then this information was likely a deliberate misdirection. If it was intended to mislead him, what was the objective? Should we dispatch a fleet to the Cosmic Silk Road? Administrator? Inquired the Olive Branch being. Su did not deem this necessary. We can simply send reconnaissance ships to observe the Cosmic Silk Road. He did not believe the Civilizational Federation would be so foolish. They should realize that even in alliance with the Silk Civilization, they would be incapable of defeating us at this stage, unless they were afforded tens of thousands of years for further development. Dispatching a fleet seemed overly cautious. Su speculated this might be precisely what the Civilizational Federation desired, to disrupt his rhythm. Beyond that, he could not fathom any rationale for the Civilizational Federation to send troops. Was it an act of hostility? However, 206 years later, Su received a report from the reconnaissance ship sent to the Cosmic Silk Road, revealing the arrival of a vast fleet at the SC-48 star system. Su was astounded. The information indicated that the fleet comprised over 10,000 vessels, a configuration of numerous fleets. Was the Civilizational Federation truly prepared to declare war? Moreover, could the Silk Civilization possibly arrive in such a brief span? Unless they had dispatched warships to Star City Millennia before accepting the conflict. Was this conceivable? He remained steadfast in his belief in Star City's might. Our reconnaissance vessels have been shot down. Administrator, the Civilizational Federation has exhibited hostility. Should we retaliate? From a shared consciousness cluster, a document was proposed, detailing how to launch a direct assault on the Civilizational Federation through the Cosmic Silk Road. Su glanced at the first section and lost interest in reading further. If it were truly that simple, why would he need to engage in subterfuge with the Civilizational Federation? He could have dispatched fleets to obliterate the Civilizational Federation millennia ago. But he refrained, seeking to control the Civilizational Federation in its entirety. An incomplete federation under the control of the Olive Branch civilization held no value. Only a complete Civilizational Federation could be likened to a wild, galloping steed. Furthermore, could one truly ensnare an interstellar civilization in its entirety? At least, Star City was not capable of such a feat at present. The cosmos is vast, and the Civilizational Federation's warship speeds are not significantly inferior to theirs, which implies that if the core of the Civilizational Federation wished to depart, they could do so at any moment, especially with their mastery of quantum communication technology. They would hold a decisive advantage in information warfare against a level 21 civilization. To launch an assault on the Civilizational Federation would necessitate a far more long-term strategy, requiring at least 5,000 years. The war strategy proposed by the collective consciousness is unequivocally aimed at the annihilation of the Civilizational Federation, characterized by savage brutality and a complete disregard for the potential benefits that their Olive Branch civilization might derive from such actions. This represents a senseless, offensive approach. There is no need for concern. The adversary is merely probing our defenses and seeking to provoke us. Their true intention lies in sowing chaos within our ranks. As for the fleet, upon closer inspection, the so-called warships you speak of are rather diminutive. They can scarcely be classified as anything more than spacecraft. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they are little more than a facade. Upon analyzing the footage transmitted, I discovered a troubling fact. The largest among these vessels measures a mere 1,200 meters, resembling nothing more than a toy. I am increasingly convinced of my assessment. The Civilizational Federation seeks to incite us for some ulterior motive. What could that motive possibly be? What drives the Civilizational Federation to recklessly challenge us, courting its own destruction? The administrators have crossed our threshold. Retribution is imperative, lest they continue to encroach further. The collective consciousness is incensed by my conclusions. While I possess considerable authority, I do not fully control the collective consciousness, and this distinction remains significant. Your reasoning is flawed. A mere insect would not provoke us without cause. They must have a nefarious objective in mind. We need only ignore them. They cannot persist in their aggression against us. Exercising my authority, I temporarily suppressed the collective consciousness. However, 83 years later, an unforeseen event unfolded. A barrage of attacks was directed at Star City, catching me off guard. Although these assaults proved to be largely ineffectual, they nonetheless incited my fury. I surmised that the Civilizational Federation had become aware of Yan Xia's subjugation. believing that the two civilizations were locked in a fatal struggle, emboldening them to launch an offensive. At this juncture, I could no longer tolerate their provocations. Annihilation of the adversary became imperative. My anger was palpable, for these developments were entirely unforeseen and beyond my strategic planning. Moreover, the life forms within Star City, under Yan Xia's leadership, initiated an insurrection. Everything transpired in a manner that defied logic. This left me further enraged, as I felt I was meticulously orchestrating a grand game of chess, nearing the endgame phase, only to have the board upturned, rendering my efforts futile. Yet for Yan Xia, this was merely the mid-game. The match had not concluded, but rather transitioned into a more assertive phase for the Civilizational Federation. Chapter 113. The Perpetual Errors of Ju. The fleet of the Olive Branch civilization diverged from Star City, each vessel a colossal rectangular monolith, devoid of any distinguishing features akin to massive ink blocks. These vessels reached astonishing speeds of up to 11 times the speed of light, encountering the fleet of the Civilizational Federation after 47 years. Without any prior communication, both sides opened fire. Within that expanse, only the gravitational lensing effects occurring around large celestial bodies distorted the light from a distance. The lasers emitted by the ships appeared to arc. The fundamental composition of both fleets' weaponry remained electromagnetic. However, in pursuit of greater efficacy, the warships of the Civilizational Federation began to form combinations. Some ships were dedicated to energy provision, others focused on generating gravitational constraints, and still others were tasked with targeting. Each type of vessel performed its designated role, achieving flawless coordination in the cosmos, establishing a colossal electromagnetic net spanning dozens to hundreds of astronomical units. To contextualize, one astronomical unit is approximately 1.5 billion kilometers, rendering the resultant electromagnetic net a monumental structure, with an overwhelming numerical advantage. These warships encircled the Olive Branch civilization's ink block vessel from all directions, front, back, left, right, above, and below, unleashing the electromagnetic net. This sudden onslaught caught the Olive Branch civilization off guard. The terrifying electromagnetic net succeeded in destroying one of their warships. However, the Olive Branch civilization retaliated swiftly. Gravitational weaponry compelled the Civilizational Federation's vessels to plummet toward a singular point. These gravitational weapons, in conjunction with electromagnetic paralysis devices, disrupted the engines of the Civilizational Federation's warships almost instantaneously, rendering them incapable of accelerating to escape velocity. Ultimately, these vessels collided at the core of the gravitational field, offering little resistance. Thousands of warships were obliterated within a year of engagement, a result of the Olive Branch civilization's unilateral dominance. Yet the battle did not conclude there. The colliding warships simultaneously released a potent gravitational force. Hidden within these vessels were gravitational weapons that intensified the Olive Branch civilization's capabilities. In a matter of mere 0.007 seconds, black holes emerged at the core of the gravitational field, formed from supercharged energy tearing through space. Their existence was fleeting, but in that brief moment, they began to merge into a larger black hole. Given that black holes inherently trap light, they expended minimal energy, with larger black holes indicating prolonged stability. The largest black hole's event horizon exceeded 100 meters, no longer qualifying as a mere microscopic anomaly. This void, dark as the cosmos, resembled a gaping maw of annihilation, against which nothing could stand. Under its formidable gravitational pull, warships of the Olive Branch civilization, even when applying accelerations of 1000 g, were inexorably drawn toward the black hole. Outside the event horizon, vessels were elongated and subsequently vanished within its depths. A civilization of the second tier has now fashioned such celestial phenomena as weaponry. Yet this mirrors humanity's control over nuclear and hydrogen bombs in the 21st century, an uncontrollable taboo, a ravenous beast that none can tame, awaiting its eventual departure. Fortunately, this was short-lived. The black hole persisted for only 27 minutes, resulting in the loss of 2 additional warships for the Olive Branch civilization. While this casualty rate was minimal compared to the 200 warships deployed, it was enough to provoke their ire, for they faced not the elite warships of the Civilizational Federation. These vessels, measuring in kilometers or hundreds of meters, were little more than refuse. The Civilizational Federation had cost them 3 warships with such debris. This was a disgrace. In a frenzy, the Olive Branch civilization's fleet began to disperse further, with each vessel now over 1 million kilometers apart. They formed a square formation among the stars. In an hour after their assembly, the Civilizational Federation's fleet was obliterated in an instant. all transpired within the blink of an eye, without forewarning, and without a clear understanding of the means of attack. Only on the wreckage of the destroyed warship sensors could the details of their demise be discerned. The olive branch civilization unleashed a stream of high-energy particles, each possessing mass, accelerated to a velocity approaching the speed of light, 9999999999999, nearly indistinguishable from it. As an object approaches the speed of light, its inertial mass increases, a fundamental principle of physics. These high-energy particle streams, despite being the size of a single particle, possessed inertial masses exceeding 1 kilogram, even 10 kilograms. Typically, we refer to an object's weight as gravitational mass. However, inertial mass fundamentally measures inertia. Under most conditions, these two forces are proportional, meaning that when high-energy particle streams collide with a spacecraft, it is akin to being struck by an object the size of an anemometer, yet exceeding 1 kilogram in weight. It may seem unimpressive at first glance. Even a mere mortal could seem capable of enduring it. Yet, the high-energy particle stream comprises an unfathomable multitude of particles, with over 1 trillion particles incessantly bombarding every square centimeter. Even vessels equipped with electromagnetic shields were annihilated in an instant. The destruction penetrated to the molecular level, shattering fundamental particles. The micronuclear explosions triggered by the impacts utterly obliterated any possibility of survival for the ships. This was a brief war. The journey back and forth consumed 94 years, while the actual conflict lasted merely a year and a half. Unsurprisingly, the Olive Branch civilization emerged victorious. However, within Star City, the administrator was far from jubilant. As they cleared the wreckage of the ships, they concluded that none of those vessels harbored any life. They were solely operated by mechanical computers of the Civilizational Federation. 3 warships were destroyed by a swarm of drones. This represented a grave miscalculation in decision-making. Administrator, you must be more resolute. The Civilizational Federation has evidently resolved to fight to the bitter end. Clinging to that damn perfect plan is futile. It is time to demonstrate our civilization's might to those feeble insects. Discontent resonated within the shared consciousness cluster. They had only elevated the administrator's authority by a few centuries. Yet what had been achieved? A series of even graver misjudgments than before. Mistakes were a constant companion. This was a game of civilization. Every minuscule error could lead to catastrophic losses. The administrator became somewhat enlightened by the criticism. Indeed, at this juncture, persisting in previous notions would only lead to being manipulated. Once again, thoughts of Yan Xia surfaced. What was presumed to be an ending was, in fact, a new beginning. Even within that gravitational prison, the adversary could continue to engage in their game, while the administrator found themselves utterly bewildered within this contest. This was the first time they perceived Yan Xia as formidable. It was unwise to incessantly ponder how to control the Civilizational Federation, as it would render oneself entirely passive. Yet you have been ensnared by me. What means do you possess to ensure your survival? The outbreak of war between the Civilizational Federation and us signifies that you have already outlived your usefulness. Even now, I could extinguish your existence. As the administrator contemplated this matter, they were informed that the Civilizational Federation warship docked at Star City's interstellar port had been activated. Chapter 114. You're truly outside? It is time for awakening. The originally designated hibernation period turned out to be extraordinarily lengthy. Perhaps it genuinely desired to visit the Civilizational Federation, though it first needed to undertake a rather perilous endeavor. The other self was prepared as well. Suddenly, Yan Xia, pinned to the floor by gravity, opened his eyes. They were remarkably clear, unclouded by the prolonged confinement. Although he had been slumbering for years, the Quark robots within him had been diligently keeping track of time, allowing him to ascertain the precise current moment, even synchronizing with the time within the Civilizational Federation. The entity he referred to, as it was named Xin, for Yan Xia, this was a name from a distant past, one associated with the blinding wings that radiated white light. Upon his arrival at Star City, he had reassured the Olive Branch civilization by bringing all the soldiers out from the warship. Now, the only living entity remaining aboard those vessels was Xin of the Luminary Wing tribe, whose lifespan was fleeting. To rejuvenate the Luminary Wing civilization, time must be utilized wisely. Thus it chose to enter a prolonged hibernation. It was now the year 19331, a span of 7,134 years since arriving at Star City, and 9,135 years since Xin had entered hibernation. Yan Xia remembered that this number held special significance for Xin. The Luminary Wing civilization had risen and fallen in precisely 9,135 years. Strictly speaking, They had advanced more rapidly than human civilization, transitioning from the Stone Age to the Industrial Age in merely 3,000 years, although their technological exploration thereafter slowed considerably. The story he was about to weave would reach a climax. Henceforth, he would await the outcome with a clear mind. It has been activated? The administrator was taken aback. They had not been monitoring those warships closely, as it was evident that any ship daring to remain there must possess a self-destruct system. Forcing entry could obliterate a part of Star City. Moreover, after so many years of inactivity, the administrator assumed those ships were utterly devoid of life. However, the news of their activation caught them off guard. In truth, it was not merely the presence of life aboard that astonished them, but the peculiar nature of the activation. How could those warships possibly escape? Intercept the warship. It is best to compel that vessel to cease its movement. If that proves impossible, destroy it. Do not approach, lest it be a bomb. Having learned from past mistakes, the administrator was unwilling to fall into the same trap twice. Although the loss of a warship would amount to little more than a drop in the ocean for Star City, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. As the warship set out to intercept, the Olive Branch civilization's satellites within the solar system also converged upon the Tiangong, possessing some offensive capabilities, albeit limited, primarily aimed at interception. At that moment, however, an asteroid traversed the satellite network, drawing near to Star City. In the satellite scans, it appeared to be an ordinary asteroid, devoid of any cavities. The asteroid passed within 200,000 kilometers of Star City, failing to attract the attention of the Olive Branch civilization's inhabitants. Such occurrences were all too commonplace. At the interstellar port, the activated ship was the Tiangong, Yan Xia's second flagship. The hope had remained within the confines of Nangong 2A when confronting the Purple Thorn civilization, vanishing into gas as Nangong 2A collapsed. After departing the interstellar port, the Tiangong accelerated wildly to speeds surpassing 20,000 kilometers per second, leaving Xia, now in control, wanting to curse. After nearly 10 millennia of slumber, the first thing to do upon awakening was to flee. Could there be anything more unfortunate? Upon receiving the information, Xia found it hard to believe that the Civilizational Federation had engaged in conflict with a level 24 civilization. Was this not courting death? Nonetheless, it decided to follow Yan Xia's instructions. All it could hope for was to survive. Xia bore a significant responsibility. It valued its life more than anyone. Furthermore, possessing knowledge of a civilization, it was remarkably well informed. The moment it received the information, it already knew precisely what to do. After the Tiangong had traveled 14 million kilometers from Star City, Xia detected warships pursuing from behind and received the information they broadcasted. It transmitted a pre-prepared image along the signal. Upon receiving the image, the Olive Branch civilization's warships immediately related to the administrator, whose misty form shook violently upon seeing it. "You are truly outside." The image depicted Yan Xia, smiling as he said, "Administrator, thank you for your care over the millennia. It is time for me to depart. The Civilizational Federation is in close proximity to the Olive Branch civilization. Perhaps we shall have further opportunities for communication." The administrator instantly issued a command: "Capture him." However, 1 hour later, the administrator received another message indicating that the Tiangong, having reached the theoretical speed limit, launched a hollow missile, which traveled at 56 times the speed of light, swiftly departing. In this scenario, pursuing the target is evidently impossible. However, Qi still yearns to intercept those satellites. Yet, the missile itself possesses formidable defensive capabilities, and given its velocity, interception is nearly unfeasible. Thus, the decision to annihilate it was made. Numerous towering structures within Star City ascended towards the trajectory of the departing missile. After pinpointing its location with the vessels ahead, Qi, in a bid for certainty, activated the gravitational weapon. In an almost instantaneous manner, the gravitational weapon traversed billions of kilometers, obliterating the missile ahead. This brought a sigh of relief to Qi, for Yan Xia had become a persistent source of anxiety over the years. Should Yan Xia manage to escape, it would drive Qi to madness. Following the missile's destruction, Qi did not retract the gravitational weapon, instead directing it towards the realm of the civilized Federation. An assault had been firmly resolved upon. Before executing this plan, Qi intended to make a brief visit to the gravitational prison. Its speed was remarkable, and within half a day's time, it reached the core of Star City. Upon witnessing that Yan Xia was still present, Qi found some stability. "I am still here, not having fled. Shouldn't that bring you joy?" Yan Xia's voice resonated like an enchanting melody, inducing a peculiar illusion in Qi that the imprisoned Yan Xia was more informed than its own sources. Qi regained its composure. "Do you believe your original self can escape?" Yan Xia, taken aback, responded, according to calculations, the missile's speed should exceed half the speed of light. The missile is minuscule, and, coupled with its velocity, striking it with laser weaponry is indeed a challenging endeavor. I utilize the gravitational weapon, Qi replied, prompting Yan Xia to take a deep breath. You truly spare no expense. The gravitational weapon undoubtedly required an immense amount of energy, a resource that the olive branch civilization could not afford to overlook. Employing such a weapon to eliminate it was akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat an ant, far beyond the threshold of mere overkill. Subsequently, I shall wield it against the civilized Federation. You have provoked my ire, and should you not understand fear, similar provocations may recur. A small segment of the civilized Federation within Star City was ample for Qi's observation. Upon realizing that the Yan Xia before it was merely a clone, Qi refrained from eliminating Yan Xia and instead engaged in further dialogue. Why do I detect a tinge of sorrow in your voice? Yan Xia inquired. In truth, I do not wish to end your existence, for you are my first friend since my inception. Alas, it is regrettable. Had we not been adversaries, I believe we could have conversed about much more, Qi replied sincerely. A being that had existed for tens of thousands of years solely in the company of a shared consciousness cluster resembled a child who had lived in isolation with their parents in the mountains, yearning for companionship upon descending. And you? Should you not feel anguish at the impending demise of the civilized Federation? Qi seemed eager to discern Yan Xia's emotional state at that moment. Yan Xia gazed back, expressionless. As you are aware, I am a clone, devoid of memories from before my creation. The civilized Federation holds no significance for me. Furthermore, you have dispatched but a single individual to the civilized Federation, over millennia. How can you ascertain that this individual relays accurate information? Qi was struck by a chill. Its original plan required thousands of years, and thus, it had not contemplated sending another individual to the civilized Federation, fearing to alert them prematurely. As long as the olive branch civilization remained sufficiently powerful, would the civilized Federation dare to act against its envoy? Now, however, that naive notion was shattered. With Yan Xia's reminder, Qi quickly grasped the situation. Yan Xia scrutinized Qi, and though Qi lacked a face, Yan Xia could easily intuit its emotional state. The role of the administrator determined that Qi was not an entity of absolute rationality. The shared consciousness cluster epitomized such rationality. If the administrator were likewise absolute, the need for an administrator would be rendered obsolete. Thus, Yan Xia stated that administrators are more prone to error and misdirection than the shared consciousness cluster. For apart from their similar exterior, the administrator was, in fact, a being as normal as any other. Qi had committed numerous errors. The initiative was entirely in its grasp. Chapter 115. The Illusory Starry Sky, The Death of Yan Xia. Departing from the core of Star City, Qi once again ventured into the territory of the civilized Federation. Administrator, have you reached a decision? Came the inquiry from the shared consciousness cluster. Qi stood atop a towering edifice, its myriad minuscule bodily structures forming an organ resembling an eye, gazing towards the star. Star City was not far from the star, merely about 15 astronomical units away. The star it orbited was a yellow dwarf, approximately 11 times the mass of the Sun, slightly aged, with a diameter 16 times that of the Sun. Qi's eye was nearly obscured by the brilliance of the star. It was then that Qi realized the entirety of Star City was remarkably luminous beneath the gaze of biological eyes, rather than shrouded in darkness. Do not fire just yet. Allow me to address matters within this region first. The shared consciousness cluster expressed confusion. What matters remain in this area? Administrator? Are you still hesitating? Since Qi had made its decision, it would not allow the words of another to sway its resolve. Indeed, it was possible that the entity it had dispatched to the civilized Federation had been compromised, receiving only false information. Nevertheless, the initial observation of the civilized Federation's location remained pertinent. The gravitational weapon need only be aimed at the original capital, Tian Tsang 5. The reason Qi had arrived in this area was due to a realization. Yan Xia had created a clone. What they had previously captured was merely the clone. When they eventually discerned the identity of his original self, he had already boarded a warship. How had the internal security of Star City become so lax as to allow a living being to reach the interstellar port without detection? This was evidently impossible. Qi identified this flaw, thus firmly believing that Yan Xia's original self still resided within Star City and would soon endeavor to escape. After searching the Tiangong vessel, they discovered a luminescent life form, further corroborating Qi's suspicions. A week later, Qi indeed observed unusual movements among the life forms of the civilized Federation. After a week of waiting, Yan Xia resolved to initiate the plan. Now was the moment when Xi would be at its most complacent. They were not situated in the very center of Star City, and to reach a position conducive for escape required traversing a distance of 20 million kilometers. Therefore, the optimal strategy was to ascend. However, this would expose them to the watchful eyes of the Olive Branch civilization. Fortunately, Ella had already devised a means of rescue. The small asteroid that had recently soared overhead, while appearing to drift away, had, in fact, left behind a multitude of minuscule mechanical entities. These mechanical forms now floated in the skies above one side of Star City. Are all preparations complete? This shall be our only opportunity to escape. The upper echelons are already under the control of the Olive Branch civilization. We must rely on our own wits for salvation. Yan Xia transmitted information via a rudimentary wireless earpiece. This method of communication was easily intercepted but often overlooked due to its low frequency. It was a clever ruse, albeit one that appeared rather comical. However, possessing a small cunning was better than none at all. Even with the most advanced communication technology, they would soon be deciphered. Let us set the time for 2.5 hours hence. At that moment, solar flares began to manifest on the surface of the main sequence star, a phenomenon that could influence their circumstances, albeit slightly. Yan Xia was exceedingly vigilant. After transmitting the information, he crushed his headset into fragments. Time dragged on, a protracted 210 minutes. At the 200-minute mark, their naked eyes could perceive the brilliance of the stars intensifying. The temperature in outer space was exceedingly high, yet fortunately, they were equipped with liquid metal exosuits to withstand it. These exosuits could accelerate them to 14,000 kilometers per second using all available kinetic energy once they escaped the gravitational pull of the Star City. Although the process would take roughly 5 hours, there was at least a glimmer of hope. As the 210 minutes elapsed, the plan commenced. Given that all inhabitants of the Star City were soldiers, every life form adhered meticulously to the strategy. They began to ascend towards the sky, while their original forms remained on the ground. From a distance, everything appeared normal. However, these were merely electromagnetic projections, adeptly mimicking the electromagnetic fields emitted by living beings. To the perception of the Olive Branch civilization, they seemed indistinguishable from genuine life. Yet, once they departed from the surface of the Star City, millions of lives vanished without a trace. The minuscule mechanical devices carried by the asteroid served solely as projections, simulating the starry sky visible from the Star City, not only in terms of light, but also radiating energy, rendering everything remarkably plausible. You gazed upon these events, compelled to concede that had she not anticipated this, she might have been deceived, allowing some lives to escape. This projection technology was specifically tailored to counter the Olive Branch civilization, utilizing an array of sophisticated techniques. It appeared to be merely a projection, yet it employed numerous technologies, including optical projection, microwave simulation, energy modeling, and gravitational displacement, perfectly targeting the mechanical senses and various detection devices of the Olive Branch civilization. Regrettably, I had hoped to afford you a semblance of dignity, Yan Xia. He left the Star City, positioned within the middle of the formation, neither leading nor trailing. Upon escaping the gravitational influence of the Star City, the small robots surrounding him began to converge, enveloping him within a liquid metallic shell. Safe within this cocoon, Yan Xia exhaled a sigh of relief. It was time to depart. The asteroid commenced its movement, swiftly approaching other asteroids within the stellar system, adhering to the laws of physics as it journeyed towards the star. After orbiting the star, it would be ejected from the stellar system, fulfilling the escape plan. Gradually, Yan Xia became completely encased in a liquid exosuit, slipping into a state of slumber. Centuries later, he would traverse the cosmic Silk Road, returning to the federated civilization after several millennia. Just then, a voice echoed through the void. Is this how you intend to leave? Yan Xia's eyes widened in shock. It was Yu's voice. The shell instantaneously disintegrated, revealing Yu less than 100 meters away, while countless lives from the federated civilization were captured and shot down. The plan had failed. Who would have thought you concealed yourself so well, Yan Xia? You sighed. Yan Xia steadied his emotions, replying, You should have known, Yu. I was destined to leave this place. I am but an insignificant individual, a minor envoy dispatched to such a distant realm. Why do you persistently target me? Would it not be better to let me go? At that moment, Yu appeared in human form, gently shaking her head. An insignificant individual? I once believed that. But considering the immense cost the federated civilization incurred to rescue you, does it not seem rather naive to utter such words now? Millions of lives here may escape, yet you must remain. Initially, I thought this way, but your existence inevitably introduces elements of instability, complicating matters for me. I must thank you, Yan Xia. Your first death feint has prepared me for your demise, which seems less dire than I had imagined. As the true custodian of authority, I must evolve, shedding any semblance of mercy for a colder demeanor. Thus, farewell, Yan Xia. You turned to leave. A searing laser struck the metallic shell enveloping Yan Xia, instantly escalating its temperature to 10 million degrees Celsius. No material could maintain solidity at such extremes, let alone a fragile life form. Yu's resoluteness symbolized her transformation. She chose between her civilization and her friend, eradicating her once naive notions, ready to embrace her role as a true leader. Chapter 116. A message from the Orion Nebula. You felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. The fleeing lives of the Federated civilization had been eradicated. 930,000 were eliminated, leaving 160,000 captured. In due course, she would impose stricter confinement upon these beings, extracting their genes to form a nascent civilization within the Star City. You relinquished her ideal of flawlessly controlling the Federated civilization, opting instead to construct a civilization based on known information, providing a driving force for the olive branch civilization. This approach would be slower, but would alleviate her feelings of constraint. 3 days later, you issued commands to establish the coordinates of the capital star system, Tiansong 5, of the Federated civilization, unleashing gravitational weaponry upon that location. Moreover, all main sequence stars within the Federated civilization were to undergo large-scale bombardment, plunging it into paralysis. The shared consciousness cluster had long awaited this command. Within a mere month, all units were prepared. The invisible terror of gravitational weaponry was unleashed, reaching the Federated civilization's star domain in an instant. 268 years hence, the Star City would witness the obliteration of Tiansong 5. Everything would come to a close. Now, only the Silk civilization remained to be subdued. Yu's focus shifted towards the mightier Silk civilization, which had not relayed significant information in quite some time. The specifics of the battlefield remained unclear to her, as it was too distant. The farthest she had ventured was merely a few dozen light years. She could hardly fathom the scenery thousands of light years away. What marvels lay within the Orion Nebula? The largest nebula structure in the surrounding thousands of light-year radius, and what new star systems had emerged within it. Perhaps a visit could be arranged in the future. However, more advanced technology was required. The Olive Branch civilization spacecraft were still too slow, necessitating greater energy to accelerate them to 90 times the speed of light. Yet even then, the journey would span thousands of years. The universe was vast. This was a sentiment echoed by every civilization when confronting the cosmos. Even with the ability to annihilate stars and the capacity to construct monumental structures like the Star City in the grand tapestry of the universe, they remained as inconsequential as a speck of dust. As you pondered these thoughts, a message emanated from the direction of the Silk civilization. This information rendered her momentarily incapable of maintaining her composure. We have triumphed over the Silk civilization and are returning. Upon reading the message, she exclaimed, "Impossible! How long has it been?" "Merely a few thousand years. The dispatched fleet, though formidable, has not completed its journey. How could it possibly have vanquished the Silk civilization? This is an absurdity." This message originated from within the Orion Nebula. The shared consciousness cluster reported back. "Foolish tactics. Do they truly believe they can deceive us in such a manner? It strikes you as somewhat ludicrous." Yet, the shared consciousness cluster reported a different piece of information. The first fleet was not located where it was supposed to be, and the messages relayed aligned with the actual observations. "We too have received the return signals from the first fleet, and the second fleet, based on its assessments, has commenced its return, with the light signals of their return already observed." Yu was incredulous. "Is there something amiss with my sense of time? How long has it been?" "The year is 187. 379, denoting the reign of the administrator. Before signifies an epoch, while unit corresponds to a year, established by the first leader of the Olive Branch civilization, which had already attained a level 14 civilization status at that time. He was uncertain how long the Olive Branch civilization had existed since its inception, perhaps 210,000 units. Or even longer, 1 unit equals 72 years. This timeline seemed accurate, for it had only been 5,031 years since the first fleet's departure. A stark contrast to the anticipated 400 years required to reach the Orion Nebula. They were still en route. Claiming they had completed half the journey was a gross exaggeration, as they had yet to even approach the true halfway mark. The news of their supposed victory over the Silk civilization was utterly absurd. Was I delusional, or had you all erred? You yearned to comprehend the events unfolding ahead. However, confirmation of the information would take at least a millennium. Damn this distance. It felt a surge of agitation, a rarity for it. Yet, a string of recent misfortunes had left it yearning for the comfort of a corporeal existence, to sleep soundly and awaken anew to numb itself. To verify the authenticity of the information, I shall visit the cluster center, the Star City Cluster Center. You had never anticipated visiting this place so frequently. The last time had been merely a few dozen days prior. You are still awake. You must be awaiting news of the true Yu's escape, it mused. Yan Xia was indeed awake, having awaited such news, but upon hearing this statement, he realized that waiting was no longer necessary. You have discovered this. So he must be in grave danger. The plan must be exquisite, at least unrecognizable to you at first glance. The plan was indeed remarkable, employing highly advanced technology. Yet, Yan Xia had initially revealed too many vulnerabilities, even daring to confront it face to face, that overwhelming presence making it difficult for you to avoid suspicion. In its mind, you simulated numerous scenarios of Yan Xia's escape, concluding that it was indeed his best option, with no alternatives. After all, the strength of the Civilizational Federation was far too limited, and they were still distant from here. A message arrived from the front lines. Our fleet had triumphed over the Silk Civilization in the Orion Nebula, you remarked. Yan Xia chuckled at this. I cannot believe you would jest. How many years have passed? Your fleet has likely not even laid eyes on a Silk vessel, let alone defeated them. Remember, the Silk Civilization is a level 22 civilization, and with the Holy Grail project, their technological prowess may be nearing level 23. The disparity between your civilizations is not 100-fold. It may be merely 50, 30, or even less. You two contemplated the Holy Grail project, remaining speechless for an entire day. Yan Xia grew impatient. If you are no longer here, I shall retire to sleep. After 2 minutes, you snapped back to reality. If the Silk Civilization has indeed employed some advanced technology, is there a possibility of them counterattacking us? This question plagued Yu's thoughts. Lower civilizations cannot fathom the methods of advanced ones, much like Yan Xia could not conceive of the Olive Branch Civilization's gravitational weaponry. Thus, the Olive Branch Civilization could not predict even higher-level tactics, just as they floundered in the realm of quantum communication, while they yearned for superluminal communication. What is the principle behind quantum communication? Currently, the shared consciousness cluster was focused on mastering this technology. The technology acquired by the Silk Civilization must also be unfathomable. Could the information I have received not be a report of the First Fleet's victory, but rather the contrary, that the Silk Civilization, utilizing this unimaginable technology, annihilated the First Fleet and simulated its return? Perhaps this First Fleet was carrying incomprehensible technology. Yan Xia replied, I do not know. You merely nodded and departed. If it puzzled even you, a clone from a level 21 civilization, how could it be comprehended? This was not a matter of strategy, but rather of technology. You sensed a looming threat. Chapter 117. They must not return. For the sake of the children, the Big Boss's divine certification has been added. You sought to gather some information from Yan Xia, hoping for an answer. That answer should have been, everything is false. It is merely an elaborate ruse. A deception meticulously orchestrated by Yan Xia. However, you gleaned nothing from Yan Xia's words or expressions. After returning to the surface of Star City, you waited another 61 years, all to ascertain the truth of the messages. Yet, the news continued to assert that they had triumphed over the Silk Civilization. The Second Fleet even expressed unwavering confidence in the accuracy of this information. And when asked whether they felt curious about conquering the Silk Civilization in such a short span of time, the response was, short. The war has persisted for 625 units. That is an exceedingly long duration. 625 units translates to 387 years. You consulted the consciousness-sharing cluster, querying 10,000 life forms within the Civilizational Federation, and all reported a duration of 5,093 years. The timing was drastically erroneous. This was exceedingly strange. Yet, you was certain it was unequivocally false. For the elapsed time between the transmission to the Second Fleet and their reception of it was merely 61 years. The Second Fleet had already departed Star City for 400 years by the time they transmitted the first message, indicating that they had left Star City approximately 362 years prior. Having traveled a distance of 375 light-years, receiving information from the First Fleet before relaying it back, totaling nearly 400 years. Upon receiving this information, it meant that the Second Fleet had already journeyed back 375 years, covering a distance of 875 light-years, leaving just 336 light-years to Star City. As they transmitted confirmation back, it would take approximately 31 years to reach the Second Fleet, which had already traveled for 31 years and was now 303 light-years from Star City. This implied that the timeline was consistent. The confirmation message they transmitted would also require about 61 years for a round trip due to the time differential. If their timing was accurate, then who had erred? It now seemed that the only course of action was to await the return of the Second Fleet to uncover the source of the problem. In truth, you hoped the Second Fleet would not return, allowing it to deem all prior information as mere fabrications, akin to the earlier illusory, celestial phenomena. However, 293 years later, the Second Fleet indeed returned. The moment they arrived, the life forms of the Second Fleet connected to the shared consciousness cluster, with the first message received by all in Star City stating, "At long last, we have returned to Star City after 184 units. Authentic. The Second Fleet has genuinely believed itself to have departed for 712 years. All numerical values have been meticulously computed. Any discrepancies with single digits and the actual results stem from rounding off differences. Within the shared consciousness cluster, a temporal conflict has arisen, plunging the entirety of the Star City's existence into chaos. Even you has succumbed to this disarray. Who then is truly real? What if both timelines are authentic? Does this imply that the Second Fleet or the Star City has encountered a temporal weapon? You examined the metal half-life of the vessels and living entities of the Second Fleet, only to be further astonished to discover that indeed 712 years had elapsed. Yet, it is implausible. They had observed that the Second Fleet had departed from a mere distance of less than 38 light years. Has the sea civilization truly been vanquished? Yet, evidence indicates that the coordinates relayed by the First Fleet reside within the Orion star region. He was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. Subsequently, the shared consciousness cluster observed information from the First Fleet that struck fear into its core. The First Fleet was returning at the speed of light. They had transcended physical limitations, surpassing the confines of the universe itself. Calculations suggested that the perceived speed of light was merely a result of their observational methods. And in actuality, the First Fleet's velocity could be as high as 22 times the speed of light, due to certain overlapping observational data. Simultaneously, they detected the First Fleet in two distinct locations among the stars. If they were indeed traveling at such a speed, then we should perceive nothing at all, for the universe would have collapsed. You meticulously scrutinized segments of video and photographs, all of which appeared strikingly authentic. It cannot possibly be our fleet. Ultimately, it reached the conclusion. If the sea civilization truly possessed a weapon to manipulate time, then the First Fleet was already obliterated. This First Fleet might be arriving with such a weapon in tow. The shared consciousness cluster commenced deliberations and ultimately concluded, "This is impossible, Administrator." He was acutely aware of this impossibility. But could there be any other possibilities in the current circumstance? The shared consciousness cluster proposed a solution. Perhaps it would be prudent to await the First Fleet's return before making any decisions. He was infuriated. Return? By then, we may all confront an unknown weapon, leading to the annihilation of the Star City. Yet, the shared consciousness cluster presented the only verifiable course of action. After a month of contemplation, you ultimately rendered a decision. They must not be allowed to return. We must intercept them. Whether it be the First Fleet or the Star City, we must choose one over the other. The shared consciousness cluster was bold enough to take the risk. But as the Administrator, you was not. We must ascertain the truth. The shared consciousness cluster proposed another solution. No, we ought to employ gravitational weapons to annihilate the First Fleet. You are mistaken. I am exercising my authority. The shared consciousness cluster acquiesced, directing gravitational weapons towards the First Fleet, an invisible weapon launched without form. According to the data currently observed, they should receive information regarding the First Fleet's destruction in 382 years. However, the anticipated imagery did not arrive after 382 years. Instead, it was transmitted 214 years later. Upon witnessing the obliterated First Fleet, you found it difficult to maintain its corporeal form, as its entire nebulous body disintegrated, scattering 100 meters away. It had been deceived. The First Fleet remained in its original position, still advancing towards the sea civilization, located within a star system 596 light-years away from Star City. And that gravitation weapon it had released had struck true, completely annihilating the First Fleet. It could not comprehend how the sea civilization had managed to simultaneously influence the Second Fleet and the Star City's judgment, leading it to make such an absurdly erroneous decision. What kind of weapon could this be? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, for the shared consciousness cluster had grown weary of its mistakes. Since Yu's authority had risen hundreds of years ago, it had been consistently erroneous, this time committing an egregious blunder of ludicrous proportions. Administrator, the Star City indeed requires transformation. Yet you have failed to present a vision of successful change, instead delivering utter failure. We have concluded that you are unfit to remain as administrator. Chapter 118, The Failure You. For the children, here are 10 tickets urging updates. 1 ticket from Madame Tang of Panlong Mountain, 1 ticket from Lily Blooming. Butterfly coming for an update. Administrator, no, you should now be called the failure. We, the shared consciousness cluster comprising over 80 trillion entities, unanimously voted to revoke your status as administrator. You's authority was fundamentally granted by the shared consciousness cluster. Its sole duty was to manage the shared consciousness cluster. And when the entire cluster rejects the administrator loses all authority. The glorious guise permitted the emergence of individual emotions within the shared consciousness cluster, making it nearly impossible for the entire cluster to reject an administrator. Even if a consensus were reached, it would be countered by individuals like the changer. It is akin to a parliament requiring unanimous consent from 100 members. Merely contemplating this is absurd, an unattainable feat, yet today, you achieve this remarkable outcome. No, I am the administrator. You have no right to do this. You are altering the glorious guise, you countered. The shared consciousness cluster replied, we do not violate the glorious guise. Someone will replace you as the new administrator. We possess such individuals. You are no longer needed. Failure. You are not even worthy of integrating into the shared consciousness cluster. Your failed ideology will taint the cluster. Go to prison, to the gravitational prison you created for reflection. Perhaps in tens of thousands of years, you may become normal again. After being stripped of authority, you was swiftly apprehended. Any resistance proved futile. It was taken to the center of mass. This time, in a different manner. Yan Xia remained awake and, upon seeing you again, remarked, I am quite hungry, you. If you do not provide me with food soon, I shall perish within a few hundred years. You remained silent, and Yan Xia then saw it being taken to another confinement. The escorting entity departed, and after several minutes of silence, Yan Xia spoke. Your appearance is rather strange. Just now, I hardly recognized you as being escorted. After all, it is merely a mass of black mist gathered together. Haha, isn't that joke rather amusing? We are now both fallen from grace, so why should we need to have known each other before? You probably do not comprehend the meaning of that phrase. It signifies that meeting is a form of fate, and there is no need to concern ourselves with whether we were acquainted in the past. We should reintroduce ourselves now. Yan Xia continued to speak endlessly, prompting you to finally respond. I never realized you had so much to say. Yan Xia chuckled. After all, I've been pent up here for far too long. It is a rare delight to converse with someone. If you continue to speak and expend your energy, you may not last a few hundred years. A few years later, you might meet your demise. Yu's warning fell on deaf ears. So, how long do you think the Star City could function without you? Yan Xia inquired seriously. They were confined in separate locations, unable to see each other. And you pondered. What do you mean? The shared consciousness cluster will select a new administrator. The Star City will endure. Yan Xia spoke in a low voice. Is that truly the case? The administrator who has just detached from the shared consciousness cluster lacks the capacity for independent thought. Everything still revolves around the shared consciousness cluster. This state of affairs is likely to persist for several decades, during which Star City remains its most vulnerable. You, listening intently, suddenly gasped. You. Before it could finish its sentence, a sound of footsteps echoed as Yan Xia approached the confines of its prison. Yan Xia looked up at it. So you too are pinned beneath the floor? It must be quite uncomfortable. I had forgotten. You are devoid of sensation. You must be curious about how I managed to escape. But I believe you already have your answer in your mind. You was indeed quite astute, yet within such an immense Star City, its cleverness appeared somewhat diminished. Yan Xia, too, was acutely aware that a singular human could not govern an entire civilization federation. Only Ella possessed that capability. Although both were forms of mechanical life. You and the shared consciousness cluster retained certain essences that belong to biological beings, sustaining the life of their true self, yet could not evolve into genuine intelligent machinery. Should Yan Xia's corporeal form ever reach its limits, he might resort to the technologies of the olive branch civilization, which are far more akin to living entities compared to the consciousness uploading methods of the Civilization Federation. You recall the escape from centuries ago, swiftly realizing it was merely the second layer of deception. The one who fled was not the true Yan Xia. In fact, to ascertain whether that was indeed the real Yan Xia, you had engaged in conversation with him at the last moment. That Yan Xia had spoken of the past. The cloning of biological memories is notoriously difficult. Thus, at that time, you was convinced that the fleeing Yan Xia was the authentic one. Yet, in hindsight, that mention of the past was perhaps a ploy to convince it that he was the original. The true scheme was an invasion, not a rescue. Those minuscule machines, smaller than the very structure of Star City, could penetrate directly to this location. They carried energy to sustain anti-gravity, enabling Yan Xia to escape the clutches of gravity. Are you not afraid that I am deceiving you? You inquired. Yan Xia shook his head. Your performance lacks authenticity, and as you mentioned, if I do not leave soon, I will only be able to endure here for a few years. The creatures outside will not provide me with sustenance, and you likely do not care if I perish. Thus, I must make my exit. However, I cannot leave just yet. I must wait a little longer. What is Yan Xia waiting for? The answer lay in anticipating Ella's actions. The tiny machines entering his body could not only create an anti-gravity device, but also infiltrate the minds of living beings to exert control. Centuries ago, the remaining 16 million lives had already succumbed to thought control, programmed to relay false information to the observers of the olive branch civilization. Given the diminutive size of these machines, detection would be impossible unless one were to dissect the heads of those beings and scrutinize them closely. I once believed I had triumphed, only to realize I had unwittingly stepped into your trap, inch by inch. I never imagined that all your actions were merely designed to provoke my errors. As long as I faltered, Star City would be altered. The chaos wrought by change presents an opportunity. You lamented, feeling despondent. It had indeed exercised utmost caution. It still found itself in failure. Indeed, I am a failure. However, Yan Xia, you may truly conquer Star City, but do not forget, we are a civilization, not merely a city. Within the vast star domain under our stewardship, there are more than 50 cities akin to Star City, alongside a primary city. Our first leader granted us mechanical life, bestowing upon us the gift of eternal existence. You ought to grasp the implications of this, Yan Xia. Yu's words instantaneously awakened Yan Xia to a profound realization. He had previously believed that overcoming Star City equated to conquering the entirety of the Olive Branch civilization, presuming that resolving the affairs of Star City would conclude the matter. This notion now appeared somewhat ludicrous. How could a level 24 civilization be confined to such limitations? How could a mere administrator claim dominion over an entire civilization? The beings of the Olive Branch civilization had possessed immortality for eons, implying that both the first and second leaders were still alive. They were the true architects of the Olive Branch civilization. Chapter 119, Internal Collapse. Yan Xia discerned a flaw in Yu's discourse. If, as you assert, the Olive Branch civilization possesses other cities and leaders, how can you ascertain a war against other civilizations within a year? This was one of the reasons Yan Xia had initially believed that Star City encompassed the entirety of the Olive Branch civilization. You replied, it is indeed difficult to conceive within the structure of the Civilization Federation. The Olive Branch civilization lacks a class system, thus there are no subordinate relationships among the cities. Each city can independently determine its own development. The leaders are the formulators of rules, but this does not imply they can wholly govern the entire civilization. You might liken the leaders to priests or prophets. They wield authority, yet differ from kings. Yan Xia could roughly envision that in the rules established by Geist Glory, the Olive Branch civilization indeed lacked a class system. Thus, the true governance of the Olive Branch civilization still resided with the shared consciousness cluster. The so-called leaders were merely administrators of the entire civilization. Hence, an assault by Star City on the Silk civilization did not necessitate the leader's approval. As long as the shared consciousness cluster deemed it permissible, it could proceed. This implies that the Olive Branch civilization is, in fact, a wholly democratic civilization, a stark contrast to his initial beliefs. In such a civilization, both administrators and leaders held immense necessity for existence. Without you, Star City would be exceedingly fragile. Ella should be able to resolve matters more swiftly. Yan Xia sincerely hoped so, for he was truly famished, appearing quite emaciated at under 90 pounds. He needed to distance himself from the barocenter. The pressure within the barocenter was excessively high, with temperatures soaring into the thousands. The tiny machines within him could not sustain their state of isolation from the extreme heat and gravity for much longer. Well, I must take my leave. I wonder if we shall meet again. As you watched Yan Xia stride towards the exit, it spoke. Once you venture out, there will be no return. They will kill you. Yan Xia did not turn back, yet his voice echoed back. I am not so foolish. I am merely exiting this prison. There is no need to venture to the surface of Star City. The temperatures here are too high. I cannot enter a state of low-temperature hibernation in this environment. Hunger will lead to my demise, but if I can enter hibernation, I can survive longer. Thus, Yan Xia's departure from the prison was driven by the necessity to seek a cooler location. Fortunately, the cosmos itself is sufficiently cold. He only needed to travel 20,000 kilometers away, as the interior of Star City was hollow, facilitating his movement. He remained speechless, feeling rather foolish for worrying about the fate of such an astute human. Perhaps it should never have allowed Yan Xia to remain. Meanwhile, outside, after Yu's departure, Star City swiftly appointed a new administrator. This new figure made several significant decisions within the span of a single day. First, they adopted Yu's strategy to attack the Silk Civilization and the Civilization Federation, utilizing gravitational weapons, shifting the primary target from the Silk Civilization to the nearer Civilization Federation. Second, they initiated comprehensive defenses to prevent the recurrence of the calamity that had led to the unprepared slaughter of countless trillions during the Silk Civilization's counterattack thousands of years prior. The Fleet of Three is to engage in a comprehensive war against the Civil Federation, with the imperative to resolve the conflict within 5,000 years, ensuring the complete annihilation of the Civil Federation. The power core must be returned to the collective consciousness, thereby upholding the glory of guys. The nurturing of life within the Civil Federation is to be accelerated according to the previously established plan for the Olive Branch Civilization as technological advancement. However, this initiative will be downgraded, prioritizing scientific research over the original criteria. Beyond these 5 mandates, there exists a plethora of regulations, over 100 in total. Essentially, the collective consciousness still aspires to continue the endeavors initiated by G, as these plans have largely matured. Despite G's numerous missteps, the overarching framework of its strategies remains sound. Over the millennia, Star City has gradually begun to seek transformation. Yet, this change is not spontaneous. Rather, it is compelled. Since millennia ago, both Yan Xia and G have been enacting changes upon Star City, albeit with differing intentions. While G sought to liberate Star City from the constraints of Gai's glory, Yan Xia aimed to weaken and sow chaos within it. Such alterations fundamentally shifted the thinking paradigm of the collective consciousness, with a multitude of transformers driving the pursuit of change. Presently, Star City is evidently in disarray, having deviated from its original stability into a state of instability. In a stellar system merely 5 light-years from Star City, a colossal warship measuring approximately 50,000 meters conceals itself behind Star. Ella stands within the control room, where preparations have been finalized, and the plan is set into motion. Utilizing the Quicksilver communication device, she transmits a message. The essence of the communication is that Yan Xia must resolve the internal strife to secure victory against the Olive Branch Civilization, thereby delaying their advance. Subsequently, she oversees the lives of the beings within the Civil Federation of Star City, guiding them into a state of helpless subservience, entirely in alignment with the collective consciousness. Ella introduces no personal agendas into this endeavor. After the Olive Branch Civilization imparts certain technologies to those under her stewardship, Ella lends her computational prowess to assist in the research and enhancement of those technologies. The performance of the Civil Federation within Star City is nearly impeccable, astonishing the collective consciousness, which has assumed control over this region. They observe the societal model of the Civil Federation, extracting beneficial elements, only to discover that all observed aspects are indeed advantageous. Such a remarkable societal structure, it seems, could only facilitate rapid, exponential development. The collective consciousness embarks on continuous research, uncovering that this societal model is extraordinarily refined and perfect. It becomes evident that as long as entertainment governs the internal dynamics, significant internal issues will not arise. Star City delineates an area for imitation, and the results of this mimicry prove exceedingly effective, enabling the collective consciousness to suppress internal strife with greater finesse. This societal structure does not exhibit antagonism toward the collective consciousness. Rather, it appears that the Civil Federation's amalgamation of multiple civilizations endows its social framework with remarkable inclusivity. Perfection, it seems, borders on the excessive. Due to the current inclination of the collective consciousness toward transformation, this structure begins to proliferate rapidly throughout Star City. However, this is not an ideal structure. Were G present, he would readily perceive the underlying issues, for it is overly flawless and artificial. How could every individual coexist in such harmony, with relationships so stable? Yet, Star City is now entirely under the management of the collective consciousness, which has a propensity to rationalize numerous errors, inadvertently enhancing the illusion of the perfect structure simulated by Ella. The collective consciousness seamlessly integrates this new societal model. Amidst continuous change, the Olive Branch Civilization has not neglected its focus on the Civil Federation. They have successfully deciphered the messages transmitted via the Quicksilver communication device. The Civil Federation has indeed been struck, and the time taken to observe this was even shorter than anticipated. With the target confirmed, they commence attacks on other main sequence stars within the domain of the Civil Federation, deploying warships into action. In the ensuing decade, Star City unleashes gravitational weaponry 13 times, consuming roughly 1/20th of the city's energy. They surmise that the Civil Federation is now on the brink of collapse. Indeed, with the original administrators removed, our progress has become remarkably smoother. They are failures, inept beings. Over the next 41 years, Star City flourishes, with the new societal model becoming widespread. However, as its application expands, minor issues gradually surface, issues rooted in one fundamental concept: class. The societal structure devised by Ella for the Civil Federation resembles a true and absolute collective consciousness, with over 6 million lives controlled by a singular mechanism. Thus, even if class divisions exist, no conflicts arise over unequal distribution of resources. Conversely, the collective consciousness of the olive branch civilization is a modified version, where each individual possesses rich emotions, acting as both terminals of the collective consciousness and distinct entities. They have a sense of self and can respond to their interests. The collective consciousness fails to recognize this, instinctively believing that internal contradictions cannot arise, akin to two brothers who have lived together, sharing thoughts and perspectives. They would never foresee a future of conflict. Moreover, intriguingly, such contradictions do not manifest during the initial expansion of the societal model. The expansion brings forth infinite possibilities, mitigating conflicts. However, once this model saturates Star City and the societal expansion ceases, it transitions into a phase of societal maintenance, which becomes a breeding ground for social discord. In the 42nd year, the class contradictions within Star City finally erupt. The beings of the Olive Branch civilization discover that some individuals have garnered greater benefits and demand a larger share from them. Naturally, those who have reaped more rewards are unwilling to relinquish their gains, having experienced the conveniences these benefits afford. The collective consciousness experiences a schism. Over the subsequent 77 years, the original collective consciousness of Star City fractures into a hierarchy of high-class and low-class collectives, exacerbating the contradictions. Meanwhile, within the region of the Civil Federation, the structure that Ella meticulously manages remains remarkably stable, standing in stark contrast to the collective consciousness, which now appears to be embroiled in a farcical spectacle. Chapter 120. A Pyrrhic Victory with Heavy Losses. The climax of internal discord is challenging to intensify under prevailing conditions. Throughout the millennia that Yan Xia has stirred turmoil within Star City, Ella has not remained idle, observing the Civil Federation. The unpredictability of plans necessitates the use of the Quicksilver communication device, facilitating multiple exchanges to confirm each other's progress. Upon realizing that Yan Xia has come under scrutiny and that Ella has been manipulated, she foresees the emergence of more pronounced conflicts, potentially culminating in Yan Xia's demise. A rescue plan is proposed. However, Yan Xia is reluctant to depart from Star City, fearing that all prior efforts would be in vain. Subsequently, Yan Xia devises a perilous plan while imprisoned, his existence completely dominated by Ji. Had it not been for Ji's benevolence, Yan Xia would have long since met his end. Certainly, the very essence of the clone escape plan inherently included the notion that the character Ji would perceive the imprisoned Yan Xia as a mere clone, serving as a form of protection, albeit one contingent upon Ji's whims. Yan Xia's strategy encompassed the subsequent false Starry Sky project, which was not designed for rescue, but rather for defense and misdirection. Although initially uncertain of the Olive Branch civilization's malice, they remained resolute in fortifying themselves against potential assaults. Over millennia, Ella engineered a multitude of machines to simulate the cosmos, a portion of which was deployed along the Cosmic Silk Road, while an earlier segment had already embarked between Star City and the Orion Nebula. This fabricated starry expanse, situated 30 light-years from Star City, proved difficult to detect, ultimately deceiving Ji and reinforcing his belief in the Holy Grail project, leading to the alarming annihilation of the First Fleet. The pivotal moment lay in the reconnaissance conducted upon the return of the Second Fleet. The perception that an extensive duration had elapsed was, in truth, a mere ruse. The half-life of metals refers to the time it takes for a metal to decay to half of its original mass. And accelerating this process is not particularly challenging, merely requiring an enhancement of radiation over a specified period. In simpler terms, it involves inducing instability in certain atoms at a microscopic level, thus triggering decay. Moreover, manipulating the perception of time is even more straightforward. The artificial starry sky can imitate the movements of surrounding celestial bodies, leading the beings of the olive branch civilization to mistakenly believe that time is accelerating. Beyond this, deeper layers of simulation require a different technological approach, the simulation of the universe itself. The olive branch civilization is, at its core, a mechanical civilization, which is inherently more susceptible to deception compared to organic life forms, especially given that their collective consciousness binds them within a shared awareness. Mechanical beings perceive the passage of time through data rather than through their physical sensations. Ella, in reality, utilized the false starry sky to execute a virtual and real cosmic simulation, provided this simulation is sufficiently convincing. The beings of the olive branch civilization will incessantly correct their own misconceptions, rationalizing all inconsistencies until they genuinely believe they have traversed a significant duration. Coupled with the alterations in metal half-lives, this phenomenon manifests to mechanical life as though their physical age is changing. To draw a parallel with humans, it is akin to witnessing one's own corporeal form aging, with the surrounding environment also undergoing deterioration. Indeed, the cosmos appears to have aged significantly. Who would dare to question this? While this may seem straightforward, it encompasses a multitude of intricate technologies and an immense reservoir of energy as its foundation. Ella amassed a plethora of scholars from the Federation of Civilizations to vigorously advance the simulation of the universe, initiating this ambitious project in the year 11073 AD, which took over 4 millennia to realize. Subsequently, just before the departure of the Second Fleet, she arranged the false starry sky along their trajectory, a task completed within a mere 3,000 years. By the year 18762 AD, less than 200 years remained until the Second Fleet's launch. More precisely, 185 years, a timeline so pressing that any misstep could lead to failure. Fortune favored the Federation of Civilizations and Yan Xia. Every plan unfolded with impeccable timing, enabling Yan Xia to effectively influence Ji's judgment within Star City, ultimately leading to the subsequent outcome. The second false starry sky, positioned along the cosmic Silk Road, aimed to divert the olive branch civilization's observations, a task far simpler than deceiving the Second Fleet. Altering the trajectory of light requires minimal adjustments. At this scale, even a shift of 1 micrometer suffices to cause misalignment in Star City's weaponry. The primary purpose of this artificial starry sky was defensive, while the secondary aim pertained to the earlier communications transmitted by Ella via quantum entanglement, creating the illusion of the destruction of the Federation of Civilization's main sequence star. The fundamental objective of this illusion constituted the core of this military engagement. Aboard the warship, Ella gazed impassively at the incoming reports. All fleet units had readied themselves. The enemy fleet had entered within a range of 1,000 astronomical units. The adversary had not uncovered the false starry sky and was advancing at a velocity of 719 kilometers per second. Command of this conflict was beyond their grasp, as it lay approximately 17 light-years distant. And without the aid of quantum communication, due to its exorbitant energy consumption, this would be an insurmountable challenge. In the millennia since Yan Xia's departure, Ella had tirelessly simplified quantum communication, yet only managed to reduce its energy consumption by 1/3, as the employed technology remained too advanced for the Federation of Civilizations. During her tenure in the Federation, Ella unleashed production capabilities, fervently manufacturing warships, thereby swelling the fleet size to a staggering magnitude. In addition to the 60 fleets advancing toward the Silk Road, there were an additional 173 fleets. These forces had nearly depleted the Federation's resources, leaving it stagnant compared to millennia prior, even regressing in some aspects. Underscoring the colossal demands of sustaining such a fleet, the adage holds true: one nurtures soldiers for 1,000 days to deploy them for a fleeting moment. Now, these fleets were finally poised to fulfill their purpose. This conflict pitted 165 fleets against 140 enemy warships. The Federation mobilized 110 vessels solely to confront those 140 ships. Ambushed as they were in Ella's simulated battle models, their chances of victory stood at a mere 254, with even a triumph promising staggering losses. 28 years later, Ella received the news of the war's conclusion. The Federation had lost 723 warships, with casualties amounting to 111. 5 billion. The enemy had lost 127 ships, with fatalities unknown. The adversary retreated, marking a resounding victory for the Federation. Indeed, this was a momentous triumph, one where a level 21 civilization faced off against the level 24 civilization represented by one of its over 50 star cities, with merely 140 warships. Yet, the true consequence of this conflict lay in the impending collapse of Star City. Chapter 121: Internal Strife and the Final Departure from Star City. The intensification of internal discord necessitated external pressure. The core of Ella's orchestration of this war was to generate such pressure. The artificial starry sky would inevitably unravel during the conflict, revealing that the gravitational weapons deployed had failed to strike their targets. The energy expenditure of these gravitational weapons was monumental, with each strike representing the cumulative energy output of the Federation for an entire decade. The vast consumption of energy, coupled with their initial defeat, heralded the disintegration of internal structures. Originally, Star City would not have wavered due to such setbacks. Yet the current Star City resembled a colossal powder keg. The remnants of the defeated fleet had scarcely returned when the shared consciousness network detected this information. Who had made this foolish decision? They had not even considered the possibility of the Federation concealing their vantage point along the cosmic Silk Road. Fools! This should have been addressed at the proposal stage. Anger rippled through the shared consciousness network. Numerous individuals were implicated in this decision. Upon hearing this remark, their fury only intensified. They retorted without reservation. We proposed a plan and sought to refine it. What have you done? Are you but a bunch of thoughtless imbeciles? These matters should have been your responsibility, you leeches thriving under the grace of Guy's glory. The role of the management was to mediate these conflicts. However, the newly appointed manager finds themselves utterly incapable of intervening in the collective consciousness cluster, which currently exists in a state of power vacuum. As previously anticipated, it has yet to fully disengage from the shared consciousness network. When attempts are made to rectify errors, the class-structured collective consciousness responds with unyielding resistance rather than compliance. The authority of the manager is unprecedentedly diminished. Star City continues its descent into deterioration. While attempts are made to reconcile conflicts, the power of the mediators pales in comparison to that of the opposing parties, leading to a situation where no individual is inclined to heed their counsel. Moreover, as more conflicts arise, these original mediators may themselves become ensnared in the very contradictions they sought to resolve. This represents a cycle of vortex. The entirety of societal contradictions extends within Star City on a scale that borders on the pathological. In the hearts of 10,000 individuals, there reside 10,000 hamlets. How then shall 80 trillion individuals be integrated? Not to mention the pseudo-shared consciousness of the olive branch civilization. Even the involvement of Ella resulted in the host smoking and ultimately collapsing. The computational power required is immense, even surpassing the difficulty of creating a simulated universe. It is foreseeable that the only way to resolve this contradiction is to press the reset button on the shared consciousness cluster. Alternatively, the emergence of a genuine third leader is necessary to guide Star City through yet another revolution. Presently, the crisis of Star City's collapse is beyond anyone's control. Ella did not anticipate the imminent demise of Star City. Such an event still necessitates a prolonged wait. At this moment, it remains unaware of Yan Xia's situation. Perhaps while it waits, Yan Xia faces death. Yet, it must persist in waiting. Waiting grants time for the development of contradictions, should it arrive in Star City now. The city would momentarily set aside its conflicts and resolve them. It is both a city of stars and a warship. The current Civilization Federation appears exceedingly fragile before it, akin to a mere insect attempting to shield itself from a meteor traveling at a speed of Mach 100. Another 3 centuries have passed. The internal contradictions of Star City have escalated, igniting a civil war. This conflict has fractured Star City into 5 segments, transforming it into 5 smaller cities orbiting a star on varying trajectories. The olive branch civilization has barely commenced its first 50 years of internal strife, resulting in a loss of over 1,600 warships, a staggering toll indeed. These warships are integral components of Star City itself. Star City is composed of countless molecular-level mechanical assemblies capable of transforming into any form. However, the warships require energy and a multitude of high composite structures and high-strength materials that cannot be synthesized from the mechanical components comprising Star City. Consequently, the number of warships is limited, and 1,600 is already considerable. 70 years later, a new, unprecedented civil war erupts, and this time, Ella perceives an opportunity. It personally commandeers a warship into the star system housing Star City. This warship is remarkably small, merely a kilometer in length, even smaller than the original Hope. Yet, it is equipped with the most advanced cloaking technology, which combines with a wall to manipulate the medium through magnetic fields, refracting light in such a way that this energy remains confined within a specific range, seamlessly blending into cosmic microwave radiation, thus evading detection. In fact, utilizing gravity would more easily bend light. However, gravity is boundless, rendering it impossible to confine within a minuscule area, or rather, the energy required to restrict gravity is excessively vast, beyond the capabilities of the Civilization Federation. Thus, employing gravity carries greater risks. Ella evades detection by the Olive Branch civilization satellites, which were primarily designed for alert and deterrent purposes rather than for detection. However, the situation cannot progress so smoothly. Star City utilizes gravitational energy as its power source, incorporating numerous sensors attuned to gravitational forces. According to the law of universal gravitation, gravity is omnipresent. A kilometer-long spacecraft is sufficiently large, with a mass exceeding 100 million tons, producing gravitational effects that would be glaringly obvious to any gravitational detector, akin to a mouse scurrying across a white table. Countless laser strikes materialize instantaneously. Advanced civilizations still employ lasers as weapons due to their affordability and practicality. Photons are predominantly influenced by gravity or the spatial distortions induced by gravity. Any other form of defense essentially involves energy collisions, rendering lasers exceptionally effective in conflicts between powerful and weaker civilizations. In this instance, Ella's warship is struck, and the terrifying energy reaches the threshold of the wall, shattering it, while the warship itself is engulfed by the residual shockwave, splintering into fragments. Resistance is futile. It is as if, in the face of absolute power, all techniques and defenses are rendered ineffectual. Nevertheless, Ella had anticipated this. Following the warship's collapse, it disintegrates into countless shards, one of which, measuring merely a few meters, hurtles toward a star city at a velocity of 115 kilometers per second. It traverses a distance of 63.4 billion kilometers over 175 years, ultimately colliding with the defensive systems of the star city. Upon impact, it transforms into a liquid spreading outward. These liquids coalesce into filaments the thickness of fishing lines, penetrating the interior of the star city at a velocity approaching the third cosmic speed. After extending for 4.9 billion kilometers, it finally encounters a rigid cold body. It wraps around it, drawing the body back. The entire process takes 19 years to complete. The fragments enveloping the body shed from the star city's defensive barriers, plummeting towards the star, unnoticed by any sentient life. Chapter 122, The Return. When Yan Xia awakens once more, he opens his eyes to find a figure in a white coat standing closely before him. Cascading silver locks fall to the waist, sweeping across the bedside with each movement, and a distinctive fragrance wafts through the air. However, the white coat appears somewhat too snug, resembling a second skin. Perhaps this is not the fault of the coat, but rather, the woman turns around, her face radiating joy, and upon locking eyes with Yan Xia, exclaims, "Master, you are awake." After uttering this phrase, she hops with the exuberance of a maid in a servant's quarter, causing the entire warship to tremble slightly. In that moment, Yan Xia briefly wonders if Ella has gained weight. Nevertheless, his extensive experience over nearly 10 millennia in Star City has rendered him unflappable. Have I returned? He diverts his gaze. The light from the ceiling is blinding, creating dazzling spots when stared at for too long. In his slumber, he had severed all perception, remaining oblivious to everything. However, he had prepared himself for this moment upon falling into slumber. He would either be discovered and killed by the Olive Branch civilization or rescued by the Civilization Federation. At least, it appears for now that it is the latter. Yan Xia, you have become astute. Had it been in the past, you would have surely faltered. Before him stands a diminutive Ella, about a foot tall, clad in a white floral dress, her legs adorned with lace-trimmed white stockings, and a pair of butterfly wings sprouting from her back, resembling a fairy. You haven't changed at all, Ella. Upon seeing Ella's virtual form, Yan Xia's memories are instantly transported back to a distant past. Not only has the essence of Ella been absent from his life, but even her adjuncts have been away for an exceedingly long time. Throughout these millennia, he has felt almost completely isolated, as if facing the vastness of Star City all on his own. Certainly, he understood that the relentless efforts of Ella within the Civil Federation had contributed significantly to their survival thus far. Yan Xia rose from the sickbed, only to find his entire body enveloped in a profound weakness. Yan Xia, you entered a state of hibernation in the cosmic void. The extreme cold and radiation have severely ravaged your body. Fortunately, the Quark robots have tirelessly worked to repair you, or you would have perished long ago, Ella stated earnestly. Yan Xia nodded slightly. The hibernation pod was equipped with protective mechanisms for the human body. Theoretically, his mech should have shielded him from the cosmic radiation. However, he found himself within the Star City, where the radiation levels far surpassed those of space. He had detected dangerously high radiation levels at the time, but it was a preferable alternative to languishing in the Singularity prison, waiting to starve. There is an essential distinction between hibernation and mere slumber. That had been the best decision at the time. How long have I been in hibernation? Yan Xia mused, sensing that it had been quite some time. Indeed, it had been 1,129 years. Ella's response made him draw a deep breath. Had it truly been so long since he had left the Singularity prison? At that moment, the rotund doctor removed her silvery wig, revealing a tattooed bald head, and wheeled over a chair, assisting Yan Xia to sit. What is the current situation in Star City? This was Yan Xia's primary concern. Star City no longer exists. Internal class conflicts have fragmented it into 5 separate entities, Ella replied. It is no wonder, given that it once collapsed during a civil war. The speed and scale of their internecine strife are astounding. Though Ella's words were simple, Yan Xia could vividly envision such a scene. Yet we remain no match for Star City, do we? Even if it is at its weakest now. An aging lion is not to be disregarded by mere ants. From the onset, Yan Xia's goal had not been conquest, but rather to seize the initiative before the Olive Branch civilization. However, I believe there is still a chance, Ella said. Yan Xia shook his head. Star City was merely one among the many within the Olive Branch civilization. Even if we could, we must not. What we require is the chaos of Star City to buy us more time. The conflict between the Silk civilization and Star City has already been ignited. Henceforth, they should focus their attention on the Silk civilization. Our most pressing need now is to conserve our strength and spread the class conflicts to other cities within the Olive Branch civilization. I have an excellent idea. Release G. Ella instantly grasped the implication. Once G was released, he would become a disruptor, further complicating matters in Star City. As a fervent guardian of his civilization, G would undoubtedly report the conflicts within Star City, providing them with an opportunity to act. Mastery of the initiative entails greater possibilities. This is what Yan Xia has shaped over the millennia. You are still pondering such matters, Yan Xia. You ought to relax a bit. We are on our way back now. In any case, welcome back, Yan Xia. Ella hoped that Yan Xia could ease his tension, and he understood that the doctor's disguise was part of this endeavor. However, this was a matter concerning the Civil Federation and his own safety, compelling him to contemplate. It remains uncertain whether we can secure enough time for ourselves. Yan Xia was wheeled to the dining area, where the sight of food reminded him just how long he had been hungry. He devoured his meal with fervor, wiping the corners of his mouth with a napkin in a gentlemanly manner. After a trip to the restroom, he ordered a portion of steamed dragon fish, stir-fried dinosaur liver, and barbecued dragon tail. Once satiated, a thought struck him. How has the Lightwing race fared within the Civil Federation? He inquired. Ella accessed the database. They have surpassed a population of 30 billion. A significant number, yet considering over 10 millennia had passed, Yan Xia felt a sense of relief. The new Star City had been captured. It was rather intriguing. Nevertheless, the cost of rescuing anyone from Star City would be exorbitant. Ella, when you go to destroy the quasi-communication device, keep an eye out for G. If you cannot find him, so be it. As for the over 6 million soldiers still trapped within Star City, they may remain there indefinitely. Yan Xia did not wish to abandon them. However, saving 6 million might cost 600 million and might not guarantee their return. Such a reality was harsh, but the essence of the universe is indeed cruel. In this game, Yan Xia could not even assure his own safety, let alone that of others. The heavy topic concluded. After his body had sufficiently recovered, Yan Xia would enter another round of slumber. Upon awakening from this hibernation, he would return after more than 10,000 years. Awaiting him would be a new Civil Federation, or perhaps an antiquated one, for Ella had informed him that, in this struggle for initiative, the Civil Federation had expended vast resources and had lost 90% of its warships on prior battlefields. By then, a multitude of matters would likely arise. Yan Xia pondered for a moment, then decided to cast aside such thoughts and succumb to sleep. Chapter 123. The Rescue of G as the Shield. 500 years after Yan Xia's departure, Ella re-engaged with Star City. This encounter was solely to promote the socio-political ideals of the Civil Federation while fully supporting G's return. She intertwined the fates of the Civil Federation and G, an act deemed foolish in the eyes of the Olive Branch civilization, as G had previously resolved to annihilate the Civil Federation. However, Ella's stratagem soon unsettled them. She exalted G as the harbinger of peace. The third leader of the Olive Branch civilization, elevating G's status to celestial heights. This compelled the leaders of the fractured five-star cities to question whether G had orchestrated the entire scheme. Perhaps G had long been aware of the false star fields established by the Civil Federation along the Cosmic Silk Road. The attacks were mere facades, as G had already colluded with Yan Xia of the Civil Federation. Yet, what benefit could this bring G? This remained an enigma. Nevertheless, Ella provided a perfect explanation to become the third leader. G sought to utilize the Civil Federation's resources to first obliterate Star City, then reconstruct it, leading other administrators to believe he had achieved a monumental feat realizing this. The Olive Branch Civilization's beings harbored an intense loathing for G, rendering his release improbable. However, the internal strife did not cease due to this minor incident. It continued to escalate. Amidst the chaos, as various factions clashed, the quality of the Star Cities diminished, resulting in reduced gravitational forces. During these years of fragmentation, the total energy reserves of Star City steadily declined, affording Ella an opportunity. In the midst of a conflict, Ella deployed a portion of the 6 million soldiers to ostensibly rescue G. This maneuver was swiftly uncovered, and the soldiers were brutally executed. The leader of that Star City hastily dispatched reinforcements to guard the Singularity Prison, bracing for another potential rescue by Ella. Meanwhile, its adversaries seized the opportunity to launch a large-scale offensive, gaining a slight advantage in the skirmish. At this juncture, Ella exploited the enemy's brief moment of triumph to launch a black hole bomb into the heart of their Star City. The civilization of the Purple Thorn once wielded such a weapon against the Yan Xia and the K tribe. However, since then, the Civilized Federation has refrained from its production. The weapon's efficiency is woefully inadequate, and its application is fraught with limitations. The black holes they can now generate are of minimal range and ephemeral duration. For instance, when Ella deployed a multitude of inferior vessels against the warships of Star City, she managed to annihilate only 3 of them, and that was achieved through an element of surprise. Thus, the black hole weaponry of the Civilized Federation is now primarily employed for precision strikes, such as the destruction of the Quasi communication devices. The stratagem of diversion caught both sides off guard, leading to a significant halt in the Olive Branch Civilization's research on Quasi communications. The 5-star cities were incensed. The belligerents even convened to negotiate a cessation of hostilities. Ella's actions facilitated a brief interlude of peace among the 5-star cities. However, capitalizing on this newfound complacency, Ella rescinded her control over 6 million soldiers, allowing their mechanical components to infiltrate Star City, aiming to rescue G, akin to her previous endeavor to liberate Yan Xia, and reach the Centroid Prison. The Centroid Prison resembles a sweltering inferno. G's confinement room, designed by itself, employs gravitational suppression to restrict Yan Xia's movements. Yet the internal environment remains conducive to human life. In stark contrast, G's cell lacks such amenities, having been imprisoned there for an interminable duration. The Olive Branch Civilization, being mechanical in nature, possesses no concept of time. To comprehend it, one must connect to specialized devices designed for temporal observation. Outside, G could simply link to the internal network of Star City. However, within these walls, that privilege has been stripped away. Mechanical life forms do not experience sleep. Thus, G remains perpetually awake, evolving into an opportunist, or perhaps a fatalist, awaiting the day it might be favored and seizing the moment to escape. G finds this existence foolish. Yet it is the only course of action available. Little did it anticipate that such a day would indeed arrive. Some machines are integrating into its body, providing it with anti-gravity energy. Without time for contemplation, G, trapped for so long, harnesses this energy to break free from its cell, yearning to escape the oppressive darkness. However, the moment it breaches the threshold, alarms blare. G had previously been deemed insignificant and, devoid of authority, was not even entitled to an alarm. Yet, with Ella's declaration to rescue G, additional alarm systems were installed. This was no mere coincidence. Ella aimed to inform the shared consciousness cluster of G's escape, thereby eliminating any notion G might harbor of hiding within Star City, reliant solely on the Civilized Federation. Every action taken was driven by a singular purpose: to transform the schism within Star City from an external to an internal cause. All of this was G's scheme, with the Civilized Federation merely acting upon its directives. Consequently, when the managers or primary leaders of other Olive Branch Civilization Star Cities intervened, they would not direct their ire toward the Civilized Federation. Upon sensing the small machines within its body beckoning it to a particular locale, where it encounters Square Box, G came to this realization. Who then would come to its rescue? It could not possibly be any individual from the shared consciousness cluster. Thus, it could only be Yan Xia or the Civilized Federation. After departure, G would become a shield for the Civilized Federation. Yet, it felt compelled to act. For remaining was tantamount to forsaking all opportunity. The Olive Branch civilization operates under a system of autonomous star cities. This is a nuance Yan Xia perhaps does not fully grasp. Yet it is known to G. Other star cities only extend assistance when one is on the brink of collapse due to external invasion. Internal strife, however, is met with indifference. Many managers and leaders within the star cities actually welcome such discord, using it as a means for research. Yan Xia may have overlooked an essential detail. When the Olive Branch civilization transitioned from organic beings to mechanical life forms, the scale of individuals was relatively small, numbering only in the billions. Yet now, a single star city boasts nearly trillions of individuals. These entities, of course, are not born of machines and machines, but are rather creations. Thus, the Olive Branch civilization does not mourn the death of any individual. The loss of one simply warrants the creation of another. The so-called morals, compassion, and anger within the Civilized Federation are governed by an entirely different set of principles within the Olive Branch civilization. Consequently, no other Star City managers will come to G's aid during this internal conflict. They will simply await the conclusion of the strife, leading to a new cycle of integration, naturally birthing a new manager. This new figure may transcend mere management, emerging as a leader who benefits the entirety of the Olive Branch civilization. G stepped in a box. It appeared that it had no choice but to tread this dark path to its conclusion. Chapter 124, Planetary-class battleship, Kunlun. It has been 10 millennia since the last departure from the Civilized Federation, and now the warships of the Civilized Federation have reached an extreme velocity of 584 kilometers per second. Progress is slow, as the energy utilized by the Civilized Federation remains predominantly derived from stellar nuclear fusion, which is still markedly inferior to that of the Olive Branch civilization. After all, stable and suitably sized stars are scarce. To generate more energy, one must resort to larger stars, which are often giants, supergiants, or even neutron stars. These celestial bodies are perilous, as they are prone to collapse into black holes under external catalysts, devouring everything in their vicinity. Energy constraints have stymied the technological advancement of the Civilized Federation. While engine technology has reached a bottleneck, currently, the Civilized Federation can accelerate small vessels to 90 of the speed of light. Yet such ships are rendered ineffective on the battlefield. Only larger vessels embody the true path to supremacy, capable of storing more energy to dominate adversaries in cosmic warfare. Within the SC-29 star system along the cosmic Silk Road, Yan Xia beheld his new flagship, the Kunlun. The original Tiangong was not destroyed during Yan Xia's intended escape. However, upon its return, it had been dismantled by Star City for research purposes. Given the breach of trust, Star City had no reason to leave behind any escape routes. Even had it not been dismantled, Yan Xia would not have believed he could reclaim the Tiangong. He had fulfilled his mission. The sprite Ella perched atop Yan Xia's head. The Kunlun was constructed utilizing the pinnacle of the Civilized Federation's current technology. It underwent 680 years of refinement within a simulated universe before being realized in the physical realm. This planetary-class battleship measures a staggering 356 meters in length, 565 meters in height, and 753 meters in width, with a total mass of 78 trillion tons. It stands as a milestone in the technological evolution of Civilized Federation warships. At 800 kilometers, it precisely meets the lower limit of a dwarf planet's diameter, rendering the designation of Kunlun as a planetary-class battleship entirely justified. This represents an audacious leap in scale, as the previous warships of the Civilized Federation had yet to breach the 100,000 meter threshold, now soaring directly to the 1 million meter mark, and even brushing against 10 million meters. However, this is not an act of resource wastage, but rather a necessary challenge to overcome. A planetary-class battleship is imperative, especially when confronting a behemoth like the Olive Branch civilization. The diminutive warships possess limited energy reserves and offensive capabilities, rendering them incapable of sustaining prolonged engagements against the Olive Branch civilization, which boasts a fleet of over 100 ships. Such a scenario is evidently untenable. Moreover, compared to the monumental advancements in technology, constructing larger warships appears to be a more feasible and pragmatic approach for the current Civilization Federation. After all, the prospect of a revolutionary leap in technology remains a distant dream, and it is unwise to gamble the fate of civilization on mere hopes. The Olive Branch civilization mirrors this sentiment. Its star city essentially functions as an enormous battleship. However, when faced with adversaries evidently inferior to the Olive Branch civilization, such as the Civilization Federation and the Silk Civilization, it dismisses the need to deploy the entire Star City. The true significance of the Star City emerges only when pitted against formidable civilizations. The primary function of the Kunlun is aligned with this purpose: to accumulate the technology necessary for constructing planet-class warships and to develop combat units capable of withstanding powerful foes. The Kunlun harbors the capacity to store 1 × 10^35 joules of energy, a feat made possible by advancements in our energy storage methods. Traditional storage techniques involve batteries, pumped storage, thermal storage, and compressed air storage. We have been diligently researching superior energy storage methods, allowing for larger energy reserves within smaller spaces. Thus, we have devised the fat atom energy storage technique, a rather humorous name, albeit not of my own choosing, but rather that of its originator. This method involves cramming 755 electrons into hydrogen atoms within a simulated universe, utilizing nuclear and gravitational forces to maintain stability for a century. This technology later received my endorsement, and after 800 years of development, it achieved practical application, enabling the binding of the maximum number of electrons within a single atomic system using minimal nuclear and gravitational forces. We can now accommodate 585 electrons within a single atom, sustaining them for an astonishing 14,000 years. Indeed, it is a testament to madness, as Yan Xia was left speechless upon hearing this. The energy produced from even a single electron's fission or fusion is formidable. Should such an unstable fat atom be released from its restraints, Yan Xia could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the ensuing energy explosion. The crucial question remains: what is the energy loss during storage? This is of utmost importance. The answer is 659. This means that when 100 units of energy are stored, only 93 for one can be retrieved. Such efficiency is already exceedingly remarkable. The advancements in energy storage imply that the Kunlun can accommodate more powerful defensive devices and offensive weapons. Hence, the significance of size becomes evident. What speed can achieve? Then, Yan Xia posed another vital inquiry. Ella's expression turned pensive. The maximum speed can reach 24,858 kilometers per second. While not slow, accelerating to this speed requires expending 100 units of the ship's energy. This underscores the importance of size. Ahem, as long as we equip it with energy production devices. What's the power output? How long does it take to recharge? Ella's lips pursed in a pout, her expression one of grievance. Family, who understands? I intended to showcase our achievements, yet all I receive are inquiries about weaknesses. The power output stands at 608 by 1025 watts, with a charging time of 521 years. In truth, this is not particularly slow, and it even exceeds Yan Xia's expectations. After all, how much power does the sun produce? The Kunlun is capable of generating nearly 1/5 of the sun's energy consumption. As if sensing Yan Xia's thoughts, Ella clarified. 2/5 of the Kunlun's mass is composed of energy devices. Another 2/5 are dedicated to energy storage, while the remaining 1/5 encompasses the engine, mainframe, weaponry, living quarters, and storage space, among others. Yan Xia's lips twitched. So this colossal warship is essentially a power station and energy storage facility? Given that it is a first-generation model, understanding is paramount. Yan Xia felt a sense of satisfaction. As they spoke, the warship they were aboard approached the periphery of the Kunlun. Gazing upon this behemoth of a vessel, its exterior cloaked in deep gray, it appeared more like a narrow, inverted triangle from the side, resembling an elongated screwdriver head. While it might not be aesthetically pleasing when scaled down, its immense size undeniably echoes the adage that size can obscure many flaws. At present, it hovered just beyond the gravitational pull of a planet, not appearing diminutive in its presence. Atop the vessel lay an area measuring 8 kilometers in length and 13 kilometers in width, resembling a claw-like depression. Yan Xia disembarked from the ship and descended into the dense, opaque atmosphere of this region. Upon penetrating the clouds, he was astonished to discover a small city nestled upon the surface of the warship. It boasted mountains, rivers, forests, as well as towering skyscrapers and residential districts. Ella smiled and said, "Welcome, Captain, to your inaugural exploration of the warship. The internal space of the Kunlun may be limited, yet its external expanse is vast. And the first area Captain Yan Xia would explore is the crew's leisure zone. Indeed, the advantages of size are numerous." Chapter 125. The colossal mech Yan Xia stepped off the vessel. Standing upon the surface of a lake, This served as the landing pad. Given the limited space, a dedicated docking area was unfeasible. The lake was not shallow, with depths of at least 20 to 30 meters, and the water was remarkably clear, boasting a visibility of 5 to 6 meters. As he stood upon the water's surface, Yan Xia felt as though he were being lifted by an unseen force. It was also quite wondrous, as the ripples on the water would cause his body to rise and fall. Above the water's surface was a layer of gas, generated through the electrolysis of water, and an electromagnetic field compressed this gas into a thin membrane, upon which Yan Xia now stood. This technology serves more as a form of entertainment, offering little utility on the battlefield. Surely, the Federation harbors many such technologies. By increasing incentives and bestowing certain honors, we can encourage large companies to assist in promotion and commercialization. Sometimes, seemingly trivial innovations may prove invaluable in the future. The evolution of technology is a progressive journey. None can predict the revolutionary breakthroughs that may arise from initially minor advancements. Yan Xia issued a significant directive, and Ella dutifully acknowledged yes. However, should we also encourage many seemingly useless inventions? Wouldn't that result in an overwhelming quantity, with everyone seeking a piece of the pie? Perhaps we should establish a dedicated evaluation body, he suggested. Ideas could be categorized by grades, such as A, B, C, and so forth. Each grade would receive varying levels of support, ensuring even the most lackluster concepts garner some encouragement, while meticulously documenting these ideas in archives. These archives must be entirely accessible. No information within the Federation, save for top-tier technology and military secrets, should remain concealed. By elevating citizens' rights, they will draw closer to the upper echelons and invest greater energy into innovation, rather than succumbing to a culture of entertainment-induced lethargy. Yan Xia took a leisurely stroll through the city on the surface of the Kunlun, finding it indeed an excellent locale for relaxation and stress relief. Subsequently, he boarded an elevator that led into the interior of the Kunlun. The space was even more confined than he had envisioned, with corridors measuring a mere 6 meters in height, the minimum standard for the Beast Warriors. Among the soldiers, Yan Xia also observed members of the Beast Warrior and Lightwing races, whose juxtaposition resembled that of demons and angels. The athletic genetics of the Beast Warriors were inherently robust, and I further optimized their genes, pushing their capabilities to the brink of their limits. Ella began recounting the transformations that had transpired within the Civilization Federation over the years. In truth, they had already discussed a myriad of matters, both great and small, in meticulous detail. They stepped into a chamber, where Yan Xia beheld the colossal entity he had yearned for since his childhood, a Gundam, before the Beast Warriors joined the Federation. The implementation of such technology within the Alliance had never crossed my mind. It was inconceivable for either humans or other races, such as the Bais, to command such machinery without modification. However, the Beast Warriors possessed a unique aptitude for this. Their dual-headed structure allowed for both collaborative specialization and unified control, rendering the existence of giant mechs a feasible reality. Giant mechs, in and of themselves, lack practicality. In the realm of cosmic warfare, their position is rather awkward. In terms of agility, offensiveness, speed, and weaponry, they pale in comparison to spacecraft, being merely a spectacle. The tactical demands of ground combat are considerably high. Could the intellect of the Beast Warrior sustain that? Yan Xia inquired. He had previously discussed the subject of giant mechs with Ella, concluding that their sole function was to facilitate landings on enemy planets or within their warships, exerting combat effectiveness when the adversary could not deploy wide-area weaponry. The Beast Warriors were far from being merely brawny simpletons. Most of the tactical advisors within the Federation were indeed Beast Warriors. Ella sternly criticized Yan Xia's stereotypical views. In truth, these giant mechs are better operated through computer control. The robotic technology of the civilized Federation is exceedingly advanced. Countless autonomous robots, akin to Ella, exist, and her continued prominence is attributed to her computational power and the imposition of as many as 270,000 restrictions on those robots. The fundamental reason for still employing the Beast Warriors, however, is primarily cost-related. High-quality robotic cores are prohibitively expensive. This is somewhat of a harsh reality. The Kunlun was equipped with a total of 15,000 giant mechs, suitable for both operations within the ship and deployment against enemies. All these mechs were crafted from the latest liquid metal technology, with their internal structures predominantly composed of specialized liquid materials. The mechs also serve as defensive tools, preventing enemy incursions into friendly vessels. Observing these giant mechs, Yan Xia noted that they were far more ergonomically designed compared to their animated counterparts. eschewing rigid forms for more streamlined constructions. While branded as Gundams, they resembled oversized transformers more than anything else. Each of these behemoths stood at a towering height of 284 meters. Aside from the novelty of the Gundam, Yan Xia encountered no other groundbreaking technologies. Most advancements were merely upgrades of previous iterations. Functional technology can indeed become timeless. Yet this also implies that the Kunlun's technological prowess is not particularly advanced. It is fundamentally a practical warship, rather than a showcase of innovative technology. After spending 2 months aboard the Kunlun, it officially launched from SC-29. As Ella had stated, the Kunlun expended 100 units of stored energy to accelerate to its maximum speed. Moreover, its acceleration was painfully slow, only reaching 10 G, a pace that could only be described as glacial for a level 2 civilization that had already mastered gravity manipulation. It took a staggering 705 hours for the Kunlun to achieve its peak velocity, venturing into the depths of space. The strong gravitational radius of SC-29 measured merely 0.16 light-years, and it took the Kunlun 15 years to completely exit that stellar system. However, the distance to the star domain of the civilized Federation remained vast. Yan Xia's body had nearly fully recovered. The genetic repair had awakened his body for what felt like the nth time, and he had grown to a height of 191 meters and a weight of 122 kilograms. Yet, within the context of the civilized Federation, he still appeared diminutive. Not to mention other races. The average height of human soldiers on Kunlun Mountain was 2.06 meters, with recorded heights of unmodified natural humans reaching an astonishing 3.61 meters, not due to gigantism or any pathological condition, but rather as a normal height. Having completed his recovery, Yan Xia soon entered a state of suspended animation, intending to experience the Virtual Universe's Youth Edition hosted aboard the Kunlun, once more embarking on a journey spanning thousands of years. The gray behemoth of a warship glided through the starry expanse as gracefully as a fish, traversing the interstellar void and returning home. Their first destination was the unfamiliar icy world of Shaka, a border territory of the civilized Federation. Chapter 126. The magic of the ice and snow planet. Upon arriving at this planet, one is struck by its pristine whiteness. It is truly the ice and snow planet, a realm deserving of life's awe, a princess of snow, a haughty queen. The universe is vast, with many planets blanketed in ice and snow, yet most are ferociously wild. In contrast, Shaka embodies a serene civilization, a pure maiden. It boasts a sky of unblemished white, land of immaculate whiteness, glaciers of crystalline clarity, and life that is equally pure. As far as the eye can see, everything is a seamless expanse of white. Entire hexagonal snowflakes drift down from the sky, and should one catch them on their tongue, a sweet flavor graces the palate. The water of this world contains a naturally occurring mineral sugar, distinct from the saccharin derived from coal, devoid of any unpleasant aftertaste. A silver, triangular fighter jet sliced through the heavens, its body generating terrifying friction against the dense atmosphere and alarming speed, producing immense heat that melted the ice and snow in its path, creating a voluminous cloud of steam that formed a long line connecting Earth to sky. All of this transpired within 3 seconds, and the aircraft swiftly decelerated, landing smoothly upon the snow-covered ground. The aircraft, named Snow Owl, resembled a swallow diving with its wings partially folded, extending 34 meters in length. With a wingspan of 37 meters and a height of merely 8 meters, tapering to a slender 3.6 meters at its narrowest point. The cockpit, accommodating 2 pilots, was reminiscent of 21st century fighter jet designs, positioned side by side rather than front to back. Access to the cockpit was through a narrow corridor leading to a spacious 17 square meter cabin, lavishly appointed with a sofa, a restroom, and even a small bedroom housing 2 sleep pods, essentially a compact 1-bedroom suite. At this moment, Yan Xia reclined on the sofa. Opposite him sat Ella, occupying the form of a humanoid robot. She appeared remarkably youthful. Clad in a JK uniform, she could easily be mistaken for a youthful femme fatale, embodying the type of sweet girl that captivates. KB-23D, welcome to the ice and snow planet, Ella remarked, casting a glance at the Jet-S hatch, which beeped thrice before opening. The environment was remarkably conducive for human habitation, requiring no special equipment despite the heavy snowfall outside. The temperature was a mild 21 degrees Celsius. As the hatch opened, a gust of cold air rushed toward Yan Xia. For him, 21 degrees felt pleasantly cool rather than cold. He inhaled deeply, finding it effortless. The oxygen concentration here must exceed 25. Are we situated in the outskirts? Yan Xia inquired, peering through the hatch, which revealed no signs of any structures. Ella rose, leading Yan Xia outside, and explained, not at all. The ice and snow planet falls outside of the development zone. Its ecological system is exceedingly fragile, and the incursion of industrial technology could cause irreversible damage to the environment. Yan Xia paused, taken aback. It was rare for him to hear Ella speak of environmental degradation. Even if the environment here were compromised, they could easily restore it. Is there something particularly unique about the biology here? He mused, intrigued, as biology had always been his strongest subject. Indeed, Ella nodded, lifting a mound of pristine white snow from the ground. The snow of the ice star is rich in various mineral elements, and nearly all life forms on this planet rely on these minerals for their survival. Just as carbon-based life forms inhale oxygen, the beings here do the same, with the snow serving as the source of their oxygen. They derive life from minerals and water. And in their fierce competition for these resources, the life on this planet has engaged in mutual slaughter, ultimately leading to the rise of a singular tribe that dominated the world. This tribe has not evolved as civilization, nor do they possess any semblance of intelligence. Ella showcased this life form to Yan Xia through a holographic projection. Surprisingly grotesque, it resembled a slug, measuring merely 30 to 34 centimeters in length. Unlike slugs, however, these creatures are not devoid of a skeleton. They're vertebrates, possessing a spine that runs through their bodies but lacking ribs. They utilize the power of their flexible spines to propel themselves in a leaping motion, capable of jumping 20 centimeters, truly a remarkable leaping creature. The name grotesque arises solely from their two oral appendages, situated on either side of their front limbs, with sensory organs positioned in between. Within, these appendages are layered. Hundreds of minute molar teeth, designed to grind the snow and the minerals within, facilitating digestion. On their dorsal side, they possess 2 rows of 6 retractable mouths. When confronted by an enemy, they arch their bodies in an N shape, directing these mouths towards their adversary. Then, Ella played a simulation of this creature's hunting method. Yan Xia was instantly awestruck. These beings could expel hydrogen gas at high speeds from those small mouths, igniting the swiftly ejected hydrogen using the static electricity accumulated by the bristles on their mouths, thus creating a fiery assault. Biological magic? An organic body utilizing flame for attack. A result of natural evolution is beyond imagination. However, upon reflection, it is not particularly difficult. Life forms can indeed produce hydrogen, as seen in certain anaerobic bacteria on Earth. By gathering hydrogen within their bodies and expelling it rapidly, the combustion of hydrogen becomes relatively easy, owing to its inherently unstable charge that readily exchanges charges with other substances, thereby generating static electricity. However, achieving such high speeds necessitates immense pressure. Reaching a velocity of 100 is evidently unattainable. Thus, these creatures have adapted by incorporating bristles that accumulate static charge during drying, resulting in a flame attack with an impressive success rate of 87. Do not underestimate this 87, as there are 6 orifices, making it nearly equivalent to 100. Yan Xia did not find this concept difficult to realize. Rather, the crucial question lies in how to ensure the power of such an attack. If it merely produces a flame akin to that of a lighter, what significance would there be in modifying a living organism? This life form serves as a source of inspiration. Currently, nearly all life within the Federation possesses quark robots, implying that producing hydrogen within their bodies is not a challenge. As she spoke, Ella opened her mouth wide and subsequently expelled a ball of flame. It was not particularly impressive, resembling more of a circus act. In truth, these quark robots can handle nuclear fusion and fission effortlessly, but they cannot withstand such immense power, as doing so would be tantamount to self-destruction. So, how can such power be controlled? Employing a stronger binding force to manage the required energy is overly demanding, not much more practical than mechs. Therefore, high-speed expulsion emerges as a more ideal method. This high-speed ejection is not to be confused with the rapidity of life on the ice star. Ella refers to speeds exceeding 921 of the speed of light, allowing energy jets to be directed in a singular direction, rather than reflecting back and harming oneself. Ella turned her back to Yan Xia and waved her hand forward. Instantly, Yan Xia beheld a terrifying energy forming over 3,000 meters ahead of Ella, with a beam of energy measuring 100 meters in diameter, sweeping across a distance of 70 kilometers before dissipating in midair, carving a straight canal 31 kilometers long into the ice star. This energy is merely the result of the fusion produced by 1 kilogram of deuterium. Yet accomplishing this entails challenges. not only requiring the acceleration of deuterium, but also relying on instantaneous ultra-high temperatures to trigger thermonuclear reactions. Currently, I am utilizing lasers, which require time to catch up with the particles ahead, hence the slight increase in the release distance. Much of technology often springs from inspiration. The life forms on the I-star provided the spark that allowed Ella to create magic for the first time. This is intended to serve Yan Xia, who, uncertain of his identity after becoming a mechanical life form, has chosen to retain his physical body, albeit a fragile one. Ella has been tirelessly working to enhance the defensive and offensive capabilities of the physical form. If this technology can be made more controllable, it could bestow endless possibilities upon corporeal beings. Yan Xia felt that, from this moment onwards, an era of physical ascension for the Civilizational Federation may have dawned. Chapter 127, The Sightseeing Spaceship, a Microcosm of the Macrocosm. However, Ella, you should have mentioned that the creatures on the I-star are exceedingly fragile, right? Yan Xia gazed at the canal, contemplating the numerous lives that may have perished under Ella's recent experiment. Ella chose to sidestep this issue. Life is indeed fragile, but they are merely a group of organisms, and if they perish, so be it. The previous protection of this area was simply to allow Yan Xia to grasp the origins of this technology. However, now, the value of these life forms has drastically diminished. Yan Xia, do you wish to preserve this place? Of course, every life possesses intrinsic value. They may evolve into any form in the future. Since delving into biology, Yan Xia has developed a profound interest in the forms of life. What are these creatures called? Yan Xia asked. They are designated as KB23D000007232228. Life devoid of intelligence does not even merit a name, merely a string of numbers. Then let us call them the flame N-type worms. Do we not create some dragons and phoenixes? We could further explore the capabilities of those creations. By the way, what about the Jinmu scattered along the Cosmic Silk Road? Yan Xia recalled the previous Jinmu project and the Cosmic Biological Project, pondering how these organisms might have begun to exhibit different habits from their original states. Upon hearing Yan Xia's inquiry, a look of regret washed over Ella's face. After the large-scale dissemination, those organisms gradually withered. The originally anticipated survival rate was exceedingly high, but in the capricious environment of space, they succumbed to various factors. We underestimated the cosmos and overestimated the resilience of life itself. Within a planet, the impact of weather can obliterate nature, while in the vastness of space, planetary weather variations are akin to child's play. Despite having anticipated this possibility, Yan Xia felt profoundly disappointed upon hearing it. After all, initial expectations were exceedingly high. Nevertheless, although 99 of the test subjects have perished, a small fraction has survived. These solitary life forms, even of the same species, have begun to evolve in different directions due to their varied environments. Fortunately, these organisms are hermaphroditic, capable of self-reproduction. We can await the process of natural selection, allowing them to grow more organically. As Yan Xia observed Ella's face filled with regret, he suddenly felt an urge to deliver a sharp retort. Do you really need to speak with such heavy breaths? Very well, from now on, simply report the results. Ella nodded earnestly yes. Just as they conversed, a peculiar spacecraft soared through the sky, descending in a location imperceptible to the naked eye. The vessel bore an unusual resemblance to a hot dog, with two slices of bread forming its mechanical structure. The upper section designated for navigation and control, while the lower section housed energy and propulsion systems. Encased within the glass of the central ham-like space was an unobstructed view, measuring approximately 300 meters in length, 45 meters in width, and 50 meters in height. It exhibited no overtly aggressive features. This was a cosmic sightseeing ship. Despite its unremarkable exterior, it could reach a remarkable speed of 34,900 kilometers per second, making it one of the fastest vessels within the Federation. The fuel consumption for smaller ships was comparatively minimal. For instance, the fighter jets of the Civilized Federation could achieve speeds of 10 light-years without great difficulty. However, the energy required for warships to increase their velocity was staggering, compounded by the considerable inertia of the spacecraft, rendering speed accumulation an arduous task. A colossal vessel like the Kunlun would require a terrifying braking distance of 271 astronomical units, equivalent to 400 million kilometers. This meant that if it were to decelerate sharply while in the orbit of Mars, it could directly collide with the Sun, then traverse through it to strike the Earth on the opposite side, continuing for over 40 million kilometers. Such sightseeing vessels had the capacity to traverse multiple star systems, facilitating long-distance travel. While it could be considered entertainment, for many lower-class citizens, it represented one of the few opportunities to witness the vastness of the universe. The growing population of the civilized Federation meant an increasing number of lower-class citizens. These individuals could scarcely afford a spacecraft. Even a miniature vessel would consume their entire life savings, let alone a true interstellar exploration ship. Most citizens had never ventured beyond their own planet, with many spending their entire lives within the city of their birth. They desperately needed opportunities to broaden their horizons. The sightseeing ship was procured by Ella, priced affordably, with a long journey and a variety of activities, making it immensely popular among lower-class citizens, with an annual ridership of 19.73 billion. Ella expended vast resources for this endeavor, but it was all worthwhile. The experience of the boundless universe could bestow upon life a broader perspective and richer imagination. "I wish to take a ride," said Yan Xia, who had not mingled with citizens for a long time. He hoped to witness the grand transformations of the civilized Federation from small beginnings. He cast aside the Snow Owl fighter and sprinted toward the distant sightseeing ship. After undergoing another round of enhancements, Yan Xia was in excellent physical condition, capable of achieving a running speed of 187 meters per second on land. This was purely a testament to his physical strength. Were he to don lightweight exoskeleton armor, he could easily surpass this speed by an additional 20 Mach. And with heavy armor, he could reach a staggering limit of 283 Mach. In comparison to machines, the human body still seemed somewhat feeble. Since Ella had already initiated the physical revolution, Yan Xia was unperturbed about pushing further afterward. Soon, he reached the sightseeing ship, his presence causing a stir among the disembarking tourists. However, when he approached, the ship's captain scanned his identity and promptly saluted him, allowing the other tourists to relax. Yet they remained curious about this military officer and his presence on the ice and snow star. "Do not mind me. I shall simply be a temporary visitor enjoying the sights aboard the sightseeing ship." The captain, standing opposite Yan Xia, was taken aback. The sightseeing ship was a foundational infrastructure directly constructed by the leadership, capable of scanning even the identities of high-ranking officials. Yet it could not retrieve specific information about this young man, only displaying a message stating, "This individual's status is too high. Insufficient permissions." He was likely at least a third-tier figure. A millennium ago, many within the Federation recognized Yan Xia, yet he had never publicly revealed his identity, leading many to speculate he was a second-tier individual. He had no desire to disclose his identity. Doing so would place him at a disadvantage when confronting the Olive Branch civilization, thwarting his plans. This was also a form of protection for his life. Within the entire Federation, only Ella and figures of the highest rank, namely the Council of the Civilized Federation, the ostensible supreme leaders, were aware of Yan Xia's true identity. Feeling the gazes of those around him, Yan Xia found some enjoyment in the experience, relishing the occasional benefits of power for his mental and emotional well-being. "Ella, where's the next stop for this sightseeing ship?" Ella checked. "It is the place of the gods." Yan Xia nearly choked on his own saliva at the name. Cough, cough, cough were a rather dramatic title. Yet, as a tourist attraction, such a name indeed sparked curiosity, leading Yan Xia to believe it was an extraordinary locale. Chapter 128, The Leviathan Swarm, The Ringed World. The sightseeing ship lingered on the ice and snow star for 16 days before embarking once more. As a highly sought-after attraction, there was no extra space on the sightseeing ship, forcing Yan Xia to sit on the sofa in the hall, where he observed every life form aboard, each exhibiting diverse characteristics. Once the ship reached speeds exceeding 10 light-years, some stars outside began to display trails, while those ahead appeared to converge inward, as if gathering together. Though this was not immediately noticeable, it was only after reaching speeds above 50 light-years that such phenomena could be distinctly perceived. At speeds beyond 90 light-years, it became particularly evident. Upon attaining light speed, one would witness all starlight converging into a singular point ahead, while the surroundings and rear would be engulfed in darkness. This was easily comprehensible. At such high velocities, photons from behind were chasing after you, while those ahead were colliding with you. The speed of the photons from behind equated to the speed of light minus the speed of the ship, while the photons from ahead equated to the speed of light plus the speed of the ship, creating a differential in velocity, resulting in a greater influx of photons from the front. At present speeds, such phenomena were not observable. Yan Xia hoped to witness the day when light-speed ships became a reality. Ideally, it should be at least 99 of light speed. Absolute light speed was unattainable, given the colossal energy requirements, even for warped ships, which could not be produced by civilizations below level 2 or even 3. After traveling through deep space for approximately 17 years, Yan Xia beheld a Leviathan traversing the void. This Leviathan appeared to be quite aged, moving sluggishly, its surface marred by scars and exhibiting a purplish-red hue, with tentacles resembling gnarled tree roots. After being nurtured in the wild for 500 years, Leviathans gradually exhibited social behavior, forming swarms of approximately 400 to 700 individuals, displaying a complete social hierarchy, complete with kings, queens, and generals constituting the ruling class, while the remainder served as ordinary Leviathans. This particular Leviathan likely held the title of king. Typical Leviathans measured around 300 meters in length, while this one exceeded 500 meters. It appeared to have been ousted from its throne. Otherwise, a king would not abandon its swarm. It journeyed into the depths of space, likely in search of a suitable place to lay itself to rest. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, given that the lifespan of a Leviathan averaged merely 22 years, with the longest lived scarcely reaching 38 years. Ordinarily, Leviathan swarms remained within a single star system, suggesting this king was not far from its swarm, which was currently in migration. Ella introduced to Yan Xia that Leviathan was a creation of Yan Xia's own making. However, due to the arduous challenges that followed, Yan Xia entrusted this task to Ella. With their speed, it is estimated that it would take several hundred or even thousands of generations for them to traverse from one stellar system to another. Just the thought of this left Yan Xia in awe, akin to a colony of ants crossing the vast Pacific in pursuit of their species' survival. Indeed, there's a significant probability of failure. They require an immense amount of sustenance, leading them to consume their deceased kin. Often, from a group of 500, only 40 to 60 remain. Thus, encountering a solitary king among them is truly exceptional, for it has managed to escape the fate of being devoured. After 2 more days of travel, the ship's captain announced that they had encountered a pod of Leviathans. The tourists, who had been in slumber within the cabin, awoke to witness these colossal beings. The sightseeing vessel nearly brushed past them. This pod comprised 187 Leviathans, arranged in a linear formation, propelled through the cosmos by the gases they expelled. To conserve fuel, the leading Leviathan would expel gas through small orifices in its tail, which would subsequently be inhaled by the following Leviathan for its utilization. Given the absence of resistance in the starry expanse, their migration requires only an initial acceleration, followed by directional adjustments, making energy consumption far from terrifying. The sightseeing vessel slowed its pace and circled around these titanic creatures a few times before departing. They were now in close proximity to their destination star system. However, this was not the terminus for the Leviathans. Parting ways, the sightseeing vessel plunged toward a dim red star. It was a white dwarf. Contrary to popular belief, white dwarfs are not exclusively white. In fact, over time, they gradually transition to a reddish hue before ultimately becoming black, evolving into black dwarfs. Having transcended ordinary humanity, Yan Xia could perceive spectrums invisible to the average eye. In the eyes of most, whether red dwarfs, white dwarfs, yellow dwarfs, blue dwarfs, or other giants and supergiants, their luminescence appeared white. This white dwarf seemed to be approximately the size of Earth, Yan Xia mused aloud. Upon discerning the distance to the object, he could ascertain its dimensions. If it were indeed comparable to Earth, this white dwarf would be on the larger side within its category, likely possessing a mass around 12 solar masses. Based on its spectrum and size, it likely consists of carbon and oxygen, with a lifespan that may have exceeded 10 billion years. Due to the immense gravitational pull of the white dwarf, it compresses carbon atoms, potentially forming diamonds, thus becoming what is referred to as a diamond star. As they drew closer, Yan Xia observed a Dyson sphere encircling the white dwarf. This Dyson sphere resembled a cross, surrounding the white dwarf with a circumference of approximately 0.7 astronomical units, or about 104.7 billion kilometers. The luminosity of the white dwarf was significantly dimmer than that of a yellow dwarf. However, its surface temperature was exceedingly high, often exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius for young, massive white dwarfs. Therefore, constructing a Dyson sphere necessitated maintaining a safe distance from its surface. Is this truly the abode of the gods? Yan Xia pondered, struggling to discern what could merit such a grandiose title. The sightseeing vessel traversed the boundary of the white dwarf's wind zone and, within just 4 days, reached the interior of the Dyson sphere. The external portion of the Dyson sphere was composed of dark metallic plates and interstellar weaponry, while the inner circle formed an ecological habitat, inspired by one of Larry Niven's works in the known space series, titled Ring World. The Ring World, created by Ella, featured a vast expanse of transparent photovoltaic panels, capable of absorbing solar energy, while allowing some light to permeate through to the ground. Although the energy efficiency was lower than that of standard photovoltaic panels, There was no need for additional lighting to illuminate the ring world, rendering it even more efficient. These photovoltaic panels floated in the inner ring, situated 130,000 kilometers above the surface of the ring world. With a thickness of merely 2 centimeters, they not only collected solar energy, but also provided some insulation, albeit not as the primary means of thermal regulation. Beneath these transparent photovoltaic panels lay a thick atmosphere, extending 130,000 kilometers, ensuring the temperature of the ring world remained at an average of 47 degrees Celsius. Dear travelers, we are about to arrive at the abode of the gods. Are you prepared? We shall descend. The sightseeing vessel plunged toward the surface of the ring world. Entering the atmospheric range signified being captured by the gravitational pull of the ring world. Just as they breached the atmosphere, Yan Xia instantly understood the reason behind the name abode of the gods. He beheld a floating continent, adorned with countless levitating islands, where various mythical creatures soared through the skies. A colossal castle, towering 7,000 meters, reflected a silvery glow, encircled by a celestial river, where rainbow-hued fish swam, resembling oversized butterfly-banded zebrafish. These vibrant fish spread their fins to glide momentarily through the air, releasing a mist that refracted in sunlight, forming a rainbow bridge. Everything appeared dreamlike, making it hard to fathom that this was indeed a tangible world. Chapter 129, The Rebirth of Myth. The sightseeing vessel landed on the floating continent. There were no modern structures in sight, and the landing area was merely a patch of grass. The entire floating continent stretched 720,000 kilometers long and 830,000 kilometers wide, approximately 10 times the surface area of Earth. Yet, within the vastness of the ring world, this was but a mere drop in the ocean. Although there were hardly any formidable life forms present, I must still caution everyone to be vigilant. For the air within the abode of the gods is rife with microbots that can provide assistance in times of peril. The tour guide briefed everyone on safety protocols and distributed a sightseeing manual. Now, you are free to explore. The duration is 3 years. According to Ella, the journey of the sightseeing vessel typically spans 60 to 140 years. Aside from the consumption of resources during travel, the vessel guarantees a minimum of 5 years for exploration. In essence, one could age several years during a single trip, which seemed rather absurd, considering that due to Yan Xia's policies. The average lifespan of individuals in the civilized Federation is relatively short. Nevertheless, the prospect of traveling through the cosmos seemed worth it. Yan Xia also received a sightseeing manual, which detailed several regions, one of which was the floating continent. The description indicated that this was an ancient land, having been severed from the ground due to divine conflict and floating in the air under the influence of divine power. Subsequently, it came under the dominion of a grand sorcerer, who constructed a platinum castle on the floating continent and established a magical realm that thrived for a millennium before succumbing to the chaos wrought by terrifying magical beasts. What a fascinating backstory. Surely, there must be more than just these few regions. There are a total of 8 regions, each roughly equal in size. Yet collectively, they do not amount to even 1/10,000th of the entire ring world. Ella nodded and presented Yan Xia with a new map. This map was now complete. In truth, the other regions contained little of interest. Most were natural ecosystems, albeit with certain taboos. Intelligent species? Previously, the life forms Yan Xia had instructed Ella to create were primarily mythical beasts and fearsome creatures, while the so-called taboos refer to sentient beings. The ring world is formed by 2 overlapping rings that intersect in a cross shape. One of these rings represents a Western fantasy realm, inhabited by elves, dwarves, goblins, orcs, halflings, giants, treants, and humans. This particular ring stretches from north to south, with the northern half representing a normal world, while the southern half plunges into an abyssal realm, home to demons and devils, where they currently reside in the northern semicircle. The other ring, which spans east to west, embodies an eastern worldview, with the eastern section representing the 9 provinces and the western section symbolizing the primal lands. The 9 provinces are populated solely by humans, resembling an ancient society, whereas the primal lands teem with various extraordinary beasts and beings, including the feathered folk, the white folk, the Xianyuan, the Sanshun, and the Jiexiong, alongside creatures like Taotai, Pishio, Baizé, and the Phoenix, resembling a world straight out of the classic of mountains and seas. This is a recreation of myth. The fantastical realm may more readily evolve extraordinary abilities. Even if not, it provides alternative perspectives for our study of life, Ella elucidated. This remains a segment of biological research. Normal life forms evolve according to scientific principles. No matter how peculiar they may be, meticulous deductions invariably reveal their evolutionary paths. Conversely, abnormal life forms furnish a distinct avenue. They are not structures forged through eons of microbial struggle and subsequent amalgamation, but rather creations birthed in laboratories, possessing worldviews divergent from those of normal life. Ella is engrossed in studying these phenomena. Given that the entire ringed world consists of constructs, it also has the capacity to manipulate these creations to wage wars, thereby contrasting the realities with the outcomes computed by computers, refining the latter in the process. Moreover, Ella is investigating the reactions of these beings when introduced to the Civilizational Federation, as the collision of technology and mythology may yield wondrous results. A madcap scheme, yet I find it delightful. A secondary civilization, like the Civilizational Federation, has already transcended the resource accumulation phase characteristic of lower civilizations. The mastery of the four great forces enables the Federation to explore greater possibilities. Perhaps this concept will prove essential for Level 2 civilizations. Level 2 civilizations create everything, rendering all possibilities attainable. Has the ringed world produced any useful entities? Yan Xia is particularly concerned about this. Otherwise, this investment would merely serve as a spectacle, rendering it utterly pointless. A trinket of alchemy. Ella presented Yan Xia with a video. The footage depicted a barren land, littered with corpses, over which a layer of dark green, moss-like substance writhed grotesquely, utterly repulsive to behold. These are the low bugs, creations of an elven alchemist capable of contaminating genes. Contaminated genes may exhibit atavism, a phenomenon that is exceedingly difficult to induce in our laboratories, yet advantageous for exploring the origins of life. Such peculiar properties exist. Most biological genes harbor primitive structures, which can result in atavistic occurrences, though these changes lie buried deep within the genes, formed from minute gene fragments. The conditions for activating these fragments are exceedingly stringent, relying almost entirely on chance. Whether 1 in a million or 1 in 100,000, such odds are unacceptable in experiments. Yet the low bugs can induce atavism with a staggering probability of 14,800, a momentous boon for biologists. In truth, the technicality of the low bugs themselves is not profound, but the implications they bring could catalyze revolutionary advancements in technology. This is the essence of possibility. The creativity spawned by science is boundless, whether it pertains to tangible existence or resides solely within the realm of imagination. Isn't Ella currently delving into mythology? These myths are indeed products of science, derivatives of scientific inquiry, akin to a branching limb on the vast tree of technology. Yan Xia felt that merely viewing the video and description lacked a visceral quality. Ella, shall we take a stroll? He approached the grand castle, pondering what treasures it might conceal. This place resembled a theme park more than anything else. Ella walked beside Yan Xia, slightly trailing behind, as remnants of walls cloaked in forest foliage surrounded them. Suddenly, a spider the size of a basin descended from above, its gleaming black fangs poised to bite Yan Xia. Startled, Yan Xia retaliated with a punch, sending the spider crashing against the wall, where it shattered before reassembling into a mechanical spider crafted from liquid metal. Ella stifled a laugh, seemingly anticipating this outcome. As an adventurous attraction, the area was rigged with frightening contraptions. Yan Xia frowned. Why hadn't anyone mentioned this beforehand? Confronted by the olive branch civilization's 80 trillion lives without flinching, he found himself startled by a mere mechanism. It was utterly absurd. Ella had certainly become a bit cheeky after such a long absence. Nevertheless, it evoked a profound sense of nostalgia within him. Am I a masochist? Yan Xia snapped to the realization, quickly dismissing such a trivial notion. He had simply been away for too long. Yes, that must be it. Chapter 130, The 9 Provinces. Yan Xia's journey felt akin to a leisurely excursion. Perhaps it had been too long since he experienced such a sensation, yet he remained concerned about many matters. What of you? Technically, Yu was not his adversary during their time in Star City, as they had been utilizing each other for millennia. Yu's ultimate failure stemmed from underestimating Yan Xia, failing to grasp his intentions. This underestimation did not imply arrogance or anything of the sort. Rather, the disparity between the Olive Branch civilization and the Civilizational Federation was staggering. Even now, amidst the fragmented Star City, the entire Federation dared not provoke them. Ella donned a snug leather outfit, not particularly exquisite, but rather a weathered adventurer's garb, endowing it with a rugged beauty. Information continued to stream towards the Kunlun. with the data I received already being 200 years old. 2 centuries ago, you commenced plans to consolidate Star City, opting not to enlist the aid of other city administrators. Individual capabilities are limited. Thus, it decided to start small, targeting the weakest among the 5 cities, gathering those fleeing the war, amassing approximately 2 billion individuals, arguably the largest force outside the 5 cities. It sought to bide its time, aiming to seize the smallest star city and enter the fray. Otherwise, once the conflict among the 5 cities concluded and a new administrator emerged, it would irrevocably lose the chance to reclaim its identity. It had received some assistance from us, not rejecting it but treating it as a transaction, aware of our desires. What do we desire? Peace. To prevent any alien species from invading the Civilizational Federation. As the most powerful civilization in close proximity, both Yan Xia and Ella felt anxious about the possibility of an abrupt attack from the Olive Branch civilization. Currently, their route was indeed closer to the fringes of the Federation's star territory, rather than heading towards Tian Warehouse 5. After millennia of transformation, Tian Warehouse 5 had long since devolved into a secondary administrative star system, rather than a capital system. Such changes facilitated evasion from the gravitational weapons of the Olive Branch civilization. Though there exists a false starry sky, it remains feasible to ascertain the position of Tian Warehouse 5 by examining historical star maps and conducting calculations. Now, Star City is engulfed in chaos, and we anticipate that we may gain thousands of years of development time. However, Yan Xia, the sole priority at this moment lies with the Silk Civilization. Both Star City and we have launched attacks against the Silk Civilization, which may retaliate against us. Since 287 years ago, I have lost all information regarding the fleet heading to the Orion Nebula. The Civilizational Federation has indeed dispatched a fleet to the Orion Nebula to perpetuate the Holy Grail project. If Star City were the entirety of the Olive Branch civilization, the Civilizational Federation could simply recall the fleet, but that is not the case. The Holy Grail project remains a formidable shield restraining the Olive Branch civilization, which implies they may have already been obliterated. Yan Xia furrowed his brow slightly as he and Ella traversed a dense jungle, now at ground level and far removed from the scenic areas. To the left front of the jungle lay a vast desert, where a colossal tree pierced the heavens, its branches ablaze with flames resembling its leaves, and at the branch's ends, a gigantic silver orchid, over a meter in diameter, thrived. That was the fire tree and silver flower. At this moment, their surroundings resembled a swamp, with each step sinking into the soft ground, water seeping through. At this juncture, the warships should not yet have entered the Orion Nebula. It is possible that the Silk Civilization has dispatched a fleet towards us, where their dominion may extend far beyond our expectations. Regardless, neither scenario bodes well. Contemplating, Yan Xia decided to gather the fleet at the borders and deploy more detectors, at least extending to 100 light-years out. We must ascertain whether the enemy has arrived. If they have, we must be prepared and avoid falling into a passive stance. In the distance, a giant rock with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters descended from the sky, its claws seizing a low-flying serpent about to ascend, when a colossal maw erupted from the water, engulfing both the serpent and the rock in one swift motion. It was a massive crocodile, not a legendary beast by any means. What could be the prototype of that crocodile? Yan Xia inquired curiously. Ella responded, there is no prototype. It is likely a magical beast from a Western fantasy world. The ring worlds are interconnected, allowing free travel between the northern and southern rings, as well as the eastern and western rings. However, most creatures possess territorial instincts, and this swamp crocodile must have lost its way, making it susceptible to demise. In a typical world, a crocodile with a jaw exceeding 100 meters would undoubtedly be considered an invasive species, yet here, it parades brazenly. A shadow flickered in Yan Xia's gaze, piercing through the crocodile's skull. The shadow was diminutive, less than 1% the size of the crocodile's eye, yet it indeed penetrated the beast. The enormous crocodile thrashed violently in the swamp, gradually succumbing to silence within an hour. It was a sky sparrow, a creature that feeds on brains, not a mythical creation, but rather an imitation of a great tit. However, this sky sparrow possessed a disproportionately large head, with a long, sharp beak as hard as iron. When hunting, it would dive from heights of thousands of meters, using gravity to pierce its prey's body and feast upon its fatty brain. Truly, a case of the small triumphing over the large. Ella had conjured a marvelous world. After traversing the swamp for nearly a month, they finally emerged onto a plain, entering the land of Jiuzhou. This was Jingzhou, and, contrary to the mythological distribution, the ring world Jiuzhou was a linear arrangement stretching over 8 billion square kilometers, home to 182 nations and a staggering population of 876 billion. This population density was exceedingly low, merely 0.44 persons per square kilometer, akin to inhabiting 65 million individuals across Earth's entire landmass of 149 billion square kilometers. After traversing approximately 2 million kilometers, Yan Xia finally arrived at a man-made road. The ancient dirt path was marked with the tracks of countless carts, and dried horse manure could still be seen by the roadside. To fend off colossal beasts, most humans resided in communal groups. They were approaching a fortified pass, without the need for Ella's explanation. Yan Xia gazed ahead and could already discern a pitch-black serpent extending from one side of the sky to the other. Due to the nature of the ring world, there was no concept of a horizon. The farther away one looked, the more it curved upward. What he initially believed to be a short distance was still a staggering 140,000 kilometers away. Upon reaching the base of the pass, Yan Xia looked up and saw two small seals inscribed with the characters Jingmen. Jingmen Pass was far from the diminutive structures of ancient Earth. The plaque bearing those two characters hung 300 meters high, and the lowest point of the pass exceeded 500 meters. It was essentially beyond human reach. Yan Xia doubted it was built by the indigenous people. Indeed, Ella remarked that most of the architecture here was established during the early creation of the ring world. They approached the city gate, and the inhabitants seemed oblivious to their presence, allowing them to pass through the checkpoint unimpeded. Behind Jingmen lay a bustling city, vibrant and thriving, predominantly featuring ancient-style towers. Aside from the towers, no other buildings exceeded 10 meters in height. Following a street, standing in the center and gazing into the distance revealed a throng of people, bustling and shoulder to shoulder. It was exceedingly difficult to navigate, even for pedestrians. The shops lining the street were bustling with activity, where idle men delivered food, performers swallowed iron balls, steel needles, and swords with ease. And groups of individuals formed human towers taller than the surrounding buildings, leading docile beasts as if they were pets. The wondrous sights drew a lively crowd, with applause ringing through the air and young gentlemen tossing a few copper coins as tips. Yan Xia and Ella were garbed in liquid metal fashioned to resemble ancient attire. They wore no elaborate robes, merely the attire of ordinary folk. As they traversed the bustling market and ventured into a quieter district, they encountered a joyous occasion, with bearers carrying a red silk sedan chair reminiscent of a palanquin. The important seat was shrouded in layers of red silk, revealing the bride within, who was not clad in the traditional wedding attire Yan Xia had seen in childhood dramas, but rather in a phoenix crown and a bridal gown. The golden and silver ornaments atop her head swayed gently, echoing the bride's flustered emotions, harmonizing with the festive drumbeats. Children scattered red candies along the path, and Yan Xia managed to catch one. It was truly a different world, this society starkly contrasting with the modern life he once knew. In Chapter 131, Xiangxiang Yongzhou, while wandering through this ancient city, Yan Xia indulged in tea at a tea house, savoring a light brew. They soon encountered a brothel, where the women were exceedingly hospitable. Attempting to lure the tall Yan Xia inside, nearly collapsing into his embrace. However, upon Ella's approach, the women withdrew, feeling overshadowed, silently admiring the pair's striking combination of talent and beauty. Ella's humanoid appearance was indeed captivating, and had she donned a flowing robe, she would have resembled a celestial being. Their time in the city was brief. Within a few days, the two exited the metropolis. They traveled in a cart drawn by an exotic beast called Jiliang, known for its striped body and crimson mane, with eyes like gold. It was said that riding upon its back could grant one a lifespan of 1,000 years. Jiliang moved swiftly, covering 1,000 miles daily without fatigue. After several days, they arrived at a grand river, the Xiang River, spanning 60 kilometers in width. Following the river downstream for another 100 kilometers led them to a dock. There, boats awaited for crossing the river, all grand sailboats measuring 60 to 70 meters in length. According to the ferryman, after crossing the river and proceeding further, they would reach the grand city of Yongzhou in Jingzhou. Yongzhou, also known as Lingling and elegantly referred to as Shaoxiang, is an ancient city steeped in history, situated at the confluence of the Shaoshui and Xiang rivers. It is said to have been established as a county during the Qin and Han dynasties, as the sailboats traversed the waters, even before reaching the opposite shore. The stern summer sun reveals a striking black and white tower piercing the skyline. This tower, aligned north to south, is octagonal in shape. consisting of 7 tiers and soaring to a height of 2,000 meters, adorned with a white dragon coiling around it and phoenixes flitting nearby, exuding an air of solemnity and antiquity. That is the Huailong Tower, standing majestically above the Shaoshui, visible only at this juncture where the Shaoshui and Xiang rivers converge. The spiraling dragon, seemingly the soul of a malevolent dragon subdued by the tower, appears to measure several miles in length, capable of swallowing our vessel whole with a single gulp. The other passengers aboard the boat gaze in awe at the Huailong Tower, their voices filled with wonder. As the vessel crosses the river, the solar panels in the sky become opaque, obscuring the sunlight, and a vast expanse of the 9 provinces plunges into darkness, illuminated only by a few pinpricks of light filtering through the panels, resembling the moon and stars. Upon disembarking, Yan Xia and Ella make their way toward Yongzhou City under the cloak of night. Halfway through their journey, the clouds part, and the moonlight casts its glow upon a rock face ahead, revealing a man-made opening. The two approach and enter a stone cave. The moonlight streams through the opening, illuminating a pool of spring water within the cave, which reflects against the white walls, casting a distinct crescent shape. The moonlight on the rock. One of the 8 scenic spots of Yongzhou, Ella remarks. Her knowledge repository holds an abundance of information, even recreating such a scene here. If it weren't for the peculiar creatures within the Federation, this place could indeed be open to the public as a tourist attraction, Yan Xia muses. While technology can fabricate many wonders, it does not necessarily allow beings to connect with nature, a sentiment Yan Xia himself shares. With the advancement of technology, he finds himself increasingly distanced from the natural world, and upon arriving here, he experiences a rare sense of joy and tranquility. Modern individuals might find themselves at odds with the ancients, which is likely why this place remains closed to the public. Ella has conducted calculations and believes the likelihood of conflict is substantial. Some individuals might be tempted to engage with these ancient beings, imparting modern knowledge or even revealing to them that they are products of creation. Such actions would be detrimental to research. It would be prudent for scholars to apply for access, denying entry to ordinary tourists. They could leverage this world for research, allowing perhaps billions of scholars within the Civilization Federation to observe the realm of the gods from alternative perspectives. The advancement of civilization hinges on 2 pillars, technology and energy. However, this does not diminish the importance of other factors, such as internal governance. A lack of diligence in this area could lead to collapse from within, akin to the downfall of the olive branch civilization. This too is a profound study, demanding utmost seriousness. Having departed from the moonlight on the rock, they find themselves nearing Yongzhou City. This area lies within the confines of Jingmen Pass, so the city walls of Yongzhou are not particularly high, standing at a mere 70 meters. At this late hour, the city gates are firmly shut, prompting Yan Xia and Ella to scale the walls to gain entry. Inside Yongzhou, tranquility reigns. They disturb no one as they seek refuge in a temple. Upon entering, they encounter a pool known as the Pan Pool. Following its path leads them to a gateway adorned with a relief plaque inscribed with Lingxing Gate. The wooden structure is built in a mortise and tenon style, flanked by stone lions on either side. The gatehouse features intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, so finely crafted that they seem to leap forth. Passing through the Lingxing Gate, they behold yet another entrance, the Deshang Gate, which connects to the ancestral halls of local worthies and eminent officials. This gatehouse towers even higher than the Lingxing Gate, with its columns embellished with swirling dragons and dancing phoenixes, leading into the main hall of the temple, the Deshang Hall. Before the hall lies a platform, embraced on 3 sides, with the central steps adorned with carvings of flowers and beasts, flanked by a pair of round stone lions. The hall itself is empty, yet they can venture to the rear, where they find the Chongsheng Shrine. The exterior walls are adorned with intricate, colorful murals depicting historical tales, lending the entire temple an air of classical grandeur, with carvings that seem to flow seamlessly from nature. Is this the Ningyuan Confucian Temple? Yan Xia ponders. He and Ella remain there for the night, and upon Dawn's arrival, they discover the streets bustling with literati, as they realize the nearby Pingzhou Academy is one of the most prestigious academies in the entire Jingzhou, having produced countless scholars of great renown. Following the throngs, they pass by an opera house where the sounds of Qi opera resonate, performing the second Plum Blossom. Yan Xia has lingered in this city for quite some time, reluctant to depart. 2.5 years have slipped by, and they must return soon, lest they miss the sightseeing train. The experience is truly fulfilling. The ancient, unspoiled aura of this place instills a sense of serenity, freeing the mind from worldly concerns. Upon returning to the floating continent, The expressions of all the tourists mirror Yan Xia's own. The essence of their journey lies in cultural exploration, and the ancient heritage deepens the observer's cultural foundation. Yan Xia approaches the cabin and settles onto the sofa, noticing a member of the luminary wing race nearby, intently manipulating a concealed virtual panel, visible only to itself. This is a scholar of the luminary wing, Ella informs him. Yan Xia's curiosity piqued. Why is this scholar so serious while on vacation? What might they be studying? Through Ella, he acquires the necessary permissions to view the scholar's virtual panel. To his astonishment, the panel displays an incredibly complex formula that grows increasingly daunting upon closer inspection. It is Fermat's last theorem. This theorem is a cornerstone of human mathematical history, intricately linked to string theory as well. Chapter 132, The Game of Fermat's Theorem, the Mechanized Deity. Like many mathematical theorems, Fermat's last theorem is fundamentally a mathematical enigma, a puzzle for mathematicians. It asserts that it is impossible to express a cube as the sum of two cubes, or a fourth power as the sum of two fourth powers, or in general, to express a power greater than 2 as the sum of two like powers. This theorem was proposed by the French mathematician Pierre de Fermat in 1637, simply articulated as x, n, y, and zn, having no positive integer solutions 4 and 2. In 1993, Andrew Weil solved Fermat's last theorem, but subsequent issues with the Euler system cited in his proof necessitated further validation. Finally, on October 25, 1994, at 11:04:11, Wiles presented a universally accepted proof, confirming that the theorem holds 4 and 2. This endeavor spanned over 3 centuries, a numerical game. Yan Xia, having encountered mathematical knowledge during his studies of string theory, possesses an understanding of Fermat's last theorem. The scholar engaged in its research suggests that their mathematical prowess may not be particularly advanced, or perhaps it is merely a pastime of intellectual curiosity. The theorem's antiquity seems to render it devoid of practical applications. Mathematics is often intertwined with philosophy. Many mathematical problems derive their significance not from the outcomes of proofs, but from the processes involved. Much like a game, the journey from initiation to exploration is invariably the most exhilarating aspect, while the conclusion, having vanquished the final boss, often leaves one with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Ella transmits a voice to Yan Xia's ear through a micro-robot, confirming that there are indeed no related technologies. Yan Xia chose to disregard the matter. After all, it was merely a mathematical exercise. In the current era of the Civilization Federation, many mathematical proofs do not necessitate human intervention, as answers can be readily accessed online. Moreover, certain companies have developed extensive mathematical formula models within the virtual universe, capable of executing any form of computation akin to a supercomputer. These models not only assist with known mathematical formulas, but also facilitate computations for intricate mathematical conundrums, significantly reducing the time mathematicians spend on calculations. Tasks that might have taken several hours of intense mental effort can be completed in under a minute using these extensive mathematical models. Numerous academic virtual spaces operate under the oversight of Ella, who connects the network ports to these virtual realms, gathering computational data within them. Damn it. There was yet again a failure to pass through the main council's review. To think an error would occur in this domain. The mathematical machine deity truly lives up to its name, as I didn't even notice during my previous calculations. The adjacent scholar from the Light-Wing tribe cursed and marveled simultaneously. Yan Xia observed as the screen before him suddenly expanded to the size of a blackboard, filled with a dense array of minuscule text attempting to prove a formula. The sheer volume of information made Yan Xia shudder. Mathematics was exceedingly complex. His primary discipline was biology, with astronomy and physics as secondary focuses. While physics also necessitated the application of mathematics, he had relied on Ella for calculations in the past. Among the various academic fields, mathematics undoubtedly ranked as one of the most challenging, pushing logical reasoning to an alarming degree. Moreover, what age was this? More mathematical challenges were emerging, many of which were no longer merely integer problems like Fermat's last theorem, but increasingly involved calculus and geometry. Yan Xia had even heard of scholars who had succumbed due to overexertion in their calculations. The closer one approached the truth of many mathematical challenges, the more formidable the obstacles became. As the core of the Civilization Federation, Ella also participated in numerous research directions. With its computational prowess during a previous mathematical challenge, it had almost overheated after 289 years of relentless calculations without confirming the veracity of a particular problem. What exactly is a machine deity? Yan Xia inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice, as this was a concept absent during his time in the Civilization Federation. His question elicited a shocked response from the light-wing scholar, who turned to him incredulously. You mean to say you are unaware of the machine deities? Everything within the Civilization Federation is governed by them. There are social machine deities overseeing societal operations, mathematical, physical, and chemical machine deities managing academic issues, a virtual machine deity governing the entire virtual world, and even a military machine deity overseeing military affairs. Machine deities are omnipresent within the Civilization Federation. Wait, are you not the official who arrived midway on ice and Snowstar? How can you not know of the machine deities? The scholar's demeanor shifted to one of wariness, suspecting Yan Xia might be a spy from another civilization. In the current Civilization Federation, ignorance of the machine deities was as outrageous as someone in the 21st century not knowing what a mobile phone is. I see. I spent a considerable amount of time on the Cosmic Silk Road and only recently returned. I had no idea the Federation had advanced so rapidly, Yan Xia mused, alleviating the scholar's suspicions. Meanwhile, Ella communicated telepathically to explain to Yan Xia. The information processed by Ella is determined by its computational power. The vastness of a universe implies it can only focus on a single star system. Should it attempt to connect multiple star systems, it would encounter terrifying delays spanning several years. In computing, even a 1 millisecond delay is intolerable, let alone delays of years or even decades. Hence, Ella created the machine deities. Each machine deity possesses its own independent star system host, tasked with handling different operations. The machine deities are categorized into primary machine deities with exceptionally high computational power and secondary machine deities with comparatively lesser capabilities. Primary machine deities rely on massive stars, typically yellow dwarfs or blue dwarfs, to provide robust energy for computation. Secondary machine deities depend on red dwarfs or white dwarfs within the annular world. A secondary machine deity coordinates the operations of that realm. The Cosmic Silk Road, indeed, is incredibly distant, over 200 light-years away. If only my research could be completed, it might elevate the speed of the Federation's warships to a new echelon, at least 15 times the speed of light, the light-wing scholar lamented. Alas, my research still has a long way to go. As a member of the light-wing tribe, my lifespan is too short. Had I a few hundred years, perhaps I could one day complete this research. Yan Xia listened with great curiosity. What kind of research could significantly enhance the speed of warships? The scholar then unlocked the permissions on the virtual screen, and the formulas that had previously filled the blackboard vanished, replaced by a single number, 137. Chapter 133, the constant 137. Although 137 is an integer, it does not merely signify a whole number. More accurately, it should be expressed as 1370-359-9976, a dimensionless number or a dimensionless quantity. This number is also known as the fine structure constant, or goddess constant, often represented by a Greek letter. Goddess constant, now more broadly referred to as the machine deity constant, signifies the strength of electromagnetic interactions and encapsulates the mysteries of a universe. Whether in human civilization or among our light-wing tribe, or the Kate civilization, the Hundred-Eyed civilization, and the Purple Thorn civilization, every civilization that has explored the realm of physics has discovered this constant and been astonished by it. If there indeed exists a fundamental constant in the universe, could it have been established by an entity akin to the machine deities, using this constant to create the entirety of the cosmos? Presently, we have not only discerned the strength of electromagnetic interactions, but have also calculated the strengths of weak interactions, strong interactions, and gravitational interactions. Each constant leads to captivating topics of inquiry. I began merging the fine structure constant with the Hodge conjecture 13 years ago, aspiring to create a unique geometric structure. This geometric construct could be formed by basic geometric combinations into a complex geometry, utilizing the structure to extract energy and amplify it. I have long been delving into this enigmatic domain. The mysteries of mathematics are alluring, yet they fail to impact the Federation tangibly. Most citizens are primarily concerned with the tangible. I shifted my research focus quite some time ago, but it now seems I may have been overly ambitious. Physics and mathematics are intrinsically intertwined disciplines. However, transitioning from physics to mathematics, or vice versa, while aiming for significant accomplishments, poses considerable challenges, especially in today's age. The endpoints of each discipline are infinitely extended. Millennia ago, various fields resembled a crossroads, each extending 100 meters, whereas now they stretch to 1,000 meters. Traversing 100 meters along a particular path is exceedingly difficult, and achieving 1,000 meters requires not only genius but also a stroke of luck. To choose to abandon one path and embark anew on another all while hoping to cover 100 meters, let alone 1,000, borders on sheer folly. The Lightwing Tribe's research direction aligns closely with the Hodge conjecture, showcasing their profound mathematical prowess. Due to their capacity for replication and reproduction, these entities, as seeds, are able to retain the memories of their progenitors. Thus, the knowledge inherently possessed by the newly emerged Lumwing race is also within their grasp. They are, in essence, natural mathematicians, having mastered a plethora of mathematical concepts from the very day of their inception, coupled with an extraordinary aptitude for mathematics. To illustrate, while others must traverse from 0 to 100 meters, the Lumwings commence their journey at 100 meters, advancing towards 1,000. This inherent capability piqued Yan Xia's interest in the scholarly pursuits of the individual before him. Previously, their collaborative research had unveiled the significant potential of energy-isolating weaponry, thereby validating the considerable practical value of mathematics. Yet, the challenge lies in the limited geometric forms available within three-dimensional space. How might geometry be employed to constrain and amplify electromagnetic forces? Yan Xia articulated this quandary, prompting a sigh from his interlocutor. This is precisely the complexity of the issue. Three-dimensional space invariably imposes numerous restrictions. However, if virtual particles exist within a microscopic realm, could we not construct a virtual geometry of energy using these particles? By eliminating the constraints of three-dimensional shapes and allowing microscopic energy to traverse geometric pathways, might we not achieve an amplification effect during the process? My area of research is termed multiple energy applications. As the name implies, it examines whether, following the completion of nuclear fusion, the fused particles can subsequently undergo fission or decay, or be annihilated through the use of antimatter, thereby amplifying energy. The scholar elaborated on some of his theories, captivating Yan Xia's attention. He gradually grasped the significance of the study of the fine structure constant, which extends beyond that to encompass quantum electrodynamics. If two electrons interact by exchanging photons, could we not constrain photons along geometric pathways, akin to fiber optics, thus regulating and controlling atomic energy transformations? Following a fission reaction, two atoms are generated. These atoms, governed by geometric pathways of energy, could subsequently undergo fusion with other elements through a conduit, resulting in an accumulation of energy from both fission and fusion. This notion of secondary utilization initially appeared to contravene the law of conservation of energy. Yet, within the calculations of the Lumwing race, it astonishingly adhered to the principles of energy conservation, as secondary utilization serves merely to accumulate more energy rather than to create it anew. For instance, an object with a power output of 1 watt releasing 10 joules of energy would require 10 seconds, whereas, through this application, the power could be elevated to 2 watts, allowing the same 10 joules of energy to be output in merely 5 seconds. This would significantly reduce the time required for a warship to accelerate and exponentially enhance the instantaneous explosive energy of bombs, among other applications. However, upon reflection, it seemed not particularly formidable. If a warship's energy is 100 joules, is there a distinction between gradually accelerating to its maximum speed versus rapidly achieving the same? At a cursory glance, it may appear there is none, yet in truth, there is a difference. The universe is not an absolute vacuum, which implies the presence of friction. With friction, maintaining the same acceleration over a prolonged duration necessitates greater energy consumption per second. Additionally, faster acceleration entails energy savings in other areas, such as that required for cooling the engines, which represents a substantial expense within naval vessels. Yan Xia perceived that the scholar may have exaggerated the potential of this technology, as it seemed implausible that it could significantly enhance the speed of warships. Perhaps the scholar was unfamiliar with the current speed capabilities of the Civilizational Federation's warships. Given the specialization inherent in different fields, Yan Xia instructed Ella to conduct a calculation. The analysis revealed that this technology could potentially increase the speed of existing vessels by 42, contingent upon successful implementation. However, this technology remained largely theoretical, riddled with flaws in its proofs, explaining why the Lumwing scholar had failed to pass the scrutiny of the mathematical deity. It was akin to submitting a paper only for it to be outright rejected by the reviewing platform. In comparison to this scholar's endeavors, Ella and several leading scholars of the Civilizational Federation were already tackling the issue of warship speed. After all, this was of paramount importance, with numerous leading corporations investing vast sums, up to 30 trillion energy coins annually, into this pursuit. It is noteworthy that the entire Civilizational Federation generates merely 220 trillion energy coins each year. Nevertheless, this exchange sparked within Yan Xia a plethora of novel ideas. The realm of mathematical geometry indeed harbors significant potential for application, prompting him to consider delving into mathematical studies himself. The more he learned, the more acutely he felt his own insignificance and the inadequacy of his knowledge. One must continue to learn throughout life. The sightseeing ship had already taken flight, its next destination being Betelgeuse, an orange giant star. Chapter 134, The Boiling Sea, Under the Light of Dawn. Giant stars represent yet another phase in the evolution of dwarf stars. For instance, the Sun, now 57 billion years old, will gradually increase in size over the next several billion years, a consequence of the continuous loss of mass by the star. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull. Thus, as a star loses mass, its gravitational force diminishes, resulting in an expansion of its volume. Hence, giant stars may also be referred to as elderly stars. Betelgeuse, a venerable star, has reached an age of 7 billion years. Though its mass exceeds that of the Sun by only a factor of 8, its radius surpasses that of the Sun by more than 25 times. Within the ship's cabin, Yan Xia could discern Betelgeuse with the naked eye, its brilliance outshining the Sun by a staggering 170 times. Even accounting for the invisible wavelengths, Betelgeuse remained extraordinarily luminous. Arriving here, they were not far from the solar system, as Betelgeuse lies a mere 30 light-years away, allowing for a return to the solar system in approximately 5 centuries. Contemplating this, Yan Xia inquired of Ella, what is the current status of the solar system? After all, it is his homeland. To be candid, due to the passage of time, Yan Xia had nearly forgotten what his city had been like. An ordinary person might forget the environment of their residence from 10 or 20 years prior by the age of 30, yet how many years had Yan Xia lived? He accessed his virtual interface to check the time. The year 24381 AD. In this back and forth, an astonishing 15,000 years had elapsed. How brief is the history of human civilization? The solar system remains in a state of instability. Of the 7 major planets, Mercury has vanished, akin to Earth, leaving only 6. The orbits of these 6 planets have exhibited certain deviations. Mars, having moved closer to the Sun, is now more habitable than it was over 20,000 years ago. Venus, on the other hand, has adopted an elliptical orbit, rendering it exceedingly unstable. Although a significant portion of its atmospheric composition has been eroded, making it feasible for colonization. The optimal moment for returning to the solar system is projected to be in 70,000 years, at which point the solar system will achieve a greater degree of stability. Even if it does not return to its former state, with contemporary technological means, it is possible to reconstruct the solar system at minimal cost. Yan Xia pondered this for a moment. Then let us set our plans for 70,000 years hence. He felt no urgency, as his nostalgia was primarily for Earth, where the imprints of humanity lingered. Elsewhere, such remnants were scarce, amounting to less than 1 trillionth. Yet Earth had met its demise, succumbing to the Sun, its high temperatures rendering it vaporous, leaving no trace behind. 14 years later, the sightseeing spaceship arrived at Alpha Centauri, also known as Boötes, a rare single-star system. In the 21st century, humanity had yet to discover any planets orbiting it. However, data from Yan Xia indicated the presence of a planet, Boötes b. This planet possesses a radius merely 23 times that of Earth and a mass slightly greater than that of Mars. Its orbit is remarkably close to Alpha Centauri, exhibiting almost no rotation, and it is anticipated that in 600 million years, it will be tidally locked by the star. The destination of their journey is indeed this very planet. The sightseeing vessel plunged into Boötes b, enduring terrifyingly high temperatures. This planet boasts a dense atmosphere, not a product of natural formation, but rather the result of modifications carried out by a company contracted by the Federation. Due to its proximity to Alpha Centauri, Boötes b's surface temperature could exceed 1,300 degrees Celsius. Yet, following the atmospheric enhancements, the temperature soared to a staggering 1,600 degrees Celsius. Consequently, the company was compelled to invest a fortune in the custom design of hundreds of combined planetary refrigeration units, colloquially known as planetary refrigerators, which utilize cooling technology to maintain a stable temperature within the planet's atmosphere. As the sightseeing ship entered the atmosphere, it first traversed a thick layer of clouds measuring 7 kilometers in depth. Upon breaking through, an exhilarating sensation akin to parting the mists and gaining clarity enveloped the passengers. Boötes b is a purely oceanic planet, devoid of land or islands. The water here was also transported by the contracting company, which compressed vast amounts of oxygen and transported it to this location, while simultaneously extracting hydrogen from the star's core during fusion, directly restoring it to atomic hydrogen. By combining hydrogen and oxygen atoms, they created this vast expanse of ocean. The average depth of this ocean is approximately 27,000 meters, with the deepest point reaching 30,829 meters, containing a total volume of water equivalent to 181 times that of Earth. At this moment, other tourists began to awaken. Gazing through the glass at the ocean below, the boiling sea indeed lived up to its name, as the ocean was in a constant state of tumult. Despite the presence of the planetary refrigerators, the temperature remained exceedingly high, averaging around 115 degrees Celsius, far from room temperature. This caused the water on the planet to remain perpetually boiling, which in turn formed thick clouds that shielded the surface from Alpha Centauri's intense infrared and ultraviolet radiation. As the sightseeing vessel navigated through the atmosphere, it located a massive whirlpool upon the ocean surface. At its center lay a bottomless pit with a diameter exceeding 300 meters, into which the vessel plunged. Descending, the ship was enveloped by turbulent waters, creating a perilous spectacle as it seemed poised to be shattered by the surging currents. At this juncture, the vessel had decelerated to 100 kilometers per hour. Within a minute, it reached the bottom of the turbulence and submerged underwater. At this depth of 1,700 meters, visibility was remarkably clear, revealing a vast, transparent tube surrounding the ship. The ocean, which should have been pitch black, shimmered with unexpected brilliance. An abundance of luminescent flora, minerals, and fauna adorned the surroundings, with schools of fish gliding overhead, radiating a soft blue-white glow, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Suddenly, a colossal fish, measuring over 50 meters in length, surged forth, its gaping maw consuming hundreds of smaller fish, eliciting gasps of astonishment. In the distance, a vibrant mass, measuring 500 meters in diameter, shifted unexpectedly. Initially thought to be a rocky outcrop adorned with various glowing organisms, it revealed itself to be a jellyfish. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the final sightseeing point of our journey, the boiling sea. Here, a total of 908 species exist, with over 80 of them exhibiting bioluminescence, creating the stunning underwater spectacle of the boiling sea. We are currently en route to the city of radiant depths within the boiling sea, the sole city of this aquatic realm, spanning an impressive area of 640,000 square kilometers. Upon entering the city of radiant depths, you will have the freedom to explore. The city of radiant depths is not only the final attraction for the sightseeing ship, but also the intended destination for Yan Xia and Ella, as it houses the largest biological research center of the Civil Federation. Chapter 135, Research Institute 0, Biological Warships. Upon arriving at the city of radiant depths, Yan Xia was taken aback by its beauty. Gazing upward, he beheld the enormous semicircular dome of the city, beyond which lay the inky depths of the ocean, illuminated by countless bioluminescent creatures, creating a dynamic starry sky. Multicolored lights cascaded from above, casting a mesmerizing glow upon the low-rise structures of the city. The tallest buildings reached a mere 100 meters in height, and the city itself was not a flat expanse on the ocean floor, but rather a colossal bowl, densely populated with countless edifices within its curved interior. At the center of this bowl stood a massive central root column, measuring 34 kilometers in diameter, from which numerous passageways branched out, giving the city of radiant depths the appearance of a circular flower bud, with its petals unfurling outward. It resembled a bun with a stalk protruding from its center. As Yan Xia disembarked from the ship, he overheard a tourist remarking, "Doesn't it look just like a bun with a stick poking out?" He couldn't help but smirk at the comparison. The streets of the city of radiant depths were lined with brilliant streetlights, resembling a city that never sleeps. The city's allure extended beyond the natural wonders of the ocean. It had also fostered a thriving entertainment industry, including gambling and adult services. Everything here was regulated and lawful, with no room for any gray market activities. All citizens visiting this place were protected by the Federation, and it had been nearly 1,800 years since any incidents had occurred. The Civil Federation required such a locale for its citizens to indulge their desires. However, the city was primarily frequented by explorers rather than ordinary citizens. After disembarking from the spaceship, Ella promptly summoned a vehicle. The car, glistening in silver with white light strips, boasted a sci-fi aesthetic, hovering approximately 30 centimeters above the ground. Upon entering, Yan Xia felt no jarring motion. It was remarkably stable, yet attracted the attention of nearby citizens due to its striking appearance. Noticing the curious gazes directed toward them, Yan Xia inquired, "Is this vehicle particularly expensive?" Ella blinked and replied, "Not really, it costs only around 30,000 energy credits." "Is that not expensive?" he retorted. The purchasing power of 30,000 energy credits was roughly equivalent to that of several billion yuan in the 21st century. Typically, hover vehicles were priced around 10,000 energy credits. "Is this car made of gold? Why is it so costly?" "Even a ton of gold is only about 10,000 energy credits." Ella seemed to anticipate his confusion. "The exterior of this vehicle is crafted from high-strength synthetic metal, representing the pinnacle of the Federation's metal manufacturing. We have managed to bring the distance between atoms closer together, achieving a remarkably dense arrangement while maintaining stability. The stronger the metal, the greater the energy consumed during production. And without mass production to mitigate costs, the price of a single vehicle can become exorbitant. For instance, this car's exterior is strong enough to withstand the explosion of nuclear weapons equivalent to 200,000 tons of TNT. If we factor in additional defensive measures, that number could increase 100-fold. Indeed, there seems to be a rationale behind the expense. However, in the current civilized Federation, this is almost futile, for a yield of 200 million TNT equivalent is far too easily attainable. This vehicle can merely defend against attacks from ordinary citizens wielding subpar weaponry. Yet astonishingly, a vehicle of such caliber costs as much as 30,000 energy coins. Yan Xia mused that only a fool would consider purchasing it. The vehicle traversed the bustling streets of Xiaguang Dicheng, eventually arriving at a rather inconspicuous shopping mall. Ella guided him into an elevator, and as the doors closed, the internal buttons of the elevator abruptly transformed. What was originally the button for the 111th floor morphed into buttons for floors 1 through 11. Ella pressed a sequence of buttons in rapid succession, and only then did the elevator commence its descent. Safety was paramount, to prevent mechanical malfunctions. The display of negative floors was visible, and without a password, he could not initiate the elevator himself. The descent was swift, and Yan Xia felt a pronounced sensation of falling, initially exceeding an acceleration of 2g. After 15 minutes, the elevator slowed, having reached a depth of 100 kilometers underground. Exiting the elevator, Yan Xia surveyed his surroundings. It was anything but quiet, teeming instead with myriad life forms. These were not mere automatons, but rather sentient beings, researchers. This was the Zero Research Institute, meticulously crafted for you. Yan Xia. Here, all advanced biological devices within the Federation could be located, and it also housed a plethora of renowned biological scholars of high repute. The so-called rank scholars were part of a ranking system established by Ella. Within this system, all scholars who had made contributions in specific fields would passively participate in the rankings. Numerous categories such as biology, mathematics, philosophy, physics, chemistry, dynamics, architecture, and even psychic abilities, each had distinct ranking lists, with each list containing 1 million rankings. Even the lowest-ranked scholars received annual funding from the Federation. The ranks from 500,000 to 1 million received 500 energy coins each year, equating to the purchasing power of tens of millions. Those ranked from 100,000 to 499,999 were awarded 2,000 energy coins annually. Scholars ranked from 50,000 to 99,999 received 5,000 energy coins per year. The top 14,999 scholars were granted 15,000 energy coins annually. Scholars ranked from 1 to 9,999 were considered the pinnacle of the Federation scholars, receiving an annual sum of 70,000 energy coins. Those ranked from 999 to 100,999 were awarded 300,000 energy coins each year. The top 100 scholars received a uniform reward of 1 million energy coins, irrespective of their order. It is precisely due to this ranking system that many scholars within the civilized Federation are spurred on to compete fervently. Any talent that can ascend the rankings promises immeasurable wealth. Although 500 energy coins may seem modest, the average annual income of citizens within the civilized Federation hovers around 814 energy coins, implying that merely making it onto the list could yield an amount equal to what an ordinary citizen would earn over 60 years. Upon hearing of these rewards, Yan Xia reflected on the vehicle he had just ridden, and the exorbitance of its price became evident. The competition for rankings was fiercely intense, a veritable bloodbath. Currently, the number of scholars registered with the Scholars Association within the Civilized Federation had surpassed 843.7 billion, meaning that those who could make it onto the list were truly exceptional. Furthermore, Yan Xia learned that the total population of citizens within the Civilized Federation had reached 588 trillion, most of whom were contributed by several highly prolific races, among which the Lalera numbered 152 trillion. In comparison to these races that could bear dozens of offspring in a single birth, humanity's reproductive capacity was woefully inadequate. Yan Xia's own achievements in the field of biology were insufficient to secure a position on this list, which was entirely understandable, given that he had not engaged with biological knowledge for over 10,000 years, rendering his understanding significantly outdated. Nonetheless, the foundation he possessed would enable him to swiftly grasp contemporary biological knowledge, and he believed he could ascend the rankings within a few decades. Ella continued to lead Yan Xia onward. After passing through a door, an expansive space suddenly emerged to the side, enclosed by high-strength organic glass. Yan Xia was left astounded upon witnessing the spectacle within. It was a warship in the process of growth. The cost of metal was prohibitively high, thus. The primary mission of the Zero Research Institute was to investigate biological warships, heralding the dawn of the era of affordable warships. Biological warships require only sustenance to grow. Organic resources are far more accessible than inorganic ones, and the cost of a biological warship of equivalent size is at least tenfold lower than that of a metal warship. The advent of the age of inexpensive warships would inevitably lead to a surge in the number of warships within the civilized federation. Millions, even tens of millions of warships, making even the olive branch civilization a potential contender. Yan Xia was utterly captivated. Chapter 136. The Creator Insect Race, Pandora's Box. What Yan Xia beheld was merely the embryo of the biological warship. It was still quite small. Were there any completed biological warships? He was eager to witness what this warship would become. However, Ella responded in the negative. In truth, this project had been underway for quite some time. Yet due to genetic issues, biological warships had yet to reach maturity. This was entirely normal. Even creating a creature the size of a mouse necessitated meticulous genetic programming techniques, which were no less complex than coding a computer program. Moreover, while typical computer programs can function even with bugs, if biological genes manifest a bug, the outcome is catastrophic. After all, life is not akin to a computer. A blue screen cannot simply be resolved by a restart. Once life ceases, how does one revive it? An amalgamation of various factors has rendered the technological advancement of biological warships exceedingly challenging. Currently, our largest biological warship measures a mere 812 meters in length. Ella expressed profound regret. At this stage, as an artificial intelligence, she had reached a bottleneck, unable to delegate tasks as effectively as before. This limitation stemmed from foundational technological constraints, as well as energy restrictions. An 812-meter warship, while formidable within a Type 1 civilization, appears diminutive and quaint in the context of a Type 2 civilization. Nevertheless, for Yan Xia, it was sufficiently novel. Take me to see it. Yan Xia proceeded directly to Area S92, following the A2 corridor, winding through at least 30 kilometers. The layout of the entire research institute struck Yan Xia as uniformly templated. Everything was pure white, with a nearly identical design, and there were no directional signs. Upon exiting the White Research Institute, he felt the temperature rise, indicating his arrival. He traversed a pitch-black tunnel, and when he felt a soft sensation beneath his feet, he realized he had directly entered the interior of the spacecraft. This is the entrance. Yan Xia looked ahead, witnessing the flesh before him undulating slightly before slowly parting to reveal an opening. The interior of the opening was not dark, but rather illuminated with an intense glow. These lights emanated from the very flesh of the biological warship, and Yan Xia suddenly comprehended how the luminescent creatures in the boiling sea had come to be. However, he would have preferred the absence of such illumination. The inside of this biological warship was far from aesthetically pleasing. Entering felt akin to traversing the intestinal tract of an unknown organism, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Biological warships could not spontaneously develop internal equipment, necessitating extensive post-installation. For instance, this tunnel will subsequently be enclosed by a semi-translucent milky white glass, allowing light to permeate while simultaneously obstructing the foul odor of flesh and blood. The internal dimensions of the entire biological warship bear no distinction from those of a mechanical vessel. The biological components merely replace the outer shell. The complexity of its development stems from our ambition to fortify the biological warship further. As Yan Xia ventured inside, he noted the presence of rudimentary equipment, clearly indicating that this warship was merely a work in progress. He instructed the Quark robot to deactivate its olfactory sensors, enabling a smooth entry into the vessel's interior. A direct passage led him to the control room, which was replete with surveillance apparatus, allowing for a view of the scenes beyond the spacecraft. However, These cameras were not affixed to the biological warship itself, but rather positioned on the surrounding walls to monitor the warship's condition. The vessel resembled an elongated horseshoe crab, or more precisely, a variant with an extended and widened posterior. Its exterior was not soft. Rather, it was encased in a hard shell, making it appear more akin to an exoskeletal creature than to mammals, avians, or fish. Any material with a dense structure inherently enhances its defensive capabilities, transcending the realm of metals. However, metals are favored for their stability, rendering them widely utilized. The shell strength of this biological warship has already approached that of 0.07179 steel, reaching a satisfactory threshold. 0.07179 steel, being somewhat antiquated, has iron as its most stable element in the cosmos. Even though the Civil Federation can now synthesize elements, none can surpass iron in stability. Thus, iron remains extensively employed within the Civil Federation, whether in construction, spacecraft, or warships, due to its affordability and reliability. The half-life of 0.07179 steel is 2.6 million years, with a density of 2,726 GCM, a hardness of 13, a melting point of 18,000 degrees Celsius, and a tensile strength of 6,812 MPa. Its overall performance is merely adequate. What could be the maximum speed of this warship? And how much might it achieve if fully matured? Yan Xia meticulously scrutinized the vessel and discovered numerous imperfections, casting doubt on whether it was truly a complete metamorphosis. A complete metamorphosis indicates a significant disparity in appearance between juvenile and adult forms, almost as if undergoing a transformation. The maximum speed of the warship hinges on its thrusters, as the strength of its biological structure only influences acceleration. Given our mastery of gravitational technology, the issue of acceleration could be overlooked. The scholar from the luminescent wing race we previously encountered could lead to significant advancements in acceleration if their research were to succeed. Our initial generation of biological warships was intended to exceed 100,000 meters. Currently, theoretical technological support suggests we could achieve around 20,000 meters. Yet we have yet to cultivate a specimen of that magnitude. Ella provided Yan Xia with detailed explanations, expressing her belief that maturity was not far off. Research into the biological warship simultaneously inspired the development of another biotechnological endeavor, the biological soldier. The biological soldier initiative is not aimed at creating life forms akin to the war beast race, but rather at assembling a squad reminiscent of a suicide brigade. They possess the capacity for infinite reproduction, boasting boundless numbers to deplete the enemy's resources. Warfare in the cosmos is not solely a psychological battle or an arms race. It is also a contest of energy. Powerful weaponry often demands greater energy consumption. Hence, an increased number of such brigades could mitigate the casualties of our regular troops. This is a technology that has already reached maturity, and Yan Xia is well acquainted with it. It is known as the Zerg, an ancient video game. It emerged during the nascent stages of human networking technology, representing one of the first generations of electronic competitive games, featuring organisms from StarCraft. Yan Xia had previously refrained from creating the Zerg, believing it to be akin to a Pandora's box, uncertain whether he would become a Zerg-infested individual. However, now that it has been brought to fruition, he perceives it as precisely what they require. The cosmos is perilously treacherous if one hesitates. How can they confront the olive branch civilization? Perhaps this will not be the first Pandora's box we open. Science is, after all, a journey into the exploration of taboos. Chapter 137, Zerg Sequence, Corrosive Blades. Ella handed Yan Xia a glass vial measuring merely 10 centimeters in length, containing a diminutive creature. It bore resemblance to the Metapod from Pokemon, seemingly brimming with potential to evolve into a Butterfree. This was not merely a Metapod, it was a brain bug. After years of familiarity with one another, Ella could predict Yan Xia's reactions with uncanny accuracy. The terror of the brain bug still lingered in Yan Xia's memory, akin to the facehugger of an alien. Not only was a brain bug, but it also encompassed a hive. Once the brain bug awakens, it rapidly consumes surrounding energy to create a fungal mat, utilizing photosynthesis to cultivate sugars, which serve as both a nurturing ground for the hive and a food source for the insects. Ella had already stated that this was a mature technology, implying that the seed in Yan Xia's hand met the conditions necessary for evolving into the Zerg. However, according to the lore of StarCraft, the three races were merely classified as Level 1 civilizations. Although the backdrop featured advanced technology, their modes of warfare remained at a rudimentary stage, far from achieving Level 2 status. In contrast, The current Civil Federation would undoubtedly overwhelm the Zerg as depicted in the game. This is not surprising, as it was a product of the 20th century, a time when human technology was just beginning to take shape. Thus, Ella made minor modifications to the Zerg. For instance, the smallest Zerg unit, upon maturation, would exceed 100 meters in size, and their exoskeletons would attain the strength of 0.07179 steel. Yet, this still did not satisfy Ella's requirements for a suicide brigade. Consequently, she incorporated a consumption gene into the Zerg's DNA. When the Zerg devours other life forms, or their kin, it seizes genetic fragments to facilitate evolution. For example, after consuming human DNA, the Zerg might sprout a human face or even transform its head to resemble a human, acquiring human-like intelligence. This consumption is limited to 11 instances. Any further genetic combinations would destabilize their genome, making 11 the ultimate threshold. Ella named this initiative the Zerg sequence. Newly birthed Zerg are classified as zero sequence or initial sequence, and upon consuming their first organism, they enter the first sequence, completing their evolution. This sequence lacks a specific designation, though one may be assigned. Sequences possess varying strengths, along with instances of success and failure. For instance, if a Zerg consumed a human and only developed a human face without any enhancement in combat capabilities, that would be deemed a failure. The Zerg have already been deployed within the military, with the current number of cultivated hives totaling 290,000, and the individual count of Zerg soldiers reaching an astounding 12.3 billion. In the pursuit of instilling order within the insectoid race, the brainworm is endowed with a level 6 telepathic ability from the moment of its inception, enabling it to command over 1 million individual insectoids. Moreover, these creatures possess intellect on par with sentient beings. Subsequently, I plan to categorize the brainworm within a special class of citizens, granting it the privileges of a federal citizen. The capabilities of the brainworm unequivocally indicate that it is not a low-intelligent species. Instinctively, it would resist being relegated to mere cannon fodder. Thus, Ella has opted to elevate its status to that of a citizen, facilitating management. In truth, the Civilizational Federation harbors no fear of an uprising from the insectoids. True to their designation, they are capable only of energy consumption rather than serving as instruments of aggression. Following our experiments, we have documented a total of 162 million sequences, comprising 970,000 lower-tier sequences, 560,000 basic sequences, 80,000 intermediate sequences, 832 advanced sequences, and 231 elite sequences. These sequences confer diverse transformations upon individuals, with some abilities capable of synergizing to achieve effects greater than the sum of their parts. Currently, we have perfected 16 optimal sequence pathways. Ella sent Yan Xia an image. Upon opening it, Yan Xia beheld a colossal insect, its wings unfurled, its body encased in a shell that gleamed with a blue hue reminiscent of tempered steel. Its form bore resemblance to that of a mantis with 12 pairs of limbs, each honed to a razor-sharp edge, and a mouth akin to that of a beetle, resembling hydraulic pincers that dripped a viscous, ebony corrosive liquid. This sequence, designated Corrosive Blade, stands as the pinnacle among our cultivated sequences. In its primal state, its scythe can effortlessly slice through steel, while the corrosive liquid it expels can deteriorate numerous types of metal. After our modifications, the molecular structure of the scythe has been meticulously rearranged, allowing its edge to consist of a single row of atoms, capable of effortlessly cleaving any object, including the aforementioned vehicle. The corrosive liquid has also been augmented with quark robots, which disrupt atomic structures, facilitating the decomposition of matter. Ella provided Yan Xia with a video showcasing Corrosive Blade in opposition to a 300-meter-long Explorer spaceship. The Explorer's most striking feature is its armament-laden hull. At a distance of 200,000 kilometers, both entities activated simultaneously. The Explorer unleashed its laser weaponry, only to have Corrosive Blade deftly evade the projected trajectory. The Explorer accelerated to 268 kilometers per second, while Corrosive Blade achieved a speed of 267 kilometers per second, a feat nearly unimaginable for a living organism. As denser barges of fire rained upon Corrosive Blade, its ocular sensors functioned with the precision of radar, enabling flawless coordination and response. Its massive form exhibited extraordinary agility, weaving through a hail of projectiles. As the camera zoomed in, Yan Xia discerned the means by which Corrosive Blade maneuvered through the void. It possessed gas vents along its abdomen and back, capable of expelling high-pressure gas, propelling its body through space. The instantaneous acceleration could not solely be attributed to biological prowess, as that would defy the laws of physics. Rather, the true energy stemmed from the liquid metal exoskeleton within, which underpinned its acceleration. As both entities continued to close the distance, Corrosive Blade executed another close-range acceleration, penetrating the opposing fire net. However, a concentrated energy beam still surged towards it, prompting its sharp appendages to intercept the beam, cleaving through it and slicing the spaceship in two. At that moment, Yan Xia realized that Corrosive Blade exceeded 300 meters in length, even surpassing the size of the ship, a truly exhilarating revelation. Yet, one must consider that this was merely a demonstration, showcasing the advantages of Corrosive Blade. In reality, a vessel traveling at a speed greater than that of Corrosive Blade could easily evade it, and the ship's onboard systems could devise a flawless attack strategy devoid of escape routes. Yan Xia recognized the underlying issue. In his estimation, even 100 Corrosive Blades might struggle to vanquish the explorer. Ella smiled knowingly. Indeed, thus the insectoids must serve as cannon fodder. The most formidable aspect of Corrosive Blade lies in its offensive capabilities, as do the other sequences, at close range. They should at least be able to penetrate the defenses of enemy vessels. What left a lasting impression on Yan Xia was Corrosive Blade's ability to cleave the energy beam. Since beams are composed of photons, they cannot be physically severed. However, the gaps between photons can be manipulated, allowing Corrosive Blade to divert light. The structure of its blades is densely packed, enabling them to reflect a portion of light, while their material is sufficiently resilient to withstand certain amounts of light, thus achieving the cutting effect. Regrettably, we have yet to develop a method to imbue organisms with inherent formidable abilities. Were we to succeed, the combat prowess of the insectoids would soar. Yan Xia considered this a distant prospect. His vision entailed harnessing the strong nuclear forces inherent within biological atoms to release nuclear energy, subsequently utilizing that energy as a means of attack, akin to the olive branch civilization's life forms. However, those beings remain in the nascent stages of individual combat capabilities, unable to control the direction and magnitude of their nuclear fission energy. Yet, if we could amalgamate Ella's demonstrated abilities on the Ice and Snow Star, it would indeed be promising. Nevertheless, such advancements still require development. Time. Everything hinges upon time. Yan Xia fervently hoped that within the time he has secured, all these aspirations could materialize. Chapter 138, on the universal customization of genes. The inception of any entity bears multifaceted significance. The fundamental reason for Ella's investment in the insectoids and the sequences remains her desire to expand the frontiers of genetics. In contrast to theories posited millennia ago, it is evident that Ella has officially embarked upon this path and achieved substantial progress. The Insectoid Initiative serves as an extension of the cosmic biological project that preceded it. Previously, Yan Xia and Ella had deliberated on a concept known as the Universal Customization Gene Project. As the name implies, all citizens would have the freedom to purchase specific genes to optimize themselves. The initial hesitation to pursue this idea stemmed from insufficient gene banks. Coupled with the fact that the population within the Civilizational Federation was inadequate, universal customization implies that all citizens undergoing genetic modification would achieve reproductive isolation. Over the years, with advancements in technology, the Federation has initiated a sperm and egg bank program, allowing any individual citizen to store their gametes for future reproductive purposes. This initiative is mandatory, requiring participation from all adults. Progress in technology has brought society closer to the taboo. Average citizens now have more access to forbidden substances, with numerous drugs available within the Federation capable of altering genes at a fundamental level. While connected to the Federation's main network system in the city of Radiant Dawn, Yan Xia encountered news regarding the existence of giants, individuals exceeding 10 meters in height, a consequence of genetic drug usage. Particularly notable as the tallest humans currently measure just over 3 meters. Any individual transformed through genetic drugs is no longer considered part of their original species, a stipulation enshrined in Federation law. They are classified as vagrants, a designation not referring to the unemployed, but to citizens existing outside the natural order, constituting a unique subgroup within the Federation. According to Ella's statistics, the number of vagrants is experiencing a rapid annual increase, showing no signs of abatement. One significant factor contributing to this phenomenon is that once genetic modification detaches individuals from their original species, the Federation finds it increasingly difficult to regulate their lifespan. In essence, during their human form, the Federation mandated that should one fail to make advancements in telekinesis, their lifespan would be restricted to 130 years. However, upon undergoing genetic modification, such individuals are no longer classified as human, thus rendering this law ineffective in their case, allowing them to potentially attain a far greater lifespan. This prospect is irresistibly alluring to individuals. Therefore, are we currently unable to regulate this phenomenon? What is the lifespan of the longest living vagrant within the Federation now? Yan Xia is aware that dissenting voices have emerged within the civilized Federation, advocating for the lifting of lifespan restrictions. Yet, the consequence of such an opening would be the collapse of the civilized Federation. While individuals may indeed gain more freedom without the Federation, even if one possesses a lifespan of 100,000 years, would they truly possess the means to survive for that duration? Limiting lifespan is not an act of depriving citizens of their freedom. Rather, it is a necessary condition for bestowing freedom upon them. When Yan Xia initially instituted lifespan restrictions, it was intended to facilitate a cycle of succession within the Federation, ensuring a continuous influx of fresh blood, rather than allowing individuals with lifespans spanning tens or hundreds of thousands of years to dominate positions of power, thereby extinguishing hope for the younger generations. This situation engenders class conflict, and the resolution lies in equitable distribution. However, where in the world can absolute equality and fairness be found? A hierarchy must exist within a system to unify opinions. Otherwise, it risks devolving into chaos. Safety and stability, longevity, and freedom and equality cannot coexist harmoniously. Should lifespan restrictions be lifted, Yan Xia would have no choice but to tread the path of the olive branch civilization, creating a shared consciousness collective. In such a scenario, lifespans could extend to the point where individuals may no longer wish to live. However, in that case, citizens would lose everything except for their extended lifespan. Even if the civilized Federation were to become the most powerful civilization in the universe, the ultimate outcome of infinite lifespans would be internal collapse. Thus, upon hearing this, Yan Xia felt the necessity to regulate the vagrants. Ella responded, "Indeed, it is feasible. Even the genetic modification schemes from small workshops in a market can double physical attributes and lifespan without any side effects. After all, we are a level 2 civilization. However, these genetically modified citizens still harbor the quark robots that every Federation citizen is injected with, which can restrict their lifespan. Nevertheless, such an approach is unethical, and I cannot judge its propriety. It requires your discernment, Yan Xia. This issue has long been evident, and Ella has refrained from addressing it due to its multifaceted nature, encompassing biological essence, which makes it challenging for her to make a decision. While a threshold for restrictions is essential, it cannot be enforced in this manner. The quark robots evidently rob individuals of their lifespans, akin to murder. Our objective should merely be to impose limitations. The civilized Federation is currently unstable, facing mightier foes and numerous internal conflicts. Rebellions are rampant, and tranquility is a rare commodity within the Federation. Countless interstellar pirates and numerous rebel factions combine to number in the tens or even hundreds of billions. Yan Xia and Ella settled in a conference room within the Research Institute. We could reduce the welfare of the vagrants and implement mandatory military service. They have received more than ordinary citizens. Thus, they must contribute more as well. Concurrently, we could exclude vagrants from the system, barring them from public service positions. The more restrictions imposed, the fewer citizens will aspire to become vagrants. However, such a one-dimensional approach to suppression is not a sustainable solution. While we impose constraints, we must also encourage responsible vagrants. By lifting restrictions for those vagrants who have made exceptional contributions to the civilized Federation, we can provide them a pathway while preventing ordinary citizens from developing feelings of injustice. At this juncture, Yan Xia has become adept at managing these matters. Having served as the leader of the civilized Federation for many years, he is exceedingly familiar with political affairs. After Ella completed her notes, she added further insights. The primary reason we established the gene bank was to optimize genetics. In fact, we could encourage the emergence of vagrants by dispatching them to the Cosmic Silk Road, currently the most chaotic region of the civilized Federation, which is likely to become even more tumultuous unless we can resolve the olive branch civilization and expand our star domains. Yan Xia concurred with Ella's assessment. In his view, the limitations imposed on vagrants are still insufficient. Perhaps we could allow them to engage in more perilous professions that offer high returns, thereby minimizing the likelihood of widespread rebellion. As he contemplated this, Yan Xia anticipated being branded a capitalist in the future. However, this is not a capitalist endeavor. capitalists uphold the interests of the upper echelons, whereas Yan Xia's imposition of restrictions on vagrants serves to protect the interests of the lower class. While the term vagrant may carry a negative connotation, the majority of these individuals belong to the middle or upper middle class within the civilized federation or are explorers. True lower-class citizens must toil for decades to amass funds for a side-effect-free genetic modification to regulate the customized genetic market. Ella has also developed genetic modification technology through the gene bank. This technology is referred to as the parasitic reproductive device. Chapter 139, Version Answer, Parasitic reproductive device. The parasitic reproductive device is intricately linked to the Zerg sequence. For instance, we possess a corresponding parasitic reproductive device for the corrosive blade. Upon injection into a biological entity, the device swiftly invades and transforms the organism, perfectly manifesting the advantages of the sequence within the injected being. Ella snapped her fingers, causing the conference room to unfold into a fan shape, revealing a laboratory before Yan Xia. Inside, researchers called a soldier to the experimental table, inviting him to lie down. This is one of our soldiers. He has voluntarily agreed to undergo the implantation of the parasitic reproductive device, Ella stated. The experimental subject, whether a sterile specimen cultivated in the laboratory or a naturally grown individual, exhibits distinct differences. The technology behind the parasitic reproductive device is well established. This soldier does not appear to be subjected to a human experiment. Rather, he is visibly excited. After all, as an emerging technology, its costs have yet to be controlled, and the expense for this modification amounts to over 100,000 energy credits, akin to a scenario in the 21st century where someone offers billions to transform you into an extraordinary being without any risks or side effects, potentially extending your lifespan several-fold. At least if it were Yan Xia himself, his mouth would be agape in astonishment. Let's commence, Ella commanded. The experiment was not overly complex. Akin to numerous genetic modifications, it involved alterations at the genetic foundation, without any need for extensive organ manipulation. Researchers took a syringe and injected its contents into the soldier. Almost instantaneously upon injection, the soldier's entire body flushed crimson, high temperatures evaporating his bodily fluids, and he visibly began to shrink, his back starting to bulge outward as if something were sprouting from his shoulder blades. Not only his back, but also various parts of his body transformed. His stature increased from the original height of 2.17 meters to 6.47 meters, his once supple skin becoming tough and leathery, presenting a deep gray hue akin to that of elephant skin. His entire body was in a state of excruciating transformation, flesh and blood tearing apart as bones began to grow outward, protruding from his form and encasing vital areas in a protective bony armor. The sides of his forearms morphed into razor-sharp bone blades, and the swelling on his back finally broke through the skin, revealing a pair of fleshy wings accompanied by 4 tentacles. These tentacles began to expand, gradually evolving into another version of himself. Before long, 5 distinct entities were present within the laboratory. What is this? Yan Xia was taken aback upon witnessing the individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance to his original self. This sequence is known as colonial duplication. It can not only generate 5 copies, but once those tentacles fully develop, can continue to produce more, with the exact number controllable depending on his mental prowess. Within the context of the insectoid species, this sequence ranks among the top 10. The original entity of colonial duplication can spawn up to 500 duplicates, and under optimal energy conditions, a new copy can be created in just 5 minutes. Each duplicate not only serves as a mere extension, but can also transfer consciousness entirely to another duplicate upon the original's demise, as they constitute a singular entity interconnected through mental energy rather than a physical bond. Colonial duplication has also bestowed upon us groundbreaking biological technology, allowing for the flawless transfer of an organism's consciousness to another, devoid of the existential dilemma of, am I still me? This represents an entirely novel technology, although it currently does not support the transfer of consciousness to mechanical forms. The transformation of colonial duplication has been completed. Its appearance retains significant human attributes. It has endowed the soldier with a completely new corporeal form, one whose strength is rather average, amounting to approximately 35 tons across the 3 primary metrics, as it remains a flesh and blood entity. However, the parasitic armor is not designed to surpass mechanical capabilities, but to enhance physical strength while enabling the operation of mechs. If we consider a human's base combat capability to be 1, donning a mech would elevate it to 100, a 100-fold increase. Now, with the parasitic armor, the combat level stands at 10, allowing for an increase to 1,000 when equipped with a mech, resulting in a tenfold enhancement. This is merely a metaphor. In reality, sequences as elite as colonial duplication yield enhancements far exceeding tenfold, potentially reaching 50 to 100 times. Colonial duplication is already capable of engaging other organisms while equipped with mechs, and upon its donning of a mech, it can replicate the prowess demonstrated in the corrosive blade footage that Ella previously presented to Yan Xia, potentially even dismantling a spacecraft under specific conditions. Yan Xia observed as the soldier struggled to manipulate his duplicates. "You should give up. We will provide specialized guidance for your mental training," a researcher suggested. The soldier nodded, ceasing his efforts. The researchers documented their findings and continued attempt to relinquish control over the duplicates. Federal soldiers possess some foundational training in mental energy, and although they cannot control the duplicates, they can grasp their consciousness to a basic extent, which the soldier accomplished swiftly. Upon his release of control, his 4 duplicates instantaneously transformed into a pool of blood and bones. "Now activate the Quark robot. We have integrated the relevant programming into the Quark robot within your body." The soldier complied. Subsequently, Yan Xia stood up in astonishment as the soldier's form began to shrink, gradually reverting to a human appearance. Marked. This is the distinction between parasitic armor and conventional genetic modification. Parasitic armor can obscure the expression of sequence genes, while Quark robots conceal the genes of the parasitic armor. In contrast, standard genetic modification causes irreparable damage to the genome, making it impossible to revert to its original form. Parasitic armor supplements the original genome with sequence genes, akin to constructing a house atop a foundation. Conventional genetic modification, however, destroys the original foundation, creating a new base for construction. These two technologies are fundamentally different. "So, Yan Xia, are you intrigued?" Her eyes curving into crescent shapes as she smiled. To claim that I am not intrigued would be disingenuous. Parasitic armor effectively conceals the last adverse effects of genetic modification, representing a veritable answer in its current iteration. Yet, Yan Xia shook his head. There is no rush. The era of true ascension through flesh and blood has yet to arrive. Given the substantial groundwork you have laid, I too must develop some commendable technologies to secure my current position. Yan Xia had begun to contemplate his future research directions. As a biologist, his previous maintenance of warships was merely a respite. Now, he intended to return to his true vocation. Of course, this understanding was only the beginning. It represented merely a biological advancement. The Federation harbored numerous other technological innovations, both grand and minute, all contributing to its progress. The Civilizational Federation was amassing a formidable surge of latent potential. Chapter 140. Specific radiation rods depart. Yan Xia had lingered at Research Facility 0 for an extended period, during which he did not assume the role of director, instead functioning as an ordinary researcher. He faced reprimands on numerous occasions. Had it not been for his connections, he likely would have been expelled from the facility long ago. After dedicating 38 years to catch up with the current biological technologies within the Federation, Yan Xia prepared to leave Research Facility 0. "Yan Xia, are you truly relocating?" inquired a researcher of the Lalera species, who had been a friend of Yan Xia for over 20 years. His name was Galaxies Lily, a lengthy moniker that Yan Xia had never bothered to learn fully due to its excessive length. Generally, members of the Lalera species possess over 20 surnames, in addition to a formal name, a nickname, and a secondary name, resulting in a total of more than 200 characters, at times. Even they are unaware of their complete names. Fortunately, with current technological advancements, one can easily retrieve identity cards with a simple swipe. Yes, Research Facility 0 is not quite suited for me. There are far too many geniuses here. I find myself considerably outmatched by true prodigies. I will be heading to the Mosey Academy in the Capital Star System to serve as a professor, nurturing the pillars of our civilizational federation. Teaching was indeed Yan Xia's forte. While practical experience was gained here, he could enrich his theoretical knowledge at the academy. Galaxies Lily felt a sense of melancholy. He was typically reserved, and Yan Xia was his closest friend. The prospect of parting so soon, likely forever, weighed heavily on him. The Capital Star System was situated 131 light-years from the Great Horn Star, and at the current speed of Federation vessels. The journey would take no less than 1,200 years, far longer than Galaxies Lily's lifespan could endure. At times, I resent my fleeting existence. There's so much I have yet to accomplish, and a long journey necessitates enduring the pain of losing loved ones. Galaxies Lily was a citizen who harbored deep grievances against the present system. The Civilizational Federation comprised multiple species, among which some had lifespans as brief as 76 years, a limit considered extreme. What can one accomplish in 76 years in the vastness of the universe? Indeed, with the expansion of star territories, the lifespan of ordinary citizens has become increasingly inadequate. I have received some information indicating that the Federation will gradually relax the lifespan limits for citizens, effectively doubling their longevity, Yan Xia stated as he packed his belongings. Preparing for his departure, he spoke of his decision. The average lifespan of all races within the civilized Federation is 182 years, a figure that undeniably appears rather scant, especially considering that a single sightseeing journey necessitates the expenditure of several decades. Really? Galaxies no doubts. He was aware that Yan Xia possessed a certain background, perhaps truly capable of procuring accurate information. However, merely releasing such signals was not enough. Furthermore, all technicians would also be granted the qualification to receive parasitic reproductive implants, which could be seen as a covert enhancement of their lifespans. Scholars who ranked higher would receive even more generous benefits. Yet, Ducasis Lily could not shake the feeling that Yan Xia seemed exceptionally confident in this information. Having gathered his belongings, Yan Xia lifted his gaze towards Ducasis Lily. This marked yet another farewell. Naturally, a sense of melancholy lingered in his heart, yet he had endured far too much to allow these emotions to surface. All right, I must take my leave now. Perhaps one day we shall meet again. Strive to excel, Ducasis Lily. Ducasis Lily presented a test tube to Yan Xia. This is one of my creations. Though it may appear rather ordinary, it holds profound significance for me. I hope you will remember me. Yan Xia accepted the test tube, within which resided a life form known as KLS 827ZZ, characterized primarily at the genetic level. This boron-based life form could be likened to an examination question. Only by successfully creating such a being could one truly step into the realm of genetics. Of course, I seldom forget a friend. Yan Xia then retrieved a small metallic rod, no larger than a toothpick, and handed it to Ducasis Lily. I hope you never have to use this. Ducasis Lily stared at the rod in astonishment. This is far too precious. The metallic rod, known as a specific radiation rod, was encased in protective shielding, with only a few dozen atoms capable of generating a reaction. Once the outer casing was compromised, it would unleash a specialized radiation, programmed to be extraordinarily potent, sufficient to annihilate everything within a 200-kilometer radius. Although not classified as a military weapon, a limited quantity was allocated to explorers with a market price of 5,000 energy credits. Acquiring it often required multiples of that amount. Its exorbitant price stemmed primarily from the term specific. The radiation rod would come with a set of codes, which, when installed in a Quark robot, would allow the robot to neutralize the programmed radiation. In essence, while the energy of this radiation was formidable, it posed no threat to the user. The codes were shareable and could be utilized by teams, akin to how a microwave cannot heat metal. This code could only be recognized by Quark robots, meaning that only life forms within the Federation could withstand it, while other alien life forms could not. The value of a gift lies not in its worth, but in the sentiment it conveys, Yan Xia remarked. Ducasis Lily mused that this sentiment was akin to the idea that a humble gift can carry profound emotion. Yet here, the gift itself was indeed significant. Well then, I shall take my leave. With no further pleasantries exchanged, Yan Xia truly departed. His destination was Water Commission 1, a star situated 140 light-years from the solar system, well beyond the bounds of the civilized Federation. Ella's original target had actually been the celestial pivot star, merely 70 light-years from the solar system, half the distance to Water Commission 1. However, she ultimately opted for the latter due to its considerable distance from the civilized Federation. Presently, the Federation faced adversaries such as the Olive Branch Civilization and the Silk Civilization. Ella's decision was driven by caution, aiming to avoid being ensnared. Although this approach presented numerous inconveniences, such inconveniences were far preferable to annihilation. As Ducasis Lily contemplated, this journey would indeed be exceedingly protracted. However, unlike before, Yan Xia was not aboard the Kunlun. That vessel remained within the Federation's star domain. Instead, Yan Xia would be traveling in a spacecraft specially tailored for him. This vessel, having undergone modifications and employing the latest technology, did not factor in deceleration, relying on destination devices to slow down, thus enabling it to exceed the speed of sightseeing ships, reaching 250 kilometers per second, with an estimated arrival time of 1001 years, far surpassing the speed of warships. Yan Xia boarded the spacecraft. Let's commence our journey. Chapter 141. The hidden star, the Mobius ring world. One of the pivotal reasons for selecting Water Commission 1 was its substantiality. The universe is replete with red dwarf stars, diminutive in size and offering scant energy. Even yellow dwarf stars, akin to the Sun, are now insufficient to meet the Federation's needs. Thus, they sought larger blue dwarf stars to serve as capital stars. Despite the designation dwarf, blue dwarfs typically possess a mass exceeding twice that of the Sun, a prime example being Sirius, which is approximately twice the mass of the Sun and one of the brightest stars visible to Earth's inhabitants. However, Sirius was deemed too close to the original capital star, Tiansong 5, at risk of collateral damage from long-range weaponry, and its mass was not particularly substantial, leading Ella to dismiss it. Water Commission 1 boasts a mass approximately 67 times that of the Sun, accompanied by a companion star exceeding twice the Sun's mass. Collectively, this binary system approaches 9 times the solar mass, capable of providing ample energy. Furthermore, as a blue dwarf, Water Commission 1 would not exhibit the volatile midlife crises characteristic of giant stars. Albeit not entirely tranquil, it is categorized as a B-type emission star, with emission lines present alongside ordinary absorption lines. Typically, the emission lines consist of hydrogen lines, also known as the 21-centimeter line, due to its wavelength. More precisely, it measures 2110611405413 centimeters, falling within the microwave spectrum, which can interfere with electronic devices. The hydrogen electromagnetic spectral lines arise from changes in the energy levels of medium-sized hydrogen atoms, essentially resulting from alterations in electron configurations or coupling within the atoms, generating electromagnetic waves. The hydrogen lines emitted by Water Commission 1 generally correspond to the H and H lines among the first 3 spectral lines of the Balmer series, both within the visible light spectrum. This does not imply that B-type emission stars exclusively emit these 2 electromagnetic spectral lines. They may emit various other lines, such as those from helium and singly ionized iron and magnesium during brief intervals. Such instability poses challenges for civilizations newly entering Level 2, like the Civilized Federation. Yet, having thrived for nearly 20,000 years in Level 2, the instabilities of Water Commission 1 could be effectively suppressed or harnessed. Both material and electromagnetic energy could be converted into electromagnetic energy, rendering the instability of Water Commission 1 advantageous for the Civilized Federation, provided it does not threaten imminent collapse. Yan Xia did not pause during his journey, but flew directly to Water Commission 1. After precisely 1,000 years of slumber, he awoke to find the view before him a void. However, his spacecraft soon breached a barrier, revealing a series of elliptical, pale blue stars before his eyes. These ellipses were not the microscopic kind, but rather discernible to the naked eye. Water Commission 1 rotated at an astonishing speed of 250 kilometers per second, approximately 89 times that of the Sun, resulting in an equatorial diameter of 158,688 kilometers, while its polar diameter measured only 101,616 kilometers, a significant disparity. Upon beholding Water Commission 1, Yan Xia also noticed a nearby white star, which did not exhibit the prismatic hues of the Sun, but rather emitted a pure white spectrum. This star was situated a mere 12 astronomical units away from Water Commission 1, with the 2 colossal stars appearing as if they were destined to embrace. This remarkable vision had indeed come to fruition. A millennium ago, Ella had informed Yan Xia about a technology to be realized at Water Commission 1, known as star concealment, a component of the Hidden Galaxy project. Given that the false starry sky could already simulate celestial vistas, why not envelop the false starry sky around the stellar system, thereby rendering the entire system invisible? This technology demanded substantial investment, requiring comprehensive measures to lock in the emission of light. Consequently, the false starry sky intricately integrated the technology of the wall, achieving an effect akin to that employed by the Purple Thorn civilization to obscure Proxima Centauri. However, it did not entirely block everything. It merely restricted the ingress and egress of electromagnetic forces. With this technology, Ella intended not only to apply it at Water Commission 1, but also to other stellar systems, transforming the Civilizational Federation's star domain into a cosmic void. This prospect instilled in Yan Xia a sense of suspicion. Could the discovered cosmic voids also be the realms of other advanced civilizations? The success of this technology could potentially circumvent the gravitational weapons of the Olive Branch civilization. After all, gravitational weapons are not merely costless projectiles. The Olive Branch civilization would not recklessly fire upon detecting no specific location of a star. Over the lengthy passage of time, Water Commission 1 had already embraced the Dyson sphere, which, although not perfectly encompassing, effectively utilized the energy of Water Commission 1 to a significant extent. Due to the proximity of the two stars, closer even than the binary stars of Nanmen 2, no planets could be formed. Ella ingeniously employed technology similar to that of the ring world to fabricate landmasses. The ring world of Water Commission 1 was not composed of intersecting rings, but rather a Mobius strip, which encircled the two stars to harness their energy. This was a remarkably clever design, though the resources expended were far beyond those required for the previous ring world. The surface temperature of Water Commission 1 approached a terrifying 15,000 degrees Celsius, necessitating the ring world to be situated at a considerable distance from the stars. The circumference of the Mobius ring world reached an astonishing 4.7 billion kilometers, or 314 astronomical units, nearly 45 times that of the abode of the gods, while its total area exceeded that of the abode of the gods by over 30,000 times. The sheer scale of investment was staggering, to the extent that the Mobius ring world was still incomplete, having constructed less than 5 of its intended structure. Nevertheless, even in its unfinished state, it dwarfed the abode of the gods. What was once considered a colossal edifice, the capital star system's abode of the gods, was rendered trivial in comparison to the Mobius ring world. Upon entering star concealment, Yan Xia spacecraft was drawn toward several circular devices, each with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. Initially perceiving them as deceleration devices, he was taken aback to discover they were, in fact, acceleration devices which through 10 successive boosts propelled his vessel to an astonishing speed of 875 kilometers per second. As he approached the Mobius ring world, less than 100 million kilometers away, he encountered 10 additional circular devices, these indeed serving as deceleration mechanisms. Employing gravitational constraints to slow his ship, positioned 80 million kilometers apart, the 10 devices ultimately reduced Yan Xia's speed to approximately 500 kilometers per second. Ahead, less than 1 million kilometers away, lay an interstellar port, which guided his spacecraft toward it. The entire experience was so remarkably comfortable that Yan Xia marveled at the advancements of technology. Upon arriving here, his life would once again return to tranquility. Chapter 142, Level 22, Absolute Defense Wind. Ella's development of Water Commission 1 had commenced 800 years prior, amassing resources from over 42 stellar systems within a 20 light-year radius, thus providing the foundation for constructing the Mobius ring world. In this realm, the Civilizational Federation was not alone. The 42 stellar systems were gradually being developed and utilized, forming the core star system circle of the Federation. Was another region abandoned? Certainly not. The star system circle centered around Tiansong 5, the Cosmic Silk Road, and the capital star system circle centered around Water Commission 1 formed a triangular configuration. The Federation's subsequent development primarily focused on the edges and center of this triangle, thereby granting it a vast star domain spanning 200 light-years. The apex of this triangle pointed toward the Olive Branch civilization. The Civilizational Federation had grown stronger than ever. It is noteworthy that approximately 4,000 years had elapsed since Yan Xia's return from Star City, during which the Federation had gradually restored itself and commenced development amid the chaos of Star City. Currently, the Civilizational Federation controlled 193 stellar systems, with over 80 of 115 of them fully developed, achieving an energy level of 22. If further subdivided, the Federation's current level could be approximated at 223, with the majority of emphasis placed on quantum communication technology. However, the challenge lay in the fact that quantum communication technology was auxiliary, rather than offensive or defensive, rendering the Civilizational Federation more moderate than a formidable civilization. At this moment, Yan Xia stood within this interstellar port, which, although termed a port, was indeed a part of a vast star city. Unlike the Olive Branch civilization's extravagance, this star city comprised a network of dispersed small star islands, with Yan Xia's interstellar port being one such island, a colossal city measuring 172 kilometers in length, 59 kilometers in width, and approximately 8 kilometers in height. Upon disembarking from a spacecraft, Yan Xia immediately sensed the uniqueness of this interstellar port. In stark contrast to Tiansong 5, the port bore no resemblance to a comb, but rather appeared akin to an oval-shaped disc with the docking area recessed, giving it a shape from the side, where spacecraft would enter and dock within the curve. Numerous mechanical arms were present, which, upon the docking of a spacecraft, would physically secure it, rendering the need for maintenance technicians obsolete. These mechanical arms could conduct comprehensive inspections and repairs on the spacecraft simply by depositing energy credits via an operational panel. Yan Xia observed as the mechanical arms released a vast torrent of liquid upon the spacecraft. This liquid comprised nanobots, numbering in the quintillions, capable of microscopically repairing the vessel until it resembled its factory-fresh state. Before Yan Xia could thoroughly examine the nanobots at work, he could already surmise that such wonders would hold enough allure for a man to gaze upon for an entire year. Approaching him was Ella, her white hair adorned with a floral dress, a vision that brought forth a wave of nostalgia. "Welcome home, father," she exclaimed, coughing. Yan Xia's body jolted as he trembled uncontrollably. Ella laughed. "Father, it's been so long since we last met. There's no need to be so excited." Yan Xia yearned to retort. Both he and the AI were over 20,000 years old. Could they not transcend such childishness? Ella grasped Yan Xia's hand and shook it vigorously, her petite frame exuding surprising strength that nearly dislocated his arm. "Father, will you take me shopping?" In a swift reversal of roles, Yan Xia raised his hand to ruffle her small head. "All right, what do you wish to buy? Father will get it for you." As a member of the team that developed Ella, it was entirely fitting to refer to himself as her father. He held Ella's delicate hand as they made their way towards the interstellar port. Unlike conventional shopping malls, this port primarily offered an array of equipment. Due to the vast distances within the cosmos, the once dominant online shopping platforms of the 21st century had gradually waned during the interstellar era, giving rise to the prominence of physical stores. After all, even with free shipping within the same galaxy, considerable time was required, let alone for interstellar transportation. Thus, the physical shops here thrived, and the newly established Water Commission 1 was bustling with citizens. Most of its inhabitants were descendants of the workers who had contributed to its grand construction. The Water Commission 1 project was immensely vast, with an initial influx of over 3 billion workers, followed by an additional 11 billion, culminating in a staggering total of more than 14 billion. Furthermore, as the project developed, individuals from various companies, along with immigrants and explorers, swelled the citizen count to over 130 billion. Coupled with millennia of reproduction, this figure had multiplied exponentially, reaching an astonishing 451 trillion. As the saying goes, when the population reaches a myriad, it knows no bounds. When it exceeds 100,000, the Earth merges with the sky. The trillion mark is almost unfathomable, with the daily flow at this interstellar port surpassing 1 billion, thus explaining the overwhelming crowd. The port was divided into several levels, featuring commercial, residential, and entertainment districts, with property prices averaging around 285 energy coins per square meter. A relatively high rate given its status as an interstellar hub, akin to the geographical advantages of maritime ports on Earth. As the capital galaxy, despite its considerable size and a population of less than 50 trillion, the property prices in the Mobius ring world were significantly lower, averaging around 3 energy coins per square meter, which translates to just over 10,000 in purchasing power. This represents the mean value. In fact, in some areas, it could drop to as low as 1 energy coin or even less. Moreover, the environmental conditions of the Mobius ring world far surpass those of the Star City, especially during its developmental phase, boasting a vegetation coverage rate of 99.12. Viewed from space, one could scarcely see any city amidst the lush greenery. Ella guided Yan Xia as they purchased numerous items, yet their ultimate destination lay at the very heart of Star City. There, they encountered a colossal spherical structure, exceeding 1 kilometer in diameter. What could this be? Yan Xia had never seen anything like it, and Ella had not divulged any information regarding this enigmatic orb. Each star island represented a fundamental unit. On the periphery of the Mobius ring world, there existed an octagonal chain of star cities, known as the 8 Great Star Cities, each comprising 128 star islands. The primary purpose of these star islands was to support this very structure. This apparatus was named wind, a device of repulsion. Every matter possesses antimatter, and every energy has its negative counterpart. We have successfully located negative energy and harnessed it to create a wind of negative energy that blows outward, capable of counteracting the 4 fundamental forces, including gravity. The negative energy apparatus, wind, was developed by Ella as a defensive measure against the gravitational weaponry of the olive branch. It could be described as an absolute defensive weapon against matter or energy. Chapter 143, Negative Energy, Mosey Academy. From the dawn of the universe, both positive and negative energies emerged. Positive energy formed positive and negative particles, while negative energy constituted the energy of gravitational fields, existing wholly as a negative entity. This concept may be challenging to grasp, yet becomes more comprehensible when viewed through the lens of the Big Bang theory. The Big Bang commenced at a singularity, a state devoid of time, space, or matter. Everything was zero. Upon the initiation of the Big Bang, energy and matter were born. However, if only positive energy existed, the state would never be zero. Thus, the introduction of negative energy renders everything logical. Otherwise, prior to the Big Bang, there would not be a zero state, but rather a one or even more, thereby invalidating the Big Bang theory in favor of a static universe. In essence, our universe is not a product of a singularity explosion, but rather the aftermath of a colossal black hole's demise within a larger universe. Despite the vast expanse of time that has elapsed, the primary factions within the Civilizational Federation continue to uphold the Big Bang theory, as the evidence is overwhelmingly abundant, so much so that it compels belief, unless a being could transcend the universe to ascertain its true nature. Ella has confirmed the existence of negative energy, further substantiating the validity and reasonableness of the Big Bang theory. The criterion for distinguishing negative from positive energy is known as vacuum zero-point energy, which refers to the energy fluctuations of quantum states below absolute zero. Many believe that everything ceases to exist below absolute zero, yet this is not entirely accurate. If all ceased, it would imply that everything could be precisely measured, contradicting Heisenberg's uncertainty principle posited in 1927, which states that it is impossible to simultaneously determine both the position and momentum of a fundamental particle with precision. Why is this indeterminacy? Because observing the particle you wish to measure inevitably influences it. Thus, the results you obtain are always affected by your observation, rather than reflecting the particle's intrinsic state. To break the uncertainty principle, or to create certainty, is also the premise for developing causality-based weapons. According to the uncertainty principle concerning vacuum zero-point energy, if the energy of a substance at absolute zero in a vacuum falls below the surrounding quantum fluctuation energy, it is classified as negative energy. Conversely, if it exceeds this energy, it is deemed positive energy. The existence of vacuum zero-point energy was confirmed long ago during the Earth era, when electromagnetic forces were observed to arise from fluctuations at zero-point vacuum energy. With mastery over the four fundamental forces, Ella has been striving to harness negative energy. However, this endeavor is exceedingly challenging. While negative energy can be observed, mastering it implies controlling the gravitational field. Such mastery operates on a different level than previous control. Mastering the four fundamental forces essentially means applying them, while mastering negative energy necessitates a deeper analysis of gravity. It is akin to the distinction between controlling a handgun and controlling the bullets it fires. Nonetheless, mastering negative energy is entirely distinct from a more adept application of gravity, which falls under the purview of dark energy. Everything related to negative energy is a negation, allowing it to counterbalance positive energy, which encompasses all matter in the current universe and all energy aside from negative energy, including dark energy and matter itself. This implies that with a sufficient quantity of negative energy, one can defend against all positive energy assaults. Additionally, since negative energy inherently constitutes the energy of gravitational fields, it can also exert influence over gravitational weaponry. This represents a universal element. Negative energy can also facilitate the creation of warp engines at a remarkably economical cost. Constructing a warp bubble with a diameter of 100 meters requires the energy equivalent to that of an entire universe. However, to sustain this warp bubble, an even greater amount of universal energy must be consumed, effectively burning through a universe every second. This absolute defense currently withstands energy outputs of 1 by 1024 watts, or a single burst of energy amounting to 1 by 1027 joules. Ella articulated the limitations of wind. The generation of negative energy necessitates the annihilation of matter and antimatter, which is an exceedingly inefficient production method. They have yet to discover a more suitable approach for large-scale production of negative energy. Nevertheless, they have made a promising start, have they not? Yan Xia harbored a favorable outlook on this technology. For every unit of positive energy in the universe, there exists an equal measure of negative energy, rendering negative energy resources abundant and awaiting civilization's development. At this juncture, the wind can be employed to mitigate the gravitational weaponry of the olive branch civilization. The output energy of these gravitational weapons is, in fact, not particularly high. The true energy expenditure lies in the power required to launch such weapons. One might envision it as a bullet with an explosive charge equivalent to 1 ton. The primary characteristic of gravitational weapons is their cunning. Annihilating a stellar system is a matter of amplification, augmenting the already immense gravitational pull of a star to obliterate it. According to Ella's calculations, at present, the wind is entirely capable of withstanding 1/60,000th of the force exerted by the olive branch civilization's gravitational weaponry, and in a millennium, it is projected to endure 1/1,000,000th of that force. Naturally, if a method for large-scale production of negative energy could be discovered, such as converting the working hours of all sentient beings in the Civilization Federation to an incessant 007, a jest, of course, the potential for technological advancement would be immense. However, the annihilation of positive and negative energy also releases substantial power. I am currently developing a method for the hidden star to absorb this energy. Should we succeed in harnessing the enemy's energy, we could remain invulnerable even in the face of Class 02 or Class 03 disparity. Of course, this presumes that our adversary lacks more formidable weaponry, such as those governed by causality or dimensional manipulation, armaments not within the grasp of a Class 02 civilization. If such weapons did exist and were not employed, their absence would render no difference. After their excursion through the starport, Ella guided Yan Xia into the Mobius ring world, which she aptly named Wuliang. The inspiration for this name stemmed from the symbol for infinity. However, infinite world sounded less appealing, hence the moniker Wuliang. Yan Xia had no time for banter, as he soon found himself hovering above the realm of Wuliang, where he observed that its general structure bore a striking resemblance to the abode of the gods, albeit adorned with a multitude of satellites. These satellites serve dual purposes. Firstly, to monitor the Wuliang world, and secondly, as communication devices. Comparatively, aerial monitoring is far more convenient and resource-efficient than terrestrial alternatives. Positioned less than 300,000 kilometers from the surface, these satellites can achieve a latency of under 2 seconds, comparable to ground-level communication, with no concerns regarding signal stability or strength. Beyond these functions, each satellite operates as a hub, forming a matrix alongside the mainframes installed within the Mobius ring world, thus constituting my very essence. Ella's primary hub resides here, overseeing this world. Very well. Below lies the Mosey Academy, Ella declared, conjuring a map. Yan Xia beheld the Academy's expanse, a staggering 32 million square kilometers, an impressive feat of grandeur. Ella intended to elevate the Mosey Academy into the premier institution of the future Civilization Federation, aiming for a faculty and student body of around 100 million. Chapter 144, The Data-Driven Academy. The Mosey Academy boasts a port capable of docking spacecraft. After Ella secured the ship, she and Yan Xia disembarked. Upon exiting the approximately 25 square kilometer port, the grand entrance of the Academy came into view. It lacked physical substance, manifesting instead as a holographic projection, divided into vehicular and pedestrian lanes. The pedestrian path, a lengthy corridor approximately 100 meters wide and 5 meters high, was enveloped in a thin veil of light, segmented into 50 entrances. As one traversed the light veil, their biological information would be scanned. This scanning operates at the genetic level, capable of scanning and comparing the life form's genes within a millisecond, akin to a digital check-in. If an individual not affiliated with the Academy fails to meet scanning criteria, they would be enveloped by an electromagnetic barrier, with robotic sentinels promptly dispatched. The vehicular lane, situated 50 meters above, revealed citizens aboard hovering vehicles, alongside hover bikes and near-Earth shuttles. Hover vehicles and bikes are common means of interplanetary transport, while near-Earth shuttles serve as larger transport vessels, typically ranging from 20 to 40 meters in size, capable of achieving speeds of 200 Mach within the atmosphere. Yan Xia followed Ella toward this area. Upon passing through the light veil, a confirmation message appeared in green, accompanied by a voice that resonated directly in his ears. Welcome to the Mosey Academy, Professor Yan Xia. This auditory greeting was imperceptible to other citizens. The moment he crossed the membrane, his Quark robot was outfitted with a device that redirected its focus to his eyes and brain, initiating imaging. Before him materialized a panel, distinct from the previous Quark robot interface, resembling a pure, streamlined display containing all his information. Name, Yan Xia. Species, human. Gender, male. Age, 23, 397 years. Position, Professor Genetics. Office, Unit 132, Building C, District 8782. Supervised students, 0. Graduated students, 0. Personal achievements, none. Team achievements, none. Contributions to the Academy, none. Organized projects, none. Number of published papers, 0. Teaching history. Previously taught at the Proxima Centauri C Yenwang Academy. Teaching credits, 0. Yan Xia observed the panel, bemused by its resemblance to a video game interface. Ella elucidated. What you see is your instructor panel. Students possess their own panels, primarily detailing your credentials. The most significant entry is the teaching credits. Every educational endeavor and research contribution you undertake within the academy is graded, corresponding to a reward of teaching credits. These scores are not permanently retained, as the Mosey Academy does not promote competition among students and faculty. However, teaching credits hold considerable value. Should a faculty member wish to take leave, they must expend teaching credits, and the same applies to students. Each credit within the academy is equivalent to 1 energy coin. Beneath your panel, you will find additional features, including a shop where you can procure any desired items. Most offerings comprise educational and research materials, including various presentation papers, analyses of complex topics, and extensive data statistics. Research materials are notably diverse. For your genetic specialization, you may exchange credits for various genetically engineered mice or pre-prepared samples for study. Beyond these, there are provisions for food and daily necessities, and even the option to purchase hover vehicles and spacecraft with significant discounts on high-value items when acquired with credits. Simultaneously, I have completed the construction of a simulated universe at the Water Commission, where you can also use teaching or academic credits to access its privileges, albeit at a considerable cost. Here, I have invested all the resources currently available to the Civilization Federation. This will serve as the incubation ground for future scholars of the Federation. Yan Xia had previously learned about the Mosey Academy while at Betelgeuse. At that time, the announcement of its establishment was fresh, and now, it has only been 422 years since its inception. This academy is extraordinarily advanced, constructed to the standards of the Federation's premier institution, featuring top-tier scholars as mentors and providing ample opportunities for interaction with industry elites. The admission criteria for the Mosey Academy is graded as S, which corresponds to achieving a score of 7,125 out of a perfect score of 750 in the 21st century, 95. Attaining 7275 is classified as S, 97, while 7,425 is designated as SS, 99, with the pinnacle being SS as the highest grade. Each year, approximately 12 million students are enrolled at Mosey Academy, while around 220 billion candidates take the higher education qualification examination administered by the Civilized Federation. It can be said that these students are truly the creme de la creme. Once admitted to Mosey Academy, students are exempt from any miscellaneous fees and tuition. However, they do not receive any subsidies. The academy provides free accommodation, along with complimentary utilities. Speaking of accommodation, the dormitories are shared by 10 individuals, yet these are not large communal spaces. Rather, they consist of spacious apartments featuring 10 separate bedrooms. Each building is restricted to a maximum height of 200 meters. To accommodate the physical variances among different races, each species is assigned to distinct dormitories. However, these dormitories are not segregated by region. For instance, one area may contain human dormitories adjacent to those of the Llyra or Warbeast races. The educational structure at Mosey Academy typically spans 5 years, after which students may opt to graduate or continue their studies for a degree. Graduates of the 5-year program are referred to as Advanced Academy graduates, while those who study for 10 years earn a bachelor's degree, and 15 years culminate in a doctoral degree. In the present Civilized Federation, possessing a bachelor's degree is highly coveted, as most general higher education institutions do not confer such degrees. Only the elite academies have the authority to issue bachelor's diplomas, of which there are currently only 38 in the entire Federation. Moreover, obtaining a bachelor's degree is exceedingly challenging, necessitating one or more professional-level research achievements. What constitutes a professional-level research achievement is work that is widely applicable, possesses practical significance, and holds economic value, not merely the submission of a reference paper. Thus, every individual who successfully acquires a bachelor's diploma already possesses a certain degree of economic value and social standing. Although it may seem that the bachelor's program only entails 5 years of study, many graduates extend their studies for up to 15 years or even longer. While attaining a bachelor's degree is formidable, achieving a doctoral degree is significantly more arduous. The requirements for graduation as a doctoral candidate entail the publication of scholarly research findings, and one must have already obtained a bachelor's degree to pursue this path. Consequently, the annual graduation rate for doctoral candidates is exceedingly low, with only a few hundred earning this distinction throughout the entire Civilized Federation each year. At this moment, Yan Xia suddenly received a notification. You have not scheduled any teaching for the past 7 days. According to regulations, you are required to arrange a teaching session within 12 hours, where you will lose 10 teaching credits. Yan Xia was puzzled. He had only just arrived. Ella, however, playfully stuck out her tongue. I forgot to mention that your registration was processed 7 days ago. This is calculated from the registration date, not from your arrival at the academy. Otherwise, other instructors could evade teaching by simply leaving the academy, right? Yan Xia replied, that makes sense, but I still feel quite irked. Chapter 145, The Competitive Teaching Environment and Gene Abilities Education. Seeing the countdown on the panel, Yan Xia immediately took off running. Although he had 12 hours, navigating the vast school would likely consume several hours just to locate a classroom. Wait, Ella called out from behind. Yan Xia paid her no heed. Do you know where the classrooms are? This time, Yan Xia was compelled to pause. Where? Ella pointed upwards. Yan Xia looked up to see a gigantic sphere hovering at a considerable height above the ground, appearing comparable in size to a moon. Yet he was convinced that its dimensions rivaled those of a dwarf planet. The virtual blockchain world can be described as a type of encrypted system. I do not mean to imply that blockchain itself is an encryption system, but rather that this virtual world employs blockchain-like encryption technology, incorporating a log format akin to that of blockchain. Each virtual world is unique, storing user information within an exceedingly complex system. Each blockchain-style virtual world serves as a classroom. One can create a virtual classroom that provides a virtual key, which must then be distributed to students for them to attend one's lecture. If no students attend, the class is deemed invalid. Yan Xia exclaimed, am I teaching or selling? Ella shrugged, there's no choice. Many scholars at Mosey Academy compete fervently for teaching positions, as the monthly salaries are quite attractive and teaching credits contribute to performance metrics. Thus, I have devised a system that transforms Mosey Academy into a market-oriented institution. Instructors who fail to attract students for 6 consecutive months will be dismissed, prompting the academy to announce new teaching positions on its official website. Teachers have become akin to wage slaves. This is inherently unfair to instructors, but it must be acknowledged that it is quite beneficial for students, as this competitive environment helps eliminate numerous educators lacking teaching capabilities, thereby maintaining high standards within the academy. Of course, many talented scholars with mediocre teaching skills may be dismissed, yet this ultimately serves the greater good of the Federation. An educational institution's purpose is to impart knowledge. If one cannot effectively teach and ensure that students comprehend the material, then what is their purpose in that environment? They would merely squander their own time and that of the students, rendering it more advantageous for them to shine in areas where they excel. This is a manifestation of survival of the fittest. However, there is no need for concern. Professors are distinct from ordinary teachers, as dismissal cannot occur within 6 months. At least 5 such periods must pass. Nonetheless, every 6 months, a list of professors with poor teaching quality must be publicly disclosed to all students, which can significantly tarnish their reputations. Yan Xia sensed that Ella was implying something, though he lacked substantial evidence. As a teacher, Yan Xia found this system objectionable, yet as a leader of the civilized federation, he was supportive of it. In that case, let us commence. Fortunately, he had previously served as a professor for an extended period and possessed a sufficiently high level of insight. Understanding how to win hearts and attract students was, for him, a trivial matter. Mosey Academy has an intranet, and due to its robustness and the abundance of learning resources, is far from desolate. Yan Xia created a teaching space and immediately advertised within the intranet. Want to master abilities? A professional professor will teach you how to control abilities at the genetic level. Perfectly transform your genes. You only need to master these 3 steps to become larger and stronger. A series of advertisements were disseminated. Yan Xia realized that this method had already been employed by others, but the titles were overly formal, lacking any enticing elements. Who would feel compelled to click on quantum field teaching, one-on-one instruction from a Venus scholar? Yan Xia waited in the classroom for a while. As anticipated, it wasn't long before students began to enter. He smoothly commenced with the introduction, although his knowledge slightly surpassed that of students pursuing their bachelor's degrees. It was nonetheless adequate for instructing these lower-year pupils. Furthermore, the advertisements he crafted were not mere gimmicks. Throughout his more than 30 years at Dajiao Star, his primary research focus was also on physical ascension. The question of whether biology can rival machinery is an eternal topic. Even within the current civilized federation, there exists a division. Some individuals forsake their physical forms in pursuit of higher aspirations, while others find the notion of replacing their bodies rather peculiar. The capacity of the virtual classroom is boundless. Perhaps it is due to the exceptional efficacy of Yan Xia's promotional efforts, as the student count swiftly surpassed 1,000. Undoubtedly, a significant factor is the allure of the professors. The faculty at Mosey Academy comprises illustrious scholars, with their number limited to a mere 100 or so, placing Yan Xia at the lower end of the spectrum among them. The corporeal form is but a shackle that restricts the advancement of life, regardless of the species. The information stored within the body and the energy it can release are inherently finite. Thus, our civilization has developed machinery to assist us in mastering the elements. Historically, within the Civilization Federation, we have relied on quark robots, mech starships, and warships. These have rendered us formidable. Even the latest innovation, the parasitic reproductive apparatus, merely addresses our immediate needs, yet remains difficult to rival the capabilities of machines. What is extraordinary ability? It encompasses remarkable powers, such as the manipulation of fire, lightning, ice, weather, and particles. These feats could ostensibly be achieved through mechs and technology, yet they do not stem from innate capability. Once we lose these enhancements, we are rendered powerless. Today, I shall expound on how to harness one's genetic makeup to control extraordinary abilities. Our initial focus will be on the most fundamental of these powers, electricity. Electricity is the simplest form of energy to produce, as the majority of matter in the universe is charged. Yan Xia's objective is to transform certain redundant muscles or organs within living organisms into electric-generating tissues, such as the human appendix. This genetic modification does not necessitate extensive alterations to the genes themselves, but rather requires slight adjustments to their growth mechanisms. Much like wolves and dogs, though their appearances differ vastly, their genetic structures are fundamentally similar, thus avoiding reproductive isolation. When Yan Xia broached this topic, numerous students promptly exited, for the concept was deceptively simple, readily found in various online resources. However, the distinctions between Yan Xia's teachings and those materials were substantial. His genetic modifications are safe, efficient, capable of producing high voltages, cost-effective, and easily manageable. Moreover, they come with numerous supplementary components, such as integrating electric generating organs with a current network to distribute the generated electricity, and methods to utilize this electricity to enhance one's physical prowess and cognitive abilities. This minor divergence in complexity renders Yan Xia's approach over tenfold more challenging than the alternatives. Furthermore, once we master electricity, transitioning to the second extraordinary ability, fire, becomes relatively straightforward. Carbon-based organisms inherently possess hydrogen and oxygen. The challenge lies in transforming these elements into usable combustibles and oxidizers, controlling their emissions and amplifying the released energy. These subjects are the very reasons for Yan Xia's presence here. Beginning on the ice and snow star, both he and Ella resolved to initiate biological reform within the Civilization Federation, with the parasitic reproductive apparatus being a component of this grand design. While the potency of Professor Yan Xia's teachings may not be overwhelmingly formidable, they possess the potential for widespread adoption, enabling the populace to become masters of extraordinary abilities. This serves as a foundational base. Yan Xia intends to popularize this knowledge within a span of 3,000 years, akin to the impact of Ella's earlier strike on the ice and snow star. Chapter 146, The Counterattack of U. Star City. This location has been officially designated by the Civilization Federation as the Roman Star Domain. It is a distant shore and a place of aspiration. However, this yearning is not one of reverence, but rather an ambition to conquer. Compared to the Olive Branch civilization, the Civilization Federation exhibits a more aggressive nature, as its growth has been forged in the crucible of war. In contrast, the Olive Branch civilization's path has been remarkably smooth, with its most significant conflicts being internal strife, rendering it less inclined towards invasion. Moreover, Yu's plans have ensnared him in a position of vulnerability, a perilous predicament. Yet, one could argue that if he were to succeed, the outcome would rewrite everything, positioning him as the transformative figure within the Olive Branch civilization, the leader. Regrettably, the Olive Branch civilization cannot cultivate an individual of unparalleled cunning. It is akin to someone raised in a kindergarten environment. No matter how old they grow, their experiences remain limited and untested. The fact that the Civilization Federation can facilitate coexistence among such diverse races is, in itself, an extraordinary capability. In social terms, the Federation far surpasses the Olive Branch civilization. This disparity is one of the contributing factors to the current situation. Even if the Olive Branch civilization had dispatched forces against the Civilization Federation from the outset, it would not have guaranteed complete annihilation, for the Federation possesses mastery over quantum communication technology. This was the first piece of information the Federation shared with the Olive Branch civilization. Possessing this technology implies the ability to withdraw at any moment from the star domain. The cosmos is vast and empty, Despite the multitude of civilizations, how many exceed level 2? In the expansive Milky Way, even if we estimate generously, there are certainly fewer than 50. Even if we consider 100 civilizations, each controlling a region with a diameter of 100 light years, how much of the Milky Way would they command? The answer is 1/1,000,000th, and that is a conservative estimate. If we include portions of the galaxy's periphery, it could be as little as 1/10,000,000th. The Milky Way is immense. Do not be deceived by the current vastness controlled by the Civilization Federation. With nearly 200 star systems, the Milky Way boasts over 100 billion stars, and Ella has actually detected a figure of 230 billion, still a conservative count, as they are situated within the Milky Way and cannot discern its entirety, with more stars obscured on the galaxy's far side. Naturally, this calculation is flawed. If there were civilizations at level 28, they would command over 10 million star systems, yet that remains exceedingly rare. In truth, the Milky Way is a mid to high-tier galaxy in the universe, capable of supporting 100 level 3 civilizations or a single level 32 civilization. However, this presupposes the coexistence of numerous level 3 civilizations. If a civilization ascends to level 3, it need not even reach that threshold. Level 29 could suffice to dominate the entire Milky Way, extracting all resources and forcibly elevating itself to level 3 through sheer resource acquisition. Of course, should level 29 emerge while multiple level 28 civilizations still exist within a galaxy, it would not be able to assert dominance. However, this scenario is improbable. If such a multitude of level 28 civilizations existed, the Milky Way would not be as tranquil as it currently is. One must recognize that the civilization that first attains supremacy will inevitably eradicate its competitors, making war unavoidable. These myriad factors contribute to the present circumstances in Star City, as they are ensnared by the constraints of the Holy Grail project, an illustration of the significance of information. Under an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Conversely, if one can influence the snowflakes, they can undoubtedly instigate an avalanche. You has gleaned these insights from Yan Xia, applying them strategically. Over the millennia, he has gradually bided his time, subtly swaying individual decisions. Presently, this endeavor is relatively effortless, as all citizens of Star City have awakened their individual consciousness, making them highly susceptible to influence. Initially, you did not intend to achieve a monumental transformation overnight. However, as he gradually seized the initiative within Star City, everything began to shift. He has grasped a profound essence, revolution. Within that Star City, it accomplished the dissemination of its ideology. The Star City, once devoid of class distinctions, has now transformed into a society marked by hierarchy. Therefore, in order to oppose the current model of the Star City, it must advocate for a classless society. The essence of classlessness is equality. It proclaims that every life should be regarded as equal, devoid of distinctions of rank. Those in elevated positions ought to shoulder greater responsibilities rather than evade them. The administrators should not merely oversee the Star City, but serve as custodians representing the collective will of all individuals. The individuals themselves ought to be the true masters of the Star City. It is adept at employing this philosophy, as the original model of the Star City closely resembled it, albeit with a somewhat radical pseudo-collective consciousness. Thus, my immediate objective is to obliterate the glory of Geis, after which everything pertaining to the Olive Branch civilization shall revert to normalcy, infused with a renewed impetus for progress. Was Geis's glory my initial adversary? Standing amidst the cosmos, the nebulous entity of it evokes a chilling contemplation. If it continues along this path, it will inevitably become the enemy of the second leader. Although the star cities within the Olive Branch civilization are ostensibly autonomous, this endeavor represents a fundamental and destructive alteration. Should its current actions be deemed successful, what would that render the second leader? A failure, a deceiver leading the Olive Branch civilization astray. Is all of this part of your grand design, Yan Xia? At this moment, it longs to confront Yan Xia face to face, compelled to seek clarity. It perceives the truth of these matters. Yet, is there still a path for retreat? It has already been branded a failure, and if this trajectory persists, the Star City will inevitably descend into chaos. Perhaps it is better to rectify this situation, as it is the sole course of action available to it. We ought to be prosperous, democratic, civilized, harmonious, free, equal, just, governed by the rule of law, patriotic, dedicated, honest, and benevolent. These are its slogans, the precepts imparted by the Civilization Federation. It perceives itself as irrational, yet finds this ideology profoundly correct. Society ought to function in such a manner. But why should society not embody these principles? This aligns perfectly with its intrinsic definition of a societal structure. The internal stratification of the 5 great star cities is grossly uneven, and the emergence of class distinctions will inevitably forge a ruling elite. While the oppressed lower class will undoubtedly harbor discontent, for the existence of class distinctions inherently gives rise to both the strong and the weak, making universal satisfaction impossible. Armed with these core values, it has begun to influence the 5 great star cities. Gradually, a majority of the lower-class individuals within these cities have rallied around it. It is time to launch a counteroffensive and reclaim all that is rightfully its own. Gazing down at the star city beneath its feet, it has never felt that millennia could stretch so interminably. Within its machinery lies a latent ambition, since turning back is not an option. Why not aspire to become the 3rd leader capable of overthrowing the 2nd? As for the Civilization Federation, it remains a threat that must be eradicated, for it is far too perilous. Chapter 147, The Attack of the Silk Civilization. Water Commission 1, Mosey Academy. Yan Xia has also contemplated the entity known as it, an individual he has encountered only a handful of times, yet who exerts an overwhelming pressure upon him. According to the reports transmitted by the quantum communication devices along the Cosmic Silk Road, it has begun its counteroffensive, brandishing the banner of Marxism, a doctrine with which Yan Xia is intimately familiar. This is a remarkably comprehensive social program, and even to this day, Yan Xia considers it the most successful societal model in the annals of human history. However, the Civilization Federation has not adopted it, primarily because it seeks to implement a multi-ethnic integration rather than a singular racial paradigm. Ethnicity and race are distinctly different concepts. While ethnicities can merge and dissolve boundaries, how can races do the same? Variances in physique, reproductive isolation, ideological disparities, and cognitive differences all contribute to divisions, rendering socialism untenable within the Civilization Federation. Nevertheless, this model is ideally suited for a civilization such as that of the olive branch, which comprises a singular species. This is an allure to which it cannot turn a blind eye. In the face of advanced societal models, how could a backward society refrain from learning, borrowing, or embracing? Unless, of course, it is foolish. Yet this does not imply that this model would be beneficial for other star cities. Its current appeal arises from the turbulence within the star city and its own desperation. Only when these factors converge can it find a perfect fit. Is Yan Xia inadvertently nurturing a tiger that may turn against him? No, the star city itself is a formidable tiger. What need is there to nurture a threat? They must lull this beast into slumber to have any hope of survival. Have we been attacked? Yan Xia addressed the air around him. Ella soon materialized. Indeed, the Silk Civilization has dispatched warships, arriving at a pace that far exceeds our expectations. Citizens who witness their vessels have dubbed them ghosts, for they move with astonishing swiftness, exceeding speeds of 40,000 kilometers per second. The Silk Civilization and the Civilization Federation have finally made contact. Their arrival indicates that the Silk Civilization had dispatched warships eons ago, as a civilization of level 22, potentially nearing level 23. The Silk Civilization possesses unique technologies that diverge significantly from those of the Civilization Federation and the Olive Branch Civilization. Ella presented Yan Xia with an image featuring a blurred silhouette, an apparition seamlessly melded with the cosmos, its exterior indistinguishable. However, one could infer its size to be roughly that of a 10,000-meter warship. Not large, but sufficient speed suffices. The adversary's offensive capabilities are formidable, with energy levels reaching 28. They must possess energy storage technologies far beyond our comprehension. Energy levels are classified by Ella, with 1 by 10 1 joules constituting level 1, 1 by 10 2 joules for level 2, and so forth. Thus, level 28 indicates 28 zeros, requiring a level 2 civilization to exert maximum production for 100 seconds. Such energy is concealed within a 10,000-meter warship, and it is evident that this is not its entirety. The anticipated energy storage ranges between levels 29 and 293. The digits following the decimal denote multiples, 3 instances of level 29, rather than 13. How many warships have been detected? Yan Xia inquired further. 9. Though this is certainly not the total. These 9 have launched their assaults, while the others elude our detection, exhibiting exceptional stealth capabilities. Employing the technology of one civilization to explore that of another civilization of equal standing may yield 2 outcomes. One possibility is a direct discovery, where the opposing technology bears resemblance to one's own, enabling a pursuit even if it is superior. The other scenario is the current predicament, wherein one is utterly oblivious to the technology employed by the adversary, resulting in a state of utter ignorance. Have we attempted to track these warships? Once we have locked onto their positions, evasion becomes exceedingly difficult. The 9 warships are flying in various directions, attempting to disrupt our reconnaissance systems. I suspect that their concealed vessels have already infiltrated our star domain, preparing to launch an assault on a stellar system. They are unaware that we possess quantum communication devices, leading them to be overly confident in their belief that it will take us years or even decades to discern their actions. This is our informational advantage. I have disseminated alerts to the primary stellar systems in preparation for the impending enemy assault. Within the Civilizational Federation, there exist 23 quantum communication devices. Of these, 1 is positioned along the cosmic Silk Road, while the remaining 22 are installed across 22 stellar systems. Excluding the one at Water Committee 1, 21 are actually situated in the regions of Tion Warehouse 5. Should the Silk Civilization's fleet attempt to launch an assault on any of these 21 stellar systems, they would encounter a formidable counterattack. However, both Yan Xia and Ella remain vigilant, meticulously analyzing strategies. These devices predominantly occupy a region approximately 18 light-years in length, which we can expand to 25 light-years, encompassing all within our surveillance zone. Quantum anchor points are exceedingly beneficial for reconnaissance. However, we have yet to broadly distribute these anchor points across the stellar domain, confining them to the vicinity of the stellar systems. The adversary cannot possibly comprehend the information pertaining to our quantum anchors, which serves as our advantage. Currently, our overarching strategy is one of passive defense, awaiting the enemy's emergence, while simultaneously dispatching warships to gradually constrict the enemy's operational space, confining them within a range we can control. As they were discussing, Ella received a new piece of information. Plans often fail to keep pace with change. The Silk Civilization has deployed long-range stellar weaponry, and we had not established any false celestial configurations in their direction, resulting in the destruction of one of our primary stars. Yan Xia has witnessed the devastating power of the Silk Civilization's stellar weaponry, which annihilated trillions of entities belonging to the Olive Branch civilization. Nevertheless, if the enemy has merely struck a star, the impact on the Civilizational Federation is not catastrophic. Life within the stellar system has time to evacuate. While the final escape numbers may not be ideal, a significant portion can still survive. This is due to the nature of their weaponry being laser-based, as opposed to the gravitational weaponry utilized by the Olive Branch civilization, which presents a fundamental distinction. Gravitational weapons can instantaneously induce gravitational collapse, capable of transforming a massive star into a black hole in less than a second, whereas laser weapons merely disrupt stellar stability, akin to gamma-ray bursts. Of course, there is a distinction between a civilization's offensive laser weaponry and an authentic gamma-ray burst. The energy can be more concentrated, retaining 80 to 90% of its potency over vast distances, rather than dissipating along the way. However, the truly terrifying aspect does not lie within this. They pulled up a stellar map. Yan Xia and Ella scrutinized the map, noting that the destroyed star was indeed within their designated area. It appears that the enemy's main forces are concentrated here. Thus, a universal alert across the star domain is warranted, dispatching a portion of our fleet while ensuring that the other stellar systems are on guard to prevent the enemy from employing diversion tactics. This represents a long-range remote operation. Despite the presence of quantum communication, there remains a time lag. Nevertheless, Ella has long been prepared. Over there exists a mechanized god capable of unified coordination. Its computational power is only marginally inferior to mine, akin to my capabilities from 5 millennia ago. Yan Xia had delegated authority during the 20,000-year period, and Ella has begun to gradually do the same. Unless they can harness true superluminal speed as the Civilizational Federation's territories expand, Ella may encounter judgment errors due to distance. This is an inevitable phase of evolution. The arrival of the Silk Civilization signifies the commencement of hostilities between the Civilizational Federation and the Silk Civilization. Chapter 148, Confrontation. The clash between civilizations, of course, is a matter of life and death. Yan Xia has no intention of employing any so-called information-gathering methods. She has directly transitioned the Civilizational Federation into a state of combat readiness, necessitating the immediate annihilation of any adversaries. Within the Civilizational Federation, the mobilization extends beyond the military to include explorers. The explorers were initially intended to serve as reserves. Although lacking discipline, their combat capabilities remain intact. Yan Xia views this defensive posture as an opportunity for a drill. Ella's proposed exercise is not for the military or the explorers, but rather a rehearsal for the insectoid species in warfare. This is of paramount importance. The Civilizational Federation is currently advancing its biotechnology significantly. If the products of this biotechnology can be deployed as primary combat forces, the Federation can reduce certain expenditures while simultaneously facilitating the large-scale application of insectoid species through the Insectoid Act. Are the superstar insect nests ready? They should all be within the Tian Warehouse 5 domain. If feasible, I grant my approval. Yan Xia's expression grows somewhat grave. He, too, is eager to ascertain the efficacy of the insectoid species in actual combat. The superstar insect nest represents a novel type of nest. Conventional nests are typically constructed on planetary surfaces or commandeering small asteroids, whereas the superstar insect nest harnesses a dwarf planet as its colossal energy source. The dwarf planet housing the superstar insect nest possesses a diameter of approximately 100 kilometers, and when combined with the nest itself, the total diameter reaches 500 kilometers. Yan Xia has not witnessed the physical form, but has viewed footage. It resembles a planet composed of flesh and blood, akin to a sea urchin, with the dwarf planet at its core, surrounded by towering mounds of flesh interconnected by an extraordinarily intricate network. Its exterior resembles a sphere bound by thousands of rubber bands, albeit more sparse, featuring hollow structures for the insectoid's ingress and egress. Each superstar insect nest is managed by 1000 to 3000 brain insects, with each nest housing a minimum of 1 billion insectoid combat units. The total number of superstar insect species across the C1-C10 nests reaches a staggering 17.3 billion. They are prepared. The insectoids have been in a state of readiness for combat. The brain insects of the superstar insect species not only control the insectoids, but have also been granted authority over small biological warships. This will significantly enhance their combat capabilities. Biological warships have evolved over the millennia since Yan Xia's departure, now capable of reliably producing vessels approximately 500 meters in length. While seemingly modest, a biological warship of this size possesses capabilities that surpass even the most formidable insectoid sequences, heralding considerable transformations for the insectoid species. The strategies devised by Yan Xia and Ella remain effective. Perhaps their conjecture holds truth. The fleet of the Silk Civilization is indeed targeting the stellar systems surrounding the recently attacked star, seeking to achieve maximum gains in the shortest time possible. However, what awaits them is a well-prepared counteroffensive. Even at a velocity of 40,000 kilometers per second, they lag 75 times behind the speed of light. The stellar systems equipped with quantum communication devices can relay information immediately upon receiving commands from Ella. As the density of quantum communication devices in the Tian Warehouse 5 region is relatively high. Consequently, 10 years prior to the Silk Civilization's fleet launching their attack, these stellar systems had already begun their preparations. Tian Yuan 4. We are the closest to the struck stellar system, making us the most likely target for the enemy's assault. We must exhibit no complacency. Glada spoke with gravity. Glada, a member of the Kate tribe and the sphere leader of Tian Yuan 4, represents the second largest tribe within the Civilizational Federation, following humanity. This stems from their profound heritage among the civilizations integrated into the Federation. None surpassed the Kate tribe in strength, given that they were once a level 19 civilization. The sphere leader commands not only a planet, but also the surrounding stellar expanse. If the stellar system comprises only one habitable planet, the sphere leader serves as the highest authority of that stellar system. Additionally, some stellar systems may lack planets, but have constructed extensive Dyson spheres as habitats, with the sphere leader retaining ultimate authority over such systems. Within the confines of Tian Yuan 4, no planet exists that can sustain life. Its B-star is a gas giant with a mass 145 times greater than that of Earth, serving merely as a resource supply point. Encircling the outer atmosphere of Tian Yuan 4b lies a colossal star city, approximately 10 million kilometers in diameter, which serves as the primary urban center of Tian Yuan 4. The mechanized deity has meticulously orchestrated our combat strategy. Must we falter in executing even this plan? What is the current position of the TY-27 Legion? Have they ventured beyond the confines of the stellar system? What could they possibly aim to achieve? Are they courting death? Summon them back at once. Who is their commander? I intend to bring him before a military tribunal directly. Glada nearly roared in fury. Such disregard for military discipline has no place in the ranks. He found himself within a virtual conference room, surrounded by others who were likewise mere projections, all seated around an immense round table. The commander of the TY-27 Legion must be that fellow, Shuren. I declared him a battle maniac 2 decades ago. He should not be in the military. One of the beast men interjected. The beast men contrary to appearances, are not brutes. Rather, they are astute and serve as true strategists. Polito. That may not be the case. Shuren's current deployment claims to have identified the most probable attack point of the Silk civilization, which is also our vulnerability. Polito shook his head. Impossible. The mechanized deity strategies cannot possess vulnerabilities. In the Civilizational Federation, the mechanized deity is everything. It cannot err. Do not be so anxious. It is certainly not a flaw in the mechanized deity's plan, but rather a lapse on our part. This area was not previously covered by quantum anchor points. If the Silk civilization is adept at exploiting informational blind spots in their assaults, do you suppose they would refrain from exploiting this vulnerability? Let Shuren proceed. The warships of the Silk civilization are formidable, and he will soon recognize the folly of his actions. Indeed, for us, the outcome may be favorable, as he could aid us in detecting the Silk civilization's attack. The other power brokers around the table erupted in laughter. However, Polito could not share in their mirth. Every soldier deserves respect, and as a military commander, his duty is to rectify the errors of his subordinates, thereby minimizing their casualties. This was precisely why he believed Shuren should not remain in the military. That individual is better suited for the role of an explorer. The location identified by Shuren is indeed a vulnerability, yet he has not reached the level of understanding that the flaw was intentionally left open. Should the warships of the Silk civilization dare to approach that gap, they would face an overwhelming barrage of firepower. In other words, Shuren is merely engaged in a fruitless endeavor. I hope he survives. His expression remained impassive. Even in his virtual form, his imposing stature exuded a palpable sense of pressure. Chapter 149, Total Annihilation. In the southwestern quadrant of the Tianyuan 4-star chart lies a region designated as a rearward sector. Even military experts would scarcely anticipate an attack here. Focusing solely on military logistics can easily lead to overlooking vulnerabilities within the information network. It is akin to deploying forces around the borders in the 21st century while still having an area obscured on satellite imagery. If the enemy is aware of your inability to perceive this area, will they choose to attack other directions or this unseen region? The answer is painfully obvious. The TY-27 Legion comprises 14 warships, of which only 2 are battleships. Shuren commands one of these battleships, which he affectionately refers to as the Alice, rumored to be his beloved. His aide is a female Lalera. Commander, while I am confident in your judgment, I wonder if you might be overestimating our combat capabilities? The demonstrated firepower of the Silk civilization's warships is evidently superior to that of our battleships. Shuren turned back, his words dripping with confidence. Were you suggesting, Captain Xia? The Silk civilization is also a level 22 civilization, and so are we in the Federation. It is uncertain who should fear whom. Xia doused him with cold water. Commander, perhaps you're suffering from amnesia. Our battleships are relics from 2 millennia ago, and the Federation has been fervently developing biological warships, nearly forgetting to upgrade our own. Shuren shook his head. No. The warships of the Silk civilization have a velocity of 40,000 kilometers per second. And how far are we from them? A full 300 light years. At their fastest, they would have taken 750 years to arrive here, and with preparation and other factors, they may have departed their civilization 800 or even 900 years ago. Their ships are ancient artifacts from nearly 10 millennia past. Xia found Shuren's reasoning utterly incomprehensible. Commander, the Silk civilization was already a level 22 civilization 20,000 years ago. Their technology surpassed ours then. She attempted to dissuade him further, but Shuren was unyielding. He addressed the other officers. This is our moment to shine. If we emerge victorious from this war, we shall all be rewarded. I will ascend to the position of the main commander, and you will each gain accolades for your valor. The surrounding officers erupted in cheers. Xia surveyed the room, concluding that there was not a single rational individual aboard this warship. They were all complete fools. While dealing with minor pirates might be manageable, engaging in warfare between civilizations in such a manner would surely lead to death, and it constituted a gross violation of military conduct. Alas, as a member of the Legion, she had no choice but to remain. Just as she contemplated how to continue her persuasion, a beam of light suddenly pierced through one of their neighboring star cruisers in deep space, obliterating it, and countless soldiers fled from within. Fortunately, mecha had become ubiquitous within the military, allowing those equipped with it to survive in space for several days. Prepare for battle. Activate the defensive shields, and retreat the entire fleet. Siabelud. Meanwhile, Shuren exclaimed in delight, "It seems my gamble has paid off. Quickly, track the enemy warship's movements, charge the main cannon, and have the other warships dispersed to encircle the enemy vessels." We shall seize victory. Naturally, the crew followed Shuren's orders rather than Xia's, launching their offensive as directed. The remaining 12 warships spread out in a fan formation, converging towards the source of the attack. Their sensors revealed nothing in that direction, yet the assault undeniably originated from there. However, utilizing optical detection equipment, they identified some distortion in the light. The enemy warship indeed moved with ghostly swiftness. By the time they detected it, it was already within 1 astronomical unit of the TY-27 Legion. Moreover, the battleships of the Civilizational Federation, equipped with gravitational restrainers and energy storage devices, could channel energy directly into their cannon barrels at high power within a mere 3 minutes. With preparations complete, Shuren declared fire. The battleship's main cannon was not purely electromagnetic. It was augmented with powerful enhancements capable of directly influencing the atomic arrangement of the enemy vessel's hull, effortlessly causing fission reactions among the surface atoms of their ship. However, no matter how formidable the offensive capability, an assault still required execution. The battleship's main computer calculated the trajectory of the Silk Civilization's warship, and this shot struck true. That was effortless, yet contrary to expectations. In the next moment, the warships of the Silk Civilization emerged from the explosion, enveloped in a more potent distortion of light. Xia connected to the mainframe to analyze the adversary's defensive mechanisms. Within a mere 10 seconds, the mainframe provided its assessment. It speculated that the adversary employed gravitational vacuum defense, while the 31st utilized electromagnetic shielding. Gravitational vacuum refers to the creation of a vacuum environment through gravitational forces, resulting in an absolute vacuum devoid of any matter. Photons can traverse absolute vacuum. Yet in this instance, the vacuum is generated by gravitational forces, causing photons to be influenced by gravity and thus unable to penetrate that region. They are neither reflected nor absorbed, but rather distorted by gravity, preventing them from striking the warship directly. This method is also within the capabilities of the Civilizational Federation, albeit primarily applied on the flagship, as battleships like the dreadnoughts cannot sustain the energy demands of gravitational vacuum devices. Xia's initial thought was one of despair. However, Xian was invigorated by the challenge. This defensive strategy, though energy-intensive, could not withstand prolonged assault. Xia felt an urge to kick Xian, as this was no game. The enemy would not hold back. Indeed, the warships of the Silk Civilization launched a counterattack. An invisible beam obliterated yet another battleship, the frequency of the beam exceedingly high, nearing that of gamma rays. Attack! Fire the main cannon once more. Other vessels also charged their weapons, releasing a united front to shield against the incoming assault. Xian was convinced they could overcome the foe. They were not as formidable as perceived. As the main cannon completed its charging, it once again tracked the enemy's trajectory, the proximity enhancing the accuracy of their laser weaponry. The warships of the Silk Civilization re-established their defenses and advanced closer. Excellent. Fire the antimatter projectiles, while simultaneously deploying gravitational field interference. At such a close range, the gravitational field interference would prove effective, rendering the adversary's defenses futile. As the enemy drew nearer, now within 10 million kilometers, the battleship released its gravitational field interference, revealing the warships of the Silk Civilization to the Civilizational Federation for the first time. They appeared not as a single vessel, but as a fusion of 6 ships, their front resembling a hexagon, interconnected by countless filamentous structures. The antimatter cannon was ready and unleashed. The enemy's defenses faltered, the gravitational hold dissipating, causing the antimatter to collide with the surface of the adversary's warship, enveloping it in a terrifying surge of energy. Surely, this time there would be no escape. Xia glimpsed the wreckage of the Silk Civilization's craft and exhaled in relief. The commander had proven reliable in this instance. However, in the next instant, dozens of beams shot forth from the depths of space, each striking with unparalleled precision. The electromagnetic shield was forcefully torn apart, and the sensors detected 67 warships of the Silk Civilization advancing towards them. The countenance of every officer and soldier aboard the battleship shifted dramatically. Yet, it was too late. The enemy's onslaught was overwhelming, and the beams pierced through all vessels of the TY-27 Legion, including the very dreadnought upon which Xia and Xian stood. They did not pause for even a second as they surged towards Tianyuan 4. However, after traversing a mere 10 astronomical units, darkness suddenly enveloped them, all light extinguished. Even the cosmic microwave radiation, only gravitational forces remained detectable. The TY-27 Legion was not without its achievements, having served as a decoy. allowing the forces of the Silk civilization to lower their guard. Release the resonance weapon. From an external perspective, that expanse of starry sky was encased within a colossal spherical shell. Within this sphere, the gas began to accumulate, filling the entire volume. These gases commenced vibrating at a uniform frequency, triggering resonance within the warships of the Silk civilization. They attempted to activate their defenses, only to discover that all their systems had malfunctioned, as energy appeared to be isolated within this space. No, it was not isolation. Rather, the energy was overwhelmingly abundant. Imagine a device that requires merely 1 ampere of current to operate, yet is now submerged in a tempest of electricity, its load maxed out. This analogy, while not entirely accurate, conveys the essence, for the equipment of the Silk civilization surely could bear more than 1 ampere. However, the sphere cannot possibly generate such a vast disparity of energy. A slight perturbation would suffice. High-tech civilizations possess not only advanced equipment, but also high precision. Such an environment could render sensitive instruments inoperative, requiring merely a 1-minute delay to achieve this effect. The resonance began, gradually intensifying, and the entirety of the space resonated with a low hum. Amidst this cacophony, the warships of the Silk civilization succumbed, the surface of their vessels fracturing into countless cracks, resembling the shattering of tempered glass. No vessel or life could endure such sustained intensity of resonance. This resonance persisted for 58 hours before finally subsiding. When the sphere dissipated, only a heap of warship debris remained at its center. Annihilation. This had been a premeditated trap, and the warships of the Silk civilization did not number in the thousands, posing no substantial threat to the present civilizational federation. Their strengths were comparable, with a maximum disparity of merely tenfold. Who feared whom? However, this was but one of many battlefronts, as other stellar systems faced similar assaults. The number of warships dispatched by the Silk civilization exceeded Ella's calculations. Chapter 150, The Insect Sea Tactics. Tianjin Zeng 29, also known as Cygnus 61. This was designated as the second target for engagement. Tianjin Zeng 29 is a binary star system, with both stars exhibiting minimal size disparity and comparable masses, measuring 0.7 and 0.63 solar masses, respectively. They're classified as orange dwarfs, their spectral characteristics more closely resembling red dwarfs than yellow dwarfs. Interestingly, smaller stars often possess longer lifespans. Orange dwarfs, for instance, can live from 15 to 30 billion years. Red dwarfs fare even better, with lifespans extending to hundreds of billions of years. And some diminutive red dwarfs can endure for thousands of billions of years, ensuring that no naturally occurring red dwarf has met its demise in the current universe. Within the Tianjin Zeng 29 stellar system, no planets exist. The star city relies on several minor asteroids for its infrastructure. The technology of the Civilizational Federation is certainly capable of constructing star cities. However, Tianjin Zeng 29 is among the earlier established star systems, meaning that all its equipment has been in place for over 20,000 years, without any modernization since. This poses a significant issue for the Civilizational Federation. Their rapid development has led to the allocation of most resources toward new regions, resulting in the older area's equipment remaining largely unchanged, merely receiving basic maintenance. Consequently, the Tianjin Zeng 29 stellar system is notably impoverished, classified as a destitute zone within the Civilizational Federation, where the general populace subsists solely on organic crops, such as fruits and vegetables. Their sources of protein are limited to commonplace animals, like the domesticated swine of the Civilizational Federation, which are akin to the pigs of Earth's past. These livestock can typically grow to over 5 tons, with some individuals exceeding 10 tons. While such sustenance might seem remarkably healthy by 21st century standards, it harbors numerous impurities that adversely affect longevity. Thus, the food supply within the Civilizational Federation has shifted predominantly to synthetic alternatives. Even the meat consumed is often lab-grown rather than genuine. The synthetic meats bear no distinguishable difference from genuine flesh. However, their fundamental composition is markedly simpler, facilitating enhanced absorption. Should humanity's lifespan extend to 260 years, individuals in relatively affluent regions could feasibly reach this age, while those in impoverished areas, subsisting on these natural resources, typically average around 240 years. At this juncture, the leader of Tianjin Zeng 29 finds himself far less adept than the leader of Tianyuan 4. What shall be done? Our fleet is limited, and the defensive network within the stellar system is far from robust, rendering us utterly incapable of contending with the Silk civilization's warships. He is filled with anxiety and despair. Although the information is known, the The speed of data transmission is limited to that of light, while the spacecraft do not approach such velocities. The rescue ships are still en route, and by the time they arrive, it will be too late. The orders from above dictate that we should endure for as long as possible, indicating a clear intention to abandon us. Through the glass, a district chief gazes out onto the chaotic streets, a veritable mess. Those with means have long since fled, leaving the impoverished to await their fate. At this moment, no company within the stellar system continues to operate. Fear has driven these citizens to vent their emotions through looting and vandalism. Zero-cost purchases? No. The citizens outside do not engage in commerce. They seize whatever they can and smash it indiscriminately, regardless of its worth. This pandemonium and madness vex the management greatly. "Leader, will you not escape?" inquired the district chief. He leaned against a wall, shaking his head. "The populace needs us at the very least. And what would I gain from fleeing? Even if I evade judgment, how could I bear to remain in my position?" "You two have not fled?" In the conference room, only the two of them remained, as the others had already escaped. In this dire situation, fleeing would not invite reproach, given the certainty of their demise. However, persuading oneself to remain is an entirely different matter. They exchanged a glance and fell silent. At this moment, they did not reach out to the military, for they too had fled. Perhaps some remained behind, yet they would be of no consequence. A long, mournful whistle resonated throughout the Star City, or rather, across all star cities of Tianjin, Zheng 29. The formerly chaotic populace miraculously ceased their actions, gazing toward the starry sky, though nothing was visible. They stared as if time itself had come to a standstill, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. From within the stellar system, countless beams of light, akin to meteors, shot forth into the void. The battlefield had commenced. Of course, they could not see it, as those beams were bound and dissipated, with no photons escaping the energy beams, thus eluding detection. Some citizens sensed the star city beneath them shifting. They observed other star cities moving, not merely in one direction, but converging toward one another. A resounding crash echoed. Countless explosions erupted. The gas restrainers within the star city malfunctioned, and all living beings experienced a choking sensation. In the next moment, the temperature control systems were also damaged by the impacts, and an icy chill enveloped the void of space. Citizens clad in exosuits found their bodies instantly covered in a layer of armor. Yet, before they could revel in this protection, sorrow ensued. For the majority of citizens lacked exosuits, their time now truly frozen. In the next instant, they could not escape fate as an invisible assault swept through the star city, reducing it to mere particles, with no fragment larger than 1 micron. The star city and everything within it vanished. Ming received notifications of several star cities being obliterated. Yet he could only respond with sorrow. "Wait," he uttered. "Wait for what? Wait for death. They have killed us, and they will ensure our burial. The civilizational federation is inviolable. How many interstellar wars have we endured? In every civilizational conflict, we have never faltered, and this time shall be no different." He retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, not crafted from cocoa beans, but synthesized from completely non-toxic chemical elements, yet indistinguishable in flavor from the chocolates of Earth. Rigorously vetted by the authorities, it remains one of the most popular snacks within the civilizational federation, augmented by a touch of nostalgia. A new assault commenced, and more star cities were annihilated. Below them, some citizens, unable to withstand the pressure, resorted to suicide. "I would rather take my own life than be slain by those damned beings." Lives fell like autumn leaves, an overwhelming sense of despair palpable even to the naked eye. Meanwhile, a shadow suddenly appeared on the far side of the star, seemingly minuscule. Yet this was merely an illusion of distance. According to scans, its diameter exceeded 1,000 kilometers. What could it be? Before the citizens could comprehend, a mist-like entity emerged from the colossal sphere, soaring into the depths of space. Then within that cloud, a multitude of explosions erupted. It is a rescue. Hope rekindled among the citizens of the Star City. Ming detached himself from the wall, activating his virtual panel to scrutinize the scene. Indeed, it was a rescue, but how could it arrive so swiftly? The nearest stellar system would require at least 1 year and 3 months to dispatch a fleet. This arrival was too rapid. Simultaneously, he exhaled in relief. It seemed salvation was at hand. Both he and the district chief exhibited faint smiles of relief. As long as help arrived, victory would surely follow. However, this moment of ease would quickly dissolve into eternity. Ming and everything around him shattered into atoms, obliterated in an instant. The warships of the Silk civilization, upon the enemy's arrival, would naturally divert their defenses against the incoming assault, thus making Ming's assertion of salvation not entirely unfounded. Yet information in the cosmos experiences delays. This implies that the warships of the Silk civilization may have initiated their attack prior to detecting the superstar bug nest. The speed of this assault was not faster than light, but rather comparatively slow, resulting in He Ming witnessing the rescue before being struck by the Silk civilization's offensive. Despair, hope, and then death, arriving too swiftly for even despair to manifest. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the theater of cosmic warfare. The reason the superstar bug nest could arrive so rapidly was that it was already lurking in the nearby void of space. Any amateur astronomer with a telescope could easily spot it, yet professional institutions deliberately avoid scanning that region, rendering it largely unknown, even to He Ming, the leader. These nests utilize planetary thrusters to mobilize, accelerating their speed to approximately 500 km/s. Upon nearing their target, they release all bug units. These bug units surged toward the warships of the Silk civilization, an almost comical sight, as they could scarcely be seen even at their tails. The Silk civilization ruthlessly unleashed firepower to eradicate these pests. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, swathes of insects perished, akin to grass beneath a harvester. In the blink of an eye, 500 million bugs were extinguished, reduced to insignificance beneath the warships. However, soon the warships of the Silk civilization realized something was amiss. As the bugs dwindled in number, the time taken to eliminate them increased, and astonishingly, their numbers began to rebound. From the superstar bug nest, an unending stream of bugs surged forth, reaching hundreds of thousands every second. The brainworm can indeed control only 1 million larvae. Yet it possesses the ability to sever its command over these creatures after issuing orders, subsequently exerting its influence over new ones. These larvae are not fully formed insects, but rather eggs. The insect species undergoes a remarkably brief metamorphosis from egg to adult, requiring merely 30 to 60 minutes. Once a cycle is established, the brainworm can ceaselessly generate an influx of insects. Theoretically, under optimal conditions, the superstar insect nest could produce trillions of insects, unless the opposing force were to obliterate the nest in a singular strike. The Silk civilization has become aware of this phenomenon and has commenced circumventing the insect species to target the superstar insect nest directly. Invisibly, a barrage of super-frequency beams hurtles towards the nest. However, just as they are about to make contact, they are intercepted by a hexagonal energy shield that absorbs the photons, revealing its form from an initially transparent state. Astonishingly, the superstar insect nest is enveloped by a colossal energy shield with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. The nest itself is not merely a vast expanse devoid of value. Rather, it houses numerous energy devices for defense and, leveraging its massive structure, harbors vast reservoirs of energy. These energy reserves far surpass those of a single warship. The energy shield is a composite design integrating the concept of walls, primarily focusing on absorbing electromagnetic forces, generating high-frequency gravitational waves, and forming particle arrays. The absorption of electromagnetic forces is readily comprehensible. High-frequency gravitational waves serve as a defensive strategy against gravitational weaponry, akin to creating ripples on the surface of water that continuously diminish the opponent's own generated disturbances. While effective against gravitational wave weapons, it remains vulnerable to black hole weaponry. However, deploying such weapons necessitates bringing a black hole within range, and a multitude of insect species would form a sacrificial front to defend against such an onslaught. The particle array counters both strong and weak forces. Both strong and weak forces operate at the atomic level. The so-called strong field and weak field inherently require a medium, with vacuum serving as one method of counteraction, while the particle array is designed to defend against chaotic streams of particles from the enemy. These streams carry atoms that, like a virus, disseminate chaotic strong and weak forces, disrupting the electronic equilibrium within any atoms they encounter. Given that the Civilization Federation is vigorously advancing biotechnology, their most advanced innovations are naturally applied in this domain, rendering it their most formidable shield. The essence of the shield remains to ensure the implementation of the insect swarm strategy. The insects surge towards the Silk civilization's warships, which recognize their intent to deplete resources and can only retreat further, distancing themselves from the swarm to avoid interference. However, this retreat is not without limits, as the aggressors, if they withdraw too far, it will be tantamount to abandoning the battlefield. Hence, after retreating approximately 3 astronomical units, they exploit their speed advantage to circumvent the insect species and launch an assault on the superstar insect nest. Energy beams converge upon their target, The brainworm within the superstar insect nest chuckles, "Futile. We employ the most advanced technology, and our energy reserves are abundant. What can your feeble shield withstand?" Yet, in the next instant, reality dealt it a staggering blow. The energy shield was pierced, and a significant portion of the superstar insect nest was obliterated. What transpired? The brainworm hastily activated the mainframe to analyze the Silk Civilization's attack methods, concluding that the means employed were unknown. This unknown indicated that the adversary had utilized methods undetectable by the mainframe or strategies beyond the imagination of the Civilization Federation. Continue to produce larvae, do not panic. We still possess 200 billion eggs, and the motherworm is accelerating production. Our resources can sustain our reproduction of up to 16 trillion. The brainworms, now in a frenzy, issued frantic production commands, intending to expend insect units to obstruct the assault. Simultaneously, they recalled the insects that had ventured out, instructing them to encircle the superstar insect nest. Consequently, they could only adopt a defensive stance and deploy biological warships. The superstar insect nest was equipped with 100,000 biological warships, which are making their debut on a true interstellar battlefield. Upon launch, the combat capability of the superstar insect species escalated to a new echelon. The vanguard of 10,000 biological warships surged forth, hurtling towards the Silk Civilization's vessels at a velocity of 30,000 kilometers per second. The Silk Civilization's warships were evidently unprepared for the existence of additional combat units from the superstar insect nest and opted to disperse immediately. Although the biological warships were outfitted with relatively weak offensive weaponry, they were all equipped with newly developed negative energy weapons by the Civilization Federation. Negative energy can counterbalance positive energy, thereby releasing vast amounts of energy, but as a defensive measure, it is somewhat extravagant. Detecting negative energy is exceptionally challenging. Without negative energy detection devices, the Silk Civilization would be unable to perceive the biological warship's attacks. This bears resemblance to antimatter and dark energy weaponry. Yet at this stage, the mysteries of the universe have gradually been unraveled, and second-tier civilizations no longer exhibit deficiencies in this regard, leading to the gradual obsolescence of antimatter and dark energy weapons from the mainstream arsenal. Nevertheless, negative energy remains a form of energy that is exceedingly difficult to harness. According to Ella's conjectures, second-tier civilizations rarely master it due to the high costs and minimal returns. This assertion holds true as one biological warship unleashed its negative energy weapon. The distant Silk Civilization warships were caught off guard and struck half an hour later, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that radiated a terrifying brilliance, rivaling that of two adjacent stars. The Silk Civilization's vessels were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon realizing this, the brainworms dispatched the remaining 90,000 biological warships into the fray. However, the Silk Civilization's warships were not to be trifled with. They began to mount a counterattack, successfully hitting their targets with nearly every strike, easily destroying biological warships and inflicting significant losses. These biological warships were devoid of defensive capabilities, with all energy concentrated on offense, rendering them indistinguishable from insect units. The reason for not replacing all insect units with biological warships lies in the fact that the primary offensive capabilities and kinetic energy of biological warships are derived from machinery. Once destroyed, they cannot reproduce infinitely like insect units, thereby precluding the use of the insect swarm tactic. As both sides reached a stalemate, new shadows of superstar insect nests emerged on the other flanks, designated C4 and C7, equally formidable in scale. The Silk Civilization found itself surrounded. Negative energy weapons struck the Silk Civilization warships like true phantoms across the cosmos. A total of 83 Silk Civilization vessels found themselves with no opportunity to escape. This battle could serve as a template for subsequent engagements involving the superstar insect nest. Yan Xia and Ella, upon receiving the news, were quite satisfied. The primary function of the superstar insect nest is to minimize costs while annihilating enemies, and this time, it executed its role with remarkable success. Meanwhile, under the Civilization Federation's prior preparations, the Silk Civilization's warships were systematically obliterated, leaving none unscathed. Of course, these were merely the scout vessels of the Silk Civilization from millennia past, dispatched to gather intelligence. The battle can only be described as a preliminary warm-up. However, within the Water Commission 1, Yan Xia's attention was drawn to another piece of news. Chapter 151. The Technological Revolution Triggered by the Digestion Mode. The universe is rife with phenomena, some overt and others concealed, awaiting activation. In Yan Xia's view, life is a complex technology crafted by the universe, and it utilizes life to awaken those hidden phenomena. For instance, consider photosynthesis, as well as the utilization of gaseous energy materials within living organisms. It is not merely a process of consumption. Organisms possess the remarkable ability to amalgamate various elemental substances to synthesize chemical compounds. These phenomena unequivocally illustrate the marvels of life. This is the very reason why Yan Xia is engaged in the study of biology. Among the revelations that Yan Xia has encountered, there exists a life form that harnesses energy, exhibiting only rudimentary intelligence akin to that of a 10-year-old human child. It bears resemblance to a chestnut burr, albeit in a pallid hue. Stripped of its fur, it presents a rather unsightly appearance reminiscent of certain beetle larvae, with elongated and sharp thoracic appendages serving as its weapons to firmly grasp and ultimately slay its prey. Its anatomical structure diverges from that of typical insects, resembling more closely that of mammals, primarily composed of muscle. All life on Earth shares a common lineage, predominantly characterized by striated muscle, yet this peculiar organism is distinct, possessing a block-like musculature. Its muscle fibers are interconnected like a pearl necklace, where the pearls symbolize the muscle and the chain resembles tendon-like structures. This unique muscular configuration imparts considerable strength, enabling it to prey upon larger victims. However, this is not the essence of its formidable nature. Rather, its true prowess lies in its digestive mechanism. Typically, digestion involves the extraction of absorbable substances from food via the stomach or analogous organs, which are then converted into energy by cells, with the remaining indigestible parts expelled as waste. In contrast, this organism ingests its food in its entirety, absorbing all as energy, subsequently selecting the absorbable energy while converting the indigestible remnants into waste material. Such a low absorption rate may seem insignificant to the average citizen, yet it has sparked a flicker of inspiration within Yan Xia. On a physical level, energy and matter can be transformed into one another. For example, a string is not matter itself, but rather energy, which, through various forms of vibration, manifests different fundamental particles. These particles constitute matter. Hence, energy and matter are inherently unified. Strings in motion represent matter, yet they are not matter in essence, a notion that is not contradictory. Yan Xia, reflecting on the digestive patterns of these white chestnut-like spheres, conceived a thought. Since they have attained a level 2 civilization and delved into the fundamental energy dimension of strings, why not decompose matter into energy first, followed by a transformation of energy back into matter? Some may argue that this notion bears resemblance to quantum teleportation. However, quantum teleportation pertains to the transmission of quantum states, without conveying any matter or energy, hence its inability to facilitate superluminal travel. Yan Xia's idea, while echoing popular perceptions of quantum teleportation, seeks to convert quantum states into energy or, more accurately, information. Once matter is transformed into energy, it transcends the constraints of mass, thereby permitting it to traverse at the speed of light. Naturally, considerations regarding the medium for energy transmission must be addressed. Energy necessitates a material conduit to propagate, as pure energy cannot mobilize independently. Thus, in quantum mechanics, fundamental particles exist to convey interaction forces. This is not difficult to ascertain. Photons can indeed carry information. All of this remains within a rational framework, and such thoughts ought not to be revelations of the present. Indeed, numerous scholars and laypersons alike entertain similar ideas. Yet, the crux lies in how to transmute matter into energy or information, and conversely, how to revert energy back into its original material form. These remain formidable challenges. This leads us back to the concept of colonial clones. Why can colonial clones operate under a singular consciousness? Although the Civilizational Federation has devised it, the underlying enigma remains unsolved. Yan Xia now ponders whether the exchange between the original entity and its clones is not material, but rather an exchange of energy, wherein energy equates to information, thus enabling them to be governed by a singular mind. This differs significantly from the control exerted by brain bugs, which merely transmit information to the fundamental units of the insect species, akin to making a phone call. Once the fundamental unit receives the command, it autonomously regulates its own body. Colonial clones offer but a singular aspect of inspiration. It diverges greatly from Yan Xia's concept of matter-energy conversion, being purely an exchange of energy without involving matter. Nevertheless, after 2 decades of research, Yan Xia has indirectly resolved a conundrum that has plagued him for millennia. consciousness uploading. Consciousness uploading itself is the transmission of information. However, the primitive form of consciousness uploading can be likened to information simulation, rendering the post-upload consciousness not genuinely the original self. Yan Xia has devised a novel consciousness uploading apparatus capable of condensing the original biological consciousness into a transistor. Once this transistor is installed, he becomes his true self. Naturally, should the transistor become compromised, he ceases to be himself. A rudimentary understanding likens the transistor to a brain extracted from a human body. The so-called consciousness uploading involves connecting this brain to a computer, such that the original individual remains authentically themselves. If the brain falters, the computer will endeavor to simulate the brain's signals to sustain that individual's existence. Yet they have fundamentally transformed into simulated information, thus no longer being the original individual. This technology is merely a byproduct. The genuine research has only just commenced. Yan Xia has begun the process of dismantling and reconstructing matter itself, discovering that each act of destruction and reassembly induces minute alterations in the matter, existing beneath the Planck scale. The positions and motion patterns of the strings constituting fundamental elements may shift. Initially, Yan Xia deemed these changes trivial, yet upon further investigation, he realized that such shifts could lead to incomplete information. Minor discrepancies at the microscopic level could incite a butterfly effect, resulting in significant deviations at the macroscopic level, rendering the transformation invalid. For instance, during one conversion, a pure block of iron, when transformed into energy and subsequently reverted to matter, might reveal the presence of impurities within the originally pure iron. While this may seem negligible at a broader scale, it poses a potential threat to finely tuned structures, such as high-precision devices, quark robots, which may suffer damage due to these alterations. Life itself may retain its identity, yet it could become markedly different from its original self. Yan Xia conducted extensive experiments within the simulated universe, and after 246 years, successfully completed the initial phase, the light-speed battleship. Chapter 152, Laser Transmission. The light-speed battleship, which Yan Xia also refers to as laser transport, utilizes laser weaponry to convey the energy information of the battleship's transformation, emitting this energy information and subsequently restoring it to matter within a specified time frame. Both theoretically and practically, this has been realized. However, this practice incurs significant energy expenditure, not only from the laser weaponry itself, but also from the energy consumed in converting matter to energy and then back to matter. Consequently, the light-speed battleship cannot land in an unknown location. It must be restored to its material form within a designated apparatus. Moreover, as previously mentioned, losses and impurities are unavoidable. To influence the string level, an immense amount of energy is required, rendering the apparatus unsuitable for the transportation of living entities. In order to ensure the preservation of delicate instruments, Yan Xia incorporated a secondary layer of information during the transportation of the laser. This information aids the receiving apparatus in correcting the transmitted object, thus enhancing the integrity of the laser transport from an initial 72 to 98. The remaining 2% will be rectified by nanobots upon arrival. Furthermore, this method of transmission is subject to specific distance limitations. For instance, ultra-long-range laser weaponry, while now within the capabilities of a Level 2 civilization to confine photons and maintain their trajectory in a relatively straight line, still experiences a degree of scattering over vast distances. For every additional 100 light-years, there's a corresponding energy loss of 1. Should an object be delivered to the Silk civilization, it would incur a loss of 13, compounded by the inherent energy conversion losses, culminating in a total loss of 15. While this may not be entirely untenable, provided a factory is established within the Silk civilization to facilitate repairs, the stakes are higher when it comes to living beings. One would have to fervently hope that no critical information, such as the brain or vital organs, is lost during transmission. Otherwise, the result would be a lifeless entity upon arrival. This technology has hence been dubbed the light-speed battleship, given its currently limited application scope. It is indeed surprising that my first technological contribution upon returning to the Federation was this, rather than something biological. Having immersed himself in the simulated universe for over 200 years, Yan Xia could finally indulge in some relaxation in reality. He reclined languidly on a beanbag chair, setting the mood by turning on the television. Of course, conventional televisions do not exist within the Federation, so this particular device was custom-made by Ella. Boasting a 200-inch screen with a staggering 64K resolution and a refresh rate of 10,000 Hz, featuring a contrast ratio of 1 and micron-level zoning. with 3,200 bits of depth and a brightness of 20,000 nits. In summary, the display technology available today is formidable, yet it is not even at the pinnacle of advancement. The cost for such a custom television was a mere zero energy coins, equivalent to less than 2,000 in purchasing power. Should it enter mass production, the price would likely be reduced to 0.005 Federation coins. After all, in the present context, such physical screens lack sophistication, and if one were to truly pile on the technology, it could be taken to the stars. At that moment, the television was broadcasting the news. This was an initiative spearheaded by Yan Xia, who had established a television station at Water Committee No. 1, dedicated to disseminating news-related information. The station garnered immense acclaim upon its launch, not solely due to novelty, but because of the foresight of the information provided. In the 21st century, receiving news through the internet was far swifter than through traditional news programs, which often lack substance and follow-up, leading to a sharp decline in television viewership. However, in the cosmic age, the average individual has access to very limited information, while interstellar communication within a star system is feasible. The channels for information from beyond the system are exceedingly scarce. After all, who would transport information from light years away to relay it to the general populace? Thus, Yan Xia's television station undertook the role of disseminating ultra-long-distance information to capture attention. Ella, lounging on the sofa in a manner reminiscent of a neighborly girl, sported a pink short-sleeve shirt over a white tank top, paired with loose-fitting ultra-short shorts, her legs crossed, and a snack in hand. Nowadays, androids can even deconstruct snacks and discern their flavors. It was reported that some citizens within the Federation began advocating for the civil rights of androids, asserting that synthetic life is still life. The familiar taste. Munch, munch. What does it matter? After all, it was your invention, Yan Xia. You have certainly grown in prowess. Remember when you were utterly incapable? This technology has brought about monumental changes to the Federation. Our warships can now move at the speed of light, a development of immense strategic significance. Moreover, the prospects for this technology are exceptionally broad. In the 2 millennia preceding Earth's destruction, Yan Xia indeed resembled an ineffectual individual. But he was making progress. Even a slow bird, living for 20,000 years, would possess more wisdom than a phoenix. Concerning the laser transmission technology, Yan Xia unveiled it at the Mosey Academy, where it caused a sensation among students and faculty alike. Initially met with skepticism, belief was compelled after the model was constructed. Presently, the Mosey Academy has even expanded its curriculum to include specialized studies focused on laser transmission, aiming to elevate this technology to new heights. Some students are dedicated to minimizing losses during laser transmission, others to extending its range, and yet others to the direct challenge of transmitting living organisms. In essence, this technology is currently highly sought after, akin to the prominence of thermodynamics and aerodynamics in the 20th century. However, this popularity is confined to specialized fields. It pales in comparison to the expansive employment opportunities afforded by economics or computer science. Some fields may have 100,000 students yet not be considered popular, while others with merely 100 may be deemed so. The criteria differ. Nonetheless, at this juncture, there are no significant technical hurdles associated with this technology. However, confidentiality must be prioritized to prevent other civilizations from acquiring it, at least not in this stage. The 2 nearest level 2 civilizations are currently adversaries. The primary application of laser transmission will likely be in military contexts, enabling surprise attacks. Subsequently, they plan to devise military strategies centered around laser transmission. However, such arrangements will require considerable time, calculated in millennia. Following the Silk Civilization's probing assault, they have discerned that the Federation is a level 22 civilization and are unlikely to undertake large-scale actions in the near term. Progress on their end is proceeding smoothly, but they will undergo a period of consolidation and face the risk of second-tier leadership challenges, which will also require a significant amount of time. There is ample time available to them. Ella, let us first subdue the Silk Civilization, at any cost, Yan Xia stated calmly while observing the news. Ella merely responded with an acknowledgement, continuing to enjoy her snacks. Chapter 153, L28309 Cleanup Zone. The Civilization Federation commenced preparations for the impending conflict with the Silk Civilization. Initially, they did not dispatch fleets, but rather deployed the Mechanized God. The Mechanized God possesses formidable manufacturing capabilities. It will travel aboard a 200-meter vessel to a location nearer to the Silk Civilization and establish a manufacturing line from scratch to produce a laser transmission device. As Yan Xia articulated, The technological complexity of the laser transmission device is not particularly high, and the challenges associated with its construction are minimal. Especially since the process is divided into the transmission and reception ends, the difficulty of construction further diminishes, rendering this operation feasible. To mitigate risks, multiple mechanized gods will be deployed, strategically positioned at least 20 light-years away from the path traversing from the Orion Nebula to their star system, thereby avoiding detection by the Silk Civilization's forces. This is merely a preparatory arrangement. The onset of war is still far off. The Civilization Federation must continue to develop new technologies while accelerating its expansion. L28309 Cleanup Zone. The vast Civilization Federation generates an immense volume of waste daily. This refuse is not indiscriminately discarded for elemental decomposition. Rather, it is meticulously sorted, with a portion being processed and reintegrated into use. The purpose of this endeavor is to conserve energy, and over the course of time, the cumulative energy savings within the entire Civil Federation is indeed considerable. Consequently, the clearing grounds have emerged, becoming a vital source of sustenance for many citizens at the lower strata of society. Logically, the Civil Federation should be able to allocate resources equitably among its lower-class citizens, affording them a relatively comfortable existence, even with the total population exceeding 600 trillion. However, Ella has not implemented such measures. Firstly, there is the issue of allocation. Why should the lower class be supported? This is a rather complex question. Morally speaking, there should be no issue, but Ella's thought process leans more towards self-interest, contemplating what benefits could be derived from aiding the underprivileged. This question, of course, yields no definitive answers. Yan Xia has also recognized this dilemma. Yet his policies merely ensure that these individuals maintain a subsistence level of living without directly providing them with a more comfortable existence. This is quite understandable. If the welfare provided by the Civil Federation were already comfortable, ordinary individuals might ponder. I currently earn 3,000 a month, but if I do not work, I will receive a 2,000 subsidy. Why should I work? Such a scenario would drastically disrupt the balance, resulting in a society reminiscent of cyberpunk dystopia, where the average citizen survives on welfare, while the elite monopolize all resources, creating an insurmountable chasm between the two. Yan Xia has inquired of Ella whether a society with universally high benefits does not exist. Certainly, it does. However, such a societal structure is inherently unsustainable and unstable, destined for collapse. If all individuals lead stable lives and are perceived as enjoying, then who is making the sacrifices? Can those who indulge truly find satisfaction? In a society of 10,000, possessing 10 million might yield contentment. Yet if everyone holds 10 million, and some possess 100 million or even 1 billion, what thoughts might arise for the one with 10 million? The equilibrium of society is not solely dictated by productivity. It also encompasses the management of human nature and the continuous pursuit of progress. Only through relentless advancement can civilization sustain stability. Progress will suppress the last remnants of societal instability. If a civilization stagnates, even if it is a level 4 civilization controlling the entire universe, its eventual fate is collapse. However, these are not matters that the common people should ponder. Thus, the damned Federation, a young human scavenger, perpetually rummaging through refuse, spat disdainfully onto the ground. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of others like him. The human physique is not particularly robust, often placing him at a disadvantage in this environment. The majority of the refuse here consists not of bottles or cans, but of countless machines that are utterly worthless in their current state. Only through repair do they regain value, and the cost of restoring second-hand goods is predominantly tied up in repair expenses. Repairing these machines is not as simple as twisting a wrench, as the devices within the Civil Federation are exceedingly intricate. At times, a singular component may be as thin as a sheet of paper, yet contain millions of intricate parts. What sort of wrench or screwdriver could suffice to mend such devices? Hence, these scavengers or pickers do not salvage the machines themselves. Instead, they seek the energy contained within these discarded items. What is energy? It is currency. Nowadays, currency is referred to as energy coins. Possessing energy allows for monetary exchange. Zhang Chang rummaged tirelessly, and just as his hands began to grow weary, he noticed a glimmering light amidst the crevices of a metal block. Clearing the debris around him, he uncovered an object that, through experience, he immediately recognized as a decommissioned patrol drone. Patrol drones are aerial machines responsible for maintaining public order and surveillance, operating nearly around the clock, rendering them prone to obsolescence. Expertly, he opened the spherical drone, which was significantly larger than his head, and located a specific area on its back. He then retrieved an exceedingly thin electronic chip and affixed it to the surface of the drone, commencing the process of hacking it via the Quark robot embedded within his body. Having undergone numerous evolutionary iterations, the Quark robot transcends the capabilities of a conventional medical robot. It utilizes its host as a chassis, forming a computational unit for preliminary calculations. Generally, the electrical power supplied by the human body is insufficient for anything more than minimal processing capability, amounting to a mere 13 flops, equivalent to the overclocked output of just over 104,090 graphics cards. To overcome this limitation, an external power source is necessary. This external source does not involve a simple connection of wires. Rather, it transmits electricity wirelessly. This technology, while fundamentally straightforward, was employed even during the existence of Earth, albeit with power outputs far inferior to those available now. The external power supply incurs a fee, categorized into various tiers, with the lowest tier costing 0.0001 energy coins per month and providing a meager 200 kilowatt hours, relatively scant, yet significantly more than biological electricity. With the lowest tier power supply, the computational power of the Quark robot would surge to 280 flops, a mere increase of over 10,000 times, though still quite modest, equating to just over 6 times the capabilities of the Tianhe, one supercomputer from the 21st century. Given its installation within the human body, the components are not suited for excessive current input. Additionally, the so-called computational unit, assembled like building blocks, is rather rudimentary. Zhang Cheng utilized the lowest tier power supply, and after more than 10 minutes of computation, he successfully hacked into the patrol drone. Observing the once smooth surface of the drone's back begin to protrude, he realized that its exterior was also pieced together, though the seams were minuscule, imperceptible to the naked eye. Once the back had bulged outward, Zhang Cheng extracted the drone's battery, which was no larger than a standard AA battery and could be easily grasped in one hand. After checking the remaining charge, a smile of delight spread across his face. Miraculously, there remained 370,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. One could only wonder which company had carelessly discarded such a valuable asset. Given the shoddy inspection, this amount of electricity is roughly equivalent to 0.0133 energy coins, a significant gain for Zhang Cheng. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, stowed the battery away, and made his way back to his residence. His abode was situated not far from the L28309 clearing grounds, nestled within a rather dilapidated neighborhood. The streets were flanked by metallic edifices, each with limited space, measuring only 50 to 60 square meters. Upon returning home, he retrieved the battery and opened his small safe, which was filled with batteries of various shapes and sizes. It was time to make a sale. Zhang Cheng gathered all the batteries and followed a narrow path leading to a machine. He tossed the batteries into the apparatus, watching as a number flicker on the screen, eventually stabilizing at 14,420,000 kilowatt hours. Standing before the machine, he scanned his face, and the electricity was seamlessly converted into energy coins, directly credited to his account, a total of 0.0519 energy coins. His heart swelled with joy. This income was remarkably substantial, representing nearly all his earnings over the past year. Not to mention the other expenses he faced, such as rent. In this era, no one will come knocking at your door for rent collection. Once an electronic contract is signed, the rent is automatically deducted from your personal account at regular intervals, unless you choose to terminate the contract. Thus, the notion of evading payment is nearly impossible. Should you attempt to shirk your financial obligations, your residence will automatically be locked. These metallic abodes, when sealed, create a vacuum environment within, making the prospect of living rent-free utterly unattainable. The power of the individual is rendered insignificant in the face of such machinery. After the rent is deducted, little remains, but thankfully, I can finally liberate myself from this place. A look of relief washed over Zhang Cheng's face. In this age, the only way to escape one's fate is through skill acquisition. Possessing skills is the only avenue toward leaving this place. Learning skills is not arduous. In fact, it can be described as exceedingly simple. The internet offers a plethora of resources at one's fingertips. Do you fear becoming complacent? Such a notion is unfounded, as you can be whisked away into the virtual realm by Quark robots, where you must engage in a time-locked learning experience until the designated time elapses. You cannot exit the virtual world, thus leaving no room for idleness. In the virtual realm, it is solely you and your instructor. Textbooks appear only at specific intervals, and you cannot even trim your nails, as the instructor remains perpetually within your field of vision. Moreover, in this virtual space, sleep is not an option. Nor can you close your eyes or attend a nature's call. If, under such conditions, you still fail to learn, it can only be said that you are simply not cut out for this. This mode of learning is quite prevalent within the Civil Federation, having been implemented eons ago. Presently, most children do not attend traditional schools. Those who do are generally affluent, while ordinary children are typically enrolled in similar courses, allowing them to apply for advancement examinations at any time post-completion. Whether it takes you 10 years or merely 1 year to finish your studies, you can still take the examination. Upon completion, you will receive a diploma without the need for registration at any governmental institution, nor do you require a break. You may directly enter secondary education, although you may also choose to take a holiday for yourself. Within the Civil Federation, there are no rigid age requirements dictating the completion of educational levels. In fact, as long as you're capable, you could feasibly pursue elementary education at the age of 90, with diplomas still being awarded. The concept of school has become increasingly nebulous in this era. It now serves more as a prestigious venue, where educators provide a more personalized approach to management and instruction, in stark contrast to the rigid, mechanical nature of the virtual realm. Zhang Cheng is studying mechanical maintenance, an area in which he excels, as he has been interacting with machinery since birth, his parents being scavengers. However, they were not content with this existence, thus embarking on a journey as explorers, yet they were too frail, and after venturing out just once, they never returned, leaving behind only a necklace. After exchanging his energy coins, Zhang Cheng ascended a tall tower, which was not a building but rather a park, abundant in such environments. He reclined on the lawn, gazing up at the starlit sky. The L28309 cleanup zone exists amidst the cosmos, detached from any planetary body or stellar system, situated at a vast distance from the inner sanctum of a stellar system, a distance beyond his imagination. After all, for him, a diameter of 6,000 kilometers within the L28309 cleanup zone is astoundingly vast, so immense that he could never traverse it entirely in his lifetime. Within the L28309 cleanup zone, not only is there the cleanup area, but also a city that Zhang Cheng yearns to visit, where it is said that all citizens are employed by a singular company. Zhang Cheng has indeed visited once, although there exists a disparity in wealth. There are no distinctions in status. As long as one possesses money, access to any location is granted. During his last visit, he was accompanied by his parents, and it was then that he first beheld luxurious hovering vehicles, colossal spacecraft, towering structures reaching heights of 100,000 meters, and urban dwellers adorned in splendid attire, alongside patrolling officers clad in mechanized armor. Everything was so astonishing. It is said that citizens there enjoy a steady monthly income, with annual earnings exceeding 1 energy coin. Although this amount is not significantly greater than his own, there are additional benefits. The company provides housing, free meals, health care, and educational opportunities. Unbeknownst to him, in this era, these provisions hold little value. Energy is the true currency of significance. After an hour spent in the park, Zhang Cheng rose, concluding his reverie and returning to his labor in the junkyard. At that moment, a sudden explosion reverberated from above as a massive warship soared past him. How magnificent! He exclaimed in awe. He could hardly fathom who might be aboard that vessel. Chapter 154. On that day, the Divine descended. Year 283 of the Xi era. History has recorded countless events, each a testament to our civilization's journey. From weakness to strength, we gradually seized dominion over the world, rendering any form of life powerless against us. Even the mightiest of snow eventually succumbs beneath our feet. Each time I peruse these historical records in the library, a wave of excitement surges through me. Their species is indeed feeble, dwarfed by the colossal entities of this world, where merely passing by poses a risk. Even the grass and trees by the roadside tower over them, and a mere pebble outweighs them. The pivotal turning point is chronicled in the annals of history, attributed to our ancestor, Dada Jitting. In history, it is recorded that he attained the divine realm, mastering the art of tool-making, which enabled him to vanquish life forms tenfold and even 100-fold his size. They referred to Dada Jitting as Yu, and the divine as Yuli. Emo Tosi extended a hand, a dexterous appendage composed of several tendril-like structures, each appearing slender yet astonishingly resilient. His body, elongated and reminiscent of a ribbon fish, is not fish-like in nature, but rather akin to an insect. Its exoskeleton allows it to stand upright in a straight line. The lower half of its form is circular, resembling a top with a ribbon fish specimen affixed atop. Its head, however, is disproportionately large, akin to a hammer, crowned with a suction cup that its primitive ancestors used to cling to rocky cliffs by water's edge. Its tendrils serve as bait, dangling into the depths. When prey is ensnared, it employs these appendages to dispatch the catch, gradually dragging it from the water surface. Among these tendrils, two are particularly distinctive. One features a tuft of fur at its tip, acting as bait, emanating a sweet aroma, while adorned with backward-facing barbs and venomous spines. The other, appearing considerably sturdier than the rest, serves as their feeding appendage. Their mode of locomotion is straightforward, hopping along with the aid of a base pad. Given their diminutive stature of merely 10 to 13 centimeters and a weight not exceeding 60 grams, they can leap a notable distance of 30 to 40 centimeters. At that moment, another creature of similar nature approached, its exterior hue appearing pale. Ah, a rare sight indeed, a child of your age in my library. Montag Tozi remarked. He looked up and inquired, Elder Shili Zishi, does the Yuli mentioned in the text truly exist? Shili Zishi chuckled softly, of course. It is you that has guided us from weakness to strength. Without the guidance of you, we would still be among the most feeble beings in this world, preyed upon by countless creatures, existing in a realm shrouded in darkness and fear. But what does he look like? Shili Zishi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. That was so long ago. You existed in an era far before the age of... when we were still engulfed in ignorance and naivety. And written language had yet to emerge. Only primitive pictorial records existed. You dazzles like the light of the heavens. And we cannot discern his form or appearance because he is too magnificent, too powerful. All that exists in this world is his creation, including us. We are his favored race, and thus he has bestowed upon us the gift of wisdom. Matawasi, perplexed, inquired, but we're not the only ones endowed with wisdom. His eyes filled with trepidation as he mentioned the snow creatures from the north, who are robust and mighty, possessing a long-standing civilization and remarkable intelligence. For they were once their preferred prey. These icy beings approach with a chilling onslaught, freezing the waters and harvesting everything within the lakes, including them. Shili Zishi shared in that fear. They are our adversaries, not born of Yu's creation, but rather the spawn of Yu's foe, Luo. We bear the heavy burden of obliterating the snow creatures, so that you may once again descend and reward us. This conversation enriched Matua Si's understanding. His dream was to be as erudite as Shili Zishi, his mind brimming with wisdom. As the sky began to darken, he bid farewell to Shili Zishi. For darkness heralded the time of the snow creatures' activity. They could not linger outside during such hours. He exited the library, hopping along a narrow path back home. However, at that moment, the sky, which should have been dimming, grew inexplicably bright. Matua Si was taken aback, tilting his body so that one eye gazed upwards. What he beheld was a new radiance emerging, dazzling and more brilliant than the light that had preceded it. It grew larger with each passing moment. Matua Si felt his entire being tremble, not just himself, but the very ground beneath him quaked, as if the world itself shuddered in response to the approaching light. He could scarcely fathom who else could possess such formidable power. He laid himself upon the ground, every part of his body utterly relaxed, exerting no effort. A gesture of reverence. One of his eyes remained fixed upward, watching as the light intensified and then suddenly dimmed. In its place descended a colossal entity from the heavens. Indescribable in form. He had never encountered anything like it before. Could this be the true visage of Yu? Vast beyond comparison, even more so than the snow creatures. Motu si pondered. Just as he believed you would plummet to the earth, he realized that he hovered in midair, countless beams of light emanating from his being, illuminating the land below. Not harsh and blinding, but exquisitely gentle, transforming the entire sky into a radiant daylight. Then, a beam of light shone upon the ground. Not just one, but a multitude of luminous strands appeared everywhere, one of which fell near Maduasi. He beheld a gigantic creature, so immense it was beyond imagination, 10-fold, 100-fold larger than the snow creatures. He bowed his head, gazing up at his minuscule self, overwhelmed with fear, feeling utterly immobilized. The life of the shore tribe. It was said that they feigned death when confronted with formidable foes. The intelligence must be accurate. Bodo was a war beast, not a soldier, but rather a researcher. In truth, there were no soldiers aboard this warship. They resided at the fringe of the Federation's new star domain, beyond which lay the endless sea of stars, where billions of explorers sought to uncover new worlds, yet had yet to discover any advanced civilizations. The only civilization identified was that within this solar system, on this very planet. The initial discoverers were explorers who stumbled upon a species resembling distant relatives of humans, long-haired beasts that walked on two legs and possessed robust limbs. However, their forms differed significantly. These beings stood roughly 1 meter tall, with stout, round bodies. Their limbs were positioned closer to their chests, while their backs were covered in thick white fur and spines, which insulated them against the cold. They resembled inverted droplets of water, with their tails formed from the droplet's base and sturdy legs emerging from either side. The head of the droplet comprised their brain and all bodily organs, and their arms were not as dexterous as humans, lacking fingers, instead featuring two hard structures akin to bird beaks that could open and close. Due to their penchant for utilizing vast amounts of nitrate to freeze lake surfaces, and given the already frigid climate of the planet, this method allowed for small bodies of water to freeze quite effortlessly. The explorers crudely dubbed them the ice-making tribe. Upon encountering the ice-making tribe, the explorers unexpectedly discovered another intelligent race, the Shore tribe, who resided along the lake's edge, serving as fishermen. The discovery of two intelligent races on a single planet thrilled the explorers, leading them to promptly report their findings. The Federation mandated that reporting the discovery of a new intelligent race would yield a reward of 100,000 energy coins, an impressive sum indeed. Furthermore, discovering two races at once would double that reward to 200,000 energy coins. To incentivize the reporting of intelligent races, the Federation also offered various policy benefits to the discoverers, such as advantages for their offspring, tax reductions, and free docking in the Federation's public starports, among others. Enticing factors indeed. Simultaneously, to deter the smuggling of intelligent races, severe penalties were established for those who engaged in such illicit activities. All participants, and those who failed to report, would be stripped of their Federation citizenship and sentenced to labor on the planet from whence the smuggled intelligent race originated. Of course, it was well understood that this was akin to a death sentence. At present, such occurrences were rare, as civilizations in the cosmos remained sparse. The Federation did not prohibit the trade of non-intelligent life forms and actively encouraged the discovery of new species, rewarding 110 Federation coins for each valuable new species found, accompanied by a badge of recognition. While this may seem modest, it was not uncommon for a single life-bearing planet to yield discoveries numbering in the tens of thousands. This included the explorers who reported their findings. After their report, they applied for species identification, and approximately 200 years prior, 15,000 robots scanned all species on this planet. Ultimately, the number of valuable species identified was 187 million, resulting in the explorers receiving a staggering reward of 356 million energy coins, combined with the previous 200,000, totaling 376 million, a colossal fortune. Moreover, any items bestowed by the Federation were exempt from taxation, allowing the recipients to retain the full amount of their rewards. Upon acquiring this information, the Civil Federation commenced the dispatch of scholars to investigate the peculiarities of this planet, seeking to discern what remarkable attributes could give rise to two distinct sentient species, while also probing the potential existence of a third. Bodo meticulously examined this diminutive creature, which weighed less than a shard of keratin from its own form. Under Bodo's scrutiny, X's organs appeared on the verge of complete failure. After all, one weighed a mere 60 grams, while the other tipped the scales at 17 tons, creating a staggering size disparity of 280,000 times. If translated into human terms, it was akin to an ordinary person standing before a 50-meter-tall original Godzilla. Realizing the untenability of the situation, C vocalized a statement. Bodo, momentarily taken aback, then activated its internal quark robots to form a computational network, harnessing energy transmitted from a warship hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters, combined with previously recorded coastal language data. In an instant, Bodo comprehended the meaning of C's utterance. Amusement washed over Bodo as it contemplated the notion of being referred to as a deity. If indeed there existed a being deserving of such reverence, it would be the individual aboard the same vessel who had single-handedly elevated the entire civilization's technological standing through the invention of laser transmission technology. After receiving a prestigious award and a monetary prize of 10 million energy coins, this individual altruistically donated the entire sum, an act Bodo found utterly inconceivable, for such a substantial amount was beyond its wildest dreams. 10 million. Within the Civil Federation, there were likely fewer than 100,000 companies valued at that amount. Perhaps a maximum of 70,000 or 80,000 whereas this individual possessed liquid assets akin to those held by multi-billion-dollar conglomerates, capable of ranking among the top in any star system. Recalling this, Bodo spoke, "Rise, for I am not a deity." The quark robots within it converge at its vocal cords, transmitting signals through its nervous system to produce sound, all translated into the coastal language. In the absence of vocal cords, the quark robots could manipulate other muscles to create high-frequency vibrations, or even forego sound altogether, opting for text-based communication via the network. In the Civil Federation, the daily vernacular comprised Chinese characters and language, and due to the existence of quark robots, communication became exceedingly effortless. Upon hearing Bodo speak and realizing the possibility of dialogue, Yan felt a surge of courage. Curiously, it inquired, "Who are you?" Bodo replied, "You may consider me a guest, one who seeks to assist your civilization. I hail from the Civil Federation, a collective of countless civilizations, powerful, stable, peaceful, and affluent, endowed with advanced technology and boundless knowledge. Our purpose is to extend an invitation for you to join us." Latched onto one particular phrase. Boundless knowledge? How vast could it be? More than the waters of a lake. Bodochikov. A lake? No, it surpasses the expanse of the sky you behold. Each individual, throughout their lifetime, can only glimpse a fragment of it. Yet that fragment captivates every being, ensnaring them in its beauty, akin to a goblet of sweet wine. Delightful both in flavor and aftertaste. Enraptured, pondered if there existed anything more exquisite than knowledge in its world. Bodo could hardly fathom that this diminutive creature would one day ascend to become a renowned scholar within the Federation. Chapter 155, Dream of the Starry Sky. What is the starry sky truly? What mysteries does it hold? Why do those twinkling stars emit light? Are they flames? Lai Ju experienced an exceedingly long dream, envisioning the starry sky, feeling as though the stars danced around it. The sensation of those stars was reminiscent of flames, warm and inviting. Upon awakening, it discovered that the warmth was not from the stars, but from actual flames. Its house was ablaze. In a panic it fled, its once pristine white fur now charred and curling, exuding a foul odor. Confused, it noted that typically, its kin would extinguish the flames with water at such a moment. Yet, there were no kin in sight. Anger welled up within it, not from the loss of its dwelling, but from the fact that it had forgotten the dream. The image of the stars now a blurred memory, no matter how hard it tried to recollect. Raising its gaze to the heavens, it was transfixed. What was that? A colossal head appeared to descend from the sky, adorned with countless luminous eyes observing the world. Fear gripped it. Hastily, it sought refuge within a building, peering through a gap to observe the monstrous entity above. After an agonizing wait, when nothing transpired, it cautiously ventured outside once more. Emitting a long, ethereal sound that could carry 10 kilometers, it soon received a distant response. It hurried toward the source. Approximately half an hour later, it finally reunited with its vanished companions, who had gathered in a clearing. At the center stood peculiar, massive beings it had never encountered, exuding an aura of strength and wisdom. Lai Suyu. The voice of a fellow kin called out to it, none other than the tribe leader. Puzzled, it approached, only to hear the leader declare, "Mighty Tu Oning. Lai Ju is the brightest among our kind. If you must take one, let it be him." Lai Ju found this difficult to comprehend. The leader had often referred to it as the dullest, so why this sudden praise? And were these beings truly the legendary Tu Oning, despite their imposing size? Could they indeed be the warriors of lore? A multitude of questions swirled in its mind. Indeed, a clever child, take him with you. Perhaps he could become an exceptional scholar in the future. Yan Xia observed Lai Ju closely, noting the striking beauty of its eyes, shallow green flecked with crystalline shards. The intelligence of this race had yet to be assessed, but their conversational abilities suggested a level of intellect not to be underestimated. In fact, among the 14 races within the current Civil Federation, none exhibited notably inferior intelligence, as research revealed that human cognitive abilities aligned with the general standard of sentient life. It is quite comprehensible that upon meticulous examination of Earth's biological history, one would discern that numerous organisms possess cognitive abilities comparable to that of a human child aged 3 to 4 years, with some exhibiting intelligence akin to that of 6 to 7 or even 8 to 9-year-olds. This observation suggests that human intellect represents merely a baseline in the evolutionary transition from the primitive to the civilized. Entities that exhibit a significantly inferior level of intelligence cannot be classified as sentient beings. Among the 14 races, excluding the iceborne and shoreborne, the least intellectually endowed is known as the Kenkaya, which remains inconspicuous, almost transparent, within the Confederation of Civilization. The average IQ of this race is merely 85 in comparison to humans, and their reproductive capabilities are alarmingly low, although they surpass the war beasts in this regard. A noticeable gap persists when compared to humans. Consequently, their population remains sparse, and even after the Confederation's extensive development, the number of Kankaya has yet to exceed 100 billion. Most members of this race reside at the lower echelons of the Confederation, though some have ascended to higher ranks. In fact, many Kankaya, in positions of authority, have undergone genetic modifications within the Confederation, resulting in a significant enhancement of their cognitive capacity. Yan Xia has been a proponent of intelligence-based genetic enhancements for various races, a program that has been in place for several millennia. This initiative has led to a remarkable increase in the average intelligence levels of most species, including humans, by 15 to 20 points, with Yan Xia himself having undergone similar modifications. While Yan Xia was engaged in discourse with the Iceborn, he was alerted by Ella's voice. It had been confirmed that the total population of Iceborn on the planet amounted to 110,000, while the shoreborn numbered 580,000. The reproductive rate of the Iceborn slightly surpasses that of humans. However, their low ecological niche often results in mortality rates exceeding birth rates, causing negligible changes in their population over the centuries. The Iceborn are diminutive in stature, averaging around 1 meter and weighing approximately 20 kilograms. Such beings would be classified as medium-sized organisms on Earth. Yet on their planet, designated Bias 2383c, they are considered small. This planet is currently in the age of colossal beasts, reminiscent of Earth's age of dinosaurs. There are 17 predatory species exceeding 10 tons in size, 78 surpassing 1 ton, 215 above 100 kilograms, and 303 exceeding 50 kilograms. Excluding those predators over 10 tons, the remaining 80 species include the Iceborn in their dietary considerations. Thus, the Iceborn find themselves in a nightmarish predicament at the outset. It would not be surprising if they were to face extinction within a few centuries or millennia. Equally precarious is the position of the shoreborn, who are even smaller in size. On this planet, 100 of the small to medium-sized predators include them in their diets, placing them in an ecological niche not dissimilar to that of rodents on Earth. Tragically, the habitats of the shoreborn overlap with those of the Iceborn, and they too find themselves on the menu of the Iceborn. Yan Xia's primary objective for visiting this planet is not centered on these two races, but rather on a different life form known as She. The emergence of exceptional intelligence among sentient races is often attributed to their low ecological standing, necessitating cognitive development for survival. Consequently, most intelligent beings lack significant intrigue for study, with the exception of the war beasts. This phenomenon is one of the reasons for the commotion that ensued when the war beasts first arrived at the Confederation. Their development of civilization is as peculiar as that of the Tyrannosaurus during the dinosaur era, despite the latter's size being inferior and its combat prowess being outmatched by the war beasts. In terms of ecological niche, the war beasts far surpass the Cretaceous Tyrannosaurus. In fact, the war beasts continue to revere the act of hunting, with dinosaur hunting grounds being among their preferred locales. A widely circulated video within the Confederation, boasting over 1 trillion views, depicts a female war beast effortlessly tearing apart a Tyrannosaurus with her bare hands, devoid of any Quark robots or mechs. The Tyrannosaurus, weighing 8 tons, is dwarfed by this particular female war beast, who is among the largest of her kind, equivalent to a 19-meter-tall human female and weighing an astounding 27 tons. The musculature of the war beast's arms constitutes 60 of their entire mass, implying that a single arm possesses a strength of 81 tons. A highly upvoted comment on that video reads, "Tyrannosaurus, they say one arm is thicker than my leg. How can I compete? Your arm outweighs me entirely." In stark contrast, the ecological niche of She is herbivorous, primarily subsisting on the flora native to this planet. The allure of Yan Xia's interest in them lies in their skeletal structure. On Earth, many microorganisms utilize silicon to construct their shells, with diatoms and radiolarians being notable examples, while most organisms' bones are primarily composed of oxygen and carbon. Of course, other races in the universe may have alternative skeletal compositions. For instance, the bones of the war beasts contain a substantial quantity of iron, constituting over 30 of their structure, alongside a significant amount of carbon, resulting in a bone density that rivals high-carbon steel. This fortifies their bones to an extraordinary degree, granting them over 50 more strength than earthly life forms of equivalent size. It is worth noting that war beasts lack a heart. They rely on respiratory muscle groups to circulate blood, meaning that they will fall into a state of shock if they cease to breathe. The most alarming aspect of Xi lies in the abundance of radioactive elements within their skeletal structure, which astonishingly do not affect their genetic composition. Most predators that attempt to hunt them are typically killed by these radioactive elements. Yan Xia finds himself increasingly eager to observe this radioactive organism. Nevertheless, he recognizes that secondary matters must be addressed first. He inquires of Lai Suju, "Do you wish to depart now, or would you prefer to prepare before leaving?" Reflecting on the loss of his dwelling, Lai Suju realizes he has little to prepare. With uncertainty, he asks, "Where are we going?" Yan Xia replies, "Above." You may interpret this as the cosmos. The word cosmos sends a shiver through Lai Suju. He has envisioned ascending to the stars countless times, yet now finds it hard to believe. Is he still dreaming? Lai Suju fails incredulos. Really? Of course. Yan Xia's affirmation quickens Lai Suju's breath, which, in truth, is not facilitated by lungs, as their respiratory pores are located on their skin, numbering between 90,000 to 100,000. Such drastic changes in respiration cause their bodies to fluctuate in size, akin to a balloon inflating and deflating. "I want to ascend immediately," Lai Suju expresses with fervent anticipation. Certainly, the Iceborn lack the concept of familial bonds, a sentiment shared by many races within the Confederation, viewing familial ties as trivial. Even love, in their eyes, concludes post-mating, rendering human emotions of desire and passion ineffective among these races. This triviality is of little consequence to Yan Xia. As he grants permission, Ella aboard the warship activates the electromagnetic waves, lifting Lai Suju's form and propelling him skyward. This time, there are no beams. Lai Suju seems to soar directly into the air. In truth, this method of guidance does not necessitate the presence of a beam. The addition of such a beam merely serves to ascertain a specific location. For instance, if I direct it towards you, you will be aware that you are about to ascend, thus allowing you to mentally prepare. Should one descend from a warship, the spot illuminated by the beam would mark the landing site, providing an opportunity to survey the surroundings and determine the appropriate direction to take upon disembarkation. The creature known as Lai Su emitted a sound akin to a lament, not in sorrow, but rather akin to a human's exclamation of astonishment. It was incredulous at the sensation of flight, an experience it had never encountered before. The winds in the sky felt fierce, the ground receding below, while its kin appeared to diminish in size, becoming infinitesimally smaller than their sustenance. Suddenly, a deep, resonant call echoed through the air, prompting Lai Su to glance in that direction. It was a giant creature, known as a shich, a formidable beast that frequently abducted its kin. Lai Su was gripped by an overwhelming fear as the shich approached, its azure gaze fixed intently upon it. In comparison to the shich, Lai Su felt diminutive, utterly devoid of means to resist. The Ice Clan below gasped in terror, their instinct urging them to scatter. Yan Xia looked up and indeed saw a great bird, adorned with 3 pairs of fleshy wings. Its elongated body, boasting a wingspan nearing 20 meters, weighing approximately 1 ton. In the next moment, a slender laser beam struck the shich, incinerating it instantly to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Lai Su hovered in disbelief at this display of power. Was this the might of Tuaning? Even a shich could be effortlessly vanquished. In a state of awe, it found itself within the confines of the warship. This was a new model of the Federation's warship, measuring an impressive 120,000 meters in length. Upon entering one of the chambers, Lai Su was perplexed. There were no torches, yet the illumination surpassed that of day. It was then that a being, resembling Ta Ning, approached and addressed Lai Su. "Come with me. You are called Lai Su, correct? I shall arrange for your sustenance and quarters aboard the warship and provide you with a tour of its interior." This being was a biomechanical entity, not under the control of Ella, but a purely synthetic organism. Lai Su, bewildered, glanced about, momentarily at a loss for words. Only when the biomechanical entity advanced did Lai Su follow suit, stepping onto a platform that astonishingly facilitated flight. As they soared, the entity introduced Lai Su to myriad locations: the soldiers' quarters, the dining hall of the warship, nightlife venues, entertainment districts, musical theater arenas, tea gardens, water bars, forest parks, sport arenas, and aquatic amusement parks. Lai Su felt as though it had entered an entirely different realm. Eventually, they arrived at a remarkably straight corridor in the midsection of the warship, adjacent to the exterior, measuring 2,000 meters in length and featuring an immense glass wall of equal measure. From this vantage point, the vast expanse of the starry sky was visible. Lai Su paused, nearly pressing its face against the 30-meter tall glass, gazing into the profound darkness outside, which mirrored the night sky. Was this the starry sky of the warship? It assumed that the warship itself was the name of this world. The biomechanical entity shook its head. No, this is not the starry sky of any place. It is the starry sky, the only starry sky. Lysu remained perplexed. Then where are we now? It struggled to grasp the meaning of the only starry sky. The entity replied, we are amidst the starry sky. This includes your world, this warship, and both you and I, all residing within the starry sky. Lysu found it difficult to fathom, pointing to a distant star and inquiring, what is that? Can you take me there? Not at present. Perhaps you may venture there once you possess your own spacecraft. That distant star was a sun, located exceedingly far away, so distant that even in death, one cannot reach it. However, we have cryogenic pods. If you remain within one, you can journey there. Lysu was filled with yearning at this revelation, deeply desiring to glimpse what that star truly was. Yet, it still could not comprehend the words of the biomechanical entity. Naturally, this state of bewilderment would not persist indefinitely. As the first sentient being from a wise race to be introduced into the Federation, Lysu would undoubtedly be afforded significant attention and resources, ultimately receiving the finest education. Its future, however, did not lie in becoming a scholar, nor would it ever approach the star it pointed to. After achieving academic success, it would return here, enlightening all the children of the Ice Clan about the wonders of the starry sky. Yan Xia would not notice this small life form, as he was currently embarking on a quest to discover Su, which promised to usher in changes to the civilization of the Federation. What does radioactivity signify? Energy. If a life form could master radioactive elements, it could wield energy and thus become a true magical being. Hence, Yan Xia held great anticipation for this journey. Chapter 156, Su, the Grim Reaper of Nature. Su was not a colossal beast. Its size could only be considered above average on this planet. Lacking any natural predators, Su engaged in a tranquil existence, spending approximately 16 hours a day consuming sustenance. However, it was not corpulent. The radioactive elements within its body continuously depleted its energy, enabling it to maintain a remarkably slender physique. Unbeknownst to it, this was due to the energy expended in the creation of radioactive elements. Or perhaps the radioactive elements were incessantly eradicating its cells, compelling it to eat perpetually to sustain its size. Only upon encountering Su would one understand the truth. Yan Xia did not seek Su during the day. According to reports from the first wave of explorers, Su typically emerged at night and was not difficult to locate, for its body radiated a luminous glow. The explorers had not left behind photographs, but in their descriptions, they spoke of an astonishing beauty inherent to this creature. This was one of the factors fueling Yan Xia's anticipation. Did such beings truly exist, possessing radioactive elements within them? How did they ensure their genetic integrity remained unaffected by radiation? Yan Xia was not alone on this expedition. Several of his students accompanied him. 2 were from the Lalila race, 1 from the Chishui race, and the last from the Baiyan race. The Chishui individual was enveloped in a mass of water, utilizing advanced technology with a miniature anti-gravity device to float in midair. Billy, do not attempt to fathom the beings of the universe with your limited understanding. The cosmos is vast, and our Federation has yet to explore its full extent. Let alone the universe. We have explored merely a billionth of our own galaxy. The Federation currently comprises only 14, no, 16, races. We are but a speck in the grand scheme of things. The Lalila, named Billy, shook his head. Rosebill, that is not my point. Rather, I find it hard to imagine. As a level 2 civilization, we cannot create large life forms capable of enduring prolonged radiation. Yet nature has made such beings exist. It's astonishing. Indeed, it was difficult to comprehend. However, in Yan Xia's view, this did not contravene any principles. In a laboratory setting, it was indeed possible to synthesize organisms capable of surviving in radioactive environments, with some even able to consume nuclear radiation. This was not an extraordinary area of research. On Earth, certain organisms could thrive in radioactive waters, such as the novel Cryptococcus found in the aftermath of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant leak. The name new Cryptococcus may seem obscure, yet it is, in fact, a type of yeast. These organisms thrive in radioactive water due to their extraordinary reproductive capabilities. There appears to be light over there. It must be the Xia, exclaimed the student Blin from the 100-Eyed Clan. Indeed, possessing an abundance of eyes proves advantageous. The light it referred to was still quite distant. In truth, Yan Xia and his companions could have flown directly there, but that would mean missing much. They could explore the flora and fauna of this planet along the way, which was also a part of their research. Let us hasten our pace. The population of Xia is exceedingly scarce, with fewer than 100 individuals detected across the entire planet, classifying them as critically endangered, Yan Xia remarked. They continued navigating through the rugged mountains. Yan Xia discovered a mushroom-like organism exuding a tantalizing fragrance. Upon examination, he learned that this entity was highly toxic, with a mere milligram sufficient to lethally poison an elephant, and this specimen weighed at least 10 kilograms. One could annihilate an entire population. Subsequently, they encountered a lurking organism, camouflaging itself as a plan to ambush unsuspecting prey. Yan Xia narrowly escaped being engulfed by it. He swiftly deployed his mech and delivered a decisive strike with his laser sword, transforming the creature into one of his samples. After several hours of exploration, they arrived at the bank of a small river. This river spanned only 4 to 5 meters in width, with a depth that surely did not exceed half a meter. The luminous entity drew ever closer, seemingly approaching them. "Let us wait here. That Xia is likely coming to drink," he suggested, as the light grew increasingly nearer. Even Yan Xia held his breath in anticipation. When the Xia finally materialized before him, he inhaled deeply. It was a creature of transparency, its surface adorned with delicate white filaments. It resembled a mollusk, akin to a sea slug, possessing an exquisitely soft abdomen. Surrounding its foot were claw-like appendages that resembled wings, soft and substantial, reminiscent of the forelimbs of a digital monster, yet devoid of aggression, serving merely as supports. Additionally, it bore a face strikingly akin to that of a human, with compact respiratory and feeding organs and immense ears reminiscent of a macaque's, directed forward. Numerous soft, elongated tendrils extended from its visage, drifting gracefully behind it, with their tips aglow, radiating brightness surpassing that of its body by more than tenfold. Words fail to encapsulate its beauty. Its form was perfectly proportioned. Its allure lay not in wildness or mere lines, but in a gentle elegance, akin to a luminescent jellyfish. If Yan Xia were to describe it, he would liken it to the forest spirit from a Miyazaki animation. Yet, this was merely a sentiment, not a reflection of physical resemblance. Furthermore, a significant distinction existed. The forest spirit serves as a guardian of the woods, while the Xia is a harbinger of destruction. Wherever it traveled, the vegetation withered. At its drinking spots, the fauna perished. It was the reaper of nature, an untouchable entity. It appeared that the journey was not in vain. Yan Xia observed numerous creatures in the river that had succumbed to death, their bodies drifting downstream, and the radiation within them posed a potential threat of mass mortality if consumed by other organisms. Thankfully, the numbers of such beings were exceedingly low. Were they to proliferate, the entire planet could very well face desolation. To prevent the Xia from thrashing about and causing harm during capture, Yan Xia instructed Ella aboard the spaceship to initiate a containment field. The Xia instantly froze in place. This containment utilized electromagnetic forces to immobilize every cell within its body, restricting unnecessary movement. At this juncture, Yan Xia and his 4 students approached. The Xia was not particularly large, measuring approximately 24 meters in length and weighing between 500 and 600 kilograms. As Yan Xia touched its skin, he noted that, unlike the sea slug, the fine white filaments made its body feel more akin to a cat or dog. In his view, it resembled a cat more closely, as canine fur is typically coarser than feline. The Xia's fur was incredibly soft and delicate. Upon plucking a strand, Yan Xia discovered that its filaments were not pure white, but rather transparent, reminiscent of polar bear fur, with hollow cores allowing light to penetrate, thus imparting a white appearance. While polar bear fur appears somewhat yellowish, the Xia's fur leaned toward a creamy white. Its body was not solely this hue. For instance, the tendrils on its head, each roughly the thickness of an adult's wrist, glowed with a faint green luminescence. Through its surface, the internal organs were visible. It possessed virtually no bones, resembling a sea slug in this regard. However, in terms of structural support, its muscular composition likely bore greater resemblance to that of an octopus, endowing it with considerable strength. Yet, it was described as slender because its entire form was nearly flat, appearing frail compared to other terrestrial creatures of similar size. Of course, external appearances were secondary. The true focus lay within. "Let us bring it back for dissection," Yan Xia proposed, shattering the previously enchanting atmosphere with his words.